A chilling voice suddenly echoed in the minds of every Dragon Kingdom citizen on Earth. Beep, there are 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 1 second remaining until the Dragon Kingdom heads to the battlefield of 10,000 races. The killing game has officially begun. As the cold words fell, with a hum, the will of the great Tao descended upon Blue Star. The man, Chen Feng, and his sister, Chen Shui, simultaneously transformed into 2 golden rays of light, about to vanish completely from this planet. But at the very last second, Chen Feng, who had turned into specks of light, suddenly discovered that a Rubik's Cube seemed to have popped out of his computer desk drawer and traveled through time with him. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Feng's consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a castle. A faint light shone through the broken glass window, revealing a gray and unknown world outside. Behind him stood a dilapidated throne, covered in dust, beside which sat a square-shaped pool. At this moment, Chen Feng's thoughts gradually became clear. He realized that he had been forcibly transported to another world. Half a year ago, the will of the great Tao descended upon Blue Star, and all humanity was told that they must go to an alien world called the Ancient Wilderness Continent. There, everyone can become a lord, summon their own troops, fight against all races, contribute to their country, and receive rewards from the heavens. Ultimately, a total of 193 countries around the world began to enter that mysterious and unknown ancient continent, in turn, according to the ascension order obtained from the heavenly Tao. However, the Dragon Kingdom, where Chen Feng resided, was extremely unfortunate. As the most powerful and wealthiest nation on Earth, they were placed last in the ascension sequence by the great Tao. And so, they waited until today. Just then, a semi-transparent blue virtual panel slowly unfolded in front of Chen Feng, and a series of messages quickly appeared on it. Welcome to Dragon Kingdom Newbie Zone 778. Newbie Goal Level 10 is now unlocked. Please level up as soon as possible. If you fail to complete the beginner quests within 30 days, you will be struck down by lightning. Now, begin awakening your troop pool and summoning them to fight for you. After quickly glancing at the system prompts in front of him, Chen Feng's expression immediately turned serious. In this world full of dangers, only power matters. People from other countries are now far ahead, and if he continues to sit idly by, his only fate will be death. He walked to the troop pool next to the throne, preparing to summon his own troops according to the panel prompts. Just then, a powerful energy surge suddenly erupted from his pocket. Immediately afterwards, an amethyst cube flew out of the pocket. Then, the amethyst cube began to expand rapidly and suddenly shot out a terrifying energy. This energy rushed straight into the troop pool and was completely absorbed by it in an instant. This absorption caused the overall shape of the troop pool to change instantly. The once ordinary statue began to radiate a dazzling light like diamonds, with iridescent rays constantly flashing, and the pool below also changed. Everything changed extremely quickly. When Chen Feng could finally see everything clearly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood a colossal statue, 2 meters tall, radiating a 7-colored light. And that statue was a magnified version of Chen Feng himself. Then, a new notification sounded in his mind. Current building. SSSR God Tier Unit Pool, Unique. Building Level, Tier 1 Unit Attributes. All attributes. Unknown, Description. An eternal summoning pool filled with unknown power, capable of summoning beings even more powerful than a true god, SSS. Unique among all lords. Seeing all these changes, Chen Feng's heart nearly leaped into his throat. A true god was already the strongest being in this world, but what exactly existed above a true god? He clenched his fists, staring at the lifelike statue, speechless for a moment. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Feng immediately summoned his troops. Within the eternal summoning pool, the water began to boil violently, as if it were about to burst forth at any moment. A huge point of light emerged from the pool, gradually transforming into the shape of a giant dragon. Its dragon scales shimmered with a crimson glow. Soon after, a divine dragon carrying flames appeared beside Chen Feng. After a moment's thought, Chen Feng named the dragon Lilith. He then opened Lilith's attribute panel. Nickname, Lily, the ancestor of flames. Gender, female. Potential, SSR God level. Current level, gold. 39 stars. Physical attack, 888. Magic attack, 888. Skills, Dragon Lord's Breath, Flame Prison, Blazing Awakening, Transformation. Seeing Lily's explosive attributes, Chen Feng finally couldn't contain himself any longer. and a joyful laugh spread across his face. He knew that from this moment on, his fate had been completely changed. He intends to utilize this troop pool to rapidly rise in this dangerous alternate world. Simultaneously, he must uncover the true purpose of the mysterious cube and search for his sister, Chinxue. If perhaps only 10 out of billions of people could successfully awaken their SSS level guards, then only Chen Feng possesses the SSSR level guard, a truly unique individual. Since a true god exists in this world, it is only natural that there must also be beings capable of managing that true god. Such beings are called godlords. At that moment, Chen Feng felt as if he had been enlightened. Everything seemed to make sense now. But soon, a new question came to mind. Since even the God Lord recognizes him as his master, then what is he? I will become above the God Lord. This thought had barely formed in his mind when he dared not think any further. Dustwind quickly interrupted his thoughts and walked to the dilapidated throne. The amethyst cube floating on the throne seemed to have fallen into slumber after releasing its energy. And it was this very thing that had caused all of this. Chen Feng approached and examined it closely, trying to figure out where it came from. He suddenly remembered that he had found the Rubik's Cube the day before the heavenly Tao descended upon Blue Star. The object emitted a faint glow and looked quite peculiar, so out of curiosity, he took it home to keep as a collectible. Unexpectedly, the great Taos will descended upon Blue Star the next day, completely drawing his attention away, and he never bothered with the Rubik's Cube again afterward. Looking back now, it all seems unbelievable. Could this thing have some connection to the will of heaven? And I just happened to find it? Chen Feng shook his head, thinking for a long time but still had no clue, so he could only give up for the time being. The thing was indeed a good thing, but its origin was unknown. Even with his curiosity, he couldn't just stare at one object without doing anything else. He'd rather go outside the castle and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Perhaps the Rubik's Cube would awaken by the time he returned. At this moment, Lilith's initial strength, due to her talent, directly increased to the gold tier. While most others' units were still at the iron or bronze level, she started at gold. This was her huge advantage, and she had to seize it. On the other side, Lily, being the ancestral dragon, seemed to instantly understand her master's thoughts. Before Chen Feng could even speak, she had already rushed towards the castle gate. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng immediately followed. When he arrived outside the castle, the outside world was still shrouded in thick fog, with visibility less than 100 meters. As soon as Chen Feng stepped out the door, a biting gust of cold wind hit him, making him shiver. He cautiously looked around. The surrounding fog was thick and damp, but he hadn't yet spotted any monsters. Lilith stood aside awaiting her master's instructions. The flame she exhaled brought Chen Feng a slight warmth. Let's go, Lilith. You go ahead and scout the way. Roar! The dragon soared into the air, flapping its wings and flying out of the castle's perimeter. Chen Feng remained where he was, waiting. He was still just an ordinary human, and staying near the castle was the safest option. He couldn't act rashly. Looking into the distance, the mist was illuminated by the firelight where Lily had flown, gradually revealing a vast and eerie black forest. So I'm in a forest surrounded by black trees. Dustwind murmured to himself, a hint of surprise in his heart. The forest can effectively conceal the castle's location. It's still uncertain whether there are other lords nearby. If we can use the environment to hide ourselves, that would undoubtedly be a good thing. Thinking of this, Chen Feng used telepathy to tell Lily not to fly too far, lest he alert the enemy. Telepathy was an ability he gained after summoning Lily, and it was extremely useful. Only soldiers with exceptionally high talent possessed this ability. As the dragon flew further and further away, Chen Feng looked up at the sky. Although he now possessed such a powerful force that he theoretically feared no one, he still needed to remain cautious. He didn't want to attract too much attention. If his location were exposed, someone might gang up on him. He had initially thought the area outside the castle would be fraught with danger, but now it seemed there was only a tense atmosphere, and nothing at all. Is the newbie zone really that safe? Are they kidding me? To verify his suspicions, Chen Feng immediately opened the area channel to see what other people were doing. As soon as he opened the channel, he heard a series of wailing and howls. Help! My troops are being chased and chopped down by a giant tree that can run away. Sigh, my peasants are even more cowardly than me, hiding in the castle and too scared to go out. I'm almost ready to give up on the game. Upon seeing these messages, Chen Feng was taken aback. It turned out that the newbie zone did indeed contain all sorts of monsters and demons. However, these monsters seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. They would prioritize attacking weaker lords. In other words, is his unit truly so powerful that it has no rivals? Everyone else is being chased and attacked by monsters, while he seems to be the one chasing and attacking the monsters. Why is the gap between people so vast? Chen Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was clear that things couldn't continue like this. As a lord, he possessed such immense power, yet he couldn't unleash it. It was inevitable that he felt frustrated. Summoning Lily back like this would be a huge, unintended loss. On the surface, the weaker lords appear to be under heavy attack from monsters. But in reality, some powerful lords have already begun a large-scale monster hunt. The reason they haven't spoken out is likely because they're secretly developing their strength. If they do nothing, even if they're temporarily ahead, they'll eventually be caught up or even overtaken by those others. Then expand the search area. So be it if we're going to alert them. However, I'm the hunter, and they're the snakes. Chen Feng immediately ordered Lily, who was in the distance, to continue exploring forward and expand the search area. Upon receiving the order, Lily spread her wings and swiftly took action. Soon, the mist dissipated where the ancestral dragon had flown. Your unit's exploration range has exceeded 1,000 meters. Map unlocked. A virtual panel automatically appeared. Chen Feng examined it closely and found a small map in the upper left corner. The map marked his current location, while a dragon head icon represented Lily. At this moment, the dragon head was slowly moving across the map. The areas it passed through quickly revealed corresponding terrain features on the previously blank map. It seems that as long as I explore, the areas I pass through will be lit up on the map. With the map, I can have a clearer understanding of my surroundings. Moreover, with the map, I might even be able to find the locations of other lords. Chen Feng was secretly amazed. This map looks very large. Lily flying 1,000 meters is only a small part of it. It seems that the lords in the beginner area are not too densely distributed. Just as he was pondering, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was information that Lily could transmit through visual sharing, which was also one of the abilities possessed by top-tier guards. From this perspective, Chen Feng saw a small tribe of minotaurs gathered below a black forest. These minotaurs had clearly noticed the uninvited guests in the sky. They stared in terror at Lily's massive dragon form, their bodies stiff and almost unable to move. Immediately afterward, a new message appeared. It contained detailed data about these minotaurs. Loading monster information monster. Common minotaur current star rating. 25 combat power assessment. Bronze physical attack. 48 magical attack. 5 defense. 30 loyalty. Unowned. As this information flooded his mind, Chen Feng became excited. Finally, he'd encountered some wild monsters. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Lily to attack. If they could wipe out such a large number of minotaurs, he wondered what kind of reward they would receive. On the other side, upon receiving its master's attack command, the ancestral dragon of flames immediately unleashed its skill, Dragon Lord's Breath. Roar! A blazing inferno descended instantly, sweeping down with an aura of utter destruction. In a mere instant, over 20 minotaurs below were engulfed by the flames, turning to ashes on the spot. Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength between the two sides, these minotaurs didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Having completed her mission, Lily easily let out a dragon roar in the air, seemingly feeling that the battle wasn't quite enough. If other lords were to witness this scene, they would likely kneel on the spot, struck dumb as if by lightning. They fought with all their might, shedding blood, just to defend their castles and prevent monsters from invading. Meanwhile, some possessed guards who could roam freely in dangerous areas. Even if other lords saw it, they might not believe it. In their eyes, this creature was more like a wild boss out hunting. Who would have thought it was actually a lord's guard? Inside the castle, after Lily easily wiped out the group of minotaurs, Chen Feng suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body. Just as he was surprised, a faint light enveloped him. A tingling sensation spread throughout his limbs, and his body began to sweat profusely. I can feel my power increasing. As sweat continued to seep out, a large amount of impurities were also expelled from his body. Soon, Chen Feng's entire body became filthy. Congratulations. Your unit gained a large amount of experience when killing Tauren. This experience will be shared with you. Your current combat strength has increased from none to bronze 1 star. Your personal level has increased to level 2. Personal information unlocked. The virtual panel displayed another notification. Overjoyed, Chen Feng immediately opened his personal information. Name, Chen Feng. Personal level, LV2, 15/300. Personal combat power, bronze 1 star. Combat power data, not activated, guardian, flame ancestral dragon. All the information was clear at a glance. Chen Feng smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming. Personal combat power. So, the Lord himself can also become stronger? And the way to become stronger is to defeat the creatures of this world and gain experience. Excellent. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel excited, even wanting to go out and test his skills himself. But just as he was about to take a step, the system panel suddenly issued a warning. Warning. Lords cannot leave their territory, otherwise they will be severely punished. Your activity range will expand as your personal strength increases. All right. Since the system had already issued a warning, Chen Feng could only shrug helplessly. Since I can't go out, I'll let Lily continue grinding monsters. With that thought, he immediately established contact with Lily, who was more than 1,000 meters away, through telepathy. However, just as he was about to issue his orders, a new change suddenly occurred. The first day in the beginner's area ended at dusk, and night was approaching. Evil spirits had appeared outside. Please return to the castle with your guards to avoid being corrupted by the evil energy. Guards corrupted by the evil energy will have their combat power greatly reduced and will attract the attention of dark creatures. There's such a thing? Chen Feng was startled and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, it had gotten noticeably darker. Since the night was so dangerous, he naturally didn't want Lily to take any risks. Before long, the man and the dragon returned to the castle, quietly awaiting the arrival of night. As night fell, candles automatically lit on the castle walls. However, the candlelight was very dim, even carrying a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Dust wind wandered through the dimly lit castle, growing increasingly frustrated with each passing day. My castle is so shabby, he exclaimed. Besides a dilapidated throne, a summoning pool, and that Rubik's Cube, there's nothing else. There's not even a bed, no table for eating, and not even a tub for bathing. As he spoke, he casually rubbed his arms, causing a large amount of grime to fall to the ground. Dirty and hungry. This was Chen Feng's current predicament. Lily, who was crawling nearby, suddenly let out 2 loud howls, seemingly in a state of anxiety. Chen Feng turned to look at her. Although he couldn't understand dragon language, he understood her meaning through telepathy. Liliko, you mean you can conjure up all the furniture I want? Whoa, just by using your magic? Whoa, why didn't you say so sooner? This is a lifesaver. Let's get started, baby. Roar. Having received her master's permission, Lilith immediately unleashed her 4th skill, transformation. In an instant, illuminated by the dim candlelight of the castle, Lilith's enormous dragon body vanished. In its place appeared a sexy girl dressed in a maid outfit. Chapter 5 Heavenly Compensation. Shock in the Land of Beauty. The moment the girl appeared, Chen Feng froze. Before him stood Lily, with long pink hair tied in a ponytail with a ribbon, a pure and lovely appearance, and bright green eyes like jewels. She gently lifted her maid's skirt and gave Chen Feng a slight bow. Greetings, master. Chen Feng was a little bewildered by the scene. The ferocious dragon from just moments ago had now transformed into a cute, soft girl. He was completely taken aback. Hello, what's going on? Lily obediently explained. Master, this is one of my abilities. I can temporarily weaken my combat power and convert it into auxiliary magic to take care of your daily life. Chen Feng was stunned. I thought you only knew how to fight. Lily smiled slightly. Lily has many more abilities, which Master can slowly develop. Now may I begin? Begin what? What furniture does Master need? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Then let's start with a bathtub. Lily raised her small hand, and a flash of light appeared, instantly conjuring a white ceramic bathtub in the room. The next second, she cast another spell, and the bathtub filled with hot water. Master, do you need anything else? Chen Feng was completely convinced, and simply told Lily what he wanted. Chandeliers, dining tables, beds, clothes, all sorts of household items were quickly conjured up by Lily's magic. However, when Chen Feng suggested something more advanced, Lily shook her head. I'm sorry, Master. There are some items that I can't summon with my current strength. As for computers and cell phones, Lily doesn't know what those are. Chen Feng waved his hand. It's nothing. You've already done a great job. Move the bed upstairs. I'm going to take a shower first. Yes, Master. Lily lifted the huge double bed upstairs with one hand, while Chen Feng couldn't wait to jump into the bathtub. After he finished showering and changed into clean clothes, he felt refreshed. Not long after, Lily cleaned the entire castle again. Candlelight and magical chandeliers lit up, and the castle finally came to life. Dust Wind sat at the long table in front of the throne, which was already laden with food, fruit, roast meat, wine, and bread. Having been hungry all day, he immediately began to wolf down his food. It's so delicious. Lilith, your magic is amazing. Hearing the praise, Lilith blushed slightly and replied respectfully, "It is Lilith's honor to receive praise from my master." While eating, Chen Feng called out to her, "Aren't you hungry? Eat with us." Lily was a little embarrassed. "Master, I am indeed hungry, but..." Chen Feng quickly noticed that her gaze kept drifting towards the summoning pool beside her. The pool water flowed with 7 colors, making Lily swallow hard. Chen Feng immediately understood. "You want to drink that?" After receiving permission, Lily immediately ran to the edge of the pool, lay down on the pool, and gulped it down, her dragon tail still swaying behind her. Chen Feng ignored her and instead opened his virtual panel, looking at the chat channel. The channel was filled with complaints. "Brothers, I'm exhausted. I've been fighting monsters all day. I'm completely drained." "Me too. Anyone have anything to eat?" "My troops are losing loyalty because they're starving. What should I do? I hunted a wild boar today. Should I give it to my guards or eat it myself?" "Of course you should eat it yourself. Do you want to starve to death?" "Don't even mention it. I'm eating grass roots right now." Looking at these chat logs, Chen Feng almost spat out the meat in his mouth. The kind of person who drinks red wine and eats roast meat they were describing seemed to be exactly himself. He not only had no worries about food and drink, but also didn't have to worry about the loyalty of his servants. The reason is simple. His summoning pool has a special effect. Any life born from the pool will never lose loyalty and will forever follow him alone. In contrast, almost everyone else is struggling. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. The Dragon Kingdom was the last nation to arrive on the ancient desolate continent, suffering immense hardship along the way without even a shred of compensation. But just then, a mighty voice of the great Tao suddenly resounded across the entire Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone. "All people of the Dragon Kingdom, because you were the last humans to arrive on the ancient desolate continent, lagging behind other nations. The Heavenly Tao will provide compensation with 7 days of newbie protection. During these 7 days, leveling speed will be increased by 20%, all guards will be unconditionally upgraded to 3 stars, and a full day's worth of food and water will be provided. More rewards may be added later." The voice of the great Tao slowly dissipated. Chen Feng was completely stunned. He had just been complaining in his heart, and the next second the Heavenly Tao had actually provided compensation. Did the Heavenly Tao hear his thoughts? At this moment, all the players in the Dragon Kingdom were completely ecstatic. "Great! Heaven's compensation. There's hope for the Dragon Kingdom. As long as we get through the newbie period, we will definitely rise again." In an instant, countless people's fighting spirit was rekindled. The Dragon Kingdom had not lost yet, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom would not admit defeat. Meanwhile, in another extremely distant region, the Dark Domain, one of the 12 domains of the ancient continent, an envoy rushed frantically into the imperial palace of a vast empire with 1,000,000-strong territory. "General of the beautiful kingdom, something terrible has happened." The mysterious man on the throne spoke coldly. "What's the panic? I already knew about the Dragon Kingdom's arrival on the ancient continent." His tone was full of disdain. "A mere nation that's just entered the beginner's area? Is it worth your panic?" The Kingdom of Beauty was the first power to arrive on the ancient continent, holding a significant advantage. Even their former mortal enemy, the Dragon Kingdom, was utterly insignificant in their eyes. Just as the man was about to drive the messenger away, the messenger uttered a trembling voice. "The Dragon Kingdom has just received the blessing of heaven." Upon hearing this, the entire imperial palace fell into complete silence. Chapter 6: Jealousy, Revenge, Nightmare. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this news, the man on the throne trembled violently, his face instantly darkening. "Heaven's blessing? I've never heard of such a thing. You dare to lie about military intelligence." His voice was icy and oppressive, and the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. The messenger from the Sakura Kingdom trembled with fear and immediately knelt down to explain. "It's true. Absolutely true. I would never dare to deceive you, sir." He knew very well that telling a lie to this handsome general would only lead to his death. The man slowly stood up. He was tall and imposing, with long, curly blonde hair cascading down his shoulders, resembling a lion ready to pounce on its prey. He said coldly, "This world is a dog-eat-dog world. Heaven is merciless. How could it possibly bestow blessings upon anyone?" As he stood up straight, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up the previously dimly lit walls of the hall, densely packed like monsters awakening from the darkness. The messenger kneeling in the center nearly fainted upon seeing this. Those were the general's troops, the three-headed hell lions. The messenger, clinging to the last shred of his sanity, cautiously asked, "My lord, what should we do now?" The hall fell silent. After a moment, the blond man slowly approached the messenger, his face hidden behind a mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. He gave a contemptuous laugh. "What should we do? Are you saying I have no choice?" No, my lord, that's not what I meant." The messenger shook his head in terror, but before he could finish speaking, the man waved his hand. The next second, several three-headed hell lions pounced out. "No, don't kill me." A piercing scream echoed through the palace, then fell silent once more. The messenger was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of his body but a pool of blood. The blond man stood beside the blood, his tone indifferent. "Slaves I've captured are never worth mentioning. Since they're no longer useful, I'll find another one." It turns out that this so-called messenger was actually just one of the lords he enslaved. This general from the beautiful country's unit, the three-headed hell lion, possessed a special ability. After defeating other lords, he could spare their lives and instead brand them with a mark of enslavement. Once controlled by the mark, those lords would become his vassals. Their castles, resources, and troops would all belong to him. Soon, the man sat back on his throne, his eyes dark and brooding. The Dragon Kingdom has actually received a blessing from heaven. We must not allow them to grow stronger. He muttered to himself. If we let them leave the beginner's area, they will surely become a great threat in the future. The problem was that the beginner's area was protected by the heavenly Tao barrier, preventing him from directly entering and making a move. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly seemed to have come up with a good idea, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Haha, people of the Dragon Kingdom, don't be too happy yet." A sinister laugh echoed in the hall. Meanwhile, in Zone 778 of the Dragon Kingdom's beginner area, jubilation reigned. Almost every lord noticed a pale white light shield surrounding their castle. This was beginner protection. For the next 7 days, no monsters would be able to enter their territory, and their castles would be immune to attack. Dustwind's castle naturally received this protection as well. Although he might not need it, it was better than nothing. In addition, Heaven's blessing also sent supplies. A large vat of clean water, and a whole wild boar leg. For the other lords, these things were practically life-saving rations. But Chen Feng didn't care much. His dragon maid, Lily, could probably make magical delicacies, so this little bit of food meant little to him. What truly surprised him were the other two rewards. First, a 20% experience bonus. Second, a direct 3-star increase in troop strength. Lilith was originally a gold 39-star unit, but now she's a gold 42-star unit. This 3-star upgrade may seem small, but its value is astonishing. This is because upgrading units becomes increasingly difficult. Upgrading from iron to bronze only requires 10 stars. From bronze to silver requires 25 stars, while breaking through from gold to platinum requires accumulating a full 60 stars from 1 star. Moreover, each star requires dozens of times more experience than the previous ones. Therefore, for ordinary iron tier units, gaining 3 stars is only a small gain. But Lily can gain 3 stars directly in the gold stage, which is almost equivalent to getting a large amount of experience for free. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. If the Heavenly Tao knew about this, it would probably cry with anger. He casually opened the regional channel. The channel was buzzing with excitement. Many people were incredibly excited. "Brothers, I'm about to cry. Wild boar meat is so delicious." "Me too. Finally, we can drink water. This feels so wonderful. I've never tasted water this good before." 7 more days of newbie protection. We finally don't have to live in fear anymore. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to train like crazy. Don't be so smug, other countries. The people of China never admit defeat. Many honest lords encouraged each other in the chat, creating a particularly passionate atmosphere. However, in the shadows, some coldly observed, already plotting their resource-plundering schemes. Chen Feng silently watched these messages, without participating. He never considered himself a saint, but he would not kill without cause either. He held only one principle in his heart: I will not attack unless attacked. If attacked, I will surely punish. Night deepened. Under the safe protection of the newbies, all the lords gradually fell asleep, awaiting the arrival of the next day. However, at this most relaxed moment, hundreds of purple Beast Tide activation cards were quietly being bound by the Eagle Kingdom to various newbie zones in the Dragon Kingdom. The countdown on the card has begun. In 7 days, an unprecedented Beast Tide disaster will descend simultaneously. The real nightmare is quietly approaching. Chapter 7: The Perilous Newbie Zone. The Newbie Zone entered its second day. Morning sunlight streamed through the trees into the territory. Qinfeng woke comfortably from his bed and ate a simple meal of milk and bread prepared by Lily. He had slept exceptionally well the night before, only vaguely remembering a flash of red light, which he thought was just a dream. But Qinfeng was unaware that it wasn't a dream, but a time bomb planted by the United States in this newbie zone. Not only him, but all the newbie lords in the entire Dragon Kingdom were completely oblivious. When the disaster truly struck, everyone could only rely on their own abilities to desperately survive the beast tide. At this moment, Qinfeng was unaware of the impending crisis. Instead, he received good news. After a day of recovery, the cosmic cube on the throne had finally accumulated some energy. As he approached, the cube's surface could display detailed information. A panel slowly appears. Cosmic Cube, unique. Description: the core of the Creator God, containing terrifying power. Effect: can evolve anything. Current status: 0 to 1. Used: refreshes after personal level LV20. Note: this item will always follow you and cannot be destroyed. Upon seeing this information, Qinfeng instantly understood. It turned out that his unit pool could evolve from SSS rank to SSR rank precisely because of the Cosmic Cube's ability. It can evolve into anything? Qinfeng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This ability was simply heaven-defying. More importantly, this was the core of the Creator God. If it truly was something left behind by a god, its value was immeasurable. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The notification also stated that the Cosmic Cube would forever follow him. It was very likely that after he found it, he had already been recognized as its master. Now that there were two divine treasures in the castle, Qinfeng felt much more at ease and full of confidence in his future development in this world. After the initial excitement, he turned his attention to the troop pool. However, the pool remained calm, slowly accumulating, clearly unable to nurture a second troop for the time being. Qinfeng wasn't in a hurry. According to the system's introduction, the higher the troop's talent, the more pool water it consumed for nurturing. An ordinary lord could probably summon several or even dozens of troops every day. His troop pool consisted of only SSSR level units. Each spawned troop had an initial minimum level of gold. Therefore, not only could only one troop be spawned at a time, but the next spawn would likely take several days. Given this, he simply stopped worrying about it. Qinfeng sent Lily out hunting to gather resources. Because today, his castle was ready to begin upgrading. Standing before the castle gates, a thought flashed through his mind, and a row of attribute panels immediately appeared before him. Your castle, unnamed territory level, Tier 1 territory buildings, initial castle, troop pool, small warehouse territory effect, 7 days of invincibility, new player protection, current faction, none. Territory upgrade requirements: 1. Personal level LV5, 2. Wood 0/2000, 3. Stone 0 to 2000, 4. Iron or 0, 100. Next level, intermediate castle, territory expansion, unlocks forge, expands warehouse capacity. After reviewing this information, Qinfeng nodded. Upgrading the castle not only expands the territory from 100 meters to a kilometer, but also unlocks new buildings, greatly improving survival. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, my castle doesn't have a name yet. Qinfeng thought for a moment, then smiled. Then let's call it Sky Castle. I hope that one day, it can really fly into the sky and move freely. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared. Congratulations. Your castle has been successfully named Sky Castle. Meanwhile, Lily had already begun her operation. She swung her dragon tail, unleashing a powerful sweep that caused several large trees to crash down. The fallen trees transformed into streaks of white light, rapidly flying towards Dustwind's castle warehouse. System notifications kept ringing out. Notification, wood plus 10, notification, wood plus 50, notification, wood plus 65. Soon, the wood quantity increased to 279,2000. Stone was also being continuously collected, but the only thing giving Qinfeng a headache was iron ore. So much time had passed, and he hadn't found a single piece. It seemed this resource was likely underground and currently unavailable in the area. Thinking this through, Qinfeng stopped worrying. He'd gather as many resources as he could. The most important thing now was to upgrade as quickly as possible. Just then, a new battle report came from Lily's side. Your troops have just wiped out a medium-sized gray wolf tribe. You and your troops have gained a large amount of experience. Your Flame Ancestral Dragon has been upgraded to Gold 44 stars. Your personal level has increased to level 3. Your personal combat power has increased to Bronze 10 stars. Upon seeing this series of notifications, Chun Feng's spirits immediately lifted. His personal strength had reached Bronze 10 stars. Another 10 stars would allow him to advance to Silver rank. Such a speed of advancement could almost be described as terrifying. Of course, all of this was inseparable from Lily's efforts. Just as he was getting excited, he noticed a new notification. Your unit defeated the Grey Wolf and dropped the following special items. 50 Grey Wolf Claws, basic material. 25 Grey Wolf Hide, basic material. 25 Wolf Meat, and 15 White Orbs, unit upgrade material. You dropped some materials too. Chen Feng took out a piece of Demon Wolf hide to examine it. This kind of hide is tough, and if combined with other materials and put into the forge, it can be used to make basic equipment. Not only can it be worn by oneself, but it can also be used by troops. Low-level equipment can increase basic attributes. High-level equipment can even grant special abilities, and top-level equipment can form set effects. However, Chen Feng knew it was too early to think about such things. His castle didn't even have a forge, so he wouldn't be able to use any more materials. Therefore, he turned his attention to something else, a white orb. So this is used to upgrade the troop pool. Chen Feng took the orb and walked to the troop pool. Soon, the system notification appeared again. Current building, SSSR Super God Tier Unit Pool. Unique, current level, level 1 effect. Summons initial Gold Tier Unit, Growth Talent SSSR. Upgrade requirements. Player level LV5, 100 White Orbs, 1 Green Orb upgrade effect. Can summon units with initial Gold to Diamond tiers, Growth Talent SSSR. The conditions were very clear. Chen Feng closed the panel and looked down at the orbs in his hand. He only had 15 at the moment, far from 100. However, he already understood one thing. Whether upgrading the castle or the troop pool, he had to reach level 5 first. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. It seems that the most important thing now is to level up like crazy. Chapter 8. Castle Troop Slaughter Incident. Internal strife erupts. Since everything about a lord is tied to their level, Chen Feng naturally understands what's most important right now. Leveling up. Reaching level 10 unlocks the Beginner Zone quests. Once he figures out how to break through the Beginner Zone, he'll have a chance to reunite with his sister as soon as possible. Of course, Lily could hunt monsters while also gathering resources. He didn't intend to miss out on either leveling up or acquiring resources. Just then, the Heavenly Dao suddenly issued a new limited-time quest. Attention, all lords. Within 10 days of the quest's opening, the first player to reach LV10 will receive a leveling up gift pack. Only one person per Dragon Kingdom beginner server can receive this gift pack. The news immediately caused quite a stir among all the lords. Chen Feng was also pleasantly surprised upon seeing it, and immediately gave Lily a command via telepathy. Lily, prioritize hunting monsters, put resources aside for now. In the distant forest, Lily, who was on her way, let out a dragon roar to indicate that she had received the order. She had now transformed from her maid form into her dragon form. Her massive body hovered in the sky, her aura awe-inspiring. Wherever the dragon swept past, monsters on the ground scattered in panic, but all their efforts were in vain. They were quickly hunted down one by one. As time passed, thanks to Lily's relentless hunting, Dustwind's level rapidly rose to level 4. He checked his experience bar. He was only 875 experience points away from reaching LV5, a terrifying leveling speed. To check on other players' progress, Chen Feng casually opened the regional chat channel. The channel was still bustling with activity. Most lords, not needing to fight personally, were simply chatting and passing the time in their castles. Brothers, I'm about to reach level 2. I've been grinding slimes for ages and only got 50 experience. How come you're level 10 so fast? My troops are stronger than yours. It's that simple. Looking for a pro to carry me. Haha, I'm already level 2. The level 10 bonus is definitely mine. My peasant troops can't beat any monsters. I'm so frustrated. The chat kept refreshing. Chen Feng watched for a while and roughly understood the situation. Most people were currently around level 2, and even lords with bronze-level troops were progressing at about the same rate. They could mostly only hunt scattered monsters, which was very inefficient. Lily, however, was completely different. Every time she attacked, she would wipe out an entire group of monsters, making her far more efficient than the others. While others were just reaching level 2, Chen Feng was already close to level 5, and his experience points continued to grow. He checked his personal panel again. His experience had reached 1475 to 2000. The progress bar was 3/4 full. Not only that, he had accumulated 57 white gems. He had also collected over 100 forging materials dropped by various monsters. So many names he couldn't even remember them all. Even the 2,000 units of wood and stone needed for the castle upgrade had been almost completely collected by Lily. Such efficiency made Chen Feng sigh in admiration. Is this the power of an SSSR talent? He roughly calculated. By the time he reached level 5, he would have gathered most of the upgrade materials. Perhaps he'll be the first to complete the castle upgrade, or even the troop pool upgrade. Thinking this, Chen Feng couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. However, the only problem was iron ore. This material was extremely rare. Lily had killed so many monsters, yet she only found a few pieces on a single bronze level 7-star iron-eating beast. Clearly, this was an extremely rare resource. He wished someone could give him some. Just as he was thinking this, 2 eye-catching notifications suddenly appeared in the regional channel. Lord Wang Haoyan's silver-level armored skeleton had killed Lord Hua Yi's bronze-level rose elf. Lord Wang Haoyan's silver-level armored skeleton had killed Lord Xiao Yuling's bronze-level heavenly feather white crane. The once bustling channel fell silent instantly upon hearing the message. Many lords were stunned. Had people started killing each other's troops? After a moment of silence, the 2 targeted lords finally spoke. Wang Haoyan, why are you killing my troops? What grudge do we have against you? The 2 girls' castles were relatively close, so they decided to cooperate and send out troops to explore together. However, today they ventured a little further and were attacked by Wang Haoyan's troops. Not only were all their troops wiped out, but he even had armored skeletons guarding outside their castle. Whenever they tried to respawn troops, he would immediately eliminate them. The 2 women were furious, but could only hide in the newbie protection area, too afraid to come out. Without the newbie's shield, they even suspected they would be killed on the spot. Soon, Wang Haoyan responded in the channel. Oh, so you're fighting 2 girls. Don't you know this area is my territory? Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling almost cried upon hearing this. This is the area outside our castle. How did it become your territory? That's right, you've gone too far. Wang Haoyan laughed loudly. The area I see is mine. I want all of this resource. Are you not happy about it? His attitude was extremely arrogant. At this moment, the other lords couldn't help but speak up. Brother, this isn't right. What kind of skill is it to bully 2 girls? We're all from the Dragon Kingdom. Don't start infighting. Seeing these words, Wang Haoyan burst out laughing. Trying to reason with me? Do you know who I am? On Blue Star, I'm a ruthless villain. The channel fell silent instantly. Wang Haoyan continued arrogantly. Listen up. Wherever my troops go, that's my territory. You all have to pay me protection money and obediently offer resources. After the 7-day newbie protection period ends, those who don't pay, I'll kill you all. His tone was wild and arrogant, completely disregarding everyone. In his eyes, these people in the newbie zone were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. The distinction between men and women was a joke. In this cruel world, there was only the strong and the weak. The strong live, the weak die? Wang Haoyan finally sneered. So what if I'm from China? Let me tell you, he said. My favorite kind of killers are my own people. Chapter 9. A Life or Death Gamble. The instantly killed armored skeleton. Chen Feng had been observing the situation in the regional channel. That guy named Wang Haoyan, whose unit was only silver level, was ridiculously arrogant. Not only did he extort protection money, but he also threatened everyone that they wouldn't be allowed to leave without receiving resources. Chen Feng frowned. Did he think he could make all the lords bow down with just a silver level unit? Wasn't he afraid of offending lords who also possessed silver level units, or even gold level units? If Chen Feng wanted to, he could easily mow down the armored skeleton like grass. However, he was busy leveling up and didn't want to deal with such an idiot. But things quickly changed. Lily suddenly sent a message saying she had encountered an armored skeleton in the forest, which looked like a lord's unit. Dust and Wind immediately shared their vision. Below the forest, a skeleton clad in iron armor was raising a bow and arrow, trembling as it shouted, I am ordered by the king to order all passers-by to pay protection money. Dragon in the sky, where is your master? Arrows continued to fly into the sky, but all snapped in 2 upon hitting Lilith's dragon body. The dragon was unharmed, but clearly annoyed. Dust Wind in the castle understood immediately. Wang Haoyan, trying to collect protection money from me? Dust Wind sneered and gave the order. Lily, kill it. Yes, master. Lily was overjoyed to receive the order. She opened her dragon mouth, and a huge fireball roared out. The next second, flames descended from the sky. The armored skeleton, still drawing its bow, didn't even have time to scream before being instantly incinerated. Even a silver tier unit was utterly vulnerable before the flame ancestral dragon, being instantly killed in one strike. Ding! Your unit defeated Lord Wang Haoyan's silver tier unit, Armored Skeleton X1. Gained a small amount of experience. Should this message be posted to the regional channel? Note: posting may also expose your name and troop level. Chen Feng looked at the system prompt and pondered for a moment. Meanwhile, the scene in the regional channel was quite different. Wang Haoyan remained extremely arrogant. The two bullied female lords were crying so hard they couldn't speak, and no one else dared to utter a sound out of fear of his strength. Wang Haoyan laughed wildly. A bunch of trash. Nobody dares to resist. Not only are my troops stronger than yours, but I also have a life or death challenge card, he continued to boast. As long as I use this card, I can forcibly choose someone to duel. The opponent cannot refuse or withdraw. It will continue until all troops on both sides are wiped out. The loser will not only die, but all the resources in the castle will belong to the winner. The channel went silent instantly. Many weaker lords turned pale after hearing this. If you don't want to die, obediently become my dogs and hand over resources every day. Otherwise, I'll use challenge cards to take you all down one by one. Under the threat, some quickly couldn't hold on any longer. Brother Haoyan, I'll join your side. Brother, from now on, I'll be your little brother. Some even fawned. Brother, let me help you collect protection money. Most of these people were thugs or even criminals from the real world. After they defected, Wang Haoyan became even more smug. Not bad. Those who know when to yield are the wise. From now on, you'll all follow me. The thugs immediately beamed with joy. But just as the others who had hesitated were about to follow suit, Wang Haoyan suddenly turned hostile. The rest of you who are dragging your feet, I won't take you. You'll just have to wait and offer me resources. The atmosphere in the channel became oppressive once again. The two female lords who had been bullied the first were already heartbroken. If they had to hand over resources every day, they simply couldn't survive. At this moment, Wang Haoyan suddenly grinned sinisterly. Hee, don't be impatient, you two little girls. If you're willing to come with me, I can make your lives more comfortable. Even if you're not willing now, I'll come looking for you in 7 days. Upon hearing this, the two girls turned deathly pale. You beast. We'd rather bite our tongues and die than let you succeed. Many female lords in the channel were too terrified to speak at this sight. How they wished a stronger lord would step forward and stop this madman. But reality was despairing. In this world, there were no rules, no order. Only the naked strong survived. Wang Haoyan, however, grew increasingly smug. Wealth, women, power, I've got them all. I've never felt so good in my life. He laughed wildly. However, at that moment, a system message suddenly popped up in the previously silent regional channel. Lord Wang Haoyan's silver tier unit, the armored skeleton, was instantly killed by an unknown lord's unknown unit. Instantly killed. Chapter 10 Impotent Fury, Lord Power Struggle. Instant kill. Wang Haoyan's troops were instantly killed. This message suddenly appeared in the regional channel, instantly adding a ripple to the previously lifeless chat interface. Although many people saw it, no one dared to speak for a moment. All the lords were silently observing, wanting to see which powerful figure had made the move. Those weak lords who had long been oppressed and bullied were now filled with both tension and anticipation. The sudden appearance of this powerful figure rekindled a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, in such a cruel world, everyone hoped that a strong person would stand up and fight against the evildoers for them. Inside two adjacent castles, Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling blinked simultaneously, their eyes red from crying. They stared blankly at the virtual panel. Their hearts, which had just been filled with despair, seemed to suddenly be ignited with a spark. Hua Yi whispered, Yuling, did you see it? Xiao Yuling nodded repeatedly. Yes, I saw it. That beast soldier was actually killed. Who was it? We don't know, but whoever it was, we really have to thank him. Just as the two were talking, the 3 armored skeletons that had been patrolling outside their castle suddenly turned around and retreated back to the distant castle as if they had received an order. High in the distance, atop a somewhat dilapidated stone castle, Wang Haoyan stared intently at the virtual panel before him, his eyes wide and his face terrifyingly grim. His unit, a silver-tier armored skeleton, had been killed, and instantly, Wang Haoyan abruptly stood up, practically roaring. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. The next second, he went berserk, smashing things around the castle. Tables were overturned, stone cups were shattered, and he completely lost his mind. The armored skeletons waiting outside the castle were too terrified to move. These skeletons actually possessed simple intelligence. When they learned that their companion had been easily killed, they too felt a trace of fear. They were afraid that their cruel king would send them to their deaths. This feeling quickly spread, and some armored skeletons even instinctively resisted. As a result, their loyalty began to slowly decline. Seeing this, Wang Haoyan in the castle became even more enraged. He was already so angry that he wanted to kill, and now that even his own troops were losing loyalty, he completely went berserk. Who is it? Who's ruining my plans? He was just one step away from completely controlling this newbie zone. The lords who had just pledged allegiance to him, the weaker forces that had just submitted, were all beginning to fear him. But now, his troops had been instantly wiped out. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to everyone. If word got out, the terrifying image he had painstakingly cultivated would completely collapse. What would people think? A local tyrant in the newbie zone, his troops instantly killed. What kind of deterrent would he be then? Thinking of this, Wang Haoyan went completely insane. I must find this person. I will kill him. In a fit of rage, he immediately pulled out an extremely valuable item, a life or death challenge card. The next second, a glaring red notification suddenly popped up in the previously silent regional chat channel. Lord Wang Haoyan has issued a life or death challenge card to everyone. All lords are eligible to accept the challenge. Once accepted, there is no going back or exiting. Please choose carefully. Wang Haoyan immediately started yelling in the channel. Come out. You dog who just killed my unit, get out here. I want to fight you one-on-one. He obviously wanted to use this challenge to regain his face and force the mysterious expert to show himself. The other lords in the channel remained silent. Things were spiraling out of control. Wang Haoyan had actually activated a life or death challenge card. Once accepted, this was a true fight to the death. Besides the mysterious big shot from before, who dared to accept? So everyone waited. They all hoped that the powerful figure would reappear and thoroughly humiliate Wang Haoyan. Meanwhile, inside the Castle of Heaven, Chen Feng sat on his throne. A special option popped up on the virtual panel in front of him. Wang Haoyan has issued a life or death challenge to you. Do you wish to participate? The winner will gain all of the opponent's resources. Chen Feng looked at this prompt, a slight smile playing on his lips. Looking for death? Interesting. However, he didn't immediately click confirm. Given the current situation, he didn't really want to reveal his identity. If he could eliminate this person without revealing his identity, that would be ideal. Just then, the system suddenly popped up another notification. Ding! Warm reminder. You can choose to participate in this challenge anonymously or use your real identity. Seeing this notification, Chen Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled. It seems fate is unavoidable. A cold smile slowly curved his lips. Meanwhile, in the regional channel, numerous lords had been waiting for a long time. They had been hoping that the big shot would show up, but as time passed, there was still no response. Many were beginning to get anxious. Wang Haoyan, however, grew increasingly smug. He launched into a frenzy of taunts in the channel. What? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you too scared to show yourself now? Are you afraid my life or death challenge card will kill you, you dog? His insults grew increasingly vile. I bet you used a whole bunch of units to gang up on me and kill my armored skeleton. Despicable scoundrel. Coward. Now that I'm letting you fight one-on-one, you're too scared to speak, are you? You cowardly wimp. You wimp. Your whole family are crippled, you. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared on everyone's screen. The notification read, Anonymous Lord, Wind, has accepted your life or death challenge. Wang Haoyan's voice abruptly stopped. He froze on the spot. What? He had been cursing so fiercely just moments before, but now he suddenly realized that his life or death challenge had actually been accepted. That guy really came. In an instant, Wang Haoyan's arrogance vanished, replaced by a sense of unease. Meanwhile, the other weaker lords watching erupted in jubilation. They finally dared to speak in the chat. Great! The big boss has finally appeared. We're saved. Wah, big boss, kill him. Inside the Castle of Heaven, when Wang Haoyan uttered the words, your whole family are disabled, in the channel, Chen Feng's eyes instantly turned icy cold. In that instant, his aura shifted dramatically. Because those words had touched upon the person he couldn't bear to touch most, his sister. Chen Feng slowly stood up, his gaze as cold as frost. This person must die today. Chapter 11 The Showdown. A premature death sentence. Originally, Chen Feng didn't want to get involved, but Wang Haoyan's repeated provocations were tantamount to courting death. Since that was the case, he couldn't be bothered to tolerate it any longer. He had only one thought in his mind: to crush the other party with his own hands. He looked at the slowly rotating space-time vortex before him. A system notification had appeared. Stepping inside would teleport him to the challenge arena. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. His eyes turned cold. At the same time, Lily, who had been summoned, quickly flew back to the castle. She and Chen Feng were of one mind, and she naturally sensed her master's anger. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in the girl's eyes. The next moment, the two stepped forward simultaneously and walked directly into the void gate. On the other side, Wang Haoyan also stepped into the teleportation portal, followed by a group of armored skeleton soldiers. Just as the two lords entered the challenge space, a live broadcast suddenly popped up in front of all the lords in the 778th newbie zone. Everyone then realized that this life-or-death duel was being broadcast live across the entire region. In other words, everyone would witness who would live and who would die in this battle. In an instant, the newbie zone became incredibly lively. Many weak lords cheered for Wind God, while Wang Haoyan's newly recruited underlings also shouted for their leader. Some powerful lords remained silent, simply watching the screen and waiting to see what would happen. Soon, the livestream screen lit up. In a pitch-black space, a massive arena floated. Void gates on both sides opened simultaneously. Wang Haoyan, along with a boy whose face was obscured, appeared in everyone's sight. The livestream chat instantly went wild. Look, the Wind God is here. He actually joined the war anonymously. It's a pity we can't see what the Wind God looks like. It's okay. Everyone just need to cheer for Fengshen. Give Wang Haoyan a good beating. In an instant, the chat area was filled with shouts and cheers, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. Inside the challenge area, a black figure stood on the left side of the arena. It was Chen Feng, wearing a mask, the effect of participating anonymously. On the other side, Wang Haoyan made no attempt to hide his true colors, staring at the person opposite him with a sinister gaze. Kid, it's you. Why are you afraid to show your face? Are you afraid of dying a horrible death? Faced with his provocation, Chen Feng merely sneered, offering no response whatsoever. In his eyes, this man was already a dead man. Seeing that the other party completely ignored him, Wang Haoyan was immediately filled with rage. Speak up. Stop pretending to be mute. Grasp. His attempts to provoke him failed, and he was too lazy to waste any more words, so he decided to take action directly. The void gate behind them writhed once more, and figures emerged one after another. Armored swordsman skeletons, armored archer skeletons, armored shieldman skeletons, and even armored cavalry skeletons riding iron horses and wielding long spears. 15 silver-level armored skeletons stood behind Wang Haoyan, their imposing presence overwhelming. Upon seeing this, the lords watching the live stream instantly erupted in chaos. 15 silver-tier units. This is outrageous. Many people originally thought Wang Haoyan had at most 5 or 6 skeletons, but now they realize that he has been hiding his strength all along. Many lords in the beginner area who possessed silver-tier troops also looked solemn at this moment. This Wang Haoyan is indeed quite something. His troops are stronger than mine. No wonder he's so arrogant. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Feng, wanting to see how this mysterious wind would react. On the dueling platform, Wang Haoyan looked at his well-organized skeleton army and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the strongest lineup he had summoned by exhausting all the energy in his troop pool. In his view, there was no way he could lose today. Useless trash, where are your troops? They won't all be wiped out by me, a single skeleton, will they? Just as he was making his sarcastic remarks, a figure finally appeared behind Chen Feng. Everyone immediately focused their attention on the screen. The next second, everyone was stunned. A girl dressed in a maid outfit and with dragon horns on her head slowly walked out. She did not hide her appearance, and her pure and delicate face was clearly visible. Because they could see it so clearly, the live stream room became completely silent. All the lords were dumbfounded. The Wind God only sent a seemingly innocent-looking maid. Seeing this, Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling felt their hearts clench even tighter. They knew very well what it meant to lose on the duel stage. They didn't want Feng to die. However, some powerful lords who possessed silver-tier troops all shook their heads. It seems he really only has one type of soldier left. No one would joke about their own life. The outcome is already quite obvious. Many people couldn't bear to watch any longer, because what followed was likely to be a bloody massacre. Just then, the void gate on the arena closed completely. The rules are simple. Only the winner can leave. When Wang Haoyan saw that there was really only one maid on the other side, he completely relaxed, as if he had already secured victory. However, the next second, he was stunned. Suddenly, the masked boy beckoned to him with his finger, as if he were beckoning a stray dog scavenging for food in a garbage dump. Then, Chen Feng finally spoke. "I will cut off pieces of your flesh, one by one." The voice was calm, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Behind him, Lily's figure suddenly began to change. The girl's body instantly swelled up. The next moment, a colossal dragon that blotted out the sky descended with a thunderous roar. Chapter 12: The Price of Arrogance. Once the dragon appeared, the atmosphere in the entire arena changed instantly. Lily fluttered her wings and hovered in the air, looking down at the skeleton below. It's like looking down on a group of weak ants. From her mouth spewed flames as hot as magma. The flames are real. It was as if the enemy could be melted by her in the next second. On the other side, upon seeing this, Wang Haoyan was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. His armored skeletons also began to panic and lose their composure. Their imposing aura from just a moment ago has vanished completely. What is this? How could there be a dragon? Isn't your unit a human made? Wang Haoyan's figure continued to retreat on the fighting platform. It only stopped when it reached the boundary. If he takes another half step back now, that would mean failure. He couldn't afford the consequences of failure. Now, he wasn't the only one shocked. Even the other lords in Dragon Kingdom's number 778 newbie zone. They were also watching the live stream with an expression of utter shock. Did I see that right? On the fighting platform. How come there's a giant dragon that's 5 or 6 meters long? Brothers, is that unit of the Wind God? Yes, that's the true fighting force of the Wind God. Some of the lords who had initially supported Chen Feng in defeating Wang Haoyan quickly realized what was happening. After they saw this scene, the once lifeless heart was rekindled with hope. Really, how could the Wind God be an ordinary person like us? His maid could actually transform into human form. Its true form must be this ferocious giant dragon, a unit capable of shape-shifting. This is the first time they've ever met. Just what level of talent does this dragon possess? It looks like it should be at least an F rank, right? Even E level. Level E. Wouldn't that make them a master level soldier? That's incredible. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Ranked according to the strength that each unit type can achieve. Grandmaster level, clearly stepping into the ranks of advanced troops. The troop types are further divided into all levels. 1. Basic units. Iron, brass, silver, gold, platinum, diamonds. 2. Advanced units. Grandmaster, Commander, King, Emperor, Judge. 3. Ultimate unit. False Saint, Demigod, True God. If we say, the Dragon of the Wind God has a talent of E, so it can grow to the Grandmaster level at its highest. Master level, belonging to one of the advanced military branches. Although it is among the lowest ranking high-tier units. But compared to the beginner level, it's like a father meeting his son. Hang him up and beat him. Currently, it seems that only the top player function in the entire region has reached this level. What these people don't actually know is Dustwind's troop-type talent. If he doesn't say it himself, then no one will ever be able to guess it in their entire life. Of course, he couldn't say that. So his fervent admirers are still frantically discussing just how strong Lilith's talent really is. This filled the entire newbie zone 778 with a cheerful atmosphere. Only Wang Haoyan's underlings, who had been shouting, "Boss will win," just moments before, looked utterly defeated. They all looked serious, sensing that things weren't going well. Could something really have happened to my older brother? Probably not. This group of people began to comfort themselves. If this dragon is really that strong, then why haven't you made a move yet? This guy wearing a mask. He must have conjured up a fake dragon to scare people. Yes, that's it. That's right. Thinking of this, the group of henchmen gave a disdainful smile. But what happens next? What happened on the dueling platform? He then slapped them across the face. The fake dragon flapped its wings. He inadvertently spat out a fireball. Below, all of their elder brother's armored skeletons were relentlessly bombarded by the fireball until they were annihilated. The skeletons stood motionless, like pieces of wood. Neither fight back nor resist. He seemed completely stunned. In just 1 second, all that remained of everyone's live stream feed was a sea of fire. This scene is so beautiful. It's so beautiful it takes the breath away of Wang Haoyan's lackeys. Inside the arena, Chen Feng stared coldly ahead of him. He just ordered Lily to launch the attack. But the requirement is that only the group of skeleton minions be killed. So at this moment, Wang Haoyan is still alive. This person managed to save his life. But that's why Chen Feng kept him. It's because we can't just let this guy die like that. It's too easy for this guy to die like this. He wanted to make Wang Haoyan pay the price. They will pay the price for what they just said. Especially the word disabled. Walk slowly forward. In the midst of a sea of fire. Looking disheveled, Wang Haoyan struggled to his feet, like a stray dog. He stared at the masked man in front of him, who looked like a demon descending upon the land. Looking back, the boundary of the arena was now completely empty. A feeling of despair instantly filled my entire body. Mimi, Wang Haoyan's voice was a little hoarse, as if he had been frightened into a daze. How could my ironclad skeleton army possibly be here? All gone. No. Those are units that can reach the diamond level. 15 in total. How could they be wiped out in an instant? Aya. He went mad, collapsed to the ground again, screaming hysterically, his eyes lifeless. Where is that arrogant and domineering attitude from before? Do you remember what you said before? The chilling words reached Wang Haoyan's ears. He dared not open his eyes. For the one who spoke has come to him. I'm asking you a question. You have 5 seconds. Wang Haoyan slowly got up. His trembling body suddenly knelt down. I was wrong. This is Lord Feng Feng. Please, have mercy and spare my life. Please. I'll shine your shoes. I'll shine your shoes. Dust and wind were all that could be seen. After saying this, Wang Haoyan approached him in an extremely humble manner. She then frantically rubbed her face against his shoes. It even felt that wasn't enough, and wanted to lick the dust off its shoes with its tongue. Chen Feng felt disgusted at the sight. Then he kicked Wang Haoyan away forcefully. Answer my question. Do you remember what you said back then? The words remained cold. Wang Haoyan staggered to his feet. He heard it all clearly, of course. But, faced with such a question, how could he dare to give a direct answer? Just give the answer. My own little life. Doesn't that mean it ended early? So, he quickly knelt down again and kowtowed repeatedly. Father Wind, you are my own father. Please let me go. I don't want to die. Lily in the sky was already tired of hearing it. She was now ready to spit out a mouthful of fiery saliva at any moment, wanting to vomit to death this disgusting person. But Chen Feng told her not to move and to leave it to him to handle. Left with no other choice. Lily had no choice but to revert to her maid form and return to the side of the ring. In the beginner area, many lords called upon the name of the wind god, like fanatical believers. They witnessed the wind god's overwhelming victory. This further fueled their worship of the wind god. Well done, wind god. From now on, the wind god will be my faith. Wind god, I want to have your babies. We love you. I want to warm the wind god's bed. At this moment, the regional channel was bustling with activity. The girls who were once afraid of being bullied by Wang Haoyan have now lost their inhibitions. They are now truly grateful to tears. She really wants to have a baby with the wind god. I just don't know. Does the wind god really need so many wives? Or they could be made concubines. They were willing to do whatever the wind god asked them to do. After all, to put it another way, the wind god is saving the lives of these weak lords. Compared to the fervor of these girls, Wang Haoyan's henchmen have started to play dead. They really didn't expect it. The bullying order that his older brother had just established. It was destroyed in an instant. Not only that, it seems my brother is about to lose his life because of this. Is it too late to sever ties with this older brother? Today, everyone had their own thoughts. The weak lords worshipped the wind god. The powerful lords, however, were somewhat wary. Only within the 2 adjacent castles. Xiao Yuling and Hua Yi were still watching the live stream intently. Their eyes. He kept staring intently at Wang Haoyan, who was kowtowing repeatedly in the video. We dare not slack off in the slightest. Because a woman's intuition tells them this. This murderer won't surrender so easily. Just as expected. Under their focused gaze, Wang Haoyan has finally slipped up. He was actually hiding a sharp knife in his hand. Chapter 13 Death Threat. This guy has his hands behind his back. But suddenly he pulled out a sharp knife. The sharp knife is facing away from the wind. At this moment, Feng seemed completely unaware. Wind, back off. Don't go near that guy. He wants to kill you. The 2 girls stared at their respective screens, their faces pale with shock. They screamed in terror. But all of this was in vain. The dust and wind from another dimension cannot hear it at all. Chen Feng continued walking towards Wang Haoyan's direction. Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling were so frightened that they closed their eyes. Don't want. The wind will die. Within the challenge space. In the center of the arena, Lily watched her master walk forward with some nervousness. She had a strange, bad feeling about her. Roar. You don't need to come over. Seeing that Lily wanted to help, Chen Feng immediately stopped her. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoyan, who was still kowtowing, had a glint of triumph in his eyes. He kowtowed. He would also steal a glance from time to time. It appears to be measuring distance. Suddenly, he pounced like a wild beast. The sharp knife that had been hidden behind his back for so long was also drawn. Ha 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 ha. Wang Haoyan laughed maniacally. He found the weakness, and now is the time. As long as I make this cut, the guy he hated in front of him would die instantly. Although the battles between lords, when neither side has lost all its troops, each will have a layer of shield protection. But those are the rules for the newbie zone. There is no such rule in the challenge space. In other words, I can kill this masked man myself. And after his death, his troops will also perish. In this way, the victor will become himself. You've been fooled, you piece of trash. How could I possibly lose? Go to hell. The dagger has already been used. Wang Haoyan aimed a fatal blow at Chen Feng's heart. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng merely frowned slightly. He had expected this guy to retaliate. Therefore, they have their own ways of dealing with it. However, the lords watching the live stream were all deathly pale. These people only just realized what was happening. Wang Haoyan still hasn't given up. Now, the blade is less than half a meter away from the wind god. At this point, ordinary people simply have no way to avoid it. It's over. Everyone's mind went blank. It was as if they had tacitly agreed to something happening. But the next second, the bloody scene I had imagined did not occur. Someone opened their eyes and looked closely. The wind god in the live broadcast is still standing in the same place. On the contrary, Wang Haoyan. He was kicked away again, like a dog. This. Everyone gasped. How is that possible? Now, everyone. They were all dumbfounded. This is a speed that no human could possibly react to. After a long silence, a lord said this in the regional channel. What did they just see? Did a gust of wind blow by? That's both right and wrong. Because just a moment ago, they did see the wind flash by in place. In just a moment, his foot was already lifted. The next instant, Wang Haoyan was kicked away. Even in the instant he was kicked away, Wang Haoyan's expression remained ferocious. This means, he didn't even realize he'd been kicked. That's a terrifying speed. Wow, it's so fast I can't even see it. He just lifted his foot, right? Is the wind god still human? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Inside the arena, at this moment, all was silent except for the sound of the flames burning. Chen Feng picked up the dagger that Wang Haoyan had dropped on the ground. He fiddled with it for a moment, then spoke casually. You want to kill me? Perhaps you are not qualified yet. Puff dash. Wang Haoyan, who had been kicked away, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was hunched over as he looked at the masked man, but he could no longer muster the will to resist. Because he discovered it. I'm not fighting a human at all right now. The masked man's strength, speed, and explosive power. He's practically a monster. No. To be precise, it's more like a branch of the military. A unit dedicated to killing. With this person's strength, Wang Haoyan even had a kind of illusion. He can rival his own silver-tier armored skeleton. But wasn't he a lord with only mortal flesh and blood? Before I could figure out what was going on, a knife was already held to his neck. Do you like people with disabilities? The abrupt question echoed in my ears. Wang Haoyan was somewhat stunned. Moment. One of his fingers was broken off. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the arena. The same echoes in the live stream panels of other lords. Everyone watched as Feng Shun broke Wang Haoyan's fingers one by one. Their bodies were trembling involuntarily. What? That's ruthless. I finally understand. The reason why the wind god didn't kill this guy in the first place. So they wanted to make him wish he were dead. Absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. While everyone was still in awe, they soon witnessed this scene. Inside the arena, one person is using a knife to cut another person's flesh. The person who was cut wanted to die, but the person cutting him always avoided vital points, preventing him from dying. And, as he cut, the man kept repeating this sentence. Do you like people with disabilities? The sound continued unabated. Just like a judge in the underworld, interrogating a sinful soul. The scene was gruesome. However, the crowd did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Wang Haoyan because of his cruelty. On the contrary, I really enjoyed watching it. Wow, that was awesome. The wind god is a truly ruthless person. I really want to be as strong as the wind god. But speaking of which, how did the boss manage to do that whirlwind kick just now? I wonder, Could it be that the boss's personal strength has reached the bronze level? I've heard that when a person's personal abilities improve, they undergo a complete transformation. I don't think so. This is a bit outrageous. Some lords began to object. I'm only at Iron Eye in terms of skill level, and you guys are already bronze? No, this is too scary. Leveling up is the hardest part. We're probably overthinking it. The lords were currently engaged in a heated discussion about Chun Feng's impressive counterattack. Inside the arena, with a sharp sound of a blade piercing the air, dust and wind pierced Wang Haoyan's heart with precision, like a sharp knife. The trial is now over. Wang Haoyan was barely clinging to life. Even as he died, he still glanced at the masked man walking away out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were filled with resentment, anger, and endless regret. Even now, he still can't understand it. Why is this person so strong? It wasn't until Chun Feng personally revealed his personal panel that things changed. You're actually at the silver level. Puff dash. Upon learning the truth, Wang Haoyan coughed up a mouthful of blood and left in shock. The life or death challenge card was triggered again due to the complete death of one of the participants. The surrounding space began to tremble. The arena kept collapsing and disintegrating. Dust and Lily's bodies began to float. A door leading back to the castle opened. The two stepped out of the space together. That concludes the discussion. Newbie Zone number 778. Everyone knows the name, Wind God. Chapter 14, The Wonderful Use of Free Attribute Points. Soon, Dust and Lily then returned to the castle. The two walked out of the void gate, which then closed. He had just stepped out of the arena. Dust and Wind then discovered. The regional channel has been flooded with messages. These messages are almost all repeating the same content. All the lords are now calling for a person named Wind God. Dust and Wind naturally knew. That Wind God was referring to himself. But he didn't pay much attention to it. I have another matter to deal with now. Because of the fact that he just defeated Wang Haoyan. Therefore, all the resources that Guy's castle possessed were continuously flowing into his castle's warehouse. The rewards for the life and death challenge card are now active. Statistics are being compiled for all enemy resources. Statistics completed, currently being sent. Congratulations on winning. Wood X 666. 777 stones. Wild Boar Meat X 38. Beginner Iron Sword, dropped by troops, X 3. Beginner Spear, dropped by troops, X 1. Saddle X 1. A large amount of resources from Wang Haoyan's castle poured into Chun Feng's warehouse. Chun Feng glanced at it. Most of these things, I either already have, or I don't need at all. Simply put, there's nothing good in this man's castle. On the contrary, the constant influx of building materials nearly burst his warehouse. This made Chun Feng quite resentful. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the early stages, everyone is penniless. These are just the basic items, which is perfectly normal. This is why Wang Haoyan wanted to invade other people's castles in order to seize their resources. He wanted to profit all by himself. It's a pity you shouldn't have messed with me. Chun Feng snorted coldly. Now his warehouse is completely full. The transfer of Wang Haoyan's other items also stopped because his warehouse could not hold them all. This can't go on. I must upgrade the castle immediately. I took another look at the resources I had just acquired. Dustwind was immediately pleasantly surprised. This includes all of Wang Haoyan's basic resources. It actually contains the thing I wanted most. 90 iron ore mines. Really? The moment I saw this pile of iron ore, Chun Feng immediately grinned from ear to ear. I never expected this. This guy has such a rare treasure on him. He's really a blessing to me. I don't know how he managed to get 90 of these things that are so hard to come by. Could it be that you mean? In a flash of inspiration, a light bulb went off in Chun Feng's mind. Could it be when I defeat his armored skeleton? Did they fall from those skeletons? After all, those armored skeletons are wearing genuine iron cast equipment. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. But there's still one thing he doesn't quite understand. Why does the armored skeleton's equipment turn into iron ore after it dies, instead of dropping the equipment directly? He shook his head, clueless. Chun Feng withdrew his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, I've already got the goods. Who cares where it came from? Use whatever comes your way. We arrived at the castle gate. Chun Feng raised one hand. Then, the message about the castle's upgrade appeared before his eyes. Your castle, Castle of Heaven. Territory level, level 1. Territory buildings, starting castle, troop pool, small storage. Territory effect, 7 days of invincibility, new player protection. Current faction, none. Territory upgrade. 1. Personal level reached LV5, achieved. 2. Timber 2000 achieved. 3. Stones 2000 achieved. 4. Iron or 100 achieved. Next tier. Intermediate castle, territory expansion, unlocked forge, expanded warehouse. You are available to upgrade now. Would you like to upgrade? Whether. Finally, looking at the message above, Chen Feng pressed confirm without hesitation. A dazzling light enveloped the entire castle. The surrounding earth began to tremble violently. The territory surrounding the castle also began to expand. The light at the center continued to expand. Chen Feng had no choice but to cover his eyes with his hands and retreat quickly. The resources, such as wood and stone, in the warehouse are constantly being integrated with the castle. After waiting for about 5 to 10 minutes, the Castle of Heaven has been upgraded from the beginner level to the intermediate level. Open your eyes. A much taller and more magnificent building loomed before us. Dust and Wind exclaimed in amazement. Is this the upgraded castle he built? How magnificent! Now, the entire castle is at least twice the size of what it used to be. The castle's stone exterior looks more solid, and it no longer has that dilapidated feel it had before. Furthermore, the exterior is decorated with numerous carvings. This makes the castle look more textured and more beautiful overall. The broken window was repaired perfectly. In short, everything has been renovated. Dust Wind grew more and more excited as he looked around, and immediately ran inside the castle. Starting from the main gate, there is a red carpet inside that leads to one's throne. The throne now appears even more exquisite and exudes a regal air. Upstairs, all sorts of exquisite furniture are neatly arranged, combined with other items that Lily could conjure with magic back then. Right now, Chen Feng felt like he was living in a luxurious villa where a rich person lived. It can be as comfortable as you want. It can be as luxurious as you want. Congratulations. You became the first player in Beginner Zone 778 to successfully upgrade your castle. Your castle will gain a special, warm in winter and cool in summer effect. New messages are being sent out via a virtual panel. Dust was pleasantly surprised and found that the surrounding air had become very comfortable. Is this the buff that keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer? That feels so good. He smiled, radiating a sense of happiness. He is the lord who upgrades his castle the fastest. Naturally, they deserve some special treatment. Oh right. As Chen Feng went downstairs, he remembered something. If I can upgrade the castle, doesn't that mean his personal level has reached level 5? I was too busy just now and forgot about this. The dust and wind made him gasp. He remembered that there had been a notification on the panel. Once a lord reaches level 5, many features will be unlocked. The most important thing is that individual combat power data can be viewed. That's the thought in my mind. He immediately opened his personal profile to check his combat power data. Name, Chen Feng. Personal level, LV5, 234-8000. Individual combat strength, silver 1 star. Physical attack, 90. Magic attack, 10. Defense, 50. Agility, 150. Mental strength, 10. Available free points, 30. Equipment, not worn. Cards, none. Gemstones, 75 white gemstones. Guard, the ancestor of flames. After reading the above message, he nodded to himself. Since my current strength has reached the silver level, the credit naturally belongs to Lilico. Let's look at the attributes next. My agility stat is exceptionally high. Perhaps it's because he loved long-distance running when he was on Earth. He had previously relied on this agility advantage to counter Wang Haoyan. Furthermore, as individual abilities improve, his agility also grows faster than his other attributes. Would you consider this one of your special skills? In any case, Dust Wind now knows. It's not just the unit types that can have attribute panels. Even the lords possess it. These detailed points represent the current combat strength of the lords. The available free attribute points are used according to the different needs of each lord. Free attribute points are very rare and are obtained by increasing your personal level. Here, Dust Wind noticed a rule in the panel's description. That is, free attribute points can be used not only by yourself. It can also be given to your own troops to enhance their strength. Chapter 15. The exchange opens, friend list updated. In short, it has many wonderful uses. It's up to you to choose. However, if lords want to allocate their free attribute points to their troops, this means we have to consider a problem. If your unit is unfortunately killed in battle, then the attribute points you gifted will not be returned. In other words, a unit only needs to die once. All your previous efforts will be gone. That sounds like a huge loss. In reality, it was indeed a huge loss. So, other lords might choose to add free attribute points to themselves when they gain them. This will not only enhance one's own strength, it can also protect itself when its unit is killed in action. Isn't that wonderful? Furthermore, when a lord's self-enhancement reaches a certain level, he can even go out to fight alongside his troops. Of course, this would require being truly powerful enough to freely enter and leave one's territory. However, compared to the question of whether to allocate attribute points to troops or to oneself, as for the dust and wind themselves, there's absolutely no need to worry about them, because he has options on both sides. This is all thanks to his pool of super powerful units, which has been evolved by the Cosmic Cube. His unit pool has a feature that everyone envies to the point of madness. That is, if your unit is unfortunately killed in battle, then you still have the right to spend a lot of pool water to revive the troops that were originally killed. Once resurrected, the unit will retain everything it had before, including the free attribute points that the dust and wind bestow upon it. This is something that other lords' troop pools cannot do. However, such an amazing troop pool also has its drawbacks. That is, the type of unit that dies, the higher its level, the more pool water it consumes. It could even become so huge that it drains the pool. If the pool water is overdrawn, who knows when it will be able to be replenished. If you can't accumulate enough units, you'll never be able to summon new units again. Certainly, this kind of thing, that's not something Qinfeng needs to worry about right now. Right now, he only needs to think about one thing. That is, how exactly should these free attribute points be allocated? While thinking, Qinfeng walked to his throne and sat down. Should I keep it for myself? But I feel like I'll hardly ever need to use it. Should we give it to Lily? But Lily is already strong enough. These 30 points of freedom are practically negligible. He's getting more and more confused, feeling that nothing he does is right. Just as he was hesitating, the Cosmic Cube floating on the throne miraculously awakened his personal panel. On the panel, 2 lines of text in purple and gold are displayed in the center. These 2 lines of text were like a guiding light, instantly illuminating Qinfeng's thoughts. Your troop strength is already powerful enough. Therefore, there is no need to supplement these attribute points. Now, you need to enhance your mental strength even more. This will enable us to better command powerful military units in the future. Call. Having received guidance, Qinfeng took a deep breath. Mental strength. I see. Is this what I need right now? I looked up at the Cosmic Cube. Qinfeng frowned in thought. He didn't expect. This thing even has a notification function. The Rubik's Cube even knows what I need most right now. That's amazing. Since that's the case, we might as well do as they say. The Cosmic Cube is wholeheartedly devoted to serving itself. Not only did it grant itself a god-tier unit pool, he also outlined his future path of growth. Qinfeng was overjoyed to possess such a powerful ultimate treasure. He quickly resumed sharing his personal information. In the combat strength details section, it is noted that his mental strength is currently 10 points. This is the normal value for a human being. Anything more is pointless. So generally speaking, no one would order this. After all, it's about mental strength. Compared to physical and magical attacks, it doesn't seem to be the best choice at all. If an ordinary person had 30 points of free attribute, they would definitely use it to increase their attack power. But Qinfeng was different. He possesses the world's strongest pool of unit types. It can also produce the world's strongest military force. So, he doesn't need to worry about his combat strength being insufficient at all. Now all he has to do is what the Cosmic Cube has suggested. Strengthen your mental fortitude. Only with this foundation can we better command the world's strongest military units. Should we choose to convert all of it into mental energy? Conversion successful. Your mental strength has increased from 10 to 40 points. Phew, finally done. Having completed everything, Qinfeng closed his virtual panel with satisfaction. He was just about to relax. But just then, the panel pops up again. Note, you are the first human lord to choose to enhance your mental strength. You will receive a blessing from heaven, increasing all attributes by 50 and your mental strength by an additional 100. This blessing is limited to the mental power option. Other lords who are the first to gain additional attribute points in a particular category will not receive this reward. What? Such a good thing. I'm all alone. Qinfeng was stunned when he read the message. He really didn't expect it. I was actually the first lord to choose to increase my mental strength. Therefore, it seems that mental strength is indeed an option that no one respects. If it weren't for the Cosmic Cube telling me that this thing was worth every penny, I doubt I'd order it myself. Not to mention the other lords. They would rather invest in defense than in mental strength. That's why I was able to sneak in some benefits this time. However, this benefit is simply too surprising. He adds 30 points to his mental power, which not only provides a feedback of 100, but also increases all other attributes by 50. Wouldn't that make me invincible? According to what the panel just said, this benefit can only be enjoyed by the First Lord who has activated spirit power. The meaning is obvious. Other lords who chose attack or defense as their first choice didn't receive this treatment. There's nothing you can do about being lucky. Chen Feng laughed, as happy as a child. Beside her, Lilico, in her maid form, was blinking her large, bright eyes, staring blankly. His eyes were full of doubt and confusion. What's wrong with Master? They're laughing so happily. Seeing its owner makes it happy. She was also very happy. Master, you look so handsome and manly when you smile. Lily looked at her master, her body fidgeting slightly for some reason, her face flushed. Seeing that his dragon maid seemed a little off, Chen Feng quickly coughed twice. Cough cough dash. That Lilico. It's not dark yet. Could you please go out hunting again? Yes, master, I'll set off right away. The girl set off immediately upon receiving the order. However, as if she had thought of something, she turned back and added, by the way, master, if you need anything tonight, please let me know and I'll do it. I can do anything. Okay. Chen Feng casually agreed. Watching Lily's departing figure, he felt that something was off about what he had just said. Can it do anything? At night. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, a strange idea forming in his mind. Isn't this a bad idea? But it doesn't feel like it's impossible. Then tonight, while I was lost in thought, he discovered, because I was the first to reach LV5 in my personal level. Therefore, 2 new features have been added to the newbie zone where I am. One is the option to add friends. Another thing is that the item trading channel has been opened. Chapter 16, The Girl's Plea. Regional trading channel is now open. The option to add friends is now enabled. 2 new features were presented to Chen Feng. This naturally piqued his current interest. The Add Friend feature is self-explanatory. It involves selecting a friend to add by searching their name. 2 people who have added each other as friends will have a special effect. That is, from this point on, neither side can attack the other. This is essentially an alliance relationship. Chen Feng opened his friend addition options to check. He doesn't really want to add other people as friends right now. However, he noticed that some people were actually trying to add him as a friend. There are fewer than 20 of these people at most. Most of them came seeking cooperation. They were relatively weak lords. The additional messages sent when adding friends are undoubtedly all flattering words. For example, hey bro, you're really handsome. Want to do something big with me? Young man, how about considering joining my side? My unit is at bronze 19 stars, just a little short of silver. You know what I mean. Hey bro, want to fencing with me? The sheer variety of news left Chen Feng speechless. But these people who added them as friends were unaware of their own identities. It seems that concealing my identity and participating in the life or death challenge was the right decision. Otherwise, if everyone knew they were the wind god now, I can't even imagine. Conservative estimate of dust and wind. The number of people who add you as a friend could be as high as hundreds. Not only that, these people will definitely try every means to harass me. This is something I don't want to see. So, as things stand, there are only a dozen or so people occasionally adding themselves to the group. He was perfectly able to accept it. But he still doesn't accept friend requests from anyone. Don't ask, the answer is no. I think I'll go check the trading channel. Chen Feng felt that his friends weren't very helpful, so he decided to look at other features instead. However, 2 new friend request notifications piqued his interest. These 2 added messages are quite jarring. The additional notes on it really got to him. The newcomers were 2 girls named Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling. When they added themselves to the list, they also added that sentence that no one should know. You are the wind god. When Chen Feng saw this line of text, his heart beat a little faster. Etc. Who are these 2 girls? How could someone still know my identity, even though I've already hidden it? Oh no, my identity has been exposed. These 2 girls, have they already told anyone else about this? Imagine that in a little while, everyone in the newbie zone will be searching for their own image. A chill ran down my spine after the dust and wind. No, things absolutely cannot go in this direction. He absolutely must find those 2 girls and ask them what's going on. What on earth is going on? Therefore, Chen Feng quickly accepted their friend request. This time, he, who is usually indifferent, spoke first. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? He sent this message to both girls. And it was a typical straight man statement. A short while later, the 2 girls replied to his new messages. Hello, are you the wind god? It's the same sentence structure again. Upon seeing these words, Chen Feng truly felt that something terrible was about to happen. They really knew who I was. What if a bunch of people come looking for me then? Don't even mention whether Lily's daily hunting trips will be able to proceed normally. Even the area around our own castle might be completely surrounded by various types of troops. The dust storm wasn't really blowing. Given his current popularity, it would be abnormal if no one came. Although it won't escalate to the point where everyone attacks you. Among these lords, there must be some who have their own diehard fans. However, the coordinates being exposed is hardly good news. Those powerful lords who know the coordinates will surely see me as a thorn in their side. After all, the strong are the strong in the eyes of the strong, and they are the competitors. The strong are the ones the weak rely on. So, did things really go according to plan? This is the road I don't want to see. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. All right. Now, it has no choice but to accept this fact. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will kill them on the spot. I can take on 10 men by myself, so please feel free to attack. When Chen Feng had already devised his battle plan, he only noticed it then. 2 girls sent him messages again. There are more than a dozen such messages. I hadn't noticed because I was thinking about other things. Above, the 2 girls were talking nonstop, like fans meeting their idols. Excuse me, are you the wind god? You must be the wind god. We are the 2 lords who were bullied by Wang Haoyin before. Thank you so much, you're our savior. Hua Yi, and I owe you a life. Wind god, if you're willing, would you accept both of us? Huh. After reading the message, Chen Feng seemed a little confused. Should I take you 2 in? No, that's not the point. So these 2 girls had no idea who I really was. Depend on. Next time you speak, could you please say everything at once? Dust and wind are truly ashamed. It turns out that all my fussing was for nothing, worrying about things that wouldn't happen. Since that's the case, he decided not to chatter with the 2 girls any longer. I have important things to do. Sorry, I'm not the god of wind. I'm just a noob. Just a lord who quietly focuses on developing his power. The wind god is such a powerful and incredibly awesome being. I admire him very much, but he is really not me. Goodbye. Chen Feng sent these messages to the 2 girls in one go. He feels good about himself right now. On the other side, Hua Yi and Xiao Yu realized that this handsome guy with wind in his name was not the wind god. He lowered his head in utter disappointment. They have already added 6 or 7 people with wind in their names to the regional channel. There were both men and women among them, but they all denied being the wind god. Although some people have considered impersonating the wind god to win over the followers of other lords. But given the current situation, the person in question might be right beside you. Therefore, those who want to impersonate others dare not be too brazen. That concludes the discussion. Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling were quite helpless. Their plan to repay the debt of gratitude has fallen through. The wind god is powerful and mysterious, truly captivating. It's clear that the adults saved them with nothing more than a simple act. It has absolutely no meaning for either of them, even though both of them are so stunningly beautiful. Sister Yuling, do you think it's possible we've made a mistake? Perhaps the wind god's name doesn't even contain the character wind. Hua Yi, unwilling to give up, sent a message to Xiao Yuling, who had become her best friend. But Xiao Yuling persisted, saying, perhaps. But no matter what, the 2 of us must find the adult. My life now belongs to Lord Wind God. Chapter 17, the only blacksmith in the entire region. Lord Wind God. I really want to find you. Xiao Yuling became more and more excited as she spoke in her castle, her face turning bright red. Although Hua Yi couldn't see her best friend's expression. But we can guess what the current situation is. By the way, Sister Yuling, we just disturbed so many lords, we should apologize to them. Yes, that's true. The 2 sisters acted on their ideas immediately. On the other side, Chen Feng quickly received apology messages from the 2 girls. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen Feng. I'm so sorry to have bothered you just now. If you're not strong enough right now, Yi and I are willing to help you. As long as you don't mind. Yeah, we're friends now, and good friends should help each other, right? That concludes the message. Chen Feng finished reading with a smile. These 2 girls are really nice. He lied and said he was a complete novice, and they not only didn't look down on him, but were even willing to help him. Most people would probably be eager to delete a useless friend as soon as possible, right? Okay, I'll let you know if I need anything. Thank you. Chen Feng quickly replied, trying his best to pretend that he really was trash. But in reality, how could a man like him need a girl's help? It's just talk, nothing more. If I really wanted to help, I should have helped the girl myself. You two are too kind. Be careful not to get bullied by bad guys. Be careful when making friends. Stop adding people randomly. After leaving those 2 sentences for the girl, Chen Feng left the chat. He felt there wasn't much to talk about. Furthermore, I'm not good at chatting with girls. I always feel like it would be incredibly awkward to talk to them. So now he's going to check out the regional trading channel. Open the trading channel. Everywhere you look, there are dazzling arrays of goods. These are all resources that the players just put up for sale, which they obtain themselves. On it are wild boar meat, fruit, wood, stones, and even some special materials. Chen Feng looked at these things and pondered for a moment. Then an idea came to him. The items here are all fairly basic. Some castle lords put them up for sale because they don't need them. But I need it. As long as I buy their timber, stones, and other resources. In this way, my castle will be able to upgrade in an absolutely leading position. Lily doesn't have to gather resources and search for monsters at the same time. As long as Lily can focus on hunting monsters, our leveling speed will increase exponentially. The more Chen Feng talked, the clearer his thoughts became, and the more excited he got. Now that the idea is formed, the primary question is what to sell in exchange. That's right. Didn't my castle already have a forge? I can now forge weapons in the forge and sell them. Right now, I'm the only one in the entire newbie zone who has the ability to forge weapons, and that's my advantage. Once Chen Feng's idea was fully formed, he rushed upstairs to his forging room. Opened the door. The entire forging room was steaming hot, with hooks and shelves on the walls for displaying weapons. A forging furnace sits in the room, its interior ablaze with flames. With a thought, Chen Feng displayed detailed information about the forging furnace through his virtual panel. Forging furnace. Level 1. Increases with castle level. Effect. Combines any forging materials to create a completely new piece of equipment. Maximum. Currently, you can forge equipment from common to low tier level with an extremely low probability of producing mid-tier equipment. Tip. When the forging furnace reaches level 2, it can forge higher level equipment. Message complete. Dust rubbed his hands together, eager to try. So, does that mean the highest level of equipment I can currently obtain is beginner level? The probability of reaching the intermediate level is extremely low, so I'll pass on that idea for now. This only covers the beginner level. For a beginner, that's practically a godsend. It's important to know that most lords today probably don't have weapons or equipment for their troops, not to mention their own attire. The cold weapons he had previously obtained from Wang Haoyan were also of the initial stage. Presumably, it was something that came with the armored skeleton that person possessed. Wang Haoyan then snatched weapons from the skeleton to protect himself. Finally, the tables turned, and the equipment ended up in his hands again. This basic weapon is used by silver-level troops. I'll make a few more to sell. They'll definitely be a hot seller. Chen Feng immediately teleported all the special materials he had obtained from the warehouse to the door of the forging room. Before long, the entrance to the forging room was blocked by a pile of materials. Good. I'm not leaving this room until I've refined all of these things today. Dust and wind ignited, and the forging furnace began to operate. According to the prompts, each forging process requires at least 3 materials to be placed into the furnace in order to synthesize a piece of equipment. Having determined the exact method of use, he began his first attempt. Throw the 2 wolf fangs into the forge, along with a wolf pelt. A flash of light appeared in the forging furnace, and a notification popped up. Wolf Fang, common item, X2. Wolf pelt, common grade, X1. In synthesis, congratulations on obtaining Wolfskin cloak, common, X1. This. A beam of light emerged from the forging furnace. A cloak appeared in Chen Feng's hand. He glanced at it speechlessly. It was just an ordinary item. It seems that the quality of materials is crucial for upgrading equipment. A new approach has emerged. He then began to fuse some more advanced materials. Gradually, my ideas were proven true. Congratulations on winning. Steel Spike Mace, beginner, X1. Steel Wolf Claw, beginner, X1. Swift Cheetah Boots, beginner, X1. Tortoise Scale Armor, beginner, X1. More and more beginner-level equipment were successfully forged and synthesized. The materials blocking the entrance to the dusty wind were gradually decreasing, until only a few remained. Looking at the large pile of beginner-level equipment placed to the side, Chen Feng picked out a few of the best quality items to keep for himself and decided to sell the rest. Upon opening the regional trading channel, a notification message appears. You can choose to sell anonymously. Do you want to remain anonymous? Whether. Upon seeing this message, he gave a mysterious smile. This trading channel really understands me. Anonymity is mandatory. On the trading channel, the lords were all shouting and trying their best to sell their goods. Don't miss out. 100 units of wood can be exchanged for only 1 unit of iron ore. What? A swindler. Don't just think about it. Take action. 100 units of stone can be exchanged for 30 pork legs. I only earn my hard-earned money. 30 is too much. Upstairs, buddy. I'll offer 10 pork legs. Take it or leave it. Honest deal. 9 ordinary materials for 1 liter of water? My troops are dying of thirst. Ordinary materials? Even a dog wouldn't buy them. Exactly. What's the point of buying it if there's no forge? The lords are having a lively discussion on the trading channel. But in reality, what they were trading were just some ordinary items. When transactions reach a certain point, these things become saturated. So the lords began to pursue higher-level necessities, such as equipment. But that's just wishful thinking. Everyone's level is still a long way from unlocking the forge. Equipment is something that's expensive but unavailable. They can't even buy them. However, the appearance of a mysterious person disrupted everyone's concentration. The exchange kept listing new items. And all the products listed came from the same person. Wind. Lord has added 42 pieces of equipment to the shelves. The exchange is currently updating. Chapter 18 Wealth Beyond Compare to a Nation. What? What's going on? I'm not seeing things, am I? 42 pieces of equipment. Wind God, it's the Wind God. To the surprise of the lords, they discovered that it was the Wind God who had arrived. After defeating Wang Haoyan, Fengshen has not reappeared. When he reappeared, he surprised everyone once again. Equipment, so much equipment. I can't take it anymore, my mouth is watering. My head is spinning, is this all real? Soon, the lords began to see it. Inside the exchange, a large number of pieces of equipment are on display. Exchange refresh successful. Wolverine Claw, Beginner, X1. Serpent Fang Trident, Beginner, X1. Steel Spike Mace, Beginner, X1. Basic level equipment. They're all beginner level equipment. The lords went mad upon seeing this. They had never seen so many basic level equipment in their lives. Lord Wind God actually brought out so many to sell at once. He's practically a god. Wind God's awesomeness. The crowd began chanting the name, Wind God, once again. Now, in the hearts of these lords, Dustwind is indeed no different from a god. Only a few lords remained somewhat calm. When they saw this equipment, they weren't cheering, but rather shocked. Among them are some very capable individuals. For example, inside a castle on a grassland, a blue-haired girl has just summoned her devouring beast back. The young girl witnessed this scene at the exchange. Her brows furrowed slightly, and cold sweat broke out on her brows. Can Wind now be used to forge equipment? He's so strong, I really can't catch up with him. He touched his head with a hint of helplessness. The blue-haired girl sighed, feeling quite annoyed. In comparison, another location in the beginner's area. Above a massive, deep abyss. A boy with long, jet-black hair was cursing loudly. Grass. Who exactly is this guy called Foam? I've only just reached level 4, and he's already able to forge equipment. That's impossible. His roar attracted a group of dark figures to watch. These shadowy figures were his soldiers. With this guy around, my ambitions cannot be realized. No, I have to find a way to get rid of him. He's very strong now. I need to find some helpers. The boy with jet-black hair had a sinister glint in his eyes. He was plotting a grand scheme to devour the newbie zone. But the primary goal, naturally, is to eliminate the Wind. Given his current strength, he naturally wouldn't dare to make a move. But he can manipulate others. However, before that, I need to strengthen my own power. The equipment that's been put on the shelves looks pretty good. Well then, cough cough, I'll reluctantly buy 2 items. The black-haired boy gave an awkward but polite smile. Then I started browsing the products that Shenfeng had listed. Inside the Castle of Heaven, Shenfeng has finally listed all the beginner-level weapons and is ready to mark their prices. I wonder if anyone would trade a basic piece of equipment for 500 units of wood. He muttered to himself, unsure whether the price was appropriate. The main issue is that the exchange has only just started operating. Prices of all kinds of goods are extremely unstable. He was afraid that if he set the price too high, no one would buy it. After all, everyone has only been in the newbie zone for 2 days. He was naturally worried that others wouldn't be able to afford it. So 500 units of timber seems reasonable, right? I'll add another 500 units of stone. More and more beginner-level equipment has had its exchange price determined. Soon, on the exchange, 10 beginner-level equipment items were created with clearly marked prices. All of these equipment items require materials for upgrading the castle to exchange for. The remaining items without a price tag are displayed in gray. Gray means it's temporarily unavailable for purchase. It's not that Qinfeng doesn't want to sell these equipment. He just hadn't figured out how to sell it. So I'll just hang it aside for now, letting others see it first. Let me see if anyone can afford the price I'm offering. Then I'll continue. He made up his mind and waited for the first big fish to take the bait. Within the regional channel, as the lords examined the equipment priced by the wind god, tears of poverty streamed down their faces. What? It takes 500 units of wood to exchange for a single piece of basic equipment. My troops spent half a day chopping down trees, and I only just managed to buy one item. I'm so sad. Some of the weaker lords have already begun to weep. Their troops don't cut down trees like Lilith from Dustwind, who can sweep away a large area of trees with a single dragon tail sweep. Therefore, these people did not accumulate much timber and could only watch others buy it with great pity. Meanwhile, some lords whose troops were skilled at cutting down trees and digging stones were overjoyed at this time. I can buy 2 pieces of beginner-level equipment, huh? I can buy 1. I have so many stones. Thank goodness, everyone. I thought my unit was just a useless bunch that could only chop down trees, but I was wrong. Wind God, I love you. You've made my life meaningful. I'm going to work like crazy for Fengshen. Dust and Wind over here. After a short wait, a message came through the trading channel. He opened the listing and found that all the equipment he had put up for sale had already been sold. Your Wolverine Claw, beginner, has been purchased by Neo Dada. You have received 500 wood. Your purchase. News keeps coming in. Until all the items with clearly marked prices were completely sold out. Qinfeng finally let out a breath. It seems that no one has any objections to the price. Of course, those who have opinions are those who can't afford it. But you can't just lower the price because those people can't afford it, can you? After all, he's not a philanthropist. If the current trading method continues, I will soon be able to accumulate the materials needed to upgrade the castle. But the timber and stone will have to wait a while. Qinfeng knew that he couldn't just exchange for these 2 items all at once. Those lords who could afford it sold off all their wood and stone and had to start gathering them again. This will take time. If I relist these 2 items and do the same thing again, there's no guarantee that I'll get any more buyers. At least it won't be cleared out so quickly like the first time. What else do I need to upgrade my castle? Iron ore, copper ore, gold ore. Wait a minute. Why do I need so much ore? After glancing at the materials needed to upgrade his castle, Qinfeng was stunned. Now he wants to upgrade his intermediate castle to advanced level. It not only requires tens of thousands of units of wood and stone, but also adds even more mineral requirements. This gave him a goal instantly. He already knew what to change next. And in another place, Abyss. Within the Shadow Legion, the black-haired boy was a little distraught as he watched the equipment on the exchange being bought up in a flash. This damn Wind. He actually used the resources meant for upgrading the castle to make that exchange. That's despicable. The boy's eyes, hidden by his hair, were filled with anger. If I were to sell the timber and stones to Wind, after that, I could never catch up with that person again. But if he doesn't buy the equipment, he feels like he's missing out. After thinking for a long time, the boy finally came up with an idea. Oh right, I remember I got an item in the Abyss. Anyway, we don't need it. I wonder if Feng is interested. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Treasure Chest. He continued talking to himself, and then took out a rusty box from the castle storeroom. The box was pure black, and its material was unknown. A clue appeared upon closer inspection. A mysterious treasure chest, unknown. Description, it contains everything possible. You can get anything from it. It's all up to luck. Activation requirements. Universal Key, 01. This thing will definitely attract him. Looking at the box in front of me, the black-haired boy gave an unkind laugh. I can't open this treasure chest myself right now, because he didn't know how to obtain that so-called master key. Moreover, the contents of the treasure chest are completely uncertain, even if I had gone through countless hardships to find the key. But what if you open it up and find a pile of shit? The young man was self-aware. One cannot always rely on luck. So, in his eyes, the treasure chest was nothing but trash. Trading a piece of junk for a basic weapon in Feng's hands. I'm definitely making a profit. Now all I need to do is figure out how to fool that guy. The castle on the edge of the abyss echoed with sinister laughter. Dust and Wind over here. He is currently making careful calculations, thinking about how to maximize the profit from the products I sell. This armor sells for 5 iron ore. This spear sells for 4 copper mines. Just as he was setting the price, he discovered that a lord's message had appeared below all the equipment. Dust and wind fixed their gaze upon it. All the comments were left by the same person. Its name is Black Mass. The meaning of this Black Mass is very simple. They want to exchange something with me. Wind, I have something you can't refuse, a treasure chest. All I need now are 10 pieces of basic equipment you have. How about that? A deal. Oh, after reading the above message, Chen Feng let out a curious, oh. Not long after, a treasure chest appeared on the trading channel. The purchase price is equivalent to 10 pieces of basic equipment. After taking another detailed look at the data of the treasure chest, Chen Feng pondered to himself. This treasure chest looks good, but it really depends on luck. And I don't have the key now, so what's the point of buying it? It seemed as if they had guessed his thoughts. Black Mass added another sentence to its product description. I have a way to increase the chances of getting good items from treasure chests. I'll tell you if you buy it. Upon seeing this new message, Chen Feng knew that the seller was lying. Does he really think he's that easy to fool? You want me to buy it, but why don't you give me the key? No need to think about it. That guy must have taken this treasure chest out to sell, because he couldn't find the key. And he himself had clearly become the target of their bait. Keep it for yourself. Chen Feng smiled, and decided not to pay any more attention to this person. But just then, Lily, who was hunting in the distance, suddenly sent him a message. Master, I have just defeated a silver-level swamp python and obtained a key. Look, the message came back to mind. Soon, a strange key appeared in Chen Feng's hand. You have obtained Master Key X1. Description: this key can open most types of chests, making it a rare and valuable item. Is it really such a coincidence? Holding the key, Chen Feng felt a strange sense of bewilderment. No way. It seems like I always get exactly what I need. It seems that everything is fate. Isn't it obvious that they want me to buy that treasure chest? He shook his head helplessly. Chen Feng made a ruthless decision. He then bought the treasure chest from the lord named Black Mass. 10 basic equipment pieces? Here you go. As long as I have the materials, I can keep making them. Ding. Transaction successful. A burst of light appeared. A mysterious treasure chest appeared at Chen Feng's feet. He touched it with his hand, carefully feeling the texture it contained. Another place. Direction towards Abyss Castle. The black-haired boy, clutching a pile of equipment, laughed heartily on his throne. He was, of course, the lord known as Black Mass. The person who left a message for Chen Feng just now was also him. Didn't expect them to be so easy to fool. This guy named Feng doesn't seem to be that smart. 10 basic equipment pieces, that's awesome. Just you wait, Wind, I'll surpass you one day. Black Mass played with his equipment, brimming with confidence. Now, all he needs to do is equip his shadow sharpness with gear, so he can explore deeper into the abyss. The evil energy deep within the abyss can better help his troops upgrade. Although the shadow units will eventually venture deeper into the area to explore. With the help of equipment, he was able to achieve this goal sooner. Every second in the newbie zone is now as precious as gold. He must be stronger than everyone else to achieve his grand ambitions. As long as one of my Shadow Legion members reaches the gold rank, then I can possess someone else's unit and perform soul searching. Feng, I will personally come to pay you a visit when the time comes. Men, get moving. At Black Mass's command, dozens of dark figures carrying equipment entered the abyss. Dust and Wind over here. He's holding the key now, contemplating whether or not to open the box. He can open it now, but he doesn't really want to. This treasure chest has absolutely no probability of being obtained. Everything is 100% random. He was afraid that what was inside would disappoint him after he opened it. In that case, the equipment I just sold would seem to have resulted in a loss. Never mind. A real man relies on luck. Rush. Chen Feng forcefully shoved the key into the hole in the treasure chest. Then, with a final twist, the treasure chest lid slowly opened. Creak dash. A strange sound came, like a rusty door being forcefully pried open. Soon, the gap at the opening of the box grew larger and larger, and golden light began to shine through. The golden light grew increasingly intense, eventually becoming so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Chen Feng was startled. Could it be that he won the lottery again? What prize did I win this time? Could it be the grand prize? Buzz dash. The light swirled, then converged and merged into several small points. The little dot moved extremely fast and quickly disappeared into the castle's warehouse. And after all of this is done, a message appeared on Chen Feng's personal panel. Congratulations. You obtain the following items when you open the mystery chest. Mystic Serpent Bone Helmet, fine quality. Mystic Serpent Thorn Armor, premium. Mystic Serpent Leg Armor, premium. Mystic Serpent Boots, premium. I actually got a set of top-tier equipment. What a steal. The moment Qin Feng saw this row of messages, he felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Chapter 20 Lilith's Path of Evolution. He has now confirmed it. I'm definitely the luckiest person in the world. In this way, my deal with that black mass can be considered a one-sided victory. Dust and Wind's worries completely dissipated. He could now fully enjoy the fruits of victory. A premium set. Won't that black mass go crazy if word gets out? He's going to have a meltdown, haha. After all, this is something that a novice lord can hardly obtain. Qin Feng learned this from the introduction on his virtual panel. High-quality equipment is 2 levels above basic equipment. In this world, equipment levels are as follows. Common, beginner, intermediate, advanced, fine, and supreme. Generally speaking, ordinary lords can only obtain top-tier equipment at best. Above the top-tier items, there are still even more incredible and powerful equipment. However, those equipment items are extremely difficult to obtain. Currently, the panel does not provide detailed information about those equipment items. If Qin Feng wants to find out, he may have to wait until he breaks through the beginner zone to find out the answer. But now, he obtained a set of high-quality equipment so quickly by opening treasure chests. This in itself is something to be very happy about. You need to know, that's not a fine piece. It's a masterpiece. Equipment that has reached the level of high quality. When you wear it, you can get special set effects. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't wait to put it on himself first. Bind your mind to these pieces of equipment. He soon felt a pulling force acting on his body. The Xuanma snake armor quickly followed the pull and draped itself over his body. A dark green glow emanated from various parts of the suit. Dust Wind could clearly see that he was being protected by a strange effect. This must be the effect of the Mystic Serpent set. Before long, it seemed to confirm his guess. The message came through the virtual panel very quickly. Gear successfully donned. You have received a special attribute point bonus from the equipment. You have gained a special equipment buff effect. Xuanma Snake Set Effects Introduction. When the wearer is fighting an enemy, 10% of the damage received will be reflected as poison and inflict a poison effect on the enemy. Oh, so it was a combination of anti-armor and poisoning. Sounds pretty good. After reading the introduction, Qin Feng was surprised and full of admiration. This is truly a top-quality set of equipment. However, it would be a waste for me to wear it. If we give it to Lily, it will definitely make her hunting speed even better. I just wonder if she, in her dragon form, will be able to wear it. That's the thought in my mind. Dust Wind informed Lily, who was far away, about this matter through telepathy. And in the distance, a giant dragon stands atop a mountain. Above her was a swarm of poisonous black bees. Lily is worried about how to hunt down this swarm of poisonous bees. Although each of the poisonous bees is only at the level of 1-star bronze. But this thing has the advantage of being extremely fast and available in large numbers. Even with extensive burning, it is difficult to completely destroy them. And after her attack is over, the poisonous bees will regroup and launch another attack. Those stings fired by the poisonous bees were really making Lily feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the poisonous stinger is not very harmful, it is extremely humiliating. Just as she was worrying about how to get rid of the swarm of poisonous bees, a message came from the master, along with a set of equipment. Lilith, I have a set of equipment here. Try it on and see if you can wear it. The voice entered Lily's mind. Suddenly, several dark green lights appeared on the dragon's claws. This is the Mystic Serpent set, which has transformed into points of light. Lily could tell that her master had sent her reinforcements. Without much thought, he put the equipment on. The eerie light shifted rapidly. Then, the light transformed into equipment that the dragon could wear, which fit perfectly onto Lilith's dragon body. On the other side, Qin Feng was overjoyed to see this scene through visual sharing. He was thrilled, thinking to himself that it was truly a high-quality piece of equipment, as it even had the function of adapting to the wearer's body shape. In this way, Lily will be even more powerful, and her strength will be further enhanced. That is indeed the case. With the enhancements from the Xuanma Snake set, Lily was able to handle the hundreds of black poisonous bees in the sky with ease once again. You could even say you don't need to lift a finger. All she needs to do now is stand still and wait for the hive to attack. Poisonous thorns rained down on Lily's Xuanma snake armor, but to no avail. These poison needles couldn't even penetrate her dragon scales. Now, with armor clad around her, Lilith's dragon body is as solid as a rock. However, this time is different from the last time. Lily will no longer be beaten for nothing. The moment the stingers attacked her, the venom rebounded back onto the poisonous bees that were attacking her. The venomous wasps were constantly being eroded by their own venom, causing their fighting ability to drop significantly, and even their speed to begin to slow down. Seeing that her enemy had made a mistake, Lily suddenly unleashed a wide-ranging burst of flames to scorch them. Firelight burned the sky, and so, the poisonous bees were burned to ashes and disappeared in midair. Only the experiences they left behind after their deaths were continuously absorbed by the dragon. Your troops defeated 101 bronze-level poisonous bees. You and your unit gain a lot of experience. Your individual skill level has reached Silver 7 stars. Your fiery ancestral dragon has arrived at Gold Star 49. A new message has been sent to the virtual panel. Chen Feng became more and more excited as he looked at it. His level has increased again. However, in comparison, Lily's star rating increase was what excited him the most. 1 star. Lily has finally gained a star. Don't underestimate this star. You know, Lily is a gold-level unit. It's only been 2 days since we entered the newbie zone, and the leveling speed is already shocking even to myself. As Chen Feng spoke to himself, he casually opened Lily's personal panel to take a look. Nickname, Lily, the ancestor of flames. Sex, female. Race, dragon. Potential, SSSR, God level, unique. Current level, gold 49 stars. Physical attack, 1010, plus 80. Magic attack, 1010, plus 120. Defense, 650, plus 200. Agility, 350, plus 50. Mental strength, 100, plus 10. Loyalty, max, always loyal. Skills, Dragon Lord's Breath, Flame Prison, Blazing Awakening, Transformation. Equipment, Xuanma Snake Set. After reading the above message, Chen Feng knew. It turns out that the Mystic Serpent set can provide Lily with comprehensive boosts to her attribute panel. This is absolutely awesome. Furthermore, there was another piece of information that surprised him. He discovered the following note at the very bottom of the attribute description. Hint. If your unit breaks through to gold 50 stars, the dragon form will undergo its first evolution. Chapter 21 The Gift of the Wind God. Is it about to break through and evolve? Upon seeing this message, Chen Feng could not hide his joy. Now, Lilith's height has reached the range of 5 to 6 meters. If it evolves again, who knows what a magnificent sight it will be. He originally thought that Lily would need to reach the platinum level to evolve. Unexpectedly, this good news arrived ahead of schedule. It seems that evolving one's physical form is not based on level requirements. Perhaps it can evolve at any time when the time is right. Now let Lily put in a little more effort, and she will succeed. I was just thinking about it. When Chen Feng walked outside the castle, he found that the sky was gradually darkening. This means that the second day of the beginner zone has ended. Night is about to fall. If Lily is allowed to go out again, she may be infected by the ominous influence of the night. Well, that's a bit of a shame. Now we can only return to the castle and wait for the new day to begin. Chen Feng sighed softly, feeling rather helpless. He quickly used telepathy to bring Lily back from her distant adventure. Far away, a giant dragon, clad in dark green armor with scales pulsating with red energy, is rushing home. Behind her, the black mist, like a demon descending, was chasing after the dragon with the force of devouring everything around it. Lily glanced back, her heart filled with horror, and increased her flight speed once again. Fortunately, the endless black mist behind her was too slow to catch up with her. This put her at ease. Inside the Castle of Heaven, Dustwind is still waiting for Lily to return. While he was feeling bored, he seemed to remember something and suddenly opened his virtual panel. What? I was so excited just now that I almost forgot to sell my other equipment. Chen Feng then suddenly realized what was going on. He was so excited about obtaining the Mystic Serpent set that he forgot about the exchange. He still has many beginner level and even mortal level equipment that he hasn't sold yet. You should know that those items can bring in a considerable amount of money after being sold. Within the trading channel, the various lords were extremely anxious as they stared at the exchange, which had remained silent for a long time. They kept sending messages in the chat channel, waiting for the mysterious big shot to reappear. Guys, I'm about to break down. Why hasn't the Wind God come out yet? Is the Wind God asleep in his castle? I'm so envious of all those beginner-level equipment items that I can't buy in the trading channel. Yeah, I spent a whole day chopping down trees just to buy the gear from that pro. I just want to buy that axe that the big shot is selling, and then chop down trees for him every day. I want to buy that hammer. I'm going to mine stones. I want to buy that pickaxe. I think. The lords continued their discussions, awaiting the appearance of the wind god. However, there was one person who was not like that. Inside the castle above the abyss, Black Mass looked at the chat channel, where everyone was impatient but couldn't see foam, and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. The wind doesn't have time to worry about you right now. Because I've driven him crazy. A sinister laugh echoed throughout the castle, sounding eerie and terrifying. Black Mass thought he had just been disgusted by the wind. He imagined in his mind how wind would go crazy and break down because it didn't have the key to the treasure chest. Or perhaps, wind luckily obtained the key, but opened it and found nothing but garbage. So right now, wind is stomping its feet in anger inside its own castle. He has no time to care about the other buyers who are waiting anxiously. Looking at it now, these 10 low-level equipment pieces that I tricked from foam are practically freebies. As he pondered this, Black Mass felt an unparalleled sense of pride. It's a feeling you get from teasing others. Moreover, the one being mocked was none other than the strongest player in the current newbie zone, number 778, as universally acknowledged. Wind God. Awesome. This is so awesome. How can this feel so good? The Black Mass laughed so hard, he almost couldn't breathe. But in the very next second, the trading channel he opened, the equipment that was listed by Wind can now be purchased normally. Furthermore, there is a message from the wind at the bottom of each piece of equipment. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a slightly more affordable price for these beginner-level equipment. Those of you who want to buy, take a look, and if you think it's okay, then go for it. Looking at these two comments, Black Mass's mind went blank for a moment when he realized what was happening. On the stock exchange, all the beginner-level equipment has been sold out. What's going on? I haven't even seen the price clearly yet. Upon witnessing this, the Black Mass burst into a tirade of curses. I was only stunned for a second or two. Everything was gone. When did these lords become so rich? Soon, the lords who purchased the equipment began sharing their joy in the chat channel. This caused Black Mass's heart to break down once again. Wow, now a basic suit of armor only costs 400 units of wood, which is cheaper than last time. Yes, the wind god is in a good mood right now, which is why we're reaping this benefit. But why do you think the wind god is so happy? Judging from Function's actions, he must have obtained something better than the basic equipment. Wow, equipment that's even better than beginner-level gear? That's right. The big boss doesn't care about these basic equipment anymore, so he's selling them to us cheaply. What? Don't scare me. This sounds ridiculous. Wind God Ox. Being in the same newbie zone as Function is a blessing I earned in my past life. I want to be the son of a powerful figure. I don't want to work hard anymore. I've read the message. Black Mass then realized this. Back then, I might have given Wind a huge windfall. He actually offered warmth to his enemy. This was unacceptable to him. Wind is his enemy, his competitor. No. What exactly did you pull out? I said it. The Black Mass roared hysterically. The beginner-level weapon I just acquired suddenly doesn't seem so appealing anymore. If someone were to tell him now that Wind had acquired a high-quality set, he would go completely insane. They might even commit suicide on the spot, ending their lives. After all, it's a trade of one premium set for 10 basic equipment pieces. Only a fool would do that. Yeah, I will definitely kill you. That treasure chest originally belonged to me. The roar of jealousy still echoed within the castle. Compared to the anger of the Black Mass, there were two girls, but they seemed very happy. At this moment, Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling also used the resources they obtained from cutting down trees and quarrying stones to exchange for the equipment that Function had put up for sale. However, the two of them are rather special. After the transaction was completed, Function actually gave each of them 2 pieces of basic equipment as a bonus. Furthermore, he also included a message with them when he gave them the equipment. The gist of it is, you two should live well and not be bullied again next time. Chapter 22 Filial Piety turns to darkness. That concludes the discussion. Both girls now each have 3 pieces of beginner-level equipment. This made them burst into tears of excitement. So, the wind god hasn't forgotten them after all. Foam, he really hasn't forgotten us. At this moment, Xiao Yuling held the 3 pieces of equipment in her hands, her pretty face slightly flushed. She and Hua Yi confirmed the news to each other. They realized that they had both received care from the wind. Function is a righteous man. He not only saved us in the face of death, but also kept an eye on our safety at all times. If Lord Wind God were a boy, I think I might have already fallen in love with him. Hua-Yi was also exchanging messages with her best friend at this time, and they were both moved by the gift from the Wind God. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, after giving the equipment to the two girls, he sold all the remaining ordinary equipment. Today is a day of great harvest, and he is happier than anyone else. Therefore, giving a girl some equipment seems reasonable. The main reason is that he genuinely had a good impression of those two girls. They were able to help me when I lied and said I was a noob. That alone is enough to earn one's admiration. So, I'll help them in any way I can. Good deeds are rewarded. Chen Feng chuckled, then shook his head and said, I'm so nice to them. I wonder if those two girls will fall for me. What if they think I have a crush on them? Forget it. I've never even met these two girls before. It can't be that bad. If anyone has a crush on someone, it should be them who have a crush on me. Chen Feng was talking to himself. Soon, a giant dragon flew in from not far from the castle gate. Lily returned to the castle, and her form quickly transformed back into that of a maid. She tiptoed quickly to her master and said rather hastily, Master, there was a black fog chasing me outside. Lily was so scared. Oh, you're scared. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng quickly got up and walked towards the outside of the castle. He had barely reached the doorway when he saw that, just as Lily had said, the sky was indeed shrouded in a layer of black mist. The layer of black fog blended with the night, making the surrounding environment appear even darker and more gloomy. Master, it's this black mist. I sensed an ominous aura within it. Behind her, Lily quickly ran out, her eyes warily darting towards the sky. Chen Feng placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked softly with concern. So, you weren't harmed by the fog, were you? As he asked the question, he was also a little flustered. The main problem was that I had asked Lily to come back a little later than last time. I wonder if the black mist has touched Lily's body. After all, according to what's stated on the virtual panel, this black mist seems to be the thing that carries that ominous sign. Luckily, he didn't see this thing last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careless today, letting his servants only return now. And on the side, Lily's heart suddenly raced when her owner suddenly put his hand on her shoulder. Her face flushed red, and for some reason, her body began to squirm. Master, this is... He put his hand on the person's shoulder, making them so shy. No, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Wrong. How could I refuse my master's hand? Yes, no matter what master does to me, I will not resist. My master loves me, and I love my master too. Lilith's inner monologue is running wild. Unfortunately, her owner, who was standing next to her, could not hear her. Chen Feng saw his maid with her head down, looking as if she was in great pain, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Broken. Could it really be true? Lilico, you haven't really been tainted by that black mist, have you? Chen Feng asked the girl in front of him, who was bowing her head and remaining silent, with great anxiety. Because of concern, his hand, which was on the girl's soft shoulder, unconsciously tightened its grip even more. Lily let out a soft moan as she was pressed down by the sudden force, just like a kitten being rubbed. You would never guess that she was once an incredibly ferocious dragon. Master, I'm alright. Please don't use so much force, it can't take it. What? So you're alright. I thought something had happened to you. You scared me. After hearing the girl say that everything was alright, Chen Feng finally let out a breath. But he carefully considered the two sentences Lily had said earlier, and then felt that something was not quite right. That's not right. I didn't use much force just now. I just gave you a hug. You're a dragon. How can a dragon speak such weak and cowardly words? He continued to put his arm around Lily's delicate shoulder, leading the girl into the castle like a brother. Lily followed her master's steps, somewhat bewildered. She said, a little embarrassed. Because she's a girl. Besides, you are my master. Of course, Lily will show her most gentle side when dealing with her master. The girl spoke softly and gently, like an innocent girl next door, which made her endearing. However, Chen Feng's next word struck the girl like a thunderbolt. But aren't you a dragon? Dragons are such fierce creatures. I feel they should lean more towards masculinity. So, treating you like a brother shouldn't be a problem, right? This. Upon hearing this, Lily stood rooted to the spot. So, the way his master hugged her just now was because he treated her like a brother. She thought her master had already planned what to do to her that night. Wah! Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but cry. So, all along, my owner has been treating me like a boy. Lilith's life as a dragon is such a failure. Oh, I was just kidding, don't do that. Chun Feng quickly picked the girl up from the ground and then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Why are you still acting like a little girl? Don't cry. I was just teasing you. You're actually the cutest. Really? It's true, absolutely true. Very good. Lily burst into laughter through her tears and happily hugged Chun Feng. Chun Feng patted the girl's head, feeling rather helpless. As the host, I really have to be meticulous in every aspect. Although Lily's body is now fully developed, but deep down, she's still a little girl at heart. Sometimes I not only have to act as her father, but also as her secret crush. In short, the situation is indeed somewhat complicated. However, he handled everything with ease. And, compared to treating one's own troops as tools and killing machines, he actually prefers to see Lily as a person. Perhaps now, Lily can already be considered an important person in her life. Chapter 23 Conspiracy in the Dark. As they were thinking this, the two returned to the interior of the castle. All right, Lily, stop fooling around. It's time to get down to business. Yes, master. I'll go and boil some hot water for your bath right away. After a brief physical encounter with Lily, Chun Feng urged her to get down to business. Lily was having a lot of fun playing with her owner, so she happily went off to carry out the orders. Wow, this little girl is really strong. She actually managed to pick me up and run. After seeing the girl leave, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A short while later, the girl had already arranged everything properly. After finishing his dinner and washing up, Chun Feng quickly fell asleep. This day, Lily had her master's permission. She can now sleep cuddling with her owner. The arms are wrapped around the owner's waist. She leaned against her master's back, feeling his steady breathing, her eyes slightly closed. Actually, at Lily's level and strength, she no longer needs much sleep. But now, she does this simply for enjoyment. She enjoys the sound of her owner's breathing, which gives her a sense of security. And Chun Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he longed for a girl who would warm his bed every day. Besides, Lily works so hard hunting every day. There's nothing wrong with fulfilling her little wish. The two remained in an ambiguous distance, yet nothing happened between them. Because there is a special protective shield around the castle at this time, Lily doesn't have to keep watch. Gradually, she too drifted off to sleep, just like her master. The two slept soundly. On the other hand, a group of people couldn't sleep all night. He even got so angry over some things. It's so damn numb. That guy named Feng, he's living way too well. I can't accept this. The more comfortable he is, the more uncomfortable I feel. Within the regional channel, a special chat group made up of thugs is discussing how to get rid of Wind. They were the same group of underlings who had previously sided with Wang Haoyan. After his elder brother was brutally killed, the group was leaderless for a time. They are panicking now, panicking to death. Back then, I was on Wang Haoyan's side. But now the leader is dead. Who knows, maybe that Wind God will come back to settle scores with them later. As the saying goes, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Try to put yourself in their shoes. There's a very real chance that the Wind will come and kill them all. Anyway, that's what they were thinking. But in reality, Chun Feng didn't want to pay them any attention. Because it's unnecessary. No, we're sure we'll face retaliation, so we might as well strike first. At this time, after a long silence in the chat channel, someone finally made a decision. Yes, that's right. If we don't act now, it will be too late. There's still a chance, as long as we attack together. Once the 7-day newbie protection period is over, we must come up with a way to lure that guy's dragon units out of the castle and then kill him. But he has a protective shield. A mere protective barrier? A dozen or so of us can definitely break through it. That's right. Without the protection of the shield, no matter how powerful the Wind God is, he's just an ordinary person. These guys are getting more and more excited as they talk. They seem to have already made up their minds to fight to the death. The only slightly regrettable point is, there is no absolute leader among them. There is no absolute strongest. Actually, none of them are particularly strong individually. Therefore, when it comes to actual combat, there is still a lack of confidence. If only someone could take the lead at this time. Ideally, that person's unit should be at least at the gold level. Hey guys, I brought someone over with me. He said he wanted to join us, that we take down that guy, Fengshen, together. At this time, within this group's channel, a new lord has been invited to join the group chat. The others looked up and saw a man named Black Mass enter. The moment this person entered, he spoke in an unquestionable tone. Who's the boss here? I'm here to help you get rid of the Wind. Bring your boss out. I have a few words to say to him. Forehead. Upon hearing this, the channel remained silent for a long time. Brother, we don't have a boss here for the time being. Someone gave an awkward answer to the question about the black mass. But unexpectedly, the black mass was very satisfied with his answer. No, that's excellent. Now, all you need to do is listen to me. I am the new leader for all of you. Do you understand? Once the message is sent, the thugs fell silent once again. Hiss dash. Someone took a deep breath. Why should we listen to you? Yes. You're just a newcomer. Besides, nobody here knows you. Do you think you have any say in anything? The newly arrived man was acting arrogantly. Some thugs were naturally quite dissatisfied. So you think your fists are harder than mine? Want to fight me? Everyone fell silent again. All right. I only have one sentence. If you want to kill Foam, just follow me obediently. You'll get your share of the benefits when the time comes. Black Mass made some harsh remarks. This time, the thug who had dragged him into this little channel also hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Brothers, this black guy is definitely much better than us. His military branch was actually... What? After learning the truth, the thugs were all greatly alarmed. Upon hearing how terrifying the Black Mass's troops were, they finally yielded. If this person truly possesses such a powerful troop type, then our group will definitely be able to defeat that damned wind. As long as we can kill that wind. At that time, the newbie zone will still be their domain. They can still continue to exploit the resources of other lords. And there are no worries about the future. That's all. The matter was compromised. These rogue lords began discussing all night how to destroy Wind. One of them even had a rough idea of where Wind might be. His unit is a type of bird, capable of constantly scouting outwards to gather intelligence. It just so happens to be today. His troops spotted a giant dragon in the sky above a distant black forest. Although the dragon was far away from his scout bird, its powerful aura deterred his troops from approaching. However, this was discovered by scout birds observing from a distance. This rogue lord could almost tie the dragon's ownership to Wind. If it weren't for the fact that he had witnessed the existence of this dragon firsthand through a life-or-death challenge, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. He probably never imagined that this was a soldier's unit. This is practically like a boss in the beginner's area. Good, very good. Your intelligence is crucial. According to the information from this rogue lord, Black Mass was overjoyed. Now, this group of people has been identified. The location of Wind is probably in that so-called Black Forest. Then, everything else will be much easier to handle. There are ample reasons to believe in Black Mass. After the newbie protection ends, Wind will also face his true death. Chapter 24 Upgrade Requirements for the Troop Pool. The group was in high spirits, as if they had just pronounced a death sentence on Wind. Meanwhile, Chinfeng was soundly asleep. Where would he find the time to care about these few? And there's no need to pay them any attention. If the day truly comes when the newbie protection expires, these guys should be thinking about how to protect themselves. After all, if they knew the true talent and strength of the dragon that Wind possessed, they would probably be terrified and run away in a panic. Of course, this is further supported by the fact that Wind himself is a silver-level powerhouse. It can even make these guys lose their minds and kneel down on the spot begging for mercy. However, all of this will have to wait until the newbie protection period ends. The answer will only be revealed when they come to Dustwind's castle in person. The night passed quickly. The third day of the newbie zone 778 officially begins. Chinfeng got up early. After finishing his meal, he hurriedly went to check his unit pool. In fact, he had been observing the situation of the SSSR level unit pool for the past 2 days. Let's see if we can breed new units again. Because, compared to now, when he still only has one type of soldier, others already have several different types of soldiers. There could be as many as dozens of different military branches, even if Chinfeng himself knew it. My situation is that the units spawned by the unit pool have such high talents and initial levels that it is difficult to spawn the next one. Others, on the other hand, are able to be born in large numbers because their unit talents are generally average. However, he still really wanted to have a new type of soldier. After all, who doesn't want to become stronger? 3 days have passed already. Shouldn't there be some noise by now? Chinfeng stood by the troop pool, stunned for a long time. Finally, today, his patience paid off. The troop pool, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly began to make a continuous sound of flowing water. Hint: your SSSR God-tier unit pool energy is fully charged. Should we conceive now? Whether. Quietly observe the messages coming from the panel. Chinfeng pondered for a long time, but did not press the confirm button. Actually, he was thinking about a problem. He wondered if there was a possibility. Upgrade your unit pool at this time. Then you can summon units with a higher initial level, right? This is not just empty talk. According to the initial description on the virtual panel, once Qinfeng upgrades the troop pool, he will be able to obtain troops with a more powerful initial level. And now, I'm only one thing away from upgrading this unit pool. That is the green pearl. That's right. The unit pool wants to advance from level 1 to level 2. It requires 100 white gems, 1 green gem, and a lord level of LV5. Dust and Wind had already reached 2 of these 3 points. The same is true for the white gems, which have already exceeded the limit by 15. Now, he only needs 1 more green gem to complete all his work. Unfortunately, Lily still hasn't obtained this green gem. Qinfeng continued talking to himself. This is also something he is currently considering. Orbs are materials used to upgrade the unit pool. Compared to other resources, it is relatively difficult to obtain. This gem can only be obtained when hunting monsters of bronze rank or higher. Only then will they randomly drop from those monsters. And the more powerful the monster, the higher the chances of them falling. Lilith had previously hunted a large number of bronze-level monsters. Therefore, they did indeed acquire quite a few white gems. But, to obtain a green gem, you must hunt monsters of silver rank or higher. It's not that Lily has never hunted monsters of this level before. However, during the hunt, the green orb didn't cooperate very well. It hasn't been revealed yet. This shows just how hard it is to get this thing. Even though Qinfeng is a lucky guy, he will occasionally have unlucky moments. I can send Lily out to hunt silver-level monsters now, no problem at all. However, the drop rate for silver-grade items is too low. It would be great if we could hunt a gold-level monster. But hunting gold-level monsters might involve some unnecessary risks. Furthermore, I haven't heard Lily mention ever encountering a gold-level monster. Qinfeng's mind was in constant contemplation. Suddenly, he came up with a seemingly feasible idea. Then, is there any possibility? Is it possible that someone is currently selling these green orbs on the exchange? When this idea came about, Qinfeng himself was also startled. He didn't really believe it. If right now, someone is actually selling green gems in the trading channel, that means this person is very strong in their unit. It can at least defeat silver tier units. Thinking of this, he also felt this was a good opportunity. Yes. Now, I can not only try trading green gems on the exchange. We can also use this method to test how many powerful lords there are. Why not do something that kills 2 birds with 1 stone? Do it as soon as you think of it. Qinfeng quickly opened his trading channel and left the following message. I wish to purchase a green gem. If the transaction is successful, you will provide the terms. The news broke as soon as it appeared. It quickly attracted the attention of the lords who were selling their goods. Wow, it's the Wind God. The Wind God has appeared. Good morning, Lord Wind God. Lord Wind God, I want to be your son. Stop spamming upstairs, quickly read what Function said. So the Wind God is here to buy a green gem. Everyone, hurry up and give it to him if you have any. If you don't understand, just ask. What is a green gem? I've never seen one before. You're such a country bumpkin. Green orbs are for upgrading the troop pool. Wait a minute, the big boss is actually upgrading the unit pool. What? I've only managed to collect 10 white gems so far, and the pros are already upgrading their troop pool. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Watching these guys here, envious of my ability to upgrade my unit pool. Dust and Wind are helpless. Oh no, we're doomed. It's obvious at a glance. These guys definitely don't have the green gem anymore. Some people have never even seen a white pearl. This is a bit outrageous. The gap is indeed quite large. Surely no one has managed to obtain the green gem by now. Are we all just unlucky and can't get it? Qinfeng shrugged and shook his head. Just as he was about to give up on the purchase and let Lily go out and try her luck, his comment below the trading channel actually got a reply. Lord Wind God, I have a green gem here. Chapter 25, The Obsessive Female Fan. Lord Wind God, look at me, look at me. I'm your fan. Please don't go. I want to make a deal with you. Qinfeng, who had already planned to withdraw, suddenly received a reply. Driven by curiosity, he quickly went back into the exchange and checked the message from the lord who had left him the message. You can tell by looking at her chat profile picture. This is a female lord with long blue hair, named Jiaran. And this person was messaging me. It also includes a setting that prevents others from knowing your real name except for yourself. In other words, this girl is currently talking to herself in a manner that is almost like a private chat. So, there really are people selling green gems. Dust was pleasantly surprised and chatted with the girl. The girl named Jia Ran was also very enthusiastic. For every sentence Qinfeng said, she would reply with 10 sentences, making her seem like a chatterbox. Lord Wind God, do you know that I have always wanted to catch up with you, but I found that I could not. You are really amazing. Gradually, I started to admire you, and even became infatuated with you. Sir, are you an older brother or sister, an uncle or aunt, or an old man or an old woman? Lord Wind God, would you like to know what type of unit I belong to? My unit is a kind of insect that can eat anything. But I don't like bugs, I like you, hee hee. Lord Wind God, for you, I am willing to jump off the castle to show my sincerity. I'm still willing. Dust and Wind. Watching this talkative and enthusiastic female fan keep saying all sorts of strange things. Chen Feng felt sweat pouring down his forehead. Should I not have killed Wang Haoyin in the first place? Now look what's happened. Why does everyone act so strangely around me? Can we get down to business? Do you have any green gems? I'd like to buy one from you. Finally, the girl named Jiao Ran quieted down for a while. Chen Feng was finally able to chime in. Yes. Lord Wind God, I've come to give you the green pearl. These were dropped by my bugs when they ate a silver-level monster. I didn't expect you to need it so much. I'll get it for you right now. Jiao Ran quickly listed a green gem on the trading channel. Furthermore, only Chen Feng himself can purchase and see this item. Chen Feng saw that although this woman always liked to talk nonsense, but when it comes to getting things done, they are still very quick. I finally developed a positive impression of it. Name your price, and I'll take it. Dust and Wind, of course, didn't waste any words. Right now, all he wants to do is upgrade the unit pool as quickly as possible. As for awkward parts like female fan meet and greets, he just wanted to skip it as quickly as possible. But who would have thought? This is Jiao Ran's next sentence. Dust and Wind were struck hard by lightning once again. Lord Wind God, you're too kind. I'll just give you this green gem. You don't need to name a price. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. Wait, what's up with this woman? You're giving yourself away for free. Are you sure you're not mistaken? This is a green gemstone. Do you have 2 left, so you don't mind giving one away? My lord, I actually have a small request. So, can I add you as a friend? Finally, Jiao Ran still made her request. She wanted to exchange a green gem for a friend spot with the person she admired. This sounds like a huge loss, but she was intelligent and knew this. Just add the Wind God as a friend. That would be equivalent to having the protection of the Wind God. From now on, I will have someone to rely on in order to survive in this cruel world. She doesn't seem to be very smart, but in reality, he's very shrewd. Chen Feng understood the girl's intentions. However, this is still a worthwhile deal. First of all, there is no harm in adding each other as friends. Besides potentially revealing their real names, it's possible that there's nothing to worry about elsewhere. As long as your castle coordinates are not revealed, the name doesn't matter. Moreover, this girl obtained her green gem through farming her unit. What does this tell us? This shows that this person must be quite capable. She even tried to surpass herself. This is enough to prove that she is definitely a strong player in the beginner area. Now, there are powerful people willing to take the initiative to join them. How could I possibly refuse? In just a moment, Chen Feng had made his decision. Make a deal. Yay! Lord Wind God has accepted my friend request. Jiao Ran on the other side was overjoyed. The two soon became friends. The girl learned the Wind God's true name. Chen Feng also learned that the girl's real name was Jiao Ran. Looks like he's quite honest. With a slight smile, Chen Feng's impression of the girl improved even more. However, after adding friends, Jiao Ran's mouth continued to fire like a Gatling gun, chattering happily incessantly. The Dust and Wind couldn't stand it. He did so after the transaction of the green gem was completed. He then hastily closed the friend messages and trading channels. Another place. A castle on the grassland. The blue-haired girl closed the virtual panel in disappointment. Lord Wind God won't talk to me. How annoying. Even though we've added each other as friends, she's still so mysterious. But looking at his profile picture, he's really handsome. They're the same age as me. I really want to meet her in person. The girl looked up at the sky with anticipation. At her command, hundreds of insects crawling on the ground instantly poured out of the castle. Insects have become rampant and have devoured any creature that dares to approach them. This is her unit, the Void Devourer. This insect's initial level is black iron, and its initial talent is also the lowest. But insects can evolve by hunting and devouring beings stronger than themselves. They can transform the talents of the creatures they devour into their own talents. Of course, this is all contingent on the insects being able to defeat them. But what if we let these insects grow? Even its owner, Jiao Ran, didn't know how far it could go. Theoretically speaking, It should be able to reach the judgment level, which is equivalent to an A-level talent. Now, 6 or 7 insects have already reached the silver level in strength, and their talents are also silver, L. The others are made of brass. Jiaran still needs to work harder to improve the strength of her unit. Otherwise, she would be disliked by the Wind God. I finally managed to get the Wind God's help, so I'll work even harder. I want to become Lord Wind God's most capable assistant. Dust and Wind over here. Inside the Castle of Heaven. After fiddling around for a while, he finally gathered all the materials needed for the upgrade. Now, standing in front of the troop training pool where a statue of himself is carved, he waited quietly for the upgrade notification to appear. Bite. Your unit pool is now ready to be upgraded. Should I upgrade now, using 100 white gems and 1 green gem? Weather. Looking at the abundant pool water and the rapidly popping up message notifications. Without hesitation, Chun Feng clicked the confirm button. Suddenly, the pool shone brightly, illuminating the entire castle. And when all the light disappears, the pool also looks more refined than before. Chun Feng opened the unit pool panel to view detailed data and confirm the status after the upgrade. Current building, SSSR God Tier Unit Pool, Unique. Current level, Level 2. Effect, can summon units with an initial level ranging from Gold Peak to Diamond Early Stage, but with an SSSR growth talent. Upgrade requirements. Player reaches level 10 plus 500 white gems plus 50 green gems plus 1 blue gem. The new unit pool panel has been introduced. After confirming the summoning, Chun Feng couldn't wait to begin. Summon now, and your initial combat power will be at the peak of the gold rank. Very good. As he spoke, he had already pressed the confirmation button with one hand. Soon, the pool water boiled and gradually condensed into 2 points of light. The 2 points of light were quite different. One resembled the sun, while the other was as dim as a dead star. They lived together as twins, mutually attracting each other. This is called symbiosis. Congratulations. You have successfully summoned the SSSR rank Holy Angel of Justice and Judgment. You have successfully summoned the SSSR rank Dark Fallen Angel of Evil and Chaos. Chapter 26 God and Demon Twins, Judgment and the Angel of Chaos. At this moment, the 2 beams of light took on physical form. Chun Feng felt an inexplicable pressure coming towards him and quickly retreated. Now, the holy white light transformed into a tall, slender angel with 6 wings on its back. The light, filled with darkness and death, transformed into a winged fallen angel with a seductive figure and raven feathers growing on her back. The 2 angels, once they appeared, each exuded different attributes and auras. They represent light and shadow, brightness and darkness, order and destruction, chaos and rebirth. It is truly incredible that these 2 seemingly opposing relationships could be born together and even influence each other. Chun Feng's expression was one of surprise. He gazed at the 2 angels before him, whose forms had been completely transformed, and the shock he felt was beyond words. Justice and evil were born simultaneously. We can still live under the same roof. While observing the 2 angels slowly opened their eyes. The angel of justice and judgment, clad in armor and wielding a holy sword, gazes intently at her master through her long, flowing golden hair and pure golden eyes. The same applies to the fallen angels of darkness and disorder. The fallen angel spread her black wings, revealing her alluring figure. Unlike the holy angels of judgment, the fallen angel wore a dark purple dress, her hair, the same color as the dress, cascading down her shoulders, and her stunningly beautiful face was full of allure. She held a dark orb in one hand and a ghostly flame in the other. Now, the fallen angel's purple pupils gazed respectfully in the direction of the dust wind. The 2 angels, though each representing a different moral code, but they all served Chun Feng as their master. They slowly descended from the sky. Upon approaching their lord, they bowed respectfully. My lord, great creator, we are willing to fight for you. 2 different female voices echoed in Chun Feng's ears at the same time. Chun Feng then came to his senses. My lord, he discovered. These 2 angels of good and evil are different from the ones Lily used to call herself, Master. They used a different name, and his tone was extremely devout, as if he were worshipping his faith. Yes, you are my lord, the great and omnipotent creator, the ultimate being that has existed since the beginning of the world, and the beginning of the development of all things. The holy angel spoke slowly, and the fallen angel beside him immediately echoed. You are the creator of good and evil, the source of chaos, and the one who establishes and writes the truth of the universe. Wait, stop. Chen Feng quickly interrupted the two angels' narration. The more he listens, the more outrageous it seems to him. When did I become so arrogant? How could he not know that himself? But the Lord made them stop. The two angels immediately fell silent. They waited quietly for the Lord to give another command. When these two angels were waiting, light stood on the left and darkness on the right. Furthermore, the position of the holy angel is slightly forward. The fallen angels, on the other hand, are positioned relatively far back. This piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you two standing together?" He was saying this, but he was thinking to himself, could it be because good and evil are irreconcilable? But the two angels' next answer was somewhat unexpected. "My lord, the fallen angel is my sister." Ah, this. Yes, when you created the world in chaos, you chose the light that existed before, and then darkness. The holy angel answered respectfully. Dust and wind were dumbfounded. Ah, is that so? How come I didn't know? My lord, although my sister and I each uphold opposing principles, all of this is for your service. When darkness and light are not separate, then it is time to serve one's Lord. At this moment, the fallen angel was also saying some strange things. Chen Feng quickly waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Now, leaving aside the nonsense the two angels spouted, the most useful information for me right now. He found out that the two were actually sisters. Besides, Chen Feng listened to all their random chatter as if they were just bragging. What's with all this talk about gods and gods? That's a bit of a tangent. How could a mere silver-rank lord like myself be an unattainable being like the creator god? Are you kidding me? But for now, Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Now that they have summoned two new units that belong to them, then naturally, they need to be given appropriate names. A short while later, Chen Feng then made up his mind. Holy Angel, from this moment on, your name will be Kyle. Fallen Angel, from this moment on, your name will be Mona. The two commands were issued as if they were imperial edicts. Kyle and Mona bowed their heads and respectfully accepted the order. Praise be to my Lord. They were overjoyed at the names given to them by the Lord. But the solemn holy angels did not show this joy outwardly. Instead, they kept it firmly in their hearts. On the contrary, the fallen angel smiled slightly, her lips curving into a captivating smile. Chen Feng was quite interested in their diametrically opposed reactions. He also noticed the two angels differed not only in their expressions, even in terms of physique. As the older sister, Kale is also a tall and mighty Valkyrie, at least 2.3 meters tall. However, she has a flat chest. Mona, though not as tall as her sister, but her charm lies in her graceful figure, exuding allure in every gesture. She also has a pair of proud breasts in front of her. In conclusion, their appearance is quite fitting for their respective identities. Ahem, we've gone off on a tangent. Chen Feng quickly pulled himself back to his senses. The important thing now is to get down to business. He had just summoned two powerful and capable lieutenants. How can we not check their individual attribute panels? Do it as soon as you think of it. The first thing Chen Feng opened was the attribute panel of his older sister, Kyle. Soon, the virtual panel then displays all the data in detail. Nickname, Six-Winged Archangel Kyle. Gender, female. Race, angels. Potential, SSSR, God level, unique. Current level, gold 58 stars. Physical attack, 2000. Magic attack, 100. Defense, 800. Agility, 350. Mental strength, 100. Loyalty, max, always loyal. Skills, Ascension to Godhood, passive, Divine Arbitration, Divine Punishment, Body of Odysseus. A long list of attributes was then displayed. After reading it, Chen Feng gained a deeper understanding of this holy angel of judgment. So Kyle is good at physical attacks. No wonder she was wearing armor and wielding a holy sword. Furthermore, all of her skills are related to strengthening herself. She must be a warrior-type angel who gets stronger with each battle. Chapter 27, What You Long For Will Surely Come to Pass. Through skills, Chen Feng learned this. Kyle is a charging warrior angel who gets stronger with each battle. Her first skill allows her physical attacks to continuously increase during battle. Her second skill allows her to unleash a physical sword aura to kill a dying opponent. The third skill is a wide-ranging rain of swords that falls from the sky, dealing ring-shaped damage to enemies. The above three skills are very strong, but not the strongest. The most outrageous thing is, Kale's fourth skill can actually make her invincible for a period of time. Furthermore, Her invincibility duration will increase as her personal strength improves. Isn't this skill a little bit cheating? When Chen Feng first glimpsed the skill description, I was completely dumbfounded. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked again in the direction where the holy angel Kyle was. Kyle is still the same as always. She remained suspended in midair, holding the holy sword in both hands, her expression as respectful as ever. Believe in our Lord, and you will have eternal life. The dust and wind were silent. He came before the fallen angel. It's time to check out the attributes of this alluring fallen angel. Open the properties panel again. Another rather long introduction came into view. Nickname, Mona, the fallen angel with demonic feathers. Gender, female. Race, angels. Potential, SSSR, God level, unique. Current level, gold 58 stars. Physical attack, 100. Magic attack, 1999. Defense, 300. Agility, 450. Mental strength, 150. Loyalty, max, always loyal. Skills, soul drain, passive, pain corruption, magic immunity shield, dark shackles. The data for the fallen angel Mona has been loaded. After confirming, Chen Feng realized that she and Kyle had very obvious differences. First of all, Kyle excels at physical attacks. Mona, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. She makes a living through magical attacks. Furthermore, Mona's defense is half that of her sister. This means that Mona is not good at close quarters combat. She is a mage who needs to kill enemies from a distance. And Mona's speed and mental strength also corroborate this point. Finally, based on the skill set descriptions, from the dust and wind, we can conclude that this is a dual-class mage angel who can serve as both an attacker and a support. Why do I say that? This requires starting with her skill set. Mona's first skill allows her to absorb the soul energy of enemies she kills and convert it into her own ability power. Her second skill involves releasing a large patch of dark substance on the ground to corrode opponents and trap them within it. The third skill is a support-oriented shield that can be cast on yourself or your teammates. This shield can negate a large amount of magic damage from enemies, making it a level of protection that is practically immune to magic. However, the shield cannot block physical damage, which is a bit of a shame. At last, Mona's fourth skill is to seal all opponents within a kilometer radius with dark shackles, rendering enemies weaker than her unable to move. After reading the detailed introductions of the two angels, Chen Feng smiled slightly, thinking to himself that these two were indeed sisters. Mona's skills, combined with her sister Kyle, are simply perfect. The effect of having the two angels fighting together on the field is indescribable. Fallen angels provide protection and control. The holy angels are responsible for killing and reaping. As long as they work together, then my leveling speed and hunting speed will definitely be amazing. Thinking about it, Chen Feng was already looking forward to the good show that was going to happen today. I'm sending two angels with me today, along with Lilico. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there shouldn't be any species that can rival me, right? Including those lords. He continued talking to himself, the corners of his mouth turning up again. And at this time, the dragon made Lily happen to run over as well. She gazed at the two angels representing good and evil before her, feeling quite curious. Is this the master's new sidekick? As a dragon, this was naturally the first time she had seen the angel race up close. Lily instinctively asked, "Hello," sounding somewhat shy. As Chen Feng watched this scene, he suddenly realized something. The units I'm summoning now are no longer of the same race. They're not even the same type of property. Generally speaking, the types of troops summoned by the lords are almost all the same. If the first thing summoned is a skeleton, then everything after that will be skeletons. Human beings are all human beings. And so on. The same applies to attributes. Fire, wood, and earth attributes will likely all be the same type of attribute in the future. Only I am different. He summoned the fire attribute Lilith for the first time. The second time, angels with both light and darkness attributes were summoned. You could say that. That's why we can do this now. It's all thanks to his cosmic cube, which completely evolved his unit pool. In other words, I will summon even more units with different attributes later. For example, lightning, earth, metal, and even some very rare attributes. Chen Feng grew increasingly excited as he thought about it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lily quickly became acquainted with the two angels, and they became good friends. Kyle, the angel of justice, shook hands with the maid in front of him. She, who is usually quite serious, even showed a rare smile. "Hello, the Lord's servant is my comrade in arms." Mona, standing to the side, was not as reserved as her sister. She lifted Lily's delicate body and said in a provocative tone, "What an adorable dragon maid. Is this my lord's first servant?" Mona's figure was not as tall as her older sister's, but she herself is 2 meters tall. Therefore, it's not surprising that he picked up the dragon maid in front of him. In Lily's eyes, she was also a big sister. It's a fierce dragon, okay. Seeing herself being picked up by the fallen angel, Lily quickly corrected her statement. On the side, seeing that everyone was getting along well, Chen Feng felt much more at ease. He had assumed that the racial issue would not occur. Since that's the case, things become much easier afterward. It could even be described as completely unimpeded. Lilico, Kyle, Mona. At Chen Feng's command, all 3 types of soldiers obeyed simultaneously. "Yes, master. My lord. My lord. It's time to set off. Your mission today is to hunt monsters of silver rank or higher. Lilith, you lead the way and let the 2 newcomers get familiar with the outside environment." "Yes, master." Lily received the order and set off immediately. After she left the castle, she transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. Behind her followed 2 angels. Chen Feng was quite excited as he watched his 3 main forces set out. "With my current combat strength, I will be able to reach level 10 much faster and unlock the ultimate quest in the newbie zone. Once you complete the beginner quests, you'll be able to venture out into the world and explore." As he spoke, he unconsciously thought of his younger sister. Everything Chen Feng is doing now is to reunite with his sister. It's a pity now. He had no news whatsoever about his only relative. This made him very uneasy. Dust and wind are always feared. He was afraid that if he went out, he would be met with news he didn't want to face. So, his biggest expectation right now, there is still a chance to contact my sister. Even if we can't see each other for the time being, it's good to know how they are doing. I wonder if it's because what you keep thinking about will eventually come to pass. It was still the dust and wind that made him lose his senses, causing him to hallucinate because he missed her so much. Now, he actually discovered. A friend request popped up on my virtual panel. The name of the friend requester was none other than his own sister, Qinxue. Chapter 28 News about my sister. Qinxue, my sister? Chen Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? The eye-catching notification in front of me is a friend request. It gave him a dreamlike feeling. Is she really my sister? How could that be? Aren't we in different areas? When Chen Feng finally came to his senses, that's when he noticed. This is the girl who added herself. His portrait, age, and name are exactly the same as his sister Qinxue. If it were just a matter of having the same name, that would be fine. But even their appearances are exactly the same. That's almost enough to lock it in. It really is Qinxue. In that instant, he already knew the answer in his heart. So, Chen Feng then agreed to his friend's request for the sake of the girl he had been waiting for so long. After adding friends, the girl's next sentence. This surprised and delighted Chen Feng even more. All I could see was, Qinxue on the other end spoke quickly, her tone also filled with excitement. Brother, is it really you? I am Shuer, your sister. I've been looking for you for so long. Almost the instant I glimpsed the message, Chen Feng's breathing also suddenly became heavy. Now that things have come to this, he doesn't know that yet. The thing I've always longed for has finally come true. Sister, it's me. I never thought I'd finally get to see you. The dust and wind opened. When the brother and sister meet, they always have a lot to say, but they can't express it all at once. Thus, they all transformed into the most primitive form of greeting. After a brief silence from both sides, Chen Feng, as the older brother, then continued speaking. Shuer, where are you now? How are you doing? Is anyone bullying you? He threw out 3 questions in quick succession. And this is precisely what he, as the older brother, is most worried about now. Brother, I'm fine. I can move around freely now. Soon. News also came from my sister's side. I'm currently in Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone, number 679. It seems relatively safe here. I am in the middle of a vast blue ocean. My sister's answer was straightforward. It also revealed a lot of important information. Chen Feng was naturally happy that she was safe. At the same time, I noticed a point. Ocean. Shuer, is your castle currently located in the deep sea? This sounds rather unbelievable. This was the first time Chen Feng had heard of it. It turns out that the Lord's birthplace can be underwater. After all, his newbie zone is number 778. Other lords were either born in the mountains or on the grasslands, or deserts, canyons, or even swamps. But he had never heard that person mention that he was in a bottomless ocean. Perhaps it's because the terrain of each beginner's area is different? So Schwerer is currently in that newbie zone. It is highly likely that it is an area composed of the ocean. I also find it incredible, brother. The deep sea I am in now is crystal clear, though it is shrouded in darkness. These are all small, weak creatures like fish and turtles, and there isn't a single lord around me. I've been here for 3 days now, and I haven't seen any other lords pass by. Oh, by the way, brother, isn't that the ocean over there? I thought we were all in a bottomless ocean. My sister then sent a few messages. Chen Feng learned from this that there was an information gap between the two. It seems so. The younger sister believed that everyone was born in the deep sea, but he himself believed that everyone was born on land. This is due to the difference in thinking caused by different birthplaces. But, after understanding the situation, it became less surprising. Through this incident, Chen Feng began to develop a new understanding of the world. It seems that the ancient continent, like Earth, possesses diversity. Furthermore, its landmass is hundreds, or even thousands, of times larger than Earth. In this way, the deep sea where my younger sister is, it might be very far away from the land where you are right now. Fortunately, Schwerer seems to be relatively safe. This finally put his mind at ease. Little sister, although you are relatively safe now, you still need to be careful. You must protect yourself until your brother comes to find you. By the way, what's your current military unit? Can you tell me? Chen Feng naturally wanted to know what kind of unit his sister possessed. As the saying goes, only the strong can remain untainted. Only those with truly powerful troop units attached can achieve this. Only then could Schwerer be considered to have gained a foothold in her own world. Soon, following the release of the message, they responded quickly as well. Brother, you don't really need to worry about me. Schwerer is very strong now. My unit is the Deep Sea Royal Family. In the early stages of my lordship, I can summon some mermaids, such as beautiful mermaids, battle mermaids, and tamer mermaids. Once I upgrade my troop pool, I can even summon a Sea King commander. They each have their own roles, and the powerful ones can even manipulate the power of the sea for their own use. Furthermore, my troops can also naturalize some sea monsters and make them serve me. So, brother, you don't need to worry about my safety, because I'm gaining more and more soldiers the more I fight. The younger sister, Chen Xue, kept introducing her unit to her older brother. Chen Feng was quite surprised after hearing this. A unit capable of controlling marine life and manipulating the power of the sea? Very strong. Now I can rest assured, he said. His younger sister mischievously sent him another message. Brother, guess what the highest talent level is for my unit? If you guess right, Schwerer will give you a reward. Oh, upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback. Little sister, you seem pretty happy. Of course, Schwerer is amazing now. I'm already capable of protecting my brother. Really? Of course it's true. So take a guess. Chen Feng chatted as they went. A relieved smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't seen Schwerer so happy in a long time. Since the car accident on Earth, my younger sister became quiet and withdrawn after losing her parents. In addition, she was disabled in both legs at that time and had difficulty taking care of herself. She also had suicidal thoughts at one point. If it weren't for the warmth she received from her as her older brother, perhaps back then, Chen Xue truly had lost even the will and courage to live. So now, every smile of my younger sister, Chen Feng, as the older brother, cherished it all the more. Let me guess. Let me think about it. Chen Feng began to feign profundity, appearing to be deep in thought. But in truth, he already had a vague answer in his heart. Brother, you'll never guess this time. Here's a hint. That means, with my strength, I'm already capable of protecting you. Wow, really? Really? I don't believe it. Brother, you're so annoying. Guess quickly. To create a festive atmosphere, Chen Feng deliberately used a very surprised tone before slowly speaking. Oh, I get it. Your unit isn't SSS rank, is it? These words were spoken. This left the younger sister speechless. After a long while, Chen Xue slowly spoke. Brother, how did you know? Chapter 29, The European Family. Oh, this. I guessed. Isn't my brother amazing? As soon as Chen Feng spoke, he was startled. He was just saying it casually. I didn't expect it to actually be true. That's a bit outrageous. You need to know. He himself obtained the SSSR level unit pool because of the enhancement from the Cosmic Cube. However, Schwerer awakened an SSS level unit pool all by herself. If Chen Feng's success was due to luck and chance. So, my sister really just relies entirely on luck. After all, there was an introduction on the panel back then. The matter of awakening unit pool talents. There is absolutely no technology involved. It all depends on whether your face was white or black at the time. SSS level. It can be said that this is the world's top-tier unit pool. Certainly, this needs to be calculated separately, excluding oneself. My situation is an isolated case and cannot be included in this category. This is evident. Xuer is indeed an even stronger lucky person than herself. King of Kings, Emperor of Emperors. The luckiest of all the lucky ones. If he were to join his sister, they would form a family of lucky charms. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you know? Chen Shui was still somewhat skeptical. How come her brother is so incredibly shrewd? How did I know about her military talent so quickly? It's impossible to rely solely on guesswork, right? Most people should know this. How difficult is it to obtain SSS level units? She thought her brother would think the worst, but who knew? Guessed it right on the first try. But actually, what she didn't know was, my own brother was right because he had too high standards. After all, Dustwind is an owner of the SSSR level unit pool. It's understandable that he would guess that his younger sister is an SSS. Actually, brother, although my unit is SSS level, its maximum growth potential is currently SS. To become an SSS level unit, I still need to obtain a Sea God's Core. But for now, I don't know where to get this thing. Chen Shui then added another sentence. This is something she forgot to mention earlier. But, although I'm only an SS rank unit for now, I'll be able to protect you well in the future, brother. You used to protect Xuer, now Xuer wants to protect her brother. Having said that, Chen Shui stopped thinking about those miscellaneous questions from earlier. She has now made a vow. I must be my brother's guardian angel. As for his feelings for his younger sister, Dust and Wind understood perfectly. He felt that his younger sister had grown up. Perhaps, upon arriving in this world, one can rise again and summon powerful units. For Chen Shui, this can be considered a kind of rebirth. But, when it comes to asking her to protect herself, how could Chen Feng, a dignified 7-foot man, agree to this? Xuer, I accept your kind offer. But I'll let you in on a little secret. Your older brother is really strong too. My brother's unit is SSSR level. Surprised? Unexpected, Chen Feng said in a joking tone. She is his sister and his only family. He didn't hide anything. Forehead. Brother, you're just trying to fool me again, aren't you? They're not little kids anymore. How could you fool them? There are no SSSR level units in this world. You big bad guy. Chen Shui didn't believe her brother's explanation. His older brother has always been like this since he was little. He always likes to lie and is a bad guy. I still remember when I was a child. When she was sick. It was because her brother lied to her that the Chinese medicine tasted like candy that she swallowed a whole bowl of bitter Chinese medicine without hesitation. I still vividly remember that taste. So, what Chen Shui was thinking was, my older brother is a very stubborn boy. Perhaps he didn't want to be protected by a girl, which is why he said that. That should be it. However, there is another possibility. That means my brother really awakened the SSSR level unit pool. In any case, from now on, I will live well with my brother. Thinking of this, the dust and snow have settled. Regardless of who is stronger or weaker, the siblings will ultimately protect each other. So nothing else matters. The important thing is that they are family, and that's enough. Okay, brother, I won't tease you anymore. You guessed the answer to my question correctly, so I'll give you a reward now. Please wait a moment. Huh? What treasure? Let me see it. After his sister finished speaking, she fell silent. Chen Feng was also quite curious. What kind of reward will she give herself? Could it be? Did my sister find something amazing at the bottom of the sea? After waiting a little while, then he had his answer. Chen Feng noticed a red dot notification below his chat box. This is the effect of a friend gifting an item. The notification above indicates that your friend Chen Shui is currently gifting you items. You have received 10 bronze treasure chests. You have received silver treasure chest X5. You have received golden treasure chest X1. You have received item drop chance increase card X1. What? Why are there so many things? Chen Feng was dumbfounded as he watched items continuously pour into his warehouse. Where did Xuer get so many treasures? She's practically a little rich girl. On the other side, seeing my brother's beaming face, Chen Shui said happily, Brother, I picked these up outside. There are still many, many wonderful things in the ocean where I am. I send my mermaids out to explore every day, and they often bring me back treasure chests. I'm giving you everything I've collected these past few days. Remember to use it. Oh, I can't accept this. Chen Feng was moved by his sister's selflessness. She kept everything she got for herself, so what will she do? It's okay, brother. These kinds of boxes are plentiful in the underwater world. I'll go out and look again tomorrow, hee. Me here. Hearing this, Chen Feng was even more shocked. So, is this even possible? My younger sister has not only arrived in a relatively safe beginner area, and as it stands now, it's more like falling into a treasure vault filled with endless riches. This is absolutely awesome. Swear, I never expected you to be the real lucky one. Dust and Wind couldn't help but admire. Chen Shui over there was also laughing and joking. It's okay, brother. You can have all my things. Don't. You need to keep it for yourself to improve your strength. Brother, this is enough. The dust storm was quickly stopped. His sister is so adorable and clueless. Why doesn't she think about herself at all? By the way, your brother will also craft some basic equipment for you later. I'm gathering materials right now. Really, brother? You're so good to me. Wait, brother, are you already at level 5? Wow. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Amazing. The two siblings continued chatting. They are helping each other. They each gave each other the resources they needed. Time flies by. Their joyful gathering was gradually coming to an end. During this period, Chen Feng learned this. The younger sister's newbie protection is actually a large bubble surrounding the castle. If the big bubble disappears, the little sister can only breathe inside the castle. Furthermore, he also learned that my younger sister was exploring the deep sea when she obtained a random function card, which is why she added me as a friend across regions. Because she randomly generated a world channel activation card with a validity period of 2 hours. During these 2 hours, she used a fully open Lord search. Finally, just as the card's effect was about to expire, I found my name. It was during this process that Cher overheard a terrifying message on the World Channel. Chapter 30: The Conspiracy of the World Channel. At last, as the two were about to finish their conversation, Chen Shui revealed some shocking news to her brother. Brother, there's something else I overheard by accident. The words were spoken. A sense of urgency is self-evident. Chen Feng suddenly noticed that his sister's relaxed tone had turned into one of nervousness. I also know that this matter may be really unusual. So, he remained silent, quietly awaiting his sister's next message. Here's what happened. Back then, when I got the World Channel card, I was busy looking for you, brother, while also trying to find out about the World Channel. When I learned that the World Channel existed, there were already quite a few people on it. They all seemed to be from other countries on Earth. They must all be the powerful figures who have passed through the beginner's area. These people rarely speak on the channel, but when they do, the information they reveal is astonishing. For example, I learned up there that the world outside the beginner's area is not a single continent, but is divided into 12 domains. Among these 12 domains, there is one dark domain, where our enemies reside. At this point, Chen Shui suddenly fell silent. Chen Feng watched silently, and also sensed that something was amiss. Little sister, what's wrong? Seeing this situation, how could I, as the older brother, not know? What Shui is worried about and afraid of must be in this dark domain. Brother, there are people from the beautiful country in this dark realm. They inadvertently revealed a shocking piece of news, which is, they released Beast Tide initiation cards into a large number of the newbie zones in the Dragon Kingdom. This card is extremely dangerous. Once the Beast Tide is unleashed, it will be devastating for all the lords in a newbie zone. The weakest of these ferocious beasts born from the Beast Tide cards is at least silver level, and the strongest are unimaginable. How could this happen? After listening, Chen Feng also frowned deeply. This matter is indeed serious. I never expected that people from this beautiful country would resort to such underhanded tactics. It seems those guys are planning to wipe out everyone before the Dragon Kingdom even breaks through the newbie zone. At the very least, we must severely damage the vitality of the Chinese people. Their intentions were undeniably sinister. And we just need to wait until all the people of the Dragon Kingdom have been ravaged. These lords of the beautiful country can sit back and reap the benefits, waiting for the remnants of the Dragon Kingdom to leave the newbie zone before wiping them out in one fell swoop. That's a very thorough plan. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, knowing that danger was imminent. Swear, don't rush. Tell me slowly and in more detail. Do you know who the mastermind behind this operation is? Also, this Beast Tide card shouldn't cover all the newbie zones, right? Is everything alright on your end? He quickly asked the question a second time. I would like to receive more specific information. Chen Shui naturally answered truthfully. After thinking for a while, the girl remembered the rest of the events. Brother, I remember the mastermind was a guy from America named Black Lion King. It's this person who, along with some other lords, is suppressing our Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone. I'm not too familiar with the newbie zone here myself, but I saw it mentioned on the World Channel. Among these newbie zones that were hit by the Beast Tide card, there is newbie zone number 778. Brother, are you in number 778? It's all right, Schwer. Chen Feng quickly offered words of comfort. His own heart was racing. As expected, the result was exactly the same as reality. Everything is going in a bad direction. As expected, I, in this newbie zone, am receiving special treatment from the United States. But it's okay. As long as my sister is all right, that's all that matters. He certainly has a way to deal with a mere Beast Tide. But on the other side, Chen Xue, who didn't know the specifics of her brother's situation, was extremely worried. Brother, you must live. I don't want to lose you. You are the only reason I'm alive right now. Don't worry, little sister. I'm very strong. I'll definitely be fine. Chen Feng quickly offered words of comfort. He couldn't let his sister live in fear. He is quite capable, so there's not much to worry about. Let's just treat this Beast Tide as a trial. Wait until you leave the newbie zone. They will definitely go after that beautiful country to get revenge. Especially the instigator, the Black Lion King. Brother, let's pinky swear, okay? You must live. Yes, definitely. After making a promise to his younger sister, the two said goodbye to each other and closed their friend channel. Now, both sides are aware of this. There's no time to waste anymore. Time waits for no one. They must hurry up and become stronger. Only in this way. Only then can they meet in a wider world. How could they fall for the devilish schemes of the United States from the very beginning? Within the newbie zone, number 778. We arrived outside the castle. Chen Feng took a deep breath. He had to tell all the lords about this. If these people are not allowed to prepare in advance, their only fate is death. After all now, everyone is weak. Some lords even faced extreme difficulties. Chen Feng himself is a person from the Dragon Kingdom. As a member of the Dragon Kingdom, one should show some care for one's fellow countrymen. That's what he thought. Your thoughts should follow the Dharma. Soon, he then opened the regional chat channel. After successfully anonymizing himself, he then used all members, who could only use it once a day. Lord Wind is with you. All members, everyone, listen to my command. Our newbie zone will be facing an unprecedented Beast Tide after the 7-day newbie protection period. This was a deliberate act by the people of America. Please be aware of this. Everyone should be mentally prepared and take precautions in advance. Once the newbie protection ends, a natural disaster will strike. Whether you survive or not will depend on yourselves. Chen Feng has finished speaking. He revealed almost everything he had learned from his sister. But all that came in return for the regional channel was a deathly silence. I don't know why. Perhaps everyone was startled by this sudden news. About 2 or 3 minutes later, someone finally sent a message in the channel, albeit tremblingly. Oh, what did you just say, Lord Wind God? No way. Will there be any more Beast Tides after the newbie protection ends? How are we supposed to live like this? Wah. Finally, people began to realize what was happening. If not for the fact that everyone noticed, it was the Wind God who was speaking at that moment. They thought that the scoundrel was playing a joke on them. But now, the Wind God himself appeared. This forces everyone to be on high alert. The Beast Tide is coming. Chapter 31. How dare you be disrespectful? So at this moment, everyone is having a heated discussion. Guys, I'm totally losing it. You guys said that if we don't complete the main quest in the newbie zone in 30 days, we'll be struck by lightning. Damn, after the newbie protection ends, we're facing a Beast Tide. It's impossible to survive. As soon as I heard the words Beast Tide, a chill ran down my spine, and my brain felt like it was lacking oxygen. I'm going to die. Damn America. They've been targeting us ever since Earth. I knew it. Our Dragon Kingdom can't just leave the newbie zone so easily. Damn American bastards. Wah, I don't want to die. News poured in like a spring. The regional channel was filled with howls and screams. At present, these weaker lords were already mentally broken just from hearing the words, Beast Tide. The powerful lords, on the other hand, frowned and their hearts raced, knowing that something terrible was about to happen. This is not good news for anyone. Moreover, there are only 4 days left before the newbie protection ends. 4 days. 4 days. What can you get them to do? 4 days later, they may only be able to barely manage to protect themselves. Not to mention any nonsense about resisting the Beast Tide. Seeing this scene on the channel, Chen Feng felt a pang of pity. But he had no choice. If I don't say it now, for these lords, the consequences will be devastating. Now that it's been said, perhaps some people will be able to take precautions and survive. Moreover, there's one more crucial point he hasn't told those people yet. If the other lords find out. Actually, what they're about to face is a ferocious beast with a minimum level of silver and a maximum level of unknown rank. They're probably so scared right now that some of them foamed at the mouth and smashed their heads against the castle to their deaths. Alas, I can't save you either. Good luck to you all. He sighed. There's definitely not enough people we could save. If it can really save lives. He wouldn't say something so heartless. At the very least, he would save people who had a good impression of him in the past. Take Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling, for example. And there was also my first best friend, that talkative girl Zhao Ran. Let's help them once we figure out a solution. Dust and Wind murmur to themselves. Even at this point, he was also thinking about saving others. But no one else was as composed as him. These people were very panicked, but they also believed the words of the Wind God without a doubt. The lords desperately wanted to deny this fact. But based on the character of the Wind God, do they dare to question it? I wouldn't dare. But there are always some people who want to cause trouble at this time. For example, right now, in the chat channel, when everyone was in a precarious situation. Seeing that the situation was very favorable, some people finally launched their long-planned scheme. Seeing the current state of panic among the people, Black Mass realized that this was a good opportunity. Since everyone is undecided. Instead of trying to sow discord, I'll use a divide-and-conquer strategy to win over these lords to my side. He believed his plan was perfect and well thought out, so he began to implement it. Brothers, you don't really believe what this so-called Wind God says, do you? He was just lying to you. This person is definitely trying to create panic among us, and then take the opportunity to divert our attention to that non-existent beast tide. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was too late for regrets. Why do I say that? Because this guy named Feng wants to act as the so-called beast tide and kill us all. As everyone knows, this person's unit is a giant dragon, which looks like a monster, right? He's just making up some ridiculous excuse to carry out his inhumane killing plan. The so-called Wind God is nothing more than a beast in human form, a demon wearing a mask of hypocrisy. I advise everyone not to listen to him. Everyone must unite now. Our enemy should be this Wind God. As long as we kill him, the beast tide will not occur. We'll be able to leave the newbie zone alive. Therefore, I suggest that everyone put me at the center. Once the newbie protection ends, we'll all besiege Wind's castle and cut off his head. I have the compass of the wind. As long as we all work together, the crisis will be averted. Now, Black Mass's speech on the regional channel was undeniably inspiring and a display of leadership. He skillfully used a wave of conceptual confusion to label Chen Feng as an utterly wicked villain. Furthermore, he likened the dragon of the dust storm to the so-called truth of the beast tide. That does sound like there's no problem at all. Moreover, Dust Wind is indeed capable of doing so. The so-called beast tide. Was it really a massacre meticulously planned by Fengshen? This caused the lords to fall into deep thought once again, after initially feeling tense. The regional channel has enjoyed a rare period of calm. Finally, someone realized what was happening and added a comment to the Black Mass. Who are you sending it to? With the emergence of this message, more and more people are beginning to realize this. Yes. Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he frame Lord Wind God? Lord Fengshen even helped us get rid of Wang Haoyan. That murderer. How could he possibly be the kind of person you're describing? That's right, the Wind God even traded some basic equipment with us and sold it at a discount. That's right, this guy called Black Mass is definitely here to cause trouble. That's right, he's here to sow discord. The crowd began to realize the truth. How could they possibly believe what someone of unknown origin said? Moreover, he was actually framing the Wind God. This made it even more unbearable for everyone. On the other side, seeing that his plan had failed, Black Mass became so anxious that he started cursing. Believe it or not, it's up to you. When the time comes, I will take you all. No, the wind will kill you all. Fuck your mother. The louder he cursed, the louder he became. The more others perceive him, the more suspicious they become. But, compared to these lords who worship the Wind God, however, there were other lords who sided with Black Mass. Among this group, some had long harbored grudges against Chen Feng. Some, however, were extremely wary of and envious of Chen Feng's status. They did not speak, but they've already quietly added Black Mass as a friend. Inside the Castle of Heaven, as Chen Feng gazed at the Black Mass, which resembled a clown, a murderous intent surged within him. Why is it this person again? Isn't he the guy who tricked me with the treasure chest? It's a pity that I profited from it last time. So this time, is it to get revenge on me? Interesting. Dustwind muttered to himself, pursing his lips. His anger wasn't because this person was distorting the truth. Rather, it's because this person actually knew the coordinates of his castle. Let's set aside the question of how he obtained it. But, since he says he knows, so whether it's true or false, he had no choice but to make an example of them to warn those lords who dared to invade his land. In an instant, visual sharing effects are fully enabled. Dust and Wind instantly connected with the three main forces, Lilith, Kyle, and Mona, who were far away. Now, they have a new mission to carry out. Kyle, Mona, Lilico. If any of you three see anyone or any unit related to the Lord of the Black Mass, you do not need to report to me. Kill them all without mercy. Chapter 32 Wrong Person Arrested. Far away, three powerful soldiers, upon receiving their master's orders, swiftly began their search. They split into three groups, determined to find the one who had angered their master. They traveled far away. They each arrived at the edge of the Black Forest. Further exploration revealed entirely new terrain. Lilico is now soaring alone in the sky. This was the first time she had ever been so far from the castle. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't travel to such a far place. But today, I have a new task. Therefore, we still need to fly forward. The view in front of me gradually opened up. Below, what was once a dark forest has turned into a swamp filled with shallow, dark green water. If it weren't for something else, Lily would have loved to go down and see if there were any monsters she could use to level up. In fact, she knew it herself. 1 star is needed. She will then be able to undergo her first physical evolution. Gradually, a castle appeared on the swampy land. This is a lord's castle. Upon seeing this, Lily quickly shared the message with her owner via visual sharing. Seeing this, Chen Feng, far away in his territory, felt a slight chill in his heart. So fast. So quickly, he's already seen the castle. This should be the first lord's castle I've seen since I came into this world. This has extraordinary significance for Chen Feng. He had to send Lily down to investigate the situation. Firstly, it's to investigate the lord's situation. Secondly, it was to test whether the lord was in league with the Black Mass. If this person colludes with the Black Mass, then I have no choice but to execute him on the spot as a warning to others. On the other side, the giant dragon in the sky received the order and quickly swooped down to land. And below, the lord seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked up. What's that in the sky? This is the view from below the swamp. A mythical beast that blots out the sky is swooping down in this direction. The scene is truly terrifying. The lord at the castle was so frightened that his legs went weak and he could barely speak. Where had he ever seen such a grand scene before? Such a huge monster flew right towards his castle. He's so scared he's practically skeletal. I even had thoughts of dying. My dear mother, I didn't do anything wrong in my past life. Why are you treating me like this? Why has a powerful boss invaded my territory? Boom dash. Before the man could finish speaking, the dragon's body crashed heavily onto the outer perimeter of the castle, causing a great tremor. Dust and sand rose all around as the dragon's wings flapped. Terrified and disoriented, the lord, unable to discern the dragon's face due to the sandstorm, immediately knelt down. Mother, I don't want to die. He knelt down and worshipped the enormous object in front of him. Even its troop type, the rainbow slime, was provoked and retreated back into the castle, not daring to approach. This enormous species deterrence. And in the face of an absolute power gap, even this lord who has novice protection, they also seem so insignificant. At this moment, Lily had no intention of doing anything to this person. She just came down to take a look. First, the master did not give her an order to do it. Secondly, this person has a newbie protection system, so there's really nothing I can do about it. Furthermore, this person is far too timid. I came down here on behalf of my master to see what was going on. Now, this person seems unable to speak, so how can we investigate? Thinking about it, Lily can receive messages from her master again through telepathy. Don't scare him. This guy has lost all fighting spirit. Quickly switch to maid mode and go talk to him. Yes, master. Having received the hint, Lily shook her dragon head. Yes, how could she not have thought of that? I'm so stupid. Although I did land very gently just now. However, being a giant dragon and possessing the aura of the ancestor of dragons, it is still difficult for ordinary people to bear. With a whoosh. Soon, Lily Colling's figure transformed into a maid. The terrifying pressure that had just been felt vanished instantly. Inside the castle, the lord, who had been trembling with his head down, dared to raise his head only after the oppressive aura suddenly disappeared, and there was no further movement outside. The sand and dust in front of them gradually dissipated, and in their place stood a young girl. Once he regained some of his senses, he immediately recognized the girl's identity. "You are the wind god's dragon maid." The moment he recognized him, all his guard disappeared. Because he was a fanatical worshipper of the wind god, he considered it an honor to see Lord Fengshen's troops. "The wind god has arrived. Please forgive my rudeness." The Lord quickly stood up, bowed in Lilith's direction, and then gestured towards the newbie protection shield not far from him. The light mask began to fade gradually. Chen Feng saw this scene through Lily's visual sharing and was surprised. What is this person doing? He didn't expect that. This person's attitude changed so quickly after recognizing his own military branch. And the gesture that person just made. It means to remove the newbie protection. That's right, he's disabling the absolute defense of the newbie protection. Under normal circumstances, no one may enter this newbie protection area without the permission of the Lord within. The shield will only be removed and outsiders will be allowed to enter with the consent of its Lord. He's completely treating me like family. As Chen Feng muttered to himself, he was actually a little touched. It's clear that this person isn't part of the Black Mask group. "Are you my fan?" This side of the swamp. The Lord, now free from the restrictions, eagerly ran out to greet Lilith, treating her like he was meeting his idol. The arrival of the wind god's maid is as if the wind god himself has descended. "Please forgive my rudeness just now." Forehead. Lily was so warmly received that she didn't know what to do for a moment. She was sent by her master to arrest people. Unexpectedly, the main culprit was not caught. Instead, they caught the owner's biggest fan. "Ahem, my master asks you, why aren't you afraid of me?" The girl in front of them suddenly spoke. The Lord then answered with a grin. "The wind god has been kind to me, so naturally I have no suspicion of him. Back then, I was secretly suppressed by Wang Haoyan and never dared to speak up in the channel. It was you, sir, who saved me. Not only that, my slime troops are also weak in combat, only good for digging rocks and cutting down trees, and utterly useless. It's still Lord Wind God. He was willing to exchange building materials for our equipment, which made my troops realize their value. Now, my slime has learned to fight using basic equipment and is able to defeat some relatively weak monsters. This also allowed my several iron slimes to grow to the bronze level, and that's how I gradually developed. Therefore, without Lord Wind God, there would be no me today. For Lord Wind God, I am willing to follow him for the rest of my life, and I am willing to give my life for him. I'm merely activating my newbie protection. It's just a way for me to show my respect to you, sir." Chapter 33, The Holy Angel's Judgment. He broke down in tears as he spoke. Even Lily, who was listening nearby, was moved. My master is truly great. Dust and wind over here." He listened to the whole thing through telepathy, and it made him feel incredibly nauseous. "Depend on. It can't be that bad. I only sold a few pieces of equipment back then, didn't I? Is it really necessary to praise me like a savior?" He said this, then shook his head helplessly. All right, that's settled then. Anyway, it's a good thing, so I'll gladly accept this loyal fan. However, it's a bit awkward to catch a thief in a fan's house. In that case, let's give him some emotional compensation. Thinking of this, Chen Feng communicated with Lily again through telepathy. Far away. After learning the situation, Lily nodded and began to speak to the devout lord before her. "My master asks you, what is your name?" "Oops. My name is Li Xian. I'm 20 years old, and I was born in the year of the dog." The guy named Li Xian hurriedly answered, eager to give his birth date and time as well. "Okay, I understand. My master is currently capturing a fellow named Black Massachusetts. I was just passing through here on orders, and I didn't mean to scare you. The master said that since you are not the person he is looking for, he will not harm you in the slightest. On the contrary, as the first lord you meet, the master also gave you some gifts." As Lily spoke, light emanated from her palm. Soon, a huge package appeared on the ground. "These are things that the master doesn't usually use, so I'll give them to you as a gift. There is some food, clothing, and 2 low-level loyalty fragments inside. I still have to carry out my master's mission, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." After explaining everything, Lily transformed into a dragon once more and soared through the skies. Li Xian, holding the large bag of items given to him by the Wind God, knelt and worshipped the sky. "Thank you, Lord Wind God. From now on, I will be Lord Wind God's dog." Woof woof. The sound was powerful and resounded throughout the surroundings, until the dragon in the sky completely disappeared. Only then did he dare to cautiously open the package to take a look. A gift from the wind god. Let's see what it is. Grilled pork chops, grilled beef chops, grilled lamb chops, coconut juice, strawberry pudding, red wine, cream bread, fruit salad, crispy chicken wings, and popcorn. Is this the food God eats every day? Oh my God! Seeing so many delicious dishes, Li Xian was completely dumbfounded. He ate nothing but disgusting swamp fish every day. That kind of fish is smelly and fishy, and when it's grilled, it tastes like feces. This drove him to the brink of collapse. He thought that this was the only kind of thing he would ever eat in his life. Who would have thought that I would be able to taste such an exquisite delicacy? This is like the difference between heaven and hell. Wind God, the eternal God. My father, holding this pile of exquisitely packaged delicacies. Li Xian was so happy she almost fainted. But he can't faint yet. He remembered that there seemed to be something particularly important inside the package. I rummaged through the package. Soon, 2 beams of white light arrived in his palm, then turned into fragments. Low-level loyalty fragment. Li Xian is numb. He even forgot to breathe when he saw it. Loyalty fragments. That's a divine item that can quickly restore the loyalty of troops. This item can only be obtained occasionally when killing silver-level monsters. This is an incredibly popular item that all the lords are scrambling to buy. With Li Xian's current strength, he never imagined that he would one day be able to see this thing. The wind god was so generous that he gave him 2 right away. He's really going crazy. Lord Wind God. At last, Li Xian, overly excited, fainted completely while clutching the package. Inside the Castle of Heaven, Chen Feng was organizing all the things he had acquired in the warehouse. The reason for this was that there were too many items stored in the warehouse. So he decided to give some away to this fan. I can't possibly eat all the food that Lily can conjure by myself, so I might as well share some with Li Xian. And those fragments of loyalty. My troops are so loyal that they don't need that thing at all. Right now, there are still more than 50 of these things in the warehouse. Sending out a couple as a token gesture shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, he felt that he hadn't given enough. After all, I almost scared the person to death. I feel really bad about it. He has always adhered to one principle. That is, I will not offend others unless they offend me. So now his only targets are Black Mass and his associates. If I encounter my fans again in the future, dust and wind won't do anything to those people. As long as they don't provoke him, he's happy to help his fellow countrymen from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as I was thinking, he received another telepathic message. This time, the message came from Kyle, the Angel of Justice. My lord, I have discovered heresy. Black Mass's accomplices are nearby. As the message was conveyed, dust and wind quickly connected with Kyle to share their vision. In the middle of a mountain range full of jagged rocks, there were 2 castles standing side by side. And among them, the castle lords, on the other hand, all looked up at the sky as if facing a formidable enemy. Damn it! Where did this angel come from? My desert scorpion is now too terrified to move by the angel's oppressive aura. My century-old millipede is one too. If this angel kills all of our troops, we're doomed. The 2 lords can communicate directly because they are neighbors. Their soldiers were all out hunting when they happened to run into this angel. If they are not careful, their entire army could be wiped out. The death of a soldier will mean they will lose all their fighting power for a period of time. This is undoubtedly a devastating blow to a lord who is still developing. Now, the angel in the sky has been watching them. This prevents them from summoning their own units back. He dared not offend this angel. The situation suddenly became a dilemma. That Brother Zhu. Should we call Brother Black Mass to come and help us? At this time, finally, someone couldn't help but say something to the Lord next door. And Kyle, who happened to be in the sky, heard these words. No, it should be said that every word these 2 people said. Kyle heard everything clearly, including dust and wind. Now, sitting on the throne, Chun Feng's eyes were already flashing with anger. They finally caught 2 accomplices of the Black Mass. Today he must make these guys pay a heavy price. Kill. At a single command. At the summit of the mountain, Kyle spread his 6 wings, raised the holy sword aloft in one hand, and his entire body of armor shone with golden light. Her eyes blazed like torches, and she silently chanted the arbitration mantra. In an instant, the holy sword unleashed a surge of sword energy, slashing down at the soldiers below who dared not move. Those who disobey my lord are unforgivable and should atone with their lives. Chapter 34 The Fear of the Black Mass. Death is also your salvation. Sacred arbitration. Buzz dash. Amidst the shimmering light, a massive cross-shaped sword aura descended from the sky, sweeping across everything in its path. The scorpions and centipedes below were desperately trying to burrow into the ground. But alas, the holy angels in heaven wielded such terrifying power. Their mobility is limited, and this sword energy is incredibly fast. Final. In a huge explosion, the large number of troops located below were blown to pieces and reduced to ashes. The two lords, who were inside their castles, nearly popped their eyes out when they saw this. How is this possible? With just one move, my bronze-level desert scorpion was killed or wounded by more than half of its members. My brass-grade centipede. The more they looked at it, the more outrageous it seemed, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. Their unit, no matter how you look at it, is at least bronze level. How come they couldn't even withstand one move from this angel? Just as they were about to curse, the two saw the holy angel strike again, giving their troops no time to react or escape. Your bodies will be cast into hell, and your souls will be redeemed. Holy commandment, heavenly annihilation. In the sky, Kal clasped his hands together. Her holy sword vanished without a trace. Instead, there were slight ripples in the sky. In an instant, a large number of holy swords rained down from the sky. Seeing this, the remaining scorpions and centipedes on the ground knew they had no way to escape and could only wait to die. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 swords fell, and blood filled the sky. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, the once barren land was instantly soaked with the blood of centipedes and desert scorpions. The battlefield was covered in purplish black and dark green blood. Similarly, it also splashed into the hearts of the two lords. The two of them stared at each other through a protective light shield. But all that could be seen in their eyes was despair. Old Zhu, was it your troops that led this angel here? Was it you? Yes or no? At this time, the lord on the left, whose mentality was on the verge of collapse, questioned his companion frantically. His entire army was wiped out. It's all that thing in the sky's fault. No, am I sick? Why would I go and provoke that thing? Right. The lord named Old Zhu naturally wouldn't take the blame. He now even suspects that his brother may have betrayed him. The two suddenly became like oil and water, each harboring a surge of anger and resentment. However, it's not a good time to vent right now, because the holy angel in heaven is still watching them. Oh shit, why isn't Black Mass here yet? The two men cursed each other, their hearts filled with anxiety. They are now completely incapable of fighting. But the boss's support was slow to arrive. This made them even more disheartened. If it weren't for the new player protection system, they are probably already fish on this angel's chopping block. In the sky, with a solemn and reverent air, Kal pointed the tip of his holy sword toward the castle and spoke. The Lord says, in 4 days, you will pay the price for your folly. Now, you will also receive the punishment you deserve. Holy ring, divine arbitration, 10*/ buzz dash. Dozens more golden sword energies pierced through the air and attacked. Boom, boom. The mountain peaks were shattered, and rocks collapsed. The terrain surrounding the two lords' castles has been severely damaged. Now, for these newly formed units, it is already extremely difficult to get out. After completing all this, Kal quickly flew away into the distance and disappeared. Seeing that the mountains outside his territory had been destroyed, and that a large number of rolling stones were constantly blocking the way out of his castle, he realized that the mountains outside his territory had been destroyed, and that the mountains outside his territory had been destroyed. The two lords were filled with despair. It's obvious. This angel is trying to completely cut off their escape route. Because, in this way, even if they regenerate a new batch of units from their unit pool, it will be difficult for them to go hunting again. And if they cannot continue to develop. In this world, it's no different from being dead. How so? Things have developed to this point. The two lords felt like they wanted to die. They were truly dumbfounded, wondering when they had provoked such a powerful angel. But who exactly is the Lord that the angel speaks of? Who exactly is this powerful being? How can one control such a powerful and holy angel? Just when they were completely baffled. Finally, Black Mass sent them a message. How's it going on your end? With the emergence of this message, the two lords, who were being tortured to the point of near madness, were on the verge of going insane. Black Mass, you useless bastard. Do you even deserve to be our leader? We asked you to send reinforcements to help us. But why haven't they shown up yet? What happened to the promised cooperation? Is this your attitude? The message has been sent. The chat panel remained silent for a long time. After a while, the two received a reply. Was your area attacked by an angel? The Black Mass did not answer their questions. Instead, he asked the question himself. This made the two lords, who had just been beaten to tears, want to punch the Black Mass on the head. You bastard, you knew that. So why didn't you come sooner? Could it be that you're the one who summoned this angel? We're not cooperating with you anymore. Go dot. Now. The two were no longer willing to listen to their useless older brother's explanation. They promptly deleted Black Mass from their friends list. Otherwise, the more you look at it, the angrier you'll get. On the other side, a shadowy castle on the edge of a cliff. Black Mass saw that two more of his underlings had betrayed him. The anger in my heart gradually turned into collapse. How so? He muttered to himself. 6 people have already betrayed him. Moreover, the number continues to increase. Those who betrayed him had only one reason. That is, they were attacked by a mysteriously powerful angel. Some say they were attacked by a dark angel. Others say they were attacked by an angel of light. And after those guys were attacked, their first reaction was to come looking for him. Where would Black Mass be willing to provide support? He verbally agreed to provide immediate support. But in reality, he sent all the troops who had gone out to return to the castle and hide them. Joke. Listen to what those who betrayed him said. Those 2 angels are so powerful that they can wipe out soldiers with a single move. What does this mean? Among these people, 2 of them are silver rank soldiers. Silver tier units were instantly wiped out. Wouldn't going to provide support be nothing more than suicide? Hateful. Which beast is targeting me? I'll tear you to pieces. Ea. Black Mass's furious roar echoed throughout the entire castle. The people he had worked so hard to recruit were gradually slipping away. He was in a hurry. These are the best shields against that wind guy. If these people were gone, how could he possibly be a match for the wind all by himself? Who did this? Who provoked this wild boss? The Black Mass spoke. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Could it be that these angels of darkness and light are soldiers of the wind? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was so frightened by his own thoughts that he collapsed to the ground and almost wet himself. If that's really the case, then his revenge plan would be impossible to realize. No, those 2 angels are probably just bosses in the wild. I was just scaring myself. Black Mass quickly took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. What happened today must have been an accident. That's right. It was just an accident. You can simply recruit new allies you've lost. He was still able to retaliate against the wind. Haha, yes, that's right. Black Mass ran out of the castle, wanting to breathe some fresh air to calm himself down. But just then, he saw it. In the sky, 2 angels, one of light and one of darkness, are flying rapidly toward this place. Chapter 35: The Arrival of the 3 Egyptian Gods. Looking into the distance. In the sky, 2 figures, one black and one white, were flapping their wings and flying rapidly toward this side. Black Mass gradually opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the angels approaching him. Hiss whoosh. He gasped, his throat dry and hoarse, unable to speak. What is that? Holy angel. Dark angel? The 2 angelic figures drew closer and closer. The Black Mass became clearer and clearer. His heart continued to sink into the abyss. No way, right? He had just been thinking about avoiding these 2 wild bosses who were ruining his plans. How did you end up here so quickly? Just as I was thinking. Black Mass secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Before the boss arrived, all the troops had already been summoned back to the castle. In that case, no matter how strong the 2 angels are, they shouldn't be able to hurt you, right? After all, we're still in the newbie protection period. The more he thought about it, the more at ease he felt. It seems that this is the only way. The Black Mass only felt better when he saw the 2 angels getting closer, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then I saw it again. Behind the angel, a giant dragon appeared. The dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, gradually surpassing the speed of the 2 angels in front. And this dragon is also flying towards the castle. Black Mass was truly terrified this time, because when he saw that giant dragon, deep down, I gradually realized something terrifying. It seems that the truth of everything has been revealed. That's actually a wind-type unit. It's coming this way. And, in addition to those 2 angels. In other words, roar dash. The roar of the dragon has already descended upon the outskirts of the castle. A pair of dragon legs slammed heavily onto the edge of the abyss. Even the castle perched on the cliff now appears to be on the verge of collapse. The Black Mass was shaken by this sudden earthquake, and his mind began to malfunction. In a daze, he saw a huge red dragon and 2 angels behind it, all watching him. My lord, we have found another lord. Outside the castle, Mona relayed the message to Dustwind through telepathy. Through visual sharing, Chen Feng looked at the black-haired man in front of him, his heart remaining calm and undisturbed. A male lord. I wonder if he has any connection with the Black Massachusetts. Chen Feng was actually unaware of this. The person standing there motionless right now is the one I'm looking for. You could ask directly. But he couldn't very well say something as absurd as, "Are you the Black Mass?" Chen Feng could only ascertain the other party's identity through indirect inquiries. On the other side, before the three soldiers could even ask any questions, Black Mass immediately knelt down and began to kowtow frantically to them. Long live the Wind God! Long live the Wind God! Long live the Wind God! Upon seeing this, Kyle, Mona, and Lily each blinked. This. Yet another lord who addresses his master as Sir. Could it be that he is also a fanatical worshipper of his master? Could it be that you are also a fan of the master? See here. Lilith's dragon body transformed into the form of a maid. She withdrew her aura of authority as the dragon ancestor. That's what happened last time. She scared the owner's fans. We learned our lesson in time this time. The Black Mass, upon hearing the question, still dared not raise his head, but answered tremblingly. Yes. I am a fan of Lord Wind God. No, I'm willing to be his dog. Woof woof. Looking at the Lord's disheveled appearance, Mona and Kyle both nodded, very satisfied with the man's performance. Yes, wise mortal, your choice is correct. Believe in our Lord, and you will have eternal life. They both responded. The Black Mass, who was still kowtowing, almost shed tears. The two angels' words were a huge blow to him. These two sentences almost confirmed his conjecture. That is, both angels were sent by the wind to target them. No, his heart is aching terribly right now. The Black Mass preferred that the angels before him say nothing. I also don't want to hear them say things like, New Lord, eternal life. However, the facts were right in front of him. He had no choice but to accept it. This is the Sky Castle side. Dustwind was still watching the Lord who kept kowtowing in front of him through visual sharing. He felt that something was wrong, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. Oh right. Is this person getting a little too excited to see me? Or perhaps, I got a little too excited? He discovered. The black-haired man trembled as he kowtowed, as if he had done something wrong and was about to be beaten. This person no longer appears to be exhibiting signs of excessive excitement. Instead, it felt more like fear and tension. Lilico, tell him to stop kowtowing. Just tell them I don't need it. He relayed the message to his dragon maid. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Actually, if this person really is his fan, he really doesn't want his fans to be constantly kowtowing to him when they see him. Not only did he make himself look like a demon, it was like a cult event. That's not good. There. Having received the instructions, Lily naturally conveyed her master's meaning verbatim. Yes. The Lord in front of him acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to kneel there in worship. I am Lord Wind God's dog. Lord Wind God is my father. Father, spare me. Father, spare me. Lilico, ? Kyle, ? Mona, ? Dustwind. What is this person doing? Regarding the current situation, Chen Feng and his three soldiers were all completely bewildered. Why is he acting like a robot? Did he hurt his head? The master said he wouldn't hurt the fans, so you'd better get up quickly. Lily offered a brief explanation. This finally made Black Mass dare to look up and glance at the scene. But at this moment, the shadowy legion that had been hiding inside the castle suddenly emerged and knelt before Mona. Goddess of darkness, great fallen angel of disorder, we lowly beings offer you our highest respect. After the group of shadowy figures finished speaking, they began to worship Mona. Mona, however, simply watched coldly and didn't say anything more. The scene fell into a deathly silence, compared to the calm demeanor of the Dustwind soldiers. On the contrary, upon witnessing this scene, Black Mass's jaw dropped to the ground. His original plan was to swallow his pride and pretend to be a fan of Feng to save his life so that he could quickly get rid of these three uninvited guests. But what he didn't expect was the Shadow Legion, which he was most proud of. At this very moment, he turned against his most hated enemy, kowtowing to that Wind Guy's unit. Why is this happening? Just how monstrous is this fallen angel of darkness? Chapter 36: The Secret of the Dark Origin. In this world, do such powerful military units really exist? It was so powerful that it made other people's units submit on the spot. And how exactly did her master manage to summon such an overpowered unit? The more you think about it, Black Mass wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the city wall and die. His previously slightly relieved state of mind collapsed once again. The Shadow Legion remained standing still after they finished kneeling in worship. It seemed as if they were waiting for the next instruction from the fallen angel Mona. This scene is like the fallen angels before them at this moment are their true masters. And the Black Mass? It's just a backup plan for them. Here, Black Mass stared intently at the scene. His mouth was dry. He wanted to cry, but he dared not cry. One's own troops. Those are all our own troops. Why? In the blink of an eye, it will belong to someone else. Why is this happening? No. On the side of the fallen angels. After seeing the Lord's face in front of him constantly distorting and deforming, her alluring purple eyes slowly closed. Then, he coldly said to the group of shadowy soldiers, "Go and follow your Lord. I will not take you in." "No, that's fine. Goddess of Darkness, we are at your command." Hearing that their God had given the order, the Shadow Legion had no choice but to return to their Lord. Black Mass was overjoyed to see that the fallen angel had no intention of taking them in or killing his soldiers, but instead allowed them to return. Thanks. Thanks. Long live the Wind God. Long live the Wind God. Long live the Wind God. Bang bang. The sound of kowtowing rang out again. At this moment, Black Mass was filled with overwhelming gratitude. These military units are my future security. If it's gone just like that, then everything will be over. He was secretly delighted, pleased with his good fortune. However, in reality, the reason Mona didn't take in the Shadow Legion earlier was because, firstly, the Lord said it wasn't necessary. Secondly, the person in front of him seemed to be a worshipper of God, so it was not appropriate to kill his subordinate directly. Fallen angels are the embodiment of darkness. Generally speaking, she would kill such a lowly race that worshipped her on the spot and absorb their essence. After all, Mona herself represents darkness. If you try to stop her, who represents darkness, from being cruel, that's the real joke. The Shadow Legion has all returned to their Lord's castle. At this time, Lilith, Mona, and Kyle had almost confirmed the person's identity. They each took to the sky and set off for other places. At the bottom of the abyss, all that remained was a disheveled and lingering fear-ridden Black Mass. Whoosh! Black Mass, panting heavily, stood up from the ground. Watching the three monsters speed away, he felt like he had been pulled back from the brink of death. Wow, this is too scary. Luckily, I pretended to be a dog. Otherwise, if Feng recognizes my true identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha! I'm so smart. The laughter during the Black Mass was lewd. He leaned weakly against the castle wall, then slowly moved back into the castle. He came to his dilapidated throne. Before me stood a group of shadows, heads bowed and silent. Black Mass looked at the group of soldiers who had almost betrayed him. I want to vent all the grievances I just suffered on these good-for-nothings. But he discovered, the loyalty of the Shadow Legion has unknowingly dropped to 40%. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Grass. Why did this happen? What kind of medicine did that fallen angel give you? Why are you listening to her? I am your master. These shouts were almost hysterical. After delivering the Black Mass, he fainted just before he could take his last breath. However, he was angry. What they got in return was a more resolute and confident voice from the shadowy figures. You are indeed the master who gave birth to us. But as beings of darkness, we naturally have our own dark origins that we admire. The fallen angel is the progenitor of all dark creatures. If we dare to defy her will, then death will be our only fate. What are you talking about? She is the progenitor of darkness? How is this possible? Upon hearing this, during the Black Mass, I only felt a lack of oxygen in my brain. He doesn't want to think about anything anymore. Because, if you keep thinking about it, you'll be blown away by the sheer power of the wind. So be it. Black Mass closed his eyes and fainted on the spot. Castle of the Sky. After giving the order for his three main forces to return, Chen Feng slowly closed his eyes. That's pretty much the end of today's tasks. It's time for Lily and the others to come back. Actually, my purpose for today, it means to make an example of someone to warn others. All we need to do is find out and warn Black Mass's accomplices. Just let this group of people know the pros and cons. This will also quell the arrogance of the Black Mass. After all, the newbie protection period is still ongoing. It's really difficult to know what you truly want. But, when passing by a castle that might be the castle of the Black Mass's allies, I even made a point of memorizing the coordinates of those guys on the map. Just wait for the newbie protection period to end. They couldn't escape either. Especially those whose identities have already been exposed. They will need to be given special attention at that time. The dust and wind were clear. Being gentle to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. In this world, if you don't wipe out your enemies, those guys will come back sooner or later. Oh right. The last black-haired man we saw just now was behaving rather suspiciously. Dustwind returned to his shining throne, reflecting on what had just happened. That guy, despite constantly proclaiming himself Lord Wind God. But in reality, quite a few clues were revealed. In short, he seemed very afraid of himself. This behavior makes one increasingly suspicious the more one thinks about it. And Dust and Wind also noticed. That person's unit was paying homage to his fallen angel Mona. Some of them seemed to be wearing basic-level equipment. The more he looked at those basic-level equipment, the more familiar they seemed. Hiss dash. Dust and Wind are drawn in. Isn't that the beginner-level equipment I sold before? That guy's unit is wearing the very things I sell. And the Lord who can buy so much of my basic equipment at once. Could it be? Is he really my fan? Wrong. This is really not right. In the hazy dust and wind, the image of a person had already faintly appeared in my mind. Think in this direction. His thoughts became increasingly clear. This person is really problematic. I must write down his coordinates. After the newbie protection period ends, we'll go there and investigate thoroughly. After making the decision, Dust blew through the castle window and glanced at the sky outside. At this moment, dark clouds obscured the sun, dimming the outside light. It looks like it's going to get dark soon. Not far away. His 3 main units also happened to fly back in this direction. I wasted the entire day trying to capture Black Mass. This brought his character progression with Lilico, Kyle, and Mona to a near standstill. That definitely won't work. Every minute is so precious now. Once wasted, it's gone forever. If it weren't for the constant trouble caused by others. Moreover, the situation has reached a point where I have no choice but to take action. Shen Feng didn't want to waste his time with this kind of person every day. Looks like I need to get a good rest tonight. I'm going to have to do something big tomorrow. Chapter 37 The Faith of the Lord of Light. Dust and Wind muttered to themselves. He's definitely going to pull off something big tomorrow. Because today, Lily and her 2 friends spent a whole day exploring the beginner area. On his personal panel map, many sections have already been lit up. Some of these places were even specially marked. The annotations on it read, Treasure, Danger Zone, Lord's Location, and Resource Point. In conclusion, I now have many choices to make. We're leaving tomorrow. Looks like I didn't do nothing today. At least I enlarged the map. And with these special annotations, I will be able to hunt more powerful monsters to level up and obtain better treasures. Right now, I reckon no one has a higher map unlock rate than me. In other words, most of the areas marked on the map are actually unexplored. In that case, I will be the first to set foot in those areas. Very nice. Shen Feng became more and more excited as he spoke. He was eager to know what would happen tomorrow. Very soon, Lily and her 2 companions then returned to the castle. By this time, it was completely dark. This means that the 3rd day of the beginner zone has ended. As night falls, they had to go into the castle with their master to avoid this. Inside the castle, the 3 of them returned together. Shen Feng sat on his throne, waiting for a long time. How many of the accomplices of the Black Mass have you caught today? He smiled and waited for the 3 women to reply. My lord, I have sealed off the 2 known traitors in the mountains, awaiting your further instructions. The first to speak was Kyle, the angel of judgment and justice. Dust and Wind nodded. He personally watched the entire event via visual sharing, so he knew about it. My lord, I have arrested 3 people connected to the Black Massachusetts. 2 of them were killed by my followers because my dark followers were in their territory. Mona then spoke up, her voice very respectful. Wait, kill him. You just killed all those lords? Shen Feng was quite surprised by this news. He knew that because Mona was the goddess of darkness, she could directly control other dark-type units. But what he really didn't expect was, Mona actually manipulated those dark creatures to wipe out the original owner inside the castle. Is it really that aggressive? So, you killed him through the light barrier outside the castle? Yes, my lord. Those who are under my control will serve me, no matter where they are. That's incredible. Dust murmured, still secretly shocked in his heart. It seems that, before the power of this fallen angel, I am powerless. Even those lords hiding within the protection of the newbie barrier are not absolutely safe. This is indeed amazing news. If those lords who want to oppose me find out, they were probably all trembling so badly they couldn't even speak. Oh right. Can you control those shadow legions that just submitted to you? Shen Feng suddenly recalled something. Just now, Mona and the others encountered that suspicious lord at the edge of the abyss, didn't they? His unit type also seems to be dark-based. So it should be controllable, right? My lord, I can only control dark creatures that are 2 ranks lower than me and do not possess the essence of darkness. Those Shadow Legion of more than 10 people have all reached the silver level, and I cannot control them for the time being. Mona answered truthfully. Dustwind nodded silently. I see. What a pity. He had also thought that if Mona could control the Lord's Shadow Legion. Now I can properly interrogate this suspicious guy. It's a pity. Since that won't work, let's wait 4 days and talk about it then. Tell me again, what exactly is this so-called origin of darkness? If other dark beings also possess the essence of darkness, will you be unable to control them? Dust and Wind asked again. He noticed that Mona's statement actually included 2 conditions. First, to control it, one must cross 2 levels. The second is this source of darkness. Mona answered seriously after hearing this. That's right, my lord. Though I am the embodiment of darkness. But in this world, there are also some dark creatures. When their strength reaches a certain level, they can also condense a small amount of dark essence. Although its origin is like a drop in the ocean to me, it is not worth mentioning at all. But they can use this wisp of origin to gain the opportunity to break free from my control. Furthermore, the more origins one possesses, the greater the chance of breaking free. Oh, I see. I understand now. Dustwind nodded again. Mona's meaning is actually, even within the dark faction, she is the leader. However, some of her underlings, if they become powerful enough, can try to break free from her control. However, such lackeys are probably not very common. At least among the lords. Those who can summon units capable of resisting Mona's level must have a true talent pool of at least S rank or higher. Therefore, Chen Feng doesn't need to worry about these things right now. On the side, seeing that the master had been chatting with that sexy Mona for so long, Kyle and Lily looked like they were jealous. Kyle is alright. As a holy angel, she wouldn't wear her heart on her sleeve. Therefore, her stunningly beautiful face always wore a serious expression. But there was an involuntary twitch at the corner of her lips. It still revealed her proud and arrogant nature. Actually, she also wanted to be interrogated by the Lord in this way, because it looks cool, compared to Kyle's reserved and brooding nature. Lily, however, is a little different. She is quirky and loves to play and joke around with her owner. So at this moment, she rushed to her master's side and playfully punched his chest with her little fists, saying, Master, why don't you ask me? I also did a great job outside today. Ask me, please ask me quickly. Wait a minute. You are the last one. Chen Feng patted the girl's head, which had dragon horns, and then said in the direction of the holy angel. Kyle, since Mona can manipulate dark creatures, you should be able to manipulate light creatures too, right? The reason he raised this question. Firstly, I was genuinely curious. Secondly, it was also to verify his own conjecture. Ahead, after hearing the Lord's question, Kyle remained silent for a moment before speaking. My lord, although I am the embodiment of the source of light, I cannot directly control beings of the light element. Why? Because beings of the light element live off their faith. If they worship me, they will naturally submit to me. Is that so? Chen Feng frowned. Things weren't quite what he had expected. So Kyle, you now worship me, is that right? Yes, my lord. You are the great creator God, who created light and darkness, who created everything. You will be my eternal faith. I will fight for you to the very end, until the world is destroyed, and I will not stop. Very good. I see. Chapter 38, Capturing Strategic Points on the Map. Regarding this statement, Chen Feng nodded with great satisfaction. Although Kale, unlike Mona, cannot directly control dark creatures of a lower level than herself, but her strength lies in her ability to win people over with virtue through the power of faith. Is there any possibility? The holy angel is able to rely on her own identity as the source of light, to get some beings of light who are temporarily stronger than her to believe in her. Believe it or not, it's actually possible. When Chen Feng voiced this idea, Kyle did indeed nod slightly. That's the right idea. Good heavens. It seems that the holy angel approach has a high ceiling, while Mona's approach has a high floor. The two are different, but each has its own advantages and benefits. That concludes the discussion. The approximate abilities of the two angels. I've now basically finished understanding Chen Feng. He tried to get up and stretch, but the dragon maid caught him in her arms. Don't. Master, where are you going? You haven't asked me about today's results yet. Oh, I almost forgot. How annoying. Chen Feng scratched his head. He looked at Lily, who was hugging his waist, and asked softly. So, my dear Lilico, how did you fare today? Upon seeing this, Lily raised her head. Her face flushed red from being called darling by her owner, and she said in a slightly embarrassed, childlike voice, I'm so sorry, master. All the people I caught today are your fans. Oh ho, I knew it. Chen Feng, who had burst out laughing, helplessly covered his face with his hand. He just wants some peace and quiet right now. No. Master, don't be angry. Lily will try harder next time. The dragon maid swayed her thick tail behind her, looking ingratiating. Okay, I'm not angry with you. Hurry up and prepare dinner. Let's rest for the night. Yes, sir. As you command, master. The girl took immediate action after receiving the mission. Soon, in the slowly darkening night, the third day in the beginner zone has quietly passed. The fourth day has arrived. Early morning. The thick fog from last night has begun to dissipate. Instead, a forest that is clearly visible to the outside world has been revealed. Chen Feng got up early and came to the gate. The crystal-clear view before me. It was the result obtained by his troops after they had thoroughly surveyed the surrounding terrain. You need to know the beginning. Before this area was explored, it was covered in smog. Today, it's time to put my big plan into action. Go find those areas that are specifically marked on the map. Let me see. Where should we go first? Chen Feng opened his personal virtual panel, then expanded it to view the map in the upper left corner. The map has been magnified several times. The various unique landforms and landscapes marked on it appeared clearly in front of him. Among them were his 3 types of soldiers and some of the lord's castles he had visited. Most importantly, there are the special marked areas that I passed by yesterday but didn't have time to explore. For example, right now, on the outskirts of the Black Forest, in the upper left corner, there is a place called Lava Cave. There is a general description of this place on the map. Inside the cave, there is a Lava Cave Master, who is analyzed to be a gold-level monster. See this message. Chen Feng quickly called Lily over and instructed her. Lilith, I'm sending you to investigate the lava caves outside the Black Forest. Perfect timing. It's time for you to upgrade and evolve too. There's a gold-level monster over there. You can use it to practice your skills. After saying that, he shared the exact location with the girl. After saying a few words, the girl transformed into a giant dragon and flew away. Don't worry, master. I won't let you down. When I come back, I'll show you what I look like after my evolution. That's right. Actually, I am also capable of taming other dragons. If the monster in the cave is a dragon, maybe I can recruit it as my follower. Alright, then go ahead. Roar Dash. Watching the Crimson Flame ancestral dragon gradually disappear into the distance. Chen Feng then remembered. This guy is also the king of dragons. It seems that this girl was quite competitive yesterday after hearing the 2 angels talk about recruiting followers. He shook his head helplessly, yet also found it somewhat amusing. Continue viewing the map. Now, the task of upgrading has been handed over to Lily. Then let Kyle take over the task of collecting resources. Dustwind said. He discovered that another part of the map was marked with a mine shaft. There should be plenty of ores there that can be used to upgrade the castle. Right now, I really need the ore. After all, ore is a scarce commodity for all lords today. Basically, no one is willing to put their items up for sale on the trading channel. So at this moment, Chen Feng will have to figure out a way to do it himself. Kyle, go to this spot I'm pointing to, find a mine, and collect some ore. Summoning the holy angel to his side, Chen Feng pointed to the map. Kyle nodded very wisely. My lord, I am ready to obey your command. All I could see was the holy angel, holding a holy sword and with 6 wings spread, flew directly in the direction marked on the map. Another soldier is setting off on a mission. The dust and wind still watched them go. The reason he just assigned Kyle to the job of a miner was, this is mainly due to the holy sword in his hand, which can change shape at will. That sword, even the pickaxe used for mining, can transform. It has to be said, this piece of equipment from the holy angel is truly a versatile all-rounder. You can transform into any weapon you want. It's incredibly awesome. Moreover, according to Chen Feng's understanding, the armor Kyle wore and the holy sword in her hand were things she had possessed since birth. This set of equipment will automatically upgrade as her strength increases. It can be said that it is both very humane and amazing. I can't even imagine if Kyle grows into a god-level being in the future. What terrifying, world-class treasures will this holy sword and this suit of armor become? And based on the current situation, we just need to wait until she is promoted to platinum level unit. Then this armor will have the set effect that only high quality or better equipment can have. In this way, This makes everyone even more eager to see Chun Feng's future growth. After assigning his two most capable assistants to tasks, in the blink of an eye, now, only the fallen angel Mona remains. Mona is now eagerly awaiting the task her master will assign her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she pursed her alluring lips, her expression capable of captivating the hearts of countless young men. In addition, she was wearing a light purple dress at the moment. The design of the dress can be described as quite ingenious. It gives one a wonderful feeling of longing and anticipation. In short, it's the kind of thing that will make your nose bleed if you look at it for too long. This was the first time Chen Feng had ever observed Mona's sexy and alluring figure so closely. He feels slightly dizzy right now. My lord, is there anything I can do for you? The fallen angel's magnetic and gentle voice carried a hint of doubt. Chen Feng came to his senses. He took a deep breath and said to the sexy woman in front of him, "Now, a man and a woman are alone in a room. What do you want me to do?" Of course, it's he. Chapter 39, The Witch's Allure. He, you know what I mean. Chen Feng chuckled and walked towards the fallen angel. Mona, seeing that the lord seemed to have a special need, blushed and said shyly, "It is my greatest honor to have my lord's will." Good, very good. You're absolutely right. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng laughed even more heartily. My lord, I am ready. Please do it while you're at it. The fallen angel then spread his wings. She clutched her dress with her hands, like a shy flower bud. But when the lord truly came to her side and placed his hand on her fragrant shoulder, Mona was so embarrassed that she dared not open her eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you close your eyes? Open your eyes, let me show you this. Chen Feng spoke, his tone very impassioned. Look. No, lord. I can't look. What's there to be afraid of looking at? It's just a map. Oh, what? What I heard the lord say didn't seem to be the thing that I was thinking about. Mona finally opened her beautiful eyes. Open your eyes. A map appeared in front of her, and the lord, with his other hand, was pointing to a point on the map and saying, I was afraid you couldn't see it, so I deliberately moved closer so you could see it. There is a snow-capped mountain here, and the coordinates of a treasure are marked on it. I hope you can go and take a look. Go up to the snow-capped mountains and see what good things are there. You know what I mean, right? As Chen Feng spoke, Mona listened quietly to him. Only, there seemed to be something strange about her expression. Feeling a little disappointed? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, I look forward to hearing good news from you. Gently stroking the fallen angel's feathers, Chen Feng chuckled again. The fallen angel Mona naturally accepted the order with utmost respect. And before leaving, she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious wink at her master. Okay, I got it. You should go right away. Finally, after the last soldier was also sent out on a mission, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Call. This fallen angel is a full 2 meters tall. I'm a tall man, 1.85 meters, and it's a bit difficult for me to put my arm around her shoulder. How strange. He silently mocked himself. A slight flutter in my heart still stirred. Mona's behavior sometimes doesn't resemble that of a dark goddess at all. She's more like a succubus. Just look at her every move, her demeanor. If it weren't for his self-control, he would be a straight man made of steel and titanium alloy. If an ordinary person came, they probably really wouldn't be able to control themselves. Don't say it. A stunning beauty like this, capable of bringing ruin to the country and its people. Sometimes, Chen Feng really can't believe it. This is a powerful unit that is completely loyal to you. Harmful. Mona is completely different from her serious sister. It's not just the clothing that's different. Even the weapon is a dark orb, and the orb is usually hidden. He muttered to himself, deep in thought. Compared to Kyle, Mona's clothing cannot yet be categorized as equipment. It was just an ordinary piece of clothing. So, in the future, I could actually find a way to create a custom outfit for Mona. It all depends on whether she likes to be like her sister, completely covered up. I probably won't like it, haha. As he spoke, dust and wind returned to the throne in the castle. Now, he suddenly found himself with plenty of free time again. Today, it will likely be a long wait for the 3 guards to return. It might even take until almost evening. Fortunately, during this time, he opened his personal panel to take a look. I remember that my personal level has been increasing over the past 2 days, and it seems that I still have some free attribute points that I haven't used. A semi-transparent virtual panel was summoned. Above it is a row of neat and uniform attribute descriptions. Name, Chen Feng. Personal level, LV5, 5,000 and 88,000. Individual combat strength, silver 8 stars. Physical attack, 185. Magic attack, 70. Defense, 150. Agility, 249. Mental strength, 140. Available free points, 30. Equipment, not worn. Cards, 53 low-tier loyalty fragments. 1 item drop rate increase card. Gemstones, 30 white gemstones. Guards, Ancestral Dragon of Flame. Holy Angel, Fallen Angel. New personal information is displayed before you. Chen Feng examined it carefully. After reaffirming his abilities, he was pleasantly surprised. My personal strength has reached Silver 8 star. So fast. If this pace of development continues, I should be able to break through to the gold level before the newbie protection ends. And once my strength reached the gold level, it naturally helped me a lot, he said. At the same time, I also noticed that my basic attributes in various aspects have increased to varying degrees. Even the free attribute points have now increased by 30. Seeing this, no further explanation is needed. Chen Feng directly added all these attribute points to his mental strength. The hints from the Cosmic Cube benefited him greatly. Only with stronger mental strength can one better control powerful troops in the future. It should be noted that all of his troops are SSSR level units. Although they are all perfectly loyal, trying to control them all would require a lot of effort. Visual sharing and telepathy. These two advanced abilities, which are extremely taxing on mental energy, are the best examples. Thinking of this, Chen Feng also took a special look at the Cosmic Cube floating on the throne. The Rubik's Cube remained unchanged, still shimmering with a dark purple luster. It seems that I'll have to wait until I reach level 20 before I can activate this artifact a second time. Now let it sleep. I stopped paying attention to the Rubik's Cube. Chen Feng refocused his attention on his attribute panel. He discovered, this time, after adding points to his mental strength, the 1 point, 10 returns good fortune did not occur as before. That's true. After all, last time, he was the first lord to add points to his mental strength. So it's normal to have rewards. This is the second time that points have been added. There's no reward, but that's still acceptable. But Chen Feng still held out hope. He was looking forward to it. There will still be a day when I can get the special reward of getting 10 back for every 1 click, or even getting 100 back for every 1 click again. Because you should always have dreams. What if they come true? At last, when you decide to disable your personal information, Chen Feng thought of something. My magic attack is clearly 70 points, but why can't I use it no matter what I do? That's when he noticed. I clearly possess magical attack attributes, but I can't use them, compared to the significant increase in physical attacks. This is a magical attack. Dustwind's personal feelings were not obvious, because he could feel his own power increasing. I can now smash a half-sized rock with a single punch. This is the boost from physical attacks. The same applies to defense and agility. Only magical attacks are possible when he wants to use it. What condensed in my hand was just a white ripple. Is this the earliest form of magic? Chen Feng looked completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on, and then muttered to himself. Like Kyle, although her main attack is physical damage. However, she wants to rely on physical damage to unleash flashy skills. Actually, a certain amount of magic is also needed to assist. Right skills. Could it be that? Chapter 40. Regional rankings and faction building functions unlocked. As they talked, Chen Feng finally figured out the problem. The reason I have magical power but can't use it is because it must be because of a lack of skills. It seems I'll have to learn some magic skills in the future. I just don't know where I can get that skill book. Can it drop from bosses or elite monsters? Never mind. Let's talk about these things later. He shook his head. Chen Feng felt that now was not the time for him to think about these things. Our main combat strength still relies on our troops. If he wants to personally go to the battlefield, it may be a long time from now. And at that time, I'm sure I'll learn a lot, especially amazing magical skills, based on the strength of his unit. He was confident he could do it. So, there's no need to worry about these little things now. What needs to be done right now? We're just waiting for Lily and the others to bring back good news. Close your personal panel. Dustwind began to contact the 3 powerful soldiers through telepathy. When they learned that they were getting closer and closer to their respective destinations, Chen Feng's emotions grew increasingly agitated. He was happy not only because he was getting closer to his destination, they were also excited about the abilities they displayed after their mental strength was enhanced. Now, there was a very distinct feeling of dust and wind. That is, during this time when they connected their hearts with the 3 types of soldiers. Its connection speed is much faster than before. Is this the wondrous change brought about by the amplification of mental power? That's really good. He lay back down on his throne. With dust and wind blowing, all that remains is to await good news from the three attendants. Only, this process was really quite boring. Feeling utterly bored, he suddenly remembered his younger sister. Oh right, I haven't contacted my sister for a day. I wonder if she's doing alright over there. Opening the friends list, you'll find Chen Feng's only 2 friends so far. First, there's Jia Ran, the talkative girl who gave her the green pearl. The other one is his younger sister, Chen Xue. At this moment, both girls have a red circle with a number marked on it in their friend list. That was a notification from a friend when they sent me a message. It showed as unread. Dust and wind swept across the scene at a glance. The red circle above Jia Ran's message indicates that there are 999 plus unread messages. In contrast, her younger sister Chen Xue's red circle didn't even reach the double digits. It's obvious. It's obvious whose mouth is a Gatling gun. I give up. The amount of news about Jia Ran is simply outrageous. Dust and wind make one ashamed. He had originally wanted to take a second look, but seeing so many messages, he suddenly lost interest. Never mind, I've decided to check on my sister first. Make up your mind. He then opened Schwinner's friend list. 5 messages that came into view this morning. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the message had been sent in the morning. Fine. My sister didn't post it yesterday. Otherwise, how can I maintain my image as a good brother if I don't reply to her for a day? Thinking about it, news of Chen Xue has already come to light. Good morning, brother. I slept very well last night. This morning, I ate the strawberry cream bread you gave me, along with a cup of hot milk. It was so wonderful. So, drinking something warm underwater is such a fun thing, hee. Brother, it's so good to have you around. I really want to see you. 5 sentences, neither too long nor too short. It embodies his younger sister's longing for him. After reading it, Chen Feng choked up a little. This grown man suddenly felt like crying. Schwer, wait for me. We will meet soon. He then replied to his sister with 2 messages. The 2 reminisced for a while, offering each other some comfort. Closed Chen Xue's friend message bar. After chatting for a while, Chen Feng was full of energy for the new day. He felt that as long as his sister was still alive, all the efforts we are making now are worthwhile. Alright, I also need to see what Jia Ran said. He regained his composure and calmed down. Chen Feng suddenly put on a very serious face and stared at the red circle with 999 plus in front of him. The more I look at it, the more outrageous it seems. Tisk tisk. I hope it's not some spam message. I don't have time to flirt with a little girl like you. He said. I've already clicked on Jia Ran's profile picture. It doesn't matter if you don't click on it. Once inside, Chen Feng was completely dumbfounded. In an instant, rows and rows of identical messages kept refreshing. What catches the eye is nothing short of extravagant. Chen Feng saw stars and almost fainted. Lord Wind God, are you there? Lord Wind God, are you there? Lord Wind God, you. That's right. That's it. Just this simple sentence. Jia Ran has posted this message at least 997 times. The last 2 sentences of those words left Chen Feng's mind completely blank. Dust Wind, are you sick in the head? As the screen scrolls to the last message, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. And just as he uttered the words, are you sick? Jia Ran replied to the message at lightning speed. Lord Wind God, you finally replied to me. Without your reply, every day feels like an eternity. I feel like I'm living a life worse than death, and death is worse than life. I'm living and dying again, and then being reborn again. I'm in unbearable pain. I love you, Lord Wind God. My love for you is like the endless river, flowing eastward. No. Is there something you need from me? Seeing this chatterbox start her Gatling mouth again, Dust Wind had no choice but to quickly interrupt the spellcasting. It's nothing. They just miss you. I love you. Damn it, go play somewhere else. Dust and wind directly cause high blood pressure. Regarding the girl's reply, he almost couldn't resist using the delete friend method. Just as he was about to close the chat window, Jia Ran then quickly corrected him. No. Lord Wind God, I was wrong. Actually, there's something I want to tell you. My personal level is about to reach LV5. The girl blurted out all the important matters at once, afraid of being blocked later. Her answer, however, rekindled Chen Feng's attention. What did that woman just say? Is her level about to reach LV5? No way. This news is truly astonishing. You need to know. Chen Feng is currently only at level 5. And this was only a day since they last hunted any wild monsters. Jia Ran caught up with him immediately. Let's not even talk about catching up. Just keep up with the pace. He felt a sense of urgency. Depend on. It was all because of that dark mass that he couldn't concentrate on leveling up yesterday. Now, the other lords should be the same as Jia Ran. Are you quietly leveling up your personal rank? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more he felt he had suffered a huge loss. It seems he needs to put in more effort. Just as I was thinking, the girl sent several more messages. Almost there. Lord Wind God, I'm about to reach level 5. When the time comes, as long as more than 2 lords in the newbie zone reach level 5, the new feature will be unlocked. Please remember to check it carefully. What function is it? I don't know about it. Watching the talkative girl say inexplicable things. Dust and Wind were completely bewildered. But soon, he then understood what had been said earlier. My virtual panel actually refreshed at that moment. Above that, 2 brand new, clickable options suddenly appeared. These are the regional leaderboard and the personal power building function. Chapter 41. Ranking high on the regional leaderboard. Regional leaderboards are now open. The formation of individual factions has begun. Now, looking at these 2 newly enabled features, Chen Feng was astonished. There really is one. He was somewhat unsure. But soon after, Jia Ran's message came through the friends page. Lord Wind God, am I right? Actually, I only found out about this when I was about to level up. Take a look at the faction formation feature. How about we consider forming a guild? When the time comes, I'll definitely be the first one to come and be your underling. The girl started talking nonstop again. Dustwind was indeed quite interested in these 2 newly emerging features. So he simply opened it to take a look. Okay, I'll think about it. However, I need to take a look at what's going on with that regional ranking list first. Okay. After a brief chat, Chen Feng then unlocked one of the new features, the regional leaderboard. In an instant, his virtual control panel began to expand continuously. 2 leaderboards appeared in front of him. These are the individual strength ranking and the individual level ranking. Looking out over the dusty landscape. At this point, many names had already been listed on the list. These are the lords from the newbie zone number 778. They quickly put the new feature into use shortly after it appeared. It seems everyone reacted quite quickly. They've already gotten their identities onto the leaderboard so quickly. Dustwind said. To better observe the situation above, he first expanded the personal ranking list to take a look. The list continues to expand. All I could see was, on the leaderboard, the names of many lords are already listed above. Among these people, some were quite bold in revealing their names directly. This includes gender, age, and appearance. However, these are the lords who dare to openly declare themselves. In reality, they are usually at the top of the rankings, in the lower middle range. And those guys who are slightly above the leaderboard, or even at the top of the leaderboard. Currently, most of them are still in an anonymous state. They simply put themselves on the list, without any intention of getting much exposure. Perhaps, that's what these people are thinking. He wanted others to know that he, such a powerful lord, existed. But perhaps they don't want to reveal their identity. In short, there are quite a few people like this on the list. Maybe, they came to this idea after they had made themselves anonymous. The key is to maintain stability. There shouldn't be any problems. Dust and Wind continued their investigation. At the very top of this leaderboard is a lord who is currently ranked number 1 in LV. This person did not deliberately hide their name. Instead, it was revealed quite generously. And then I saw the lord's name. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He did not feel threatened by the fact that this person was number 1 on the list. Instead, I felt a little amused, and even somewhat ashamed. Depend on. How come Jia Ran's name is on every random leaderboard I open? That's right. What comes into view is, it was Jia Ran, the talkative girl who had just been arguing with him. This guy just said he's about to reach level 5. It seems that this is indeed the case. Currently, only 1 level 5 player is registered on the ranking list. That was this Miss Jiran. I didn't expect this girl to be so capable. If I hadn't been in this newbie zone, she would probably have been in first place. Dustwind said. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, he hasn't registered his personal information on the leaderboard yet. Therefore, his name did not appear on the leaderboard. But Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to take a few more glances. I want to confirm the current strength level in the newbie zone. Let's continue reading from Jia Ran's name. The second place winner was none other than a familiar, old friend. Black Mass. Has this guy reached level 4 now? The speed is quite fast. The moment I saw this name, Chen Feng was also thinking about some things. He wondered what exactly the Black Mass's soldiers were. Judging from this person's upgrade progress, his troops must be quite strong as well. However, at this moment, I am still unsure what it is. Furthermore, where exactly in the newbie zone is this person? However, there is currently a prime suspect, located above a deep chasm. This is something that Chen Feng can confirm. I will definitely go back to investigate that castle in the future. Thinking about it, he stopped worrying about it. Continue scanning the charts below. In fact, there were several other lords who, like Black Mass, reached level 4. However, they all chose to remain anonymous. It seems these guys all know about the recent Black Mass incident. Seeing that everyone who associated with Black Mass had been beaten to a pulp, they no longer dared to show off, and all chose to remain anonymous. So, Chen Feng is not yet able to determine the identities of these people. I've looked at the rankings pretty much all now. I'll register myself now. After confirming that they were still in the lead, Chen Feng looked at the registration options in front of him and selected Confirm. You are logging into the leaderboard anonymously. Login successful. Congratulations. You have become the number 1 ranked lord in the number 778 beginner zone. The leaderboard has been refreshed again. Lord Wind makes a powerful debut. Chen Feng silently looked at his number 1 title, feeling content. Now, he stands proudly above all others, occupying the first throne with its gold border. I should also check out another ranking list. Go and see what the situation is like over there. After browsing the individual rankings, Dust and Wind opened another leaderboard. Now, because he had just logged in anonymously. So, his name has also been added to this other personal strength ranking. And he still stands out from the crowd. Silver level 8 stars, absolutely number 1 in the newbie zone. He carefully browsed the rankings on the power list. Chen Feng was even happier than on the previous list. If someone on the previous list had the same rank as him, it would make him feel anxious and uncertain. So, this is a list that purely considers individual ability. He himself ascended to the top of the dragon throne by overwhelming everyone else. That's right. Right now, he is the absolute king of the entire newbie zone, number 778. He was the only one who forcefully broke into the silver level. Those ranked second and below were all lords below the bronze level. Some people are still stuck with iron rank. In comparison, he was 2 ranks lower than him. Although for Chen Feng himself, this was his moment of glory. But actually, when he saw his ranking, he wasn't particularly excited because he had some expectations in mind. At most, it's just a feeling of happiness. On the contrary, those lords who had just seen the leaderboard refresh, they were truly shocked at that moment. I was so shocked I couldn't even express it. Because, after the leaderboard opened, they anxiously awaited the strong arrival of Wind. At the beginning, when Fengshen logged into the rankings as number 1, the Lord's eyes lit up. But there's no reason to be too surprised. They had long heard that the Wind God had reached level 5. Otherwise, how could the adults sell equipment to them? But then, when Fengshen logged into the individual strength rankings, the Lords were all dumbfounded and completely went mad. Chapter 42 The Wind God Fan Club is established. They've gone mad. You could even say that. After witnessing Lord Wind God's personal strength, everyone was in an incredible sleepwalking state. They thought they were dreaming. But it's all true. That strength. The Wind God's power is simply unbelievable. Is he even human? Lords flocked to the area chat channel to express their shock. Now, within the regional chat channel, upon learning of the Wind God's strength, the lords all began to fawn over Dust Wind with an attitude of worship. The Lord has finally arrived at the rankings. Oh my God, I can't believe my eyes. That's impossible. Lord Wind God's strength has actually reached the silver level? What? I'm dumbfounded. A monster. It's outrageous that Lord Fengshen's unit level is higher than mine. Everyone looked on in shock. They knew beforehand that the master was a very powerful lord. But they really didn't expect it. The adult has become so powerful. This is at a level that they simply cannot understand. How is that possible? I'm still in iron rank, while the pros went straight to silver 8 star. He is no longer human. He is God. Wind God. Wind God. Wind God. The lords who had been fanatically worshipping Chen Feng were now acting like madmen. It's difficult to describe the shock they felt at that moment using human emotions. This is far more than just simple worship. The existence of the Wind God. They could very well become the pride of their dragon kingdom. No. With the power of the Wind God, he will definitely be able to lead everyone out of the beginner zone and fight against those people from other countries. Especially that beautiful country. Once the Wind God is born, those guys will definitely experience what the pride of the Dragon Kingdom is all about. The strongest lord and the greatest war god in the Dragon Kingdom is none other than Wind. The cheers continued on the regional channel, compared to the current celebration of everyone. Only in a castle on the edge of the abyss. The mind of Black Mass has just awakened. After seeing the news on the leaderboard, I was so angry that I almost fainted again. Dust and Wind over here. He is actually unaware of the reactions of the various lords. Because at this time, he was looking at another newly unlocked feature and had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the chat channel. Building an individual power? That's a really interesting option. Build your own power, and then develop it. He muttered to himself as he pondered the feasibility of this scenario. Could it be that I also need to build up my own power? Hiss dash. But it doesn't feel necessary, and it's also quite troublesome. Chen Feng nodded, but then shook his head. He seemed quite troubled about whether or not to establish a faction. Firstly, he felt that doing so was somewhat unnecessary. In fact, I am capable enough. He doesn't really need any thugs or anything like that right now. Secondly, once this kind of force is established, its management will definitely be very troublesome in the future. Chen Feng himself is someone who doesn't really care about anything. Those tedious tasks are a real headache. So, if you make him worry about managing a group of underlings every day, he really wasn't too keen on it. So, is it possible to create your own faction without having to worry too much about it? Dust and Wind ponder. Just at that moment, he noticed Jia Ran constantly sending him messages. In a flash of inspiration, he then came up with a brilliant idea. I choose you. At this time, on the other side, inside a castle on the grassland, the blue-haired girl shook her head and sat in her lord's seat, humming a lullaby. Jia Ran kept sending messages to her Lord Wind God in her friend list. Its speed is like that of a machine gun with an unlimited magazine. Lord Wind God, are you there? 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 Have you seen the formation of that faction? How about you consider creating a guild as well? I just heard some news in the chat channel. Right now, there are many lords who want to pledge their allegiance to you. If you were to start your own guild now, a large number of lords would definitely join. Can I be your secretary then? Oh no. What I mean is, being a low-level employee. Is Master CC there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? The messages are still being sent out continuously. Chen Feng only glanced at it twice before feeling dizzy and overwhelmed by the dizzying array of images. The messages are refreshing way too fast. But he still read through some of the important news that Jia Ran had mentioned. After thinking for a moment, final, Dust Wind replied, I'm considering it. However, I do have a suggestion. What? Please tell me. It seemed that the Wind God was giving him some advice. Jia Ran was as sweet and happy as if she had eaten a sandwich. I was thinking. It's not impossible to form a force. However, I usually don't have time to manage people. How about you become the president? Dust Wind slowly sent these words in front of the message bar. This is what he's thinking right now. At present, the only person he could appoint was this girl named Jia Ran. Although, well, this woman seems a bit neurotic on the surface. But actually, his abilities are passable. At least Chen Feng himself felt that it was very appropriate for her to help manage the guild's influence. Wow, really? Lord Wind God, you actually trust me so much, sob sob. You move them to tears. Jia Ran replied quickly, adding a crying emoji. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng's face darkened. Broken. Is she about to have another attack? Alright. Let's decide on this. You can set up a union, just give me any position you like. You handle the routine matters, but consult me on any important decisions. Chen Feng spoke again, explaining some details to the girl. The general meaning is, Jia Ran was in charge of the management, while she herself acted as a figurehead. On the other side, upon hearing this, Jia Ran's mouth dropped open. For her, the words of the Wind God are a form of self-affirmation. Since the adults are willing to let her do this, it is naturally a great honor. Understood, Lord Wind God. But, you should be the president. I just want a secretary. Okay, fine. The two sides discussed the matter again and finally determined the outcome. Soon, amidst Jia Ran's flustered and chaotic actions, an organization called the Wind God Society was successfully established. Certainly, Jia Ran chose the name herself. Chen Feng himself only glanced at it before nodding in agreement. At its inception, the Wind God Society had two members. First, there's Chairman Chen Feng. He then anonymously changed his name within the union to the character Feng. Secondly, there is Jia Ran, the vice president who usually manages the trivial matters of the union. The position of vice president can currently be awarded to 4 people, because there is no secretary position within the union. So, Chen Feng then appointed her as the vice president, as the first member to join the union, and possessing considerable strength. It's reasonable that she got one of the 4 deputy positions. Now, she was the second in command of the Wind God. This is incredibly exciting no matter how you look at it. So, an adult. Let's go recruit other lords in the chat channel now. Jia Ran excitedly spoke to her president. Chen Feng gestured to her, telling her to handle these matters herself. Soon, the girl then happily ran off to the chat channel to complete her task. Chapter 43, What is an international superstar? Upon receiving the order, Jia Ran naturally ran off to carry out the mission with great enthusiasm. She quickly arrived at the regional channel. Right now, a group of lords are chatting noisily here. However, everyone was still talking about what was on the leaderboard earlier. Because the crowd was still reeling from the shock the wind god had inflicted upon them. Everyone, stop talking and look at me. All members, follow my lead. Sudden, all eyes were drawn to a girl. Following the message, everyone discovered that it belonged to a female lord named Jia Ran. What? People started to gasp. This is the second-ranked female boss on the leaderboard, second only to the wind god. She's still in the top 3 of the strength rankings. She's really strong. It's rare to see such a powerful figure appear. I wonder what she's up to. The lords who were still chatting fell silent. They all watched silently, waiting to see what Miss Jia Ran would say next. And when everyone was listening attentively, Jia Ran naturally began her impassioned and eloquent speech. Everyone, it's like this. You all probably noticed that just now, right? My own virtual panel now has a faction option enabled. And coincidentally, Lord Wind God has now created his own guild. I have been ordered by my superior to come here specifically to recruit a group of members. After these words were spoken, the chat channel fell silent for a long time. Then, an overwhelming flood of news broke out. What? Lord Wind God has actually created a guild? Really? What? Then I definitely have to participate. As a fervent follower of the Wind God, I also wish to serve the Wind God. To be frank, would I be willing to be Lord Wind God's dog? My dog's bark is Thief 6. Woof. Does the Wind God like flat-chested little girls? I'll just whine and sob. I know how to warm the bed. I want to join too. Take me with you. I have big breasts. Adults will definitely like me. Lady upstairs, stop smelling. Fengshen doesn't like mature women. What if the Wind God likes fencing with us men? That's right. I want to offer my most beautiful chrysanthemum to Lord Wind God. I also. Brothers charge. More and more lords began to get excited. Today, they received far too much shocking news. Not only is Fengshen the undisputed leader on the leaderboard, there's also a guild specially created by the Wind God. Forgive my intrusion, Miss Jiran. You said Fengshen created a guild. Then why didn't I see any of the Wind God's people? At this time, in the chat channel, one person stepped forward and raised their own questions. Since Lord Wind God has created a guild, why doesn't the adult show up in person? Although the word mysterious has always been the core image of adults. But, after all, only the adults appeared in person. Only those who are willing to be his underlings can truly feel at ease in their roles. Yeah. Miss Jia Ran, it's not that we don't trust you, we just need a little proof. As the first person raised a question, behind, more and more people are starting to have their own ideas. After their initial excitement wore off, they still have some sense of reason. Jia Ran is indeed my agent and the vice president. From now on, she will be in charge of all the small matters in the Union. At this time, dust and wind descended in person, using the anonymous identity of Wind. Upon seeing that it was actually the Wind God who had arrived, all the lords worshipped him. Lord Wind God has really come. So, the creation of labor unions was really true. Lord Wind God, I want to join. Me too, me too. Me too. Now, after the Wind God himself appeared and explained, everyone let go of their grudges. They transformed once again into fervent worshippers. He couldn't be happier to join the Wind God Society. Meanwhile, Chen Feng. He stood in his own castle, watching this scene unfold on the regional channel, and felt a genuine sense of dread. Holy crap! Do I really have that many fans? He was a little confused. The sheer number of believers I have is truly astounding. At least half of the lords in the new B zones now want to join their side. Isn't there a bit too many people? Chen Feng began to think carefully and realized that things could not proceed as originally planned. If things really go according to the original plan, getting so many people to join their guild at the same time. At that point, Jia Ran definitely won't be able to manage it. She's a girl, yet she's willing to serve me unconditionally. But doing it this way is really putting people in a difficult position. Since that's the case, why not try another method? First of all, anyone who wants to join me must be someone I approve of. In this way, although the number of people will be small, it will be easier to manage. Let's settle on this. Dust and Wind muttered to themselves. Then, he sent a message to Jia Ran through the friends channel. Its general meaning is, you now carefully select some people. List those you think are passing. If you feel you still haven't passed, then take another look. Once the list of successful candidates is compiled, I will then review it myself. And there are 3 additional conditions for joining the membership. 1. You cannot join anonymously. 2nd, provide your current castle coordinates. 3rd, they are fans. At last, Dustwind granted special permission to include 2 female lords in the qualified list ahead of schedule. Soon, after the message was sent out, Jia Ran acted swiftly and decisively. She selected 8 enthusiastic fans from the regional channels who worship Chen Feng every day. Among these 8 people, there are both men and women. This included the guy named Li Xian. Then, including the 2 personally selected by Chen Feng, that makes a total of 10 people. Jia Ran presented the list of 10 people. Chen Feng glanced at her and thought to himself that this girl was indeed shrewd in choosing people. To him, these 10 people were definitely fanatical believers among his admirers. After all, these people were already his fans before he even founded the guild. Even someone like myself, who almost never watches regional channel messages. He knew that these 10 people were worshipping him inside every day. Grown-ups, I feel that only these 10 people have met my standards so far. What do you think? After selecting the participants, Jia Ran sent another message. Chen Feng was satisfied with the girl's efficiency. Let's go with your standards. You did a great job. Yay! Your praise makes me so excited and happy. Jia Ran felt extremely satisfied after receiving the president's approval. It's the kind of satisfaction that comes from being praised and recognized by someone you secretly admire or idolize. Only those who have experienced it firsthand know just how amazing it is. Seeing that the girl was about to have another attack, Chen Feng hastily left after saying a few words. The recruitment of union members is almost complete so far. In the chat channel, all the lords sighed with regret upon learning that Lord Wind God's guild recruitment had ended. Firstly, they felt disappointed because they were not selected. Secondly, the probability of joining was so low that it made them feel uneasy. That girl named Jia Ran has an incredibly ruthless eye for choosing people. How did she manage to pick only 10 out of hundreds of people? Absolutely terrifying. But in any case, if Lord Wind God's guild recruits lords again next time, they absolutely must participate again. Must. On the other side, inside 2 adjacent castles. Now, the 2 female lords were so excited about being able to join the Wind God Society that tears welled up in their beautiful eyes. The 2 of them were Xiao Yuling and Hua Yi. The 2 relatively weak lords never expected to receive such an honor. It was as if a blessing from heaven had descended upon them. Chapter 44 The Lava Beast Awakens. This feeling of happiness came too quickly. The 2 stunningly beautiful women found it increasingly difficult to control their fluttering, heart-pounding hearts. Is all of this true? If it's a dream, then let them keep dreaming. Originally, because of what happened last time, they received special care from the Wind God. Since that last time, no one has dared to provoke them anymore. This made the 2 girls feel grateful. Unexpectedly now, the adults even directly recruited them into their guild. This kindness, they may have to spend their whole lives paying for it. The more they thought about it, the bigger the tears streamed down their pretty faces, making them look like delicate pear blossoms in the rain, pitiful and lovely. Lord Wind God is our greatest benefactor in this life. Yes, Sister Yuling. I am willing to dedicate everything I have, including my entire life, to the Wind God. The 2 girls became more and more excited as they talked, and they were almost about to hug each other and cry their hearts out. Dust and Wind over here. After recruiting the initial 10, he focused on his own affairs. The rest of the arrangements were left to Jia Ran. He is only responsible for some of the more important decisions. Therefore, they don't usually show their faces. Actually, this isn't him being mysterious or trying to show off. It's because he himself isn't very good at this kind of people management process. Jia Ran, on the other hand, is quite talented in this area. I really appreciate how efficient this young lady is. In conclusion, Jia Ran possesses all the delicate qualities a woman should have. And she was also very satisfied with the people she recruited. And his hiring criteria are: we only recruit those who are absolutely loyal. Strength is secondary. This is why Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling were among them. The union is still in its early stages, and there's nothing major to do right now. So let's leave it at that for now. Chen Feng exhaled a breath. The development of trade unions cannot be rushed. It's more about planning for the future. If we start with a big fuss, it might cause chaos. And Don't be fooled by the fact that we've only recruited 10 people so far. But in reality, this took Chen Feng almost his entire morning. At present, after reorganizing my thoughts, Chen Feng then began to take care of his most pressing matter. It's about time to check on the progress of my 3 units outside. Through telepathy, coupled with the link of visual sharing, he quickly located Lily's current location. At this time, Lily is in a cave. It seems she has arrived at the lava cave. When Lilith, in her dragon form, realized that she and her master were connected on a spiritual level, she let out a soft, coquettish sigh in her heart. What? How annoying. The master is spying on us again. They wanted to give you a surprise. Ah, this. Listen to Lily's inner thoughts. Chen Feng covered his face helplessly, almost wanting to laugh. Good heavens. It turns out the dragon maid is getting more and more playful. She even knows how to surprise herself. Liliko, stop messing around. How's the exploration going in this cave? Have you found that gold-level monster yet? Jokes aside, Chen Feng still needed to inquire about the situation over there. Yes, master. I've been wandering around this cave for a while now. Aside from a few brass magma beasts wriggling in the lava, there doesn't seem to be any danger here. Moreover, the fire elemental energy here is perfect for me to sleep. I feel like my strength would increase if I slept here. Lily happily recounted this, conveying it to her master through telepathy. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was struck dumb and quickly replied, You'd better be careful. You can sleep when you get back. There really is a gold-level monster inside. Master, I was just joking. Then I'll explore further. Let's go? They received their master's instructions. Lily then followed the cave, heading deeper into it. The further you go, the hotter the lava becomes. Even the surrounding air seemed to melt away. If an ordinary soldier were to come here, their body would be completely melted in no more than 5 minutes. However, Lily is different. She is the ancestral dragon of the fire element. That level of calories was a piece of cake for her. And, to her, the scalding lava was like a perfectly heated hot spring, a place she could soak in whenever she wanted. Gradually, as the dragon continued to venture deeper into the interior, the dust and wind, sharing a visual experience along the way, also continuously observed the surrounding environment. He noticed, the further you go into the cave, the narrower it becomes. In the end, Lily's enormous body couldn't squeeze in anymore. No way. The dragon had no choice but to crawl forward, its body drooping. Master, there are no monsters here. Also, it's so crowded. I can't take it anymore. The girl's voice entered his mind. Dust and wind continued to observe silently, without making a sound. Right now, his mind is racing, considering a possibility. Tisk, why is the opening getting smaller and smaller? Something about its shape and structure just doesn't feel right. It feels like a snake's nest. Suddenly, dust and wind, talking to themselves, came to this conclusion. The more he looked, the more he felt it resembled a snake hole. Is it possible? Is this the lair of a fire serpent? Master, if we go any further, my body won't be able to fit inside. Tell me, should I transform into a maid? Lily has now arrived at a cliff edge. This is essentially the end of the cave. If you go any further, there is only a tiny opening. And this cave entrance was indeed too large for her dragon body to squeeze into. Etc. There should be something in there. You should step back. Seeing that Lily wanted to transform, Chen Feng quickly stopped her. This silly girl is way too obedient. I told her to explore, and she really did keep going forward without stopping. Inside the lava cave, Lilith, in her dragon form, pulled her head back. When her owner sent her a retreat message, she also sensed the danger. A terrifying pressure instantly emanated from the narrow cave ahead. The sudden pressure startled her, and she kept retreating. Master, I can feel it. Something is rushing towards me. And not just one, but two. Boom, boom, just as she was conveying her feelings to her master. The path leading to the cave entrance is constantly being eroded by falling rocks and collapsing. And deep inside the small hole, a point of light gradually became brighter. It's obvious. There is lava here, and it's about to erupt from the cave entrance. The monster lurking deep within has clearly been awakened by the outsiders. Seeing this situation, Lily can quickly transform into a maid and retreat rapidly. If she were to retreat using her dragon form now, it would be too slow, and the lava would catch up with her sooner or later. While transforming into a maid form weakens her combat power somewhat, it grants her maximum speed, making it easier for her to return to the spacious area near the cave entrance. Certainly, the reason she can react so quickly now is, it is also related to the owner who has been observing. When Chen Feng sensed danger, he immediately offered Lily a solution, and she carried it out very well. Soon, in that bottomless little hole, a massive amount of lava, several times hotter than the lava flowing outside the cave, erupted. What followed were two giant red lotus pythons covered in scarlet scales and with several eyes on their heads. Two giant pythons descended with terrifying pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 45 The Fiery Dragon Battles the Crimson Lotus Python. Chen Feng saw the two monsters through visual sharing, and even though he wasn't there in person, he still felt a chill run down his spine. It's hard to imagine. Imagine what it would feel like to be there in person right now. Fortunately, now, Lily, who was present at the scene, did not back down despite the two oppressive auras. On the contrary, her expression was serious, but she gradually became excited. This was the first time she had encountered an opponent who made her take the situation very seriously. This made Lily very happy. After arriving at a more spacious area outside the cave, the maid transformed back into a dragon. And ahead, the two giant pythons were also slowly approaching their enemy. Although this place is the giant python's personal territory, they were furious that someone had invaded their territory. But these two giant pythons are incredibly powerful and have already developed intelligence. They knew perfectly well that the dragon before them would be a formidable opponent. This means the two giant pythons must join forces, otherwise things could become very difficult. Both sides are currently hostile to each other. They've clearly entered a state where they're ready to act at any moment. This is the Sky Castle side. Chen Feng continued to watch the two giant pythons slowly approach through visual sharing. But not long after. Then, detailed data and information about the two monsters came from the other side. Loading monster information. Monster combat strength is being assessed. Skills analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Monster, Crimson Giant Python, mature form. Current star rating, 105. Combat strength assessment, gold, 50 stars. Physical attack, 888. Magic attack, 300. Defense, 250. Agility, 400. Mental strength, 50. Loyalty, unclaimed. Skills, Crimson Lotus Poison, Giant Python Bite, Agile Tail Attack, known. The virtual panel then displayed information about the two giant pythons. Chen Feng also frowned. This is all the information I currently have. The panel analyzes the monster's general attributes based on its characteristics. At present, what's truly alarming is the current level of these two monsters. They're all stronger than Lily, and they've already reached the gold 50 stars. It's 1 star higher. The dust hissed. Two gold level 50-star monsters stood in front of their own troops. This is indeed the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Lilith, be careful of them. They're all stronger than you. Although it's only a star, and its attack power isn't as swift as yours, its speed is unparalleled. Their skills are also related to toxicity and speed, respectively. You should pay attention to how you deal with them based on their characteristics. Dustwind quickly shared the information he currently knew with Lily through telepathy. Lily listened attentively inside the cave, and then replied, "Don't worry, Master. This time, I'm taking it seriously. I've never been this serious before." Hiss dash. During the time when the two were having a heart-to-heart talk, enraged that it seemed to be ignored, the giant python flicked its tongue and attacked. The two agile fires attacked from the left and right respectively, and their coordination looked very tacit. Seeing that her opponent had arrived, Lily immediately focused her mind and unleashed a dragon tail sweep attack on her surroundings. The dragon's tail swept across the surroundings, carrying the force of tearing through the air and a certain amount of magical attack. Roar dash. The dragon's roar resounded. The two giant pythons that were about to attack saw the shockwave coming towards them and instantly abandoned their attack, instead leaping into the lava. Boom. The surrounding cave walls were shattered by the impact, and a large number of rocks fell down. Seeing that Lily had easily scared away two gold 50-star monsters with just a simple attack, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a powerful deterrent. This is the first time I've seen her so serious. Lily truly lives up to her reputation as the strongest unit with an SSSR level talent. It seems I was overthinking things before. Judging from the current situation, Lilith's strength is more than enough to take on two opponents at once. Inside the magma, after dodging, the two giant pythons burst out of the lava surface again. They looked at each other at that moment. His expression clearly showed utter bewilderment. That's right. Now, these two giant pythons are looking at the giant dragon in front of them. His eyes looked as if he were looking at a monster. Before this giant dragon, The two giant pythons suddenly felt that they were no longer worthy of being called monsters. You don't deserve it. Hiss dash. Hiss dash. The sound of a snake's tongue flicking out could be heard continuously. The messages it conveys include shock, confusion, and fear. After the initial attack attempt, the two giant pythons were also aware of their own abilities. If they don't unleash their ultimate move now, after the giant dragon on the other side really decided to kill, I can never let myself out again. That's just how cruel reality is. So, the two giant pythons suddenly bound each other, as if they were squeezing each other's bodies. The ends of their snake tails twisted tighter and tighter. Meanwhile, the head area began to swell continuously. It's like blood is flowing or energy is being charged. After a rapid, intense burst of energy, two pythons suddenly spewed out a mysterious liquid that was both dark and somewhat reddish. Hiss dash. This is the Crimson Lotus Prison Poison. Seeing the dust and wine through the shared vision, and then seeing the liquid being sprayed out, I immediately understood what was going on. This is the ultimate killing move of these two golden-level giant pythons. If this venom is sprayed on your body, not only will your entire body be corroded by a mysterious dark red flame. Furthermore, this flame will burn forever and emit poisonous fumes until the caster is tortured to death. If it weren't for the fact that its strength level was far superior to that of this giant python, such flames are extremely likely to be fatal. So, now, faced with this sudden and incredibly fast final attack, Chen Feng quickly used telepathy to tell Lily to avoid him. Liliko, you need to get out of the way. This is the giant python's killing move. If this stuff gets on your body, the consequences will be severe. Okay. Yes, master. Lily responded quickly after receiving the prompt. However, her reaction was the complete opposite. When she uttered her next sentence, Chen Feng was struck dumb. Master, how about I eat that thing? That stuff looks pretty delicious. What did you say? In the blink of an eye, before Chen Feng could react, Lily opened her gaping maw and swallowed the venom that was sprayed onto her face. ABA, ABA. ABA, ABA. The sound of the dragon constantly swallowing its saliva echoed throughout the entire cave. However, all the other objects seemed to have fallen silent. Even the surging lava on the side seemed to stop at this moment. The two pythons, having witnessed their ultimate move being devoured by the enemy, stood frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. That giant dragon. She swallowed her own ultimate move, right? Chapter 46 The Progenitor Dragon of Flames, Lily, can evolve. This is a real monster dragon. Did we just swallow their ultimate attack whole? The two giant pythons were now completely motionless, as if they had lost their souls. They're just numb, not giving up. Inside the Castle of Heaven, even Chen Feng, who witnessed this scene, opened his jaw slightly in surprise. This. What's going on? Did those two pythons just get swallowed whole by their ultimate attack? Dust and wind were utterly ashamed. It seems so. Lily is not only a fierce ancestral dragon of fire, but also a fierce and gluttonous dragon. And the most outrageous thing is, it's one thing for her to swallow other people's ultimate moves whole. Surprisingly, there don't seem to be any side effects at all. It's like drinking a super nourishing soup. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Aren't you just hurting the pride of those two pythons over there? Thinking of this, Chen Feng covered his face with his hands again, as if to express his shame. All right. It seems I really underestimated Lily's abilities. This guy is capable of taking on two giant pythons single-handedly. They can even completely disregard the other person as a person. This is a complete psychological and physical crushing defeat. I was worried about Lily's safety at the time. TSK. It seems I was really too naive. When Lily is serious, she's not someone you can mess with just any monster. After saying that, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. Over at Liliko's place. Then he swallowed the Crimson Lotus Crimson Hell Poison completely and frantically refined it. Her body desperately absorbed the vast essence of fire within it. The remaining toxic liquid was wrapped up by Lily with special magic and then spat out as a dragon phlegm. Dragon spit quickly spit it out, landing on the two giant pythons' stiff and immobile bodies. They see their own attacks returning to them in this same way. The two giant pythons felt a dizzying sensation, as if they had suffered a great humiliation, but they were helpless. They became exhausted after unleashing their ultimate attack. Furthermore, they were just tied together, making it impossible for them to move at all. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as the venom he produced continued to erode his body. Hiss dash. The two giant pythons finally understood. As long as the green hills remain, There will always be firewood to burn. They tried to use their last bit of strength to jump into the lava and escape. Seeing this, Kellalai also roared and unleashed her own skill to block. That's right. That dragon tail swing move just now can't even be considered one of Lilith's skills. The true skills she herself can wield are devastating to most creatures of the same level. Flame's prison. Roar. The roar of the dragon reverberated. In an instant, Lily's entire body radiated fiery threads that shimmered with crimson light. These thin threads flew out rapidly, constantly wrapping around the bodies of the two giant pythons that were trying to escape, and then piercing their bodies indiscriminately. When the fire line pierced through both monsters, leaving them riddled with holes and covered in wounds. Lily roared again, and all the fuses exploded violently. Boom dash. Boom dash. Boom dash. The explosion was deafening, blasting the two poor monsters to their deaths. In fact, all you can see are bits of meat flying around in the air. This is what makes the flame prison so terrifying. It was at the very moment that the skill completely exploded. The entire cave was also collapsing and shrinking in size at this time. Not good. This place is about to collapse. Seeing this, Lily flapped her wings and quickly dashed away. As she flew, her dragon body continued to change. It's obvious. After this battle, Lilith has finally reached the evolutionary stage. A crimson light continuously flashed across his body. Her body has grown from 5 or 6 meters to 10 or 11 meters. And her figure, which had the characteristics of a Western dragon, is gradually evolving towards the direction of an Eastern dragon. The dragon's body grew increasingly slender, yet it exuded a powerful and capable aura. Compared to before, the dragon head has more details added, making it even more magnificent. The previously thick legs and thin upper limbs were all replaced with 2 equally strong pairs of dragon claws. Lily has completely changed. She looks more agile and has a more dragon-like quality. Dust and Wind over here. Your flame ancestral dragon has successfully defeated 2 golden 50-star crimson lotus pythons and gained a large amount of experience points. Your flame ancestral dragon has successfully upgraded to gold 58 stars. Your personal level has been successfully upgraded to level 6. Your personal skill has successfully advanced to gold 1 star. Your flame ancestral dragon has completed its first evolution. You obtained some items while defeating the crimson serpent. Please check your personal inventory. A large number of messages appeared through the virtual panel. The dust and wind were so intense that they were almost unable to react. Holy crap. What is this? Why are there so many notifications all of a sudden? He was just now completely focused on sensing the evolution of Lily's body. Unexpectedly, my virtual control panel is also receiving good news frequently. His personal level has increased, his strength has skyrocketed, and the loot he got from killing the giant python is a huge harvest today. Oh right, the dropped items. Chen Feng quickly opened his warehouse to check. Really, there were indeed a few things in the warehouse that caught his eye at that moment. You have received the following. Fire Attribute Unit Combat Power Boost Card X1. 20 White Gems. Green Orb X2. Flame Serpent's Venomous Fangs X4, High Tier Material. 10 Crimson Scales of the Flame Serpent, High Tier Material. Heart of the Fiery Serpent X2, High Tier Material. New items have been added to my warehouse. After observing for a while, although Chen Feng was excited, he no longer paid attention to these things. These things are indeed treasures, but I can study them slowly in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to find out what's going on with Lily. I wonder how her evolution is going now. Reconnect the telepathic plus visual sharing link. Through the perspective in his mind, Chen Feng saw the body of an Eastern dragon. This is the image of the divine dragon, revered by the people of the Dragon Kingdom on Earth. The dragon's body is majestic and imposing, and its claws are powerful and vigorous. If only our current perspective weren't so limited. Chen Feng wanted to personally witness just how domineering and majestic Lily would be when she flew through the sky after her evolution. That pose must be incredibly cool, stylish, and awesome. Hey master, you're peeking at me again. How annoying. At this moment, Lily also communicates with her master through her inner voice. She has just completed her evolution and is very satisfied with her new form. So, although the girl was saying things like, I hate it, and no at that moment, but in reality, the body is quite honest. She kept posing in various ways, trying her best to show her owner. Hee master, how is it? Are you satisfied? Yes, that's cool. Chen Feng gave his answer. A perfect score of 10. No, she's a girl. You can't say she's handsome. You should have said, She's very beautiful. Well, but looking at you right now, handsome is definitely a more fitting description. No, she's a girl. Okay, then you really are quite pretty. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, master. The two chatted for a while. Chen Feng suddenly remembered a question. Oh right, Lilico. How did you manage to swallow that giant python's venom and still be alright? Actually, regarding this issue, he had wanted to ask that question from the very beginning. Chen Feng was indeed very curious about how Lily had managed to do it. After all, to devour someone else's ultimate move, even when they are at almost the same level. That's so unfair. Chapter 47 The Diamond Gift Pack Above the Snow Mountain. Regarding this issue, Lily answered very happily. That's the kind of master I am. The move you were worried about earlier is indeed one of the most difficult moves to deal with among those of the same level. But coincidentally, I am the one who can resolve this. Those two pythons, like me, are both fire elemental. Therefore, I am able to minimize the damage I suffer when they attack me. Furthermore, among those of the same level, I am able to isolate their toxins in my stomach, thereby absorbing the essence of fire within the venom. In short, these two venomous snakes were unlucky. They ran into me. If it were some other guy fighting them, he would probably be at a disadvantage. I see. After hearing this, Chen Feng nodded to himself. No wonder those two venomous snakes were completely helpless against Lily, like a father beating his son. It turns out, they've run into a nemesis of the same element. In that case, you have now completed your mission. But it's still early, why don't you continue hunting? He gave Lily the new orders to issue. Among the three main forces, it is the unit that completes its mission the fastest. Chen Feng was very satisfied. But since there's still time today, it wouldn't hurt to let her continue to gain experience outside. Anyway, Lily only has 2 stars left to reach platinum level. If not now, when? Lily, upon receiving the order, naturally accepted it respectfully. Even if her master didn't say anything, she now wanted to hunt a few more monsters. After all, only by being strong enough can one better serve one's master. Master, I originally wanted to bring back a few dragon minions for you to see. Unfortunately, what we just encountered in the cave were 2 giant pythons. Now, I'll go find my little brother Long again. Wait for my good news. After saying those words, Lily took to the skies again. After saying goodbye, Chen Feng turned his attention to another soldier. Lilith's main task is complete. Let her go play on her own. Now, I'll go check on the 2 angels and see how they're doing. Let's take a look at Kyle first. He muttered to himself, then quickly activated the mind connection and visual sharing connection. The dust began to connect with the will of the holy angels. Soon, the scene from there then flashed into his mind. This is a pitch-black underground world where the sun never shines. It looks like a winding underground labyrinth. Here, around the rock walls, there are minerals that shimmer with a strange, faint light. At this moment, the holy angel was vigorously wielding her transformed holy pickaxe, frantically mining the ore. Kyle's holy and serious expression, combined with what he was doing at the moment, made him look quite comical. The golden light emanating from her 6 wings was like Kyle's sweat, highlighting her current efforts. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of one word. Those are gold miners. Kyle, how are things going on your end? This message was conveyed through telepathy. Now, the holy angel, who had been mining tirelessly, stopped what he was doing and respectfully replied. My lord, I am still mining ore. The resources here are very abundant. Please wait patiently. As they were talking, Kyle's expression remained as serious as ever. She looked like an untouched goddess, beautiful as frost. Although the work this goddess is currently doing seems somewhat incongruous with her holy image. However, she is actually happy to do anything you ask her to do as long as she can serve her master. On the other side, seeing that Kyle was as serious as ever, Chen Feng didn't know what to say. He felt, a being as pure and holy as Kyle always creates a sense of distance. It's hard for people to get close to her. But the keen dust still noticed it. Deep down, Kyle also felt a little flutter in his heart. This great beauty may appear cold and aloof on the surface, but in reality, she seemed to really crave my praise. This discrepancy between appearance and inner self made Chen Feng involuntarily think of a certain word. That's tsundere. That's right. Kyle's personality is actually that of a little tsundere. She clearly longed for her master's praise and approval. However, because of its overly pure and holy appearance, it seems somewhat unapproachable to strangers. This contrast between appearance and personality gives people a sense of arrogance. No wonder. Looking back now, Chun Feng realized that many times he had indeed been so captivated by the holy angel's radiant and awe-inspiring appearance that he had neglected to look into her inner self. This resulted in a significant decrease in intimacy between the two. This must have made Kyle feel very lonely inside, right? Kyle, you did a great job. Although mining is a rather dirty and tiring job, but you still didn't complain, which is what I admire most about you. Though you are a holy angel, you are willing to do anything for me. This really touched me. Thank you. Chun Feng uttered a series of words of praise from his heart. These words, flowing into Kyle's heart like Cupid's arrow, made her extremely fond of them, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Her originally pure and cold face was now flushed with an unusual blush. This is something that has never been seen in holy angels before. Not only that, a single, pure tear inadvertently shed from the corner of Kyle's eye. This tear contains gratitude, excitement, and the Lord's care and praise for me. Praise be to our Lord. Serving my Lord is the greatest honor of my life. She pursed her lips. For the first time, the Archangel Kyle revealed a tender and gentle demeanor, much like a woman. Dustwind was surprised to see that his words had elicited such a strong reaction from Kyle. He couldn't help but be startled. No way. I actually managed to make the Ice Queen cry? This is the first time I've seen Kyle so excited. It seems she really is a bit of a tsundere. Fine. These compliments are well-deserved, Kyle. You don't need to shed tears over this. On the contrary, my praise for you is less than 1/10 of what you have contributed. Dustwind spoke again. The holy angel was so excited he couldn't express it. She channeled her joy into power and began a frenzied mining spree of, or inside the mine. For my lord, scandium, 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 scandium. You have obtained 1 iron ore. You have obtained 1 copper ore. You have obtained 1 gold ore. Ah, this. Seeing Kyle working so hard, and the warehouse constantly receiving more and more ore, Chun Feng felt ashamed, but didn't say anything more. Let her try her best. I also hope that we can mine more, or today? Thinking about it, he then severed his connection with the holy angel. Let's go see what's happening with Mona. Dust and Wind smile. I still remember that I sent Mona to a treasure trove to search for treasure. Now, so much time has passed. I wonder if she's arrived yet. Just as he was pondering this, Chun Feng was about to unleash his spiritual power, but he suddenly discovered that someone else had already connected with his telepathy before he could, and that person was none other than. This is Mona, the very person I'm looking for. After Mona confessed her feelings to him, she immediately reported some shocking news. My lord, I have reached the summit of the Snow Mountain. There is a crystal chest here called the Key Treasure Chest, and the box can be opened directly. As the news arrived, Dust and Wind can then be seen through visual sharing. On the snow-covered mountaintop, beside Mona, there was indeed a special crystal treasure chest. And as the fallen angel gently touched the surface of the treasure chest, the treasure chest then transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into its own warehouse. Seeing this situation, Chun Feng immediately opened the warehouse and took out the treasure chest for further investigation. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Upon reading the description of the treasure chest, he was immediately taken aback. Crystal Key Chest, Premium, a special chest that can be opened directly, containing keys to various chests ranging from iron to diamond level. His dash. Treasure chest key? It can still be like this? After reading the introduction, Chun Feng took a deep breath. He really didn't expect it. Is there really a treasure chest in this world that gives you a key when you open it? Don't you usually open treasure chests with a key? This thing is even better. It's completely upside down. But it was through the introduction of this special treasure chest that we learned about it. This reminded Chun Feng of something important. Yes. My sister gave me a lot of treasure chests of various qualities that I couldn't open back then. Because we didn't have the key at the time, I just left it in the warehouse. Now, I've received a diamond treasure chest with a free key. Does this mean I can open as many treasure chests as I want a day? Chapter 48. Opening treasure chests until my hands cramp. Doesn't that mean I can open as many treasure chests as I want a day? Hey. Upon realizing this, Chun Feng's expression became uneasy. After learning that crystal chests can benefit each other with other chests, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally, we were able to open all the contents of those boxes. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder like him, this is a kind of relief. Time waits for no one. He took a deep breath, touched the cool crystal treasure chest in front of him, and then opened it forcefully. Treasure chests do not require keys, so the lid on it immediately lifted up. Buzz dash. A slight noise came from inside the treasure chest. Then, all sorts of colorful and strange lights flashed. Chen Feng half closed his eyes, glancing at the current situation from the side. Light again. Huh, they come in different colors. White light, green light, blue light, golden light. Wow, how can so many strange lights be intertwined together? As he spoke, the lights flickered in place for a moment before disappearing into his warehouse. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng quickly summoned the virtual panel, wanting to enter his warehouse to find out what was going on. Soon, news of new items appearing in the warehouse. All of these messages are about treasure chest keys. The following items have been added to your inventory. 50 black iron grade treasure chest keys. 30 bronze level treasure chest keys. 15 silver level treasure chest keys. Gold level treasure chest key X5. Platinum treasure chest key X3. Diamond level treasure chest key X1. Grandmaster level treasure chest key fragment X5, 5x10. New items have been introduced. A large amount of key data is displayed before your eyes. Dustwind was dazzled by what he saw. At the same time, I was overjoyed. He had also speculated that there might be several keys hidden inside the crystal treasure chest. But he really didn't expect it. These keys are practically free. They gave me so many all at once. With so many keys, it's impossible to open all of my sister's treasure chests. Even if the number of treasure chests given by Kaibi's sister is several times greater, that's no problem at all. Not only that, among these keys were keys to many treasure chests that I didn't own. For example, the key to the platinum treasure chest, as well as diamonds, the Grandmaster's key, and key fragments. This also leaves more room for maneuver when I obtain those treasure chests in the future. Once he gets those treasure chests, he can open them directly, which will be wonderful. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm about to make a fortune. However, let's focus on the present and solve the immediate problem first. Now, he wanted to use the key he had just acquired to open the treasure chest his sister had given him, which had been lying dormant in the warehouse for a long time. Through a series of operations via the virtual panel. At this moment, Chen Feng had already laid out all the treasure chests that Schwer had given him in front of him. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, which was large enough to form a wall, Dustwind felt like he was playing Monopoly. He's like a rich guy who's made money and is ready to spend it. The thrill of the impending purchase sent shivers down my spine and made my hands itch unbearably. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please let me be blessed with good fortune. 10 bronze treasure chests in a row. I'm opening them. Now, Chen Feng muttered a strange incantation and offered up 10 bronze keys to the 10 bronze treasure chests placed in front of him. The key instantly entered the hole in the treasure chest, and then became one with it. Bronze treasure chest, open. Bite. You have opened 10 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations. You have obtained the following items. Beginner Magic Jade Bracelet X1. Beginner Magical High Heels X1. Beginner Female Lord Hoodie X1. Beginner Female Lord's Guard Pants X1. Beginner. Etc. What kind of junk are these? Chen Feng looked at the pile of items that came out of the bronze treasure chest, and thought to himself that he had been tricked. He was ashamed. If you could use an emoji to describe his current mood, it would be sweating soybeans. It's that expression of wanting to laugh, but not being able to. He wanted to laugh. It's because what the bronze treasure chest gave him was actually within his acceptable range. After all, Chen Feng didn't expect to find any divine weapons or powerful artifacts from a bronze-level treasure chest. But the reason he couldn't laugh out loud was, none of these basic weapons are equipment used by male lords. It's all women's stuff. Like those skirt-like bodyguard pants, and those weird high heels. Does this treasure chest think I have a fetish for cross-dressing? Forget it. I won't get angry over a box. Chen Feng waved his hand. Since I don't need these basic equipment, I'll just give it to the female lord in the guild then. Anyway, it just so happened that a union was created. Giving some benefits to newly joined union members would be a good idea. But, before that, he had to open all the remaining treasure chests. This time, Chen Feng didn't waste any more words and directly offered up the key. Then, he opened all the silver treasure chests his sister gave him. All 5 silver treasure chests yielded 5 high-level pieces of good quality equipment that were not duplicated. Chen Feng put on these 5 pieces of equipment as temporary protective gear, because the exquisite Xuanma snake set that was previously obtained is on Lilico. So he decided to make do with this set of high-level equipment for now. As for why he didn't give himself the better Xuanma snake set, the reason is quite simple. Because he is still unable to leave his own territory. No matter how good the equipment is, it's useless if you wear it. Alright. Now there's only one golden treasure chest left. Now, Dust Wind, clad in full armor, uttered these words with great anticipation. This last treasure chest is also the best one. I wonder what will be revealed. He quickly manipulated his virtual panel and then offered up a golden key. Before, the last golden treasure chest opened with a click. A dazzling golden light swept out from inside the box. The answer is about to be revealed. Congratulations. You have a 1% chance of winning the ultimate prize when you open the golden treasure chest. Banner of Command, top-tier equipment. Equipment effects are loading. Command Banner. When the holder uses this banner on one of their units, it will create 2 clones with the same strength as that unit, lasting for 360 minutes. Note, if the Banner of Command copies a unit of Platinum rank or higher, the highest strength of the copied unit will be 1 star lower than the original unit. Note, the Banner of Command will be permanently destroyed after use and cannot be reused. Chapter 49 The Beast Tide arrives, Black Mass's Conspiracy. The final golden treasure chest unexpectedly yielded such a top-tier piece of equipment. Chen Feng stared at the information displayed on the virtual panel, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Top-tier equipment has only a 1% chance of appearing in a golden treasure chest. They actually managed to get it out. Finally, after opening so many treasure chests, I finally got lucky with the last one. This treasure chest is still the best one I own, haha. Chen Feng was as happy as a child. Top-tier equipment is something he desperately wants. You should know that none of the high-quality equipment he had obtained before was as good as this top-quality equipment. After all, the finest is above the finest. It's no wonder he's happy. Unfortunately, the treasure is of the highest quality, but it is a consumable item. Dust and Wind were happy though, but they are also worried about how often this thing can be used. Can only be used once, and the ability is to create 2 copies of yourself. In other words, the stronger the individual strength of a soldier, the higher the value of this top-quality equipment. And how should I use this ability to copy units? Oh right, the Beast Tide. Perhaps the abilities granted by this equipment will allow me to withstand the onslaught of the Beast Horde. Upon realizing this, Chen Feng felt as if he had been enlightened. With this divine artifact, I will be able to better resist the Beast Tide. Isn't all my current effort just to leave this newbie zone? And this item just so happens to greatly enhance his combat power. Absolutely perfect. Nice. Although it's only a one-time use artifact, it's definitely worth every penny. After placing the Dark Command banner into his own warehouse, Dust blew through the castle window, looked up at the sky, and noticed that it was getting dark. It won't get dark immediately. However, considering the time required for their own troops to return, he still chose to recall Liliko, Mona, and Kyle. Outside the castle, the 3 soldiers, each from a different region, received their master's summons at the same time and returned. Lily had been wandering around outside, and apart from seeing a few lords' castles and hunting some Silver Peak monsters, she hadn't made any significant gains. She wanted to find a few of her own kind to take as her underlings. But unfortunately, they couldn't find it, so they had to give up. Kyle sighed. She mined all day and had a very fruitful day. Although the mine looks incredibly spacious, but the actual minerals are all concentrated in the deepest part, and there aren't many of them. However, these are better than nothing. At least she completed the task assigned to her by her master. At last, Mona sighed. As a fallen angel, she was probably the one with the most free time. She spent the whole day wandering around in the snow-capped mountains. However, their contribution was considerable. It was because she successfully discovered the crystal treasure chest on the snow mountain that Chen Feng had the opportunity to open the legendary equipment. Night is about to fall. The 3 soldiers also returned to their master's castle. As soon as we arrived at the castle gate, the night fog swept in from behind. Chen Feng sat on the throne, the gates wide open, welcoming his loyal generals back. Today's harvest was plentiful, and joy filled the faces of every soldier. Even Kyle when he saw his master. His originally respectful and serious face was now flushed slightly. Seeing this scene, as the master, Chen Feng naturally understood. He praised the holy angel again, giving the little arrogance the praise it deserved. Certainly, it's not just Kyle. The other 2 also gave themselves praise. While dealing with his own affairs, Chen Feng also shared some of the basic equipment he had just acquired, which could only be used by female lords, with the female members of the guild. Among these female members, Jia Ran, who was originally intended to be the deputy, is no longer needed. So, the equipment changed hands again and ended up with Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling. The two girls were so excited that they couldn't speak when they saw the president bestowing so many treasures upon them once again. This time, no matter what they said, they were too embarrassed to take the wind god's things for free. So, left with no other choice, Chen Feng accepted some of their building resources as a return gift. Alright. They are truly two kind girls who know how to repay kindness. Chen Feng was very satisfied with his decision to take the two girls in. These two women deserve his personal support and should become powerful lords, although their starting point was slightly lower. However, upon closer examination, it turns out that both girls actually have pretty good talent in their respective military classes. There is still a chance for him to become a strong person in the future, once you get through this tough beginner period. Furthermore, both of them were completely loyal to him. That's exactly the kind of subordinate he wants. I believe I will need them in the future. Let them grow up slowly. Dust Wind muttered to himself, then looked at the resources that had been added to the warehouse. Now, with the previously accumulated timber and stones, plus the ore that Kyle had just mined, Chen Feng also felt that he was getting closer and closer to upgrading his castle. To further confirm his conjecture, he even specifically checked the castle messages. The castle data is currently being updated. Your castle, Castle of Heaven. Territory level, level 2. Territory buildings, Super God Troop Pool, Medium Warehouse, Forge. Territory effect, 7 days of invincibility, new player protection. Territory range, 1,000 meters. Current faction, Wind God Guild, Guild Leader. Territory upgrade. Personal level reached, LV10. Timber 6,666, 1W. Stone 7777, 1W. Iron, or 15500. Copper mine 57300. Gold mine 1050. Next tier, Advanced Castle, Expanded Warehouse, Upgraded Forge, Expanded Troop Pool. As the requirements for castle upgrades are refreshed, Chen Feng roughly understood how much upgrade material he had accumulated so far. Overall, I am indeed getting closer and closer to the upgrade. Not only are most of the timber and stone prepared, but a considerable amount of ore has also been mined. As he spoke, he also noticed a place that interested him. It seems like my troop pool will expand after upgrading the castle, which is really interesting. When you see the special features after this castle upgrade, Chen Feng was even more eager for what would happen next. But he is also more focused on the beast tide crisis that he will face next. At present, the only known mine on the map has already been mined by ourselves. Mona was also sent to investigate the hidden treasure site in the snow-capped mountains. Starting tomorrow, he can focus on leveling up his 3 troop types to prepare for the upcoming beast tide crisis. Starting tomorrow, I have 3 more days to grind levels. Within these 3 days, I must ensure that Lily and the other 2 reach the platinum level. Only with this, and combined with that command flag, this beast tide is no problem for me. He spoke with great confidence, and then made arrangements for dinner that evening. Soon, after finishing his meal, Chen Feng fell asleep in the night, ready to face the upcoming great battle in top form. However, at this very moment, in another unknown corner, inside the castle above the abyss, Black Mass was also worried about these last 3 days. With the beast tide fast approaching, he was now completely unable to close his eyes. He was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 50, the final sniper kill, risking his life. At this moment, Black Mass is on the verge of collapse. Not just because a crisis is imminent. It's because someone destroyed all his dreams. Wind, if it weren't for you, this newbie zone would have been mine long ago. He gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth. How much he wanted to. This person never existed in this world. Not only now, this person has ruined his own dream. It could even lead to a situation where they themselves cannot survive the next beast tide. Yes, Black Mass is now slowing down due to the rapidly decreasing loyalty of his troops. This has caused his current level and personal strength to be almost stagnant. If things continue like this, forget about making a comeback and trying to take revenge on that damned Wind. Whether he can even save his own life is a question. The beast tide will begin in 3 days. And even if I survive the beast tide, that guy will come and kill me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The Black Mass held his head in his hands, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. He was afraid, as if he had developed an extreme fear of death. This time, he really wanted to live. Or rather, to be able to perish together with that Wind. Just as he was writhing in agony, alone in his pain, several lords who were still following him sent him messages. Black Mass, are you there? News was coming. Black Mass quickly got up to check. He hasn't closed his virtual panel for the past few days, so that those few companions could tell him as soon as they came up with a way to deal with wind. These accomplices were all people who had angered Feng before, and were now just as desperate as him. Now, this group of dying people huddled together for a final desperate struggle, thinking every day about how to kill wind. Black Mass, we have some good news. Would you like to hear it? Several lords were having a private meeting in their channel, and Black Mass had been silent for a long time. Oh shit. If you have any good news, tell us right away. I'm fucking going crazy right now. Black Mass was annoyed by the group's dawdling and flew into a rage. Harmful. We have indeed found a way to deal with the wind. But is it something we dare not do? Or do you? You dare to do it. Speak quickly. That. Someone on our side just got a special card. If we activate this card, we might be able to kill that wind. What card? Show it to me right now. That brings us to this point. The Black Mass's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly turned into wild joy. Is there a chance? A while later, someone in his friend list sent him something. It was a Scarlet Effect card called Beast Summoning Card. When activated, this card can be bound to a lord and cause that lord to be attacked by a whole area of ferocious beasts in the beginner zone. If the user does not know the name of the lord to be bound, they can also bind coordinates to make the beasts attack nearby lords in that area. In conclusion, this card's effect is absolutely insane. However, it also has its flaws. That is, to attract as many ferocious beasts as possible to attack the target lord, a significant portion of the lifespan of the person who activated this card must be sacrificed. The more lifespan the caster consumes, the greater the power of this card. In other words, this card is a self-destruct card that inflicts 800 damage on the enemy, but also inflicts 1000 damage on itself. Unless absolutely necessary, most people wouldn't dare to use it. But now, in Black Mass's eyes, this card was nothing short of a savior. The price is lifespan? No problem. Even if I die now, I'll make sure that Guy Feng dies with me. I will make him my slave in hell, so that he will never be able to rise again. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. A deranged laugh echoed throughout the entire Abyss Castle. Black Mass has decided to abandon everything. He planned to make a final, desperate stand as the beast tide approached. The quiet night gradually deepened. Nobody knows. An even bigger storm is brewing. Soon, a new day has begun. Today, Shen Feng once again dispatched his 3 main players very early. Upgrade. That was his primary goal for the remaining 3 days. To this end, he even used 2 effect cards that he hadn't used before. Item Drop Rate Boosting Card X1. Fire Attribute Unit Combat Power Boost Card X1. These 2 cards each have their own uses now. The drop rate has been increased, making it easier for Lily and her friends to get good items while fighting monsters. The Fire Attribute Power Boost can increase Lily's combat power for a period of time, allowing her to level up better and faster. Everything is now arranged. All we have to do now is wait quietly for time to pass. Because of this one thing they did for 3 days. So, Dust and Wind feel like time is passing exceptionally fast. Every day, he would watch as Lily and the other 2 characters leveled up. Because I focused solely on leveling up during this period, my personal strength and level also increased rapidly. Time flies like an arrow, and the days pass like a shuttle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 7th day in the newbie zone, the sky was just beginning to lighten. All the lords woke up early, and some even stayed up all night. Today, the beginner's protective shield covering their castle is disappearing little by little. This means that the thing they least wanted to see has finally come to pass. Attention all lords of the newbie zone number 778. Your new player protection period has ended. Monsters from outside have begun to invade your territory. Please take precautions. At present, this message will automatically pop up in everyone's message panel. But it's not over yet. Just as these 2 messages faded into obscurity, what truly terrifies the lords is only just beginning. The Beast Tide card launched by the United States is now officially in effect. A massive beast tide is about to descend upon beginner zone 778. The initiator also left a message for everyone. Please pay attention. You bunch of trash from the Dragon Kingdom, just die. These messages were released as soon as they were published. While everyone felt fear, they were also suppressing a surge of anger. Damn it. These guys from America actually left such an insulting comment at the end. This is an absolute disgrace. These lords really wanted to rush out of the newbie zone and teach those American guys a lesson. But alas, they are now in dire straits, and can only sigh silently in their hearts. Dust and Wind over here. After 3 full days of baptism, his troops not only obtained a large amount of resources during the hunting process. Furthermore, every unit type has now reached Platinum 1-star level. Lily's strength skyrocketed to Platinum 2 stars thanks to the buff from the previous Fire Attribute Troop Combat Power Boost card. Now that all 3 main forces are at Platinum level, they should be more than capable of dealing with the beast tide. Dust and Wind muttered to themselves. He is confident that he can extricate himself perfectly from this crisis. And his unit pool, having accumulated energy over the past few days, has begun to show signs of giving birth to a new unit. This gave him even more confidence. It can be said that with Chun Feng's current combat strength, he was even considering whether he should deal with the beast tide on his side first, and then go and help some other members of the guild. He thought about it. But just then, another message came through everyone's screen, including his own. This news shocked everyone as soon as it came out. Hint: Lord Black Mass sacrificed 99% of his lifespan to activate the special effect of the Beast Summoning card. Now, 80% of the ferocious beasts in the beginner area will be attracted to a special coordinate point. A lord has been detected at this coordinate point. The lord's name is Anonymous Wind. Please take note, Lord. You are about to be attacked by 80% of the ferocious beasts in the beginner area. Chapter 51. A mighty warrior against all odds, the war god of the Dragon Kingdom. The Lord should prepare to be attacked by 80% of the ferocious beasts in the beginner area. Now, this message appeared on everyone's virtual panel. All the lords held their breath and forgot to speak. Silence. A deathly silence. None of them expected this. In the final moments before the beast tide arrived, someone actually activated something called a Beast Summoning card. I didn't see wrong, did I? Beast Summoning card. Black Mass sacrificed his lifespan to activate the Beast Summoning card. Is that guy crazy? What is he doing? Wait, the Beast Summoning card was just bound to a lord named Wind, right? Isn't that the Wind God? The Wind God is being targeted. The lords were discussing it incessantly on the regional channel. The mastermind behind it all revealed himself at the last moment. Ha 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 ha. Wind, I want you to come to hell with me. The Black Mass delivered this message at the very end of the Beast Tide card activation and then disappeared. He is waiting. When the Beast Tide comes, we'll tear that damned guy to pieces. Now his hair is completely white, and he has only a few days left to live. Everything for Black Mass has been staked on this card. This time, we will definitely succeed. He's going to drag the wine down to hell to suffer. Castle of the Sky. Faced with this sudden change, Chun Feng's mood was also very heavy. Will 80% of the ferocious beasts from this beast tide come to our side? How much would that be? 10 digits? Hundreds? Still in the thousands. Thinking of this, he himself couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is equivalent to him single-handedly carrying almost all the ferocious beasts in the newbie zone. Damn it, that Black Mass actually knew my coordinates. When did this happen? Chun Feng clenched his teeth. Even at this final moment, did he want to drag himself down to hell? While I was concentrating, the sky, which had been fairly clear, suddenly became covered with dark clouds. A thick, blood-red fog began to spread around them, giving them a sense of impending doom. At this moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of a large number of ferocious beasts trampling the earth. Not good. A ferocious beast has already started heading this way. Chun Feng suddenly widened his eyes, and his whole body trembled. He could clearly feel the ground trembling, becoming stronger and stronger. They're here. The situation developed so rapidly that it far exceeded his expectations. Chun Feng quickly summoned his 3 main troops to the outer perimeter of the castle, where they were dispersed to defend the castle. Everyone, we might be in big trouble soon. Everyone, prepare for a full-scale battle. Yes, master. I am willing to fight for my lord to the very last moment. Rest assured, my lord, I will protect you from everything. Liliko, Kyle, and Mona all responded immediately. The 3 of them stood in 3 different locations on the castle, collectively entering a state of high alert. Boom, boom. The sky had by then completely transformed into a thick fog of blood sea. Amidst the rumbling earth and the unknown shrouded in blood mist, the first wave of beasts is coming. Roar dash. Numerous roars of beasts began to echo from the blood mist surrounding the castle. Immediately afterwards, a pack of dark-eyed wolves with blue fur, sharp claws, and fangs charged into the castle's territory. These wolves, each about 1.5 meters tall, number over 100, and are considered silver-level ferocious beasts. and then they saw so many wolves attacking from all directions. Kyle's 3 units each used their own moves to quickly kill these ferocious beasts. In an instant, blood filled the sky. A large number of wolves were swept away by area of effect skills. Bloodstains were visible around the castle. Soon, more than 100 silver-level ferocious wolf beasts were all killed. They appeared so vulnerable in the face of the 3 major branches of the military. Hint: the first wave of beasts has ended. Lord Wind is the MVP of this event. He defeated a total of 123 silver-level ferocious beasts. Now, after Chen Feng killed these blue-haired wolves, every Lord's panel displayed a row of messages like this. The Lords were all shocked when they saw this message. What? Has the first wave of beasts already arrived over Lord Wind God's territory? And he wiped out the beast tide on the spot. He took less than half an hour to take down more than 100 silver-level ferocious beasts. Is this some kind of cutting melons and vegetables? Lord Wind God is simply a freak. This is outrageous. This is incredible. I'm in awe. People knelt down in the chat channel, worshipping God's miracle. Thanks to the Wind God. Now, although their territory was also shrouded in blood mist, there were not many ferocious beasts around. Even, some people are still safely living in their own castles. All of this is because the Wind God is bearing the suffering that they should have had to endure. There is no such thing as absolute perfection in this world. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. So, the Lords were happy with their current situation. We are also worried about Lord Wind God's safety. So much so that some of the most fervent worshippers of the Wind God wanted to go and support their master. Unfortunately, the Wind God has never revealed his coordinates. But, when everyone saw it, when Wind single-handedly took on the first wave of beasts, they were all thrilled. God truly lives up to his name. I can easily resolve the beast tide crisis on my own. Lord Wind God is the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is blessed to have such a lord. People were speaking, their emotions running high. But the Black Mass spoke at that moment. The Wind God. That's hilarious. This is just the first wave of beasts. That good for nothing. I don't believe he can hold out forever. Just you wait, you all. At present, Black Mass made outrageous remarks in the chat channel, inciting outrage among the crowd. And just then, new information has arrived. The second wave of beasts has begun. The following ferocious beasts are expected to descend. 200 ferocious beasts of the black iron level. 100 silver level ferocious beasts. 30 gold level ferocious beasts. Arrival successful. Ha 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 ha. The gold level ferocious beast has finally arrived. Let's see how this guy manages to act tough now. Black Mass, seeing the beast tide attack again, laughed maniacally. The Lords who were about to speak up for the Wind God all fell silent. Dust and Wind over here. He himself looked grave when he saw the new wave of beasts approaching. Holy crap. There's a second wave of beasts. It seems it's not that simple after all. He actually had a vague feeling that things weren't that simple. After all, I just defeated over 100 silver-level ferocious beasts. This scale doesn't seem like a true beast tide at all. And sure enough, it happened. Now, new information has emerged, which indeed confirms his conjecture. Come on, everyone's here to give me experience points. How could I possibly refuse? As Chen Feng spoke, he stretched his muscles and bones slightly. After learning the general pattern of the beast tide's appearances, he also gained more confidence. Turn out to be, the beast tide is coming in waves, gradually increasing, rather than all of them appearing at once. If they all appear at once, it's possible that Chen Feng is truly about to face a fierce battle. However, this beast tide came out in waves. Isn't that just giving yourself free experience points? Thinking of this, Chen Feng almost laughed out loud, which was rather unkind. Chapter 52. Someone is using the beast horde to farm experience. Thinking of this, Chen Feng almost laughed out loud, which was rather unkind. Black Mass, you really are thinking of me. I feel a little embarrassed that you've used up all your lifespan to bring me warmth. He was talking to himself. In the end, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. And at this time, his virtual panel popped up again. However, this time the news wasn't about the Black Mass. Instead, it was his own union deputy, Jia Ran, who was forcibly trying to contact him. At this critical moment, Jia Ran was extremely anxious. Using her special privileges as vice president, she sent an automatically generated notification message to her president. Lord Wind God, where is your castle located now? We're coming to your aid immediately. Everyone in the Union and I are worried about your safety. I searched for you in my friends list for ages, but you weren't there, so I had to use the vice president's auto-notification message to contact you. Chen Feng finished reading the message. Upon learning that this young woman wanted to come and help him, he fell into deep thought for a moment before replying. I'm fine for now, I appreciate your kindness. But now that the outside is filled with blood mist, you all just need to protect yourselves. He hurriedly left a few words for Jia Ran, and then prepared to deal with the upcoming crisis. Jia Ran really wanted to help herself. Left with no other choice. Chen Feng then gave her the coordinates of his current castle and instructed Jiran that no one in the guild was allowed to move without his orders. After obtaining the president's coordinates, Jia Ran nodded repeatedly. The two had just finished their conversation. The second wave of beasts arrived just in time. Lilith, Kyle, and Mona remained standing in their respective spots, solemnly awaiting the arrival of the beast tide. My lord, I sense the aura of a gold-level ferocious beast. At this time, the holy angel, clad in armor, raised his holy sword and slashed at the endless blood mist ahead. As the sword was unleashed, the other two soldiers also began to unleash their fists and feet. It's here. A tremendous roar of beasts followed. Seeing that the three soldiers were fighting hard, Chen Feng silently gripped a long spear in his hand. That's right, he's setting off now. Now is a critical moment. As a lord, how could I not fight alongside my troops? You need to know. Chen Feng himself possesses extremely strong combat power. After these past few days of continuous leveling up and grinding, his own strength has reached the terrifying gold 20 stars. Yes, as a lord, his strength has reached an astonishing 20-star gold level. Let's not talk about our own unit type for now. Just look at his current strength. In the entire newbie zone, who is stronger than him? I've never had it. Even among the Lord's troops, probably none of them could match him. If it weren't for the fact that I've been confined to my territory and had limited activities until now. He'd been wanting to go out and show off his skills for a long time. Now, such a large horde of beasts invaded his territory. This means that he can start the battle without leaving his house. This also solved his predicament of wanting to fight, but not being able to find someone to fight. A ferocious beast has personally delivered itself to our door for practice. That's perfect. Let's use you guys as a warm-up today. As Chen Feng spoke, he leaped into the air, jumping high into the sky. He suddenly gathered power in his high-level spear, and then pierced through a silver-level two-headed crocodile that was trying to approach him with lightning speed. A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. The two-headed crocodile, its heart pierced, died instantly, and then transformed into starlight that merged into its own body. Chen Feng made a move and pulled the spear from the ground again. He was quite surprised as he felt the experience he had just gained from the kill. How come I can get so much experience to level up by fighting monsters all by myself? That feels so good. So, after discovering this secret, he looked again at the outer edge of his territory, at the ferocious beasts that were trying to approach him, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Hiss, it's all fat. It's practically walking experience points. You all deserve to die. Take this. The spear is drawn. With a roar, Chen Feng charged directly at a gold 10-star black sky land bat. The extremely ugly bat-like beast froze in shock when it saw that the lord it was about to attack was now attacking it. What's going on? Isn't that human lord afraid of me? I'm very strong. Are you really not afraid of me? Don't I have any pride? Unable to understand, the black sky land bat, disregarding everything else, charged towards the direction of the dust storm. But what it didn't expect was, this time, it actually died at the hands of a human lord. After Chen Feng hunted down another terrifyingly large land bat, his bloodthirsty eyes burned even brighter. He raised his head and looked around. Is there any more? I'm going to kill 10 of them. All of you, come here. I want to fight to my heart's content. His roar was deafening, like a god of war. The ferocious beasts that were approaching this way were momentarily stunned by the sound. That guy is acting a bit strange. These ferocious beasts were now somewhat afraid of this human lord. They actually backed down. This is unheard of. While the ferocious beasts were still hesitating, Kyle, Mona, and Lily can take direct action and wipe out these ferocious beasts in one fell swoop. Master, it's my fault for neglecting my duty. My lord, it is my incompetence to have you do it yourself. My lord, I'm so sorry. The three soldiers, seeing their masters personally joining the battle, felt ashamed at first. They felt that they had failed in their duty. Meanwhile, Chen Feng continued hunting ferocious beasts, replying as he spoke. You don't need to blame yourselves. This was something I wanted to do. Oh right. Leave those gold-level ferocious beasts to me. I want to use them to gain experience. The rest of the small fry are yours to handle. Yes, my lord. Yes, master. The three soldiers, though still somewhat ashamed, quickly began to act. Dustwind continued to wander around the territory, searching for any new gold-level ferocious beasts to appear. But what if Black Mass saw this scene? He'd probably vomit blood on the spot, and be so angry he'd be heading straight to the underworld. This scene was just too devastating. He used almost all of his lifespan to make that final, decisive move. It has become a paradise for others to grind experience points. Damn it. This guy called Wind, he's practically inhuman. Fortunately, the Black Mass was not seen. Within the regional channel, unaware of the situation, Black Mass was currently celebrating wildly in the regional channel, laughing hysterically. In his eyes, that Wind was actually already completely dead. I won. And it was a resounding victory. Ha ha ha. In the end, I won this battle. Wind, oh Wind, I never imagined that in the end, you would be the one to go to hell first. But it's okay. As your biological father, I'll be down here soon to give you a good scolding. Now, vulgar, arrogant, and conceited words. It keeps scrolling in the chat channel. The lords who witnessed this were furious. Black Mass, you're a complete beast. You actually killed our Dragon Kingdom's future star? Are you even a Dragon Kingdom citizen? You're a complete scoundrel, a traitor. You're no longer fit to be a human being. Lord Wind God is our hope. If you do this, none of us might be able to leave the newbie zone. By this time, all the lords had been completely overwhelmed by the Black Mass. They knew it in their hearts. Now, function is their only hope. But some people have extinguished the flame of hope, which is infuriating. The hope of the Dragon Kingdom? I'm sorry. All I know is that he ruined my dream of dominating the newbie zone. Otherwise, you would all be my slaves now. Since I can't have it anymore. Then let him, and all of you come down with me to be buried alive. Seeing the hatred in everyone's eyes, Black Mass laughed even louder and more unrestrainedly. The lords also fell silent due to their low spirits. Is the Wind God really dead? Chapter 53. The Battle to the End, Rivers of Blood. If the Wind God is really dead, is there any hope for this newbie zone? Will they be able to leave this newbie zone? No, I don't believe it. Lord Wind God won't die like this. At this time, within the Dustwind Guild, Jia Ran and a group of others also spoke out in the regional channel. As union members, how could they possibly want to see their union leader die in battle? And Jia Ran is even more so. She is currently worried because she hasn't received a message from the president. If she had known, she should have ignored Lord Fengshen's advice and gone directly to the coordinates to provide support. Ha. Isn't this the Dog Wind's companion? How? You're not happy to see your president dead, are you? Black Mass saw Jia Ran appear in the regional channel and was eager to humiliate her. Your useless guild leader has already been killed by me. I advise you to leave this lousy guild as soon as possible and find a better job. Otherwise, we'll be laughed at again as a bunch of leaderless idiots. Ha. Black Mass, don't go too far. If the student council president hadn't said that you wanted him to handle this personally. Right now, I will definitely find you and kill you. Jia Ran held back her tears in her castle and angrily berated that damned guy. I am willing to protect Lord Wind God's guild forever. Besides, the Lord is not dead yet. He must still be alive. After the message was sent, the girl immediately dispatched all her troops to provide support at the location of the Wind God's castle. Now, the development of the matter is unpredictable. She must do everything in her power for the adults. The other 10 union members were in the same situation at that moment. They did not choose to betray the guild because the guild leader's fate was unknown. On the contrary, they chose to share weal and woe with the Wind God, and to live and die together. As the saying goes, the peak brings false support. Dusk is a testament to true believers. These 10 people, including Jia Ran, are undeniably loyal to their president. They were born members of the Wind God Society, and they died as souls of the Wind God Society. No one could sway their minds in the slightest. Never. On the other side, inside the Abyss Castle, seeing that his provocations seemed to have no effect, Black Mass had no choice but to give up. Pity. They didn't dismantle Wind's guild either. Otherwise, everything could have ended perfectly. Hee. Alright, then you guys go collect Feng's body. I estimate that about 2 or 3 hours have passed since the second wave of beasts. If you go now, you might still be able to find the bones that were left after he was eaten by the ferocious beast. Maybe, huh? After Black Mass finished speaking, he laughed heartily and wildly, and no one could do anything about it. Sometimes, he was even fantasizing. He fantasized that after his greatest enemy died, he might be able to make a comeback. Even if, nowadays, Black Masses only last a few days. If my personal strength reaches the silver level within the next few days, then my body will be able to regain its vitality. Perhaps I can live another year. I still have a chance. At this thought, his eyes suddenly widened, fantasizing about the hope that he could still live. But just then, a notification appeared quickly on the virtual panel. Black Mass felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Hint: the second wave of beasts has ended. Lord Wind still deserves the MVP award. He defeated a total of 24 gold-level ferocious beasts, 80 silver-level ferocious beasts, and 160 iron-level ferocious beasts. He achieved a special accomplishment, Butcher of Beasts. He received a special achievement reward, plus 200 personal free attribute points. No, that's impossible. This isn't real. With the emergence of this series of messages, Black Mass's eyes went vacant in an instant, and he seemed to have lost his soul, clutching his head and screaming desperately. How is this possible? It must be fake, right? Regarding this kind of thing, Black Mass is simply unbelievable. How could Fong possibly carry so many ferocious beasts all by himself? Is it fake? That contains 26 gold-level ferocious beasts. Is he even human? At this moment, apart from Black Mass, who collapsed alone. Upon seeing this message, all the other lords cheered and raised the banner of the invincible Wind God. And through this incident, in their hearts, the Wind God gradually became no different from God. The Dragon Kingdom is able to have such a powerful lord. The future looks incredibly bright. In the Union, Jia Ran and the other members were overjoyed to see that the president was safe and sound, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the president is all right. Dust and wind over here. Now, his castle was surrounded by blood. Beast blood surged to the heavens, flowing like a river. The entire surrounding area looked like an infernal hell, filled with a stench and a pungent, intense heat. Dust Wind, his armor shattered, collapsed from exhaustion on the open ground outside the castle. His high-level spear, dried with blood from killing countless enemies, was completely unrecognizable from its previous color. Bright red, deep red, dark red. Everywhere you look, there is the color of blood. Call. So tired. I never imagined I could kill so many ferocious beasts all by myself. Chun Feng lay on the ground, breathing heavily the stench of the air around him. He glanced at his current personal strength and level. Personal level 9. Personal skill is at the gold 50. Hiss what? I've actually reached gold 50 stars without even realizing it. The moment I saw my true strength, Dust and Wind were somewhat dazed, even thinking that he was hallucinating. He didn't expect that. I just reached gold rank 2 days ago. I thought that once I reached the gold level, the leveling speed would slow down even more. But now, it's only been a few days, less than 3 days. I've reached the strength of gold 50 stars. If development continues at this current pace, he estimated, I might break through to the platinum level again soon. But if it reaches platinum, that means he will be at the same level as his own unit. Unthinkable for people in the same class. This speed is outrageously fast. Even I find it somewhat unbelievable. Clench your fists. Dust rose from the ground. He now stands beside 3 soldiers, all equally covered in blood. Lilith, Kyle, and Mona have all leveled up at this point. However, their progress was slightly slower compared to that of their masters. Firstly, as platinum level units, they require more experience to level up. Secondly, they gave all the gold level ferocious beasts from the beast tied to their master to kill. So, after this battle, the 3 troop types did not experience a significant level increase. They only gained 4 or 5 stars. But, if others knew that a platinum level unit could be upgraded to 4 or 5 stars in a single day, it would be extremely astonishing. Chapter 54 Demonic Fury Rampage, Boss Descends. This upgrade speed is absolutely enviable. The reason why Chun Feng was able to receive such benefits was entirely due to the merit of Black Mass. Black Mass, thank you. If it weren't for your gift, I wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. At this moment, he sent 2 messages anonymously on the regional channel. These 2 pieces of news quickly attracted everyone's attention. While the lords were excited to hear the news about Lord Wind God, they also took note of what he said. My lord said he killed all those ferocious beasts. Were they really all killed? I thought the adults had found a way to drive the ferocious beast away. That's right. If you kill all the ferocious beasts, how much experience will you gain at once? Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone was horrified. Some of the smart ones were so shocked when they secretly opened the leaderboard that they almost wet themselves. Lord, Anonymous, Wind. Personal level 9. Individual skill level, gold, 50 stars. What incredible data is this? As some people exclaimed in disbelief. The other lords also opened their own leaderboards. They looked at the number 1 name on the leaderboard as if it were a monster. My mind was completely blank. The Wind God's strength is actually at the gold 50 level. None of the soldiers present had ever reached such a high level. And more importantly, Lord Wind God, your personal level has now reached LV9. You're just one step away from reaching level 10 and receiving the heavenly gift pack. At this moment, the adult has turned misfortune into blessing. Strength, resources, everything. They're miles ahead of all other lords. Is this God? I'll just slide on my knees in the living room. Terrifying. As the crowd spoke, they all bowed in reverence. Only the black mass completely collapsed. In the castle above the abyss. Faced with such a cruel reality, Black Mass was almost in despair. With such a massive beast hide, how come Feng is acting like nothing happened? That guy even personally messaged me in the chat channel, telling me how much fun he was having grinding experience points. That's absolutely devastating. This is an absolute disgrace. Wind, I could kill you 1,000 times, and it still wouldn't be enough. Black Mass roared out in the most furious of words. However, he no longer possessed any strength to resist. He could only pin his hopes on the beast tide. However, the beast tide had been repeatedly stopped by the wind, and the man had benefited greatly from it. And this is precisely what the Black Mass cannot accept. Why? The beast tide I summoned at the cost of my entire lifespan is so easily defeated? Beautiful country, look what you've done. You sent down such a weak beast tide. Are you afraid that the newbies in the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to develop properly? The Black Mass knelt on the ground. His body curled up as he wept bitterly. Every word he says now reeks of treason. He actually dared to complain, as a Chinese, that the methods of the American people were not cruel enough? What is this if not a traitor? Pure and innocent Go is a rare find. And that is indeed the case. Once upon a time, on Earth, Black Mass was an agent who worked for the United States. Although he was a person from the Dragon Kingdom. But in reality, he has been working for the United States all along. This is why he regarded the lives of all the Chinese people as worthless in this newbie zone. Damn it. Damn it. Everyone must die. Beast tide, let's have another beast tide. People of America, I'm begging you. You are my fathers. Please save me, your son. At this moment, Black Mass suddenly adopted a prayer posture, begging for the beast tide to come even more fiercely. Now, through this series of events, his true colors have been completely exposed. That person is a spy. Those in the 778 newbie zone were so angry after seeing his comments in the chat channel that they stomped their feet. Wow, you really are rare. I fucking figured it out a long time ago. This guy is definitely a lackey of the United States. Yes, no normal person is like him. Damn it. Why does our Dragon Kingdom have such a malignant tumor? Rare. Everyone despises the Black Mass. But the next second, it seems the jinx of this Black Mass has come true. The third wave of beasts has actually arrived. Warning. Warning. The last wave of beasts is coming to the newbie zone number 778. The following ferocious beasts are expected to descend. 300 ferocious beasts of the black iron level. 150 silver level ferocious beasts. 30 gold level ferocious beasts. 5 platinum level ferocious beasts. A diamond level ferocious beast. One of the area bosses. Arrival successful. What? What did I just see? The moment this row of messages arrived, all the lords who saw it were completely stunned. They didn't see wrong, did they? Another beast hide? And among these ferocious beasts were 5 platinum level beasts and 1 diamond level beast. What an incredibly terrifying legion this is. Let's not even talk about the diamond level one. It's an existence that sounds terrifying. The mere presence of 5 platinum level ferocious beasts was enough to send chills down everyone's spines and make them break out in a cold sweat. The lords estimated that even if all their troops were mobilized together, they might not be a match for these 5 platinum level ferocious beasts. Not to mention right now, the direction these beast hordes are heading is only towards a lord's castle. Yes, most of these beast tides will head towards the wind god. At that time, Fengshen will have to face at least 3 platinum level ferocious beasts and very likely a diamond-level boss, level regional ferocious beast. That scene. No one dared to think any further. Ha 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 ha. This time, he should finally die. During the Black Mass, he spoke the words that no one wanted to say. Although the words were extremely harsh, everyone had to admit it. This time, even if Lord Wind God has all sorts of tricks up his sleeve, he may be powerless to turn the tide. Not only that, after Lord Wind God falls down, without a primary target, the beast tide will soon spread and attack other lords. When that time really comes, in the entire Dragon Kingdom's number 778 beginner zone, not a single person will survive. The countdown to the end of these lords' lives has begun. Castle of the Sky, Dust and Wind over here. After resting for a while and eating some food to replenish my energy, just as he was about to get some rest, he saw this terrible news on his virtual panel. This time, he truly felt unprecedented pressure. Diamond-level ferocious beast, damn it. What? Another wave of beasts is coming. The moment Chen Feng finished reading the prompt, his teeth started grinding together. He was very nervous. But even the most difficult crisis, he won't give up easily. Search through all the items in the warehouse. Chen Feng quickly took out the unused top-tier equipment, the command flag. Now he has to reveal all his cards. This crisis could be fatal for him. However, even with all that, he still felt it wasn't enough. The opponent I have to face is still far too terrifying. Only if one can further improve their current strength will they have a greater chance of winning. Just as I was thinking, he discovered his unit pool is now fully charged and has sent out a brand new message. The SSSR God tier unit pool is almost overflowing with energy. Head to the unit pool now to summon your new units. Chapter 55, a difficult choice, summoning the Supreme Apostle. What? Has the energy in the troop pool been fully charged? After realizing this news, Chen Feng immediately rushed into the castle and came to the side of the pool. At this moment, the pools, each adorned with a soldier's image, are filled with water that flows continuously. After these few days of continuous recharging, the pool is so full it's about to overflow. If we don't summon new units soon, all this overflowing rainbow-colored water will go to waste. Very good. This is the day I've been waiting for. Chen Feng gazed at his pool of god-level troops with delight, his excitement beyond words. After waiting for so long, it's truly a case of raising an army for 1,000 days to use it for one. Now, the fact that the pool is full of water means that his new unit is coming soon. The reason he insisted on waiting until the pool was full before summoning new troops was simply because we want the newly spawned units to be stronger. Previously, Chen Feng had learned this while reviewing the troop pool information. When the Lord's troop pool is full of energy, he can choose to spend all the energy at once to summon the strongest troop that can be summoned at the moment. This is a characteristic unique to the high talent unit pool. And Dustwind's own troop pool has also been upgraded to level 2. The highest limit of the tier 2 unit pool is being able to summon a powerful diamond level unit. That's right, diamond level. That's just how incredible it is. The SSSR God tier unit pool is ready. Do you want to summon units now? You currently have two options. 1. Separate the pool water and summon 2 platinum 40-star units respectively. 2. Sacrifice all the pool water to summon a diamond 1-star unit. Please make your choice. 1, 2. 2. Should we summon now? Whether. Yes. Dust Wind acted swiftly, and then the troop pool suddenly shone brightly. All the colorful, shimmering water in the pool gathered together, slowly condensing and taking shape. Hint. Summoning diamond tier troops takes some time. Please be patient, Lord. What? Upon hearing this sudden news, Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart. Is this even possible? Boom boom dash. Boom boom dash. Boom boom dash. Before he could think further, the ground outside the castle rumbled. A new beast tide has arrived. The frequency of this major earthquake's tremors was even more exaggerated than the previous two. The dust and wind were clear. He simply doesn't have time to wait for the arrival of diamond-level units. I must go out and confront the ferocious beast first. Lilith, this flag is yours. Bring out the command flag that was prepared long ago. Dust Wind bestowed this top-quality equipment upon the Flame Ancestral Dragon for his use. Currently, the highest-ranking unit is Lilith, his first unit. She has now reached the Platinum 5-star level. Mona and Kyle are only Platinum 4-star. In the event that Diamond-level units cannot arrive in time. At this moment, granting the Banner of Command to Lily is the best option. The Banner of Command flew towards Lilith the instant it reached her. The Crimson Dragon that was flying in the sky instantly transformed into 3. One is the main body, and the other two are clones. Exactly. Just as Qin Feng finished doing all this, a massive horde of beasts has arrived around the castle. The sky was filled with enormous locusts, bloodthirsty crows, and all sorts of ferocious flying beasts. On the ground were running ferocious tigers, bloodthirsty wolves, and raging lions, all equally fierce. Not just animals. Now, there were also some strange things. Walking trees, man-eating plants that kept opening and closing their mouths, and slimy creatures of unknown shape. The moment I saw such a massive horde of beasts attacking at the same time, Qin Feng's heart also skipped a beat. This final beast tide was terrifying. Almost in the blink of an eye, the area around the castle was already completely blocked by ferocious beasts. And then there was the terrifying sight of them all swarming forward at once. Dust and Wind held their breath. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. His mind was racing, considering all the possibilities that might happen next. First, it is foreseeable that so many ferocious beasts attacked at the same time, even if these are just some of the weaker ones. However, their numbers are enormous. Even if my 3 units are overwhelmingly stronger, it's hard to say that I can wipe them all out in an instant. However, if it's not possible to clean all these things up in an instant, so there will always be some ferocious beasts that take the opportunity to raid the castle. Then it will increase more and more until it becomes completely unmanageable. This leads to a dead end. Is there no other way? Thinking of this, dust and wind left me sweating. In the blink of an eye, the monsters are surging in. The 3 soldiers guarding various locations, as well as Lily's clone, were even more anxious upon seeing this scene. They couldn't possibly withstand so many ferocious beasts in an instant. Even having 2 more clones won't work. What will the owner do then? Roar dash. The roar of the beasts was deafening. The situation is critical. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly closed his eyes, and then let out a fierce roar. Get out of my way. This roar was full of power and had the domineering aura of an emperor. And when this roar was shouted out, the surrounding air seemed to ripple with a faint, subtle sensation. Buzz dash. The ripples gradually expanded, eventually stunning the entire audience. The ferocious beasts that were disturbed seemed to have lost their consciousness. Those flying in the sky will fall to the ground quickly. He was running on the ground when he quickly collapsed. The moving trees and the wriggling liquids all froze at this moment. All living things seemed to have lost their vitality. It only took a moment. All the monsters and ferocious beasts that were weaker than Qin Feng were knocked unconscious. Those units with slightly higher strength, or those that have reached platinum rank. Far from the castle, after being affected by this overlord ripple, they didn't faint directly, but they felt disoriented and stopped moving forward for a while. Hiss! What's going on? After roaring, Qin Feng opened his eyes. He discovered that a pile of corpses were already lying around him. I think I just shouted "Get out!" in a fit of extreme anger. Who would have thought that it could actually intimidate so many ferocious beasts? What exactly happened? He himself wanted to know, but he couldn't think about it in detail. Now is the perfect opportunity. We must kill them all before they can react. He picked up his high-level spear and thrust it at the nearest ferocious beast. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Kao, Mona, Liliko, and her clone all used their area of effect skills to sweep away the enemies. In an instant, the powers of darkness and light poured forth. Those sleeping, ferocious beasts were annihilated on the spot, without any warning. And the other half, the 3 dragons, each breathed fire from their mouths. Brahma's raging flames scorched everything on earth, burning even the ashes of all the ferocious beasts that were affected. It's truly unexpected that a seemingly unsolvable beast tide crisis would end in such a convenient way. Chapter 56, The Ancient God Clan, Dimensional Witch Naali. Such a terrifying beast tide, yet it ended up with such a dramatic result, is truly astonishing. Qin Feng was also extremely surprised as he looked at the ferocious beasts outside the castle who were wiped out without any resistance. Standing there alone, watching all this, he finally had time to think about what had just happened. Why could his roar stun hundreds of ferocious beasts? Turn out to be, when I cleared out the second wave of beasts, I earned the achievement of Beast Slayer. This achievement also indirectly earned him a special reward of 200 free attribute points. When Qin Feng added those 200 points of free attribute, plus all the free attribute gained from the previous upgrade, to his mental power, he learned a skill. A unique skill that can only be learned by the first person to raise their mental power to a certain level. This skill is called Overbearing Aura. Domineering Aura is a type of psychological intimidation attack. Currently, the mastery of Dust Wind's domineering aura is still in its early stages. Furthermore, there are no special instructions on how to use this domineering aura. Whether you can activate it depends entirely on your own understanding. I never expected that I would have used my domineering power just now. The effect is outstanding. Chen Feng grinned excitedly. But when he tried to unleash his haki again, he couldn't. Having no other option, he had to temporarily abandon the idea. At present, the diamond level and platinum level ferocious beasts have not yet arrived, and the beast tide is not over, so he cannot let his guard down. Meanwhile, the three types of troops were still eliminating large numbers of the unconscious beasts. Chen Feng also went to help. As he moved, he felt the continuous flow of experience transforming into energy that flowed into his body, cleansing every inch of his skin. Gold 51 stars, 52 stars, 53 stars. His personal abilities have been steadily increasing. Final. When Chen Feng broke through to the platinum level, a powerful energy surged through his entire body. A breakthrough has been achieved. He excitedly raised his hand, feeling the vibrant power contained within it. It's nothing short of a miracle that gold broke through to platinum in just one day. Now that he possesses such combat power, he is looking for a powerful and ferocious beast to test his skills against. Just then, the platinum level ferocious beast arrived. As soon as they appear, they carry an unparalleled aura of terror. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng no longer felt the same sense of dread he had felt before, as if facing a formidable enemy and breaking out in a cold sweat. Now, I have 3 platinum level units, plus 2 platinum level Lily clones, and I have also reached platinum 1 star. 6 platinum level experts stood in a line before the group of ferocious beasts. On the other side, there were only 5 platinum level ferocious beasts. Who is surrounding whom is still unknown. Although Lily and her friends had expended a great deal of effort to eliminate those small, ferocious beasts. However, they still retain a sliver of strength. They can still fight. Final. A terrifying aura emanated from the blood mist, descending upon the outskirts of the castle. 5 enormous platinum-level monsters have appeared. They are Azure Sky Poisonous Python, Mad White Tiger, Mysterious Nether Scale Turtle, Azure Sky Fierce Bird, and Tin-tailed Demonic Scorpion. The bodies of these ferocious beasts were getting closer and closer. Dust and Wind are on high alert, eager to fight. At present, both sides are testing each other, and a major battle could break out at any moment. However, at this time, an even larger and more terrifying aura swept in from the sky. The endless blood mist in the sky was suddenly blown away by a gust of wind. Along with the gale came an ice crystal phoenix that blotted out the sky and circled above the heavens. The moment the phoenix appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Chen Feng frowned, looking at the enormous creature that had suddenly appeared in the sky, and took a deep breath. Damn it! Is this such a coincidence? He could deduce it at a glance, just by looking at that overwhelming aura. This enormous creature perched in the sky is none other than the diamond-level ferocious beast that can be considered a regional boss. This ferocious beast didn't come early or late, but it appeared precisely when our troops were exhausted. Originally, Chen Feng was quite confident in killing those 5 platinum-level ferocious beasts. But when he saw the ice crystal phoenix, he could only grit his teeth and face the inevitable battle with uncertainty in mind. But if I were to say that my trump card is about to be revealed, perhaps it could directly reverse the crisis. What's going on? Why haven't I summoned any units yet? Chen Feng muttered something to himself anxiously. That's right. He had actually been waiting for his diamond-level unit to be fully developed from the moment he arrived. This was the first time Chen Feng had ever waited for such a long time. He didn't quite understand. Does a more powerful unit take longer to summon? It's time for me to appear my servant. He thought to himself that this. Sudden. Inside the castle, a spatial turbulence seemed to have been created. Then Chen Feng felt that the surrounding air was being distorted. A colossal phantom of an ancient god appeared behind the castle, looking both terrifying and horrifying. The ice phoenix in the sky was so frightened by the sudden appearance of a force that was equal to, or even slightly stronger than its own, that it retreated repeatedly. It moved far away from the castle, and the platinum-level ferocious beasts that saw it fled in panic, disappearing into the blood mist. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng looked up in surprise, examining the enormous and indescribable phantom of the ancient god, and said, "It's finally here. Is this my 4th type of soldier?" He finished speaking. The phantom above seemed to have heard its master's call, and began to speak in human language. "Praise be to you in every way, my master." I answer your call. I was born for you. I fight for you. From within the illusory image, several cute and sweet voices rang out, calling out little Lolita. Chen Feng, who heard the sound, was somewhat bewildered. The enormous phantom image contrasted sharply with her voice, leaving people momentarily stunned. Soon, the spatial laws that filled the phantom rapidly coalesced. The body of this giant god is also constantly shrinking, gradually coalescing into a specific shape. Finally, a little girl with special black runes tattooed on her body, small black wings on her lower back, and wearing a sexy bodysuit flew to Chen Feng's side. This little girl has a peculiar appearance. White hair, purple eyes, demonic horns on her head, and separate shackles on her hands. Her only weapon is a long whip. As soon as she appeared, she obediently flew to her master's side and introduced herself to him. Dimensional Witch Naya greets her master. By your call, I have awakened from chaos, and I am willing to settle everything in the world for you. What would you like to do with the ice crystal phoenix above? The obedient voice was filled with respect for its owner. Naya pointed her little finger at the ice crystal phoenix in the sky, tilted her head, and smiled as she spoke. As Chen Feng looked in the direction indicated, he saw that the phoenix was also staring at him. The appearance of the little girl made this diamond-level ferocious beast feel as if it were facing a formidable enemy. Before Chen Feng could give any countermeasures, the phoenix had already taken the initiative to attack. Clang clang. A sharp phoenix cry resounded through the sky. A violent, extremely cold storm erupted from the mouth of the ice phoenix. The storm came swiftly and made the surrounding air freeze. The dust and wind were trying to hide, but he found that his movements had become incredibly slow. Can't you move? It's the phoenix's skill. He was shocked. At this critical moment, with a flick of her whip, Naya Li created a massive spatial turbulence. The fierce, extremely cold storm was suddenly sucked into this space, and then disappeared. Chen Feng was astonished, his eyes filled with doubt. Even the ice crystal phoenix attacking from the sky was dumbfounded. This is a space-based skill? Chapter 57 Subduing the Enemy Without Fighting. Was that phoenix's attack swallowed up by the spatial turbulence? This is a space-based skill. After witnessing this scene firsthand, Chen Feng was filled with amazement. Beside her, Naya Li smiled sweetly and said, Master, I'm very powerful. I am the Dimensional Witch, and space is my domain. I can transfer my opponent's skills to other places, and the range increases with my strength. Like this. As the little girl spoke, she swung her long whip again. A cracking sound, like a whip lashing through the air, rang out. The space around the ice crystal phoenix twisted violently before tearing open a gash. A massive amount of frigid storm erupted from it, then poured down on the phoenix itself. The ice crystal phoenix was caught off guard by its own attack, and its already bewildered mind was now even more confused. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng was greatly encouraged. Wow, that skill is amazing. With Naya Li here, this ice crystal phoenix is nothing to fear. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the virtual panel to view Naya's detailed data. Nickname, Dimensional Witch Naya. Gender, female. Race, Ancient Gods. Potential, SSSR, God level, unique. Current level, Diamond 1 star. Physical attack, 1000. Magic attack, 2800. Defense, 800. Agility, 800. Mental strength, 200. Loyalty, max, always loyal. Skills, dimensional transfer, void summoning, space freeze, light of annihilation from the other shore. The news spread quickly. Dust and wind were quickly confirmed. After gaining a general understanding of Naya's skill information, he had a much better grasp of how to command the little girl in front of him. But just as he was about to make his move against the ice crystal phoenix in the sky, that phoenix actually ran away. In the sky, seeing that something was wrong, the ice crystal phoenix abandoned its dignity as a diamond-level ferocious beast and ran away on the spot. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was both speechless and furious. Damn it! How could we let this guy get away? That bastard just tried to kill me. Naya Li, go after her. Yes, master. Upon receiving the master's order, Naya flapped her little wings and flew away. And those platinum-level ferocious beasts that had just tried to escape. Seeing that his elder brother was running faster than them, he no longer cared about attacking the Lord. They're running away too. Final. Dustwind's castle is no longer invaded by any ferocious beasts. Back inside the castle, Lilico, Kyle, and Mona drank some water from the troop pool. Their energy is recovering rapidly. Therefore, Shenfeng sent them to chase after the few platinum-level ferocious beasts that had just fled in disarray. Several soldiers respectfully accepted the order and swiftly launched their attack. Soon, all around the Sky Castle, there was nothing but the blood flowing on the ground. It was eerily quiet here, not at all like a dangerous place teeming with ferocious beasts, because all the ferocious beasts were scared away. Call. Can I finally sit down and rest for a bit? Seeing that the crisis had passed, Shenfeng's body suddenly relaxed from a state of high tension. He felt drowsy all over and suddenly wanted to sleep. But just then, he discovered, on the ground, a large number of footsteps approached him. The speed of his footsteps was so fast that he immediately saw who it was. Those were hundreds of strangely shaped, dark purple insects. These insects look extremely ferocious, and each one is quite powerful. Most of the insects have already reached the peak of the silver rank. In fact, more than a dozen of them have even reached the gold rank. Not only that, there was another rustling sound from outside. Several white cranes flying in the sky, as well as graceful rose fairies, also arrived at the outskirts of his castle. And it looks like there's more behind it. Besides, are these all ferocious beasts? Dust and wind furrowed his brow. Didn't the virtual panel just say that the third wave of beast tides is the last one? What's going on here? At the moment, Shenfeng was alone in the castle, surrounded by a dozen or so gold-level insects watching him. I'm sore all over and exhausted. I really don't have any fighting power left, and the situation is critical. But the swarm of insects, along with the few white cranes in the sky, remained stunned for a long time without attacking. This suddenly reminded Shenfeng of something. He immediately opened his virtual control panel. As expected, whether it's the friends list or guild messages, Jiaran kept sending herself private messages. Excuse me, Lord Windgod, are you alright? My troops and those of the other guild members will be there to rescue you immediately. We're here. Huh. Forehead. Sir, where is the ferocious beast? Jiaran's words were being synchronized with the situation around Dustwind Castle. That was a message her Void Devourer sent back to its master. The message indicates that the president is currently safe and sound and appears to be in no danger. Guildmaster, where is that ferocious beast? Has the beast tide not arrived yet? The girl kept asking questions. Upon seeing this, Shenfeng finally understood what was going on with the insects around his castle. It seems that things are just as I had guessed. It was the union members who came to support them. Didn't I say that you shouldn't come here without my permission? That's dangerous. But your situation is even more difficult than ours. Please forgive me for not being able to turn a blind eye. Jiaran replied quickly and firmly. When she saw that the president had finally replied to her message, a huge weight was lifted off her shoulders. We will stand with you and hold our ground, President. Although the beast tide is extremely dangerous, and our entire army may be wiped out, but none of us regret it. You are our president. We will share your fate and breathe with you. The message conveyed deep emotions. Looking at these words, Shenfeng was also a little touched. But, knowing he was safe, he still wanted to explain the situation to the girl. Resisting the beast tide. Yes, President. You will definitely get through this. Let's do it together. Jiaran's tone remained firm, showing no sign that anything was amiss. Actually, the beast tide has already come. Dustwind replied casually, as if he were lying. What? How is this possible? You mean the third wave of beasts has already arrived? Those gold-rank ferocious beasts. And we also need those platinum-level or even diamond-level bosses. Oh, you mean those things? I scared those guys away. Chapter 58 Disaster strikes from the sky while one is sitting at home. What? Those ferocious beasts, platinum-level or even diamond-level ferocious beasts. You scared them all away? Really? Dust and Wind remained calm and composed in their reply. He wasn't deliberately showing off. He was simply answering questions from his own union members. However, this contrasts with his own composure. Upon learning the situation, Jiaran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She stared at it all in disbelief. I thought I was hallucinating, or that the wind god was talking nonsense. To scare away a ferocious beast, that must be an incredibly exaggerated feat. And just then, she saw it. Just outside the perimeter of his castle, a badly wounded platinum-level white tiger happened to pass by. It's the mad white tiger? Is this one of the ferocious beasts in the beast tide? Upon seeing this ferocious beast, Jiaran felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Even now, this white tiger was already covered in wounds, but it was still a genuine platinum-level ferocious beast. Now, She herself had a large number of void devourers around her. If this ferocious beast were to attack her now, the consequences would be unimaginable. But at this moment, the white tiger merely passed by her castle in a hurry, without any intention of stopping. With a swift movement, the mad white tiger vanished into the blood mist once more. Behind it, following closely behind, were two angels. Kyle, the angel of justice and judgment. Mona, the chaotic and fallen angel. Two angels were behind, continuously unleashing attacks using both light and darkness. The white tiger that was trying to escape was beaten so badly that it ran away in a panic, howling as it tried to dodge. Finally, a miserable roar came from within the blood mist. Jia Ran shuddered as she ran into the castle, roughly guessing what the situation was like outside. I remember these two angels are from the adults' military unit. What the adults said is true. As Jia Ran was muttering to herself, she heard a solemn voice coming from the sky. Two angels were flying over the castle, surveying the surroundings. The white tiger has been eliminated. Continue to eliminate the other ferocious beasts. Walk, called Dash. A strong wind blew, and blood mist flew everywhere. Kyle and Mona didn't linger and left immediately to search for their next target. Only Jia Ran stood there, dumbfounded. That's all. In the newbie zone 778, you can see the following scene. Several platinum-level ferocious beasts are constantly fleeing in panic from the outside world. And behind them, it was either two black and white angels chasing it, or three identical dragons pursuing it. And that's assuming you're lucky enough. You can even see a sky-covering ice phoenix being punished by a little girl wielding a long whip. Indeed, many people did see it. Within the regional chat channel, the lords who were initially worried about the wind god are now gradually realizing that something is wrong. Some of them were surprised to discover a problem when they opened the leaderboard. Lord Wind God's personal level and strength have been soaring during this period. At the current pace, the adult's level is almost at level 10, and his personal skill level has even reached platinum. What does that mean? This means that the Wind God is actually farming monsters. Even against a powerful third wave of beasts, can you still handle it with ease? Terrifying. No, it's unbelievable. Everyone's mind went completely blank. However, the most exciting part was yet to come. Some lords even saw outside their castles that Lord Wind God's troops were chasing and killing ferocious beasts. Those who witnessed it firsthand are now sharing their shock on the regional channel. Brothers, I'm going to tell you something you won't believe. Lord Wind God's troops just passed by my castle. Oh, I thought I was hallucinating. So you saw it too? Hiss. A crystal phoenix flew over here, scaring my troops half to death. Huh, this phoenix is actually running away. What's going on? As time goes by, more and more people are sharing their experiences on the channel. Furthermore, they completely baffle the Lord who was celebrating wildly. At that moment, during the Black Mass, he was feasting on meat in his castle, celebrating the death of Wind. Suddenly seeing the lords in the chat channel saying strange things, he was instantly filled with rage. Stop barking like a fucking dog. No matter how much you scream, that guy phone won't come back to life. You really think you can scare me with a couple of made-up lies? How naive. Black Mass was so angered by these lords that his good mood was instantly ruined, and he lost all desire to celebrate. The lords, seeing that this fellow had once again acted as a clown, were no longer angry with him. Because it's no longer necessary. We're lying. Take a good look at the rankings yourself. They left with that remark and then continued their conversation. Black Mass wouldn't listen at all and angrily shut down the chat channel. Looking at the leaderboard? LOL. What's so interesting about a dead person? He won't look, so what? Could it be that Wind can still level up now that it's dead? Oh, he picked up another piece of pork leg, and Black Mass opened his mouth and took a bite, closing his eyes and ignoring everything else. Since the third wave of beasts arrived, he has been in this relaxed, celebratory state. As for the wind speed increasing dramatically, he was completely unaware of it. After all, in his heart, that person was already dead. A diamond-level ferocious beast? Are you kidding me? Let those idiots brag whatever they want. Anyway, I believe it. I'm an idiot. As Black Mass spoke, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. And at this time, he was enjoying his comfort. Suddenly, a strong wind swept in from outside the castle. He suddenly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of fear welled up inside him. What's going on? He was horrified, feeling two terrifying pressures rapidly approaching him. Soon, he then saw it. Outside the open castle gates, a giant ice phoenix fell from the sky and crashed to the ground, causing a violent tremor and dust. The ice phoenix lay sprawled in the very center of his gate, a truly shocking sight. Black Mass rose tremblingly from his seat and cautiously went to investigate the situation. As he approached the castle gate, he suddenly knelt down uncontrollably, his face showing disbelief. How could that be? Isn't this a diamond-level ferocious beast? Why are you here? He watched as the phoenix, almost lifeless, lay dead before him. During the Black Mass, my mind went completely blank. Could the diamond-level ferocious beast be the one in the beast tide? Dead? He died near his own castle? How is that possible? Shouldn't I have taken this ferocious beast to the Castle of Wind? Could it be that? Black Mass seemed to have considered a possibility, but he couldn't believe it. It's impossible. The wind is already dead. It's all fake. No. Oh. Just as Black Mass was about to roar, a voice inexplicably came from behind him. He suddenly turned around. But on his throne sat a little girl holding a long whip. The little girl's eyes were cold, with a faint but chilling murderous intent surfacing, sending shivers down one's spine. I heard everything you just said. So, you're the Black Massachusetts. Chapter 59 Shocking. The Demise of the Mastermind. So, you're the Black Massachusetts. Right now? Naya and her master said the same thing at the same time, even though they were in different places. The two were of one mind. Therefore, Chenfeng also heard what the Lord said inside the castle. I've always found you very suspicious. Now it's finally been exposed. Through a telepathic link with the dimensional witch Naya, Chenfeng enabled Naya to say what she wanted to say. And now, we are in the abyss. I saw a little girl walking towards the gate from not far away. Black Mass instinctively stepped back, then suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. Snap! A loud slap rang out. The Black Mass quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. It's not me. You've mistaken me for someone else. I am not the Black Mass. Black Mass is a beast. How could I possibly be him? I'm not. I really am not. Smack. Slap. Slap. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of slapping lips continued to come. The Black Mass is like a coward who has seen death, abandoning all his dignity in order to survive. Now, he no longer wants to believe it, nor can he change it. The fact that the ice crystal phoenix at his doorstep was lying dead right in front of him was now clear. That's right. The girl in front of me is another member of the Wind class, a unit capable of utterly destroying a diamond-level ice crystal phoenix. I can't understand it. What kind of extraordinary troop pool is hidden within the Castle of the Wind? Black Mass wanted to cry, but dared not. Why? Why are all of that guy's troops such ridiculously powerful beings? Before he could think about it carefully, he only felt the sound of a long whip cracking beside him, and then the space around him began to fluctuate rapidly. In an instant, one of his hands was unfortunately severed by space, and the entire hand was cut off. Yeah, my hand. Looking at his hand, which had been cut off remotely, the Black Mass was filled with screams, and blood splattered everywhere. Naya Li, standing to the side, frowned slightly. After delivering that blow, she lost all interest in wasting words with the person in front of her. The master just gave the order. This guy can die now. You can go die now. No. Wind. You can keep torturing me, really. Please, I don't want to die. When Black Mass saw that he had been sentenced to death, his face turned ashen. He would rather be tortured by this soldier than die on the spot. Because, until the very last second of life, it was only during the Black Mass that I truly felt the infinite fear that death brings. You will disappear along with the phoenix at the door. At this moment, Naya Li showed no pity whatsoever. She ignored the man's pleas for mercy. Anyone who dares to defy the master's authority deserves to die 100 times over. Do you know? In order to completely kill the ferocious beast at the gate, I will personally unleash my ultimate skill. For an ant like you to die under my ultimate move is a reward for you. No. Buzz dash. After a period of fluctuation, around the castle, only one person remained, wailing in despair. As the little girl disappeared, Black Mass looked up at the sky in despair, his heart filled with endless regret. He regretted it. Why did I provoke that monster wind in the first place? Boom! In the sky, Naya Li brandished her long whip towards the sky. The surrounding blood mist was completely deflected, and the space trembled continuously as numerous magic rays emerged in the sky. These magic rays caused the surrounding space to begin to shatter. Within the shattered space, a dazzling spectacle resembling the stars of the universe appeared. The stars shimmered, and a massive amount of void energy burst forth from the shattered space, heading towards the ice crystal phoenix and the abyss castle below. Now, The heavens and earth seemed to have been stripped of their voices, except for Naya's solemn incantation. Void, stars, universe. The gates to death have been opened. Disappear to the other side of the dimension. The light of annihilation on the other side. Buzz dash. All the numerous magical arrays merged into one at this moment. The void energy surged forth like a gushing waterfall. Black Mass and his castle perished and vanished into nothingness amidst the silent cries. This chapter of the past has come to an end. Tip for beginners in area number 778. Lord Black Mass is dead. An exciting message notification appeared on everyone's virtual panel. The lords cheered with joy. Very good. That damned rarity, that lackey of the United States, has finally disappeared from this world. The crowd cheered wildly for the name of the Wind God. Because they know it. The one who brought them all such good news must be Lord Wind God. Lord Wind God, you have finally eradicated a cancer in our dragon kingdom. Your excellency is awesome. Believe in the Wind God, and you will gain eternal life. The crowd cheered continuously. And in another place, Qin Feng, however, was inside his castle, using visual sharing to investigate Naya Li's situation. Right now, it's certainly something to be happy about, that I've eliminated that damned Black Mass. But more importantly, it was to find out the whereabouts of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. This was the main reason he sent Naali out. Killing the Black Mass incidentally is merely an added bonus. Logically speaking, killing that monster should have yielded some good loot. Because that ferocious beast was of diamond-level quality. So now he's just waiting for some top-tier item to treat himself. Qin Feng thought to himself. Naya Li was of the same mind and quickly began a new round of actions. At the edge of a deep chasm. At present, the terrain surrounding the Black Mass Castle was blasted into a huge, pitch-black crater after being impacted by such terrifying energy. The bottom of the pit looks incredibly deep. Black Mass and his castle were blasted to smithereens. And after the Ice Crystal Phoenix also completely perished and disappeared in the void energy, the magic circle in the sky began to gradually subside. The great formation slowly closed, and the energy in the void ceased flowing among the myriad stars. Naya took a deep breath. The release of her ultimate move consumed a huge amount of mana, so she is now a little weak. Whoosh, so tired. Please wait a moment, master. I'll go down to the bottom of the cave and check the situation. After catching my breath for a while, the little girl flapped her wings and flew down into the deep abyss at the bottom of the cave. The dust followed her gaze downwards. Below, there was nothing but darkness. In the darkness, the only saving grace was that the Black Mass was indeed blasted to smithereens. Unfortunately, the Ice Crystal Phoenix also disappeared without a trace. This is what Qin Feng finds most incomprehensible right now. Because at this time, after he had defeated the Black Mass, the resources within the Black Mass Castle are continuously flowing into its warehouses. But half a day passed, and the Phoenix still hadn't delivered anything. That's very strange. Such a powerful diamond-level beast died. Surely it didn't drop any loot? Anyway, he doesn't believe it. So, he had no choice but to send Naali to search carefully, hoping to find any clues left behind by the ferocious beast. This thing is very likely still alive. Although, this sounds a bit astonishing. But all indications are that things are indeed moving toward this outcome. Final. Thanks to Naya's patient and persistent search, she finally found a phoenix ice egg that was shimmering with a pale blue light in a corner of the dark cave. Chapter 60 Crisis Resolved, Harvest Time. In a corner of the deepest abyss, a phoenix ice egg was secretly hidden. Master, I found it. The phoenix was here all along. It didn't die. At this moment, Naya was also surprised and circled around the egg. She herself hadn't really figured it out. Why didn't such a massive energy attack completely kill the phoenix? The ferocious beast has now turned into an unsuspecting egg, but it still retains a life force. At this moment, Qin Feng also observed all of this through visual sharing and was even more surprised. Did the phoenix turn into an egg? Is it one of its skills? Just as I was thinking, his virtual panel happened to receive some information about the egg. Ice Crystal Phoenix, egg form. Description: this egg is a special survival skill of the Ice Crystal Phoenix after suffering fatal damage. The egg is not offensive. If the egg is not destroyed after 1 hour, the Ice Crystal Phoenix will revive again, but its strength will be greatly weakened. Tip: if you break this egg, you can completely kill the Ice Crystal Phoenix and obtain the items it drops. Oh, I see. After reading the introductory message on the virtual panel, without saying a word, Qin Feng immediately ordered Naali to take down the ice egg. Joke. after learning that this thing could be resurrected. How could he possibly let the phoenix succeed? Now, a blatant Easter egg is right in front of me as a reward. It would really be unreasonable for him not to open it. On the other side, upon receiving the order, Nia Li lashed out with her long whip at the phoenix egg. The space around the egg trembled continuously, and the egg eventually broke open and shattered. A beam of light swiftly entered Nia Li's petite body and then went into Chun Feng's warehouse. Congratulations on winning. Phoenix Eye Necklace, top-tier equipment, X1. Inside the castle, Chen Feng looked at the new notification from his virtual panel, feeling somewhat conflicted. Only one top-tier piece of equipment. He raised an eyebrow, looking quite regretful. I thought that since this ferocious beast was at least a diamond-level beast, it should drop more items. But he didn't expect that. This ferocious beast looked rather shabby, and after holding back for a long time, it finally produced one thing. Actually, it's fine, it won't be a huge loss. After trying to reassure himself, Chen Feng then opened the equipment to take a look. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. After carefully learning about the special effects of this equipment, it truly caught his eye. Phoenix Eye Necklace, top-tier equipment, X1. Effect, can protect the wearer from one fatal blow, but can only be used once. The necklace will break after use. What? Great effect. Bearing a fatal blow could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. After carefully admiring the exquisite necklace, Chen Feng put it around his neck, feeling a faint coolness lingering in his chest. At that moment, he did indeed feel a sense of special protection. Overjoyed, he also took a deep breath. Now, only 2 platinum-level ferocious beasts remain, and this third wave of Beast Tide is completely over. At that time, a new chapter will begin in the number 778 beginner zone. As he spoke, through telepathy, Chen Feng told Nia Li to rest for a while and let Lily and the others go and eliminate the remaining ferocious beasts. Nia Li respectfully agreed. Not long after, the other 2 platinum-level ferocious beasts were also eliminated. This Beast Tide crisis is finally over. Then, messages came through everyone's virtual dashboards. Hint. The third wave of Beast Tides has now completely ended. Lord Wind continues to win the MVP award. He defeated a total of 245 iron-level ferocious beasts, 110 silver-level ferocious beasts, 24 gold-level ferocious beasts, 5 platinum-level ferocious beasts, and 1 diamond-level regional boss ferocious beast. He achieved a special achievement, Savior of the Newbie Zone. He received a special achievement reward. Personal Freedom Attribute Points, plus 200. Diamond Chest X1. Platinum Treasure Chest X3. For Golden Treasure Chests. Note: other lords who participated in killing the Beast Tide will only be awarded varying amounts of black iron and gold treasure chests, distributed according to their contributions, due to the insufficient number of beasts killed. Hint: Lord Jia Ran is the only lord besides Lord Anonymous, Wind, to obtain the golden treasure chest. With the messages lined up horizontally. While the lords were relieved to be safe, they were also frantically worshipping the wind god. They didn't care at all how much they gained from this Beast Tide. Because without the wind god, let alone obtaining the treasure chest, their very survival would be in question. So just worship the wind god, and that's it. No one knew how many times they had worshipped today. My knees are completely numb from kneeling. But there's no way around it. Fengshen is just too awesome. I can't not worship. I worship every day, and I feel at peace. Castle of the Sky. Chen Feng had no time to care about the crowd's revelry. Now, after sending Jia Ran and his troops back, he went into the castle to rest and recuperate. Now that the Great War has just ended and the bloody fog outside is gradually dissipating, a period of peace should be on the horizon. He himself had also gained a lot of resources and items from this battle, which he urgently needed to organize. Furthermore, his own level and personal strength will increase accordingly, so we should also take a look. This also means that he has a lot to do. He returned to the castle and sat on his throne. Dustwind first ordered his troops to return. It was getting dark. I'm afraid that not coming back will cause trouble. The soldiers returned very quickly. Nyarli used her special skill Dimensional Transfer to instantly teleport Liliko, Kyle, and Mona back. When he saw that all his capable men had returned, Chen Feng checked their respective attribute panels to see how strong they had become. First, there is the Dimensional Witch, Nia. Her strength increased by 3 stars after killing the Ice Crystal Phoenix, and she is now a Diamond 4-star. Then there's the Fallen Angel Mona. After this Beast Tide, her strength has reached Platinum 15 stars, which is truly commendable. Furthermore, Mona's magic attack because it can stack upon killing enemies, has reached a value of 2,399, which is terrifying. Next was the Holy Angel Kyle. Kyle's strength has reached platinum 16 stars, 1 star higher than Mona, and her physical attack, which she excels at, has also improved considerably. Finally, there's my first unit, the Flame Ancestor Dragon, Lilith. Because Lily used the Banner of Command and created 3 clones, her strength increased significantly. Therefore, she and her clone killed the 3 platinum-level ferocious beasts that had just escaped and gained the most experience. Lilith has reached platinum 25 stars, and her attributes have been improved in all aspects. After understanding the general situation of the 4 types of soldiers, Chen Feng's weary heart finally found some solace. He told Lily and the other 2 platinum-level units to go drink some pool water and then get some rest. He left the little girl, Naya, alone. There are some things I want to say to her. Chapter 61, The Little Girl's Memories. Now, there are some things I want to say to Naya. Coincidentally, the little girl was sitting on his lap, swaying her body like a daughter being pampered by her father. Master, what do you want to say to me? Forehead. Niali, was your name something you had from birth? Seeing Naya swinging her little feet, looking quite relaxed, Chen Feng then spoke. What he wants to ask now is actually nothing complicated, just this one question. After all, the only difference between this little girl and other soldiers is that other types of soldiers are named by themselves upon birth. And as soon as Naya was born, she respectfully told herself her original name. Why is that? That's right, master. Have you forgotten to? At this time, upon learning of her master's question, the little girl flapped her wings, stood up, circled around once, and replied, Master, I am a member of the ancient god race, one of the earliest beings you created at the beginning of creation. The other ancient gods who were born with me at that time were also given names by you. However, after that great battle, many ancient gods lost their memories and disappeared without a trace. I also gradually fell asleep in the chaos, gradually forgetting what had happened, only remembering my own name and the fact that you are the creator god. Oh, is that so? After listening to what the little girl said, Chen Feng was even more confused. It would have been better if he hadn't asked. The more he asked, the more confused he became. But, do you remember that big battle you mentioned? After thinking about it carefully for a while, Chen Feng felt that there was something mysterious in some of Nayali's words, and then extracted the most crucial word. That great battle. Owner, I can't remember that either. I only have a vague feeling that this actually happened. But because it's been so long, I can't be sure it really exists. Could it just be a dream? As Nayali spoke, she pouted and began to think. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng shook his head repeatedly. It seems that even Naya herself is starting to doubt whether she has remembered it wrong. All right. It's getting late. Why don't you go and have some spring water and rest? After the inquiry yielded no results, he then told the little girl to go and rest. Right now, I have other things to do. He can't rest yet. Based on the fighting throughout the day, Dustwind also gained many other things. He wants to check all of these things before making any decisions. And the most important of these is the reward for the end of the Beast Tide. Treasure chests and free attribute points. I can add the attribute points to my mental strength later. I'll open the treasure chest now. After all, I still have all the keys to those treasure chests. He continued talking to himself. Chen Feng quickly retrieved his treasure chest from the warehouse. Diamond chest X1. Platinum treasure chest X3. For golden treasure chests. Soon, the treasure chests were placed before us, dazzling and looking very high class. And at this time, having the key, he didn't waste any time and simply took out the key to unlock the door. There weren't many elaborate and solemn unboxing ceremonies. Some are simply unlocked with one hand. Dust and wind are so strong that they don't even bother to say, "May the Emperor of Europe bless you." Because right now, all he wants is to save as much time as possible. This saving led him to discover a secret. A message appeared on the virtual panel, an exciting notification. It has been detected that you are attempting to open a diamond chest and other chests. Tip: if you open the diamond chest now, the items you get from other chests later will match the items from the diamond chest. Should we proceed with this plan? Whether. What do you mean? Looking at this new message, Chen Feng felt that he had discovered some incredible mechanism, so he quickly clicked yes to confirm. You selected yes. A diamond treasure chest has been opened. You have obtained the weapon, Broken Halberd, Superior, X1. All 3 platinum chests have been opened. You have obtained the helmet, Trident Bundled Purple Gold Crown, Premium, X1. You have obtained the armor, Beast-Faced Head-Eating Chainmail, Premium, X1. You have obtained the leg armor. Azure Dragon asks the Heaven's Golden Cloak. Fine, X1. All 4 gold items are now activated. You have obtained the glove, Dragon's Claw, high tier, X1. You have obtained the boots, Red Hair Boots, high tier, X1. You have obtained the mask, War God Mask, high tier, X1. You have obtained a bow and arrow, 100-mile longbow, high tier, X1. As all the treasure chests were opened, Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that he had obtained a pretty good set of equipment. And why is it considered a good set of equipment? The reason is simple. These pieces of equipment look like a set. No wonder the virtual panel just now indicated that after opening the diamond treasure chest, the other treasure chests would subsequently yield matching items. So that's what it meant. Chen Feng finally understood. After opening the diamond treasure chest and getting a weapon, the subsequent platinum and gold chests will then yield matching equipment for different body parts. Moreover, it seems that these pieces of equipment could be combined to create a set bonus. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to put on the equipment. He discarded that high-level spear stained with blood. He removed his tattered high-level armor. Then, Chen Feng put on his brand new equipment. He gripped his imposing halberd. Not long after, all new equipment is now on. Just then, a message came through the virtual panel. You are wearing a fake God of War Fengxian set. You achieved the following results. 1. Your attack power is increased by 10%. 2nd, your defense is increased by 10%. 3. Your agility increases by 10%. Looking forward to new messages. Dustwind's actions proved his own thoughts true. This is indeed a set of equipment with set bonuses. After all, these outfits, in terms of color scheme and shape, look perfectly harmonious when worn together. Unfortunately, the quality of this set is inconsistent. Although the weapon is top-notch, it is also damaged. Therefore, the overall set effect is not very satisfactory. But it's still acceptable. After all, some of the equipment inside is high level. It's lucky that they can activate the set effect when put together. You know, normally only sets of the highest quality or better can trigger set effects. Dust and Wind muttered to themselves. He was indeed very satisfied with this set of equipment. What surprised him most was the halberd he was holding in his hand. This thing exudes a bloodthirsty and arrogant inner strength, making anyone who holds it feel an urge to go on a killing spree. Therefore, he temporarily put the weapon away, intending to take it out again when he needed it. This weapon is definitely for my own use. Because this set of equipment, unlike the previous Xuanma Snake set, cannot change its armor form to suit any wearer. This Fengxian set is tailor-made for lords. Dust and Wind have no choice but to wear it. Okay, so the treasure chest issue is resolved. Let me see what else we obtained from the Beast Tide. Chapter 62. You have a big gift pack to claim. Let's see if any of the ferocious beasts we just defeated dropped any good loot. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Chen Feng knew that his current gains were far from over. Just now, he and his troops defeated so many ferocious beasts, surely they must have gotten a lot of loot, right? Right now, there are many unseen spots of light lying in my own warehouse. Open your personal warehouse, and everything inside is on full display. In reality, this warehouse is a virtual backpack for storing items. It contains materials that Chen Feng has collected so far for upgrading castles and troop pools, as well as some items dropped by monsters. Inside the warehouse, there were also twinkling, glittering points of light. These points of light are all unexamined. Chen Feng needs to examine and confirm them himself. Furthermore, the light spots contain items dropped by the ferocious beasts. Is that all the new items you've added? After carefully checking the number of light spots in the warehouse, Chen Feng had some doubts. Logically speaking, he killed so many ferocious beasts, so it's impossible that he only got this little bit of loot. Thinking about it, he then began to extensively investigate what was contained within the spots of light. The result, however, was a huge surprise to him. Low-tier loyalty shard X1. Low-tier loyalty shard X1. Low-tier loyalty shard X1. Mid-tier loyalty fragment X1. Numerous duplicate loyalty fragments are constantly being confirmed. The number of light spots also decreased accordingly. Final. When Chen Feng clicked on the last light spot to confirm, he was surprised to find this is actually a loyalty fragment. Holy crap. I've killed so many ferocious beasts. How come all I get are fragments of loyalty? I have absolutely no use for this thing. Are you kidding me? Completely bewildered, he shut down his warehouse. The more Chen Feng looked at it, the more puzzled he became. Is there perhaps a possibility? When I faced the Beast Tide, I was too hasty and didn't pay attention to or read the rules of the Beast Tide. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the prompt box on the virtual panel. And indeed, there was such a message above the notification that I had missed. Note: defeating the ferocious beasts summoned by the Beast Tide card will only grant you the settlement rewards. The beasts themselves will not drop any materials or equipment rewards, except for the actual ferocious beasts, including area bosses, attracted by the Beast Tide card. Depend on those damn beautiful Chinese. After closing the message, Chen Feng cursed. As expected, the ferocious beasts specially summoned by the Beast Tide card are different from the ferocious beasts that live in the wild. You can obtain the items dropped by wild ferocious beasts by defeating them. The ferocious beasts activated by the Beast Tide card are more like something that looks powerful on the outside, but is empty inside. After all, they are pseudo-life forms created from a card. So it seems to make sense now. Dustwind nodded helplessly to himself, and everything suddenly became clear. It's suddenly easy to explain why these pseudo-life forms only drop loyalty cards. But he still noticed one problem. I think I actually lost a necklace when I defeated that ice crystal phoenix, right? Isn't this equipment? Shouldn't it be considered a material or equipment reward? Then why did I receive the prize? Could this phoenix be the area boss? As Chen Feng spoke, he suddenly recalled. The message panel clearly stated when the third wave of beasts arrived. That diamond-level ferocious beast was indeed a regional boss. However, at the time, I thought that this thing was also created by the Beast Tide card. I never expected it to be the actual area boss of the newbie zone. Is it just that this phoenix happened to be attracted by the Beast Tide, so it was reported on by the virtual panel? I see. I knew it. This Beast Tide wasn't that monstrous. It seems that the platinum-level ferocious beasts are the final form of this Beast Tide. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dust and Wind were utterly speechless. It turns out I accidentally and casually eliminated a newbie zone boss. That sounds incredible. It seems I underestimated my own strength. Chen Feng waved his hand. Now that we have so many loyalty fragments in the warehouse, we don't need them, so let's just sell them. He opened his panel and went to the exchange to sell these loyalty fragments. In addition, he also sells other things. At this point in time, many lords should be close to level 5. Once these individuals reach level 5 and unlock the forge, basic equipment will become worthless. So, Chen Feng also used the materials he had obtained from hunting over the past few days to synthesize equipment, and then took them out for a clearance sale, along with the loyalty fragments. Notice, these materials were obtained by him a few days ago, and they are not from this Beast Tide. Soon, at the exchange, the moment the product is put on the shelf, several Night Owl lords went crazy when they saw that Lord Wind God was actually having a clearance sale of so many equipment and low-level fragments. What? Everyone wake up. Lord Wind God has put a bunch of items up for sale. A clearance sale is here. A basic piece of equipment is so cheap now, it's practically a late-night perk. Holy crap, when did low-level loyalty fragments become so common? Am I seeing things? Damn, you guys are way too fast. Leave me a few fragments. Damn, the master actually put a damaged high-level setup for sale. What? Even though it's broken, it's still something I've been longing for. I'll take it. Damn it, don't steal it. That equipment is mine. Everyone stay up tonight. Let's race until dawn. I've been worshipping the Wind God all morning, and I didn't expect I wouldn't be able to stop at night either. Enough talk. I'll start with a sliding tackle. Lords, you're all frantically scrambling for low-tier loyalty fragments and low-tier equipment. Some lords who are currently fast asleep will probably regret it to the core tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was receiving a steady stream of resources from the trades. These resources are all necessities he needs to upgrade his castle. It also contains a small amount of rare minerals. Certainly, those fragments of initial loyalty. He also left some for the people in the Union. The Union members were among the earliest and first to be completely loyal to themselves. He will definitely send out small perks to members from time to time. Time passed quickly. This continues until the exchange has almost finished trading the items it has listed. Chen Feng glanced at the thick darkness outside the window. At the moment, there was only one thing he hadn't finished. That is, open your attribute panel to check and allocate points to your spirit attribute. And you can pick up something here. Chapter 63 The Ultimate Mission in the Newbie Zone is coming. The virtual panel expands again. What comes into view is my brand new data. Name, Chen Feng, can claim a gift pack. Personal level, LV11, 666 50,000. Individual combat power, Platinum 5 stars. Personal skill, Domineering Aura, Beginner. Physical Attack, 1300 plus 200. Magic Attack, 500 plus 100. Defense, 400 plus 120. Agility, 400 plus 50. Mental Strength, 500 plus 10. Available free points, 220. Equipment, Pseudo-Martial God Fengxian Set, increases attack, defense, and agility by 10% during combat, including set bonus attributes. Cards, 20 low-tier loyalty shards, 10 mid-tier loyalty shards. Gems, 200 white gems, 15 green gems, 1 blue gem. Unit types, Flame Ancestral Dragon, Holy Angel, Fallen Angel, Dimensional Witch. With the new attribute panel displayed, Chen Feng glanced at it briefly and then allocated all his free points to mental power. The domineering aura he displayed earlier must have been a special skill he learned when he reached 500 points of mental strength. To be honest, this skill saved his life. So, he was now even more excited about what kind of surprise he would experience once he reached 1,000 points of mental strength. And after all that was done, he continued to examine the other data carefully. But he has a habit of looking at things from bottom to top. At a glance. Current. He has 4 types of soldiers. Many precious pearls have been accumulated. There are still a few loyalty fragments left, ready to be sold at any time. The equipment was the suit I had just put on. His individual skill level has also reached Platinum 5-star. His personal level has reached level 11. Wait, I'm already level 11. It wasn't until he saw his personal level that Chen Feng suddenly remembered. The first player in the newbie zone to break through level 10 will receive the ultimate mission to leave the newbie zone, as well as a big gift pack. And right now, there is indeed a gift pack next to my name that has not been activated yet. Time waits for no one. Almost instantly after realizing what was happening, Chen Feng clicked on the notification for the pending gift pack to the right of his name. A ding sound came from inside. Then, a new notification appeared on his virtual panel. And now, there's something new in the warehouse. After opening and viewing, an item resembling a card came into view. Congratulations. You have received a level 10 new player gift pack. You have received Castle Movement Card X1. Card effect description. You can use this card to move your castle to an unclaimed location. If the location you choose to move to is already occupied by another lord, you can directly challenge that lord. If you succeed in the challenge, you can rightfully occupy his original territory. Furthermore, you will also have the power to decide his life or death. That concludes the explanation of the card's effects. The card's effect was then revealed. The look on Chen Feng's face was one of surprise and excitement. Although the level 10 gift pack only contains this one item, it is extremely important. Castle Movement Card. This card has a very deep meaning. If anything unusual happens in the future, I can use this card to quickly leave the place. What could be more surprising than this? This card can be used for both offense and defense, retreat and defense. It is truly a divine weapon. Return the card to your own storage. Chen Feng has now finished searching for all the resources he obtained from the Beast Tide. This time, I really gained a lot. More importantly, that task has finally come to light. The ultimate mission to leave the beginner zone. Yes, just as Chen Feng opened the level 10 gift pack. The ultimate quest for the newbie zone has also been sent to his personal information panel. You have unlocked the ultimate quest in the beginner's area. The tasks are as follows. Within the beginner zone number 778, there are 4 hidden diamond-level area bosses. These 4 bosses rarely appear under normal circumstances, except when disturbed by special beast tides or when they sense a threat to them. Unless there are special circumstances, the bosses will conceal themselves, making it difficult for lords to find them. Therefore, the task for those leaving the beginner area is for all lords to find and kill the diamond-level area bosses within the remaining time. After defeating the area boss, all 778 lords will break free from the special barrier and arrive at the nearest of the 12 domains of the ancient continent. This quest is only known to lords who have reached level 10. Fight. It has been detected that you have killed one of the area bosses in the beginner zone. The current final mission progress is 3 to 4. A new killing has begun. Good luck. I quickly scanned the messages on the virtual panel. Chen Feng nodded silently, his heart also pounding with excitement. Really, all of this was exactly as he had anticipated. The diamond-level ice crystal phoenix he defeated was a true wild ferocious beast attracted by the beast tide. Moreover, it's a regional boss. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. If that's the case, then wouldn't I have considered myself lucky back then? After all, there are 4 area bosses in total, but he only attracted one because of the Beast Tide. If the Beast Tide had attracted all 4 diamond-level area bosses at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Call. I didn't expect that. Sometimes, when you think you're having a run of bad luck, you're actually blessed with incredible fortune. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the ultimate mission has been revealed, all we need to do is wait quietly for tomorrow to arrive. And now, it has only been 8 days since the Dragon Kingdom descended upon the newbie zone. I unlocked the ultimate mission so early on. The outlook is very promising. Moreover, Chen Feng also had reason to believe in himself. He will surely lead the lords of number 778 to complete the mission before the 30-day tribulation. Looking out the window at the thick darkness of night. Before I knew it, it was already late at night. After a busy day, it's time for me to rest. All plans will be implemented immediately after tomorrow. That's all for tonight. The night was quiet and filled with a mysterious haze. Now, Dust Wind has returned to the second floor of the castle and is resting with the 4 beautiful female soldiers. The various newbie zones in the Dragon Kingdom also suffered heavy losses after this catastrophe and are now recuperating. Only those areas unaffected by the Beast Tide, or those newbie zones where experienced players were leading the way, were able to have a slightly more peaceful time. At the same time, the Dark Domain, one of the 12 domains of the ancient continent, the 10 presidents of the United States, located in that region, are urgently discussing the matter. Chapter 64 The Last Darkness Before Breaking Free from Shackles. The Dark Domain, one of the 12 domains of the ancient continent. In a specially formed Beautiful Country Dark Domain President channel, the 10 most powerful and beautiful lords belonging to the Dark Domain are currently discussing matters concerning the Dragon Kingdom newbie zone. Gentlemen, our plan, which began 7 days ago, has now officially concluded. How did it go? A beautiful parliamentarian named Notoya spoke first, and the others echoed her sentiments. I've been hunting down the lords of the Russian Bear Kingdom lately, so I haven't been paying much attention. Me too. Recently, the Lord of the Rooster Kingdom seems to be trying to take advantage of my territory. I'm retaliating against them. The Black Lion King was the first to plan that matter in the Dragon Kingdom. We should ask him about it. Sothos, you tell us what's going on. Back then, we gave you all our Beast Tide cards. At this point, the beautiful parliamentary chairpersons turned their attention to the black-haired Lion King. The black-maned Lion King named Sothos remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking into the conference channel. Gentlemen, it is like this. I have good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear? Sothos spoke, and the other presidents chuckled in unison. Stop keeping me in suspense. Let me tell you the good news first. Yes, nobody wants to hear bad news first. The presidents of the American guilds used up all the Beast Tide cards they had collected to attack the Chinese. Now, they naturally want to hear good news from the newbie zone. After all, good news for us is bad news for the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, that's right. In the Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone, most of the newbie zones have been severely damaged by the Beast Tide cards we deployed. In fact, several newbie zones were completely destroyed. Sothos, the black-haired Lion King, spoke indifferently, completely disregarding human life. Very good. That's exactly what we want to hear. The mass extinction of the people of the Dragon Kingdom is truly a joyous occasion. The presidents were very satisfied with the answer and then asked another question. So, what's the bad news you mentioned? At present, there was both good news and bad news. The beautiful presidents of the various kingdoms in the Dark Domain were very curious. What exactly is this bad news? Hiss. The bad news is, several newbie zones in the Dragon Kingdom performed well during this Beast Tide. Among them, there was a lord with exceptional military talent who led the charge and defeated this Beast Tide. I underestimated them. Oh, is that so? Tell me about it. Upon hearing that people from the Dragon Kingdom were using the Beast Tide to rise to power, the leaders of the various guilds all frowned. They really didn't expect that. Among the people of this Dragon Kingdom, there is such a formidable individual. Sothos, the black-haired Lion King, began to speak slowly and deliberately after a period of silence. Based on some messages sent back by my slaves and my general assessment. Back then, when we distributed Beast Tide cards to the various newbie zones in the Dragon Kingdom, there were indeed a few zones that could be said to have cleared the game almost without taking any damage during this disaster. And among these districts, the one closest to our Dark Domain is Dragon Kingdom's number 778. Furthermore, in Area 778, the one who led the entire area to victory was a single person. That's right. It's one person not a group of people. His name is still unknown to me. But according to the clues sent back by the Beast Tide card, its name should contain the character Wind. Sothos, the black-haired Lion King, finished speaking. And that's where he left off. A brief silence fell over the conference channel. It's obvious. These cunning and handsome congressional leaders were shocked. How could a novice lord from the Dragon Kingdom single-handedly carry the entire newbie zone? Just what terrifying talent does this person possess? Oh shit. Damn it. If only we could directly intervene against the scumbags in the newbie zone. I really want to take care of them all myself. Suddenly, one of the association presidents flew into a rage, because he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the Dragon Kingdom. Now, this dark realm is gradually being taken over by their beautiful country. Other countries in this region are also constantly being suppressed by their forces. If a few more powerful lords from the Dragon Kingdom emerge at that time, this could shake their current dominant position. Thinking of this, the association presidents took a deep breath, calmed themselves, and then asked again. Besides this newbie zone number 778, are there any others? They are very worried now. The profound heritage of the Dragon Kingdom may extend far beyond this one aspect. And sure enough, it happened. What the black-haired Lion King said next confirmed their suspicions. But the others are probably slightly inferior to Foam. But they shouldn't be underestimated. First of all, the most prominent one on our dark domain side is that guy named Foam. That's something we already know. He is hailed by the people of Area 778 as the future of the Dragon Kingdom. And I also heard from my companions in the Myriad Flowers domain that a Dragon Kingdom lord named Jian Tianyue has emerged there. She is known as the Empress of 100 Flowers in the Novices Zone 111. And there's Zhao Yun from the Light Domain 222, who is also from the Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone. He is also quite strong, and is known as the Undying War God. Currently, the 3 domains where we are focusing our Beast Tide cards have all attracted 3 Dragon Kingdom lords with considerable strength. As for other domains, we have deployed relatively few Beast Tide cards, so we are unaware of their specific activities yet. Most importantly, the effects of the Beast Tide card cannot be activated in the ocean area. So all the Chinese people there were lucky enough to escape this calamity. That's a real shame. Sothos, the black-haired Lion King, revealed everything he knew at that moment. The beautiful presidents of the Dark Domain, who were listening attentively, all had serious expressions. Have 3 exceptionally talented Chinese already emerged? As expected, we still didn't prepare enough Beast Tide cards. Fuck. The Dragon Kingdom people in the ocean actually managed to escape this calamity. They deserve to die. The situation is changing rapidly. Fellow presidents, we are already considering a new round of countermeasures. Now that they've heard Sothos say this, they clearly feel threatened by the Dragon Kingdom. But Sothos, the black-haired Lion King, smiled slightly at this moment. Please don't be anxious, everyone. It's too early to worry now. There's an old saying among the Chinese. Taking advantage of your weakness to take your life. Since we've already invested so much resources in targeting those Chinese, why not strike again and launch a second attack? Sothos chuckled, his words laced with malice. However, the association presidents were startled, but then asked, puzzled. Sothos, we've already used up all the Beast Tide cards that could interfere with the newbie zone. Besides, now that we can't interfere with the newbie zone ourselves, what other ideas do you have? One of the association presidents spoke, his voice filled with helplessness and doubt. At present, it's not that they don't want to take action again. It's just that I've really run out of Beast Tide cards. Who wouldn't want the entire Chinese army to be wiped out? Don't rush. I have my own way. Looking at the beautiful parliamentary chairpersons who were all waiting for him to speak. Sothos's beast-faced face emitted a ferocious and hoarse laugh. Humph. I do have a plan. Although we can't wreak havoc on the Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone on such a large scale as last time. But I can still crush the best among the Chinese, killing them in their cradle and preventing them from developing further. This plan has a high probability of success. I've already chosen my target. It's near our dark domain. In that newbie zone number 778, there's a guy named Wind. Chapter 65, The Strongest Guinea Pig. South Korea makes its appearance. My target is that guy named Foam. Ladies and gentlemen, please look forward to it. Oh, then we look forward to your good news. That's all for now. The presidents all smiled. They did not know the specifics of Sothos's plan. But given this guy's swift and decisive methods, they're bound to make a move, or if they do, it will be a deadly strike. This matter will be handled by you. We await your good news, Sothos. The meeting is adjourned. President's Channel. After a chairman with slightly more influence, Omog, issued the order to adjourn the meeting. The 10 presidents left the channel one after another to attend to their own affairs. Inside a dark palace, Sothos, wearing the mask of a mad beast, stood at the temple gate, gazing into the distance. A scarlet, shimmering object appeared in his hand, looking extremely intimidating. The red flash was quickly flung from his hand, then flew into the depths of the gloomy sky and disappeared. Humph, the Dragon Kingdom? Don't think that just because you're in the newbie zone, I can't target you. In that case, let the other countries that are also in the beginner zone play with you. Korea, you'd better not disappoint me. The night was eerily quiet. The silent oppression was only dispelled when a new day arrived. Dragon Kingdom newbie zone number 778. Chen Feng got up early again today. He needed to hurry up and execute his plan. Today, compared to the past, he has a clearer goal. Because now, he already knew the final quest in the beginner's area. Therefore, they are more diligent in handling matters than before. After all, who wouldn't want to get out of here as soon as possible? He hopes to get out of here soon so he can reunite with his sister. Shuer has been waiting for him all along. Now, let's talk about his younger sister, Chinchua. Last night, he specifically checked with him through his friends list to find out about the situation there. Shuer said that the newbie zone she was in did not seem to be affected by the Beast Tide card. This made me, as the older brother, feel a little more at ease. After learning about the other party's information, Chen Feng also sent some mid-level loyalty fragments that he had obtained when he killed the Beast Tide to his younger sister. That was something he specially left for Chinchua. After receiving the gift, her younger sister shared all the treasures she had found at Hadaleo in the past few days with her. But Chen Feng told his sister to keep it safe for now, and he would come and get it when he really needed it. To be honest, Shuer received so many things, it was frightening. As the older brother, I simply don't have enough room in my warehouse to hold all these treasures. Soon, after chatting for a while, the brother and sister said goodbye to each other again. Today, everything will be renovated. After chatting, it's time to get down to business. Dust Wind arrived outside the castle and stretched his limbs. He must work even harder now. For my sister. But, before officially dispatching the 4 unit types, Lily, Kyle, Mona, and Nyarlathotep, to search for the regional boss, he still wanted to eliminate the lords who had previously colluded with that Black Mass guy first. It's time to eliminate this group that openly colludes with Black Mass and tries to enslave all the lords in the newbie zones. As the saying goes, a few rotten apples spoil the whole barrel. Chen Feng didn't want people like Black Mass and Wang Haoyan to bother him again in the future. Therefore, it is necessary to nip the problem in the bud right now. Open the guild panel. After contacting Jia Ran to help handle the matter. Very soon, most of the lords known to Dustwind who had cooperated with Black Mass have been eliminated. These were the remnants that Chen Feng discovered before the newbie protection period ended. Now that they have been completely removed, it feels like a thorn has been pulled from my heart, bringing me a sense of relief. The other lords, who had witnessed the Wind God's decisive and efficient methods, all applauded and cheered. They also do not want any internal strife to occur among the people of China. Actually, most people crave mutual benefit and assistance among lords. Because, if they fight amongst themselves, the most likely outcome will be the destruction of the entire region. After all, even if you can exploit your fellow players to monopolize the resources of an entire newbie zone. But once you leave the beginner zone, facing powerful enemies from many countries, one person can't possibly hold the line alone. Not only that, you might not even be able to leave the beginner area. Therefore, in this chaotic world, unless you are truly invincible, it is best to stick together and keep warm. This is why all the lords in the newbie zone adore Lord Wind God so much. The Wind God provided everyone with a peaceful environment for development. He is the king of China, the pride of China, and the faith of the Chinese people. Now, under the adults' well-organized management, the entire newbie zone 778 can be described as completely unified. As for those slightly stronger lords who once wanted to compete with the Wind God, they now have to admit defeat to the Lord Spirit. This is not only an admiration for strength, but also an awe of one's character. Fengshen is indeed the leading figure in this region. This is an indisputable fact. Inside the Castle of Heaven, after dealing with some matters in the newbie area, Chen Feng, this newbie zone, number 778, is finally relatively peaceful. He could finally focus on his own business. All you need to do is find the remaining 3 area bosses. Then, the rest will become very simple. And at this moment, my 4 units have begun searching in 4 different directions: east, west, south, and north, with the castle as the center. All I wanted was to get the attention of those bosses as quickly as possible. However, at present, Dustwind doesn't intend to challenge all 3 diamond-level area bosses at once. He wanted to find a boss first, and then gather troops to besiege and eliminate him. The safest option is to bite off the fat piece by piece. Furthermore, in order to expand their operational capabilities and search scope, he also specifically notified all the lords in the entire newbie zone 778 to search together. Many hands make light work. Only in this way can the process be accelerated as quickly as possible. The lords were very cooperative upon learning the news. They all put down what they were doing and quickly joined Lord Windgod's group. As long as they can help the adults find the boss, they are willing to risk the immediate death of their own troops if they alert the boss. That's all. In every corner of the beginner area, you can see a bunch of Lord's troops wandering around everywhere. They vary in species and strength. But when the units passed each other, they did not attack each other, but instead gave way. The dust and wind played a significant role in creating this harmonious phenomenon. After all, he is now the boss of this area. Everyone will listen to what he says. And it wasn't oppression or coercion, it was all voluntary. Gradually, the day is almost over. Today, the lords have already explored most of the beginner areas. Only the very edge of the area has not been searched. Although, the hidden traces of the other 3 regional bosses have not yet been found. But the lords remained very confident. With Lord Fingshan's guidance, they should be able to find the locations of those bosses by tomorrow at the latest. Everyone's troops were tired today, so they all returned to their castles to rest. While everyone was silently waiting for night to fall, a crimson flash shone from the sky and was seen by a large number of lords nearby. Then, everyone's virtual panel received the following notification. Hint: the newbie zone number 438 in Korea has launched a resource plundering card against you. From now on, each of the 2 newbie zones will send 10 of their strongest lords to represent their respective regions in a resource war. Each lord in the winning region will receive an average of 80% of the resources from all the lords' castles in the losing region. This is a gamble from which there is no turning back. Only through killing can one win their future. Chapter 66. The Mocks of the Koreans, China's Adversity? The resource plundering war is about to begin. Good luck to everyone. These new messages appeared in the virtual panel of Lords number 778. Everyone's face was filled with utter bewilderment. This. What's going on? I was just getting ready for bed, and you're showing me this? Wait, people from South Korea are actually challenging us. Damn it, how could this happen? After everyone realized what was happening, they started discussing it in the chat channel. Then they discovered the chat channel in my own area is actually linking to another newbie area. Not long after, all the lords of Kimchi Country number 438 also joined the chat channel. As soon as those people appeared, they quickly adopted a mocking posture to ridicule their upcoming opponents. Haha, you weak Chinese Dragon Kingdom people, we've come to bully you. Damn, I never expected to run into something so good just a few days before we leave the newbie zone. This is just too awesome. Back when the Dragon Kingdom was on Earth, they were always arguing with us about cultural heritage. I've disliked them for a long time. That's right. Our Korea is a great nation with 8,000 years of cultural heritage. The 5 great inventions, the 6 great classical novels, various customs and etiquette, and famous historical figures are all from us. You Chinese are truly despicable. Today we're going to teach you a lesson. Shiba. At present, the chat channel was flooded with messages from a large number of Koreans. This group activated the regional resource plunder card, proving they came prepared. Today, all of them from Area 438 of the Korean country, were already preparing to leave the newbie zone. Suddenly, a resource plundering card, a generous gift from the United States, fell from the sky. This card was given to them by a powerful lord named Sothos. Furthermore, Sothos also left a message on this card. That is, as long as they are from Area 438 of the Korean country, they can use this card in Area 778 of the Chinese newbie zone. If you successfully defeat the Lord of Area 778, and if they plunder all their resources. So, after the newbie zone is released in my country, number 438, the American bigwig promised to provide them with a wave of protection from the dark domain. This news was disclosed. All the kimchi-loving Chinese people at booth 438 were in an uproar. You should know. This is fantastic news. Just challenge a newbie in the Little Dragon Kingdom who has only been in the ancient continent for less than 10 days. They would then be able to obtain protection from a powerful American leader who had already traveled to the main world and appeared to be incredibly strong. Why not do it? If it weren't for this unexpected good thing. These lords from the Korean peninsula were even worried yesterday about whether they would be bullied by people from other countries after leaving the newbie zone. Now all worries have disappeared. The future of South Korea is absolutely bright. Haha, since we're about to leave the newbie zone anyway, it would be great if we could plunder some more resources from the Chinese. That is, and once we get out, I can cling to my handsome dad's leg. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. At this moment, the Korean chat user number 438 in the chat channel is becoming increasingly arrogant. The Lords of Dragon Kingdom number 778, who were the ones who were suddenly attacked, were naturally furious. They were shocked by the shamelessness of these damned Koreans. You bunch of thieves from Korea, all you do all day is steal other people's things. You claim everything is yours. Isn't that disgusting? If you want to fight, then come on. When have we Chinese ever been afraid? Even if I have to fight to the death today, I will shut you guys up for your empty words. The Lords of the Dragon Kingdom quickly launched a counterattack. Upon seeing this, the Koreans laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. They're panicking. They're panicking. Oh dear, I'm in such a hurry. Damn it, the dogs from China are biting people. That's hilarious. I truly admire your dragon nation's courage to court death. But don't you know that our Kimchi nation arrived in this world a full 20 days earlier than you? Whether it's our own level and strength, or the strength of our troops, your Dragon Kingdom is far behind us. That's right, they actually dared to talk back to us, the Koreans. Just wait to die in front of us. The atmosphere in the chat channel that merges the two newbie zones is becoming increasingly tense. After their angry rebuttal, the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom gradually calmed down. To be honest, as the country of Kimchi, which came into this world earlier, they are indeed stronger than us overall. After all, I'm in the newbie zone, number 778, and only 8 days have passed at most. 8 days. This is at most the very beginning stage. Meanwhile, the Korean newbie zone number 438 on the other side looks like it's been almost 30 days. Judging from their tone, it seems like they're ready to leave the newbie zone at any moment, to be qualified to travel to a wider world. That means there must be some experts among them. At this point, this is undoubtedly the biggest concern in the hearts of all the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpected, those Koreans, just as they were about to leave the newbie zone, came to exploit the resources of their Dragon Kingdom so that they would have enough confidence to venture into the unknown main world. And, judging from what some of these guys said, it seems like the United States has also been caught in the crossfire. Depend on. Damn America. The Lords of Area 778 were getting angrier the more they thought about it. But they also know in their hearts that none of these are the most important things right now. Most importantly, as members of the Dragon Kingdom, they certainly did not want to suffer such a series of cruel blows. But now, the facts are already laid bare before them. How can they refuse to face them? So, at this tense moment, as believers of the Wind God, they unconsciously placed their hopes on that great man. Dust and Wind over here. After seeing the resource plunder card notification, he raised an eyebrow. He thought that with the beast tide just over, a short period of peace would arrive, but he ultimately miscalculated. At present, these people from South Korea are really jumping around, and I myself found it quite displeasing. And what happened next in the chat channel? That made him absolutely furious. Damn it, why are you bunch of Chinese dogs so quiet? Is she scared? Let me tell you, once this resource card is activated, it cannot be cancelled. All of you must hand over 80% of the resources to us today. Haha. The people of the Korean country were still laughing loudly, and they had already selected 10 of the strongest lords who were completely capable of crushing the neighboring Chinese country to fight. However, just when they thought victory was in their grasp, on the Dragon Kingdom side, the appearance of one person brought the entire channel to complete silence. Hey, you want to play, huh? Then I'll play with you guys. Chen Feng made a silent appearance under an anonymous identity. Although he didn't say much, he exuded a ruthless aura. The Lords of the Dragon Kingdom were all thrilled to see that Lord Wind God had finally made his move. Finally, my lord, you've arrived. Chapter 67, Order of Appearance? An Unfair Showdown. Lord Wind God, you've finally arrived. The Lords of the Dragon Kingdom were all incredibly excited to see their god finally appear. Dust and Wind urged them to calm down and not make such a fuss. On the other side, the Koreans were quite displeased by the sudden cheers from the Chinese. They simply couldn't understand why those guys were so happy about something that was just a lord making an appearance. Could this person possibly rebel? Hee, you Chinese from the other side, stop barking like dogs. Hurry up and pick the 10 strongest idiots among you to fight. We're in a hurry. Hurry up, hurry up. Damn it, you bunch of Koreans, don't get cocky. You'll be the ones who lose later. Upon seeing this, all the lords of the number 778 newbie zone were enraged. During this period when the two sides were deadlocked, a dark red vortex appeared above everyone's castle. This vortex leads to the Lord's battle arena. On the arena, any lord who wishes to participate can bring all of their troops. Furthermore, this arena allows even lords with restricted mobility to enter. Both sides should quickly prepare their participants in the beginner areas. The countdown is down to 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, participants in their respective beginner zones must enter the arena. If one side fails to have all members enter the arena within 5 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit. The party that abstains will have 100% of the resources of all lords in that region deducted. Please note, a warning message appeared on the virtual control panel. Lord number 778 of the Dragon Kingdom was startled. 5 minutes to choose 10 of the strongest lords to participate in the battle, entirely voluntary. A decision must be made quickly, and soon, the first lord has emerged. Lord, Anonymous, Wind, joins the battle. As this message was updated, another lord joined the battle. Lord, Jia Ran joins the battle. Another one. 2 already. Both of them are members of the Wind God Society. One is the Wind God himself, and the other is the Wind God's secretary. Their abilities are beyond question, so they confirm their participation directly. However, it was then the turn of others to make their choices. There are 8 spots left. Who should they be given to? The group hesitated for a moment. Actually, it's not that everyone is a coward, which is why they didn't react for so long. The purpose is simply to identify the strongest player on one's own side in order to increase their chances of winning. After all, even if everyone wants to participate, they can't just hold back Lord Wind God, right? Brothers, I'll do it. My unit is the red-haired zombie, and several of them have already reached the gold level. A powerful figure who had never spoken on the regional channel before finally spoke up. Now that the survival of the entire newbie zone is at stake, he can no longer sit idly by. A third person has joined. And me, my unit is the Minotaur, also a gold tier unit. A fourth person has joined. And me, my unit is. I also. Gradually. Once the participants were confirmed, the number of participants quickly reached 10. These 10 lords, led by Chen Feng, are all pillars of Dragon Kingdom number 778. Although the troops of the last 2 lords are currently only at the silver level, this is already the strongest fighting force they can muster. It is truly remarkable that they were able to muster such combat strength in just 8 days. And just as both sides finished selecting their players, a notification appeared again on everyone's virtual panel. Both sides confirmed the participants within 5 minutes. Now, your order of appearance will be randomly assigned. If one of the first 2 lords to enter the arena is defeated, the winner of the other side will become the king of the arena. The reigning champion can remain on the fighting stage until someone defeats him. The competition rules have been explained. The order of play is now being randomly determined. The rules are laid out when they are open to everyone. Both Korea and China are pursuing their own agendas. When the Dragon Kingdom saw this news, they naturally hoped that the Wind God would represent them and appear first. After all, only adults with the strength to become the king, who has always defended the title. They wanted to surprise those Koreans, preferably give them a hard time. But reality often doesn't go as planned. When the actual order of appearance was announced, all the lords numbered 778 were disappointed, because their most prized Wind God was actually scheduled to appear last. Holy crap, this works? What bad luck. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom were speechless and couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. The Koreans, seeing this, were all smiles. Our strongest lord, Mr. Park Dandyao, is surprisingly ranked 4th. It's such a pity that Mr. Park Dandu appeared so early. Yeah, they're not giving those Chinese people on the other side any chance at all, huh? No wonder they looked so anxious. They were even swearing. At this moment, the Koreans were overjoyed to see their strongest lord, ranked 4th, make his appearance. They constantly mocked the other side to vent their joy. And just as they were mocking each other, the match had already begun. All lords who were not participating, or who had not yet participated, were presented with a live stream of the match. The scene depicts a spacious yet empty space, with a large stone arena in the center. On the left and right sides of the arena, a dark red vortex passage appeared, and two lords quickly emerged from it. The first participating lord from the Dragon Kingdom, Jiao Ran. Kimchi Nation's first participating lord, Kim Jingu. The first participating lords from both sides made their appearances, both revealing their true forms. On the Dragon Kingdom side, to everyone's surprise, the first person to join the battle was none other than the Wind God's little secretary. Their tense hearts finally relaxed a little. Call. I never expected that the first person to take the stage would be Miss Jiao Ran. Miss Jiao Ran should be considered the second most powerful lord on our side, second only to Lord Feng Shun. With Miss Jiao Ran here, the odds of winning should be about 50-50ths, right? Oh well, let's not worry about that. Let's just cheer for Miss Jiao Ran. Go Jiao Ran. We must win some honor for our Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was cheering for Lord Feng Shun's little secretary in the regional channel. Jiao Ran, who was far away on the arena, could naturally see this scene through her virtual panel. The beautiful girl with long blue hair clenched her fists, hoping to get off to a good start. Lord Wind God, please watch carefully from below the stage. I will definitely win back some pride for you and the entire newbie zone. Chapter 68. One man fights three enemies. The strongest contestant makes his debut. My lord, wait for my good news. Jiao Ran waved towards the live stream screen, then entered a state of preparation. Seeing this scene from inside his castle, Shenfeng smiled with satisfaction. It seemed like this was the first time he had seen Jiao Ran's true face. The girl had blue hair, a slender figure, and wore a set of shimmering silver armor, making her look like a female knight. If she goes first, she should have a better chance of winning. After all, I have seen her troops with my own eyes, and the Void Devourer is not to be underestimated. Dustwind said. In the video, the Koreans on the other side are also ready. On the stage, the lord named Jin Jingu flexed his wrists and looked at the girl in the distance with great interest, saying, Damn, why is my opponent a woman? Are all the men in your Dragon Kingdom useless? You actually send a woman to fight. Even so, I will not show any mercy. After he finished speaking, his troops began to emerge continuously from the dark red opening behind him. It's a kind of living plant-based monster that looks a lot like kimchi. 5 of these monsters appeared and stood obediently behind their master, looking quite disgusting at first glance. Because its kimchi leaves, which were filled with corrosive liquid, were constantly spitting out a sticky substance that looked like snot, making a mess of the ground. Umph, my troops are all gold-level kimchi fairies. So, woman, are you scared? Kim Jingu pointed with his finger at the kimchi behind him that was constantly spraying sticky liquid, his expression looking very smug. Jiao Ran watched coldly from afar. Hundreds of void worms emerged from the dark red passage behind her. As soon as these insects appeared, they quickly took over the entire arena. The lord of the Korean country, who had just been showing off, turned pale the moment he saw this. Koreans watching this scene through the live stream were even more shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my god, how come there are so many bugs? It seems that a few more insects have already reached the gold level. Has the talent pool in China developed to this extent in just 8 days? This woman is not to be judged by her appearance. She must be the strongest lord sent from the Dragon Kingdom. I see. The kimchi-loving Chinese were talking. On the arena, those few disgusting pickled vegetables were quickly devoured by the void-devouring worms. Jin Jingu, who had failed to show off and was instead humiliated, had already run into the dark red passage and surrendered on the spot. Saipa, I'm not playing anymore. My life is more important. Buzz dash. A sound was heard, and the dark red passage gradually shrank. Kimchi Country No. 1, Kim Jingu, was defeated by Dragon Country No. 1, Jiao Ran. Now, Newbie Zone No. 438. Jin Jingu had just stepped into his castle. The numerous lords of the 438th Kimchi Kingdom then launched a massive barrage of insults against him. Fuck. Baka. Shiba. Fuck. You're such a piece of trash. You've completely disgraced our nation of Korea. How can we, a being 100 times stronger than the Dragon Kingdom, afford to lose such a heavy burden of face? Kim Jingu, we hereby announce that your citizenship has been revoked. You'd better find a place to bury him right away. From now on, when you're out in the world, don't call yourself the lord of our Korean country, understand? This. Having just returned in disgrace, Jin Jingu had first suffered the pain of his unit's annihilation, and now he was facing the pain of having his citizenship revoked, nearly causing him to break down. He's in a difficult position right now, wanting to retort, but lacking the courage. It's not that he's too weak. It's that the Dragon Kingdom Lord on the other side is strangely strong. No, it should be said that it's terrifyingly strong. How did that woman manage to raise so many terrifying monsters in just 8 days? Its speed is simply astonishing. Thinking of this, Jin Jingu could only stare resentfully at the blue-haired girl on the live stream, his teeth grinding together. On the other side, compared to the shock in South Korea, at this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom were truly surprised that their people could win so easily. It turns out that besides Lord Fengshen, his little secretary is also incredibly powerful. Could it be that they were overthinking things before? On our side, not only can we win, but we can win big. That concludes the discussion. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it. And Jiao Ran, far away in the arena, lived up to everyone's expectations. In the next battle, as the defender of the throne, she defeated 2 powerful lords from the Korean peninsula in succession. Although Jiao Ran lost several gold-level Void Devourers during the battle, but this did not prevent her from achieving the feat of fighting 3 against 1. When such an impressive record is displayed before everyone, even the self-important Koreans couldn't hold back anymore. Only within the Castle of Heaven, Chen Feng, the little secretary's boss, nodded slightly, acknowledging the girl's abilities. Good. With her current strength, she can easily take on 3 opponents at once. However, the guy who's about to appear next might be quite troublesome. That brings us to this point. In the live broadcast, the 4th Korean to enter the ring appeared. He is the strongest in Area 438. Many Koreans who had just been thoroughly humiliated by Jiao Ran and nearly fainted from anger turned from sullen faces to ecstatic joy when they saw their big daddy finally stepping in. Aiya Shiba, people of the Dragon Kingdom, don't be so smug. Don't think that just because you send out your strongest lord first, you can win all the way. Our strongest warrior is only now being deployed. The lords of the Korean nation who jumped out again to bite sneered disdainfully. They believed that the blue-haired girl on the field was the strongest fighter in the opposing Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, how could they have suffered 3 consecutive losses? That's it. Yes, that's right. They hypnotized themselves in this way and eagerly awaited their father's brilliant performance. When the eldest uncle, Park Duando, appeared, the aura he exuded surprised Jiao Ran on the field. The girl sensed a different kind of pressure emanating from this person compared to others, and she felt anxious. Just now, she had already lost several of her main void-devouring insects. Now that his strength has been diminished, facing this 4th lord again would likely be fraught with peril. Hee. Those 3 guys on our side were all trash. You better not get too cocky. At this moment, Park Dandiao looked at the girl in the distance who was already struggling to hold on alone and sneered. He could naturally see that the opponent's strength had been greatly diminished after the previous confrontation. Now, I only need to do a little bit to reap the benefits. The moment this thought arose, his unit also began to emerge from the dark red passage behind him. It was a massive, ice-field troll that wielded a huge club. Trolls are humanoid in shape, and although they are hunched over, it does not prevent them from having a terrifying height. The entire arena trembled under the troll's trampling, exuding a powerful sense of intimidation. Finally, amidst the constant trembling of the ground, 3 platinum-level ice-field trolls emerged from the dark red passage and occupied 1/10 of the arena. Hee. Anyone who comes across my troops never ends up well. So, you should just die? Park Duandiao roared, and the 3 giant demons behind him swung their clubs and trampled over him. Upon seeing that this person's unit was of the platinum level, Jiao Ran had no choice but to retreat repeatedly. Although she moved, the Void Devourer was instantly annihilated into fragments in order to shield her from the troll's ice field impact attack. A large number of bronze and silver-level devouring insects were attacked by an extremely cold surge, frozen in midair, and then smashed into pieces by the troll's club. Even the few remaining gold-level void devouring insects that managed to escape the calamity were killed in the second attack by the trolls and sacrificed themselves to cover their master's retreat. Dragon Country No. 1, Jiao Ran, was defeated by Kimchi Country No. 4, Park Dandiao. The chilling message reached the virtual panels of all the lords watching the live stream. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom felt regret over this matter. The strongest player from that South Korean country is indeed quite skilled. If Miss Jiao Ran hadn't already lost some of her fighting strength. Possible. Oh well, never mind. When you lose, everything you say is just an excuse. Now, everyone stopped thinking about those other things and rushed to check on Miss Jiao Ran, who was severely weakened by the defeat. Chen Feng naturally went to comfort him. Seeing the girl in such a state, yet still crying and apologizing to him, his anger towards the Koreans reached its peak. Chapter 69 Absolute Freezing Point. Heroes appear. Dustwind's rage has reached its peak. But in his anger, he could only stare blankly at the live stream and sigh softly. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm the last one to go on stage, which might be tough on my teammates who go on stage first. Over at the martial arts arena, after defeating Jiao Ran, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Park Duandiao revealed a smile of extreme disdain. I didn't expect it to be like this. And the newbie zone is number 448. When the Koreans saw their big brother easily defeat the strongest opponent, they jumped for joy. Haha, our strongest fighter from Unit 438 is here. What is the mere Dragon Kingdom worth mentioning? Let the people of China keep laughing. Next, our Mr. Park Dandiao will remain undefeated and easily crush everyone. You worthless dogs from the Dragon Kingdom over there. If you know what's good for you, stick your heads out and let us kick you. If you're willing to fawn over our Mr. Park Dandiao, we might consider going easy on you and making your defeat less humiliating. Yoshi, oh no, Shiba. The Koreans hurled insults at the Chinese, infuriating the Chinese. But now, they have no choice. Their own true god had not yet intervened, and although they were anxious, it was to no avail. Very soon, as more and more Dragon Kingdom lords were defeated on the dueling arena by Park Duandiao, who possessed a 3-headed platinum-level troll unit, the members of Unit 778 fell silent. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Park Dandiao has defeated another Chinese person, making this the 7th in a row. These Chinese are really useless. How come their troops are only at the gold level? They're not even worth a second glance, haha. The 8th one, family members. Mr. Park has already defeated the 8th one. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. The 9th one. Just one more kill to complete the 10-kill streak. I knew it. The first one the opposing Dragon Kingdom sent was the strongest. Look, the rest of them are all trash, ha. That's hilarious. Now, after Jiao Ran's defeat, every subsequent Dragon Kingdom lord who appeared was defeated by Pu Duandiao. There is no other reason. It's because the difference in strength is indeed huge. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, apart from the Wind God, there are at most gold-level troops. The gold-tier monsters appeared utterly powerless against the 3 platinum-tier trolls. Meanwhile, South Korea, seeing its big brother kill 9 people in a row, has been mocking them ever since. In their eyes, the outcome was already decided. This last one, wasn't it easy for you to take him down with just one move? Alas, poor people of the Dragon Kingdom, in the blink of an eye, only one useless person is left. Are you angry yet? Just surrender. Alright, we can't surrender, haha. As the people of South Korea talked, they began to celebrate in the district, and started eating all the delicious food. But some sensible Koreans, however, cautiously remarked at this point. That's not right, family. I remember this last one. It seems to be the Lord that the Dragon Kingdom people worshipped before. Is it possible that he's the mastermind behind that district? After this person raised his own questions, the other lords of the Korean peninsula mocked him for being spineless and even insulted him, saying, "You good for nothing. All you do is spout these unfounded and depressing things all day long. Even if that last guy is strong, can he be stronger than Mr. Park Dandiao, who has been developing for almost a month? Damn it. You've already been stripped of your Korean citizenship. You can get lost. Don't disturb our victory celebration. Get up quickly." The Koreans are currently in the midst of a celebration, and they won't tolerate anyone ruining the atmosphere. They were out of their minds, too excited to notice the last contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. The outcome of this competition has already been decided. Is there any need to discuss it further? On the arena, Park Dandiao was in high spirits at this time because he had won 9 consecutive victories. He yelled at the Chinese people in front of the live stream camera, telling that last useless guy to get out of there right away. Shiba, people of the Dragon Kingdom, hurry up and send your last useless dog to the stage. I want to take on 10 of them. Aoawa. Speaking of the exciting parts, Park Duandiao continued to pound his chest like a baboon, making dull thuds. And at this time, the last person also emerged from the dark red passage opposite the arena. This person was dressed in an extremely imposing suit of armor, holding a halberd, and a fierce mask concealed his true appearance, making him look incredibly mysterious. Once this person appears, Park Dandiao then focused his attention again, carefully observing his last opponent. Seeing the enemy's imposing presence and the chilling aura emanating from him, he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Shiba, this armored man has a very strong presence. Are you my last opponent? At this moment, although the enemy has not yet made a move, their momentum is already overwhelming. Park Dandiao had no choice but to prepare for a full-scale battle. He actually felt a little nervous. The three trolls, seeing that the person opposite them was exuding the same aura that only platinum-level powerhouses possessed, also became serious and dared not underestimate their opponent. Unexpectedly, that unit on the other side has actually reached platinum level? That's right. Park Duandiao and his three-headed troll both believed that the armored man that appeared was a lord soldier. They did not consider this enemy to be a lord, because that sounds terrifying. A lord with platinum-level strength? Are you kidding me? That's impossible. At this moment, Park Dandiao himself doesn't think so. Even the Koreans watching the live stream felt the same way. They were all very curious. Where did the owner of this platinum-level unit go? Hey, you over there, where's your master? Could he be hiding in the castle, too afraid to show his face? On the arena, instead of attacking his enemy, Park Dando uttered these words. He believed that if the lord of this unit did not personally take to the stage, the sense of victory he would gain after defeating this unit would be greatly reduced. Park Dandiao only felt truly satisfied when he killed this soldier and humiliated its master at the same time. Troops, open your dog eyes and see who's standing in front of you. When Shin Feng saw that the Korean across from him was so stupid as to think of himself as a soldier, he was both angry and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing that the soldiers on the other side could speak human language, Park Dandu was even more confused. You're really a lord? How is this possible? How could the lord be so strong? He was furious at the insult. He believed that this arrogant unit was looking down on him, so he gave an order and had the three trolls take action. Slay the Icefield trolls. I'll twist his head off and see if he dares to be so stubborn again. Chapter 70 Incredibly Powerful Strength. The confidence to take on 6 at once. Kill them. Shiba. Roar dash. After being thoroughly enraged by the soldiers in front of him, 3 ice trolls, carrying a chilling aura, swung their massive clubs and trampled forward. 3 against 1. Even if the two sides are evenly matched, with the advantage in numbers, that one seems to be doomed. At this moment, both Koreans and Chinese were shocked by what they saw. What surprised the Koreans was that these soldiers were so arrogant that they dared to stand still even when facing 3 against 1, whether they were scared out of their wits or just showing off. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Kingdom's side, when the Dragon Kingdom's lords realized that the Wind God had only taken the stage alone and had not sent out any troops, they were extremely anxious. Originally, what they were thinking was, once the master makes his appearance, he will reveal his incredibly powerful units, and that Park Duandiao on the other side will definitely be so scared that he'll wet his pants. But now, Lord Wind God actually went on stage wearing only one set of equipment, seemingly without any intention of bringing any troops with him. Why is that? As the Trolls Club was about to fall, the adult remained standing still, and everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Could something have happened? What's wrong with Lord Wind God? If this continues, their newbie zone is really doomed. My lord, do not underestimate our enemy. The other side is really strong. They started shouting anxiously at the live stream screen, but it was no use. Only Jia Ran, who had just heard the president's explanation, remained silent. President, you just said yourself when you failed that you would avenge me. The words of an adult are always absolute, and he must have his own scheme. On the arena, 3 large clubs blocked the view above and were about to smash into Chinfeng's head. Chinfeng smiled coldly and finally set off. At this critical moment, he roared at the 3 trolls. After experiencing an extremely strong mental shock, the troll's entire mind went into a state of stop, and even the hand that was swinging the club with all its might lost its strength in that instant. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. In an instant, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out. The big stick still slammed heavily onto the fighting arena, but its position had shifted considerably from its original location, and the target below was nowhere to be seen. When Dust Wind reappeared, he had already turned around and leaped high above the 3-headed troll. Taking advantage of the moment when these 3 idiots were in a daze, he used his halberd to forcefully attack one of them. The weapon, brimming with bloodlust and fighting spirit, was violently flung out and instantly pierced the mouth of a troll that had just raised its head, piercing a huge gash through its face. Then, unable to scream in agony, the troll collapsed towards its 2 companions who had just regained their senses. The 3 trolls fell to the ground again, thoroughly humiliated by a human lord. Seeing the situation, Chun Feng quickly retrieved his halberd and unleashed another fierce attack on the three giants stacked together. A crimson lightning bolt pierced the abdomen of the three trolls, causing them to bleed profusely with green blood. Fresh blood kept oozing from the wound. The three trolls felt their blood being continuously devoured by this cold weapon, and they were terrified, but dared not move. If they move, the wounds in their abdomens will be torn open, which will only hasten their death. Having accomplished his mission, Chun Feng returned to where he had stood, looked at the three large clubs smashed on the ground, and the conjoined soldiers in excruciating pain beside him, and smiled coldly. That's it. At this level, there's absolutely no need for me to send out any troops. I can handle this all by myself. After he finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop. The entire martial arts arena fell into complete silence. When Park Duando, who had been knocked unconscious, woke up again and saw the three trolls convulsing all over his body, he finally let out a shout. Huh? Sheba, what is this? He simply couldn't believe it. I was only unconscious for a short while. How did I end up like this when I woke up? What's wrong with me being a troll? Why does he look like he's about to die? What just happened? Compared to his shock, the 438 lords of the Korean nation, who witnessed everything, had their jaws dropped to the ground. What kind of monster is that unit on the other side? He actually fought 3 people at once. Moreover, this person even claims to be a lord? Are you kidding me? Fellow Koreans, some of you have already fainted from being unable to accept the facts. Those who didn't faint also had their minds completely blank at that moment. Only the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed after witnessing the terrifying strength of the Wind God. Their initial thought was that with the adult troops involved, they would definitely be able to take down that damn guy on the other side. But to their surprise, the adult's awesomeness far exceeded their imagination. Lord Wind God actually accomplished everything all by himself. If it weren't for the fact that it is happening right before our eyes today, no one dared to believe that a human lord could possess such power. Back in the ring. At this moment, Chun Feng looked at the stunned and dumbfounded Park Duandiao opposite him and remained silent. He was confident that he could take action without relying on Lily and the others. The main reason is that I have recently become more and more adept at wielding an aura of dominance. Now he can start it on his own. Furthermore, it's even possible to unleash its domineering aura 1 to 2 times a day. As for the effect of domineering aura, it is that as long as the opponent is weaker or of similar strength, one can stun them for a period of time. The 3 trolls on the other side look like they've only just reached platinum level, with the highest probably being platinum 3 stars. Although they outnumbered each other, it didn't stop them from easily stunning the enemy with their overwhelming aura. Once stunned, you can use the halberd to attack any part of their body at will. You need to know, this halberd can even pierce through the body of a diamond-level soldier. Killing 3 platinum-level units is like a joke. So, it is supported by the 2 basic elements of domineering presence and the halberd. In addition, his own martial arts training and agile movements enabled him to easily defeat his enemy. Right now, looking at the 3 giant demons not far away, whose blood was being continuously absorbed by the Fontian halberd, Chun Feng smiled and said in the direction of Pu Duandiao, "See that? This is the type of soldier you're so proud of. You should know that if this continues, they will die soon, right? How many of you from South Korea are preparing to challenge me? You'd better do it all at once. I'm in a hurry. If you choose to attack together, I will reward you by showing you my troops." Chapter 71. The 4 illusion gods move out, shocking South Korea. How about this proposal? I'll show you what true despair is. Standing in the distance, the dust and wind mocked arrogantly, trampling the dignity of the Korean nation underfoot. The Koreans watching the live stream were furious, but they were as cowardly as dogs and dared not speak. There was no more news about them on the regional channel. They had all become dead men. And the lords of the Dragon Kingdom finally got their revenge. These Koreans are disgusting. They not only strip their own people of their citizenship, but they also steal other countries' culture. Who could tolerate this? They have brought this situation upon themselves. On the martial arts arena, Park Duandiao, who was so frightened that he had given up on thinking. In his subconscious, all he knows is that he is going to die. Driven by his survival instinct, he instinctively cried out for help. Kimchi Country Number 4, Park Duandiao, is calling for help. The enemy, the Korean nation, requests that everyone attack together. Do you agree? If you agree, your reward for defeating them will be doubled. Weather, dust, and wind over here. After seeing the prompt on the virtual panel, he clicked yes with great satisfaction. Very nice. Now, I can wipe out the entire enemy team in one fell swoop. And at the very same instant, behind Park Dandiao, the dark red passage opened again, and many lords from the Korean peninsula walked out. As soon as these guys appeared, they quickly helped their terrified Big Daddy, Park Duandiao, to his feet. Sheba, Mr. Park, please pull yourself together. That guy over there is definitely lying to you. That's right. Please don't let him be bewitched. Damn it, if we join forces now, we can definitely take down that guy in front of us. Don't worry, Mr. Park, as long as we work together, that guy won't be laughing no matter how tough he is. These Koreans are not only comforting their grandfather at this moment, but also comforting themselves. If they are truly intimidated by that armored man on the other side, then they are truly doomed. Don't get cocky, armored soldiers on the other side. While we may not be as powerful as Mr. Park's troops, we are still a million times better than you bunch of useless trash from China. As the group spoke, the different types of soldiers behind them made their appearance. They are Platinum Grade Giant Tortoise, Platinum Grade Liquid Sulfur Long Snake, Platinum Grade Yamata No Rooster, Platinum Grade Bull-Horned Black-Scaled Deer, Platinum Grade Gluttonous Octopus, Platinum Level Goblin Commander. As soon as this group of soldiers appeared, a powerful aura emanated from them. At this point, the Koreans finally revealed their arrogance, but they pretended to be calm. Stop pretending, you're just a regular soldier, right? You were able to defeat 3 platinum-level trolls all by yourself just now. So what about now? 6 platinum-level units. Can you still defeat them? Sheba. As they spoke, those soldiers charged toward Chen Feng with imposing momentum. Chen Feng was also burning with rage. He realized that the Koreans across from him were truly brainless. How many times did he have to tell them before they would finally see the reality? I told you, open your dog eyes and take a good look. Let's see if I'm even a soldier. A furious shout. Dust Storm could no longer tolerate it. He quickly summoned all his troops through telepathy. The dark red passage behind them opened again. This time, the entire newbie zone in South Korea felt like it was hell. A terrifying crimson dragon suddenly appeared. Next came 2 angels, one black and one white, representing light and the other evil. Then, a little girl wielding a whip, capable of tearing through space, made her grand entrance as the final act. At this point, all the soldiers of the armored man in the distance had been assembled. All the Koreans standing on the ring forgot to breathe. He really was a lord. These guys were dumbfounded. The platinum-level troops who wanted to attack were all so frightened by the 4 monsters staring at them that they stood frozen in place. Even if they and 3 of the monsters on the other side are all platinum level. However, the opponent's talent and momentum are clearly far superior to ours. Even among units of the same rank, there are distinctions of superiority and inferiority. And clearly, the one on the other side is that most noble being. What's more, among the 4 enemy units, besides the 3 platinum level units, there is also a diamond level unit. Diamond. That's a super terrifying ability that can indiscriminately kill platinum level players. The soldiers of those Korean countries aren't stupid either. Beings at their level must have their own brains and thoughts. If you listen to your master now, you're just asking for death. Therefore, they fled back desperately, even at the cost of betraying their master right now. On the other side of the ring, the lords of those Korean kingdoms were completely dumbfounded when they saw the Dustwind troops. Now, watching their own soldiers' loyalty plummet and even fleeing without obeying their orders, they all fainted from anger. Chen Feng remained standing in the same spot, watching everything unfold, accompanied only by a cold laugh. Escape? Where can you run to? Now that my promise has been fulfilled, you may die in ignorance. He finished speaking. Upon receiving the order to kill, Lily, Kyle, Mona, and Nyarlathotep stopped talking and unleashed their ultimate moves to wipe out the enemies. The master said that the scum should be sent away by Yule in the most brutal way, and they naturally obeyed. Atone to my lord, for heaven will bring annihilation. The master's command is paramount, the fiery prison. Foolish heretics, dark chains. Vanish to the other side of the dimension, light of annihilation from the other side. Boom dash. Boom boom boom. With each solemn command, the entire arena was destroyed and annihilated. The live stream was completely overwhelmed by all sorts of dazzling skills, making it impossible to see anything. The lords of the Korean nation who stayed in the newbie zone were very unfortunate, as they did not witness the tragic deaths of their compatriots. Because they had all fainted from fright before the explosion. This is the true deterrent power brought by the 4 types of troops in Dustwind. Those who anger me shall be killed. Those who anger me shall die. In the void, on the martial arts arena, energy surges. Various dust and debris drifted in the darkness. After Chen Feng brought everything to an end, he and his 4 soldiers floated in space, their bodies being gradually absorbed and removed through the dark red passage. In this competition, the Dragon Kingdom won. A complete victory. Those who dare to look down on their Dragon Kingdom will pay with their lives. And today's events are the best example. Who says that just because the Dragon Kingdom was the last to arrive on the ancient continent, it must be bullied and suffer humiliation? Dustwind redefines the rules with his fists. If anyone dares to invade again, he will surely kill them. Chapter 72. The moment of receiving the rice, everyone ascends. Congratulations. In this resource betting challenge, player number 778 from the Dragon Kingdom newbie zone emerged victorious. Now, you will gain 80% of the resources of all the enemy lords. The Dragon Kingdom lords who personally participate in the battle will receive more resource rewards. The reward is being sent to number 778. Please wait patiently. Now, looking at this exciting news for all Chinese people, Dustwind also escaped from the challenge arena space. And when he returned to the castle with his troops, just as the virtual panel indicated, my own warehouse was continuously supplying resources to the newbie zone opposite. This made the chat channel very lively. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were cheering wildly. They were all shouting the name of the wind god with fervor. Of course, the remaining 9 lords who contributed their share should not be left out. But Chen Feng doesn't have time to party with them right now. He has the most resources, so he should make good use of them to accelerate his development. I walked to the gate of my castle. Chen Feng touched the castle gate with one hand, and then detailed information about the castle was displayed before his eyes. The castle data is currently being updated. Your castle, Castle of Heaven. Territory level, level 2. Territory buildings, Super God Troop Pool, Medium Warehouse, Forge. Territory effects, none yet. Territory range, 1,000 meters. Current faction, Wind God Guild, Guild Leader. Territory upgrade. Personal level reached, LV10. Timber 2W1W, fully booked. Stones 20,000, 10,000, fully booked. Iron or 1,500, fully booked. Copper mine 600, 300, fully booked. Gold mine 150-50, fully capped. Next tier, advanced castle, expanded warehouse, upgraded forge, troop pool, +1. Looking at his castle, which was already ready to be upgraded, and his warehouse, which was so full that it could no longer hold anything else. Without hesitation, Chen Feng decisively chose to upgrade. Buzz dash. A burst of intense light flashed wildly. The size of the entire castle began to change dramatically, and then the personal territory also began to expand. Upon seeing this, he was naturally overjoyed, and his body continued to retreat along with the expanding territory, quietly waiting for everything to be completed. Final. A white castle with gold trim appeared before Chen Feng. This is a royal castle that exudes an aristocratic air. The style of the entire castle is high-end and elegant. In short, it is grand and classy. To describe it in 2 words, it is simply amazing. In short, Chen Feng was very satisfied with his new home. He felt that such a castle was more in line with his status. At the same time, he also discovered that at the edge of the territory, there was a sturdy wall surrounding the territory. You should know that there wasn't even a wooden fence around the perimeter of my previous territory. Now, with the construction of a city wall, he feels even safer in his home. Everything had changed drastically, so naturally he had to reopen the current castle panel to take a look. The castle data is currently being updated. Your castle, Castle of Heaven. Territory level, level 3. Territory buildings, Super God Troop Pool, Second Troop Pool, Large Warehouse, Advanced Forge. Territory effects, none yet. Territory range, 3,000 meters. Current faction, Wind God Guild, Guild Leader. Territory upgrade. Personal level reached, LV20. Timber 1W 10W. Stone 1W 10W. Iron or 501W. Copper mine 300 5000. Gold mine 100 1000. Drilling 0100. Kyanite 010. Next level. Palace, Independent Warehouse, Guild Gathering, Member Relocation, Super Large City Wall. After reviewing the new castle information, Chen Feng felt even more satisfied. Furthermore, he also noticed that his second unit pool had been activated. Time was of the essence, so he immediately returned to the castle. Beside the castle's glorious throne, there was indeed an unopened troop pool. When he got closer and learned about the special attributes of this unit pool, he was completely shocked. The description of this second unit pool is as follows. Second unit pool, not yet available. Introduction. When the second unit pool is officially awakened, it will no longer require drawing random talents like the first unit pool. This unit pool determines your own talent based on the highest talent awakened in the first unit pool. If your first unit pool has a maximum talent level of A, then your second unit pool will drop 1 level and become a pool capable of summoning B-level units. That concludes the introduction to the effects of the second unit pool. I see. After reading the introduction in detail, Chen Feng has fully grasped the meaning behind this troop pool. This so-called second unit pool is actually a weakened version of the first one. It's the same principle as an older brother leading a younger brother. And based on the current situation, my own unit pool is a god-tier unit pool that has been enhanced by the Cosmic Cube. Then this second unit pool shouldn't be too bad either. As expected, just as the dust and blood dripped, awakening the second pool, a notification appeared again on his virtual panel. You have activated the second unit pool. Your current second unit pool is an SSS level god-tier unit pool, synchronizing with the pool level of the number 1 unit pool. Finish. Your second unit pool has reached level 2. Looking at this new pool that automatically upgrades, Chen Feng revealed a delighted smile. He was just wondering if he would have to upgrade the second pool from scratch with gems. I didn't expect this thing to be so thoughtful. Its level is directly synchronized with the first pool. Now I can rest assured. He really didn't want to worry about upgrading the 2 pools. Just as I was thinking. Pool number 2 has plenty of water and is displaying a warning. The pool has enough energy. Is it time to summon troops? Weather. Looking forward to the birth of a new type of soldier. Dustwind was naturally overjoyed. Without thinking much, he placed his hand on the table. Soon, the pool of second-class units, which was essentially the same as the first pool but was weakened, became boiling. The weakened 7-colored pool water gradually coalesced, and then emitted a divine light different from that of pool number 1, instead transforming into a dark fog. The thick fog gradually coalesced, then transformed into black shadows that stood respectfully before the dust storm. Chen Feng stared intently, and the more he looked, the more familiar the thing seemed. Wait, why do these black shadows look so much like the Shadow Legion of Black Mass? Chapter 73 Shadow Hunter, ready. That's really strange. Chen Feng stood there, slightly confused, looking at the Shadow Army, and really wanted to complain. What is this? How did I manage to summon Black Mass's troops? However, the Shadow Legion's talent ceiling is SSS level, so it should be considered the ancestor of the Black Mass unit. But when he took a look at the strength of these guys, he was surprised again. These shadowy figures were all of the same gold rank. Huh, they're all gold tier units at the start? How interesting. Chen Feng counted the shadowy soldiers on the field with his hands. There were about 20 in total. With 20 new gold-level troops suddenly appearing, this is quite a force to be reckoned with. He was very satisfied with this. Even so, the Shadow Legion still seemed quite powerless in front of its 4 beautiful female soldiers. Therefore, their real purpose is to use these soldiers as laborers. Master, I am ready to obey your commands. The Shadow Legion spoke respectfully, their attitude extremely devout. Chen Feng glanced at the attribute panels of these troops again and nodded in satisfaction after finding that their loyalty was perfect. Furthermore, he discovered that these military units had a very interesting aspect. That is, they can travel in the dark without being cursed by the ominous fog. That's interesting. You can go out at night? Yes, Master. As darkness, we are naturally able to travel at night. Very well, then you can go out and see what the ancient continent is like at night. Yes, Master. I am at your command. After receiving orders from their master, these Shadow Legions left the castle and ventured into the dark depths to explore. Dust and wind remained where they were, waiting for their good news. These Shadow Legions can also share vision and communicate telepathically with you. Therefore, he could know in great detail what the shadows encountered in the outside world and what happened. Finally, we'll be able to uncover the secrets of this continent at night. It's truly something to look forward to. This is probably the biggest surprise that the second unit pool has brought me. Dust Wind murmured to himself, and then the dark fallen angel came downstairs and headed this way. My lord, it's getting late, you should get some rest. Mona was worried because her master had been busy all day and still had no intention of resting. Chen Feng gazed at Mona's sexy and alluring body, which drove men wild, took a deep breath, and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, "It's rare for you to care about me like this today. Do you want to dream together?" His words reached the ears of the fallen angel, causing the alluring and seductive angel to blush and her heart to race. "My lord, I will do anything you wish." When Mona received the Lord's invitation, she revealed her girlish, yearning side. Unfortunately, Chen Feng only wanted to play a joke on her. Right now, he doesn't want to do anything to the beauty in front of him. Just kidding. I have something I want to ask you. As a creature of darkness, are you permitted to travel on this continent at night? Chen Feng summoned the Shadow Legion today, just in time to figure out this matter. After all, he had personally witnessed the way the Shadow Legion left. As the Lord of Darkness, Mona should be able to go out and explore, right? Although Mona's attribute panel doesn't mention this, and she herself hasn't said anything about it, Chen Feng thinks it should be possible. Beside me, the beautiful woman, whose waist was being held, felt dejected. She realized that her master had just been joking, and she was extremely sad. However, she managed to conceal her emotions well, preventing the Lord from noticing, and answered the question the Lord had just posed. "My lord, I am indeed able to walk in the darkness, but you didn't ask me." Holy crap. Although Chen Feng was somewhat prepared, he still felt as if he had been struck by lightning when he actually heard the answer. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you weren't up to it." "Actually, I've wanted to see what the world in the dark looks like for a long time." He pretended to be a little angry and touched Mona's pink and beautiful cheeks. Mona blushed as she was touched and replied shyly, "I'm sorry, my lord. I should have told you sooner. I will go out and scout the way for you, as an atonement for my sins." "No need. You can just rest well with me tonight." Chen Feng quickly waved his hand to indicate his refusal. Now that he has the Shadow Legion as his tools outside, Mona no longer needs to venture out. After all, this beautiful woman is currently his main fighting force, and it wouldn't be good if something happened to her outside. Mona, who was being held in someone's arms, saw that her master was so generous in caring for and forgiving her despite her mistake, and tears of gratitude welled up in her beautiful eyes. "Thank you, Lord. Long live our Lord. All right, you go upstairs first. I'll go rest in a bit." "Yes." After their conversation, Chen Feng went to the forging room to continue his work. He can't rest yet because there's one last thing to do. I remember that the forge was also upgraded when I was upgrading the castle. Once the equipment is upgraded, wouldn't that mean that the high-level materials I obtained earlier can be fused together? With that in mind, he opened his warehouse and checked the high-level materials he currently possessed. Upon closer inspection, the materials that Lily obtained from defeating the Crimson Serpent in the lava cave were among them. Flame Serpent's Venomous Fangs X4, high-tier material. 10 Crimson Scales of the Flame Serpent, high-tier material. Heart of the Fiery Serpent X2, high-tier material. After all these synthesizable materials are extracted, Chen Feng came to his forging furnace and carefully examined it, preparing to start working hard. The forge has been upgraded by the castle, and its size has increased considerably. Furthermore, the overall structure of this thing looks more refined, giving it the feel of a work of art. He also pulled up the detailed data of the forging furnace to check in order to prevent the materials from being scrapped due to operational errors later. Forging furnace. Level 2. Increases with castle level. Effect. Combines any forging materials to create a brand new piece of equipment. Can include high-tier to top-tier materials, with a minimum of 3 pieces. Maximum. The equipment that can currently be forged from high level to superior. Tip. A level 3 forging furnace can forge higher level equipment. Note, when forging high level or higher equipment, the forging furnace may experience a probability of failure and materials will not be refunded. Please be aware. Chapter 74, The Boss Hunt begins, The Dark Dragon. Forehead. I knew it. After reading the attribute description of the forging furnace, Chen Feng exclaimed, "Wow." Just as he had expected, he could never have obtained the equipment so easily. From now on, although he can forge high-level and top-quality equipment that will make everyone in the region drool, he will also face the risk of forging failure. However, he considered this risk to be completely acceptable. Without further ado, I'd like to see just how high your forging success rate really is. Chen Feng took a deep breath and quickly placed 3 different types of high-grade materials into the forging furnace according to the previous instructions. A burst of dazzling firelight appeared, and then a brand new, high-quality piece of equipment came into view. Congratulations on obtaining Flame Ring X1 Fine. Ring description. This item can be worn on the Lord's hand to help alleviate the pressure on the warehouse and store items. Furthermore, this item can help store the Lord's essentials when he is away, so that he does not have to run back to the castle to retrieve them. It's actually a storage ring. Chen Feng put the ring on his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. This thing doesn't seem to be of much use to him right now, since he can't even leave the castle grounds. But if you insist that this thing is completely useless, that's not entirely true. I just remembered, the recipe for this thing is Heart of the Wildfire plus Venomous Fang plus Crimson Scale. I wonder if we can build the same thing by following this plan again. It seems they suddenly discovered the correct way to use the forging furnace. So, Chen Feng put in the exact same high-level materials as before. Sure enough, after the materials were refined in the furnace, a similar ring of flame appeared in his palm. This surprised him greatly, and he quickly wrote down the solution he had come up with. Now there are 2 venomous fangs and 8 red scales left. Let me try some other synthesis methods. With that in mind, he continued his experiment. Unfortunately, all subsequent forging attempts ended in failure. All the materials were wasted. I never expected the failure rate to be so high. I don't know if my recipe is wrong, or if this thing itself has a certain degree of randomness. Chen Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat regretful about the lost materials. But since it had already happened, he didn't bother to say anything more. He currently has 2 identical rings and wants to give one to his younger sister, Chinxua. Without hesitation, Chen Feng quietly sent over the flame ring and some other items after opening his friend list. His younger sister should be sleeping now, so he didn't want to disturb her. He delivered the gift and then made a quick getaway. If it weren't for the fact that Schwader's castle upgrade required different materials than his, he even wanted to give her more castle resources. That's enough. It's finally over. Now I can sleep peacefully. Chen Feng stretched and soon went to bed to rest. In his bed, 3 beautiful women were warming his bed. Only the holy angel Kyle stood guard to the side, not being too presumptuous. But although her body was honest, her heart, unfortunately, as a representative of purity, she could not do that. The next day, as soon as it was light, Chen Feng got up early. Since coming into this world, he has been getting up early for many days in a row, and he has given up his habit of sleeping in late. After all, in this world of slaughter, anyone who dares to sleep all day either thinks they are invincible or is just a complete idiot waiting to die. Soon, after finishing his breakfast, he walked out of the castle gate and was greeted by the Shadow Legion that had gone out the night before. Chen Feng was asleep last night, so he didn't notice what happened. But, according to the Shadow Legion, the night seemed no different from the day, except for the cursed black mist. He was disappointed by the news. The night looked so mysterious, and this is all. He shook his head. Well, no wonder I didn't see any monster attacks last night. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. In that case, you should rest first. Dust Wind allowed the Shadow Legion, who had been working hard all night, to rest a bit and drink some spring water. Then, he sent Lily and the others to continue searching for the area boss in the outside world. Today, all the lords in the newbie zone are carrying out the same task, searching for the boss. After yesterday's victory over the Koreans and the acquisition of resources led by the Wind God, we have now achieved our goal. Now, all the lords of Dragon Kingdom's number 778 newbie zone have upgraded their castles to level 2. Furthermore, their unit pool has also been upgraded. The competitiveness of the entire district is now incomparable. Charge, brothers. We must take down those bosses for Lord Wind God today. Let's fight for a better tomorrow, everyone. Fight your way out of the newbie zone. On the regional channel, the shouts of the crowd continued. Their chat channel, which had previously merged with that of South Korea, returned to its original state after the battle ended, meaning everyone no longer had to see the faces of those despicable people. But today, having already explored the surrounding terrain yesterday, we have the experience of that. Lords, all of you, immediately began searching in unexplored areas, so as not to waste your time. Everyone reported the places they had been in the chat channel, so all their units headed towards the border of the newbie zone. At this time, the border, a colossal dark dragon, large enough to blot out the sky, soared high from the abyss, looking down upon the world below. This is something it does every day. Check the vicinity of its lair to see if any enemies have appeared. Any enemy it discovers is killed without mercy, and its methods are as cruel as they can be. The dragon kept circling in the air and finally realized that today seemed different from usual. It could sense that a crimson dragon was rapidly approaching from its side. Far away, Lily was heading towards a powerful pressure when a demonic dragon appeared in front of her, and she immediately showed a look of surprise. "Reporting, Master. I've spotted the boss. Hurry up and praise me." The moment Lily spotted the enemy, she used telepathy to contact her master and tell him her location. Qianfeng was also very happy to hear the news inside the castle. But in the eyes of the Dark Dragon, this scene was like a provocation. The dragon, seeing a platinum-level member of its race daring to roam so brazenly in its territory, was about to roar loudly to demonstrate its dragon might. But unexpectedly, the moment it stared into the red dragon's pupils, it faintly felt a bloodline suppression. As a diamond-level super ferocious beast, how dare I submit to this platinum-level crimson dragon? Chapter 75: The Wrath of the Red Ice Black Dragon, a free blow. No. Why is this happening? The black dragon was internally questioning itself. How could a dignified dragon king possibly submit to a fellow dragon of a lower rank? Roar dash. Thinking of this, it then spewed a stream of black fire mist into the sky to boost its morale. Lily, who was in the distance, could see this scene and knew that the dragon was about to get angry, so she stopped approaching. "Master, it's going to attack. Then let's retreat one after the other." Now, through telepathy, while listening to Lily's voice in the castle, Qianfeng casually instructed her to retreat one step. "You retreat first, and I'll have Naya come to your aid. The opponent is a diamond-level boss, so don't act rashly." "Yes, Master." He finished speaking. Qianfeng quickly contacted Nayali and told her to head towards the coordinates he had given her. Currently, only Naya has reached the diamond level, and her skill is spatial, allowing her to travel through space over long distances. This is undoubtedly good news for Lily, who needs support. Meanwhile, as Lily waited for reinforcements, the dragon began its attack. After the two dragons had been chasing each other for a while, a hole suddenly opened up in the space around them. Naya appeared just in time, and, without saying a word, lashed out at the red-eyed black dragon with her whip. The long whip emitted a burst of void power, striking the dragon's body and causing spatial distortion damage to the struck area, crushing a large number of dragon scales. The black dragon let out a miserable cry after being hit, and then abandoned its attack on Lily and turned its attention to Niali. Roar dash. The dragon spread its wings and charged toward the cute but extremely ruthless Loli, while also spewing out a large plume of black stuff that looked like both flames and mist. Inside the castle, after seeing this thing, Qianfeng, who shared vision with Niali, felt very familiar with it. Wait, why does this look so much like the black fog we see at night? He then realized that this thing was the mysterious black mist that he had seen every day in the Newbie area. Well, so the reason my troops couldn't get out at night was because of your bad breath. Don't you get tired of putting out so much fog every night? Dust Wind silently grumbled inside the castle. Meanwhile, the red-eyed black dragon on the battlefield sneezed. However, the black mist it had just released had already spread out and was covering Nia Lee's side. Since the black mist is used to attack single enemies, it looks particularly thick now, almost like a liquid. However, how could such a childish attack possibly cause any real damage to the space-type Naya? She flashed into the void dimension, and the black mist instantly missed its target, then began to spread outwards. Upon seeing this, the red-eyed black dragon was immediately enraged. As it became enraged, Lily, who had been watching from the sidelines for a long time, unleashed a blazing awakening attack in its direction. This is a technique that gathers one's own magic into a small ball. The ball can be launched from various positions to achieve the effect of striking the enemy unexpectedly. This can be considered half of Lilith's ultimate move, because this move can deal considerable damage even to enemies who are higher level than herself. At this moment, the black dragon, who had been focusing all its attention on Nia Lee, was hit by this sudden attack, and its back burst open on the spot. A huge flame spread rapidly across its body, causing it immense pain. Just as the black dragon focused its gaze on Lilico again, Naya appeared out of nowhere and lashed out with her whip, the long whip striking the dragon's head. This seemingly fierce regional boss is currently being mercilessly toyed with by Chun Feng's two troop types, and looks extremely disheveled. What happened next drove the boss even crazier. Below, in his territory, a bunch of strange and various types of troops suddenly appeared, staging a base raid on him. How could it not be anxious upon seeing this scene? Its own lair has its life source. But now it's being pestered by two disgusting things, and is on the verge of collapse. Chun Feng watched all this from inside the castle, and only then did he feel a little relieved. With Naya as the main force, Lily can provide support from the side, and together with the troops of other lords, we can strike straight at the heart of the enemy. I believe it won't be long before we take down the area's boss." As he spoke, Mona and Kyle sent him telepathic messages from another location. "My lord, we have discovered a diamond-level stone giant hidden deep within the mountains. It seems to have spotted us too. Should we engage?" Kyle's calm voice entered his master's mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was somewhat stunned. "You've discovered a regional boss? Wait, are you trying to defeat it? But aren't you two only platinum level?" "That's all for now." He himself thought that if things really didn't work out, we should probably avoid it for now. After all, when faced with true strength, it is not a wise move to act tough. He was still very worried about the safety of Mona and Kyle, the two angels. But the two angels then relayed a message to their master, telling him not to worry. "My lord, you need not worry. Mona and I know what we are doing. We have a plan that can actually put us in a fight against that stone giant." "Oh, what are your thoughts? Tell us quickly." Seeing that his troops seemed to have a real claim to the matter and were truly confident, Chen Feng was willing to listen to the details. As soldiers who are 100% loyal to him, Kyle and Mona are the kind of people who would never exaggerate or deceive themselves. "My lord, when Mona and I were promoted to Platinum 5-star, we learned a special skill. This skill allows us to briefly fuse our bodies and gain combat abilities that transcend a certain stage. At that time, our strength will increase significantly, and we will gain a completely new set of skills. And most importantly, our attack will become..." What? Such a thing actually happened. After listening to the two angel sisters' account, Chen Feng was completely stunned. He truly hadn't expected Kyle and Mona to be able to pull off such a fancy move. Since that's the case, he immediately had the two of them merge into one to fight against the diamond-grade stone giant that was as tall as a mountain. On the other side, nestled among towering mountains and lofty peaks, a gigantic, monstrous stone giant was traversing the mountains. The two angels accelerated in front of this thing until they finally found a place to stop. "By the command of our Lord, we will not retreat. Darkness and light have reunited. Today is your death day." Chapter 76: The Twin Blades of Gods and Demons, Terrifying True Damage. After Kyle and Mona uttered these words at the same time, they transformed into the forces of good and evil, merging together. The darkness represented by Mona and the light represented by Kyle converge at this moment. Then, an 8-winged angel with white hair, wearing black armor, and wielding blades in both hands appeared before the stone giant. This stone giant's intelligence is questionable. He doesn't seem very smart. Seeing the two angels merge, it sensed an extremely dangerous aura, but still charged towards the angels. And Kana, formed by the fusion of Kale and Mona, naturally launched an attack head-on. Now, they have transformed into diamond-level units, and no longer need to flee to deal with the area's boss. "By the command of my lord, you will be punished by death." The twin blades of gods and demons. Kana held two swords, one black and one white, in her hands, and then slashed fiercely at the stone giant in front of her. Although the sword blade did not leave his hand, two intersecting sword energies shot out, determined to break through the enemy's armor. Both sides are powerful beings at the diamond level. At this point, it depends on whether their blades are sharper or their shields are stronger. Dustwind remained inside the castle, observing the battle unfold. The two were pleasantly surprised by Kale Vats's new form. "I never expected that the two of them had such a trick up their sleeve. Now it seems that I also have two diamond-level units, right?" Furthermore, judging from the situation, the two angels after their fusion seemed to be even stronger than Nyarlathotep at the diamond stage. Most importantly, the damage they inflicted was real, tangible damage. Chen Feng spoke to himself, his tone filled with excitement. That's right. The last thing Mona and Kyle told him was, the damage they inflict on enemies when they combine is absolutely real damage. What does this mean? Let's assume that there is magic resistance that can resist magical attacks, and armor that can resist physical attacks in this world. So this so-called true damage is the ultimate damage that transcends these two types of damage. True damage completely ignores the enemy's armor and magic resistance, dealing all the damage to the enemy. Such terrifying power was something Mona and Kyle could never have mastered. Judging from the thick skin and flesh of that stone giant, it should be a defensive diamond-level area boss. Most soldiers would definitely consider it a tough nut to crack if they encountered it. But unfortunately, you've met my angel. Today, I'll use you to test the true power of real damage. On the battlefield, the sword energy of the twin blades of gods and demons has been unleashed. The dumbfounded stone giant just happened to extend its fist, which collided head-on with the sword energy. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. 3 loud explosions of rocks rang out in succession. The stone giant, as large as a mountain, had its entire arm blown away by the attack. However, this giant had no sense of pain. It just stared blankly at its missing hand, then instantly went berserk. However, after merging, Mona and Kyle knew that there was no point in dragging things out with this monster any longer, so they decided to finish the battle quickly. The 2 angels had limited time to combine, so to avoid any accidents, they decided to use their ultimate move for a one-hit kill. Fight for our Lord. Natural calamity and divine punishment descend. The 2 angels, now merged, roared solemnly towards the heavens. They combined the twin blades of gods and demons in their hands into one, and then the weapon began to expand continuously, forming a colossal sword that reached the heavens. The giant sword tilted and descended from the sky, carrying a whooshing sound as it slashed down heavily towards the berserk stone giant. The sharp blade cleaved along the giant's head, eventually splitting the giant's body in 2. Even with its thickest armor and highest magic resistance, this diamond-level monster could not withstand the true damage slash from the 2 angels. Boom dash. Another earth-shaking sound of a colossal object collapsing echoed across the land. That diamond-level regional boss, along with the giant sword that gradually turned into glimmers of light and disappeared, lost all life. Having completed their mission, Kyle and Mona felt a sudden loss of strength and split in 2, disintegrating on the spot. Their combined performance lasted only 3 minutes, which was incredibly short. But, after witnessing the whole thing, Qinfeng still had to admit that the power of the twin angels was simply too formidable. Is this the power of darkness and light combined? It's terrifying, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, good news also came from Lily and Naya. Reporting to Master, we have captured that red-eyed black dragon. Yes, and we even wiped out its stronghold. The excited voices of the 2 girls entered Qinfeng's mind. Qinfeng naturally didn't hold back his praise, commending his 2 capable lieutenants. Soon, the loot from this boss hunt has also been deposited into his inventory. Congratulations on obtaining Black Dragon Pill X1, Superior Grade. Effect description. This elixir will grant you immunity to dark physical and magical damage for a period of time after consumption, and will also allow you to travel at night for a period of time. Congratulations on obtaining Heart of Stone X1, Premium. Effect description. This item can create a super wall that can withstand attacks from diamond level and below enemies when your castle is attacked, lasting for 1 day. In addition, you have also obtained the following materials. Black Dragon's Demon Eye X2, Premium. Black Dragon Supreme Bone X1, Superior Quality. Black Dragon Claw X9, High Tier. Crystal X1, Premium Quality. Colossus Iron X4, Premium. Wow, so much stuff. Looking at the many treasures I've suddenly acquired. The dust and wind naturally rejoiced in it. He learned this through visual sharing with Lily. That red-eyed black dragon is probably the strongest of the 4 bosses. Therefore, she and Naya were only able to kill him with the help of other Lord's troops. The Lord's troops went to the dragon's lair and destroyed an energy crystal, which finally brought the black dragon to its death. Meanwhile, the Lords also discovered a large number of other beast skeletons in the dragon's lair, and incidentally extracted the materials that had not yet been extracted. Although those things are inferior to the top-quality materials that Qinfeng obtained. But at least when he ate meat, he also made his brothers from the Dragon Kingdom drink a bowl of nourishing soup. Chapter 77 The Despair of the Last Monster. At this moment, the chat channel was filled with jubilation. Everyone is happy about defeating the 2 area bosses. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Qinfeng felt relieved. Brothers, let's give it our all, and try to get out of the newbie zone today. Seeing that it was still early, he encouraged everyone in the regional chat channel. Now, the people of the Dragon Kingdom had just acquired a large amount of goods and were still in high spirits, so they would definitely agree readily. Long live the Wind God. Whatever the Wind God says, I'll do it right now. What the Lord says is law. Brothers, charge. Everyone responded in the chat channel, and their troops swarmed to other places like a hornet's nest. Those places were among the last few areas that no one had yet explored. As for Qinfeng's space-type unit, Naya Li, as a diamond-level unit that wields spatial power, she is naturally much faster than everyone else. With a single spatial teleportation, the little girl took Lily with her to a new location. Meanwhile, in a vast desert, a colossal elephant, covered in scales and enormous in size, was walking slowly. This is the last boss in the newbie Zone 778, named Desert Elephant. That's right, a cowardly elephant. Why is this elephant called the Cowardly Elephant? Because, first, it is the weakest of the 4 bosses in the beginner area. If it is discovered by a diamond level unit, it is a dead end. Furthermore, this guy lacks both offensive and defensive capabilities, and his defense is not as top tier as that of the Stone Giant. It's a pure, unadulterated otaku. However, this desert elephant also has one advantage. Despite its large size, which makes it seem like its shape would be easily exposed. However, in reality, if this guy really wanted to hide, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find him. Why do I say that? Because one of this cowardly elephant's skills is invisibility. Right. That's right. That beast can actually turn invisible. And that's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous thing is that this guy's second skill is to locate by sound. His third skill is to conceal his presence. And his fourth skill is to shrink his size. In other words, this cowardly elephant was born to hide. This is one of the reasons why this thing has been able to survive until now and successfully become one of the 4 major bosses in the newbie zone. Other bosses are all brave and skilled in battle, but this one became the king by hiding. Fortunately, this guy's potential for growth isn't very high. Otherwise, if it really develops to the Grandmaster level above Diamond, that would be a huge problem. Over there, in the dust and wind. After he sent Naali to inspect the last unexplored desert area, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn, this isn't right. This is the last area I can explore, so why isn't it there? Where's the boss? There's no way we can't find it. Could it be that the last one is hiding underground? Chen Feng became more and more confused, realizing that the last one was indeed the most difficult to deal with. In the chat channel, other lords are also searching diligently, but still to no avail. Lord Wind God, we can't find him. The brothers did their best. Sir, if this continues, another day will be over. I have a feeling that the boss is hiding underground. Otherwise it wouldn't be so hard to find. I think so too. That good brothers unit can dig tunnels, so this difficult task is entrusted to you. I'll take this one. My unit is the Groundhog. Okay, I've chosen you. At present, all the lords are working feverishly to find a solution to the problem. Only Chen Feng sat alone on the throne in the castle, carefully considering the current situation. Wrong. Even if this boss is hidden underground, other units will immediately sense the monster's presence once they get close. Unless this guy can hide his identity, and it can even conceal one's presence. Hiss dash. Thinking of this, Chen Feng seemed to feel that he had grasped something. Soon, he ordered all the lords in the chat channel to act according to his words. Gentlemen, listen to me. Now, each of you, have your units launch indiscriminate attacks from their designated locations. That's right. What I mean is to have your troops attack the air. Do it now. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What? Sir, why are we attacking the air? Don't ask so many questions, just follow along. After uttering those final words, Chen Feng immediately contacted Naya Li through telepathy, instructing her and Lily to launch an attack in that desert area as soon as possible, and in the distance. Upon hearing the order, Naya and the other person respectfully agreed, and then unleashed the violent energy within them. Obey my will appear. Void summoning. The little girl let out a sweet cry, and immediately, numerous small dimensional portals appeared rapidly in the desert within a kilometer radius. Then, a bunch of dark purple, octopus-like void tentacles shot out of the cave entrance. These tentacles frantically pounded the desert near their location and moved along with the summoner, Nyarli. Lily, on the other hand, went to another area to unleash a large-scale fire attack. Soon, dust and sand rise in the desert. Some small monsters that were not easily seen before were also tortured to death by the void tentacles and endless flames at this time. And just when Naya and her group were about to wipe out the entire desert. Finally, a loud, agonizing cry from an elephant reached Chen Feng's mind through Naya Li's ears. At this moment, Chen Feng and the little girl were sharing their sight, mind, and hearing, so they could hear the tragic screams clearly. Without much thought, the cowardly elephant boss's body quickly appeared before him. It must be you. I knew I was right. You're quite good at hiding. Nyali, you guys go after her. Yes, master. The little girl and the dragon obeyed the command and immediately chased after the running elephant. At this moment, Chen Feng himself sent a message to the regional channel. Everyone stop. There's no need to order your units to attack the air anymore. I've found the last boss, Its coordinates are. Now, you all hurry over here and meet up. This boss runs away as soon as it sees me, so help me surround it. Understood, Lord Wind God. We'll head over right away. Is that boss very big? Don't worry, we definitely won't let it get away. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom within the regional channel solemnly pledged their guarantee to Lord Wind God. Chen Feng, believing that the giant elephant couldn't run very far, didn't say anything more. After all, that guy was so big, it would be hard for him not to be noticed. But the news that came from Naya Li next left him completely dumbfounded. Master, that elephant suddenly disappeared before my eyes, as if it turned into sand. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hit it. Dustwind. Chapter 78 The Dawn of Light, breaking out of the Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone. What did you say? That thing is gone. Yes, Master. That elephant seems to have disappeared again. It was invisible just now, which is why I couldn't find it for so long. And from my observation, this time it's not just that it's become invisible, it's even gotten smaller. This. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately fell silent. This was the first time he had ever seen such a cunning boss. Does this thing even deserve to be called a boss? Invisibility and shrinking. There's probably also a way to conceal one's aura. Just how afraid of death is this monster? Not a single one of its skills is related to attack. Hiss dash. Chen Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind as much as possible. Now he has to think of a way to get rid of this thing on the spot. If it drags on until tomorrow, perhaps no one will be able to find this cowardly elephant anymore. Because it has been alerted, it will certainly be very vigilant. Even if it turns into a grain of sand, it will still suffer substantial damage. That's right. Lilith, quickly use flames to scorch the sand around here and burn that cowardly elephant out. Sand and gravel absorb relatively little heat, and the heat absorbed by sand and gravel can rise rapidly, which will also raise the temperature of the air near the ground. As long as we do this, no matter how cowardly that elephant is, it will eventually be unable to stand it and come out. Yes, Master. Lily, who was flying through the desert with Nyarlathotep, now officially received her orders. She opened her dragon mouth and unleashed a fiery attack on the spot where the cowardly elephant had disappeared. Since this cowardly elephant has shrunk its body and concealed itself, it must have limited its speed of movement in the desert. It is very likely that it is hiding in the sand right now. Roar dash. With a dragon's roar, a massive amount of flames burned and scorched the scorching sand, causing the sand to heat up continuously. Chen Feng watched everything unfolding with concern through visual sharing, hoping his guess was accurate. Soon, as the sand was burned into crystals of varying sizes by Lily's raging fire, the cowardly elephant finally couldn't hold back any longer. Another pitiful roar rang out. The cowardly elephant, its entire body engulfed in flames, escaped the hellfire sea filled with crystals. Seeing this, Lily and Nyarlathotep quickly gave chase. And at this time, large numbers of troops from other lords began to appear from all directions. These troops surrounded the wounded elephant, which had no offensive capabilities, and launched a fierce attack on it. Finally, with nowhere to escape, this cowardly elephant gradually lost its vital signs, becoming the most tragic area boss in the history of the newbie zone. Naya watched from the sky, leaving the task of handling the aftermath to the other lords. Otherwise, she could have shot the cowardly elephant dead the moment she caught it. The reason why Naya didn't take action was because Chen Feng wanted to give the lords of the number 778 newbie zone a wave of benefits. He knew that after defeating the final boss, everyone would have to leave the newbie zone. At that time, everything we will face will be unknown. If I were still in the newbie zone, I might be able to protect them. When you actually go out, your life or death will truly depend entirely on your own fate. After all, these are my fellow countrymen now. During the 10 days Chen Feng spent with them, he could still feel their support for him. Finally, as we part ways, all I can do is offer them this small gift as a token of my care. Final. As the cowardly elephant died completely, a large number of items exploded on the ground. The lords picked them up and discovered that they were a considerable number of low-level loyalty fragments. This made them feel like they had found a treasure. Now, many soldiers rely on this to maintain their loyalty, so they want as much of this stuff as there is. And this was during the time when everyone obtained their respective initial loyalty fragments. All the troops were teleported back into the castle by an invisible force. Lily and the others from Dustwind were no exception. Upon seeing his troops return, he immediately realized what was about to happen. Sure enough, that thing was that everyone was about to leave the newbie zone. More news has arrived from the virtual panel. The countdown has begun. Congratulations. You, number 778, became the first region in the Dragon Kingdom to leave the newbie zone. Therefore, before you officially leave the newbie zone and head to the more vast ancient continent, you will receive a one-day castle invincibility buff. Your current newbie zone has been detected to be closest to the Dark Domain, one of the 12 domains of the ancient continent. You will now be randomly dispatched to various corners of the Dark Realm. In the Dark Domain, the territory is vast, and even if you arrive randomly, you don't need to worry about encountering lords from other countries immediately, unless you're really unlucky. Furthermore, in the Dark Domain, you can encounter more opportunities than you can in the beginner zone, such as treasures, resource points, boss lairs, dungeons, secret realms, and trial grounds. The Dark Domain is a place full of miracles. Those who encounter it will soar to great heights, while it may also foreshadow your death. Only the strong can attain eternity on this continent. Remember, this is an eternal truth. So keep getting stronger. Finally, I wish you all the best. Buzz Dash. All the information about the virtual panel has been presented. Chun Feng felt as if his castle, including everything inside it, had been swept up by an invisible force and subjected to a great shift. At that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness and then fainted. I don't know how much time passed. When I woke up again, the scene before us was a completely different world. I was inside the castle, and the lights were already on. However, outside the castle, it was pitch black, not like there was fog, but still nothing could be seen. Chun Feng opened his eyes and looked outside, feeling a sense of loneliness and death wash over his entire body. It looks too quiet here. It's so quiet it doesn't feel like a place for living people. It wasn't until two ghostly bats passed by outside the castle that he realized there was more life than meets the eye here. The present moment. The situation outside the castle certainly piqued Chun Feng's curiosity, but he can't go on adventures yet. I need to figure out the general situation of the entire Dark Domain right now. The fastest way to learn about the Dark Domain is to open the World Channel and the Lord ranking list that records the entire ancient continent. Chapter 79, A New World Full of Perils. Sothos the Black Lion King. He still wanted to check the situation in the World Chat channel first. Now I am no longer in the newbie zone, and I am no longer facing my own people from the Dragon Kingdom. Chun Feng now faces powerful figures from various countries, as well as the even more dangerous conflicts between nations. Therefore, it is still necessary to take a look at the general situation of the World Channel at this moment. Do it as soon as you think of it. He immediately opened the World Channel to spy on the screen, and its contents certainly did not disappoint him. Within the channel, lords from various countries were speaking, and what they said revealed the current state of the war in the Dark Domain. Russian Bear Country, Roshadovsky. My lords of the beautiful country, how about we hold some peace talks for now? Continuing to fight like this is not good for anyone. Sunset Kingdom, Royaskol. That's right, you beautiful people shouldn't go too far, or we'll have to unite. Sakura Country, Huga's Steel Plate. You idiots, you're not allowed to talk about our beautiful country's leaders like that. You bunch of cunning foxes. Kimchi Country, Golden Throat Juice. Damn it, you actually dare to join forces to attack our beautiful country's leaders. You're incredibly audacious. Ah, Three Kingdoms, Ding Ding Danda. Everyone, don't fight, don't fight. Quickly look at the notification above. A lord from the Dragon Kingdom has descended upon the Dark Domain. Rooster Kingdom, Dora Fargas. What? I'll go check it out right now. Hey, it really is. Desert Kingdom, Shakriya Surkanda. Ah, it seems I'll have another competitor. How awful. Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. I'll just watch silently. Do whatever you want with me. While these lords from other countries chatted, they also noticed the new messages broadcast by the Heavenly Tao. I never imagined that the people of the Dragon Kingdom would have already descended upon the Dark Domain. Although it may seem like only one district has arrived, it still means there's one more competitor. After reading the message, Chun Feng felt nervous. Broken. These guys actually found out about this message. Their Dragon Kingdom has only one district descended upon them, so their combat strength is no longer just pitifully weak. There isn't one at all. If at this time, any lord of any country were to set his sights on them, those who got separated from the newbie zone in Area 778 are very likely to face a catastrophic disaster. Whatever you wish for comes true. The World Channel at this moment. It belongs to a sub-channel within the Dark Domain. A lord from a beautiful country spoke first, plunging the entire channel into a brief silence. Beautiful country, Sothos. Oh? I didn't expect the people from the Dragon Kingdom to arrive so quickly. Sothos, American. I thought they would be severely weakened after the Beast Tide card was released, and it would take at least 30 days before they could finally descend. I didn't expect that they would come out so soon. American, Sothos. Well, it's fine. It seems there's only one newbie zone so far, so I'll have to be ruthless. News emerged. Seeing the dust and wind here, my heart tightened again. Sothos? Beast Tide card? Beautiful country. Wait, could he be the culprit who caused all that disaster back then? Now, the answer is right in front of you. How could Chen Feng not have thought of that? At this point, he clenched his fists, thinking to himself, so it was you who did this. However, he did not immediately rebuke the person in the channel, because that would only backfire. For now, he could only continue to endure and wait until he had grown stronger before seeking revenge. But Chen Feng hadn't yet figured out a specific battle plan for the future. On the World Channel, in the Dark Domain subchannel, news from Ne Sothos came again. Sothos, American gentlemen, we now have another competitor, but they haven't posed a threat yet. Why don't we join forces and eliminate them directly? Sothos, the United States, it would be more troublesome to deal with them after the entire Dragon Kingdom has descended upon the Dark Domain. It would be better to eliminate them in batches now and continuously weaken their strength. This is to take advantage of their weakness. At this point in Sothos' speech, everyone present fell silent. Only after the countries of Sakura and Kimchi stepped forward to echo their sentiments did the lords of the other countries finally speak. Ah, 3 kingdoms, ding ding danda. Hee hee, the lord of your beautiful country is so cunning. You wiped out the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Will we be next? Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. To be honest, it does sound malicious. Rooster Country, Dora Fargas. I disagree too. If you Americans are going to do that, you'll get us one day too. Russian Bear Country, Rochardovsky. Yes, that's right. If you dare to mess with the people of the Dragon Country, then we will unite to deal with you. Sunset Country, Roya Skull. Beautiful country, don't underestimate us. American Sothos. Humph, how ridiculous, you bunch of guys. That concludes the discussion. The proposal from the American lord appears to have failed. At this moment, the others also fell silent again. Suddenly, the entire World Channel fell silent. As Chen Feng watched this scene, he naturally focused all his attention on Sothos. This guy is definitely my biggest enemy right now. It seems that the United States is the country most eager to destroy China. Although their plans have been temporarily halted, there's no guarantee what will happen to the Dragon Kingdom in the future. These guys, especially Sothos, will definitely be secretly assassinating the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. I have to be extremely careful now. That brings us to this point. Chen Feng clenched his fists, feeling tense about the impending crisis. However, there is no point in being tense right now. Only by pulling himself together can he better face the disaster that lies ahead. At present, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Dark Domain, where 100 schools of thought contended. Furthermore, the Lord rankings can only be unlocked when your personal level reaches LV20. So I don't know what's going on inside yet. However, he did discover something strange. Those powerful lords of other countries seem to be able to gather their guild members together to serve them. Take, for example, Sothos, the lord of the beautiful country who calls himself the Black Lion King. He was able to turn the lords he enslaved into members of his guild and gather them around his territory. In this way, when Ne Sothos wanted to order his members in the Union to do something, the members would carry it out 3 times faster. Of course, Chen Feng did not want to enslave the people in his guild. He simply wanted this feature so that the Chinese people scattered across the country could come together and form a united force. Chapter 80: The Dark Domain, a crisis-stricken underground world. But how exactly did they manage to do that? Is it possible that you need to reach a certain personal level before you can unlock it? The leaderboard for your own lord can only be unlocked at LV20. Will the member gathering function of this union be the same? It seems that everything will only be clear after I reach LV20. As Chen Feng spoke, he finally felt a little comforted. But before that, I've already brought everyone from the newbie zone in number 778 into my guild. That's right. It was the day before the 778 newbie zone was to be disbanded. He has already brought all the brothers into his guild. Now, there are over 900 Chinese in the Union. These are people who have gone through a series of hardships and are still willing to follow me in the end. They are worthy of my trust. After the moles like Black Mass and Wang Haoyan were eliminated, Chen Feng had already planned to recruit everyone to join the group. The reason they weren't all brought in earlier was because Black Mass and his gang hadn't been completely eliminated yet. Now that all doubts have vanished, those who remain are all our own people. He opened the guild panel and looked at the slightly flustered people in the guild chat channel, trying to calm them down. Where in the dark domain are you all now? Don't panic. I'll do my best to help everyone. Now, when the wind god, whom they had been unable to contact for so long, finally spoke, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were all relieved, as if they had seen God. Lord Wind God, I never imagined we would be separated. Sigh, I'm all alone in this deserted place, and I'm so nervous. I'm standing in a clump of weeds taller than trees. Isn't that absurd? I hope you haven't encountered any lords from other countries. I hope you're all alright. Not at the moment. I don't have any either. Me too. Luckily, we have an invincibility buff for one day, so we need to seize the opportunity to explore our surroundings. By the way, Lord Wind God, what were you trying to say just now? Looking at everyone's not-too-bad situation, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly replied, our union should now have the function of bringing members together. However, this feature may not be available until I reach LV20. So, you all need to protect yourselves during this time. Once I start gathering the members, I'll bring you to my side. His words at that moment were like a reassuring pill for everyone. After receiving the promise from Lord Wind God, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom became even more motivated and had a glimmer of hope for the future in the Dark Domain. Meanwhile, Jia Ran and others he was familiar with were actively communicating with him and recording the coordinates of the lords in each guild on a map, which they then sent to their respective guild leaders. Chen Feng glanced at the distribution of union members. At this moment, everyone is evenly distributed across various corners of the map. The situation was indeed dire, so he stopped chatting. After closing the guild channel and his own virtual panel, Chen Feng walked out of the castle gate. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if it would make him want to back down. However, he didn't care. He must go and explore the surrounding environment of the territory. The 4 unit types, Naya, Lily, Kyle, and Mona, each surrounded him. Even though they have arrived in a new world, they are still willing to clear all obstacles for their master. And the shadow legions behind the 4 main troop types are the same. Chen Feng turned around, looked at his capable subordinates, and nodded inwardly. Having such a terrifyingly talented unit is its greatest asset. No matter how rugged the road ahead may be, it is not insurmountable. It's time to go out and explore new worlds, everyone. Mona, the Shadow Legion. As beings of darkness, go and see what lies hidden in this pitch-black outside world. Upon hearing their master speak, Mona and the Shadow Legion obeyed the order. Yes, my lord. Understood, master. Soon, Mona then led the way out of the castle, with the Shadow Legion following closely behind. But just as they all left, tens of thousands of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the sky above the castle. Chen Feng looked up and was stunned. There are tens of thousands of ghost-faced bats in my own territory. These bats, which usually hide in the dark, were suddenly disturbed and scattered in all directions. Furthermore, this bat emits a sharp, piercing cry that can drive other enemies that try to fight it into a daze or even madness. Fortunately, these bats are generally weak, with the highest being only a dozen or so gold level. Therefore, although Chen Feng's eardrums were suffering from the sound waves, he was fortunate that his strength had reached the platinum level, so he was not so disturbed that he could not make the right judgment. In addition, his castle had an invincible light shield that lasted for a day, which also neutralized the large amount of sonic attacks from the swarm of bats. But once Mona stepped outside the castle grounds, she was driven almost mad by the swarm of bats and unleashed her ultimate attack on the creatures. You foolish pests, die. Dark shackles. Mona's roar echoed all around. All the ghostly bats that were within a kilometer of her were instantly bound by dark magic and turned into powder. Just as the fallen angels unleashed their skills and annihilated a large number of bats, the sonic interference suffered by the Shadow Legion was greatly reduced. The Legion's movement speed was restored, and they immediately took to the air to deal with the approaching bats. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Dustwind inside the castle quickly urged Lily and the others to join in. In an instant, the dragon soared into the sky, setting the entire sky above the castle ablaze with immense flames, illuminating everything around it. The bats that had been hiding in the shadows had nowhere left to hide. Chen Feng, who had been watching, finally understood why he was in complete darkness. Because he's in an underground world. Above was a layer of rock and soil of unknown thickness, stretching to the horizon where even the light could not reach. And on the rocky soil, countless ghost-faced bats flew around everywhere. Even with Lilith's raging flames, Kyle's holy light arbitration, and Nyarlathotep's void energy, they couldn't wipe out such a massive number of bats in a short time. Fortunately, when this thing dies, it simply turns into a pile of dark matter and disappears. Also, this kind of creature doesn't defecate or urinate anywhere. Otherwise, if faced with bat droppings falling from the sky and bat corpses that could be seen everywhere and even piled up like mountains, Qinfeng might really go crazy. No, this won't do. When will it ever end? It seems impossible to completely eradicate these bats. It would probably take several dozen days to do so. How can I possibly venture out into this underground world to explore? As Qinfeng spoke, he felt helpless and worried. Just then, an even sharper cry came from afar. It was an exaggeratedly large bat king with a terrifying human face and a bat-like body, looking extremely frightening. Chapter 81: The Underground Secret Realm, the Thousand Machine Tower. A giant, ghost-faced bat rushed towards them. Upon seeing this, Qinfeng knew that this thing must be the leader of this group of bats, so he immediately ordered all the soldiers to turn around and attack it. Lily and the other guards immediately obeyed the order and unleashed a powerful attack in the direction from which the bat had flown. Meanwhile, the Platinum Peak Bat King in the distance, seeing that the opposing troops seemed completely unafraid of him, was blasted to smithereens by a barrage of attacks before he could even react. Tragic. Extremely tragic. Seeing that their leader was dead, the remaining bats quickly moved to a new location and fled for their lives. That concludes the discussion. Above the castle, the large number of bat monsters finally disappeared completely. Mona and the others were then able to go out and explore. Soon, the fallen angel then led a legion of shadowy soldiers and vanished into the endless darkness. Dustwind, along with Lilico, Kyle, and Gnarly, waited patiently inside the castle. During this time, they also took the opportunity to return to the castle to replenish their energy in preparation for any possible unexpected changes that might occur at any time. Shortly afterward, news came from the fallen angels. According to her and the Shadow Legion's investigation results, this is indeed a very vast underground world. The terrain here is intricate and complex, like a maze, yet it seems endless, and all the roads are quite wide. Calling this place the underground world is perfectly fine. Furthermore, although the surrounding area was pitch black, Mona and her companions discovered a place emitting light, suggesting the presence of some special treasure. Currently, Mona is also on her way to investigate with the Shadow Legion. Finally, they also sent another very important message. Unlike the previous beginner area, there was no ominous presence in this darkness. It's only a tiny bit dark here, nothing else. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng immediately understood what he should do. He immediately dispatched the remaining 3 units to search for the treasure spot Mona had mentioned. With the dimensional witch Nyarlathotep present, the little girl cleverly used spatial displacement to instantly transport Kyle and Lily to their destination. About 3 hours later, they finally brought good news to their master. There really is something in the far reaches of the underground world. That's an entrance. However, the entrance doesn't lead to treasure, but rather to a dungeon. Upon learning the news, Qinfeng clenched his fists, still excited. If this dungeon is opened, can't we still obtain treasures within it? It's just that you have to take some risks. Without much thought, he instructed several soldiers to be careful, and then, along with telepathy and visual sharing, went into the secret realm to investigate. By entering the already open dimensional space, Qinfeng saw that inside the secret realm was actually a very tall 1,000 machine tower. The tower is divided into 9 levels from top to bottom. Although 9 floors may not sound like much, in reality, when combined, they are several times higher than Dustwind's castle. A 9-story pagoda of this size must surely contain hidden secrets and be extremely dangerous. But since he's already here, how could he possibly back down? I absolutely have to enter this instance. So, at that moment, he immediately gave the order. With their master's orders, Naya and the others went directly into the first level of the 1,000 machine tower. It was the instant they entered. Soon, messages arrived from Qinfeng's virtual panel. Congratulations. Your unit has found a special secret realm dungeon, the Tower of Endless Trials. The tower has 9 floors, each guarded by monsters of varying strengths. The monsters' levels increase from low to high, until the 9th floor, where the most terrifying final boss will appear. Players must defeat a certain number of monsters on each floor before they can proceed to the next floor to explore. Note, there are certain requirements for the talents of the troops entering each level, up to SSS level. When you defeat a certain number of monsters on each floor, you will receive special rewards, and each monster will also randomly drop good items. Finally, this is a special grade dungeon, appearing only in very hidden areas. Those who find it are truly lucky. Good luck. Upon reading the message, Chen Feng was overjoyed, knowing that he had once again been blessed with incredible luck. Unexpectedly, what he thought was an unfortunate start to arriving in this underground world turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as he encountered a top-tier instance. If he hadn't discovered this thing so quickly, he might have been thinking of just running away without using that castle movement card. However, since he had only been here a short time and had already encountered such a great gift, Chen Feng had reason to believe that he would discover even more benefits here in the future. But now, at this crucial moment, we must take down one floor of the Thousand Machine Tower. After reading the introduction, he already knew that this place was a free experience farming artifact. The rules of the tower state that to reach the next level, you must first defeat a certain number of monsters of a specified level on the level below. However, the tower did not rule out the possibility that monsters would continue to spawn. In other words, the monsters here are endless. You can keep sending troops here to level up as long as you want. Furthermore, these monsters did not come in as fiercely as the beast tide of the past. Instead, they appeared slowly. Once a certain number of monsters are generated, the process will stop, and the process will only resume after the monsters are eliminated. Of course, this is only the current situation for the first layer. As for the floors above that, Chen Feng himself had no idea. However, it's meaningless to talk about the number of floors now. The monsters on the first floor have already attacked. Lily and several other units have entered combat readiness. Warning, the monsters on the first floor have attacked. You need to meet the following conditions to enter the second level of the Endless Trial Tower. 1. Eliminate 500 gold-level monsters. 2. Eliminate 1,000 silver-level monsters. 3. Eliminate 5,000 bronze-level monsters. The virtual panel sent another notification. Chen Feng thought to himself that the show was finally about to begin, and ordered Lily and the others to make their move immediately. Inside the first floor of the Thousand Machine Tower, several high-level units were poised to attack, while the surrounding shadow legions took the lead in moving out. Facing the various types of monsters attacking from all sides, they killed enemies without hesitation. Inside the castle, Chen Feng was feeling the energy continuously flowing into his body. He is constantly upgrading. This proves that, inside the distant Tower of Trials, the troops are also leveling up at an extremely fast pace. Platinum 5 star, Platinum 6 star, Platinum 7 stars, Platinum 15 stars, Platinum 20 stars. The dust storm is escalating at an increasingly rapid pace. At this time, not only was his level soaring, but his warehouse was also full of surprises as new materials were constantly being delivered to it. Chapter 82: The Birth of the Dark Lord and the Sisters' Actions. Looking at his increasingly wealthy warehouse, Chen Feng was very satisfied. He is currently growing stronger without anyone knowing. This also means he will have the opportunity to better protect the other Dragon Kingdom members in the guild and eliminate the American Lord who had previously targeted him. Everything is moving in a positive direction. And now, his personal level has reached the edge of level 16, hovering on the verge of breaking through to level 17. If this development continues at this unexpected pace, it won't be long before he can bring everyone in the Dragon Kingdom to the underground world. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that his birth point was simply divine. There seems to be no other lord here, and it is peaceful and undisturbed, making it a perfect place for the Dragon Kingdom people who have just arrived in the Dark Domain to quietly develop their strength. Furthermore, based on Chen Feng's recent observations on the World Channel, the lords of other countries have been here for so long. Yet it seems they still don't know that this world exists beneath the Dark Domain. This further solidified his idea of developing his career here. By then, once I've thoroughly explored the entire underground world, all of you Chinese will likely have developed quite a bit here as well. Then, they will rise up again and catch the United States off guard. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the clearer his plan became. He became even more motivated to work. However, things don't seem to be as simple as they appear. Because, at that very moment, all the lords of the Dark Domain suddenly received this notification. A warning to all lords of the Dark Realm. since a lord has already arrived in the Dragon Kingdom's newbie zone. With this, the final mission in the Dark Domain has begun. Operation Dark Tide is now officially entering the preparation phase. Over the next 30 days, lords of all nations, please prepare yourselves to welcome the birth of the new king in the best possible manner. At that time, the entire Dark Domain will be drawn into an ultimate dungeon battle for the Heart of Darkness. The lord who successfully conquers the dungeon and obtains the Heart of Darkness will become the ultimate ruler of this dark realm. Becoming the Lord of Darkness not only means being able to control the entire Dark Domain, but also having access to countless resources and even the life and death of other lords. Therefore, if you all want to survive, you must fight to the death until the new king ascends the throne. Finally, I wish you the best of luck. Another incredibly stressful message came through the virtual panel. Just as Qin Feng was about to make plans for the future, this new message disrupted his plans once again. 30 days from now, the battle to become the sole master of the Dark Domain. This time frame is a bit too tight. Will I even make it in time? As he spoke, he glanced at the World Channel's reaction. But even if he didn't look, it wouldn't matter, because everyone inside was just as worried as he was. Only the lords of the beautiful country were elated, looking as if victory was assured. Especially Sothos, who specifically targeted the Dragon Kingdom. This person even made a harsh statement. If their beautiful country becomes the new master of the Dark Domain, then they will definitely be the first to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. This infuriated Qin Feng, who had been watching for a long time. But he knew that now was not the time to vent. Since these guys are so arrogant, let's see who the true master of this Dark Domain is later. You're jumping to conclusions so quickly. I hope you don't suffer a terrible fate later. Qin Feng spoke to himself, then entered the castle without looking back. Now that he has the God Tower to farm experience with, he will catch up with these arrogant guys sooner or later. That makes sense. With the Divine Tower there, 30 days should be enough. At this rate of upgrades, it's really hard to say. It's possible that my unit level might even surpass Nasothos's. Just as I was thinking, good news has come from the Tower of Trials. With the help of Nyarlathotep, Lily and her fellow platinum-level soldiers quickly eliminated a large number of gold-level monsters, and silver and bronze monsters were no match for them. Furthermore, the killing continued unabated, and there were a sufficient number of monsters. They are now just one step away from breaking through to the diamond stage. This naturally delighted Qin Feng, so he told them to keep going, and when they got tired, he asked Nayali to teleport them back so they could drink some water from the troop pool and rest for a while. That's right. Naya is truly omnipotent. She can not only help other troops upgrade, but also instantly bring them back to the castle to recuperate when they are tired, saving them the time of traveling back and forth. This undoubtedly greatly improved the efficiency and upgrade speed of several troop types, to the point that he was about to complete the first floor's mission and move on to the second floor. However, just as Qin Feng was feeling happy, another piece of good news arrived. Only saw, within your own virtual panel's friend list. The younger sister, Qin Xue, also got in touch with her brother through chatting. She told her brother that she had now left the beginner zone and entered a much wider ocean. Although it is still the sea, Qin Xue's range of movement has become much larger. That is the ocean domain, where she is currently located, which is also one of the 12 domains belonging to the ancient wilderness continent. After leaving the beginner area, lords from various countries also begin to appear here. Although Qin Feng felt somewhat emotional upon hearing the news, he still couldn't go to see his sister. But when he learned that his sister was doing well, he was relieved. Once all the troubles in the Dark Domain are resolved, he'll find some time to use the Castle Movement card to visit his sister. So, after giving Qin Xue some of the materials he had obtained in the Tower of Trials, Qin Feng hurriedly closed the friend channel. Of course, Schwerer also gave him a lot. However, he hasn't had time to check them all yet, so he can only put them in the warehouse for the time being. After saying goodbye, the two went about their own business. Qin Feng continued to command his troops, striving towards unlocking the second level of the Trial Tower. Not to be outdone, her younger sister Qin Xue recruited troops in the New Sea area, subdued many wild forces, and expanded her strength and resources at lightning speed. These two siblings are both growing into hidden bosses in their respective areas. Of course, the older brother is definitely the most exaggerated one. Now, not only have all four of Qin Feng's units reached the diamond level, but even the Shadow Legion, which was only gold level not long ago, has quickly reached platinum level. Furthermore, the two troop pools inside his castle are now ready to be filled and will soon see the birth of a new batch of troops. Chapter 83 Upgrading the Troop Pool. The victorious fighting Buddha descends. The troop pool is ready. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng quickly went to the pool to check. At this moment, the inner pool was about to be filled with water, and it was emitting a 7-colored light. Seeing this, he knew that he was about to have an even more powerful unit. But, at this critical juncture, he cannot directly summon the creature, because he needs to upgrade his unit pool first. That's right. After these few days of reflection and accumulation. Now, the orbs he possessed in his warehouse were just enough to upgrade this god-tier troop pool. Upon opening the virtual panel, the upgrade requirements for the unit pool immediately appear before your eyes. Current building, SSSR god-tier unit pool, unique. Current level, level 2. Effect, can summon units with an initial level ranging from gold peak to diamond early stage, but with an SSSR growth talent. Upgrade requirements. Player reaches level 10 plus 500 white gems plus 50 green gems plus 1 blue gem, already achieved. Looking at this encouraging news, Chen Feng naturally chose to upgrade without hesitation. Whoosh! Another burst of divine light struck. The burst of 7-colored light made the entire pool of super god level units seem to ascend to heaven. Gradually, the pool expanded again, and it looked even more magnificent. And the statue depicting himself shone even brighter at that moment. Not long after, the entire pool then completed a grand upgrade ceremony. Looking around, Chen Feng indeed felt that the level of this super god level unit pool had risen even higher. This made him very satisfied. Furthermore, with the completion of the upgrade of the first unit pool, the second unit pool is also being upgraded at the same time. Double happiness is upon us. It's truly exhilarating. Alright, it's time to get down to business. I wonder what kind of different units we'll be able to summon this time. He spoke excitedly, and then opened the attribute panel of the newly upgraded first-class troop pool to check it out. Current building, SSSR God-tier unit pool, unique. Current level, level 3. Effect, can summon units with initial levels ranging from diamond to commander, but with SSSR growth potential. Upgrade requirements. Player reaches level 25 plus 2,000 white orbs plus 500 green orbs plus 100 blue orbs plus 10 purple orbs. News of a new unit pool has emerged. Dust and Wind were pleasantly surprised once again. He didn't expect that this upgrade would be so thorough. Just by raising the troop pool by 1 level, he could summon commander-level troops at the highest limit. What kind of concept is this? It's important to know that the commander-in-chief rank already qualifies as a high-level unit. If he can summon a commander-level being, he can become one of the top powerhouses in the dark domain. Of course, thinking about these things now seems like a pipe dream. After all, below the commander level, there is a grandmaster level. Now, he is already very powerful and quite satisfied as long as he can summon a master-level unit. Bring it on. Let me see what my new bodyguard will be like. That's all. Chen Feng then made his decision using the selection button below. The troop pool is full. Shall we begin training now? Whether? Yes. Command executed. The instant he pressed the yes button, he looked up at the pool, hoping that a stronger force would immediately descend upon the castle. However, half a day passed, and apart from the water boiling continuously, there seemed to be no other movement. This puzzled Chen Feng greatly. Huh? What's going on? It stuck. He was speechless. By chance, his gaze swept back to his virtual panel. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that after he made his choice, there was another option for him to choose from. Tip: once the troop pool is upgraded to level 3, the Lord can choose to use the future market to breed the strongest troop type currently available. Furthermore, this feature comes at no cost and is completely free. However, once you choose to use this feature, your unit pool will be idle for a period of time. You can only summon units again once the pool water has returned to normal. Now you can begin making your choice, whether or not to use the future market summoning method. Whether. Oh, the future market? There's actually something like this. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was naturally full of amazement. Unexpectedly, the upgraded Tier 3 God-tier unit pool has developed this feature. It roughly means that you can overdraft your fountain to summon the strongest unit currently available. For me right now, there's nothing to consider. I'll just go for it without thinking. There's no need to worry about any so-called overdraft of spring water. If you don't overdraw your strength now, you'll end up as an ashes when the Dark Tide dungeon comes. Furthermore, if we summon a commander-level unit now, we can take Naya and the others to a higher level of the trial tower to level up. This is the future market. What does interest on interest mean? What does it mean to never lose money? Now, Chen Feng will prove it with his actions. Sorry, I only ever do business that makes money. It must be confirmed. You selected yes. Buzz dash. Finally, after he pressed the last option, the pool of super god level units shone brightly. All the water in the pools converged at this moment, and the water was continuously supplied from the pool below without interruption. At last, ultimate divine light emerges. Then a victorious fighting Buddha riding on a 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared before him. This is a golden-haired monkey with piercing eyes and an invincible look on its face. This monkey is wearing a majestic and imposing golden chainmail armor. A jade belt, unlike anything found in the mortal world, was also tied around his waist. On its head, it wore a dazzling phoenix-winged purple-gold crown. Behind him, he was draped in a magnificent, bright red battle robe. What he held in his hand was none other than the famous golden cudgel that pacifies the seas. The moment this commander-level soldier appeared, Chen Feng could feel an unprecedentedly terrifying aura emanating from him. Is this the aura that commander-level troops naturally possess? He muttered to himself, his body pounding with uncontrollable excitement. How could he not be excited by these types of soldiers and these familiar figures? The victorious fighting Buddha. Isn't that a character from the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom? Who would have thought that they would become my own soldiers today? This is so awesome and crazy. On the other side, after fully waking up, the victorious fighting Buddha rose from the auspicious 7-colored clouds and respectfully knelt before his master. I am Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha, and I greet my master. Chapter 84. The crazy level increase. The guidance operation begins. Even the mighty and powerful Monkey King, Sun Wukong, was extremely respectful to his master at this moment. After his initial excitement subsided, Chen Feng naturally had his strongest soldier stand up, wanting to have a proper chat. But when he saw Wukong's invincible face, he didn't know what to say and could only cough awkwardly twice. Thinking that this was the first time he had summoned a male unit, he was a little unaccustomed to it and stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, it was Sun Wukong, who was not good at speaking, who couldn't help but speak first. My lord, I have come at your call. I am willing to sweep away all evil in the world and help you achieve your ultimate greatness. What are your orders? After hearing the heartfelt words of the victorious fighting Buddha, Chen Feng finally nodded. Very good. Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha. What a powerful and resounding name. Now, I need to conquer a special dungeon called the Tower of Trials. Since you're here, you'll fight alongside my other servants. I will send Naali to pick you up in a moment. Please wait a short while. Yes, master. After listening to his master's explanation, Sun Wukong respectfully accepted the order. But the proud man uttered a sentence at this moment that greatly shocked his master. Master, just tell me the location. I, old Sun, can travel 108,000 li in a single somersault. It will only take me a short while to get there. Hiss dash. How could this be? As expected of my strongest combat force at present. After a brief exchange, Chen Feng learned. Sun Wukong's somersault cloud has a flight speed that is almost godlike. So at this moment, even if he doesn't need Naya to come and guide him personally, he won't waste much time traveling alone. Moreover, this is not even a special skill of the victorious fighting Buddha. It is merely a minor move. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng sighed. Sun Wukong truly deserves to be a commander-level soldier. His aura is indeed several levels higher. A short while later, just as the two finished communicating, the great sage disappeared without a trace on his somersault cloud. At this moment, Chen Feng calmed down and began to check the troop attribute panel of the victorious fighting Buddha. This is something he does every time he summons a unit. The goal is to better understand one's subordinates and their skills. Not long after, the virtual panel opens, and the data is immediately displayed before your eyes. Nickname, Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha. Sex male. Race, Celestials. Potential, SSSR, God level, unique. Current level, Commander 1 star. Physical attack, 10,000. Magic attack, 9,000. Defense, 8,888. Agility, 1,000. Mental strength, 200. Loyalty, max, always loyal. Skill, loading. Soon. After reviewing the great sage's troop stats, Chen Feng was not only struck by their exaggerated nature, but also bewildered by something else. Why is the victorious fighting Buddha's skill still loading after so long? Usually, isn't it just revealed directly? He was puzzled as to why the skill needed to be loaded. After a while, he understood what was going on. Because Sun Wukong has so many skills. Fiery eyes and golden penetration, 72 transformations, Dharma body of heaven and earth, Vajra body, astral projection, invisibility technique, immobilization technique, great celestial technique, and so on. These skills are so numerous and dazzling that even Qin Feng doesn't know which one is Sun Wukong's ultimate move. Awesome. That's absolutely amazing. He was at a loss for words and could only use the most basic word, cow, to express the excitement in his heart at this moment. No problem. Commander-in-Chief level troops should demonstrate such terrifying strength. Not long after, through telepathy, Qin Feng learned of this. The victorious fighting Buddha has arrived at the Tower of Trials. He had barely arrived when he effortlessly dispatched all the monsters on the first floor of the tower, as easily as clearing out regular soldiers. Afterwards, he led Lily and the others to the second floor of the 1,000 Machine Tower for a new round of leveling trials. During this time, Qin Feng also went to the second unit pool to summon units again. However, this time, there wasn't the same surprise as with Pool 1. He still summoned the gold-level Shadow Legion. However, the number has increased from 20 to 50. Now, he has a total of 70 Shadow Legions working for him. So Qin Feng simply sent them all to the first floor of the 1,000 Machine Tower to level up. It's not too late to send them to the second floor once the Shadow Legion strength is about right. But nowadays, led by Sun Wukong, Lily and her friends have arrived at the second floor to officially begin a new round of challenges. The second level was indeed more difficult. Not only has the highest talent requirement for the unit been raised to A level, you need to eliminate a full 500 platinum level monsters, as well as many more small fry, before you can proceed to the third level to explore. In the past, Lily and Nyarlathotep would have needed to work together for a long time to overcome this level of difficulty. However, now that the victorious fighting Buddha, who is at the commander level, is here, those monsters are like fish on a chopping board, unable to move and can only passively take the beating. Sun Wukong used one of his many spells to freeze all the monsters that approached. But instead of eliminating the monsters himself, he left the task to the other 4 main troop types to level up. Lily and her friends found it incredibly satisfying to kill enemies who were unable to move. Before long, their levels continued to soar. Even Qin Feng's side, without realizing it, has reached the peak of platinum in terms of personal strength. He himself was only one step away from reaching the diamond level. What does this mean? If the people above the Dark Realm found out, they might decide to eliminate him on the spot. Because if I continue to let myself grow like this, he will overpower the entire Dark Domain and become the sole king, able to turn the world upside down with a single hand. If anyone dares to defy his will, they will only face death. It'll be soon. At this rate of development, my rise to power will be very fast. Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling as if he could foresee the future. In the future, he will lead the people of the Dragon Kingdom to the top of number 1. However, I need to take some time to reflect before I can do that. You must stay calm. Time flies by. These past few days, Qin Feng has been leveling up like crazy. During this time, news frequently came from the guild channel that the Dragon Kingdom Lord had been discovered by other countries. Some people, after being discovered, were simply forced to hand over their resources. Some of them, once discovered, were immediately enslaved. Even worse, some were killed on the spot after being captured by the United States. As more and more of these devastating news arrived, Qin Feng was heartbroken and worked even harder to upgrade his equipment. Finally, in the deep darkness, where it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night, his personal level finally reached LV-20. Chapter 85 Gathering in the Underworld, a new goal. LV-20 reached. The moment the message came through the virtual panel, Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Has this day finally come? Seeing his level increase, he didn't even have time to check the newly open Lord rankings before rushing to the guild channel. Sure enough, the answer I wanted appeared in the guild channel. At this moment, a new feature appeared before our eyes within the guild. Qin Feng clicked quickly and browsed carefully. Your level has been detected to be LV-20. Activating the member migration feature for you. The effect description is loading. Member relocation. With the consent of your guild leader, guild members may offer their castle territory to the guild leader and move their castle to a location near the guild leader's territory. Those who agree to the relocation will be forever loyal to the guild, and the guild leader has the right to control your castle in any way, including but not limited to using your troop pool. Note: Member relocation will be available after the guild leader reaches level 20 and the guild has more than 100 members. It has been detected that you have met the requirements to enable this feature. Should we enable this feature for all guild members now and broadcast it via loudspeaker? Whether. Looking at this line of eye-catching news, Chen Feng immediately chose yes, without hesitation. There was no other reason for such a decisive action. Everyone is suffering up there. He has to do this. If the time had been delayed by even a few hours, more Dragon Kingdom lords would have died. Because, in just these 7 days, of the original 900+ lords of the Dragon Kingdom, only 700+ remain. In other words, during this period, the United States and its allies had killed more than 200 lords in the number 778 beginner zone. This is absolutely outrageous. In this world, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and everything is so real. That's why Chen Feng works so hard. Soon, all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom who had joined the Wind God Society and arrived in the Dark Domain received this exciting news. After another flurry of frantic actions, not far from the underground world where Chen Feng was located, another castle soon appeared. That's Vice President Jia Ran's territory. However, at this moment, her territory has already merged with the guild leader's territory. Just as the girl arrived at the castle, she hurriedly ran to her guild master's side. The girl with blue hair rushed into the castle, hugged the bewildered student council president, and burst into tears. Wah, Lord Wind God, I've finally met you. As expected, you would never abandon us. Very good. The girl cried so hard that her face was streaked with tears, as if she wanted to tell all the grievances she had suffered over the past few days. Chen Feng, who was wearing a mask, was slightly speechless, but still stroked the girl's soft hair and said, Fine. From now on, we can all live a peaceful life. The underground world I'm in now is relatively safe. I don't need to worry about the American Lord causing trouble again. Yes, sir. The girl's beautiful eyes were smiling, which was very touching. The two were talking. More and more lords are beginning to descend upon the underground world. The direction from which they descended expanded rapidly outward from Dustwind's castle. The first thing they did after arriving was to come to the walls of Dustwind's castle and shout the name of the Wind God. Long live the Wind God. My lord, we've been waiting for you for so long. You are God. If the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have you, then it's as if it has no hope. You are the future of us Chinese people, our pride. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The crowd surged, a roar like a tsunami. Listen to this frenzied and restless noise. Chen Feng had no choice but to go out and put order. All right, everyone, please be quiet. I'm also very happy to see you all again. Now, this underground world is our domain. You can choose to come with me to upgrade your unit level or explore this vast and boundless region. There must be many unknown treasures hidden here. I've only found one trial tower so far. You can look around and see if there are any more dungeons. Everyone, stay here and develop your strength and peace. Soon, I will go and compete for the title of Dark Lord. One day, we will make those American bastards who look down on us pay a heavy price. Chen Feng was giving a speech from a high point on the city wall. Those below were all filled with indignation. Inspired by Lord Wind God, they became even more determined. Good. Rush. Lord Wind God is awesome. For the sake of the adults, we must thoroughly explore this underground world. That's right, everyone. Let's get moving now. Time waits for no one. When we discover any special secret realms, we'll immediately mark them with shared coordinates so that Lord Wind God can come and investigate. That's right. As the lords of the Dragon Kingdom spoke, they quickly launched a new round of actions. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Chen Feng felt quite gratified. Very good. That's the kind of ambition he wants. How can the people of China easily admit defeat when faced with difficulties? The grievances we have suffered will naturally be repaid tenfold in the future. He thought to himself that this. And below, the adorable blue-haired girl, Jia Ran, also ran back to the castle excitedly, adding, My lord, I'm going to explore the underground world for you too. Stay tuned for my good news. My void devourers have now spawned several batches, making them perfect for large-scale searches. After she finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace before her president could even say anything. Chen Feng smiled, but didn't say anything more. Everyone was in high spirits and insisted on going to help him explore the underground world immediately, so let them go. Originally, he planned to have these guys come with him to the first floor of the trial tower to level up. After all, the first level is not too difficult, and they can handle it. Meanwhile, I will send troops to explore higher levels. But, since these enthusiastic people have their own ideas, let them go ahead and do them. Now that everyone is safe, we can do whatever we want without any worries. Once everyone has finished exploring the underground world, they will have more options. You can do whatever you want then. With these thoughts in mind, he returned to the castle from the city wall. Just then, good news also came from Lily's side. After several days of hard work, we have finally breached the second level of the Tower of Trials. Through this trial, Naya's level has soared to the peak of Diamond, and she is only one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. As for Kyle, Mona, and Liliko, they are stuck in the mid-diamond level, but their leveling speed is already quite frightening. Chapter 86: The Descent of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Child and the Wrath of the Beautiful Country. Seeing how effective the troops were, Chen Feng was naturally delighted. Of course, I have now advanced to become a diamond-level powerhouse, and I can be considered to have made a name for myself in this dark domain. However, he hasn't checked the leaderboard yet, so he doesn't know his exact ranking for the time being. Now, Naya brought back the soldiers who were exhausted from their journey, and they rested for a while. Because Wukong was the instructor, he only had to provide assistance, so he wasn't too tired and continued to stay in the 1000 Machine Tower. Furthermore, because he didn't actively fight monsters, his level didn't increase much. As the strongest commander-level soldier, Wukong naturally disdained the experience gained from platinum-level monsters. The monkey now only wants to go to the higher levels of the Tower of Trials to challenge the bosses there. But Lily and her friends are different. They now desperately need these platinum-level monsters to level up, and that's exactly what they've been doing. So at this moment, as 3 units that have been upgraded to diamond level, their physiques have also undergone very noticeable changes. First is Lilith, whose entire dragon body has become more powerful and is no longer confined to the Eastern Dragon design. As the omnipotent dragon ancestor, she was able to transform into most of the dragon forms related to the dragon bloodline at this time, which can be said to be a very big evolution. On the other side, Kyle and Mona also showed noticeable differences in their physiques after advancing to diamond level. Although Kyle's height remained the same, his armor looked even more radiant, and even his wings had grown into 8 wings. The arrival of the 8-winged archangel made the holy angel's entire demeanor even more ethereal. Mona was equally determined. Her figure has become even more alluring, and the dark orb in her hand has multiplied from 1 to 2, but the raven wings behind her remain unchanged. Finally, there's the dashing return of the Shadow Legion. The Shadow Legion's strength has also increased significantly at this time. Most importantly, their size as shadows has significantly increased the density of their shadows. The body, which had previously been faintly translucent, was now covered by an even deeper black mist. This means these guys have become stronger. After checking everything, only then did Chen Feng feel relieved enough to let Lily and the others continue their journey. However, before that, the girls missed their owner terribly because they hadn't seen him for so long, so they mischievously played with him a little longer. Especially Lily. This mischievous maid has now become inseparable from Chen Feng, and all she does all day is cuddle with her master and act cute. However, Chen Feng also liked the atmosphere between him and his soldiers. In his eyes, soldiers were more like his partners than so-called weapons, even if their hearts are always 100% loyal to themselves. But Chen Feng never did anything to hurt their feelings or provoke them. I want to give them a warm home, even if they are not related by blood. Between them, they were master and servant, friends, partners, and family. Not long after playing with these little cuties, Naya opened the dimensional space again, leading everyone to disappear from the castle site. Chen Feng watched their departing figures and smiled inwardly. The Tower of Trials is about to enter a higher level, which will mean that my path to rise will become increasingly smooth. Before all of this officially begins, he wants to check out the situation on the Lord rankings. How strong am I right now? Without further ado, the virtual panel unfolds instantly. Lord rankings, Dark Domain sub-rankings now open. He recorded his name in it. Of course, anonymity remains. That was at the moment of logging in. Dust and Wind soon revealed that his name had begun to rank on the list. Individual strength ranking, Anonymous, Wind, ranked 50th. Personal ranking, Anonymous, Wind, is ranked 99th. Time flew by, and the rankings were already complete. At first glance, Chen Feng must be very surprised by this ranking. I have only been in the Dark Domain for less than 10 days, and I have already achieved such accomplishments. Not only did his personal rank reach the top 100 among many national lords. Furthermore, his individual skill level has skyrocketed to the top 50. Such an impressive record would surely surprise others, perhaps even to the point of disbelief. He thought to himself. And sure enough, it happened. Shortly after his name appeared on the Lord rankings, lords from other countries quickly realized something was wrong. Russian Bear Country, Rachardovsky. Huh? How did my ranking on the Lord leaderboard change? Has someone else squeezed into the top 100? Sunset Kingdom, Royaskol. Haha. How is that possible? We've been in the dark domain for so long, and these 100 have been very stable. Sakura Country, Huga Steel Plate. Indeed, the top 100 represent the 100 strongest individuals in the dark domain, and also the 100 strongest in the unit pool. It's almost impossible for those behind to catch up, unless... Kimchi Country, Golden Throat Juice. Unless that person's military talent is ridiculously high and they have a way to quickly level up their troops, thereby increasing their own level accordingly. Of course, apart from the various fathers of the United States, no other country has ever done this. Three Kingdoms, Ding Ding Danda. That's enough, you pretty lackeys upstairs. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at the rankings. Korean, Golden Throat Juice. Damn it. How dare you talk about me like that? I'll have my dad kill you. Rooster Kingdom, Dora Fargas. Alright, stop yelling. Someone has really climbed up the leaderboard. Desert Kingdom, Shakriya Sarkanda. Oh my god, this guy is actually a Dragon Kingdom person who just arrived in the dark domain. How is that possible? Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. God, am I really seeing things? How could someone from the Dragon Nation be able to reach the top 100 of the dark domain in such a short time, and even break into the top 50? Is this person a monster? American Sothos, fuck. It's that anonymous guy again. How come he's still alive? Right now? While other lords were shocked by the sudden rise of this Dragon Nation, only Sothos gritted his teeth in his own territory. He gritted his teeth so hard they were practically sizzling, wishing he could kill that guy named Wind, right then and there. After all, he was the one who personally targeted this person back then. Beast Tide card, Regional Resource Plunder card. Under such immense pressure, did this person still manage to leave the newbie zone alive? And what's even more insane is that this person actually managed to climb onto the Dark Domain's Lord ranking in less than 10 days, right in front of him. What kind of prodigy is he? Why is he leveling up so rapidly? This is an upgrade speed that no normal person could achieve. Sothos was furious and smashed a magnificent table in the palace with a single punch. He was so angry he almost fainted. But then, even worse news came from the mouth of his own slave. A lord, trembling, ran to the palace gate and spoke to the enraged black-maned Lion King. Lord Sothos, something terrible has happened. Chapter 87 The Cosmic Cube Awakens, possessing powerful evolutionary abilities. Lord Sothos, something terrible has happened. A disheveled lord trotted to the palace gates, knelt down, and trembled as he spoke. The black-haired Lion King, in a fit of rage, rushed over, grabbed the man by the collar, and began interrogating him relentlessly. Speak. What is it? You'd better send me some useful information. Sothos has now completely gone mad. If anyone in front of him displeases him even slightly, he will immediately kill them. The lord, who was being lifted up like a chick, naturally knew how powerful the black-haired Lion King was. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, he would surely face annihilation, so his body trembled even more violently. He was scared and suddenly dared not speak. But if I don't speak up, wouldn't I die an even more miserable death? Hesitating, he was caught in a dilemma. Speak up, or I'll kill you right now. No. Lord Sothos, this is what happened. Seeing that his master was completely enraged, the young lord hurriedly spoke up. We are on your orders, and have been conducting a thorough search for the Dragon Kingdom's lords in the Dark Domain for the past few days. Although we killed quite a few, there were also many Chinese who were discovered but not killed in time. But today, all the Dragon Kingdom lords we were targeting have disappeared. Everyone has vanished, along with the castle. As soon as the young lord finished speaking, the black-haired Lion King threw him off the palace. Sothos was furious when he saw that his plan to massacre the Dragon Kingdom had fallen through at this time, and his blood vessels swelled up with rage. Damn it! Is it the winds doing again? His level reached LV20, so he took all the Chinese people away? But how did he manage to attract so many people from the Dragon Kingdom all at once? Could it be that all Chinese people are in his guild? Thinking of this, Sothos gasped. Unexpected. This kid has such a great deal of influence that he can command all the lords in the newbie zone of the Dragon Kingdom to listen to him. He is definitely a major potential threat. If we let him continue to develop like this, he'll come looking for us sooner or later, Sothos said, pacing back and forth inside the palace. But these past few days have passed, and neither my slaves nor the other lords have discovered the location of the Wind Castle. Where is he? Men, intensify the search. I refuse to believe that this kid can make so many Chinese disappear right under my nose. Yes. At Sothos's command, a large number of lords below the palace obeyed and quickly mobilized. The black-haired Lion King swore that he would definitely kill that brat. This person must not be allowed to live. This is a guy who can rally the entire newbie zone of the Dragon Kingdom. I've never heard of him before. Even among the powerful lords of their country, America, there has never been an absolute leader. Because none of them are willing to submit to the other, and at most they only cooperate with each other because they are from the same country. And it seems that Feng is in charge of the Dragon Kingdom's number 778 newbie zone. This person is currently the absolute leader of the Dark Domain Dragon Kingdom. I can't sleep at night if I don't kill him. After all, who can guarantee that they won't join the Wind Guild after the Dark Domain descends upon other Dragon Kingdom newbie zones? If things really develop in this direction, then the Dragon Kingdom, and even the future power of Wind, are not something that a little Sothos can afford to offend. Since I've already provoked him, I have to kill him outright. He must die. He cannot be allowed to live. An angry voice echoed throughout the palace. Unbeknownst to him, the Black Lion King's mindset had already changed. He gradually transformed from someone with absolute advantage, God's perspective, and control of the chessboard, into a pawn participating in the same life-or-death game. That's right. This is a life-or-death game he started himself. Now, it's either you die, or you perish with the wind. The two of them had long ago formed an indelible and deep-seated hatred. And all of this started because of the Beast Tide card in the newbie zone. On the other side, in a strange and unknown underground world, inside the magnificent White Castle. After getting a general idea of the rankings, Chun Feng closed his virtual panel. Now, he needs to get down to what he really needs to do. Just now, he received a pleasant surprise. Because his personal level has reached LV20, the Cosmic Cube is now activated. Buzz dash. A dazzling dark purple light swept in. As Chun Feng gazed at the gleaming Rubik's Cube above his throne, he realized that it had finally awakened. This is the first time the Rubik's Cube has shown since it arrived in this ancient world. Compared to the last one, this Cosmic Cube has stored more energy, and its surface shines even brighter, ready to unleash its power. Chun Feng knew that the Rubik's Cube's strongest function was to enhance the buildings he currently owned. So he couldn't wait to gently touch the surface of the Rubik's Cube with his hand, wanting to get it working quickly. However, the energy of the Rubik's Cube itself was indeed quite frightening at the moment, and he quickly withdrew his hand as soon as he approached it. But this thing is now off limits. What powerful energy! They actually kept my hand out. He silently recited it in his mind. However, even though no hand was touched at this moment, the Rubik's Cube still obediently woke up. And just as he was waking up, the Rubik's Cube sent him a notification through the virtual panel. Now you can upgrade an unupgraded building. Please choose carefully. Message complete. Those two short sentences made Chun Feng's breathing and heartbeat quicken. Finally, I can upgrade. But is it an upgrade to something the Rubik's Cube has never upgraded before? He said he wanted to command the Rubik's Cube to upgrade its pool of God-tier units. As expected, what the Rubik's Cube said next disappointed him a little. Sorry, you have already upgraded your unit pool and cannot upgrade or evolve it further. The first unit pool has reached its ultimate form, and the second unit pool is from the same source as the first, so it cannot be upgraded. Please select another building as your upgrade target. Cube will provide you with a detailed upgrade guide later. Is that so? After reading the introduction on the virtual panel, Chun Feng felt a little regretful. But, if the number 1 unit pool can be upgraded again, then that would indeed be quite overpowered. It seems that SSSR-type units are the strongest in the world, and only we possess them. In that case, I might as well upgrade other buildings. The more super god-level buildings, the better. Chapter 88 The Birth of a God-Level Building. The strongest blacksmith in history makes his debut. Just do it. He quickly patrolled all the buildings in his castle to see what could be upgraded. Is it the city wall outside the territory? According to the Cosmic Cube, once the walls are upgraded, they will gain the ability to withstand all attacks below the Grandmaster level, and their resistance will continue to increase as the castle is upgraded. This sounds pretty awesome, but after thinking about it, Chun Feng realized that he wasn't really suited to this feature right now. First of all, I am relatively safe in the underground world, so I don't have to live in constant fear every day. Secondly, this defense is currently only at the Grandmaster level, so what will happen if it encounters an attack from someone stronger in the future? He spent several days in this underground world and finally discovered a rather fatal flaw. That means there are no trees here to upgrade the castle. Yes, this place is dark all day long, with no sunlight at all, so vegetation can't grow at all. And the most important material for upgrading the castle is wood. Without timber, the castle cannot be further improved, and the strength of the walls will naturally remain stagnant. Therefore, instead of relying on the Rubik's Cube evolution wall for self-protection, it would be better to think about how to obtain more materials in this underground world. Following this line of thought, Chen quickly abandoned the idea of upgrading other buildings and headed straight for the forge inside the castle. That's right. He already has an optimal goal. That means upgrading the forging furnace inside the forging room. This is the building that's most worth upgrading right now. Once I upgrade this thing, I can make a fortune in this underground world. This is his idea. The numerous items I acquired in the Tower of Trials over the past few days can be synthesized using the forging furnace. However, there is a certain probability of failure when synthesizing higher-level equipment. However, with the Rubik's Cube upgrade, the success rate should be greatly improved. Not only that, he can also sell these synthesized equipment. Resources obtained through trading with people from various countries can be used to upgrade the castle. Wouldn't the forging furnace be more effective in this way? This is exactly what I need right now. Thinking of his brilliant plan, Chen quickly went to the second floor of the castle and opened the door to the forge, which he hadn't entered for a long time. Inside the forging room, the forging furnace was still burning just as before. Chen opened the virtual panel again to check the current data of the forging furnace, and the information was quickly displayed in front of him. Forging furnace. Level 2. Increases with castle level. Effect. Combines any forging materials to create a brand new piece of equipment. Can include high-tier to top-tier materials, with a minimum of 3 pieces. Maximum. The equipment that can currently be forged from high level to superior. Tip. A level 3 forging furnace can forge higher level equipment. This is the data that the forging furnace currently possesses. Next, Chen came to the Rubik's Cube. Upon approaching, the Rubik's Cube also activated the upgrade confirmation message. We detected that you just passed through the castle forge. Would you like to upgrade and evolve the forge? Whether. Faced with this choice, Chen wanted to see the data of the upgraded forging furnace before making a decision. Although he was most likely certain, he still wanted to see what happened first. The Rubik's Cube was quite considerate, directly revealing the data. Data after the forging furnace upgrade is being displayed. God level forging furnace. Level 2. Increases with castle level. Effect. By fusing any forging materials, a completely new piece of equipment can be created. High-tier to top-tier materials can be used, and only 2 pieces are needed. Maximum. Currently, you can forge equipment from high level to superior level without ever failing, and there is even a chance to get multiple pieces. Tip. A level 3 forging furnace can forge higher level equipment. After reading the upgrade notification, Chen Feng's excitement surged, and he thought to himself, this is really awesome. The upgraded forge not only requires 1 less material to be used, but also guarantees 100% success, and may even yield multiple pieces of equipment. What does this mean? It's important to know that the higher the level of the material, the harder it is to obtain, and the higher the probability of failure in crafting the most advanced equipment. Now, when I'm forging, I'm putting in 1 less piece of material. This number may not seem like much, but what if the materials he uses are at least Grandmaster level? You only need 2 Grandmaster level materials to synthesize a top-tier Grandmaster level equipment, and the success rate is 100%. Then you might even get 2 or 3 more pieces of this equipment. If this got out, let alone whether people's spittle would flow onto the ground and form a river. Normal people simply cannot believe that such a forging furnace exists. But how could one not be tempted when one is about to possess such an incredible thing? No need to think about it anymore. Dustwind directly clicked the button provided by the Cosmic Cube to confirm. In the instant it was confirmed, the immense energy of the Cosmic Cube coalesced into a dark purple beam of light, which shot into the second floor of the castle. Chen followed the light, and when he returned to the forging room, he was once again shocked by the scene before him. It was a forging furnace that shone with the light of 7-colored glazed glass. The entire forging furnace is constructed from a material that is completely indescribable. It looks like a diamond, a crystal, and glass, but it's incredibly hard. Furthermore, its surface shines with a dazzling light like stars, but it is just the right amount of dazzling light that won't blind people. Such magnificent architecture made it hard for Chen Feng to imagine that it was actually used for forging equipment. It's more like a work of art, something otherworldly. That's amazing. It took Chen Feng a while to realize that this was actually the dirty forging furnace from before. Holy crap, amazing. He was speechless again, and could only express his feelings at this moment with the simplest 4 words. But, now that the task is complete, he wants to seize the time and quickly forge the large amount of materials in the warehouse. A pile of high-level materials instantly filled the entrance. These are all items that Chen Feng's troops obtained while grinding monsters in the Tower of Trials. Of course, it's not just high-grade materials. The warehouse also contains many high-quality materials and relatively low-grade materials. However, Chen Feng plans to forge the high-grade materials first. After we finish the high-level materials, we'll synthesize the relatively small amount of high-quality materials as well. As for those countless low-grade materials, he actually wanted to give it away as a perk to the guild members. After all, that thing probably can't be sold on the exchange, so it's really useless. He only sells high-level or higher equipment. Of course, it's impossible to sell this to the United States. If there's ever a chance to craft top-tier equipment in the future, those guys won't sell it even if they offer a high price. Chen Feng casually grabbed 2 materials from behind and tossed them into the upgraded and evolved super god-level forging furnace. Just 1 second after the materials entered the furnace, 2 brand-new high-level equipment appeared before our eyes. Chen Feng was once again awestruck by the godlike speed of the forging furnace. I'm so fast, it only took a second. I remember it used to take at least several minutes, but the cosmic cube is so easy to finish. Now, he is speechless with admiration for the power of the Rubik's Cube. Based on the current drop rate and speed, Chen Feng was confident that he could complete the fusion of the mountain of high-level materials behind him within an hour. Furthermore, given the current low drop rate of equipment, he came up with a very bold idea. Is there a possibility that, after completing the crafting process, I obtained more high-level equipment than I currently possessed in terms of materials? Chapter 89. Because they were too rich, they chose to hire workers. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. You know what? It's actually possible. He's been consistently crafting equipment, and the drop rate is very stable. Occasionally, 3 or 4 pieces of equipment will drop, but most of the time you'll only get 2. But you should know that there are only 2 materials needed to synthesize equipment. 2 materials for 2 pieces of equipment? Isn't that practically free? It truly lives up to its reputation as a god-level forging furnace. I don't have to do anything at all, and I can become rich overnight. Chen Feng said with a smile. Today, he is creating more and more equipment. To avoid the problem of those devices blocking the entire forging room, he put all the equipment up for sale on the guild's member exchange. Moreover, these equipment items were traded at rock-bottom prices. Traders only need to pay themselves 1 white gem used to upgrade the troop pool to complete the exchange. For the Dragon Kingdom lords in the guild now, a white orb is indeed nothing. So once they found it, they all went into a frenzy of buying. What? The student council president is giving out perks. I didn't expect Lord Wind God to give out benefits again. This is so awesome. There's so much high-level equipment. There's no end to it all. The lords who were in the underworld all went crazy at this moment. They all exchanged for cheap high-level equipment in the member exchange, and because there was so much equipment, everyone managed to get some. Soon, all of these equipment were worn by their soldiers. With better equipment, their troops have an extra layer of protection when exploring the underground world. This also makes it easier for them to serve Lord Wind God in the underground world. Certainly, although high-level equipment is very cheap, they cannot possibly spend all their white orbs to buy it. After all, everyone's unit pool also needs to be upgraded. Therefore, most people only bought a few items to equip their strongest units. Other slightly weaker unit types are actually still wearing some low-level equipment they acquired before, or they are not wearing any equipment at all. But, next, Chen Feng put a large number of free low to mid-tier materials on the guild for all Dragon Kingdom lords to collect for free and use in their castles to synthesize. This shocked and drove the already excited people of China into a frenzy once again. They gratefully worshipped the Wind God in their respective castles and consciously took only the amount of materials they needed. In this way, throughout the entire underground world, all military units have been fully armed. Dust and Wind over here. After giving away all the low to mid-tier materials, he then sold off 3/10 of the high-tier equipment to everyone. This is only 3/10 of the high-level equipment I synthesized myself, yet it is already enough to meet the needs of all the lords in the underworld. This was something he hadn't expected. At this moment, many high-level materials have not yet been synthesized. Moreover, after being synthesized, it accounts for approximately 7/10 of all of Qinfeng's high-level equipment. His initial estimate that the synthesis would be completed within an hour was far too naive. Even now, with his synthesis skills already quite proficient and the speed of using the forging furnace no more than a second, he still feels that there isn't enough time. Therefore, he came up with another idea. My forging furnace is currently at level 2, with 2 inlets for feeding materials. But I'm all alone, and no matter how hard I try, I can only use one channel. Right now, my troops are training in the Tower of Trials. It wouldn't be very worthwhile to send them back to help. Even if we ask Jiaoran to come and help, it won't work. She is currently busy directing other members of the Union in exploring the outside world. It would be better to. As Chun Feng spoke, he seemed to be thinking of someone. He also remembered that he knew 3 lords he was relatively familiar with before he even founded a guild. They are Li Xian, Hua Yi, and Xiao Yuling. These 3 were among the people who supported him from the very beginning. Furthermore, their current strength is relatively weak. Why not call them to our castle now and have them help synthesize high-level materials? I really can't manage all of this by myself. When they finish their business, I'll give them some benefits, and it'll be a win-win situation for both sides. Thinking about it this way, Chun Feng felt that the matter was feasible. So, he quickly opened the Union's member list and notified the 3 people. The 3 of them were utterly incredulous when they saw the message from Lord Wind God appear on their virtual panels. They arrived at the gates of the adult's castle with utmost respect, as if they had received a royal decree. Looking at the magnificent white castle before them, Xiao Yuling and Hua Yi still found it hard to believe. Lord Wind God's castle is so beautiful. We're so touched that the adults still remember us. As the 2 girls were talking, Li Xian behind them immediately began to worship. What? I never expected that you would still remember someone as insignificant as me. I'm so touched. Wow. The 3 had different expressions and actions, but they all felt joy and excitement. They were talking. Then, the door in front of us slowly opened. Inside the castle, there was a mysterious young man wearing a mask, sitting on a throne. Dust and Wind had been waiting for them here for a long time. Come in. I have a task for you. The boy's calm voice reached the ears of the 3 lords, causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Hearing the Wind God's voice so closely felt unreal to them. Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling were extremely excited because they learned that the adult was actually a boy. Li Xian, on the other hand, was completely confused and only focused on the scenery inside the castle. My goodness, what a luxurious interior, and what an amazing troop pool. This troop pool actually has a statue of Lord Wind God carved on it. Although the statue doesn't reveal the adult's true face, what's with this pool of water? Why is it 7 colors? What? Is this the residence of the Wind God? Li Xian felt like he was suffocating. There's even a faint warmth emanating from inside the castle. Could it be that the Lord installed air conditioning in the castle? The 3 of them were each lost in their own thoughts, and for a moment they forgot about taking action. Seeing that these people seemed unable to walk any further, Chun Feng was speechless, so he got up and called them in. Follow me. As he spoke, he gestured for the 3 men to enter the castle. Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling finally came to their senses. They followed the adults in front of them, their hearts pounding with excitement. Where are you taking them, sir? Etc. Are we going up to the 2nd floor? Isn't the 2nd floor a lounge? Could it be? The 2 girls blushed as they thought about it. When they arrived, they were too excited to pay attention to the follow-up information left by the Wind God. Only Li Xian, who was standing to the side, knew why he had come here. I can't wait. Lord Wind Gods, it's amazing. Hua Yi. Xiao Yuling. Chapter 90, The Hardworking Worker and the Secret of the Rubik's Cube. I'm so envious of the adults ones. It sounds huge and magnificent. I wish mine was this awesome. At this moment, Li Xian said some strange things to the 2 girls, and their pretty faces turned as red as apples. What's big? What are you saying? Seeing this, even though the girls thought they understood, they still pretended not to understand. Seeing that the 2 women had strange expressions and not knowing what they were thinking, Li Xian ignored them. Ugh, I'm too lazy to explain it to you guys. If you don't know, then forget it. Anyway, the 3 of us will be working together, so you 2 remember to put in a lot of effort. Do you understand? What do you know? Ugh, how stupid. If you don't work hard, the adults will definitely be unhappy. This. Now, The two girls would have been fine if they hadn't asked, but once they did, things became even more complicated to explain to Li Xian. But before they could even begin to imagine anything more outrageous, Chen Feng then led the three of them to the forging room, which was filled with high-level equipment. Here, all sorts of materials are piled up haphazardly on the ground. If a little space hadn't been specially reserved at the entrance, no one could have gotten in. Upon seeing so much equipment and materials, as well as the indescribably cool, god-level forging furnace inside, Li Xian was already stomping his feet in excitement. Lord Wind God, you are too strong. It has always been my wish to have the honor of forging equipment for you. I'm willing to work here until I die. Woohoo! After saying that, he rushed into the forging room. Only the two girls, who had just been fantasizing about a springtime scene, were slightly caught off guard by the sight that was not quite what they had imagined. You two, come with Li Xian and help me synthesize high-level equipment. He's in charge of the hard work, delivering materials to you two. You two just sit in front of the forge and assemble it. Once we're done with this, you'll naturally reap the rewards. Keep it up. Chen Feng saw that the two beautiful young women were standing there in a daze, wondering what they were thinking. But he didn't interfere much, just patted the two girls' heads and instructed them to complete the task. Not long after, Hua Yi and Xiao Yuling finally realized what was happening. It turned out that the adults had asked them to come here to do something serious, so they all nodded in agreement. Unexpected. The wind god is so serious, or are they just too filthy? Always thinking about things from a certain perspective. But since they were able to help the adults, they were happy no matter what. Besides, the adult just patted their heads. Does this mean that my relationship with adults has taken a step further? Thinking of this, their hearts raced again, and they rushed into the forging room to speed up the synthesis of high-level materials. Seeing that the three of them had clearly divided the tasks, and that the two girls seemed to be quite adept at using the forging furnace and didn't need any instruction, Chen Feng left with peace of mind. Before leaving, he also put all the high-level equipment that had been forged on the ground into the warehouse and instructed the three men to tell him if they needed any more materials. The three nodded and continued working. Although the furnace inside the forging room is ablaze with fire, the Dustwind Castle has a cooling effect in both winter and summer, automatically lowering the temperature of any room that gets too hot. Therefore, they can work comfortably, and when they get tired, they can even enjoy the delicious food provided by the adults. To be honest, this is more comfortable than staying in their own castle. Seeing that everything was arranged, Chen Feng went downstairs and returned to the throne to get down to business. His ultimate goal in crafting high-level equipment was, of course, to sell it. Therefore, he is now going to take those completed high-level equipment to the Lord's Exchange, Dark Domain section for sale. However, before that, when he arrived at the throne, he discovered something very strange. He discovered that the cosmic cube had developed some cracks. Furthermore, a strange dark matter energy occasionally emerges from the cracks. However, this energy is so subtle that it is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and it is decreasing, seemingly disappearing along with the Rubik's Cube. But this situation still piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. He stared at the Rubik's Cube's surface, which had darkened again, wondering what had caused these slight cracks. You know, he's been observing this thing for so long. If there had been any cracks before, he would definitely have noticed them. It is quite obvious that this crack was formed after the product was used a second time. That's really strange. Could it be that this Rubik's Cube also has its own lifespan? Dust and Wind murmured to themselves, utterly perplexed. If this thing has a limited lifespan and number of uses, does that mean it will eventually be used up? But he also felt that the Rubik's Cube contained a huge and mysterious energy, seemingly inexhaustible. Could there be another hidden story? I just can't understand it. I really can't understand it. Why did this thing crack? As Chen Feng pondered, his head seemed to crack along with the Rubik's Cube. Just then, Naya returned with all the soldiers to rest. After greeting their master, Lily and the others quickly ran to the troop pool to drink water. But at this moment, the fallen angel Mona stood still, silently gazing at the cosmic cube beside her master. Chen Feng keenly noticed this and called her over to ask if she knew anything. Mona's words only made things worse, leaving Mona even more confused. My lord, this object beside you is emitting strange dark matter energy. Oh, strange dark matter? Upon hearing this, how could Chen Feng not have suspicions? However, he still had no idea what to do. That's right, my lord. I am the embodiment of darkness, and I can sense a strange, dark aura emanating from within this object. Furthermore, The fact that I cannot control this aura can only mean one thing. That means I and this dark aura are not from the same source. That's all for now. The fallen angel Mona took a deep breath. Dust and wind also caused a slight tingling sensation on my scalp. Not of the same origin? Yes, my lord. Though I am the source of darkness, and all the dark creatures you created will ultimately submit to me. However, I truly cannot control the dark aura contained within this object. This item of yours may not belong to this world. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng completely lost his composure. Items that don't belong to this world? It seems this Rubik's Cube is even more remarkable than he imagined. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to find this thing on Earth. My thoughts have reached this point. Chen Feng remembered that Nia Li had told him that a long time ago, a terrible war had taken place in this world. Could it be? Was the creation of this Rubik's Cube also related to that great war? It seems to be because they are in sync with their master's mind. Mona also realized what her master was thinking at this moment, and spoke her mind. Chapter 91. What does it mean to be richer than a country? My lord, do you also not remember the details of that war? It seems we've all lost our memories of that part. Mona's words left Chen Feng somewhat disappointed. He knew it would turn out this way. Since Nyarli doesn't remember much either, then Mona, Kyle, and Lily naturally won't remember either. Besides, so am I. He not only doesn't remember, he doesn't even have the slightest related memory. Back then, when the soldiers mentioned this, he was just as bewildered as he is now. But, through this incident, Chen Feng now has a general understanding of the possible origins of the Rubik's Cube, so he's no longer completely ignorant about it like before. This thing most likely comes from that war. To truly unveil the mystery, we must learn the specific details of that so-called epic battle later on. Since no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come to a conclusion, Chen Feng simply gave up. Next, he will sell the high-level equipment that he just synthesized. Open your virtual panel, then open the Dark Domain's trading channel to check. At this moment, gazing at the dazzling array of goods on the exchange, Chen Feng was secretly making calculations in his mind. Soon, after determining the approximate prices of high-level equipment throughout the Dark Domain, he put a large number of his own items up for sale. Subsequently, the items that originally belonged to other lords were instantly covered by the newly listed items from the anonymous Wind Lord. The lords of the various countries naturally discovered this very quickly. More and more people spread the word through the chat channels on the virtual panel and flocked back to the exchange. They were all shocked to see a lord from the Dragon Kingdom listing so many high-level equipment all by himself. Russian Bear Country, Rochardovsky. My god, so many high-level equipment. What's going on today? Sunset Kingdom, Roya Skull, huh? It's actually that lord from the Dragon Kingdom who was on the leaderboard before. This guy made a fortune as soon as he arrived in the Dark Domain. That's terrifying. Asangwa, Ding Ding Danda. Unbelievable. He wiped out all the items we put on the shelves. How did he do that? Rooster Country, Dora Fargas. You know what? Although this guy is a formidable opponent for us right now, the items he puts on the shelves are really cheap. Wow, so tempting. Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. Indeed, it's much better than the monopolistic market prices of those American guys, isn't it? Now, when the lords of the various kingdoms discovered the prices of these high-level equipment, they were all tempted. They not only showed interest in purchasing these products, but also took the opportunity to mention those unscrupulous merchants from the United States. The reason they couldn't resist mocking them is as follows. Because the lords of the beautiful country were among the first to descend upon the Dark Domain, they initially held a unique geographical advantage. Initially, they rapidly expanded and explored this region, discovering many areas teeming with ferocious beasts and treasures. And these guys, before any other lords arrived, embezzled the land they had discovered. The high-level materials obtained from hunting numerous ferocious beasts in the treasure trove naturally belonged to them unconditionally. Later, when lords from other countries arrived in the areas they occupied, if any people from those countries dared to resist, they would be immediately silenced by these guys. Therefore, the other lords who still live in the Dark Domain are actually in relatively desolate areas within the domain. The area they are in has far fewer resources compared to the United States, which has led to the current situation where the United States monopolizes the stock exchange market. Those lords from the beautiful country can freely adjust the prices of various items on exchanges. High-level equipment, which is currently in demand by all lords, is naturally included here. Furthermore, in order to better control the market, other countries are forced by the United States to match the prices of their goods when listing them on the market. Finally, They also ordered others not to use any special means to interfere. For example, selling goods at low prices, but not selling them to the United States. If such a situation occurs, then the Lord will be added to their assassination list, and they will be eliminated when the time is right. Now, the United States is the local tyrant in this dark realm. Everyone's actions must be subject to their supervision. And these people's ambitions are growing, and sooner or later they will completely break off all ties. Although everyone is reluctant to admit it, that's the truth. Now, this oppression has lasted for a long time, and the lords of various countries have indeed had the urge to unite and resist, but they have always lacked an opportunity. They felt that the time was not yet ripe, so they kept being patient. Certainly, others have gone against the grain and become lackeys of the United States. For example, kimchi and cherry blossoms. Right now, at a time when the situation in the dark domain is in such chaos. No one expected that a newcomer from China would dare to openly challenge the people from America. This made them admire him immensely, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid really dares to do that." Judging from the high-level equipment currently available on the exchange, it's clear that this lord named Wind wants to change the market situation in the entire dark domain. Previously, the price of high-level equipment was controlled by the Americans at 1,500 units of wood per piece, which made many lords have no desire to buy it at all. And now, this guy named Wind not only set the price of all his high-level equipment at 1,000 units of wood per piece, but he also forbade the people from the United States from buying it. What this means is obvious to any normal person. From the perspective of the United States, this person is here to disgust people and must be killed. From the perspective of other countries, this is practically a free boon. Therefore, how could you lords not be excited at this moment? Back then, some of them tried selling goods at low prices and set a rule not to trade with American people, but those who did so later failed. Furthermore, even if someone dares to remain anonymous and sell at a low price with no purchase restrictions, the lords of the United States will still buy them at lightning speed and then resell them at a high price. In short, whether you remain anonymous or not, once you do this, it will be difficult to escape the clutches of those guys. Even if you join a particularly powerful guild to protect yourself, your guild leader might kick you out to avoid trouble. Even if you don't get kicked, you and your union will likely face special treatment, or even annihilation. So this vicious cycle continues. As a result, nowadays everyone can only do things according to the so-called market conditions. Chapter 92: The Changing World Order, the Collapse of the Great Building. But today, when everyone realized that the landscape of exchanges was about to change, everyone is eager to try out the high-level equipment on there. Someone broke the deadlock, and they were naturally happy to fan the flames, or rather, to give it their full support. But just then, in the world channel of the dark domain, the lords of the beautiful country noticed this, and, seeing that everyone seemed about to make a purchase, quickly stepped forward to stop them. Sothos, the United States, damn it. Why is it that Wind again? American, Sothos, I warn all of you, do not buy any of the products he promotes, or you will know the consequences. Sothos, who was resting with his eyes closed in his palace, was reported to the exchange by his slaves and immediately opened the exchange in a rage. When he saw that familiar character, Fug, Wind, he was furious. It's that kid again. This time, this person even wants to shake America's absolute hegemony in the stock exchange. Seeing this, Sothos and the other lords of the beautiful country would certainly not sit still. They immediately went into the chat channel and warned all the lords of other countries that if they dared to buy this person's equipment, it would be tantamount to going against them. It was at the moment he said those words that he spoke. They also dispatched more personnel to intensify the search for the whereabouts of Wind throughout the entire dark domain. This man must die. He's going against the entire nation of America. No. Or rather, he wanted to usurp America's absolute rule in the dark domain. On the other side, seeing the anger of the other lords from the beautiful country, the hands that were about to click to buy equipment stopped again. They all hesitated, thinking about the current situation and what they should do. Should I buy it or not? If you buy it, you are undoubtedly helping the Chinese people, and you are also fulfilling your own wishes. But through these few days of observation, everyone knows that China and the United States have become mortal enemies. Buying products from the Dragon Kingdom is tantamount to making an enemy of the overlord of the dark domain. But if no one buys control of the exchange, it will remain in the hands of those damn American countries. Although not buying it would protect oneself from the retaliatory actions of those petty people. But this would undoubtedly be seen as a collective act of submission. Are they the kind of people who would willingly endure being bullied by others for the rest of their lives? So at this moment, everyone reached a silent understanding. Although everyone remained silent, and no one spoke in the chat channel, they had in fact made their choice. Beneath this silent stillness, a storm is brewing, and it seems inevitable. On the other side, looking at the completely silent chat panel, Sothos thought he had the situation under control and burst into laughter. Haha, very good. You wouldn't dare buy this guy's stuff. After all, that means going against our beautiful country. If you just behave yourselves, we won't do anything to you, and everyone can live peacefully. When the time comes, I'll kill that guy Fong, and then wait until the overall strength of the United States improves before slowly dealing with you. Sothos was talking to himself, lost in his own beautiful dream. He always harbored a dream of becoming an emperor. That was the idea that came to him after he learned about the history of the Dragon Kingdom. In ancient times, there was a great emperor who swept across the land, restored order, made the world submit, and established an unparalleled empire. Sothos now wonders if he could one day become such a being to satisfy his endless ambition. Pity. Before he could even begin to fantasize, he was immediately drenched in reality by the brutal reality of the stock exchange. At that moment, a large number of lords rushed to buy the wind equipment from the exchange. And as the first group took action, more and more people followed suit. Almost every lord in every country chose to snap up the supplies from that dragon nation, without exception. Only Korea and Japan, whose fates are controlled by them, are completely at the mercy of their own will at this moment, and therefore dare not take any action. In fact, the lords of these two countries had long been extremely envious. Faced with this situation, Sothos and his allies were stunned. How so? You bunch of guys actually dared to do that. This is treason. Inside the palace, the black-maned Lion King with a beast's face roared in fury. He knew perfectly well what the consequences would be when so many people chose to do this. This is especially true for the lords of the various nations who are currently taking action. They wanted to show that arrogant America that they weren't so easily bullied. Perhaps your beautiful country can force a certain force to bow down to you. But you can't force everyone to bow down to you right now, can you? As long as everyone buys wind equipment, no matter how powerful or resourceful you are, you won't be able to counter it. You might even feel fear and dread. This is the strategy everyone is using now. Unity. Unprecedented unity. All because one person broke the deadlock and made a change for them. Dust and wind over here. He was sitting on his throne, waiting for good news from the exchange. He had reduced the price of high-level equipment to a price that no one could refuse. He didn't believe that anyone could resist being tempted at this moment. And sure enough, it happened. The wait is finally over. Numerous notifications of successful transactions flooded his virtual panel, and then a steady stream of units of wood began pouring into his warehouse. This delighted him, knowing that the plan had finally succeeded. He knew that the lords on the surface of the dark domain would not be able to obtain materials for crafting equipment anytime, anywhere, like he could. Therefore, they are bound to buy, and they will sell freely. Don't forget, in this underground world, the existence of the trial tower, coupled with the synthesis of the god-level forging furnace, makes it possible to survive. No matter how much the equipment costs, Chenfeng will never lose money, simply because he can farm monster drops without limit, while others can't. This is my greatest advantage. He now controls a perfect money printing machine, and the entire exchange's market trends must follow his lead. What he needs to do now is to disgust those American guys. Chenfeng had figured out some of the tricks of the trade. This beautiful country is currently the local tyrant of the dark domain. If we take over the exchanges they control, we'll be one step closer to completely destroying them. So from then on, no matter what the price of American equipment was, he would always sell it to others at a discount. This is definitely not a losing proposition. It's part of a grand strategy. Chenfeng needs to win people's hearts at this time, so as to make plans for leaving the underground world in the future. He believed that with his growing strength and the gradual lure of various low-priced goods, lords from other countries would come to him on their own initiative. A smart person should know which side to choose for the best future. Chapter 93 Intrigues and Schemes. What can they do to me? Not long after, the surface of the Dark Realm. The guild leaders from the beautiful country are having an emergency meeting. They were starting to back down, and were looking for a reliable way to resolve the situation. If those foreign lords were to unite at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. The guild leaders had a vague feeling that the foreign lords seemed to have found a leader with whom they could band together for mutual support. And this person was none other than that damned wind. Within the city of Relaya, jointly established by the presidents of the United States, 10 powerful lords, each with individual strength reaching the grandmaster level, are gathered here. Their current strength allows them to leave their castles quite a distance. Furthermore, they established an eternal city-state in the heart of their guild, symbolizing the highest authority in the Dark Realm. These guys only gather here when it's time to make important decisions. And now, this is what they consider a critical juncture. What should we do? Are we just going to let those guys from the Dragon Kingdom go unchecked? Inside the spacious conference hall. At this point, a guild leader spoke first, expressing his concerns. Sothos, standing beside him, snorted coldly and said with great displeasure, "How could we just let that kid go like that? It's just that we can't find him yet." Sothos, the black-haired Lion King, roared. He strongly advocated searching for traces of wind and was therefore the most furious among the crowd. But the others seemed to be a bit smarter than him. They knew that Feng was no ordinary person and must have already found a place to hide. So, the most pressing task now should be to solve the problem of equipment sales on the exchange. If this kid continues to dominate the market, it is foreseeable that other Chinese people will completely accept the existence of the Dragon Kingdom, and there is even a hint that Feng will be pushed onto the throne. And let's not even talk about the future. This is already the situation now. If this continues, it will be very disadvantageous for us. As everyone can see, although the other forces in the Dark Domain have not fully cooperated on the surface, they all actually want to overthrow us. And the wind was the fuse that ignited all of this. Inside the meeting room, a president with a gloomy face followed up. At this moment, all the presidents turned to look at the figure sitting in the very center of the conference room. The person in the middle is their strongest fighter, the guild leader Nodoa, who possesses the Void Darkin unit. After a long silence, Nodoa offered 2 solutions. Right now, we can adjust the prices of the equipment sold on the exchange in time to maintain a competitive relationship with Na Feng. Although doing this may not necessarily turn the tide, it should at least ease the resistance from the outside world. Or, without changing the situation, we can send out all our forces to find Feng's whereabouts, then kill him and be done with it. In short, our current strength is insufficient to contend with the lords of all other countries. We must not let them unite at this time, otherwise things will become very troublesome. After Nodoa finished speaking, he observed the reactions of those around him. Sothos was the first to stand up and make a choice. "You want us to lower our prices too? No way. Isn't this bowing down to that guy from China? This person must be killed to demonstrate the might of our beautiful nation. I advocate for the second option." His angry shout drew everyone's attention, but no one agreed with him. No. The situation is delicate right now, and doing this will only exacerbate the external provocation. I think it would be better to be patient for now. We can lower the prices of our goods while vigorously searching for Feng's whereabouts. This is the best course of action. On the side, another president, Omag, with a gloomy face, offered a suggestion, which drew nods of agreement from the others. That sounds like a good idea. There's a saying in China that goes something like this: to lure someone in, you must first let them go. We feigned compromise to lower their guard, and then secretly launched a massive search for Feng. To consolidate our rule, we must make appropriate compromises. That's right. As they spoke, more and more association presidents voiced their support for the decision. Sothos, who was furious, could only grit his teeth and temporarily follow the others' ideas. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Nodoa, who was sitting in the center, quickly gave the order to act. They all adjusted the prices of the high-level equipment they were selling on the exchange, and each dispatched troops to conduct a thorough search of the outside world of the Dark Domain. After completing everything, they nodded with satisfaction and secretly went to the chat channel to observe the reactions of the other lords. The reason they don't directly announce that they've lowered prices is because they can't bring themselves to do it. Doesn't lowering prices mean admitting to compromise? As the strongest force in the Dark Domain, compromising is inherently unseemly. Moreover, they did this simply because of one person. All you can do is secretly observe the public's reaction, hoping to salvage the current situation by lowering prices. Among the presidents, Sothos was the most aggrieved. He couldn't stand this kind of treatment, but he couldn't retaliate, so he could only rub his hands together, making the round table in the conference room shake. Actually, the group had a vague sense of unease, feeling that the plan was going to fail, but they couldn't say it directly. As for why one feels like a failure, it's because they've done so many bad things to damage their reputation in the Dark Domain that now, simply lowering prices isn't enough to salvage the situation. In the chat channel, while lords from other countries were snapping up the goods that Dustwind kept putting on the shelves, they discovered that the Kingdom of Beauty was also secretly changing the prices of their items, and they all burst out laughing. Russia, Rockdorfsky. Oh dear, when did these guys from America learn to bow their heads? They're secretly adjusting the prices of their own goods. It makes me want to laugh. Sunset Kingdom. Royaskull. They don't think that lowering the price will make people buy, do they? These guys weren't like this when they were killing our people. Rooster Country, Dora Fargus. That's right. We only do business with Mr. Wind from the Dragon Country now. People from the pretty country better go play with their eggs. Sakura Country, Hyuga Steel Plate. Baka Yuru. You despicable bunch upstairs. How dare you talk to my dad like that? Korean, Golden Throat Juice. You guys are too arrogant. My handsome dad will come and kill you all later. Shiba. Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. My hair? Where did this stupid dog come from? Get out of here and play somewhere else. Desert Country, Shakriya Sirkanda. Your dad is obviously in a hurry because he's lowering the prices of all his goods. The lords of various countries expressed their stance in the chat channel, stating that they would no longer buy anything from the United States. Sothos and his group naturally witnessed this scene, and they were furious. Chapter 94. The End of Exploration, Endless Treasures. They knew it. We really underestimated the wrath of the lords. Their plan was about to fail, but Sothos and the others were helpless. What happened next was a small action by the exchange that completely ruined their embarrassing plan. Among the vast array of goods, the price of the items that were listed under the Wind category has changed again. Previously, in order to sell their high-level equipment, the United States deliberately kept the price the same as the Wind, selling each piece for 1,000 wood units. And now, in an attempt to bankrupt them, Feng has actually lowered the price again. This person started selling a high-level piece of equipment for 700 units of wood, which was half the price of their previous 1,500 units of wood. What an unbelievable bargain price. Did you just pick up all the high-level gear for free? How dare you buy it so cheaply? The American lords in the conference room have been driven mad. This guy is clearly going against us. We lowered our prices, and he followed suit. Fuck, we can't beat him at all. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to grab him and kill him right now and feed him to the dogs. All the beautiful congressional chairpersons were frowning when Sothos smashed the conference room table with a single punch and quickly left. Seeing that their delaying tactics had completely failed, they had no choice but to conduct the most thorough search. At present, the only way to quell this matter is to expose Feng and publicly behead him in front of all countries. Meanwhile, in the underground world, Chen Feng had just adjusted the prices of the equipment he was selling again before closing the exchange with satisfaction. Play with me? You probably don't know the power of a money-printing machine. Is the Tower of Trials a joke to you? He chuckled and went upstairs to the forging room. Xiao Yuling and Hua Yi were working hard at the moment, while Li Xin frantically handed them materials. Seeing that the Wind God had come in person, they quickly stood up and respectfully returned the greeting. Greetings, sir. My lord, the materials are almost ready to be synthesized. Chen Feng smiled as he listened to the three people's work reports. He stored the high-level equipment that the group had just finished acquiring in the warehouse, and then slowly said, Yes, very well done. I will give you some resources to upgrade your castle later. That should be enough to meet your needs. Furthermore, I will also give each of you a set of high-quality equipment. Keep it up. Once we finish processing another batch of high-level materials, I'll let you synthesize premium equipment. After saying this, Chen Feng went downstairs. Upon hearing this, the three people behind him were almost in tears, and they all bowed in gratitude in the direction where the Wind God had left. Long live the Wind God. We will follow you forever. The three lords were all extremely excited at this moment. They never imagined they would one day enjoy such generous benefits. All I have to do is help synthesize equipment in this forging room, and I can get so many benefits. Anyone who came here wouldn't want to leave again. Moreover, while they work, they can also enjoy the air conditioning and delicious food provided by the adult castle, just like on vacation. That's absolutely awesome, the epitome of sophisticated cool. Dust and Wind strolled slowly outside the castle for some fresh air. His current high-level equipment is practically inexhaustible. Those beautiful Chinese people up there must be searching me up and down right now. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Meanwhile, I'll enjoy developing my power below, and once I've completely taken over their trading platform, I'll slowly bring them down. Although he lowered the price of high-level equipment again, it didn't stop him from making a lot of money. On the contrary, now that the price has dropped, Even more people are buying, and they are making even more money. There's no need to worry about selling too fast and not having enough materials to keep up. Lily and her friends are currently wreaking havoc on the third level of the trial tower, and high-level materials are rolling in like they're free. I have so much material that the warehouse is about to explode. Therefore, Qinfeng made a very bold decision. He decided to simply distribute the high-level materials to the lords of the Dragon Kingdom and let them synthesize them themselves. Everyone is currently focused on finding treasures in the underground world and has no time to pay attention to leveling up their own units. In that case, why shouldn't he, as the president, be generous and help everyone? Previously, you may have spent a little money purchasing high-level equipment with white gems. High-level materials are now being given away for free, no money required. This is the extravagance of Qinfeng. But actually, he also had a small request. Soon, Qinfeng opened the guild chat panel and told everyone about it. Everyone, you can come and collect your high-level materials for free now. Everyone gets a share, line up to collect. At this moment, although we cannot be found in the world above, you should still pay close attention to the safety of your own troops while searching for treasure. So I've decided to share the good things I currently have with everyone. Everyone just needs to give me 1/10 of what they find when they discover special resource points, or when they mine materials to upgrade their castles. After Qinfeng finished speaking, all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were in an uproar. What? Is the master now directly sending high-level materials? Did I hear that right? Only a few materials are needed to upgrade the castle? What? Sir, I'd be happy to give you even if you only gave me 1/10, let alone 5/10. Brothers, we must find the treasure trove in the underground world for the masters today. Rush! Not long after. After receiving the high-level materials, all the lords were like they had been injected with adrenaline, frantically searching further into the underground world. And they kept their word, and after continuous exploration, they finally discovered a new treasure location in this vast, dark world. A super-large mineral vein has been discovered. A hidden underground rift valley has been discovered. An ancient forest of dead trees from long ago has been discovered. An underground river with abundant water resources has been discovered. The Ghost Valley Lair, harboring a mysterious monster, has been discovered. A new hidden realm, fragmented space, has been discovered. More and more treasure spots are being recorded on the guild's map coordinates. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom have finally reaped their rewards. Looking at all this, Qinfeng was naturally overjoyed. These locations offer quick access to all the resources you need right now. Furthermore, in the newly discovered Fragment Space secret realm, you can find the loyalty fragments that you lords are currently in dire need of. Although this thing is not important to Qinfeng, it is very important to others. Everyone entered the area to plunder resources after making the discovery. Of course, just like the initial promise. When everyone receives resources, they also remember to give 1/10 to their association leader. Don't underestimate this 1/10 of the quantity. Now, Qinfeng has accumulated these resources little by little, gradually becoming the most powerful and influential figure. That feels so good. It feels so good to develop secretly. On the throne, Qinfeng laughed, enjoying the joy of gradually taking off. Certainly, even in the midst of his happiness, he didn't forget his sister. Qinfeng sent several exquisite pieces of equipment and one top-tier piece of equipment that he had personally crafted to Qin Shui, who was far away in the ocean. He also inquired about her recent situation. After learning that his sister was safe and sound, he felt even more at ease. However, the surprises for today are not over yet. According to the latest news that Jia Ran found out in the World Channel within the guild, another newbie zone for Dragon Kingdoms has descended upon the Dark Domain. Chapter 95 Miss Jia Ran, please take me away. A new beginner zone for the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Through the chat channel, it was discovered that this newbie zone is Dragon Kingdom number 169, and is the second companion zone to arrive in the Dark Domain so far. Back then, many lords of the Dragon Kingdom suffered from the devastation caused by the beautiful National Beast card, which is why only a few people have descended to Earth now. At this moment, the newcomers must be very afraid of being targeted by various forces. After all, they have been attacked by the United States before. Qinfeng could roughly guess that the lords of number 169 were probably also looking for a safe place to hide. Their arrival was announced to the entire World Channel, so it was bound to be discovered by their archenemy, the United States. If the United States discovers this news, it will definitely mobilize immediately to search for them. What I need to do is try my best to help my fellow countrymen. If we can help in any way, we will. Let's see if we can bring them to the guild. If they're willing. Thinking about it, Chen Feng then told Vice President Jia Ran about this idea. Jia Ran responded that she had received the message. She somehow learned a method that allowed her to attract the Dragon Kingdom lords who had just arrived in the Dark Domain by sending coded messages in the World Channel. Such extraordinary social skills piqued the curiosity of Chen Feng, the president of the association. After some questioning, it was learned that this young lady was a female celebrity on Earth and had been an idol for a period of time, so she was quite famous. She sends coded messages, which those who understand them will naturally understand, and then she passes them on to others. As for why he and the others didn't realize Jia Ran's identity when they were in the newbie zone, it's because during her time as a celebrity, she used a stage name, and her identity as an idol was that of a virtual idol. So, when she was in the newbie zone 778, she didn't say anything, so no one recognized her. But now, this girl has finally put her past glorious deeds to use, leaving Chen Feng speechless. So you were a female celebrity before, with the stage name Jia Ran? That's really something. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly, replied with this message in Jia Ran's friend list, and then fell silent. Seeing this, Jia Ran felt a little disappointed. She thought the wind god would be very surprised when he learned that she was his idol. Unexpectedly, the adult's reaction remained as calm and indifferent as ever. Damn it, is he frigid? My lord, I really am Jia Ran. I have over 10 million followers on a certain website. Aren't you even a little bit surprised? Not surprised. Have you ever heard of cat poisoning? I sang it. Never heard of it. Why did this happen? Because I don't follow celebrities. After a deep conversation, Chen Feng suddenly realized that his tone was a bit off, so he quickly corrected himself. Right, now is not the time to talk about these things. I told you to quickly contact those Dragon Kingdom lords who just arrived in the Dark Domain. What are you doing standing here? Oh right. The girl patted her own head on the other end, as if to scold herself. Don't worry, Lord Wind God. I've revealed my identity this time, so I should be able to complete the mission quickly. She left those words behind in her castle, then quickly opened the world chat and began exchanging coded messages. As expected, as Jia Ran had predicted, more and more lords of the Dragon Kingdom began to notice her and expressed great shock. Wait a minute, this code word. Has a lord from the Dragon Kingdom already arrived here? Is that girl asking me to add her as a friend? Gradually, the code was established. More and more people from the Dragon Kingdom who had gained some insights added the girl as a friend and quickly began chatting with her. I never expected you to be Miss Jia Ran. Miss Jia Ran, I'm your fan. Jia Ran, take me away, Jia Ran. I want to go to the world of anime. I don't want to stay in this awful place anymore. Those who added Jia Ran as a friend were more or less flustered after seeing their idol. Jia Ran, of course, was not surprised at all. But she's not in the mood to hold any fan meetings right now. I'm here on the orders of the wind god. Alright, stop fooling around. Your current situation is very bad, and I am going to take you somewhere. But before that, you need to do this and this. Like this, then like this, understand? Not long after explaining the current situation in the Dark Domain, the newly arrived lords of the Dragon Kingdom all looked extremely grim. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. I never imagined that after just surviving a beast tide, we would face another life or death crisis. Those beasts from America are so vicious. Miss Jia Ran, is what you said true? Could such a divine being exist among our own people? All the lords were actively communicating with Jia Ran at this time. They learned that their fellow countrymen were gathered in a guild, and that the guild leader was a very mysterious and powerful figure. As the vice president, Jia Ran intends to invite them to join. It all depends on whether they agree to the agreement. That agreement, of course, refers to the conditions for union members to relocate. That is, with the guild leader's consent, one can give up one's castle territory to the guild leader and move one's castle to a location near the guild leader's territory. Those who agree to the area relocation will be forever loyal to the guild, and the guild leader will have the right to control your castle in any way, including but not limited to using your troop pool. There are other key points as well, but I won't list them all here. After a moment of silence following the release of this message, the Chinese people immediately made a decision. They want to join. I've made up my mind, I want to join. Me too. Now we must unite as one to defeat our powerful enemy. That's right, Miss Jia Ran's boss is our boss. We are willing to join the ranks of the Wind God. Many lords confirmed their final choice at this time. Other union presidents, after careful consideration, also agreed to join the Wind God Association family. This is about the bigger picture. They initially created the guild so that they could better protect their fellow Dragon Kingdom members after leaving the newbie zone. Now that they have such a reliable mountain supporting them, they are naturally happy to integrate into it. As more and more people responded, nearly 90% of the newly arrived Dragon Kingdom lords officially became members of the Wind God Society. Of course, not everyone can agree on the same point. Some lords hesitated and chose to observe first before making a decision. They were thinking that since they had never met Wind before and didn't know each other very well, they weren't really keen on joining the union right now. Seeing this, Jia Ran naturally didn't insist, nor would she use any special means to entice them. Since this was a request entrusted to her by the chairman, she respectfully complied. Chapter 96: The Gap Between Rich and Poor, and the Shock of the New Partner. The reason Shenfeng gave Jia Ran this decision was because he disliked people who were indecisive. He prefers followers who are astute, pragmatic, and loyal. Only people like this are more willing to be supported and helped. So, after confirming the number of participants, Jia Ran quickly clicked on the guild's membership application and then closed her virtual panel. Return to the underground world. Shenfeng sat on his throne, quietly awaiting the arrival of a new batch of Dragon Kingdom lords. Not long after, he noticed that the other castles near his territory had all moved slightly from their original positions. This means that a new castle has been integrated into his guild territory. Have those people arrived yet? As he spoke, he replied to Jia Ran's message, and the answer he received was affirmative. By this time, the young woman had brought down many newcomers. As the leader of this underground world, Shenfeng naturally had to meet those people first. He issued instructions in the guild channel, asking the new lord to come to his castle and collect some membership benefits. When the lords received the news and learned that the Wind God was such a warm-hearted person, they secretly thought to themselves that they had indeed followed the right person. They quickly settled themselves in their castle and then hurried to the coordinates given by Dustwind. Along the way, when they saw the other lords who had been the first to follow the Wind God, they greeted them politely. Since we're all from China, there's naturally no awkwardness when we meet. After chatting for a while, the two lords from different regions of the Dragon Kingdom became acquainted. Of course, these newly arrived lords cannot stay in one place and chat for too long. They continued forward, their pace quickening. While on their journey, they also discovered. It seems that his fellow inhabitants in the underworld are all richer than him. Their castles were all upgraded to level 2, and through the gates, one could even see the magnificent troop pools and the incredibly abundant food inside. This surprised the newcomers, who wondered why everyone looked so wealthy. Back then, they paid a huge price to defeat the Beast Tide in the newbie zone. Not only was a lot of time wasted dealing with this crisis, but many people even lost their lives as a result. Some of them didn't even have time to upgrade their castles, and some didn't even have time to eat their food before their lives were mercilessly taken by the ferocious beasts in the Beast Tide. Those who survived did so only because of the resources sent by their fallen comrades. Even so, those who survived, despite having the remaining resources of others, still couldn't compare to the wealth of their brothers in the underworld. However, this level alone does not seem to explain the problem. At this moment, the group of brothers on their way made a completely new and astonishing discovery. They discovered that when other soldiers occasionally passed by on the road, these soldiers were all wearing a brand new set of high-level equipment. Seeing this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. So much so that I can't think of any adjectives to describe my state of mind. But then one after another, soldiers fully equipped with high-level gear passed by discreetly. This group of people finally realized that they were still too naive. Do you think that a particular type of soldier is just a coincidence? No. This is the case everywhere. Everywhere you look, the soldiers are fully armed. It's the epitome of luxury. That's incredible. So powerful it makes you forget to breathe. At this point, they stopped and watched. Then he looked at his few poor and insignificant soldiers. Tears, which I couldn't hold back, streamed down my face. The gap between the rich and the poor is simply too huge. They all began to wonder if they were dreaming. It wasn't until they pinched their own faces hard that they finally realized this was reality. Move on. Subsequently, fully armed troops continued to pass by. The kind lord came over and explained to them that they would have these high-level equipment soon as well. Lord Fengshen has always treated all members equally, so please rest assured. The group of people were so excited after hearing this that they almost fainted. Is there really such a good thing in the world? No wonder his fellow countrymen respectfully addressed the guild leader as Lord Wind God. It's no wonder that the guild leader has so many guild members and subordinates. There's a reason for it. Among the crowd, a lord who had once been the head of a guild sighed. They admitted that when they were union presidents, they had never provided such good benefits to their members. We traveled along the way, stopping and starting frequently. After a long journey, the lords finally arrived at the outer perimeter of a towering city wall. Through the open city gates, one can see a magnificent and luxurious white castle in the center of this territory. This castle was the most luxurious city they had ever seen. This place must be the territory and residence of Lord Wind God. As they were talking, a figure appeared on top of the city wall. Standing atop the city wall, Chen Feng looked down at the 200 or so newcomers below and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. In a newbie zone of 1,000 people, less than 300 actually made it out. It seems that the terrifying beast tied back then did indeed deal a significant blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Those who arrived in the Dark Domain earlier are already considered to be among the stronger regions in the Dragon Kingdom. The number of lords in the newbie zones that will appear later may be even fewer than it is now. Well, he muttered to himself. Dust and wind revealed that the lords below were already eagerly awaiting their arrival. Seeing that everyone was waiting for his instructions, he stopped thinking and spoke directly. Welcome, everyone, to my guild. Here, you will have the safest environment to develop. Furthermore, I will not make any malicious demands on you. You only need to abide by the basic rules. Since you're new here and unfamiliar with the place, you can talk to the older members of the guild and ask them to take you to explore the underground world, gather resources, or even upgrade your units. I hope you can make the most of this hard-won time. When the time comes, I will lead you back to the surface and take revenge on the beautiful country that once oppressed us. Now, I will distribute the high-level equipment that you have already forged. You can collect the materials from the guild and synthesize the rest yourself when you have time. As Chen Feng spoke, a pile of glittering, high-level equipment, resembling treasures, emerged from the city gate. After listening to the president's words, everyone respectfully lined up to receive their membership benefits, moved to tears, some even crying out loud. Wah, long live the Wind God. I've never met anyone so kind to me in my entire life. The president is awesome. We will follow you forever. Time passed, and after everyone had collected their items, the newly arrived Dragon Kingdom lords quickly dispersed, each following the veteran members to fulfill their own missions. Seeing this, Chen Feng returned to the castle with peace of mind. Everything seems to be arranged perfectly. All that's left is time for everyone to develop gradually. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Dark Domain, Sothos personally rode his dark-held berserker lion, accompanied by thousands of soldiers he had enslaved, as they traversed the endless wasteland before them. Before him stood an unassuming castle. The owner of the castle was one of the few Dragon Kingdom lords who had previously refused to go to the underworld. Chapter 97 Interrogation, Suspicion, and Incompetent Teammates. Sothos pressed closer and closer, and was about to reach the castle. According to intelligence from his guild slaves, there should have been dozens of newly arrived lords from the Dragon Kingdom near this wasteland. However, only one remains now, and he has most likely been taken away by the Wind Guild. But as long as there is one person left, he must capture that person. The vast expanse on the ground was magnificent and imposing, like an army. In the sky, there was only one flying blood-red vulture, carrying a lord. That's right. Sothos was not the only one who came on this trip. Among the top 10 presidents of the beautiful country, the 7th-ranked Sky Hunter, Stel chose to travel with this reckless guy. He followed along because he was afraid that something might go wrong with his teammate on the journey. Sure enough, when he saw the castle in the distance, Zeller knew something was wrong. Sothos, you're such a brainless idiot. I always told you to keep a low profile, but you insisted on sending out your slave army. Damn it. Now, all that's left in front of us is the castle of a Dragon Kingdom lord. According to previous information, there were at least 3 here. Now, Stirrer, who was riding a vulture in the sky, was naturally furious. Sothos on the ground snorted coldly. Humph, when has our beautiful nation ever needed to act in secret? We must crush everything in our path to demonstrate our divine might. Kill! He roared, and the Hellfire Lion beneath him accelerated, with numerous troops following closely behind. Such a grand spectacle naturally made the sound of footsteps on the ground noisy, and also annoyed Stirrer in the sky. Zither is now genuinely starting to suspect that if things continue like this, the lamb being arrested not far in front of him will be scared to death by Sothos. in order to avoid letting my incompetent teammate ruin the current plan and also to make myself feel better. Zhuai pushed his bloodthirsty vulture to its limit. Then, a figure of light quickly distanced itself from the ground army and arrived in front of the castle first. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom Lord inside the castle was currently contemplating his recent joining of the Wind God Society within his territory. This person's troops are all currently on standby in the castle and have no intention of going out to scout the outside world, so they are completely unaware of the current crisis. During the time he wasted, a disaster that threatened his life struck. Then, a seemingly massive, trampling sound could be heard slowly approaching. Before he could examine the situation closely, a powerful gust of wind swept through and burst open the gates of his castle. The Lord trembled, bewildered as to what had happened. But then, a man with a hooked nose and a hateful look in his eyes came up in front of him and grabbed his neck tightly with a thick arm. By the time this person's troops reacted and their master was captured, they had already been slaughtered by a blur of blood and light. Zhuai's bloodthirsty vultures slaughtered the enemy without hesitation, wiping out the Lord's troops in the blink of an eye. This is an insurmountable gap, caused by a huge difference in strength. The Lord who witnessed this scene was now filled with nothing but despair and utter confusion. Unexpectedly, he was put to death as soon as he arrived in this place called the Dark Domain. I once heard a girl named Jia Ran say that beautiful Chinese people are searching for themselves. At the time, he thought he wouldn't be discovered immediately, but now it seems he was too naive. It was during this period of oxygen deprivation in his brain. Zither slowly released his grip on his neck, giving him room to breathe. You can't die yet. Tell me where the wind is, and I might spare your life. Stir, whose face was gloomy and whose appearance was extremely fierce, revealed a strange smile at this moment. He smiled as he spoke to the Dragon Kingdom Lord before him, but his expression was more like a grimace. Seeing this scene, the Lord, who was taking deep breaths, kept coughing, trying to calm himself down as much as possible. He wondered who he had offended that would send such a powerful being to interrogate him personally. Also, this person was speaking the American language, which he couldn't understand. I don't know. The Lord, lying on the ground, had exhausted all his learning and only managed to utter this one sentence from the beautiful country. Seeing that he had been too excited and forgotten that the two of them did not speak the same language, Zither took out a crystal ball from his pocket. I ask you, do you know where the wind is? Sky Hunter Stir spoke again, his words translated into Dragon Kingdom language through the crystal ball. Now, the Lord in front of him could no longer pretend to be mute. I really don't know. Please, have mercy on me and spare my life. Bang dash. As the lowly Lord finished speaking. From behind, Sothos kicked down the castle gate and stormed in menacingly. Zither, you son of a bitch, this guy was spotted by my men first. If anyone should be interrogated, it should be me. The irritable black-haired Lion King shoved aside the furrowed brows of Stir and grabbed the Lord back up from the ground. His actions were the same as those of Stir before him. He grabbed the man by the neck with his hands, seemingly intending to kill him in public to silence him. However, Zeller had left himself some room to maneuver, while Sothos was serious. Tell me, where exactly is that guy Feng? If you don't tell me, I'll break your fingers one by one and tear your skin off layer by layer today. Explain. Speak. Sothos's fierce words reached the Lord's ears through the crystal. After hearing this, the Lord was no longer in the mood to confess honestly. He didn't recognize Feng at all, nor did he know where this person was. But in the moment he hesitated, one of his fingers was broken off by Sothos. A painful scream reached its throat, but no sound could be uttered. Sothos was now extremely angry, and had even lost his mind. His true face, hidden beneath the beast mask, was unknown in its ferocity, but judging from the bulging veins on his muscles, he was clearly on the verge of exploding. Just as the Lord was about to be strangled to death by Sothos, Stel kicked the Black Lion King aside and shouted, "Fuck! Are you fucking insane? This is a hostage we captured with great difficulty. She has immense value. If you kill him, all your efforts will have been in vain. You pig brain." Zhuai roared loudly, clearly driven mad by this idiot teammate. The two of them got into a huge argument and actually started fighting because they didn't like each other. Chapter 98 Infernal Affairs and the Brand of Slavery, Sothos's Intelligence. The two then started fighting. The Lord, cowering to one side, watched furtively, not daring to speak loudly, and could only tremble with fear. Through the crystal that had fallen to the ground, he overheard their conversation and learned some of the details. These two powerful guys from the US want to take me hostage, betray my compatriots, and then kill me in one fell swoop. In other words, in the end, I'm nothing more than a tool. If you have no use to us, you're doomed to die, and you might even die on the spot right now. Furthermore, the wind they are looking for is most likely related to the girl named Jiao Ran. Feng and Jiran are very likely from the same guild. The Union had invited him before, but he hesitated due to various reasons and missed the opportunity. Now that I've ended up in this situation, I don't know if it's too late to regret it. The Lord quietly opened his virtual panel and looked at Jiao Ran in his friends list, who had not yet deleted him. He felt like he had grasped a lifeline. Meanwhile, in the underground world, Dustwind was urging the three members in the forging room to forge high-quality equipment, and they were working hard. Jiao Ran then sent herself a message saying that a lord on the ground had regretted his decision and wanted to rejoin the guild, asking if she should approve it. Chen Feng stood frozen in place, frowning and concentrating. According to Jiao Ran, this lord is being tortured by two guys from the American country and is now on the verge of death. He hoped to join the gang as soon as possible in order to save his life. And this man swore that he was not sent to be a mole. After listening, Chen Feng believed what this person said. Anyone who joins your guild and agrees to the area relocation terms can have their unit type and chat history recorded. However, he disliked people who hesitated beforehand, so he considered it for a while. But considering that they are all compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Feng still intends to give this person a chance. He wanted to exploit America's urgent need for a mole to create a double agent scheme. He wanted this lord to pretend to be a traitor within the Dragon Kingdom, and then deceive the people from the American Kingdom. The plan has been drafted. After Jiao Ran communicated with the Lord readily agreed. Return to the wasteland on the surface of the Dark Realm. Inside the castle, Stur punched Sothos in the face, nearly cracking Sothos's mask. Sothos was furious when he saw that this damned guy dared to hit him, so he turned around and fought back. The two Grandmaster-level experts were locked in a fierce battle, making the castle seem as if it would collapse at any moment because of them. But then, a rift suddenly opened in their bodies, and two dark hands pushed them away. The strongest guild leader of the beautiful country, Nodoa, realized that something was wrong and used the special power of his unit to forcibly break up the fight between the two. What the hell are you doing? Aren't you getting on with the important business? Fuck. After uttering these words, Nodoa's dark hand swiftly disappeared back into the void rift. Upon hearing this, Sothos and Stur had no choice but to swallow their anger and shake hands to make peace. No way. They can only listen to the boss now. Nodoa planted a void seed within their bodies, and now they dare not disobey. Their lives were at stake. If they didn't comply, they wouldn't be able to find the antidote from that damned guy. I'll settle the score with you next time. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Are you satisfied now? After saying this, Stel rode away on his bloodthirsty vulture. He no longer wanted to see this useless teammate, so he went out on his own to search for other Chinese people. Zidel really didn't believe that a brainless guy like Sothos could get any information out of other people. Who knows, this pig-nosed creature might just kill someone in a moment. Inside the castle, after the blood-red vulture flew away, Sothos angrily slammed his fist on the ground and let out a disdainful snort. Humph, who the hell do they think they are? Do I need your help? Even without you, I can still find the whereabouts of the wind. The black-haired lion roared proudly and confidently. Could he not handle a mere piece of trash from the Dragon Kingdom? Sothos strode up to the Lord, grabbed his sleeve again, and lifted him up, saying, "Hey kid, what's your name? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, facing this crystal, where the wind is going. Explain. Right now?" Although the Black Lion King was reckless, he did have some sense once he calmed down. He also knew to bring a translation crystal so that there wouldn't be a language barrier when taking hostages. Meanwhile, the Lord had already made a secret deal with Chen Feng, so he started putting on an act. He pretended to be terrified of death, but in reality, he really was scared. "My name is Yi Liangchun. Sir, please spare me. I remember. That guy once invited me to join the guild. If you spare me, I'll go in right now and become your mole. Once I get in, I'm sure I'll get his position. I'll tell you secretly then." The Lord named Yi Liangchun spoke timidly, which caused Sothos to loosen his grip on his hand slightly. "It's good that you have this awareness. That's what it means to be pragmatic. Etc. If you want to reunite with that wind, you'll have to sign a territory relocation agreement with him, right? I have my own union, and I know what that means." "You're trying to lie to me?" Suddenly remembering something, Sothos grabbed the Lord's neck again with all his might, his voice extremely ferocious. Once you go down there, everything will be under Feng's control, including the chat logs. And if you try to tattle on me then, he'll find out anyway. So how will I know your exact location? I understand. You want me to let you go so you can betray me, right? Fuck you, dream on. Sothos, who was originally acting impulsively, reacted very cleverly at this moment. This left Yi Liangchun, who had just been acting seriously, feeling disheartened, realizing that the undercover plan given to him by Feng seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yes, Feng may not know that Sothos is also a president. So the plan will fail. What should we do? I was just thinking about it. The black-haired Lion King in front of them spoke again. But it's okay. You still have value to me. I will brand you with the mark of a slave, so that you will truly serve me. Anyone I enslave, no matter where they are, must obey me. Furthermore, I can clearly know where you are, so you don't need to worry about being discovered by revealing your coordinates. Ha 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 ha. A burst of merciless laughter followed. Under the desperate gaze of this Dragon Kingdom lord, Sothos branded an indelible brand of enslavement onto his back with the claws of his Hellfire Lion. Chapter 99: A False Alarm, drawing a circle on the ground as a prison. Just as the slave brand was about to be imprinted on the Dragon Kingdom lord's body, Yi Liangchun quickly opened the virtual panel during the last moment of carrying Sothos on his back and sent several warnings to the wind. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he naturally knew what the consequences of being enslaved would be. In order to avoid being labeled a traitor by everyone, he chose righteousness before sacrificing himself. A piercing scream, accompanied by the excruciating pain of skin being burned, echoed throughout the castle. And within the underground world, Jia Ren quickly relayed the message to her guild leader via the guild channel. Upon learning of this, Chen Feng was also conflicted. The person I was trying to save still met with misfortune. It seems that he was indeed a bit too hasty at the time, overlooking the fact that Sothos might also be the chairman. And most importantly, this person's military abilities seemed to include the ability to enslave others. Dark Hell Berserker Lion? Slave brand. This is a bit tricky. The situation was changing rapidly, making Chen Feng's scalp tingle. Previously, he thought he could still save this Dragon Kingdom lord. But now, bringing this person down might bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. But even in his own time of crisis, this guy still chose not to betray his compatriots and truthfully confessed everything he knew, which made Chen Feng appreciate him a bit more and feel that he was worth saving. What should we do? Is there any way to salvage the current situation? He spoke while thinking, pacing back and forth inside the castle. Dark Hell Berserker Lion Dark. Could this unit type be connected to the dark forces? As if struck by a sudden realization, Chen Feng was enlightened. By the way, Mona, the fallen angel and the Lord of Darkness, I wonder if she has any way to deal with this mark. As he spoke, Chen Feng quickly recalled Mona through telepathy. A void gate opened inside the castle, and the figure of the fallen angel swiftly arrived before his master. My lord, what are your commands? Upon seeing his master calling, the fallen angel swiftly returned and respectfully bowed to his master. Now, her strength has reached the Grandmaster level, thanks to the large number of monsters in the Tower of Trials. However, Chen Feng is not here today to celebrate her level up, but to give her some important instructions. Enough with the chit-chat, time is of the essence. The Lord and the soldier quickly communicated, and soon the fallen angel understood the details. Dark Hell Berserker Lion, I understand. It's just a wild beast, nothing to worry about. Mona smiled, her captivating eyes radiating absolute confidence. My lord need not worry. The highest growth limit of that kind of lion is only the peak of the Grandmaster level. It was just one of my pets. I have just been promoted to Grandmaster, so I can remove their marks on the spot without them noticing. That's excellent. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was overjoyed and began to formulate a battle plan. First of all, this undercover operation must be carried out to the very end. Therefore, this lord named Yi Liangchun must be brought down. But the moment you receive him, you must immediately go to his side and remove the brand from him. The deactivation speed must be extremely fast. Even a second's delay could reveal one's location coordinates. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng realized that this was a gamble. If successful, their Dragon Kingdom will have more time to develop. If any one step goes wrong, the entire building will collapse in an instant. The lives of everyone in the underworld are now in his own hands, and he must make a careful choice. To fight or not to fight. If you don't fight, there is no future. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. As he muttered to himself, he had already made up his mind. Dustwind has absolute confidence in his troops. Not long after, he quickly summoned back the other units as well. Now, Nyarlathotep, Liliko, Kyle, and Goku are all ready to carry out their master's plan. The Dark Realm, the world above. In the boundless wilderness, a huge lion brand appeared on Yi Liangshan's back, causing him excruciating pain and gradually making his body out of control. His eyes turned from clear to blood red, and his entire face looked even more ferocious. But at this moment, the last shred of reason he had left told him that he could not become a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. Please don't approve my relocation request. Absolutely not. Buzz dash. Only after his brain was buzzing and the last shred of stubbornness in his heart had vanished did Yi Liangshan turn around and respectfully say to Sothos in front of him, Lord Sothos, I am ready to serve you. At this moment, he was devout, like a soulless corpse. Seeing that his mission was accomplished, the black-haired Lion King was naturally delighted and laughed heartily. Very good. This is the slave I want. That beast Teasier dares to look down on me. I'll see how he looks when I slap him in the face. Sothos spoke arrogantly, believing that everything was fine, and began to relax. He patted the shoulder of the Dragon Kingdom Lord in front of him heavily, and said earnestly, Yi Liangshan, go. Go join the Winds Guild, and bring back all the secrets. After this is done, I'll allow you to be my pet dog, not my slave. Yes, Lord Sothos. Upon receiving the order, Yi Liangshan's eyes were vacant. He opened his virtual panel in a daze, and then performed a series of detailed operations. Immediately afterwards, his castle began to appear illusory, with faint signs of ascension. The black-maned Lion King, standing still, watched this scene and knew that his plan had succeeded. He believed that Foam, without knowing anything, had led the mole he had sent to his union's location. This made the already unruly Sothos even more proud, and he was very satisfied with his move. Just a few more seconds, and I'll be able to enjoy the fruits of my labor. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He laughed wildly, his laughter terrifying and frightening, just like a wild beast. The underground world. After agreeing to Yi Liangshan's relocation of the area, Chen Feng and his troops entered a state of full alert. Based on the characteristics of castle relocation, lords who join later will inevitably appear at the end of the guild gathering area. The guild leader has the right to choose the location where this lord descends. So, after Chen Feng finalized Yi Liangshan's landing location, Nayali and the others arrived at the designated spot and were ready. Previously, Chen Feng had worried that Sothos might be able to capture a trace of his location the moment the Dragon Kingdom Lord descended. But now there's no need to worry anymore. My strongest unit was able to solve this problem perfectly. Chapter 100 Eagle Catches Chicks. Your strongest unit can perfectly solve this problem. At his destination, Wukong used one of his supernatural powers, drawing a circle on the ground as a prison. Anyone, any soldier, or even any territory imprisoned by this supernatural power will be cut off from all contact with the outside world. This means that Sothos will not receive any messages while Goku is casting his spell. Chen Feng truly hadn't expected this unexpected surprise. He was in such a hurry that he didn't have time to ask Wukong, and he never expected that Wukong would have this trick up his sleeve. Furthermore, judging from Yi Liangshan's last few messages before being enslaved, Sothos seems to have only brought one war lion with him, not even his main force. This war lion's combat strength is at most no higher than the peak of the Grandmaster level. In this way, Wukong can perfectly limit the effect of the slave brand. Then Chen Feng became fearless. However, while drawing a line in the sand is a good thing, it cannot last too long and must be closed as soon as possible after Mona removes the mark. Otherwise, Sothos, who has been unable to find his slave anywhere, will surely be alerted and become suspicious. Thinking about it, new messages have been sent through the virtual panel. The dust settled in their minds. It was news of the Lord's arrival. Upon seeing this, he immediately shared vision with his unit to check the latest developments in the distance. As far as the eye could see, there was indeed a dilapidated castle in the area where Naya and the others were. Without him issuing any further orders, the soldiers instantly rushed into the castle. Mona went first, and upon seeing the inner lord, she used magic to bind and control him, then placed her palm on his back, gathering dark power. The intense pain caused Yi Liangshan to scream. However, the slave brand on his back changed from a beast's claw to the shape of Mona's hand at this time. Chen Feng observed silently, then suddenly spoke. Don't let this mark disappear completely. Keep it connected to Sothos. This sentence was transmitted into the fallen angel's brain. Mona nodded slightly from a distance, indicating that she understood. My lord, I understand. I have modified this person's slave brand and covered it with a more refined layer of dark power to disguise it. This layer of dark power seals the power of the Berserker lion within, and it is now under my control. Now, the person who previously branded the slave will not feel that his brand has been modified and controlled, and when he tries to communicate with the slave through the brand, his voice will be transmitted to your ears through my dark power. I am handing over control of this dark power to you. You are now free to manipulate it in any way you wish, including preserving or destroying it. Very good. After listening to Mona's quick report, Chen Feng ordered Wukong to disable the drawing a circle on the ground effect and instructed Nayali to bring Yi Lianshan to his side. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened, and the little girl arrived before him with a lord whose face was bruised and swollen. Yi Lianshan opened his eyes and found himself in a completely different world, thinking he was dead. Am I dead? Is this paradise? Who are you? As he spoke, he looked at the masked man sitting on the throne with a bewildered expression, but at that moment he heard a rough voice in his mind. Slave, have you arrived at your destination? Sothos's terrifying voice echoed in his mind, bringing Yi Lianshan back to reality from his half-awake state. Wait, Sothos. He's controlling me. But how can I speak on my own now and hear his voice? And who is this person in front of me? Could it be you? After a while of talking to himself, when Yi Lianshan looked at the boy in front of him again, he finally realized. Was I saved by the wind? The person in front of me is. But how could that be? He clearly remembered that he had indeed been enslaved. He didn't have time to think it over. Chen Feng stood up and made a Shu gesture at him. Shu, I can hear the voice in your head too. Now, it's your turn to do your job. As the masked boy spoke these earnest words to him, Yi Lianshan's inner turmoil dissipated, and he realized that the person before him was indeed Feng. So he knew what to do now. Quickly regain that dazed feeling I had when I was under control, Yi Lianshan replied to Sothos in his mind in a half-dead tone. My lord, I have arrived at my destination. Good, very good. Almost instantly after returning to the past, Sothos happily relayed the message back. You're very efficient. However, why can't I sense your location anymore? Where are you now? Fine, just tell me where the wind is. Sothos then mentioned it twice in a slightly surprised tone. He found it strange that he couldn't find the location of the slaves. Generally speaking, unless the slave is very far away or is interfered with by some special obstacle, it is impossible to isolate the slave's perception of location. Now we've encountered this situation. He genuinely believed that the wind was very, very far away from him, which caused this unexpected change. But it's okay. One's own slave brand allows one to communicate telepathically with the branded person, no matter how far apart they are. Although he cannot personally experience the existence of the location, the effect is the same if the slave tells the truth himself. Inside the castle, when Yi Lianshan and Chen Feng heard Sothos's question, their expressions differed. Yi Lianshan broke out in a cold sweat, unsure how to respond to the butcher who had once tried to kill him. Chen Feng, on the other hand, revealed a strange smile and then pointed his index finger at the sky. His mischievous appearance naturally caused the nervous Yi Lianshan to furrow his brow. After a moment's thought, this not too stupid lord of the Dragon Kingdom quickly realized Feng's true intentions. So, he once again feigned loyalty and replied to the voice in his mind. Lord Sothos, the Wind Guild is in the sky. All people of the Dragon Kingdom are above you at this moment. What? Above me? Where in the sky is it? Probably around here. I see. Ha ha ha, I knew it. In Yi Lianshan's mind, a triumphant laugh kept echoing. After laughing for a few minutes, the sound gradually subsided until it came to an abrupt end. After making the hand gesture, Chen Feng winked at the Lord, essentially saying, You did a great job. Yi Lianshan scratched his head sheepishly, unsure of what to say. Above the earth's surface, Sothos gazed at the endless dark clouds above the dark domain, his heart filled with ambition. I knew it. The dark clouds in the sky above this dark domain are incredibly thick. They look like they could carry heavy objects. As expected, the Lord can be hidden up there. Why didn't I think of that before? It's all thanks to this slave's intelligence. Wind, you're still too green to play hide and seek with me. With my intelligence, catching you would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Sothos excitedly announced via chat with the president that the 10 presidents of the United States had gathered. Gentlemen, I have pinpointed the exact location of that wind. You will all come with me now, and I will lead you to conquer the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone, gather around quickly. I'll eat shit if you're lying. These words shocked all 9 presidents. Real. Chapter 101. There's a mole. The deal is terminated. Really? When the presidents heard the news from Sothos, they were all incredulous. Even the sky hunter Stir, who had just left, was now completely bewildered. At this moment, he is soaring through the sky with his vulture, looking up at the thick layers of dark clouds above. Zither was skeptical and suspicious of Sothos's words. Does this pig brain really think he can get any information out of the Dragon Kingdom's lord? Could it be that he successfully used his slavery technique? But is it really that easy to capture the person we're looking for? Could it be that the wind on the other side is also a pig brain? Slightly hesitant, Zyr had no choice but to obey the Black Lion King and return to R'lyeh to devise a new battle plan. Along the way, he still felt uneasy about the Black Lion King's work and couldn't help but add, Sothos, if you dare to lie about military intelligence, we'll all cut off your buttocks and roast them. Sharp language. Sothos, seeing that this damn Zytl was provoking him again, surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and replied in the chat box. Haha, you featherless bastard, you still dare to talk back. I'll slap you hard in the face then, pluck all your vulture feathers, and show you what it means to be utterly humiliated. The Black Lion King has made up his mind that once things are done, he will definitely remove this damn sky hunter from his position as one of the top 10 guild leaders and find a new person to replace him. Not only that, if this matter is handled properly, he may even be promoted to Nodoa's most trusted confidant, thereby obtaining the antidote to break free from his imprisonment. As long as I get Nodoa's approval, it seems like there won't be any problem even if I make Stir his slave. Thinking of this, Sothos was already in a frenzy and couldn't wait for everything to be completed right now. He instructed the guild leaders to return to R'lyeh so that they could work out the next detailed plan. And in the underground world, Chen Feng was secretly pleased to see that his plan to assassinate someone had worked. Very good. Now those guys in America must be sending a large number of troops to search the skies. Then our underworld will have a lot more time to develop, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. As he spoke, he gently patted Yi Liangqin's shoulder and handed him a high-level storage ring. Here are some healing items, delicious food, materials for upgrading your castle, and a decent set of high-quality equipment. Just accept them for now. Later, you can also receive some high-level materials for free in the guild channel for your own synthesis. Once you've recovered from your injuries, the other guild members here will take you on missions. That's all for now. I'm fine. Yi Liangqin, who respectfully accepted the ring, cried with snot running down his face, still looking incredulous. So many treasures, sir. I cannot bear this burden. It's all right. You deserve it. Just accept it. As they were talking, the former suddenly knelt down, which stunned Chen Feng. My lord, I will forever remember your great kindness. From now on, I will be your most loyal subordinate, and I will not hesitate for a moment longer. After Yi Liangqin finished speaking, Chen Feng helped him up and said helplessly, There's no need for that. Just stay here and develop your skills. We'll need you to keep fooling Sothos in the future. We are all Chinese, and it is only right that we help each other in these chaotic times. Go. As they were talking, Naya had already escorted the lord back to his castle. Chen Feng merely watched, so there was no need for him to personally see the guest off. He had just seen that the guy's castle had been destroyed beyond recognition by the black-haired Lion King, so he gave him some extra castle materials before leaving. When a castle is damaged to varying degrees, it needs to be repaired using building materials. Adding in the basic materials needed for castle upgrades, it adds up to a considerable sum. But this lord has done a great deal of work, so these rewards are well worth it. Even if this person's castle is completely destroyed and needs to be rebuilt, I will help him unconditionally. Of course, a castle can be rebuilt if it is completely destroyed, but if the lord dies, then all of that is in vain. But as long as this person is alive, that is one's greatest wealth. Yi Liangqin's ability to consistently divert America's attention is a crucial factor in his current struggle against America. Now that the situation has temporarily stabilized, I can finally focus on other things. First, he needs to continue listing items on the exchange and trading with lords of various countries to create an impression of prosperity for the country and lower their guard. This way, the other side will definitely think that China is still developing without knowing anything, and then those people will feel at ease to carry out the search and arrest operation. As expected, They will likely send a large number of troops into the sky at night to search for traces of the Chinese. According to the explanation of the Lords of the World channel, the day and night in the dark domain are almost the same. Both are covered by dark clouds, and the sunlight is hard to see. But at night, the light in the sky and Earth can drop to a minimum, which is more suitable for the United States to launch an attack. The sky coordinates of Sothos given by Yi Liangchen are very vague, requiring a large number of troops to search for them. They estimate it will take them 2 or 3 days to get the results. Then, I can have Liangchen change the coordinates and continue to make those people search elsewhere. As long as we can keep fooling them, we'll keep doing it until they realize what's going on. Based on this, Chen Feng further speculated that when those beautiful Chinese sent out a large number of troops, their base would also be temporarily empty. At this time, if we could sneak into their territory to spy on them, we would surely gain a lot. It's a pity. Unable to trace the location of Nasothos's guild through the secretly altered slave brand, he was unable to do so. Otherwise, this would be the perfect counterattack. But now that we know there are gaps inside the other side, Chen Feng still asked Jiao Ran to try to investigate and see if she could find any clues. That girl's Void Devourer seems to have the ability to burrow, allowing it to travel back and forth across the land surface. Therefore, her troops can be sent to complete this task. At night, when the enemy's rear defenses are vulnerable. But I also have other things to do right now. When Naya and the others returned to the 3rd floor of the Endless Trial Tower, the girls sent back a message saying that the big boss of the 3rd floor was coming soon. This is even more terrifying than the previous minor bosses. Not only does it require the Great Sage's support, but it also requires my personal command. Chapter 102 New Attributes, New Skills, New Rewards. Because Chen Feng had been busy with other things, it had been a long time since he had commanded any of the different troop types in battle. Now it was time for him to get back into the swing of things. If I don't get to know Lily and the others properly, I feel like I can't develop a normal relationship with them. Seeing that all the troops had arrived at the edge of the 3rd level of the trial tower, Chen Feng himself indicated that he was ready. The Great Sage is currently at the entrance to the 3rd level, choosing to observe quietly. Now, the newly emerged monsters on the 3rd level have been mostly cleared out by the Great Sage. There's no need to wait for him to intervene. As long as Lily and the others go to the center of the 3rd level, the boss will naturally appear. When the boss appears, the Great Sage will just watch from the sidelines and will not reappear unless absolutely necessary. If he makes a move, the boss will surely die without a burial place, thus preventing Lily and the others from completing the trial. Therefore, the Great Sage's role is more about protecting these people as a bodyguard. He doesn't actually need to provide any special assistance. At this point, Chen Feng should take command. But nowadays, because it had been a long time since I had fought alongside my own troops, he found that when he connected with telepathy and visual sharing, his mental stress seemed to increase significantly. It was because of this sudden change that he suddenly realized something. Oh right, my level has been increasing recently, but I forgot to allocate points to my personal attribute panel. Chen Feng slapped the throne, realizing that he had completely forgotten about this matter. Once he reached platinum rank, he stopped checking his attribute panel. Now that his strength has reached the diamond level, he must have accumulated a lot of free attribute points. Furthermore, the strength of the troops is also improving rapidly, so the current mental attribute is clearly not enough. He needs to improve even more. Upon opening their virtual panel, their brand new personal attributes were quickly displayed. Name, Chen Feng. Personal level, LV20, 30,000 plus 300,000. Individual combat power, Diamond 99 stars. Personal skill, Domineering Aura, Beginner. Physical attack, 2,500 plus 200. Magic attack, 1,000 plus 100. Defense, 1,200 plus 120. Agility, 600 plus 50. Mental strength, 770 plus 10. Available free points, 500. Equipment, Pseudo-Martial God Fengxian set, increases attack, defense, and agility by 10% during combat, including set bonus attributes. Card, Castle Moving Card. Gems, 666 white gems, 123 green gems, 10 blue gems. Units, Flame Ancestral Dragon, Holy Angel, Fallen Angel, Dimensional Witch, Victorious Fighting Buddha, Shadow Legion. The new attributes were displayed before him, and Chen Feng focused his gaze, examining them carefully. Now, his personal level has reached LV20. His personal strength has reached Diamond 99 stars, with the maximum level being 300 stars. Secondly, physical attack, magical attack, defense, agility, etc. have also been greatly improved. The number of free attribute points that can be allocated has also been stored up to 500. Although I have accumulated quite a few gems, it is still far from enough to upgrade the unit pool. The card slot originally contained loyalty fragments, but since I sold them all, only the castle movement card is currently recorded. Finally, although the set is still a pseudo-martial god set, there's nothing that can be done about it. Currently, although I am able to synthesize equipment from high quality to top quality, those are all individual pieces and do not have a set effect when worn together. The sets that Chen Feng gave to other lords were also forcibly pieced together from individual items, so they naturally didn't have the necessary features. To obtain a set of equipment that can perfectly trigger the set effect, you generally need to open high-level treasure chests of diamond level or above. The materials dropped by killing wild beasts can be used to synthesize items that are highly unpredictable. That's why Chen Feng always wore the pseudo-martial god set. Don't ask, the answer is always the same. Good value for money, and it holds its value. Not long after confirming all the new information, Chen Feng also added all of his free attribute points to the mental power box. His mental strength soared from 770 to 1270. This instantaneous boost also made him clearly feel that his energy was more than twice as high. He could clearly perceive the overall benefits brought about by that spiritual power after it was activated. This is primarily reflected in the fact that when he and several other soldiers, such as Lilico, share vision or telepathy, they no longer seem to struggle as much, but rather become quite adept at it. After all, after undergoing a top-tier upgrade, he has caught up with the strength of the other units. However, he had already arrived earlier, but he just hadn't had time to add points. Dust and Wind were overjoyed and ready. He only needs to connect the troops in the trial grounds now to begin commanding the encirclement and annihilation of the boss on the 3rd floor. And when he arrived, in the distance, Lily and her friends would come to the center of the trial grounds to summon the boss. But just then, a message came through the virtual panel, notifying me that I had acquired something new. Chen Feng was bewildered, but he still opened it to take a look. There were many messages on the panel, a dazzling array. Congratulations, your mental strength has reached 1,000 points. You have become the only lord among all lords to raise your mental strength to 1,000 points. For this, you will receive the following rewards. 1. Your physical and magical attack power are each increased by 2,000 points. 2nd, your defense increases by 1,000 points. 3. Your agility increases by 500 points. 4th, all chests in your inventory below platinum level will be opened for free and unconditionally. 5. All the equipment you are currently wearing will be upgraded to the highest quality. 6. The number of orbs you have in your troop upgrade pool will double. 7. The troop pools of you and all members of your guild will be rapidly restored to 50%. 8. Your domineering skill has been upgraded from beginner to intermediate. 9. You have learned a new skill, Soul Search. Please click on the skill details to view it. 10. You have obtained a king-level treasure chest, but you cannot open it for the time being. Now, the moment the virtual panel finished refreshing, Chen Feng's mind briefly went blank. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he realized what had happened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What? How come there are so many things? Chapter 103 God-level skills, top-tier equipment. Chen Feng stared in disbelief at the 10 notifications on his virtual panel, feeling as if he were dreaming. He never expected that after raising his mental strength to 1,000 points, not only would his other attributes also be comprehensively and even significantly improved, but he would also receive so many super gift packages. If other people found out about this, they'd probably spit on the ground. After all, who could have predicted that? So this seemingly insignificant spiritual power can yield so many treasures once it's raised to a certain level? Overwhelmed by the joy of the harvest, he just wanted to check on these wonderful treasures as soon as possible. As for the trial grounds, let Lily and the other troops wait a moment. First, Chen Feng opened the warehouse and checked what he had gotten from the treasure chests he owned. Because he had many black iron, bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests that he hadn't opened, his warehouse now contained quite a few new items since they had all been opened. But, since he could only open chests below platinum level for free, he didn't actually get any particularly good items. It's mostly basic low to high tier equipment, with the occasional drop of a few high quality items, but it's not a big deal. The only good news is that several of these high quality items can be combined to form a set bonus. Chen Feng remembered that he had said he would give Mona a set of equipment, and now his wish had come true. As for Nia, Li, and Desheng, their current combat power level doesn't seem to require the support of high-quality equipment, so whether or not to give them equipment is irrelevant for now. After checking the treasure chest, then look at the other items in the warehouse. Now, the number of orbs that Dustwind uses to upgrade the troop pool has also been doubled. However, there is still a long way to go before the unit pool can be upgraded. However, the fact that the troop pool quickly recovered to 50% was actually good news for him. Previously, because I had overdrawn the fountain water to summon commander-level troops, the fountain water had been in a state of supply falling short of demand for the past few days. The troop pool was already completely dry, and the few that finally appeared were quickly devoured by Lily and the others who had returned exhausted. When he saw this, he had no idea how long it would take before he could summon the next unit. Now, the pool water has been unconditionally restored to 50%, and the troop pool is once again showing signs of life, which makes Qin Feng very gratified. It is expected that his new troops will arrive soon, once the pool water has recovered to 90%. Conservatively speaking, I should be able to acquire another formidable unit before the major war with the United States. It's possible he's also at the commander level. Currently, several newly acquired treasures have been inspected. Finally, the king-level treasure chest that couldn't be opened was also stored in Qin Feng's warehouse. All he still needs to confirm is the equipment he's wearing and the skills he's just learned. Let's start with the pseudo-martial god risk set I'm wearing. This entire outfit, due to the upgrade, has become top-tier equipment and has been given new names. Weapon, Broken Fangtian Halberd, Superior, X1. Helmet, War Dragon Hair Binding Purple Gold Crown, Premium, X1. Armor, War Dragon Head-Eating Chain Armor, Premium, X1. Leggings, War Dragon Asks the Heavens Golden Cloak, Top Quality, X1. Gloves, War Dragon, Grappling Palm, Superior, X1. Boots, War Dragon Slayer Boots, Superior, X1. Mask, War Dragon Demon Lord Ghost Mask, Superior, X1. Bow and Arrow, War Dragon, Myriad Miles Divine Bow, Superior, X1. Effect, True Martial God Function Set, increases attack, defense, and agility by 30% during battle, including set bonus attributes. When attacking, it inflicts the demonic flame effect on others, continuously burning the enemy and inflicting a severe injury status on enemy units with attributes that are countered by it. The new True Martial God set has appeared. While Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised, he also noticed that the set effect had changed due to the upgrade. This also made him truly realize that the effects of top-tier sets were not just limited to increasing basic attributes. Certainly, the Fangtian Halberd, which was already top-tier equipment, and the Phoenix Eye necklace worn around the neck did not receive any further upgrades. On the contrary, the storage ring he had been neglecting was upgraded to the top grade, Holy Fire Heavenly Ring, along with the Martial God set. Call. Luckily, I equipped the gear while upgrading my spirit attribute, otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss. Qin Feng continued talking to himself, quickly opening his personal panel to check the last reward he had received. His skills. First of all, my domineering aura has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Although there is an improvement on the surface, it is not yet possible to know exactly how much it has been strengthened. We will have to wait until actual combat to draw a conclusion. Secondly, there's the new skill Soul Search, which requires careful investigation. Just as Qin Feng noticed this new skill, its detailed data was also listed. Soul Search, unique skill, a special skill that can only be mastered after reaching a certain level of mental strength. The holder can perform an unlimited mental search on people or units with lower strength than themselves, searching their brains for relevant memories, thereby obtaining important information that is not normally available. What? That skill is amazing. After seeing this incredible new skill, Qin Feng could only describe his feelings as awesome. To be fair, this skill is indeed quite good. In this dark realm of warring nations, being able to explore the core intelligence within the minds of one's enemies is undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Therefore, this skill will surely become my trump card in the future. Before me, the enemy's secrets will have nowhere to hide. As Qin Feng spoke, he even rose from his throne, wanting to find someone to test his skills against. However, at this time, a girl's voice echoed in his mind. Master, what are you doing? We've been waiting so long, the flowers have all withered. Lilith's voice came quickly through telepathy. Qin Feng then realized that he had wasted a lot of time, so he stopped worrying about the newly acquired skills and instead responded to the voice in his mind. Okay, I'm coming right now. After he finished speaking, He quickly gained vision of the area by connecting with the dragon maid and several other units in the distance. That's right. Chen Feng's current mental strength is now sufficient to connect with several of his subordinates simultaneously. Previously, the perspectives could only be switched between those of Lily and Nyarlathotep. Now, there's no need for such complicated steps. You can get it done in one go. Just as the two sides connected, Chen Feng gifted Mona a set of high-quality equipment that he had just obtained, and then ordered them to go to the center of the third trial grounds to start the boss challenge. Chapter 10 For the third floor of the Tower of Trials, I became the boss. Chen Feng ordered her and her troop types to go to the center of the third level of the trial tower in order to summon the third level boss that was about to be born. Naya and the others received their master's message at the same time and respectfully accepted the order. Several troop types quickly entered a state of combat readiness, rushing to the center of the seemingly endless third level of the Tower of Trials at their fastest speed. The deeper you go, the more yellow sand and dust fill the sky. This place looks like an ancient battlefield where a fierce battle took place. The ground was covered with a thick layer of yellow sand, which rustled as it was swept up by the strong winds blowing from all sides. Lily and her friends relied on each other, moving forward solely based on their initial sense of direction. Along this path, the earth below is littered with the remains of many humans and other creatures, which look incredibly real, or perhaps they are real in themselves. Chen Feng was also closely watching the changes along the way, and he was quite excited. I never expected that the interior of the Tower of Trials would contain such profound mysteries. It feels just like a small world. It's truly wonderful, beyond words. As he spoke, he continued to feel the desolation emanating from this bleak land, at one point believing that he was deeply immersed in it, almost to the point of forgetting himself. The journey from the clear sky at the entrance to the yellow sand obscuring the view along the way, and now to the point where the way home is nowhere to be seen, is something I deeply understand through the shared experience of the dust and wind, using my mind, hearing, and sight. Moreover, he could perceive the feelings of multiple military branches from the perspective of one person, and that God's eye view, that saw everything was simply amazing. And since we are in the trial grounds, along the way, strange and ferocious beasts would often suddenly attack from the endless yellow sand. But, the moment these ferocious beasts tried to get close to the soldiers, they were slaughtered by the fighting Buddha hidden in the yellow sand. The great sage had been secretly protecting the soldiers, ensuring their journey was not hindered. Now, all they need to do is focus on waking up the boss in front of them. Chen Feng knew that with the great sage protecting them, the soldiers could proceed with peace of mind, so he urged them to quicken their pace. Before long, Lily and the others finally discovered a towering pyramid in the endless desert of withered bones. Seeing this, they stopped in their tracks. This should be the central area of the third level of the trial tower. Do not approach it for now. Chen Feng used telepathy to tell Lily and the others to stay for a while. Based on the assessment, the boss is hidden inside the pyramid, and it will come out on its own without needing to be approached. As expected, as soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the magnificent pyramid exploded instantly, and a pterosaur with 9 heads flew out from its top. This is a monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a tail shaped like a snake. It is called a pterosaur simply because it has a pair of huge dragon wings. The monster radiated a golden luster, perfectly matching the broken pyramid below. Its hovering posture was quite incongruous with its size, making it a strange creature in all its senses. However, Chen Feng didn't care what this thing looked like. He was there to kill it. A sudden gust of wind howled. This strange creature is rapidly advancing towards Lily and her friends. Chen Feng first had the various troop types disperse and move around, while he checked the monster's data. New messages soon came from the virtual panel. That's specific data about the monster. Monster, 9-headed chimera, final form. Current star rating, 333. Combat strength assessment, early stage of Grandmaster level. Physical attack, 1850. Magic attack, 4399. Defense, 1234. Agility, 999. Mental strength, 250. Loyalty, boss in the secret realm, cannot be tamed. Skills, desert burial, magic, quicksand movement, agility, 9 dragons roar, magic, wild bite, physical, others, unknown. Not long after, news of this monster has already reached Chen Feng. After taking a closer look, he learned about the guy's strengths and weaknesses. This monster's strengths are its speed and magic, while its weaknesses are insufficient physical attack and average defense. You surround it and slow it down. Then, Mona, who is best at magical attacks, will draw its attention, while the rest of you take advantage of the situation to finish it off. This boss looks pretty ordinary. After Qin Feng transmitted these words to the ready soldiers via telepathy, Lily and the others acknowledged receipt and quickly assigned tasks. Mona, who is skilled in magical attacks, chose to draw the attention of the nine-headed chimera head-on and then fight it. Although Chimera's strength is at the early stage of Grandmaster, it may be 10 or even dozens of stars higher than Mona's. Even so, Mona's own magical attack was enough to meet the monster's offensive head-on. Firstly, she is an SSSR-level Super God tier unit, capable of fighting against units of the same level but different star levels. Secondly, one of Mona's skills, Soul Drain, passive, allows her to gain magical damage from enemies after killing them. Therefore, Mona, who has accumulated a lot of extra magic attack attributes, is not only no less powerful than Chimera, but can even slightly suppress her. And there they saw the flying beast locked in a fierce battle with the fallen angel. Kyle, Lily, Nyarlathotep, and the others were scattered in various locations to restrict the boss's movements and unleash its attacks. In an instant, a massive wave of attacks swept in, watching the dazzling light shine down on the poor boss. As Qin Feng sat inside the castle, he suddenly felt that, given the current state of the monster, it seemed that it was not yet his place to personally command it. Because this thing seems a bit weak. No, it's very weak. So weak that they are not even close to posing a fatal threat to his troops. It seems that while I've been busy with other things lately, Lily and the others have leveled up much faster than I imagined. So much so that the seemingly mysterious boss inside the pyramid appeared so vulnerable at this moment. He said that he knew the damage caused by the simultaneous attacks of the 4 soldiers was something the Chimera could not withstand. Unless Gnarly and the others take turns attacking, this boss won't have a chance to be confronted head-on. After all, several troop types have just broken through to the Grandmaster level, so they are indeed struggling in one-on-one battles. But to be honest, ganging up on this Chimera is very unfair. Unexpectedly, his unit type was more like a boss, while the boss seemed like someone who came to challenge him. Boom dash. Final. After a deafening explosion, the poor 9-headed Chimera met its tragic end. Several soldiers, seemingly not yet satisfied, ventured into the guy's lair to see if any had escaped. Seeing this, Qin Feng wanted to laugh, but also found it somewhat ridiculous, so he had to let Lily and the others bring back the spoils of war and rest for a while. Although this master-level boss died a very unjust death, the loot it brought was a real treasure. This was the first time I had ever defeated a monster of this level, and the first time I had ever obtained loot from a monster of this level, so I was a little excited and looking forward to it. Soon, his warehouse was filled with several new gadgets. However, before they could investigate, a loud noise came from the Tower of Trials. Dust and wind focused their attention, and through the shared vision, they saw something crawling out from the ground in the ruins of the collapsed pyramid. It's a monster? Could it be that the previous 9-headed Chimera wasn't the boss? Chapter 105 Layers of Appearances, the Final Battle, etc. Wasn't that 9-headed Chimera from before the boss? At this moment, Qin Feng looked at the collapsed pyramid and exclaimed in surprise. It seems that things are not as simple as they seem. You should have guessed it. How could his troops possibly defeat the 3rd-level boss so quickly? As they were talking, inside the Tower of Trials, Lily, Nyarlathotep, Mona, and Kyle were all frowning and watching the commotion below intently. Below, centered on the broken pyramid, the surrounding yellow sand is constantly flowing into a strange hole in the middle. It was like a bottomless vortex, frantically absorbing and devouring everything else, including various skeletons buried deep in the shadows. This astonishing and somewhat unbelievable sight left Qin Feng utterly bewildered as to what might be hidden within it. Is it another 9-headed Chimera? Or is it an even more advanced, terrifying being from the depths of the abyss? Everything is still unknown. But, although Lily and the others were not entirely aware of this, they were in a state of readiness for battle. But the victorious fighting Buddha, possessing overwhelming strength at the commander level, gave his answer amidst the yellow sand and dust not far away. It's a terrifying aura. It seems that I, old Sun, will have to personally lend a hand. Sun Wukong stepped onto his somersault cloud, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand instantly expanded 100-fold. He then unleashed a demon-subduing shock at the endless cave below. There was a loud boom. The powerful shockwave from the Rui Jingu Bang, the magic staff that stabilizes the sea, caused the ever-expanding black hole to collapse instantly. The monster underground seemed to sense that someone was deliberately preventing it from coming out, and it roared angrily to vent its anger. And this sound was naturally heard clearly by Chen Feng, who shared the senses of mind, sight, and hearing. Dust and wind made my eardrums feel like they were about to rupture. The monster's cry was extremely eerie and indescribable. Combined with the howling of the yellow sand, it was simply torture. Moreover, the noise from that thing continued unabated, intentionally or unintentionally making the collapsing cave below even more violent, but it was unable to close the hole for a long time. The giant cave that was about to be destroyed by the golden cudgel was actually shaken open by the roar of this thing, creating a gap. Then, a human hand covered in golden scales reached out from the gap. The moment Chen Feng saw the man, he was quite surprised. At first, he thought it was some kind of unknown wild beast or monster when he heard the guy's roar. However, this thing eventually revealed a human hand. What does that mean? Could it be a humanoid monster? Thinking about it, the hand has gradually expanded to cover the entire arm, and the other one also stretched out at this moment. However, compared to the first arm, which was covered with pure gold scales, the other arm was covered with jet black scales. This creature has scales of 2 colors. Chen Feng was startled again, and then felt his eardrums rupture. The intense sonic vibrations caused the gap to expand again, and a gust of wind blew out, causing sand and gravel to spread outwards continuously. The moment the sand and stones were sent flying, Wukong quickly cast the draw a circle on the ground, effect around himself and the other soldiers to protect them from this special attack. Dust Wind, feeling his eardrums rupture, touched his ears inside his castle, wondering if he had gone deaf. What? He swore. His brain was buzzing, and he felt completely disoriented. Fortunately, it's all right. After turning off auditory sharing, the buzzing sensation gradually disappeared. He was also glad that he did not personally go to the battlefield, but instead used a long-range shared connection through mental energy. So just now, although he felt that his ears were deaf, it was just an overreaction transmitted from his brain. After recovering, Chen Feng reconnected with Wukong and Liliko, only to find that the battlefield in the distance had undergone new changes. Now, although Lily and the others were in the center of the battlefield, the noise they could feel was much stronger than their own. Fortunately, these are all newly promoted to the Grandmaster level, so they are quite resilient in terms of endurance. In addition, the Great Sage saved the day by using his drawing a circle on the ground as a prison super isolation skill, which allowed everyone to live in peace. However, while the Great Sage chose to protect everyone, he also gave the mysterious monster underground a chance to catch its breath. The 2 scaled human hands, seeing that the sea-stabilizing needle above their heads had disappeared, suddenly exerted all their strength to support the constantly sliding quicksand and struggled to break through the soil. The desert is this monster's territory. While an ordinary person would likely die if they fell into quicksand, it can perfectly find a foothold in quicksand terrain. It can freely control the terrain here and create several tornadoes that sweep across the desert. This guy is the true boss of the 3rd level of the Trial Tower, Anubis, the desert death god. The final monster has arrived. Chen Feng kept a close watch on his eyes, not daring to be careless. Only saw. This raging boss finally rose from the endless abyss, his majestic figure standing atop the pyramid ruins, overlooking all living beings. To exaggerate a bit, this should be the 2nd largest boss that Chen Feng has ever seen. The first one was in the beginner area, where there was a stone giant the size of a mountain. The one in front of us, although not as big as the stone giant, still looked like a tall building, at least 25 meters tall. Anubis's head resembles that of a jackal, with long, pointed ears that stand up high, but his body is human, making him a true beast-faced god. It guards this dark and sunless world of yellow sand, waiting for challengers to arrive. If one cannot step on its corpse, one can only be forever stopped at the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. And now, the boss, clad in golden armor, has finally begun to act. It drew its weapon, the Judgment Battle Axe, and spoke in human language towards the direction of the victorious fighting Buddha and the ancestral dragon of flames, shouting, "You insolent fools, daring to trespass into my territory, today is your death day." Roar dash. The desert death spoke, and then unleashed another deafening roar. Immediately, amidst the swirling yellow sand, the sweeping wind transformed into a tornado, plunging the entire desert into chaos. The entire world of the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials was thus plunged into nameless darkness. Through visual sharing, Dustwind could vaguely sense that several other auras were also being born within this sandstorm that was difficult to see. It's that gaping abyss. It's still constantly producing new monsters. This familiar feeling confirmed Qinfeng that it was the same nine-headed chimera he had defeated before. Chapter 106 Anubis, the Desert Grim Reaper. The nine-headed chimera is merely a subordinate soldier? Dust and Wind seemed slightly surprised and uncertain, so they closed their eyes and focused on sensing. Unexpectedly, this thing's lair was located beneath the pyramids, and it was fully revived along with the real boss, Anubis. He thought to himself that the Tower of Trials had already begun to produce a large number of these four-knot-like monsters. They are perfectly adapted to the environment of fighting in the yellow sand, so this terrain is very advantageous to these flying creatures. There were probably 9 chimeras, which were circling in the air, waiting for Anubis to give them orders from below the desert. Meanwhile, Lily and the others, trapped inside the special defense that draws a circle around them, could only watch the dust billowing in the sky and prepare for battle. They could fight these chimeras with all their might right now, but they were at a disadvantage due to the limited visibility. Of course, as for Anubis, the god of death in the desert at the very bottom, they are definitely no match for him. Let the great sage deal with him. The great sage thought the same thing at that moment. He brandished his golden cudgel continuously, and after spreading the effect of drawing a circle on the ground to a huge area, he took the lead and rushed out. Old son, will deal with that Grandmaster-level monster. You can help me deal with these 9 early-stage Grandmaster-level chimeras. The victorious Fighting Buddha's voice was loud and clear. He reached an agreement with Lily and the others, and then rode his somersault cloud and disappeared into the yellow sand. This level of sandstorm is not enough to obscure the great sage's fiery eyes. Meanwhile, the Dragon Maid and other unit types gained a wider field of vision due to the expanded effect of the draw a circle on the ground skill, which enabled them to better deal with the chimeras. They quickly divided the work and got to work. This side of the castle. Through visual sharing, Qinfeng checked the detailed data of those chimeras. Like the first one, these are all early-stage grandmasters, so the methods to deal with them won't be much different from before. Since that's the case, then I no longer need to direct Mona and the others to deal with it. Having had one experience with this beast, the clever soldiers should have a good understanding of it. My main task right now is to help the great sage see the detailed data about Anubis so that he can make the necessary preparations in advance. The victorious Fighting Buddha's level of strength has reached the commander level, while Anubis is only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Therefore, all Dustwind needs to do is tell the great sage Anubis's basic information and skills, and the great sage will have his own way to solve the problem. At this moment, through visual sharing, he stared at the enormous figure hidden in the darkness. At the same time, a virtual panel appeared, displaying detailed data about this final boss. Loading monster information. Monster combat strength is being assessed. Skills analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Monster, Anubis, the desert god of death, boss of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Current star rating, 444. Combat strength assessment, peak Grandmaster level. Physical attack, 7979. Magic attack, 4396. Defense, 5000. Agility, 1000. Mental strength, 300. Loyalty. The final boss of the secret realm cannot be tamed. Skills, life steal, passive, death strike, physical, mana depletion, non-attribute, nether flame, magic, underworld descent, amplification. A row of skills and data related to Anubis was displayed. Qinfeng examined the skills in detail and learned about the abilities they represented. Its passive skill is lifesteal. The second skill is the main means of attack and can create a terrifying storm. The third skill can limit the enemy's speed. The fourth skill greatly enhances oneself. After informing the great sage of this information, the great sage quickly made his own decision and used his skills to counteract the enemy's strengths. In addition, the great sage's strength was already a notch above that of the desert death god, so he dealt with it relatively easily. Meanwhile, Liliko, the ancestral dragon of flame, has also entered a tense battle state. She then used the dragon descent skill, which she had just learned after advancing to the Grandmaster level, to launch a counterattack against a chimera that was trying to attack her. The chimera wanted to enter the drawing a circle skill protection zone, but found that it was unable to break through this barrier at all. However, the dragon inside could inflict substantial damage on it, catching the chimera off guard. Elsewhere, other chimeras that wanted to attack the barrier turned tail and ran when they saw that things were not going well. However, their every move had already been noticed by Mona and Kyle, the two angels who had been watching for a long time. Suddenly, the two angels merged and arrived outside the drawn-out-of-ground-as-a-prison barrier to pursue and intercept them. Because of their fusion, the two of them have temporarily entered the terrifying realm of commander-level strength, making it as easy as cutting melons and vegetables to kill these chimeras. These monsters thought they could win by sheer numbers, but they were sorely mistaken. Little did they know that their opponents were a group of terrifyingly talented and monstrous soldiers. In an instant, the 5 chimeras were slain by Kena, who was like a war goddess. The last 3 chimeras were trying to escape when a little girl wielding a long whip blocked their path. Naya smiled slightly at these poor bosses, indicating that they were not going anywhere. Although the yellow sand obscured most of her vision, the little girl was still able to detect the aura emanating from the chimeras and locate them. Soon, Lily and Kena formed a triangular encirclement, trapping and intercepting the last 3 lambs to the slaughter. Finally, amidst several shrill screams, the seemingly overwhelming horde of chimeras was wiped out with such ease. However, this time, they still forced several units to use their full strength, so their deaths were not unjust. And the battlefield below. Seeing the tragic sight of several chimeras falling one after another, Anubis was momentarily panicked. It was only then that it realized that the monkey in front of it was much stronger than itself. With all his men now dead, he is extremely anxious. Seeing that this guy had made a mistake, Do Sheng Fo flashed behind him, intending to use his golden cudgel to deliver a fatal blow to the back of the guy's head. But Anubis is, after all, a grandmaster at the peak, and even his most basic reactions are much faster than those of a typical grandmaster-level boss. It suddenly unleashed its ultimate move, Descent of the Underworld, which tripled its size and briefly propelled its strength to the commander level. Such a powerful method meant that when the great sage's golden cudgel struck this guy, it was ultimately a step too late, and he failed to kill him with a single blow. Seeing that he had finally unleashed his ultimate move at the brink of death, Anubis was also thrilled. I almost died. However, for now, it has briefly reached the level of a commander, and all it needs to do is kill the monkey within the time limit. That's what it thinks. But little did it know that above it, an angel wielding the twin blades of God and demon was also staring intently at it. Chapter 107 The Pharaoh's Tomb, Sleeping in the Earth. Anubis thought that he could solve everything by dealing with the monkeys nearby, but little did he know that there was an even bigger treasure waiting for him in the sky. With 1 minute remaining before the fusion time was up, Kena had already arrived at the battlefield above, her twin blades of gods and demons ready to be unleashed. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha naturally knew that reinforcements had arrived. While he was surprised that the two friendly forces could combine their forces, his expression showed no sign of panic. Now, we can't let this dog-headed monster discover anything, or the desired effect won't be achieved. Angels can conceal their presence, so as long as one cooperates with the performance, one can catch them off guard. But Anubis, watching the monkey hesitate to make a move, began to suspect something was amiss. It wasn't stupid. Its survival instincts told it that it might have been set up in a trap by the enemy. Seeing that this guy was about to react, the great sage didn't waste any words and directly drew his golden cudgel to meet the attack. Monster, stop looking around. Look here. Take this from my old son Wukong's staff. Drink. With a shout, the golden cudgel instantly expanded and smashed towards Anubis, who was like a colossal being. Seeing that this amazing weapon could extend and retract at will, even exceeding his own height, Anubis dared not be careless and had to use all his strength to defend against this terrifying attack. But the moment it used its hands to block the sea-stabilizing needle, a giant sword was formed from the sky. Kena raised her hands to the sky in prayer, her wings unfurling behind her, as if she were on a pilgrimage. I offer my highest respect to my Lord, and may God's glory shine forever, extinguishing all those who plot against his will. Natural calamity and divine punishment descend. Boom dash. The mighty sword descends, and the desert trembles. The divine sword that seemed to reach the heavens fell from the center of Anubis's body, locking onto its target. The desert death god was currently bound by the victorious fighting Buddha's sea-stabilizing needle, and now seeing a giant sword cleaving down, a chill instantly spread throughout his body. It knew its death was imminent, and could only let out a helpless roar. The majesty of the desert god is inviolable. Buzz buzz buzz. The final boss's size was expanding like a time bomb, and it was expected to explode the moment the giant sword fell. Inside the castle, Chen Feng was greatly alarmed, realizing the implications. This guy wants to expose himself. He quickly ordered several units to evacuate, as an explosion of this magnitude could very well endanger their lives. Naya and Lily were standing close by, but far from the main battlefield. In this critical moment of life and death, they didn't have time to go to their teammates and do anything more, so they had to retreat first. A dimensional space instantly opened beneath their feet. The dragon maid and the little girl vanished instantly, retreating back to the entrance of the third level of the Tower of Trials. Meanwhile, on the central battlefield, Kana and Do Xingfua had no way out and could only hold on. Faced with the falling colossal sword, they used their respective survival techniques and moved backward as far as possible. And at this time, below, the giant sword forcefully cleaved Anubis's body and the desert below in two. The desert has ceased to flow, and heaven and earth have been separated. The Desert Reaper, representing the boss of the third level of the Tower of Trials, suddenly exploded at this moment. Boom! It was as if a mushroom cloud had been born into the world, and the entire world returned to silence amidst the frenzied brilliance. The dust and winds far away in the castle saw only endless paleness, the result of Anubis's own energy spreading out. After that, he couldn't even see white anymore. His mind was filled with nothing but blackness, as if nothing had ever happened, hidden and invisible. Holy crap, visual sharing has disconnected. What exactly happened over there? Chen Feng sat on his throne, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he swallowed hard. He hadn't expected Anubis to be so tough, choosing to self-destruct when he couldn't win. Keep in mind that this guy retained his commander-level strength when he self-destructed. I wonder what the situation is with my troops now that this bombing has happened. Because Naya was very close to Lily, she took her with her and ran away first. These two girls were far from the main battlefield at the time, so they didn't have time to visit Gu Xia and the Great Sage who were fighting. The Great Sage possesses at least commander-level strength, so he probably won't die like this. If you are killed in battle, you will receive a notification from a virtual panel. So, what Chen Feng is most worried about right now is whether something will happen to Kana. After all, Kana is on the verge of collapse. What if they disintegrate during the explosion? I'm worried about it. He noticed that the shared links in the distance were gradually becoming clearer. A soldier is trying to contact me. This finally put Chen Feng's mind at ease. But when he saw the scene over there, he couldn't help but gasp. All I could see was, in the endless yellow sand, a terrifyingly deep ravine divides the entire desert in two. A deep hole appeared where Anubis had exploded. This opening connects to an underground space, which is a place similar to a cemetery. The tomb was resplendent in gold, and one could vaguely see a large pharaoh's coffin placed in the very center. It was a three-tiered stone coffin carved with human figures, and through the dim light, one could vaguely discern what the pharaoh looked like in life. The coffin extends into the distance, and the entire tomb is ingeniously constructed, with various exquisite pieces of furniture neatly arranged, including weapons and jewelry. However, the way those items were arranged suggested that they were things the deceased had used during his lifetime, rather than burial goods. And at this moment, Chen Feng was able to see this scene because he shared it from the perspective of the victorious fighting Buddha. After experiencing the sudden self-destruction attack, the great sage's body could not be said to be completely unharmed, but it could be said that he was fortunately not seriously injured. He activated the drawing a circle on the ground barrier at the critical moment, preventing him from being affected by the massive energy wave on the spot. Furthermore, Anubis was merely a fake commander-level boss. Even if it exploded, it wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of a commander-level boss. This resulted in the great sage's body being severely damaged. Only his monkey hair was singed, and his face appeared completely blackened, but he was otherwise unharmed. However, Mona and Kyle were unable to be contacted at this time. While Chen Feng was worried, Naya, Li, and Lily Ku, who had just escaped a calamity, sent word that they had found the two angels. Not long after, the Dimensional Witch then used her spatial powers to bring back the two angels who had already fainted. Chen Feng rushed forward to check, and was shocked. At this moment, Mona and Kyle had multiple burn marks on their bodies. The exquisite suit that Mona had been given to her was now tattered and worn, and her beautiful body was exposed due to the scorched clothes. Chapter 108: The Wonderful Uses of the God-Level Pool Water. Kyle, standing to the side, did the same. The holy angel armor she was born with was of much higher quality than the exquisite set she had given Mona, so at this moment, The burns on her body were only in areas not reached by the armor. Unexpectedly, Kyle's right hand, which was holding the sword, was bleeding profusely, and half of his arm was missing. Clearly, he was injured by the explosion just now. Wow, Master! The Holy Angel and the Fallen Angel are both seriously injured. What should we do? Lily stood to the side, watching with concern, tears glistening in her eyes. As a fire-breathing dragon, she naturally couldn't offer any help. As for Naya, who is a space-type unit, she has no healing abilities. Wukong, far away on the third floor of the Tower of Trials, was in the same situation. Although the Great Sage possesses countless martial arts skills, most of them can only benefit himself. Now, the Great Sage's injuries were not serious, so Qinfeng told him to stay on the third floor and investigate the pharaoh's tomb in the mausoleum, without having to come over. Although the situation on my side seems thorny, it's not actually beyond resolution. That's right. He was able to effectively treat the injuries on the two angels using the water in the troop pool. His own god-tier troop pool is practically omnipotent. Not to mention that Mona has burned her skin and Kyle has lost an arm. Even if several soldiers are on the verge of death, he has a way to save them. Your own unit pool has these three key functions. 1. When a unit suffers non-fatal damage that does not lead to death, the unit can choose to use the water in the unit pool to repair its injured parts, including severed limbs and destroyed internal organs. 2. When a unit is on the verge of death due to non-fatal damage, it can be recalled using the Divine Grace skill for 3 seconds. The recall will consume a large amount of energy in the pool and allow the unit to receive healing. 3. When a unit dies from fatal damage, 100 blue gems can be sacrificed to the summoning pool to revive it. The revived unit will be unable to fight for a period of time, and the unit pool will consume a huge amount of energy. Note, each revival will multiply the number of gems required for the next revival, and higher level gems will be required. The above are the powerful special effects that the God-tier unit pool does not possess compared to other unit pools. Other people's troops may perish after they die in battle, but your own troops can live almost forever. This means that as long as he is alive, Lilith, Mona, Kale, Nyarlathotep, and Sun Wukong, who are born from the pool of super god-level units, will always be with him. However, as an adjunct to the God-tier unit pool, the Shadow Legion, spawned from the second unit pool, does not enjoy this special treatment. It's a real shame about that. But now is not the time to talk about these things. Qinfeng has important business to attend to. Carry the two injured units to the edge of the God-tier unit pool. He opened the virtual panel and performed a series of operations. Then, as if it possessed intelligence, the pool water gathered and enveloped the injured black and white angels. Mona and Kyle were like babies in a greenhouse, their wounds gradually healing and their breathing becoming calmer. Kyle was the one who saw the most significant improvement during the healing process. Her right arm, which was severed, was being reshaped by the condensing pool of water, and it looked incredibly mysterious. Mona, whose skin was burned in large areas, is now beginning to regain its smooth and fair appearance, as if nothing had ever happened. Based on the severity of the injury, this treatment process should take about an hour. Seeing that everything was fine, Qinfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze to the victorious fighting Buddha, who was still on the third floor of the Tower of Trials. At this moment, the great sage is gazing intently at the pharaoh's tomb. Dust and wind quickly connected through visual sharing, and soon both looked at the same direction. What about below? What's the situation with that tomb chamber? Master, I am unable to draw a conclusion yet. However, there's no sign of life here anymore, so it should be safe. After a brief exchange, the man and the monkey still had no idea what was going on below. However, it is certain that if there is indeed a corpse in that coffin, it will no longer be the special boss of the third floor. Because at this moment, there are no other energy fields around. The fourth layer of shackles on the Tower of Trials has also been opened. Furthermore, the sandstorms and raging storms of this third layer gradually subsided due to Anubis's death. All sounds returned to silence. When Qinfeng realized what was happening and wanted the great sage to go down into the tomb to investigate, the tomb was suddenly enveloped by a special defense. This place actually has special protection? How strange. Haven't we already cleared the game? Seeing this situation, dust and wind murmured to themselves, a sense of surprise creeping into their hearts. Could there be a hidden secret below, and now is not the time to open it? Take a closer look at the cave below. He discovered that the furniture inside the tomb looked very much like the freebies that came with his castle after the upgrade. They are almost identical. Could it be that the owner of this tomb was once a lord? Are Anubis and Chimeras his soldiers? Pharaoh, lord of the ancient continent. Chun Feng muttered to himself, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. If the person in the coffin in this tomb was indeed a lord, then where did he come from? What era did he come from? And why was he ultimately buried here? They definitely weren't from Earth with my batch. Could it be that other lords already existed before the Blue Star people arrived on the ancient desolate continent? So, from which planet in the universe did they come from? A war of all races. Could that be what they mean? Chun Feng remembered that when he first arrived, the heavenly Tao did indeed say such a thing. However, he couldn't come up with any more ideas now, so he simply stopped thinking about it and shifted his attention to the great sage, sending him back to the castle to heal his wounds. The secrets hidden in the third level of this trial ground will likely only be revealed after he completely clears the entire tower. Currently, the loot dropped by Anubis and Chimera after defeating them has been obtained. Dust and Wind need to take them out and examine them before making any further plans. And at this time, because he cleared the third level, the Tower of Trials gave him a special gift. A new message arrived from the virtual panel. A special gift had been stored in his warehouse. Congratulations. You reached the third floor of the Secret Realm Dungeon, Tower of Trials, and obtained a special card, Temple of Frenzied Miners Card X1. With this card, you can build a new building around your territory and gain the benefits that building provides. Now, the few words that came through stirred Chun Feng's heartstrings. Unexpectedly, the special reward on the third floor was a somewhat mysterious building card. This is really interesting. I wonder what this building will bring me. The Temple of the Frenzied Miners sounds like it's related to minerals. As he spoke, he took the card out of the warehouse. This is a transparent card that shimmers with a glassy luster. The card is engraved with the shape of a building, which looks very lifelike. Just as Chun Feng was tracing the patterns on the card, detailed information about it was displayed through the virtual panel. The Temple of Frenzied Miners card is loading. The building materials required for this structure are as follows. 500 units of timber. Achieved. 1,000 units of stone. Achieved. 500 units of iron ore. Achieved. 10 units of gold mine. Achieved. Effect description. After this building is completed, the ore gathering speed of all guild members' troops will increase by 30%. It can be upgraded further. More materials required. Chapter 109 Special Skill Book, Netherworld Black Flame. Ore mining speed can be increased by 30%. And it's a buff for the entire guild. Seeing that this special building could provide such a buff after its completion, Chun Feng naturally and decisively activated the card's effect. Instantly, the entire card emitted a dazzling white light, and correspondingly, some of the resources in the warehouse disappeared. Suddenly, outside the castle, a building that wasn't very large appeared as a phantom. Chun Feng discovered that he could use his mind to move the building until it was completed in the place he desired. He chose to place the building in an open space, intending to just make do with what he had. As soon as the building was completed, a gust of wind swept in from its base, invigorating everyone. Looking around, the newly built building resembled a miner holding a pickaxe, with a small palace beside him, uninhabitable. As soon as this thing was built, members in the guild channel reported their experiences, expressing disbelief. What's going on? My unit's mining speed has suddenly increased a lot. Me too, I don't know what's wrong. This must be a blessing from the wind god. Well, let's just keep our heads down and work hard. We absolutely can't let the adults hold us back. That's right, let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. I'm determined to be a gold miner. More and more messages appeared in the guild channel chat box, but Chun Feng didn't want to pay too much attention to them at the moment. He had other things to do. Because he defeated the third-floor boss of the Tower of Trials, he obtained quite a few good items from those monsters. Open the warehouse again to check. At that time, several new items will appear before your eyes. Most of these items are crafting materials for equipment dropped by bosses. These materials are all extraordinary materials that surpass even the highest grade. However, since the dust and wind are temporarily unavailable, I simply glanced at them and skipped over them. At this moment, there are only two things that interest him the most. One is a skill book, and the other is a small flame. When these two items were retrieved, their detailed information began to be listed. 1. Skill book, Blackfire Fragment October 10th, can be crafted. Description: the fragments dropped by the mini-boss Chimera can be combined to obtain the Book of Blackfire Netherworld, when all fragments are collected. This skill book is of extraordinary quality, but its power is closely related to the caster's own strength. Note: this skill book needs to be used in conjunction with Netherworld Black Flame to be learned. 2. Special item, Netherworld Black Flame, Seedling Stage. Description: this mysterious flame is dropped after defeating Anubis, the final boss of the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. The person who obtains this flame can use it in conjunction with the Book of Black Flame Netherworld to refine it into their own skill. Note: this fire will evolve as the owner's strength increases and will merge into the owner's main body when activated. It is recommended to try to incorporate it after reaching the mid-diamond level. After the 2 new items that Chen Feng was most interested in were introduced through the virtual panel, he slowly nodded and exclaimed in amazement. I never expected that the items dropped by this Grandmaster-level boss would be so outstanding. It wasn't in vain that I went through so much trouble to defeat those troublesome monsters. She smiled, pursing her lips. Chen Feng combined the 10 black fire fragments into the Black Fire Netherworld book. A brand new, shiny skill book appeared in his hands. The book is covered in black parchment and looks quite ordinary. When you open the contents, all you see are blank sheets of paper. You can't read a single word. Depend on. The first skill book I acquired was a blank book. Oh right, this thing needs to be used with that black flame to work. I should take both of them out and try them out. As Chen Feng spoke, he held the book in his left hand and summoned a dark flame with his right. The flame may look like a tiny seedling, but it contains a power that should not be underestimated. According to the virtual panel description, these 2 items, when combined, will allow me to learn a new skill. However, this requires me to integrate this black flame into my body first, and I suggest that I only try it when my strength reaches the mid-diamond level. Although I haven't fully reached the mid-diamond level yet, I definitely have the strength, and I should be able to do it. Chen Feng excitedly muttered to himself, then grabbed the Netherworld Black Flame in his right hand and felt it merge into his body after recognizing him as its master. In those few short seconds, he could feel a strange heat coursing through his body, and then his whole body felt like an ant on a boiling pot, rapidly heating up. What? It's so hot. It's so hot. This was the first time Chen Feng had ever felt so unwell. His condition was beyond description as feverish. It was as if he had fallen into a lava hell. Before he chose to merge with this mysterious Netherworld Black Flame, the virtual panel didn't tell him that he would have to suffer such torment. Although he had made some mental preparations, when the anticipated pain came in many times over, no one could withstand it. It was during this extremely difficult time. Nayari and Liliko, who were watching the pool of troop water repair the angel's body, noticed that their master seemed to be acting strangely, so they quickly ran to the throne to check on him. Master, what's wrong with you? The 2 soldiers looked at their master, whose body was flushed red and even faintly smoking, with a slightly bewildered expression on their faces. Chen Feng had already closed his eyes at this moment. He used his remaining consciousness and the flames within his body to merge and fight, trying his best not to faint in the process. Therefore, he simply doesn't have time to speak right now, afraid of getting distracted, and it's also difficult for him to open his mouth. But over time, he finally couldn't resist the 2 soldiers' urgent inquiries and said something. It's all right, help me up. Upon hearing this, his dizziness worsened, and the flames within him surged even more wildly. Seeing this, Naya and Lily refused to believe their master's lie that he was all right, and the 2 quickly tried to communicate. My master looks like he's about to catch fire. Lilith, you're a fire dragon. You have to think of something. I don't know what happened, but I'll do my best. Seeing that the Dimensional Witch had entrusted him with this arduous task, the dragon maid Lily had no choice but to nod quickly. Now, the master's strongest guard, that monkey, has returned to the Tower of Trials and seems unlikely to return anytime soon. So, he is the only one who has a deep understanding of fire. Lily could only rack her brains and think of a way to solve the immediate crisis. Fortunately, the girl was quite clever, and after touching her master's skin, she quickly found the answer in her heart. Based on my observation, there is a very powerful evil fire surging within the master's body. The only thing I can do is to share some of the power of this fire with myself, so that my master can feel a little better. So Naya, let's both lift master onto the bed together. Chapter 110 Lily's Mysterious Fire Element. We need to move the master to the bed, otherwise it will be difficult to move around. Huh, what did you say? Upon hearing this, Naya was slightly surprised. But since the matter was of great importance, she didn't think much about it, and immediately used spatial teleportation to quickly arrive at her dormitory, saving even the time of going upstairs. When Lily arrived, she helped her master lie down, then took his hand as if taking his pulse, and said, I need to transfer some of the power of that evil fire to myself, which will probably take quite some time. Niali, go and get me some water from the pool, just in case. The dragon maid then began to channel the vast amount of magic power within her and started to act. The dimensional witch obeyed her and went downstairs to get water from the pool. Seeing that everything was ready, Lily could immediately enter the spellcasting state. She unleashed her pure fire element, using magical power to merge with the black flames on her master's body, thereby relieving his stress and pain. Perhaps due to the fusion of two different flame powers, Chunfeng's consciousness recovered considerably. He almost fainted just now, but luckily the black fire seemed to be attracted by something, which made him feel a little better. Furthermore, he could sense that a purer fire element had appeared within his body, fusing with his black fire as if undergoing an evolution, giving him a sense of sublimation. He vaguely heard something. Lily's voice echoed in his ear, so close, as if she were speaking right next to him, and a warm breeze seemed to be blowing in his ear. Master, you have a strong evil fire within you. I am guiding it to prevent you from going astray. Can you hear me? The girl's voice was soft, yet very gentle. Upon hearing these gentle words, Chunfeng realized that Lily was helping him suppress the netherworld black flame. She was right beside me. He thought to himself that, thanks to the dragon maid's help. But Chunfeng still wanted to say that thing was an evil fire. Taking advantage of the moment when he regained a sliver of consciousness, he quickly corrected himself and replied, Liliko, that's not evil fire, it's just a skill I just learned. I'm just feeling dizzy, but it's not life-threatening. I see. Now, the dragon maid, with half her body pressed against her master, nodded obediently. She had to cling to her master because she needed to suppress that evil fire. The previous handshake was no longer enough to quell the fire. The intensity of the flames was so great that even the dragon maid herself was surprised. But since the owner said that this item was not an evil object, she could rest assured and return it in full. Are you feeling better? Then I'll have to send back the feedback I exported earlier. As he spoke, she has returned the original amount of black fire that she had previously guided out and refined with her own fire elemental magic. As Chunfeng was embraced by the girl's soft body, he suddenly sensed that the power of the black fire had surged again, and he felt a sense of unease. Is it a bit hot? A strange feeling of heat. He was thinking it to himself, but he couldn't say it out loud. After being refined by Lily, this thing is indeed no longer as intoxicating, it's just a bit. It's subtle. Neither of them spoke for a minute. Sudden, Chunfeng suddenly stood up, realized something was wrong with his body, and couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. When the dragon maid saw that her master was able to get up and seemed to be feeling better, although her face was flushed red, she was overjoyed. That's wonderful, master. You? Suddenly, the girl also noticed something was wrong, and was so surprised that she covered her mouth. She discovered, when she merged her pure fire element into that evil fire and returned it to her master, the owner seems to be acting a little strange. Lily probably doesn't even know it herself. Because she is the ancestral dragon of fire, her fire element is the purest fire-type ability in the world. Therefore, in certain situations, it can produce some unexpected effects. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Just as the two were feeling awkward with each other, Chunfeng subconsciously closed the dormitory door from a distance. Afterwards, a man and a woman were alone in a bedroom. At this time, Naya arrived not long after she went downstairs. She just brought up a lot of water from the military training pool downstairs. Because she didn't know how much of this Lily needed to heal her master, she prepared an extra lot. But when she brought it over, the dormitory door was closed. This left the little girl completely bewildered, wondering what had happened inside. Nayeli held a large cup of the 7-colored pool water, blinking as she stared at the closed door. After draining the pool water, she tried to open the door handle to go inside, only to find that the door was locked by the owner, and no one could enter without his permission. What exactly happened? Hey Liliko, are you in there? Is master alright? I've brought you pool water. Open the door quickly. Open the door. Hello? Bang 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 dash. Bang 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 dash. The knocking was intermittent. The little girl kept knocking anxiously on the door, thinking something had happened. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't use spatial teleportation to enter her master's bedroom, she would have rushed in to find out what was going on. Fortunately, Lily's voice finally came from inside the room, though she sounded a little flustered. Master is alright now. We don't need the pool water. The girl's subtle voice reached outside the door, which finally put Naya's mind at ease. Thank goodness, it's so good that master is alright. But why are you closing the door and not letting me in? I want to come in and help too. Can I go in and take a look? The little girl really wanted to go in and help. She felt it was her dereliction of duty that she couldn't help her master when he was in trouble. But the master inside the room did not reply. Only the dragon maid's voice remained. It's all right now. Oh, really? Okay, fine. Then I'll go. Finally, seeing that Lily had given a positive response from within, Naya stopped pursuing the matter. Only, she felt quite sorry for the dragon maid in the room, who sounded very tired. Keep going, don't overwork yourself. If you can't manage on your own, remember to call me again. After saying this, Nyarly disappeared on the spot and went downstairs to check on Kyle and Mona's situation. What happened inside the room after she went down there is something she may never know for the rest of her life. Chapter 111 Night Falls, Conspiracy Unfolds. After going downstairs, the innocent Naya stood quietly to the side of the troop pool, staring blankly at the two angels who were constantly repairing their bodies. Several hours had passed, until the two angels had completely repaired the damaged body. Lily and her master still hadn't come out of the bedroom. Now, Kyle, whose armor and arms were repaired by the spring water, and Mona, whose skin and clothes were restored by the spring water, gradually awoke. The two angels approached Nyarly, nodded to each other, then whispered something to each other before turning around in shock. What? Master is currently being corrupted by evil fire. No, as the source of darkness, I must help my master absorb this evil energy. Mona spoke righteously and sternly, but was stopped by Kyle. Little sister, you can't do it. I have to do this kind of thing. As the source of light, I will definitely help my master evolve away this evil power. Sister, let me do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Forehead. Seeing that the two angels seemed very anxious, Nyarlathotep had no choice but to step in and explain. Actually, everything is fine now. It's just that Lily and Master haven't come out yet. I don't know what they're doing in there. Oh, I wonder what they're doing. After saying this, the two angels turned around and patted the little girl's head, acting like older sisters. You're too young, you don't understand. Let's go upstairs and rescue our master. After they finished speaking, they spread their wings and flew towards the stairwell, leaving behind only the blinking dimensional witch. But when the two angels excitedly arrived on the second floor, they found the door already open. Chun Feng rolled up his sleeves and walked out, looking relaxed. Inside the house, Lily was hunched over, walking while holding onto the wall, looking extremely weak. Seeing this, the two angels were extremely disappointed, feeling as if they had missed the most important thing in their lives, and unconsciously lowered their heads. Chun Feng was overjoyed to see that Kyle and Mona were unharmed, but he didn't quite understand why the two angels looked so sad as they went downstairs. What happened? Why do they look a little unhappy? Did I do something wrong? As they were talking, Chun Feng could only turn around helplessly to check on Lily, who looked completely exhausted behind him. Now, she had completely mastered the power of the Netherworld Black Flame, thanks to the dragon maid's efforts. However, he had forgotten what had happened before. When Lily was able to return the black fire energy to him, he felt his whole body being dominated by a desire, and thus he returned from a semi-conscious state to a state of chaos. In his final moments of consciousness, he felt he might be about to do something big, so he locked the door beforehand. When he regained consciousness, he saw Lily helping him button his clothes, while the girl lay disheveled beside him. The situation speaks for itself. Chun Feng felt remorseful at that moment, thinking he had been a beast. But the dragon maid didn't say anything. She just kept blushing. Liliko, are you really alright? Why don't you take a rest? He watched as the girl insisted on walking over, leaning against the wall. Dust and wind were at a loss for words for a long time. Lily then came to her master's side and nestled gently against him, saying with self-reproach, "It was my fault for transferring my own fire element into your body without permission, which caused you to cough just now. So, this isn't your fault. It's all Lily's fault. You don't need to blame yourself too much." This. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and remained silent. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Even as the dragon maid fidgeted, she finally couldn't help but say, "By the way, master, is there a next time? I love it." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng was struck dumb. He also thought that his rude behavior might have caused Lily psychological trauma. Surprisingly, this guy actually enjoyed the whole thing. Are you kidding me? So what exactly am I worried about? Good heavens, are you treating me like a donkey for the production team? No way. Why? I'm so looking forward to it. No means no. I have my dignity. Oh, master is so shy. Then I'm going to rest. Lily pouted and muttered something as she walked downstairs in a strange manner. She is indeed quite tired and needs to drink some pool water to replenish her energy. Seeing the girl finally come downstairs, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that. My status as a lifelong single dog and virgin has actually been ruined today. But there's nothing we can do about it. The Netherworld Black Flame has such a powerful after effect. If Lily hadn't come to my rescue, I don't know what my situation would be like now. So, he should really thank the Dragon Maid. Thank you in the future. Oh well, never mind. Let's see how I use that ball of flame. At this moment, Chen Feng only wanted to get down to business and had no time for anything frivolous. He jumped directly out of the window of his bedroom in the castle, and upon landing, summoned his two main items. In his left hand was a black skill book, and in his right hand was a dark, greenish-black, ghostly flame. That's right. With Lily's help, the Netherworld Black Flame underwent a perfect evolution. Although it's hard to pinpoint exactly what has evolved, its power is definitely greater than before. Moreover, the eerie green flames appeared to have more layers than the previous pale black ones. When he opened the skill book, the blank white paper on it turned into starlight and flowed into his mind. The skills in this skill book can be mastered directly without him having to study them carefully. He watched as the entire book disappeared from his hands. The flames in Chen Feng's right hand instantly covered his entire body. The true purpose of this fire began to be revealed, and when paired with the newly donned true martial god Fengxian set, it looked dazzling. The first skill is Flame Attachment, which allows me to inflict damage with Netherworld Black Flame when I attack, and also steal the life force of others. As Chen Feng reviewed the skill descriptions that had been integrated into his mind, he felt a surge of joy. According to the skill book, this is one of the black fire skills that I can master at the diamond level. Certainly. Other skills include many others, such as Vulcan Weapon, Netherworld Flame Ring, and Deathfire Descent, which are derived from this fire and can only be gradually mastered after one's strength reaches a higher level. After all, the Netherworld Black Flame is currently only in its nascent stage and is not yet capable of supporting the release of more advanced and terrifying skills and moves. For now, Chen Feng can only learn some basic moves. But, just as he was about to begin his cultivation, on the spot, Yi Liangxin staggered into his castle and knelt down, saying, "Lord Wind God, they are about to depart. Those guys from America have already started sending large numbers of planes into the sky to search for us." Chapter 112. The plan is implemented, the Shadow Army. What should we do next? Now, Yi Liangxin quickly came to Chen Feng's side and reported the current situation to him. Several hours have passed since the coordinates of the Chinese were previously reported. According to information revealed by other lords on the World Channel, the dark drama has now entered night. And the Wind God was right after all. Those American guys really did choose to operate at night and sent out a large number of troops to search the sky. However, they have deployed a large number of troops. It seems they were all instigated by Nasothos. Although Yi Liangxin provided a specific fake address, the sheer number of people on the other end made it impossible for them to resist searching for more locations, even if they knew the address. Such a large-scale search will inevitably lead them to discover clues more quickly. What if they come to the sky and find that it was all an illusion? This is what Yi Liangxin is worried about now. Chen Feng looked at the slightly flustered lord, but his own heart remained calm, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Don't rush, what's the hurry? Haven't we even started yet? Go back now. If anything happens, contact me through the guild message. I'll grant you exclusive access, so I can know what you say immediately without worrying about any deviations. You just need to follow the plan I tell you." Chen Feng told the Dragon Kingdom lord to calm down. Yi Liangxin also realized that his current state was indeed a bit off. Perhaps because he was stunned by Sothos's overwhelming strength back then, he is now easily startled by every move of the American. "All right, sir, you should still be extra careful. Those guys from America aren't just limited to Sothos alone. They seem to have a powerful leader who can control the lives and deaths of the other 9 people. This is very abnormal." After saying this, Yi Liangxin respectfully withdrew. Chen Feng stood there alone, pondering his words. Could they control the life and death of other beautiful parliamentary presidents? How interesting. Now, through Yi Liangxin, a spy who is actually an undercover agent, I have indeed obtained a lot of inside information about our rival, the United States. These messages are all invaluable and extremely important to his current situation. If it weren't for Yi Liangxin, I might still be in a stage where I know nothing. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Only by understanding your enemy better can you ensure a higher probability of victory when fighting him. Of course, these alone are still not enough. Dustwind needs more information, and now it needs to develop even more rapidly. So, he must continue to execute the existing plans. First, he took the equipment he had crafted in the forge to the exchange to sell. This is done to further solidify public support. And because of this, several other countries have already begun to feel the urge to cooperate with them. The dust and wind can be seen. So he was also looking forward to it. The lords of these countries all actually live above the dark domain. If they are willing to cooperate with him, he will be able to gain a better understanding of the Dark Realm's surface world. Furthermore, he could even learn about the exact location of the beautiful country in the dark domain, as well as their unique geographical environment, through the lords of these countries. Certainly, before formally forming alliances with other countries. He has also sent Jia Rant's void-devouring worms from underground to the surface to conduct preliminary exploration. This was the time when the United States was at its most vulnerable. It would be best if we could find their addresses and make a record of them. But this cannot be forced. It must be done gradually and steadily. After all, the United States would certainly take precautions in its territories. It would be best if we could find it, but if we can't, we can reconsider. With these initial plans in place, Chen Feng once again dispatched all his troops to the 4th level of the trial tower for training. According to the message brought by the victorious fighting Buddha, who was the first to go to the 4th floor to observe. This 4th level is indeed fraught with danger, and even someone with the combat power of the great sage felt a little pressure. Of course, it's nothing for the great sage to deal with some minor monsters these days. He deduced from the strength of these minor monsters that the final boss of the 4th level must be extremely powerful. So, he and several other soldiers need to prepare well. This will be a new trial by fire. After hearing the above news, Chen Feng was not in a hurry. He knew this was inevitable. It is an indisputable fact that the Tower of Trials becomes increasingly difficult as you go higher. His troops had almost completely overwhelmed the first 3 levels, and now he was about to meet a real opponent. Since his troops can be revived indefinitely, he doesn't care about any kind of training. Perhaps only when soldiers face a life-or-death crisis can they unleash their full potential and achieve a higher level of skill. Only trials that make you stronger can be called true trials. Not long after, the 5 main forces have already embarked on their journey. Dust and Wind turned back into the castle. Now, his primary unit pool is not yet ready for unit summoning. However, time is running out, and the results are expected to be available within the next 2 days. Although number 1 is not good. However, the second one is already fully capable of summoning the Shadow Legion again. And this time, Chen Feng has new plans for summoning. Now, all his Shadow Legions combined don't exceed 100. If he were to fight the Americans, it would surely be an earth-shattering battle. Now, he only has a handful of military units. Although these individuals are all formidable, they are still vulnerable to the enemy's potential use of overwhelming numbers. Even the most powerful troops, capable of taking on 10, 100, or even 1,000 enemies, will eventually become distracted when facing such a large enemy force, thus revealing their weaknesses. A general should fight another general, not waste time killing soldiers. This is Chen Feng's idea. He wanted his main force to play its role at the most crucial moment, rather than being bothered by the enemy's smaller units. So, he planned to create a shadow army that, while not particularly strong, was numerous. That's right. He intends to use this second-tier god-level unit pool to summon a large number of tiny black shadows with initial strength only at the iron level. These shadowy figures are summoned based on the characteristics of the unit pool. Dustwind discarded their initial strength and chose their initial number. This is also a characteristic of the unit pool. The unit pool allows you to choose to summon a large number of weak units, a few strong units, or even just the strongest unit at a time, all within the same amount of water. Back when I was in the first unit pool, I only summoned the strongest one at a time. Now, he needs to assign tasks to the second unit pool. Chapter 113 The World Above the Clouds, Layers of Barriers. The current task of the second unit pool is to mass-produce units. These units are currently so strong that even if they are only at the iron level, it doesn't matter. The existence of the trial tower allows them to gradually level up. Once they reach a certain level of strength, they can immediately serve you. With this idea in mind, he immediately took action. Upon arriving at the number 2 troop pool, the water was now full and looked crystal clear. Upon opening the virtual panel, Chen Feng quickly followed a familiar set of operating procedures. In an instant, the entire unit pool began to glow, and then an unbelievable scene unfolded. Suddenly, the entire exterior of the castle was shrouded in a large number of dark shadows. Looking at the sudden appearance of so many dark figures outside, Chen Feng felt somewhat lost. It's only been a few seconds. They summoned so many at once, he said. It was quite a shock, as it was the first time I had summoned so many units. It wasn't just because of how quickly it was finished, but also because of the spectacular scene. 2 more seconds passed. The virtual panel sent him a message that gave him a real understanding of the current situation. Units successfully summoned from unit pool number 2. You have summoned a total of 10,000 black iron level shadows. The message was very brief. But it wasn't until the news arrived that Chen Feng realized what a big thing he had done. I didn't expect that my current troop pool would be able to summon 10,000 Shadow Legion units with an initial strength of black iron level at once. Time waits for no one, so let's send them to the Tower of Trials for training. As he spoke, through telepathy, Chen Feng instructed Nia Li to take the group of little blacks to where they were supposed to go. The dimensional which connected the castle and the secret realm with a spatial tunnel, allowing this unimaginably large army of shadowy figures to travel through it. At that time, the other lord's troops who were staying on the first level of the trial grounds were all stunned when they saw so many shadowy armies suddenly arrive. Fortunately, these shadowy figures were only wandering and cultivating on the first level of the trial grounds. The troops of other lords have already gone to the second level for trials, so they do not interfere with each other. However, when the others learned that this unit was summoned by the wind god not long ago, they were still speechless with surprise. What kind of monstrous unit pool does Lord Fengshen have? Summoning tens of thousands of troops at once. No one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. And if the entire shadowy army of the adults were to grow up, I wonder what terrifying combat power they would possess. At that time, their Dragon Kingdom will have more confidence even if they go to the surface world. Oh no, shouldn't we be able to rampage around like crazy by now? With just Lord Wind God's terrifying army, all you need to do is worship. Inside the castle, after finishing everything, Chen Feng naturally began training the Blackfire skill he had just learned. Meanwhile, above the dark domain, under the endless darkness of night, a group of beautiful congressional chairpersons, each a different type of flying unit, are quietly carrying out their plan. Mad fact, Sothos, are you sure this is the place? Are you sure it's right above our city of Relaya? Are you crazy? At this time, above the sky, Tezier, riding the blood-red vulture, said disdainfully to the black-maned lion king not far away. He simply didn't believe that the people of the Dragon Kingdom could relocate their hiding place to their beautiful country. Isn't that just walking into a trap? You featherless bastard, how dare you question me? This is intelligence brought back by my 100% loyal slave. How can your doubts invalidate it? There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. The most dangerous place is the safest place. They must be thinking the same thing right now, which is why Feng moved the guild here. Just watch closely, Tezier. You can only be stubborn now. After I perform meritorious service, it will be your death day. Sothos stood proudly atop his winged hell lion, his posture upright. He was about to reach the destination coordinates, but unexpectedly, it was located at the very top of the city of Relaya. Although he was also surprised, he couldn't show it in front of Tezier. Anyway, I'm going to win big soon, so let this bald clown keep dancing for a while. That concludes the discussion. The two flew opposite each other, neither wanting to see the other's eye. The other 8 presidents, at this point, only wanted to quickly verify Sothos's answer and were too lazy to bother with their disputes. Soon, during the silent flight, the 10 guild leaders surrounded the area and arrived at the very top of the dark cloud layer in the dark domain. To climb higher, one must first pass through this cloud layer that acts like a defensive barrier. Looking at all of this in front of me, they were also aware of their own negligence. Having been in the dark domain for so long, they had never investigated this celestial world before, so they found the solid clouds quite novel. Just how thick must this cloud be to support a castle on top of it? The troops of several guild leaders have already launched a targeted attack on the endless black clouds. A large amount of damage from the troops pierced through the clouds, breaking through the fog and revealing the sun again. Sothos and Tezier, who were still bickering on the side, realized that the others had already taken the lead. They knew that if they continued to waste words with the other party, they would lose the credit to them, so they quickly took action. In an instant, a tremendous force poured into the clouds, completely piercing the sky that had been obscured year-round. The appearance of cloud caves leading to higher places filled the lords of the beautiful country with joy, who thought to themselves that the clouds were relatively simple and would not become obstacles. As they broke through the passage, they quickly moved up to the upper level. Above the clouds lies a small world. This world is vast, like a dark, boundless heaven. The lords of the beautiful country were momentarily captivated by the semi-dim scenery here. Although it was still dark, it didn't completely obstruct the view, which was quite strange and had a kind of fantastical beauty. But when everyone had finished admiring the scenery, they all realized a problem. Damn it, where are they? Fuck. Sothos, where are the Chinese you mentioned? Where did the Wind Guild go? Several quick-thinking guild leaders soon realized that the place was completely empty, with no sign of the so-called Wind Castle or guild base. What about my hair? And the Union? This one. Amidst the crowd's fury, Sothos was momentarily speechless, his mind in turmoil, feeling as if he was about to be attacked. He swore he would eat shit if he lied. Furthermore, with such a large mobilization now, if the association presidents can't find anyone, they'll definitely think they're being played. The consequences were so severe that they could have killed him on the spot. If we don't find a reason to salvage the situation now, things won't just end up with our backsides cut off and grilled. Chapter 114 Scapegoat. If I don't find a way to solve this myself, I'll not only lose my job today, but I'll probably lose my life too. However, Sothos is currently in a state of panic, and his mind is in chaos, having essentially lost the ability to think. He even forgot that he could ask Yi Lianshan what his current situation was, and just kept humming. Here. He made a slight sound, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing the guy's deadly appearance, Stirrer, who was standing next to him, knew that the Black Lion King had indeed been spouting nonsense earlier. I knew it. How could someone with your pig brain catch that guy Feng so easily? Just wait to die, Sothos. Hearing the curses beside him, Sothos felt a chill in his heart, realizing that he had truly been deceived by the slave. Then I'm truly doomed. But he personally witnessed the branding of slaves being done. How could it have gone wrong? So it's definitely not his problem. It's just that something has been overlooked. Just then, a chairman pointed to the sky higher up. Look, everyone, there's another layer of dark clouds above these dark clouds. A single, clear statement shattered the silence of the moment. Everyone looked up and found that it was indeed true. This greatly reduces the suspicion surrounding Sothos. Could it be that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are higher up? As they were thinking this, another message came from the association president. My troops have just gone to scout further out and discovered that there is indeed a lord in the sky, not far away. As soon as the president finished speaking, everyone's attention was focused on him again. Sothos breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone's attention had finally shifted. Fine. It seems that my current intelligence is correct. That Wind and his union members must be on the second layer above the first layer of dark clouds. How could someone who has been completely enslaved by himself possibly lie about military intelligence? It turns out there was indeed a hidden agenda. I knew it. My slaves are absolutely loyal, and there will never be any blunders. That Wind must be up there. Everyone follow me and attack. Sothos regained his confidence and masculine vigor, and began to speak with a more assertive tone. Seeing this, Zither felt something was off, as if the man was trying to get away with it, but he didn't want to say anything. You little bastard, you're really good at pretending. Consider yourself lucky. Riding the Crimson Vulture, Stir quickly flew towards the higher reaches of the sky. He now wanted to know whether the so-called second heaven was indeed, as the pig nose said, containing the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If this guy dares to confuse right and wrong again, he doesn't recommend that Notoya kill him right now. Seeing that his enemy was targeting him again, Sothos, feeling uncertain, quickly shouted to the other guild leaders. No. We need to deal with the lords on the first floor first, otherwise things will get uneasy. If we manage to create a hole in the second level of the sky, those guys on the first level will definitely find out. Although the lord of the first level is not the Chinese we are looking for, he is still an enemy and must be eliminated. After Sothos finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. What you said seems to make a lot of sense. Then let's do it this way. The association presidents talked and quickly took action. Zeller, who was flying at the time, immediately realized that Sothos was just trying to fool them. How do you know that the first level doesn't have any Dragon Kingdom lords at all, but only other people? He then interrupted again, causing the air to fall silent for a moment. That's because it's a report from my slave. You worthless, featherless piece of trash, shut up. Seeing that it was that disgusting guy who was talking nonsense again, Sothos directly and forcefully retaliated this time. Zither simply didn't believe that the black-haired Lion King truly controlled the position of the wind, So naturally, he didn't believe his so-called slave words either. But the truth is, Zeller can't produce any direct evidence. So in a fit of rage, he said some idiotic things. Damn it, Sothos managed to set it up. No way. Seeing this, he had no choice but to compromise and follow the main force to hunt down the lords on the first layer of dark clouds. Not far away, in those castle settlements, lived a group of lords from a certain guild in the Korean country. Because they arrived in this cloud world in the first place, they have remained here ever since. Furthermore, because this place has few resources, they live in great poverty, left with no other choice. These people from South Korea can only seek resources and survival by fawning over the strongest country, the United States. And when they finally achieved peace and prosperity, but they are about to suffer utter destruction. At this moment, large numbers of troops from other countries were constantly descending and invading their guild territory. When those Koreans learned that the visitor was actually their father from America, they all surrendered and were overjoyed. Father, you've arrived. We welcome them. What? Please stop. Before these people could even express their loyalty, their territory was wiped out in an instant by their own father. The guild's castle was destroyed, and a large number of lords were mercilessly slaughtered. These kimchi dishes have left the Chinese completely baffled. Why were they so cruel to their father after acknowledging him for so long? The scene was extremely bloody, and the whole process was a human tragedy. Sothos was killing people while simultaneously recruiting slaves he fancied. He didn't care at all about their screams of agony. In his eyes, they were nothing but a bunch of beasts, and he could kill or torture them as he pleased. Should we pity the lives of a herd of livestock? Haha, the answer is no. At most, he just wants to attract cheap labor and bring them over to work like slaves. Certainly, if there were any beautiful and charming women among them, Sothos would be happy to enjoy them to his heart's content. This is his way of dealing with the world. Cruel, bloody, inhumane, and where the strong rule. So, this is why he was able to become stronger in this world, not only because of the strength of his military unit, but also because of his decisiveness in killing. Otherwise, he would never have been able to become one of the top 10 presidents of the United States. Soon, after the American butcher's gleeful slaughter, the most powerful guild leader, Notoya, ordered the Black Lion King to continue leading the way, heading towards the second layer of dense clouds in the sky. Sothos calmed down after the killing. He outwardly agreed respectfully, but in reality, he secretly contacted his slave Yi Liangchen, reviewed the current situation, and asked him to confirm the wind's coordinates again. He still trusts his slave very much. Sothos genuinely believed that everything that had just happened was a misunderstanding caused by his own mistake. The underground world. Yi Liangchen then reported the news to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded after hearing this. Of course, this kid doesn't need to come and report in person. Having complete control over the slave branding, he naturally knew what Sothos had said throughout the entire conversation. What the black-haired Lion King said made Chen Feng even more certain that this person could be used, and used to a great extent. Chapter 1: 15 New Allies. Sothos can still be put to good use. We can have him deceive those other beautiful parliamentary chairmen. Chen Feng spoke from inside his castle while sending a message to Yi Liangchen, who was far away. You should follow Sothos's line of thinking. He thinks we're on the second level in the cloud, so you agree with him. You need to act like he's very smart, so that he falls into the trap of his own arrogance. Then, taking advantage of his ignorance, they slowly led others down the wrong path. Then, if he finds that he can't find us on the second floor either, then don't rush to mention the third floor. Since we don't know if the third level exists yet, you can say that the wind moved everyone away because it heard noises from the lower level. In short, I kept trying to trick him. Anyway, he's the kind of guy who doesn't believe his slaves would betray him. He's a complete idiot. Let's try to prolong the time as much as possible. Every extra day we delay is a huge profit for us. The plan that Chen Feng presented at this time was also very simple. I guess I'll just keep guessing. Anyway, Sothos is too arrogant, always thinking that he can handle things perfectly. And now, it seems he's in an embarrassing situation. If he doesn't find the Dragon Kingdom's stronghold in the sky, his own life will be in danger. Since that's the case, why not take advantage of this psychology and keep manipulating him until he breaks down and goes crazy? Perhaps the whole truth will only come out after he completely breaks down. Certainly, if he dared to reveal his current predicament, he might get his head chopped off. Life or lying? Let's see how Sothos chooses. Surely no one wants to lose their life? So Sothos has now truly become his pawn. Not long after explaining everything, Chen Feng disconnected from Yi Liangchen and went to the forge to collect his equipment and deliver new materials. We haven't seen each other for several hours. Through their tireless efforts, Hua Yi, Xiao Yuling, and Li Xian have accumulated quite a few treasures. Considering that there might be too much equipment and it could fill the entire castle. Beforehand, Chen Feng had already given each of them a storage ring of good quality, so that they could put the forged equipment into the ring. Certainly, to save even more time. Chen Feng even took these rings, which were filled with various equipment, and sold them directly at the exchange. But these rings for sale don't reveal how much equipment is inside. He could only convince the lords of other countries through explanation. I've gained quite a bit of reputation within this trading channel, so I do have some credibility. It all depends on whether people are willing to believe it or not. And at this time, everyone who noticed that Feng had put new products on the shelves again fell silent. They discovered this attempt by the wind was extremely bold. He only listed 5 exquisite rings, but claimed that each one contained thousands of high-level to exquisite equipment. What does this mean? Buy one get 1,000 free. Although everyone was willing to believe what the wind said. After all, unlike those guys from America, who say one thing but do another, he doesn't. But these 5 rings have all been offered for astronomical prices by the wind. Most people really can't afford it, even if it's already the best discounted price. But it's still too expensive to ship. It would probably take a powerful guild or some special big shot to acquire these items. And even if you choose to buy this item, you still have to bear the risk of being scammed. What if there's nothing inside these rings? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? It's unlikely, since that would be too crazy, but what if it happens? Who knows? If Feng suddenly goes crazy and tries to make a fortune based on his previously accumulated reputation. So now, who wants to be the scapegoat or the guinea pig? Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. No one can pinpoint the exact location of the wind right now. If it changes its mind, we'll suffer a huge loss. Looking at the results on the chat panel, Chen Feng knew that such an effect would occur. He knew things would turn out this way, but he had to do it. When one's reputation has accumulated to a certain level, one must take such action. The purpose of doing this is to select the first person who is genuinely willing to cooperate with him. If anyone dares to risk buying his rings, it means that this person or force has reached a certain level of super trust with him. This level of trust is such that they could absolutely become allies. And everything inside his ring is genuine and of the highest quality. Whoever buys it will make a huge profit. There's absolutely no such thing as losing money. Waiting for the right person. Time slips away quietly. Not long after, while everyone was waiting, one person stepped forward first. This is a rather beautiful female lord with an aristocratic air. Chen Feng reached this conclusion by looking at her profile picture through the chat window. This woman comes from the Kingdom of Sunset and seems to have considerable leadership within her faction. She actually bought all 5 rings that I offered at the exchange. 5. She won them all. Furthermore, after purchasing it, she responded with considerable confidence. Mr. Feng, our Sunset Kingdom has been eager to establish a cooperative relationship with you ever since you appeared. Now it's time to express our sincerity. After the girl said this in the chat box, several other elderly men from Sunset Country stepped forward to stop her. Your Majesty, you are being foolish. You're being far too impulsive. Those resources for upgrading the castle and the troop pool are all things we've worked hard to accumulate. You're just going to sell them to Feng like that? What if he cheats you? We're complete strangers. I've been scammed. Where can I turn for justice? Your Majesty, you cannot gamble with everyone's hard-earned resources. Several elderly men, whose profile pictures resembled those of British gentlemen, were extremely anxious. They felt that their queen was still young, just a girl under 18, and that it was too rash of her to make decisions on her own without considering everyone's opinions. Pity. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told them that their Sunset Kingdom's system has always been based on the supremacy of the queen. Each queen was their savior, and they had to protect and obey her unconditionally. It was precisely because of the contributions of the queens of previous dynasties that they were able to achieve their former empire on which the sun never sets. But now, things have changed. Under the tide of the times, they gradually became subservient, to the point that their country was no longer worthy of being called the land on which the sun never sets, but was forced to change it to the land of the setting sun. Now, the queen of the new era leads them into this new world. She was convinced that relying on the Dragon Kingdom was the only true key to their everlasting empire's resurgence, so she resolutely took a huge risk and chose to befriend and ally with Wind. Certainly, This behavior was seen as extremely irrational by the elders of the other Sunset Country. After all, how can you make such a hasty judgment about your queen when she's just a greenhorn? In this treacherous world, they know exactly what true cruelty is. The only truth in the world is that self-interest comes first. So now, all the elders are ready to clean up the mess for the queen. What they never expected was, when Queen Elizabeth opened the 5 storage rings, all of Feng's promises came true. Chapter 116 Elizabeth. Meanwhile, the transaction was completed while the elders were chatting. Within the Sunset Union, founded by Elizabeth, the elders from Sunset Kingdom looked at the message sent by the queen in disbelief, never expecting that everything would be accomplished so smoothly. The queen personally opened the ring to inspect it, and the whole truth came to light. The wind is absolutely genuine, without any embellishment. This actually happened. There really are thousands of pieces of equipment inside. We made a fortune, a huge fortune. Several elders then discussed the matter privately in the guild channel, not daring to utter another word of criticism. Their queen offered her most sincere sincerity, and Feng was not a hypocrite, but a true gentleman. This person seems to have never lied since the very first day an item was listed on the exchange. He said that he would never raise the price of a product that had been discounted, and that the ring contained exactly the amount of equipment it contained. Such a sincere person, it's clear we've been overthinking things. Your Majesty, please forgive our boldness just now, but we have offended your decision in some way. You are the revered ruler of the Sunset Kingdom, and your decisions will always be correct. At this time, in the guild channel of Sunset Kingdom, the elderly men were deeply sorry for their rash behavior and finally bowed their heads in apology. Elizabeth, who had already received the actual items inside the 5 rings, remained silent. She is currently overjoyed. Now that they've made the right decision, it's as if their relationship with the Dragon Kingdom has taken another step closer. In fact, this very risky decision could be considered a gamble for Elizabeth. It might sound unbelievable, but a woman's intuition told her that Feng was someone she could entrust her complete trust to. Even though the two had never met, it didn't hinder her ridiculously strong intuition. It was a special perception etched into the blood of Queen Elizabeth II, indescribable yet wondrous. In short, her extraordinary sixth sense was a great help. Place these 5 rings carefully. Elizabeth sat on her throne in her palace, her bright blue eyes gazing expectantly at her virtual screen, awaiting an answer. She had already privately added Feng as a friend on the exchange when she completed the transaction, and was looking forward to his response. Although everything was going according to plan, for some reason, the girl was still very nervous. Fortunately, this agonizing wait didn't last long. Inside his underground castle, Chen Feng readily added the girl as a friend. The underground world. Seeing that everything went smoothly and that he had gained a new ally, Chen Feng was naturally very happy. According to what he had just learned on the World Channel, the girl who was called Your Majesty by many elders was none other than the ruler of the Sunset Kingdom, Queen Elizabeth III. She has her own strongest guild in the Sunset Kingdom, and almost all the powerful figures in the Sunset Kingdom listen to her. In this way, the cooperation he made with this girl was roughly equivalent to a cooperation with the entire Sunset Kingdom. Further observation of dust and wind. Among the many kingdoms and guilds in the entire Dark Domain, the Sunset Kingdom is considered one of the most powerful and influential. With their alliance, I believe that I and the others from the Dragon Kingdom will be able to gain a better foothold in the Dark Domain. The Dragon Kingdom's strength is not yet considered formidable, so its alliance with a renowned Lord State Guild in the Dark Domain is of profound significance. Not long after, the two added each other as friends. The eloquent Elizabeth politely sent a message in Chinese. Hello, Mr. Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing that this was a very polite queen, Chen Feng smiled slightly. The two used the built-in language translation function of the virtual panel to communicate, and soon agreed on some mutually beneficial terms for their alliance. First of all, the dust wind does not require much. Furthermore, Elizabeth was very sincere, and they had no conditions whatsoever. In this way, the alliance agreement is dominated by the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Feng, naturally, didn't bother with words and directly stated his request. What he needed was very simple. He hoped that Sunset Country could help him observe the recent actions of Beautiful Country and then inform him. According to intelligence, the Sunset Kingdom is the closest to the territory of the Beautiful Kingdom. If they didn't have their own strength and resources, the United States might have already launched a war against the United States. However, since the United States doesn't dare to take action yet, it means they don't have enough confidence. It was as simple as having Elizabeth act as a sentinel, just like observing passersby every day. In return, he would continue to provide Elizabeth and her companions with reasonably priced equipment during this period, with both parties receiving compensation. On the other side, upon learning the terms of the alliance, Elizabeth pursed her lips slightly, a hint of surprise in her expression. She hadn't expected the wind's conditions to be so simple. From the outset, she wanted to follow the trend and form an alliance, so she was prepared to directly oppose the United States with the Dragon Kingdom. What she valued was Feng's ability to gather a large number of lords from other countries in a very short time. However, the wind doesn't seem to be in a hurry right now. It just wants to act as its sentinel. In this way, we don't need to be so nervous and prepare for battle. If they are only temporarily responsible for monitoring the general actions of the United States, they can handle it quite easily. But considering the special nature of this condition, Elizabeth also realized a problem. The reason Feng asked him to do this was probably because the Dragon Kingdom was quite far from the territory of the Beautiful Kingdom. This is why they are willing to seek an ally. Elizabeth pondered this result in the palace, and in fact, her guess was pretty much correct. What she might not know is that the wind is right below her. The underground world was vast and intricate, with one path leading directly beneath Elizabeth's palace, though she was unaware of it. To exaggerate a bit, the distance between the wind and the capital of the beautiful country, R'lyeh, is actually quite close. However, none of that matters. What matters is that the alliance between the two sides signifies the beginning of a new order in the Dark Domain. Soon, a final instance of the Dark Realm will unfold. Before the show ends, everyone wants to maintain a favorable position. It all depends on their individual methods. The United States, far away in the sky, has also keenly noticed the changes in the situation. The Americans are certainly not to be trifled with. The beautiful congressional chairpersons knew what was happening as soon as they noticed something amiss in the chat channel. Gentlemen, something's not right. Quick, check the World Channel. Chapter 117 Phantom Spirit Assistance. A new unit is born. Everyone, quickly check the World Channel. Above the sky, the top guild leaders from the United States noticed something was wrong and opened the world chat to check. They were fine when they didn't look, but once they did, they all panicked. Good heavens, Feng is actually trying to form cliques now. This is a blatant challenge to the authority of our Dark Domain leader. Seeing that Feng seemed to be getting close to Elizabeth of Sunset Kingdom, their vigilance immediately rose. As Zeller stared at the virtual panel, he secretly glanced at the black-haired lion King Sothos not far away, and doubts arose in his heart. Zeller always felt like he was wasting his time with an idiot, but he couldn't say it outright because he had no evidence. Just as doubts began to creep into his mind, the black-haired Lion King then commanded the group with a booming voice, leading them toward the second layer of dark clouds in the sky. Gentlemen, once we break through this cloud, we'll be able to catch the wind. Once we kill the wind, all the hidden dangers will be eliminated, and we will be able to rule this dark domain with peace of mind. Follow me in a massive offensive. These words left the other presidents with no choice but to follow suit. But the strongest guild master, Nodoa, had already returned to R'lyeh and had not continued to the second layer of clouds. It was unknown what his plans were. Although Zeller saw that the boss had left, he could not leave himself. He glanced at the arrogant Sothos in the distance, outwardly agreeing with him, but secretly he had already dispatched his remaining few blood vultures to search for other clues on the surface of the Dark Domain. According to previous intelligence, some Dragon Kingdom lords did not choose to join the Wind Guild immediately, but instead stayed in the place where the Dark Domain originally descended. These lords were the prey he had intended to hunt from the very beginning. The operation was abandoned because they were delayed by the slave named Yi Lianchun, captured by Sothos. Sothos learned of Feng's whereabouts by capturing this slave. However, Zither had a feeling that something was amiss. At first, he didn't think too much about it, assuming that Sothos had really been found but was just unwilling to admit it. But now I see that this guy had a moment of panic on his face. Zeller sensed that something was definitely fishy going on. He now had to go back to the old path, to the wasteland where he had obtained the intelligence before, and capture the remaining Dragon Kingdom lords for questioning. I just hope that after all this time, those guys are still in the same place, otherwise Sothos might ruin everything. That's all. Because Stur was wary. While he was secretly investigating, he was also cooperating with Sothos in doing useless work in the sky. Back underground. Inside the castle. Seeing that the current situation was improving, Chen Feng felt relieved, but he still dared not let his guard down. He knew. Once the presidents of the American Association discover something amiss, or if Sothos himself slips up, these guys will quickly realize they've been tricked. Once they fully realize that there are no Dragon Kingdom people in the sky, they will definitely set their sights on the Earth. If they were smart, they could also think of the possibility of an underground world. In conclusion, not everyone is as arrogant as Sothos. Once they calm down, someone will surely find their way back to them. Although I have been in the underground world for more than 10 days, I estimate that I will not be able to survive until the final instance of the Dark Domain arrives in 30 days. Chen Feng speculated that they would soon be engaged in battle with the United States. It won't be after the final dungeon arrives. At that time, not only will I have to win over others to form alliances to resist, but improving my own strength will be of paramount importance. Now, the exploration of the underground world's treasures is nearing a critical point, and everyone's units are beginning to return to the Tower of Trials for further training. Chen Feng's own main forces also began their campaign against the monsters on the 4th level. Is that enough? No, that's not enough. The troop pool is now ready, and a new wave of troops can be summoned. After a long period of settling, the water in the number 1 troop pool has recovered considerably. The replenishment rewards from the previous boost to mental power, plus the current weight, are about time. Quickly arrive at the front of the number 1 unit pool, looking at the half-full pool of water flowing through it. Although Chen Feng was quite disappointed that the pool wasn't completely full, he couldn't worry about that now. As long as you have the Great Sage, the strongest being at the commander level, you can summon a unit of similar level to Lily and the others to level up together. With a proxy player helping out, the upgrade speed of the new unit will be unimaginable. Thinking about it, his hand had already touched the newly opened virtual panel. After a series of fierce operations, the entire pool of God-tier units began to emit an extremely bright and dazzling light. Chen Feng instinctively closed his eyes, avoiding the attack. Even without looking, he knew that the pool water must have gathered into a ball and then begun to condense into the body of a new soldier. As I pondered, the 7-colored pool water solidified into the shape of an elven girl. A large amount of light transformed into emerald green and surrounded the girl, making her delicate body draped in a floral dress decorated with green plant leaves. When Chen Feng opened his eyes, this stunningly beautiful and shy girl appeared before him, leaving him momentarily dazed. So young and innocent, is he an elf? After careful observation, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The girl was indeed very beautiful. It was a natural beauty that made people feel at ease. Her emerald green eyes and brown curly hair, tied into twin ponytails with floral knots, and slightly upturned, exuded a youthful and vibrant aura. The girl's clothing also closely follows nature, as it is made from plants, which is truly eye-opening. She was like a little elf who had sprung out of a flower bud, with 2 pairs of translucent wings fluttering behind her and a special wooden magic wand in her hand. One glance is enough to leave a lasting impression. But the newborn girl was very shy when she saw her master, like a child who had never experienced the world and had no idea what to say. Greetings, master. My name is Celia, and I'm a magic-type spirit. After some hesitation, the somewhat timid girl mustered her courage and flew to her master's side, seeking a bit of warmth and comfort. Chen Feng greeted her with a smile, gently inhaling the floral fragrance emanating from the girl. Observing her shy demeanor, he understood the personality of this new recruit. She was somewhat timid, spoke softly, and appeared to be an elf who didn't seem to be very good at fighting. Thinking this to myself, without realizing it, Chen Feng opened the data panel of this new soldier to take a look. This inspection confirmed his initial suspicions. Celia is indeed not a combat-type unit, but a support-type unit that I have never had, but have longed to obtain. Chapter 1: 18 Attributes of Elemental Phantoms. This is a brand new unit that represents support and healing. Looking at the girl's pure and innocent face, Chen Feng couldn't contain his joy. Open the virtual panel to view it, and Celia's data will be displayed before your eyes. Nickname: Elemental Phantom Celia. Gender: female. Race: elf. Potential: SSSR, God level, unique. Current level: Grandmaster 10 stars. Physical attack: 555. Magic attack: 12,000. Defense: 666. Agility: 999. Mental strength: 450. Loyalty: max, always loyal. Skills: blessing, passive, concealment, passive, rejuvenating wind, magic, spirit barrier, magic, elemental attachment, magic, wild growth, magic, equivalent displacement. Detailed information about the new unit, Syria, was quickly displayed. Chen Feng carefully examined the girl and was quite satisfied with her numerous support skills. What he desperately needs right now is a unit that is purely designed for support. If Lily and the others were to actually go to the battlefield and get injured, or if any accidents happened, they wouldn't be able to return to the castle immediately to receive treatment from the troop pool. Having an extra healer on the battlefield is incredibly useful and crucial. As long as Syria is on the field constantly providing healing, other combat units become gods of war who receive buffs. Moreover, Elemental Phantom Celia is also a final unit with extremely high SSSR level talent, and her potential and skills are terrifyingly overpowered. This is equivalent to Chen Feng having a pool of units that can move freely on the battlefield. Perhaps her role is even more overpowered and terrifying than the unit pool. I thought about all this. Chen Feng then snapped out of his thoughts. He happily hugged the elf girl beside him and stroked her head. The girl was very shy at this moment, and she was saying something in her master's arms, but she did not struggle. Chen Feng did the same, hugging the other person simply because he was happy. However, at this time, because I haven't fully reviewed Syria's data yet, Chen Feng still needs to familiarize himself with the girl's innate skills and attribute points. First, as a purely support-type unit, Syria's physical attack, or basic combat power, is a pitiful 555 points. Not only that, her defense is also ridiculously low. For a master-level unit, that's practically the same as having nothing at all. But the girl's magical attack reached a terrifying 12,000 points. This is completely beyond the scope that a unit with the strength of a Grandmaster could possess. Generally, a highly talented unit, even if its strength reaches the peak of the Grandmaster level, will only have a maximum value of 10,000 points. Celia is only a Grandmaster 10-star, which is the initial stage of Grandmaster, yet her magical attack has reached this level, which shows that her magical skill is unimaginably high. Unfortunately, as a support-type unit, even with high magic attack, the girl can only use support skills in the end. But looking at it from another perspective, isn't being able to strengthen teammates and then damage opponents also a combat tactic? And, compared to other troop types, Celia also has a superior advantage except for magic. Chen Feng discovered that this elven girl's spiritual power had actually reached a terrifying 450 points. This is almost a third of what I currently own. Such high mental strength is something even a commander-level fighting Buddha like him would find difficult to achieve. Although the victorious fighting Buddha had reached the commander level, his mental strength was only 200. Celia is now more than twice his height. Could this be a unique characteristic of support-type units? As Chen Feng spoke, he pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Your situation is similar to mine? I also use my powerful mental strength to coordinate with the troops in long-range combat. And because of her support skills, Nayeli often needs to take care of her teammates, which is why her magic and mental strength have grown together. I see, that must be what it means. After having a general idea in mind, Chen Feng only needs to confirm Syria's skills once more, and then he will have a complete understanding of her. Skills are the most complex part of the troop descriptions and require careful reading of each one. First, there's the girl's passive skill, Blessing, which grants all friendly units within a 2,500-meter radius a buff to her skills. This buff doesn't work outside that range, and the range of this passive skill increases with her strength. The other passive skill, Concealment, essentially allows you to hide your location and avoid being detected by enemies on the battlefield. This is one of Celia's survival techniques, given her low defense. Then there's the first skill, Revival Wind, which converts magic into life force to heal other units' minor injuries and quickly restore their stamina, essentially making them a mobile unit pool. Secondly, there is the second skill, Spirit Barrier Protection. This skill can apply a protective shield to friendly units, which can withstand physical and magical damage for a period of time. However, the shield will become fragile when encountering a being much stronger than the caster, but it is more than enough to deal with small fry. Furthermore, there is the third skill, Elemental Attachment. This skill is very simple. It attaches 5 different attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to teammates to enhance their attack power. As the elemental spirit Celia is known for her elemental abilities, she is able to master the 5 basic elements of the world. While I wouldn't say I'm an expert, I have a good grasp of everything. Continue to examine the skills. The girl's fourth skill, Wild Growth, is also a buff that allows teammates to temporarily increase their size and enter a berserk state, slightly boosting their strength. At last, The girl's ultimate skill, equivalent replacement, can revive a teammate who has already died on the battlefield, but the corresponding price is sacrificing her own life. Here is a very important point. Assuming that if Chen Feng were to die, Celia could also revive him on the spot. This ultimate skill can be described as a rather overpowered finishing move, but Chen Feng doesn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Although this tactic seems to have little cost to reviving troops. However, no matter which unit dies, it will eventually need to spend a lot of gems to be reborn in the unit pool, and each rebirth costs a huge sum of money. Not only that, if Chen Feng dies, Sayali will only have one chance to save herself. What does this mean? This means that the girl who chooses to resurrect him will die instantly, completely. The kind of situation that is beyond saving. This news was undoubtedly the last thing Chen Feng wanted to see. Fortunately, it's too early to say anything about that now. Chapter 119, The Birth of the Palace. Now that he had learned all the information about Celia, Chen Feng sent the girl to the Tower of Trials to assist Lily, Nyarlathotep, and other soldiers in battle, or rather, to fight together. Based on what they had learned from the various troop types on the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials, they now had a general understanding of the situation. The 4th level of the Tower of Trials is the same as before. You need to eliminate some basic monsters first before you can continue to the center. The strength of these basic minor monsters has already reached the average mid-diamond level, and at the very least, the peak of platinum. Furthermore, Chen Feng's virtual panel no longer provides information on how many monsters need to be eliminated on the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials to awaken the final boss. This means that we'll have to test it out ourselves to find out exactly how many monsters we need to kill. But, regarding this news, Chen Feng, however, maintained an indifferent attitude. Anyway, the current level 4 monsters are just strong enough for several troop types to level up, and you can occasionally encounter master level monsters, so there's no need to rush to seek revenge on the boss. Now, with the addition of the Super Healer Syria, the various unit types will be able to level up better and faster. So, Chen Feng only wanted as many small monsters as possible, and lost interest in bosses and such. The current situation on the 4th level is what I wanted to see, and everything is going according to plan. Therefore, there is nothing to worry about. Now, all we need to do is wait for the newcomers, Sayali and Lily, to get to know each other, and everything will fall into place. I have other things to do now, so I won't interfere with the affairs of the Tower of Trials. As for what he was going to do, Chen Feng smiled slightly. He wants to upgrade his castle. That's right. Before he knew it, he had accumulated enough materials to upgrade his castle to support further improvements. The reason why all this could develop so quickly was not only because he was selling equipment day and night, but also because his brothers in the Dragon Kingdom were very helpful, sending him a bunch of essential or rare materials for upgrading his castle in the underground world. With so many resources combined, he quickly completed the upgrade requirements. With almost no effort, Chen Feng quietly achieved an incredible record. His castle's upgrade speed reached number 1 without anyone knowing. In less than half a month, he met the requirements for upgrading the castle. You should know that the next level after a level 3 castle is a palace. Even Nodoa, the strongest guild leader of the beautiful country who previously controlled a large amount of dark domain resources, still took at least a month to upgrade his castle to a palace. Chen Feng had already surpassed him by more than double. Certainly, neither of them knew about this, so neither of them was particularly agitated. Nodoa was still busy with something in his city of Relaya. Meanwhile, Chen Feng calmly opened the virtual panel, preparing to upgrade his level 3 castle to level 4. At level 4, the castle will become a palace. And the palace represents the approximate progress of the 10 most beautiful congressional chairmen of Sothos and his group in the terrestrial world. In other words, once I take this step, I will be practically on equal footing with them in terms of the castle. And I did it in just half a month. As Chen Feng spoke, he began performing a series of rapid operations on the virtual panel. The building materials stockpiled in his warehouse were summoned and began to merge with the castle. Not long after, the entire castle was radiating an incredibly dazzling white light. Faced with such a magnificent scene, Chen Feng had no choice but to flee the castle to avoid the light. He always felt that the castle was trembling violently, as if it were about to collapse or deform. However, what happened next directly confirmed his guess. But at this moment, the castle's overall shape underwent an exaggerated change in response to the white light. The castle became more expansive, and its shape gradually unfolded along the outline of the palace. As all the light faded completely, Chen Feng eagerly opened his eyes. First, What comes into view is a magnificent palace. The palace is designed in a church-like style, but it is divided into upper and lower levels, maintaining its solemnity. The exterior carvings and the well-coordinated long columns on both sides create a pleasing balance. However, once inside the palace, the interior decoration is not like that of a church, but rather resembles the residence of a royal noble. This magnificent and unique architecture, seemingly straight out of a dream, captivated the dust and wind. This time, my residence has become more impressive and upscale, which makes it hard not to be delighted. Of course, it wasn't just the entire castle that was upgraded to a palace. Even the outer ring of city walls has been further enhanced by this upgrade. The already sturdy defensive barrier now appears even more indestructible after its evolution, making approaching enemies feel even more hesitant to approach. Dust was constantly surprised by the upgraded building and finally couldn't help but laugh. Very good. This is exactly what I wanted. Glorious, solemn, and unshakable. He spoke excitedly, not forgetting to open the virtual panel to check the general data of the castle at present. Just then, 3 men and women ran down from the second floor of the palace, their expressions panicked, unsure of what had happened. When Chen Feng saw them, he realized that he had forgotten to call them out as well. These 3 are Hua Yi, Xiao Yuling, and Li Xian. The 3 were working diligently in the forging room when the entire room suddenly emitted a white light, and they were stunned by the sudden earthquake. Fortunately, everything is peaceful now. Even so, when they came to their senses, they were surprised to find that their surroundings had changed so drastically. Unable to believe it, they wanted to come down and ask the wind god about the situation, but what they saw before them was an even more magnificent and resplendent scene, making their scalps tingle. What? Is this the celestial court? How can it be so magnificent? Wait, it seems the Lord is sitting on the throne downstairs. Could this be the Lord's old castle? My goodness, I've never seen such a magnificent interior in my life. Could a castle really be upgraded to look like this? Yes, I heard from others on the World Channel that this is what a castle looks like after it has been upgraded to a palace. Generally, only the top figures in the dark domain can achieve this, because the materials required for the process are too expensive for ordinary people to afford. I see. As expected of Lord Wind God, he is too strong. How long has it been? And you've already joined the ranks of the big shots in the dark domain. Chapter 120 The Beginning of the War. Wow. My lord, is this really your former castle? Now, Li Xian and the others were whispering among themselves as they went downstairs. When Chen Feng saw that they had come out, he decided to let them rest for a while and tour the interior of the palace to relax. However, the group only wanted to check the situation, so they quickly ran back to the forge to continue their work. At last, everything around returned to calm. Dust Wind sighed helplessly and shrugged. He opened the virtual panel to check the general details of the castle upgrade. The castle data is currently being updated. Your castle, Castle of Heaven. Territory level, level 4. Territory buildings, Super God Tier Troop Pool, Second Troop Pool, Warehouse, Advanced Forge, Super Large City Wall, Miner's Temple. Territory effects, none yet. Territory range, 5,000 meters. Current faction, Wind God Guild, Guild Leader. Territory upgrade. Personal level reached LV 40. Wood 1W 80W. Stone 1W 80W. Iron or 510W. Copper or 310W. Gold mine 101W. Drilling 33,000. Kyanite 5,500. Next tier, Mobile Sky Island, Super Forge, Island Shield, randomly selected special building. News of new territories has come into view. After examining it carefully, Chen Feng nodded to himself. With the construction of a new palace, the territory expanded by 5 kilometers. But, currently in the underground world, in order to keep the people of the Dragon Kingdom as close to him as possible and prevent them from being too scattered, he allowed the lords to set up their castles within his territory, so the full extent of the territory's expansion is not yet visible. But it's nothing. Now that everyone is in the guild, their respective territories have been integrated into one. The true territory of Dustwind is actually the sum of all the underworld lords combined. After learning about the detailed description of the territory's boundaries on the virtual panel, he then turned his attention to the requirements for upgrading his territory. Now, the materials required for this upgrade are becoming increasingly demanding. Based on the required amount of resources, Chen Feng estimated that it would be a very long time before he could carry out another round of upgrades to the palace. Despite the numerous difficulties, the new level rewards after the upgrades still kept him entertained. A moving floating island. Once I level up to the next level, does that mean my territory can move with the Sky Island? Chen Feng muttered to himself, thinking that the new level of treatment was quite good. Unfortunately, it's too early for me to talk about this kind of thing now. I need to keep working harder. So he simply closed his virtual panel, then summoned the netherworld black flame he had just obtained, and went outside the palace to continue cultivating. The current situation is, Lily and her friends were fighting monsters on the 4th floor. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom are working hard to improve their skills and labor. Therefore, I certainly can't be lazy. He had a feeling that the United States would soon realize that the world in the sky was just a hoax. A great battle is about to break out. I should strive to improve myself as much as possible in the present moment. At the same time, above the dark domain, above the clouds, shrouded in dark clouds, the presidents of the American Association have been exploring the second layer of dark cloud area for a long time, but still haven't seen any trace of the Chinese. At this moment, Sothos looked around at the other presidents who wanted to kill him and felt very panicked. He looked up at the third layer of dark clouds in the sky, still clinging to the hope that there might be a mistake, and wanted everyone to try going up to that layer again. But at this moment, the presidents had no intention of buying it, and only wanted to interrogate him about the current situation. Sothos, are you really treating us like monkeys? Everyone has been doing their best to help you search here, and this is the answer you give us. I see now this is a trap. Is your slave a fake? Are you absolutely certain that the information you provided is 100% accurate? Are you implying that you're a traitor, fucking? Several of the association presidents grew increasingly angry as they spoke, and they began to move closer to Sothos, seemingly with the intention of executing him on the spot. Meanwhile, Stirrer, who had always been his enemy, watched from a distance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as if he were thinking about something. Sothos thus found himself in a state of panic, surrounded, and becoming the target of everyone's attacks. What do you want to do? The results aren't out yet. It's not on here. The black-haired Lion King was now cornered and had no choice but to point sullenly at the dark clouds in the sky, intending to make a final stand. But he himself has begun to doubt his own words, so how can others possibly believe them? According to his slaves, the Wind Guild is indeed located at this coordinate point, but no one expected that the clouds in the sky would actually be a layered cake. After layer upon layer of dark clouds were broken, everyone became angry and impatient because they could not find the target they wanted. In that case, who would want to listen to the Black Lion King spouting nonsense here? Everyone just wants to see the real thing. If they can't see it, then they'll sacrifice you to the dogs. Since so much time has already been wasted, even if the wind is really on the third layer of clouds, I still have to kill you first. Oh, your actions have angered us, and we don't care about what's going on up there. You'd better cut off your own butt, or everyone will come after you. That's right, if you don't cut it off, we'll cut off your head. As everyone was talking, Sothos touched his buttocks and felt a chill run down his spine. No, we are all acting on Nodoa's orders. Now that he's not here, do you think you can take action against me on your own? If you lay a hand on me here, you'll be breaking the rules and will be severely punished. In these final moments, Sothos still wanted to find a way to exonerate himself and save his life. He was threatened by his teammates, who could change their tune at any moment, and began to wonder if there was something wrong with his slaves. With his methods, how could that be possible? I personally witnessed the slave brand being imprinted on Yi Lianshen's body. Apart from the strongest guild master, Nodoa, no one else has ever been able to remove his slave mark. No one has that ability, and he never thought anyone could do such a thing. I don't even dare to think about it now. If the wind truly discovered and erased its mark, does that prove that this guy's unit type is at the same level as Nodoa's? But how is that possible? Notoya is an SSS-level talent troop lord that is hard to find even among billions of people, and he happens to be of the dark element. Only a powerful being of SSS-rank dark type could completely remove the slave mark he imposed on others. Could it be that the wind is also an SSS-level dark type unit? Chapter 121, The Truth Emerges. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Let's not even talk about how impossible it is. That's practically a fantasy. If a domain could produce 2 SSS-level units, both of which are dark type units, if that were true, Sothos would immediately find a sword and commit seppuku, the kind where you rip out your intestines. This is terrifying, something I can't even imagine. So even now, he still only wants to believe that his slaves are fine, and he's still being stubborn. You're talking nonsense. Use your brain and think it through. How could my slave possibly betray me? As everyone knows, my slave brand is not as simple as it seems. Sothos shrugged, indicating that he was still fine and that he was still in the right. It was just that everyone was too hasty now. The other presidents were angry, but they were also in the wrong and couldn't take direct action. This guy's slave branding skills are really impressive. They also believe that ordinary people can't break free from this thing. So what exactly is the situation now? Why are we all grabbing at air, but only managing to grab a bunch of air? If something hadn't gone wrong in one of the steps, it would be really hard to explain. Could it be that the wind is really on the layer above? What if it's not available at the top either? Should we just keep searching like this? After the third floor comes the fourth floor, and after the fourth floor comes the fifth floor, and so on and so forth. If they keep searching like this, everyone will probably lose their temper and cut off Sothos's head. Not just in the future. Everyone just wants to beat this guy up. Unfortunately, although everyone sensed that something was wrong, they could only be led by the nose by Sothos, which was infuriating. It's like you know someone is playing a trick on you, but their reasons for doing it are so convincing that you're speechless. At this point, you can only legitimately beat him up if you come up with a more convincing reason than he did. Therefore, this is the reason that you are all seeking now. For a moment, they were all uninterested in the wind. All they wanted to know was how to properly beat up their pig-nosed teammate, Sothos. It was during that brief moment when the air was slightly quiet. Not far away, Stir, who had been racking his brains, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. As if he had caught Sothos in some compromising situation, he stood condescendingly in front of the man and said with a disdainful sneer, "Humph, you damn bastard. I finally caught you red-handed. You've really caused a lot of harm." Zither then revealed a disdainful smile, which quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their attention away from Sothos and towards him. Sothos, of course, was not convinced. Faced with this scoundrel who had repeatedly disgusted him and nearly ruined his efforts to subdue the slaves, the Black Lion King immediately retorted, "Just tell me what you found. Why are you keeping me in suspense? You really think I'm scared by you? So in such a hurry? Fine. I'll grant your wish right now." Seeing that the black-haired Lion King was still being stubborn, Stir explained everything. "First of all, while you were having everyone search the sky, I had already sent my own troops to the ground to capture other Dragon Kingdom lords. Instead of wasting my time here, I'd rather go back and grab something ready-made. Although the target has not yet been found, I have discovered a problem in the meantime." When Feng logged into the Dark Domain rankings earlier, everyone could see how fast his level and strength improved. What this insane upgrade speed means is self-evident. There must be abundant resources or some special secret realms around the territory of the wind, which is why its overall combat strength is increasing wildly every day. And Sothos, open your eyes wide and look at the sky. There's absolutely no resource in this sky, not even a damn thing. This place is a pure wasteland. How could the wind possibly find a place to rest? If he were truly hiding in the heavens, how could he have leveled up so quickly? If I hadn't been so angry back then, I would have thought of this already, and I wouldn't have been wasting my time here with you. Words, one after another, passed through everyone's ears and reached Sothos. Sothos listened, but his mind was suffocating. He really didn't seem to have thought of that. What to do? Could it be that I really made a mistake? Your life is probably in danger now. Nodoa has realized it too. Now, Sothos finally broke down when Stir's last words came. The other club presidents swarmed around, wanting to cut off the guy's buttocks first. They've been holding back their anger, and now they finally have a chance to vent it. Zeller is absolutely right. With winds rising at such a rapid pace, how could they possibly stay in such a godforsaken place? If they hadn't been kept in limbo by this guy, they would have figured this out long ago. However, it's not too late to realize it now. At least this incident has shown everyone that the wind should hide in a place with particularly abundant resources. The distribution map of resource points in the Dark Domain is something that the beautiful Chinese know very well. By conducting a thorough search of those locations one by one, the truth will soon be revealed. But before that, you all need to make Sothos suffer some torture. At the center, seeing that several guild leaders had already pulled out their weapons and were slashing at his buttocks, Sothos quickly dodged and cursed these guys as lunatics. Are you all crazy? Zeidel is just trying to sow discord. What if there's some special treasure on the third layer of the clouds? The wind is very strong. Fuck, shut up. No one would believe you. Cut his mouth off. The group then unleashed a flurry of attacks on Sothos, unleashing powerful magical energy and physical sword strikes in all directions. Sothos was no match for the 8 of them by himself. He was injured in many places and bleeding profusely. His attempts to escape were futile. But at that moment, everyone's heart suddenly contracted, followed by a sharp pain. The most powerful presidents from the United States suddenly stopped fighting and coughed up blood, looking as if they had suffered serious internal injuries. But no one attacked us at all. Then there's only one possibility. Sothos lay on the dark cloud, watching the guys suddenly collapse, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You actually dared to lay a hand on me, huh? Now you know you were wrong, don't you? Nodowa has been watching us all along. As he was speaking, an echo came from his mind, giving him and the others some information. You are becoming more and more lawless. They've dared to take action on their own now? Don't they know who's in charge? Sothos, I don't have time to settle accounts with you yet, but you'd better come down with the others. If I hadn't just located Feng's approximate location, you might already be dead. I'm giving you one more chance, but you better not do something so stupid again. At this moment, the authoritative and cold words pierced through everyone's hearts. As Zither and the other presidents stared resentfully at Sothos, who had narrowly escaped death, they also heard some very important news. Has Nodowa found the true location of the wind? Chapter 1:22 The Spark. When they heard the news, everyone fell silent. Nodowa went to Relia before them. Was it for this reason? Everyone initially thought he had gone back to rest, but little did they know that he had discovered Feng's whereabouts. So now, the other 9 of them are making a pointless argument here, which looks incredibly foolish. Damn it. Sothos, you're lucky this time. At this time, Zither tugged at his sleeve, spoke in a disdainful tone, and then headed down towards the sky, leaving the scene. He was indeed agitated just now. A dispute shouldn't have happened here. Everyone's lives are now in Nodowa's hands. Taking action under his surveillance will only bring unnecessary trouble upon ourselves. It's clear that Sothos still has some use to that person. Although he made a very serious mistake, it wasn't serious enough to warrant immediate beheading, which is why everyone was warned earlier. The 9 presidents present were essentially pawns of Notoya, just there to work for him. There was no distinction of rank. Regardless of their internal situation, all 9 of them had to listen to Nodowa. So there's nothing we can do. Although Zither was unhappy, he had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Seeing that someone had left first, the other presidents also turned around. Sothos, you'd better not make the same mistake again, or you know what that guy is capable of. He's much more ruthless than us. At last, after leaving those words to the Black Lion King, the others also departed one after another. Watching the departing figures of the group, Sothos felt a sense of desolation. He never expected that what he thought would be a moment of great achievement would turn out this way. Damn it, could it be that something's really wrong with my slave? As he spoke, he hurried toward the city of Relia below. During his journey, he also tried to reconnect with the brand on his slaves. But then tragedy struck. No matter how Sothos sensed it, Yi Liangshan on the other side seemed to give no response, as if the water was still. This startled him. What happened? Could it really have come true? Is there really a problem with my own slavery? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that everything before was like a play, and he was the one who was tricked in the play. And without realizing it, he seemed to have become a clown, and in the end, he ended up being surrounded and ridiculed by everyone. Damn it. Everything had to start with subduing that slave. How exactly did that Chinese man, named Yi Liangshan, manage to do it? How exactly did he break free from his slavery? Could it be? Is Feng really a monster with SSS-level dark-type units? Thinking of this, the black-haired Lion King's body trembled violently, and he felt a chill run down his spine. If that's the case, then everything makes sense in a roundabout way, but the conclusion is too astonishing. If this kid is really like that, wouldn't he be able to become a monster-level existence comparable to Nodowa? Damn it, how could this happen? Sothos spoke with great anxiety. Although he was a member of the beautiful country controlled by Nodowa, but at least you're under the control of your fellow countrymen. But if Feng grows up and I get controlled by him, wouldn't that be even worse? Because he and I had already become enemies. Even if I were to search for his whereabouts everywhere, he would definitely target me if he found out. Sothos guessed that Feng must have already remembered the Beast Tide card incident. No way. Even though he's having a tough time right now, he still has to force himself to find that wind and kill him first. If he isn't killed, he won't even be able to stay in the United States. After all, he had made a very serious mistake. That concludes the discussion. Sothos roared, attempting to detonate the slave brand on Yi Liangshan's body to vent his anger. Since this slave seems to be of no use anymore, we might as well just destroy him. While one's own brand may be removed, if it is set to explode, no one can stop it. Underworld. Inside the castle. Now, Chen Feng tore off the slave brand from Yi Liangqin's body. Yi Liangqin screamed in agony as blood streamed down his back. In an instant, the piece of meat bearing the brand was rapidly burned by Chen Feng with black fire, in an attempt to destroy it immediately. It's too late. This thing keeps expanding and seems to be about to explode. No way. Chen Feng had no choice but to quickly throw it out of the palace, and then a loud bang was heard. With a loud boom, a deep crater was blasted into the ground outside the palace, and dust flew all around. Although Yi Liangqin was in excruciating pain in his back after escaping death, he still hurriedly bowed in gratitude, feeling fortunate to have been spared. Lord Wind God, thank you so much. Sothos tried to kill me just now. Thank goodness you intervened in time. Fine. I will heal your wounds. The two were talking. Chen Feng raised his hand, and a spatial gate opened. Naya teleported Celia back to the castle. After healing the injured Yi Liangqin beside her, she quickly left. Having experienced life and death, Yi Liangqin still felt incredulous, but he didn't waste any more words and went straight to the point. My lord, you should already know that Sothos and the other powerful lords of those beautiful countries have already realized what's happening. Their entire army has now retreated to the surface of the Dark Domain, and I reckon they're heading this way. Yes, I know. Go back and get ready. Good, Chen Feng responded, watching Yi Liangqin's rapidly departing figure, while also pondering some things in his heart. Actually, I didn't expect those American guys to be able to react. After all, not everyone is as slow to react as Sothos. Once calmed down, they can still discover many clues. What surprised Chen Feng was that the few words he overheard from Sothos through the slave brand were rather strange. Judging from that guy's tone, it's like he's already discovered my real address. Could it be that the strongest guild leader named Nodoa has actually gotten his hands on some special information? If that's the case, then it's indeed a problem. I was just thinking about it. In the guild channel, Jia Ran received a message. President, something's happened. Something's not right. What's up? When Jia Ran, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly came to find him, Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart, sensing that the world was about to change. What Jia Ran said next perfectly confirmed his concerns. Sir, didn't you previously ask me to use troops to dig tunnels and scout out the situation on the surface world? Not long ago, I used the Void Devourer to climb up the surface and eventually got there. But my troops had barely shown themselves when they were killed by an unknown Slash. This is terrible. I didn't even have time to see what was happening on the ground before. Chapter 123 Exposure, Arrival, Enemy. The girl said this. Chen Feng suddenly interrupted and spoke up himself. You mean your troops were killed as soon as they went out? Does that mean the hole we just dug has also been discovered? Well, that might be true, sir. I just don't understand why I was killed as soon as I went out. Isn't this dark domain a vast area? Could it be that, sir, we've stumbled upon another lord's territory? Jia Ran's casual question at that moment was exactly what Chen Feng had in mind. Based on the current situation, plus the vague information from the United States. The dust and wind are alert. The two have a very coincidental connection. Could it be that the place Jia Ran dug up is their hideout? In other words, the underground world I'm currently in is actually located beneath the territory of the United States? Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Chen Feng muttered to himself, startled by his own thought. Isn't it a bit too much of a coincidence that the enemy is right above you? If that's really the case, it's terrifying. If this happens and those guys in America find out, it would be a huge disaster. No, it's not, if it's discovered. It's already been discovered. Boom. Boom dash. Just as I was thinking. The upper layers of the underground world began to tremble violently. Chen Feng was immediately startled, thinking to himself, how long has it been? Have the people above already started taking action? The rumbling sound continued to spread. The tremors continued. The entire underground world was instantly plunged into panic. More and more lords began to report back to Chen Feng, and their fear was vividly displayed in their words. Why is the entire earth shaking, Lord Wind God? Could it be that we've been discovered? My lord, in a small tunnel at the very end of our guild territory, I can hear a very strong drilling sound, as if something is about to come down. Yes, I'm nearby. The sounds are getting louder and louder. I think I can vaguely see something coming down. Come back quickly, that's the enemy. Many lords of the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed in surprise and began to report the situation on their side. Chen Feng learned through the information that the problem has now occurred at the lower levels of the labor union. This confirms his earlier conjecture. The headquarters of the United States may actually be very close to us. And more importantly, they did indeed discover their own location. Time waits for no one. At this critical moment, Chen Feng quickly summoned back his main forces and also recalled the large number of Shadow Legion troops. He then took out a Heart of Stone from the warehouse, which he had obtained from hunting a boss in the beginner area for defense. This thing can create a super large wall that can withstand attacks from diamond level or lower level troops for one day, which comes in handy at this time. Finally, the troops that Chen Feng had dispatched rushed to the location of the loud noise mentioned by the mini Dragon Kingdom lords to provide support. Not long after, sure enough, a large number of strange and unusual soldiers descended upon that place. However, these troops seem to be just scouts, and their strength is not as terrifying as Chen Feng imagined, with the highest being only the early platinum level. Even so, once Chen Feng discovered them, he had no intention of letting them go back. Once these guys come down, they'll surely report the news to their superiors. How can I let them leave? In the blink of an eye, the order to act was given. Lily and several other units took the lead and instantly killed all the vanguard soldiers, leaving none alive. But then, more and more troops are attacking again through the tunnels that have already been explored. Only, these are still just scouts. But with each additional batch of them, the newly open hole connecting to the world above ground grows larger and larger, eventually becoming an irreversible situation. Through the shared vision of the dust and wind, watching the cave entrance grow larger and larger, and seeing more and more large-scale troops able to descend, he could only feel anxious. The roars that occasionally came from the cave entrance further intensified the tense situation. At last, the situation is irreversible. The great battle has already begun. Left with no other choice, he decided to inform the allies of the Sunset Kingdom. Dust and wind were detected. The situation is so tense right now. Even though the United States has discovered its location, it has not made a big show of declaring war on the World Channel. Because they didn't want to alert the enemy, and didn't want their plans to be discovered so quickly. This means that the United States wants to resolve its own issues as quickly as possible before informing the lords of other countries about the matter. They certainly don't want other countries to get involved in this matter right now. It's conceivable. These beautiful Chinese will surely use a large number of troops to besiege and suppress us, and our main city will be temporarily vulnerable. If another country were to intervene at this time, the United States would certainly not be in a good position either. So, before those guys could succeed in their scheme, Chen Feng chose to spread the news. Firstly, he wanted to get reinforcements for his side. Secondly, he needed to let Elizabeth know about this, and then the lords of other countries would naturally find out. Now, Chen Feng is just waiting for an opportunity. He hoped that this crisis would prompt the lords of various countries to launch a counterattack against the United States. But all of this is contingent on being able to withstand this crisis for a sufficient amount of time. Boom, boom, several more loud bangs. Just as Chen Feng told Elizabeth about this, the entrance to the distant battlefield was completely opened. A lord wearing a beast's mask stood on the shoulder of a black-maned lion that resembled a human-beast hybrid, and roared. Fuck, we finally found it. Wind, get out here. You almost killed me. I'll never let you off easily. As the man spoke, the information naturally traveled back into Chen Feng's mind. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng thought to himself, isn't this guy none other than the Black Lion King Sothos? Now that enemies have met, their hatred is palpable, and the situation continues to escalate. The Black Lion King sent down all of his main forces. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng discovered that this person was surrounded by 6 or 7 powerful soldiers at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level. The lion that resembles a human has reached the peak of the Grandmaster level, and its strength should not be underestimated. However, this is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that the guy had his teammates behind him, who were also other presidents from the United States. Several more Grandmaster level units have descended underground. 2 new guild leaders arrived and immediately occupied the area at the passageway, their momentum overwhelming. Sothos looked somewhat displeased when he saw his teammates arrive, but he still focused his attention on the castle pile not far away. All right, the 3 of us are enough. Tell Nodoa that I will definitely complete the mission this time. Chapter 124 Melee. After saying this, the Black Lion King led his Hell Lion Legion forward without hesitation, wanting to flatten everything in front of him. Ahead, the hundreds of castles visible through the city gates looked to him like a bunch of obstructive roadblocks. However, before that, he has to level that even taller city wall first. Seeing that Sothos had already rushed out, the other two beautiful congressional chairpersons could no longer delay. They immediately charged forward, believing victory was assured. Although Feng's strength has developed rapidly, it's not to the point that the three of them can't handle him. Therefore, judging from the situation, the three of them are indeed enough. The very center of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. When Shen Feng saw that these three guys were really recklessly charging towards his guild territory, he knew he couldn't afford to be careless. The combined combat strength of these three is quite formidable. Each of them possesses a unit with the strength reaching the peak of the Grandmaster level, plus more than 10 other main combat forces at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level, making this a fierce battle. If they were allowed to directly breach the newly built city walls, the consequences would be obvious. The walls would be instantly destroyed and collapsed. After all, this is just a wall constructed from stone hearts. It can only withstand bombardment from diamond level or lower level troops at most, and it definitely cannot withstand anything higher. Therefore, I must immediately send Lily and the others out to resolve this crisis. The opponent has already sent out their main force, so there's no point in him hiding it anymore. Kill. At a command, the various troop types hidden within the city walls of Dustwind began to move. Lily, Nyarlathotep, Kyle, and Mona each set out. Celia provided support from the rear, while the Great Sage had other plans. On the American side, Sothos, who initiated the attack, was at the forefront. He wanted to be the first to kill Feng Ligong, so he charged forward without hesitation. For this reason, he also summoned most of his main fighting force, the Lions, to the underworld. Currently, he is accompanied by 7 Grandmaster-level Hellfire Lions, among which the one carrying him forward is at the peak of the Grandmaster level, and the other 6 are at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level. Of course, there are also many other Hell Lions following closely behind, none of them weak, with a minimum strength of diamond. With such a terrifying army of beasts, Sothos was confident that anyone who came would kneel down and beg for mercy. As he was thinking this, 4 soldiers of different types flew out from the distant city wall. These units include dragons, angels, and a little girl who can tear through space, with an elf girl supporting them from behind. The important thing is, Sothos realized that the strength of this group of soldiers had all reached the Grandmaster level, and the little void girl among them had even reached the mid-Grandmaster level. He was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Not only him, but even his teammates behind him were taken aback. 5 Grandmasters. Wait, are you kidding me? What's going on? The 3 presidents are dumbfounded. The black-haired Lion King standing on the soldier's shoulder looked more and more absurd, and even the dashing pose he had deliberately struck earlier unconsciously shrank back a bit. What's going on? Are you sure this isn't a joke? How many days has Feng been in the Dark Domain? Yet he already possesses 5 such powerful units. You should know that it took me a full 6 months to reach this level, even as one of the top 10 in the United States. The speed of this guy in front of me is simply unbelievable. Even if he encountered some special opportunity, it's impossible for it to be like this, right? Even Nodoa, who is recognized by them as the #1 person in the beautiful country, does not have such a terrifying speed of upgrading. To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, Sothos would have thought someone was joking with him. Damn it! What's going on with the troops on this city wall? Am I hallucinating? Is this really just Feng's unit? The 2 presidents behind were still muttering to themselves, unable to believe it. Their brains, at this moment, were briefly plunged into a state of oxygen deprivation, and they could only focus on asking the questions in their minds. Fortunately, they were seasoned veterans who had seen many large-scale battles, so they were not so frightened that they lost their ability to fight on the spot. They quickly adjusted their mindset and said to each other, "This kid's growth rate is too rapid. If it continues like this, it will definitely threaten the ruling position of our United States. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and prevented it from continuing to grow. The 3 of us are still strong enough, but we need to call for reinforcements immediately to avoid any unnecessary trouble." At this moment, the guild leader on the right was speaking, about to report to the other teammates above. But Sothos, upon hearing this, roared in anger and scoffed disdainfully. "You're so afraid of dying. I alone am enough to handle an opponent of this caliber. This guy Feng is mine. None of you can take him from me." Sothos once again made a bold statement, determined to personally take Feng's head. Therefore, just as he was about to approach the city wall, he ordered his Hellfire Lions to unleash their ultimate attacks to ensure the success of the operation. Although he's still being stubborn, he's not so brainless as to not even bother to use his ultimate move. His opponent was, after all, a master-level opponent, and he might be killed if he wasn't careful. Therefore, the several hellish war lions roared and expanded their bodies, thus entering battle mode. Around these beasts, hellfire rose continuously from the ground, making the entire underground world seem to be engulfed in a sea of fire. At last, several lions merged directly with the hellfire, their entire bodies transforming into a ball of dark brown flame. Purgatory, roar of the fiery lion. Sothos roared, and the lions beneath him sprouted fiery wings and took to the air, leaving trails of flames in their wake. The flames seemed to burn the air itself, rising continuously into the sky. The lions that had transformed into hellfire spewed out a wave of fire that swept towards the top of the city wall not far away. The flames spewed by these different lions collided and merged together, forming a fire tsunami, even more terrifying than the city walls, which swept across the area where Lily and her fellow soldiers were located. Inside the city wall below, many of the Dragon Kingdom lords, who were staying in their own castles, felt a burning heat all over their bodies, and their muscles felt as if they were melting, causing unbearable pain. They could only look out the window in terror at the raging waves of fire that seemed to descend like a demon, utterly helpless. This level of attack is beyond their current strength to withstand. All they could hope for was that the wind god could turn the tide and save them from this perilous situation. And at the very top, Lily and the others, who were waiting for the wave of flames to descend, remained calm and even smiled. Chapter 125: Crushing and Terrification. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Chunfeng's main forces showed no sign of fear and remained standing motionless in their original positions, as if waiting for the disaster to strike. They were completely fearless, which startled Sothos, who was engulfed in flames. The black-haired Lion King observed the expressions of his opponents amidst the towering waves, and upon noticing something amiss, he suddenly froze. Damn it! Why don't these guys run away or fight back? Are you looking down on me? Grass. Sothos, being so stubborn, always assumed that others were looking down on him whenever he noticed something unusual. Little did they know, Chunfeng had already assumed a defensive stance. He didn't let Lily and the others retreat because he already had a plan to deal with this level of attack. Before long, a fierce attack of flames ensued. Filled with rage, Sothos roared, vowing to crush everything in his way into the sea of fire. But how could Chunfeng let this arrogant fellow succeed? He had already secretly instructed the victorious Fighting Buddha to lay a trap, waiting for these three guys to fall into his snare step by step, so that they would never return. You may appear to be passive, but you are actually taking the initiative. Currently, Chunfeng's plan is being implemented step by step. His apparent non-resistance, or even his exposure of strength, was merely a facade created to exploit the information gap among the three beautiful parliamentary chairmen. If you reveal your hand directly, these guys will never choose to take action so easily. Instead, they will immediately call for reinforcements. If they were to call down any more beautiful parliamentary chairmen, things would spiral out of Dustwind's control. However, the current situation is one that can be resolved. These three are actually easy to take down if I just go all out. After all, the opponent's highest combat strength was only at the peak of the Grandmaster level, while he himself had. Boom dash. Just as everyone was harboring their own secrets, the first collision suddenly occurred. When the massive wave of flames reached a height of 12 meters from the city wall, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. The massive, dark brown flames churned and surged, but were quickly pushed back by the force of the obstruction. Sothos was shouting excitedly when he suddenly bumped into an invisible wall and fell into a brief pause in thought. But his teammates behind him suffered the consequences. Seeing the raging fire suddenly change direction, the two guild leaders behind them were caught off guard and immediately turned around and ran away. Sothos, you fucking bastard. What the hell are you doing? Boom dash. The two roared and looked up at the black tide. Knowing the power of the Black Lion King's move, they had no choice but to rely on their troops for defense since there was no way to avoid it. On the other side, inside the city walls, when the raging tsunami was blocked by a mysterious force, the many lords of the Dragon Kingdom knew that it was the wind god who had intervened, and they all raised their arms and shouted. Seeing the amazing defensive effect of the great sages drawing a circle on the ground as a prison, Lily and the others at the top of the city wall were relieved. The owner told them to stand still, and they were initially a little flustered. But out of complete trust in their master, they did as instructed. And everything that happened next was exactly as the master had predicted. The defenses that the great sage had secretly set up protected everyone from this devastating blow. Now is the time for them to sound the horn of counterattack. Lily and her friends spread out, taking advantage of the chaos and the fact that the group was too busy to defend themselves, hoping to catch them off guard. They quickly unleashed their ultimate skills. Since their opponents were going all out right from the start, they certainly wouldn't back down. In an instant, in the dark brown sea of fire, even more light suddenly appeared. Crimson flames, surging energy from the void, dark magical shackles, and holy golden physical sword energy all attacked at once. As Sothos was stopped from falling by the invisible wall, he was stunned to see so much complex energy sweeping towards him. He truly never imagined that his supposedly fatal blow would end up in such a pathetic state. Moreover, the attacks unleashed by those wind-type soldiers above seemed to be far more terrifying than their actual strength. If he were to be hit directly by this thing, given his current strength, let alone the probability of survival, even whether his body could be preserved after death, is still unknown. In the face of crisis, Sothos quickly used several hellish war lions that had crashed into the wall with him to shield him from the terrifying damage. Time was of the essence, and he could only come up with this desperate measure. Just as the lions shielded their master, the skills of the four major troop types above attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud bangs rang out in succession, making the entire underground world seem to explode. The rock layers above trembled continuously, and sand and stones flew everywhere, covered by various lights. At last, the terrifying power vanished along with the sea of fire on the ground, leaving only an enormous crater. Sothos lay inside, his body charred black, looking like he was on the verge of death. Beside him, only the strongest Grandmaster-level war lion remained alive. The rest of the troops had vanished. If this guy hadn't known the gravity of the situation, he probably would have lost his life too. No one expected that Feng's strength had grown to this level. When Sothos awoke from the pit and discovered everything, he was still in disbelief. My entire lion legion is gone. Just one glance. As he spoke, he felt as if his whole body was falling apart and he couldn't move. If, at this moment, the wind's units deliver a fatal blow to him, he might. Thinking of this, Sothos looked at the only soldier beside him, then at the sky, and his heart was filled with despair. However, instead of executing him on the spot, Feng imprisoned him. He was locked in a dark cage, and then slowly floated into the sky. Despairing, he peered through the cage towards his two teammates, wondering what would happen next. His two teammates are also having a tough time right now. After barely managing to defend against Sothos's all-out attack, the two guild leaders witnessed their teammate being mercilessly slaughtered, which horrified them even more. It seems they underestimated Feng's strength. This guy was able to easily snipe Sothos. He's ridiculously strong. At this moment, the two realized that staying there would only lead to their doom, so they decided to escape and go back to warn others. But just as they were about to turn around, an unknown entity with overwhelming power suddenly appeared behind them. The victorious fighting Buddha had already been holding the Rui Jingu Bang, a magical staff, and had been lying in ambush behind the two for some time. The great sage's cold gaze made the two beautiful parliamentary presidents dare not move. If they took another step, it would be their death. Chapter 126, Turning the Tables. The great sage's terrifying gaze made the other two guild leaders feel threatened with death. Their troops, under intense scrutiny, had lost most of their combat capabilities, becoming like soulless puppets, completely at the mercy of others. This is the terrifying suppressive power of the fighting Buddha. A moment of silence fell over the scene. No one dared to speak. Only when the two guild leaders realized that what they were facing was a type of soldier did they take a deep breath. This is a unit commander-level unit. How could this be? Could he also be under Feng's command? The two men were breathing heavily when they saw the sudden appearance of a commander-level soldier, and they were so shocked that they could not describe it. I thought that the 5 master-level soldiers behind the wind, whose strength far surpassed their own, were already shocking enough. Who would have thought that this guy's true strength was such a terrifying existence? Only then did the two presidents realize what a monstrous and terrifying being they were fighting against. How could a Dragon Kingdom lord, who had only been on the desolate continent for less than a month, possess such a terrifying army? Is this kid's unit pool structure different from theirs? How come all the creatures conceived are such monsters? Such powerful troops, they certainly don't believe they were all mass-produced. How come there are already so many of them now? What kind of delivery speed is this? My hair. The two spoke tremblingly. Dustwind, who was observing everything from inside his castle, watched the two shocked men and their mutterings through visual sharing, his mind filled with unease. Judging from their tone just now, they seemed quite shocked by their own type of soldier. But that's normal. Who can blame them when their unit pool is a god-tier unit pool? The god-tier unit pool not only grants unparalleled unit talent and breeding, but its basic water replenishment speed is also unmatched by ordinary unit pools. For an average player's unit pool, assuming they have decent talent, it would take at least 20 to 40 days to develop a Grandmaster level unit. As for Qinfeng, his troop pool, even with the same pool level, replenishes its water several times faster after spawning troops than others. This is why the two guild leaders were surprised that a Dragon Kingdom lord who had only arrived on the ancient desolate continent less than a month ago possessed a number of Grandmaster-level troops that were almost equal to theirs individually. Certainly, what they didn't know was that Qinfeng had actually achieved this level with the help of the Secret Realm Trial Tower. However, that's still quite terrifying. But Master-level units are not the focus right now. That Commander-level victorious fighting Buddha is the kind of opponent that the two presidents are unwilling to face. Fuck, this is truly a commander-level being. Damn it, Feng is a monster. How exactly did he do that? At this time, the two presidents still only dared to stand there, trembling, and speak in hushed tones. The one in front of you is a genuine commander-in-chief. Disobeying him means certain death. However, their troops were locked in place by an invisible barrier and could not move. The barrier's space shrank, squeezing their prized master-level troops into a pool of blood before finally stopping. The victorious fighting Buddha resolved everything with a single move, drawing a circle on the ground as a prison, without even lifting a finger himself. This move can be used for both offense and defense, protecting teammates and eliminating enemies invisibly. It is truly a terrifying weapon. Seeing this, the two presidents didn't dare to say anything more and could only remain silent with fear on their faces. Unexpected. As one of the 10 most supreme beings in the United States, will they one day be bullied by the ants they despise? This feeling is no different from having their faces peeled off and then being shown off in front of them. It's incredibly painful and torturous. At first, everyone thought that after the United States found the Dragon Kingdom would face annihilation, but in the end, the opposite happened. They were humiliated by the Dragon Kingdom. Who could have imagined that? Just as the two presidents were trembling, the victorious fighting Buddha has used special means to seal the entrance to the earthly world to prevent further reinforcements from arriving. Now, the situation has stabilized somewhat. Qinfeng appeared before the two guild leaders through the perspective of the great sage, and had Mona use dark shackles to lock them into a cage. At this point, all three association leaders had been captured and were left in the air awaiting further instructions. Knowing that they would die anyway if they delayed any longer, the three decided to openly call for backup through the chat panel. Qinfeng naturally saw this, but he couldn't stop it. Therefore, Qinfeng knew that the war was far from over. Although he witnessed these three guys calling for reinforcements, there was a reason why he didn't kill them immediately. These three imprisoned presidents are currently China's only bargaining chip and the most effective means to deal with the United States. Qinfeng knew that the entire fighting force of the beautiful country was not limited to these. Even the Sothos and his men, who are currently imprisoned, are only represented by their elite troops. They do not represent the full combat strength of these three. The opening connecting the surface and underground was too small, preventing their large army from rushing in at once. Otherwise, even if Qinfeng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of troops, and there would always be a few that slipped through the net and might launch a surprise attack on his territory from elsewhere. Even if they went in, they would be slaughtered by his Shadow Legion and resisted by other Dragon Kingdom lords, but in the end, it was impossible to defend against them all. After all, this assumption includes not only the entire forces of these 3 chairmen, but also the other 7. If they were to unleash their full fighting force, it would indeed be beyond the capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom to handle. It's possible that right now, people from the United States are already digging tunnels to launch surprise attacks in other places. This is why Qinfeng captured the 3 leaders, but didn't kill them. He wants to take them hostage. Otherwise, once the other guild leaders appear, and the strongest one, Nodoa, leads his troops down, everything becomes unpredictable. Qinfeng wanted to try to use the lives of the 3 captured presidents to delay the even more terrifying attack from the United States above. At least give them some breathing room, allowing them to relocate or maneuver. If all else fails, Qinfeng might have to use his territory movement card. He could move his palace to another location, and then the other members of the guild would follow suit. Currently, it seems that the United States stronghold is right above us. If we cannot check and balance each other, one side must leave first. Although Qin Feng didn't want to show weakness, there was nothing he could do about it. Even if war were to break out right now, with only Sunset Kingdom as an ally, whether other countries would side with them and launch a counterattack remains a matter of probability. Even if I think it's possible, I don't want to entrust my life to a vague probability. Chapter 1:27 Negotiation and Power Struggle. If we can negotiate now, let's try to negotiate. The longer we delay, the more we can gather information about the other side, which will help us plan our next move. It seems that negotiating with a tiger for its skin is currently a last resort. Qin Feng was thinking about this matter in the palace, and wanted Sothos to contact the strongest guild leader of that beautiful country. Just then, through the visual connection shared with the victorious fighting Buddha, he discovered that inside the dark cage, Sothos had been blasted into a pitch-black chest, and a white, hideous, and twisted face was staring at him from the area around his heart. A person with two faces at the same time? This startled Qin Feng. When the white face appeared, Sothos's true face beneath the shattered mask also looked extremely ferocious, as if he was howling incessantly from extreme pain. He was sometimes angry, sometimes pleading, as if he were calling out someone's name, begging to come out of his body. Looking at all this, Dustwind had a vague sense of unease, as if Sothos had been parasitized by something. To be more precise, it should be control, and this thing might be related to the face on his chest. Could this face be? Qin Feng seemed to have thought of a possibility, but he found it hard to believe. But what happened next completely dispelled his doubts and forced him to face reality. Only saw. Sothos's hideous face on his chest gradually took shape, and his appearance was no longer distorted, but became dignified. It was the face of a handsome man, with distinct features and a strong sense of layering, looking very elegant and exuding an aristocratic air. When his eyes opened, Sothos finally regained his senses and stopped shouting. Only, the first thing he said after recovering took Qin Feng by surprise. "Hey Wind, I found you." Now, the white-faced figure spoke in unison with Sothos's true appearance, uttering a phrase that sounded similar to the real Sothos. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a slight chill run down his spine. Why has this guy's voice changed? Were you controlled? He spoke inside the castle, but his eyes were fixed on the elegant, white face through visual sharing, and the more he looked, the more creeped out he felt. "Are you Notoya?" At this moment, as Qin Feng spoke, he used the victorious fighting Buddha to transmit information to the distant enemy. The white-faced man remained expressionless after hearing this. "Whether I am or not, you don't need to care too much, because you are already a dead man." As the pale-faced man spoke, the underground world suddenly trembled violently. It's obvious. New units are exploring air gaps in different locations above, aiming to launch a surprise attack on the underground world. Qin Feng watched all this through the great sage's peripheral vision and felt quite anxious. "You want to fight? I have 3 hostages here. They must all be your subordinates, right? The lives of these 3 are in my hands. I advise you to think twice." At this moment, continuing to engage in conversation through the great sage's mouth, Qin Feng wanted to make Nodowa on the other side weigh the pros and cons. If war breaks out, their side will directly lose 3 presidents, all of whom are key combat forces of the United States. Moreover, they may also face opportunistic attacks from other countries. Even if war breaks out, Qin Feng has ways to kill the other 6 guild leaders. As for Notoya, he was unsure of the other party's background and strength, so to be on the safe side, retreating was the best option if he couldn't win. Let's see what the other party really means now. Just after Qin Feng finished speaking, Nodowa, the strongest in America, remained silent for a few seconds, then gave a dry laugh. "Feng, I admit that your current strength is enough to threaten me. Your growth rate is incredible, which is why I must kill you as soon as possible. I will not let this go. Based on what I know about you, even if you are very strong now, you are still no match for me. Moreover, your only ally in the dark domain right now is the Sunset Kingdom, right? If I kill you now, do you think other countries will have time to come and help you? Want to make a bet with me? Will I kill them faster, or will your reinforcements arrive sooner? Ha ha ha. And don't get me wrong, I'm the one in the advantageous position. Do you really think I care about those 3 association presidents?" At this moment, as they were talking, Nodowa's white face suddenly became ferocious again. Sothos, who had been expressionless, and the other 2 presidents also began to show distorted expressions. Qin Feng was quite shocked as he watched all this, wondering to himself if all the people of America were so ruthless. Is this an attempt to cut off one's own weakness and silence witnesses by killing someone? No Toya, did you take them under your control to kill them and cover your tracks? Aren't they your main fighting force? Are you crazy? Chen Feng spoke as he did so, his brows furrowed. These three are America's current elite fighting force. He would rather sacrifice them to start a full-scale war with China. Madman, isn't this a disguised way of weakening our own strength? What exactly does he want to do? In that brief moment of reflection, No Toya spoke again, his words filled with disdain. Kid, you underestimate me. It's none of your business, but do you really think you can threaten me? That's right. Those three are indeed under my control, so if I want them to die, they have to die. But if I were to resurrect them after they die, they could still be resurrected. What? At this point, Chen Feng was surprised, while No Toya burst into laughter. The pale faces parasitizing the three presidents continued to ooze blood, eventually causing Sothos and the others to collapse in the cage, convulsing. After a series of screams, Chen Feng realized something was wrong and quickly ordered Lily and the others, as well as Desheng, to retreat. 3 loud booms. Sothos, along with the bodies of the other 3 handsome congressional chairmen, exploded inside the cage. The blood mist produced by the explosion spreads brilliantly, like fireworks made of human flesh, exuding a tragic beauty and emitting a foul stench of blood. These 3 were actually manipulated into self-destructing. Chen Feng was truly stunned. As they watched the blood mist dissipate in the darkness and a large number of human remains fall to the ground, Lily and the other soldiers fell silent. Meanwhile, the tremors and noises continued above. This means the war is far from over. It may have only just begun. The increasing sounds coming from afar symbolize that a large number of new openings are being created. Before long, the entire underworld may be invaded by the American army. Chen Fenghuang could predict what would happen next just by listening to these sounds. How many types of soldiers would it take to create that noise? Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 128 Puppet. Such a noise is terrifying. The most outrageous thing was that Chen Feng even had a feeling that the rocks above might collapse in the next second. The current situation is dire, and everything is hanging by a thread. However, these alone were not enough to distract him. His mind was filled with No Toya's words from earlier. Those manipulated by it can be resurrected even after death. Could it be? Have the Sothos and his companions, who just self-destructed, been rescued from the ground? Upon realizing this, Chen Feng was even more surprised. What kind of terrifying move is this? If that's really the case, then that's absolutely insane. Could his unit be the king of hell? Just thinking. Meanwhile, on the surface of the dark domain, in the very center of the city of Relaya, within the most magnificent palace, situated among all the houses, a man with a gentle and refined appearance strolled through the main hall. His steps were light and slow, and his figure would sometimes disappear into a thick green mist. In a corner of his palace, there were several containers filled with special solutions for the heart. The hearts inside the device beat slowly, clearly visible through the glass partition at the center. The man smiled slightly as he looked at the 3 beating hearts, which were not beating very vigorously, and then slowly said, "It's time for my troops to awaken." No sooner had these words been spoken than the 3 hearts in the solution began to contract continuously, violently drawing the green solution from the tank. These liquids were specially placed in the military training pool by this pale-faced, eerie man, who was waiting for this day to arrive. That's right. This person is No Toya, the strongest guild leader of the United States, and he is now planning to resurrect the 3 people, Sothos and his companions, whom he just killed. Although it's called resurrection, it's actually just a trick he used to scare Feng. In reality, he hasn't reached that level of extreme methods. Because his unit is an SSS-level dark parasitic mother, it can give the dead multiple lives and allow the parasitized to serve him. The reason why the dead can be resurrected is because their parasitic mother worm will take out the heart of the host after parasitizing him, and then the mother worm will replace the original heart. Furthermore, No Toya placed the original owner's heart in a device slot and irrigated it with water from the troop pool to ensure its final activity, in order to achieve the goal of resurrection in the future. At last, the resurrection ritual can begin after the original body of the heart has completely exploded or after the mother worm inside has died through special means. At this point, the original heart inside the No Toya container will begin to frantically absorb the water from the unit pool within the authorized tank, growing into a puppet with a new body. After being resurrected, this puppet will completely obey No Toya's commands and act like a zombie, without any independent thoughts. In other words, The three Sothos who were resurrected after dying once were essentially just physical reconstructions, while their souls had long since returned to the underworld. This is why Nodoa's so-called resurrection was just a ruse. But when faced with the negotiations offered by Feng, he still refused to compromise, even at the cost of sacrificing 3 presidents. His pride wouldn't allow anyone to have any leverage over him. So what if 3 presidents are sacrificed? Nodoa is determined to wage war against the Dragon Kingdom, at any cost. The wind's terrifying growth rate completely threatened his own dominance. Given Feng's current growth trend, if he were allowed to survive until the Dark Tide instance opens, Nodoa himself would likely become the passive party. Moreover, although his dark parasitic mother can only revive the 3 zombie-like Sothos, but this also means that all of Sothos' troops will be under his command. In this way, Nodoa essentially gained thousands or even tens of thousands of subordinates who could be commanded immediately without authorization. Even though these remaining troops were not the 3 leaders' elite forces, they were still cannon fodder in the war. Not only that, when Nodoa personally took control of these 3 guild leaders, having completely lost their souls, became his soldiers, thus their strength would be further enhanced on the original basis. Just like Sothos was originally a mid-stage grandmaster, but after this incident, his zombified body will reach the peak of the grandmaster level. Because the body that the Black Lion King rebuilt was entirely made from the water in Nodoa's SSS-level troop pool, it was no longer his original human body. He had already undergone a complete transformation. Nodoa relied on this parasitic method to eventually gain such a huge power and many subordinates. Essentially, his dark parasite mother doesn't need to possess very high combat power. All he needs to do is allow the queen insect to parasitize others and strengthen the parasite. This is why the United States has 10 chairpersons. Those guild leaders were partly bewitched by special methods, and partly driven by their own inner evil. They were willing to do anything to become stronger, and ultimately became playthings of Notoya. These guys gained power, but lost their freedom, and even their lives in the end. By the time they regretted wanting the so-called antidote, it was already too late. From the day their fate was taken by Nodoa, they were destined to become someone else's human soldiers. Furthermore, the reason why Nodoa did not detonate the original bodies of these guild leaders after parasitizing them was simply because his current parasitic mother had not reached that level of strength, not because he did not want to do so. Currently, Nodoa can only detonate the original host's body when the host is too weak, and then regenerate the heart in the solution tank. So it seems that way. Actually, he should thank that guy Feng. Without the wind, how could Nodoa have its current 3 new cadres? Not only that, with this battle underway, the remaining 6 guild leaders will be able to confidently engage in a life-or-death struggle with Feng after seeing Sothos and the other 2 resurrected. When the time comes and all 6 presidents die, he himself will be the one to ultimately benefit. Thinking of this, Nodoa's effeminate lips curled into a cruel smile, like death looking down on a life about to end without a trace of regret. And just as he was lost in thought, the hearts in the 3 solution tanks have been sculpted. The 3 presidents, including Sothos, slowly opened their empty eyes. Their dark green pupils were devoid of any life force. They stared blankly at the gentle-faced man outside the glass mirror before slowly lowering their heads. Shortly afterward, the glass window of the container tank was opened. The 3 presidents, now reborn, bowed and slowly walked out. They were completely naked, their skin a dark green, like miniature versions of the Hulk. It wasn't until they were exposed to air for a while that their skin slowly returned to its original human color. Notoya, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. He then ordered a kneeling zombie leader to stand up, looked at the other's flawless new body, and stabbed at the heart area of the chest with his claw. Chapter 129: The Conquest of Unity. Hands turned into sharp claws, showing no mercy. There was a tearing sound. Notoya ran his entire hand through the chairman's chest, revealing a freshly beating heart, which he then casually tossed back into the solution tank. The chairman, whose heart had been removed, remained silent, blood continuously seeping from his chest, his body swaying precariously as if he were about to collapse. At that moment, in the troop pool next to the palace throne, surrounded by a ghostly green mist, a worm the size of a heart suddenly emerged from the water and quickly crawled to the guild leader's chest, disappearing without a trace. The moment all this was completed, the chairman's chest was also healed by a special green mucus, and everything was completely restored. Notoya watched quietly from the side, his effeminate face remaining calm, a slight cold smile appearing as if he were used to it. He then repeated the same action, replacing the hearts of the other two zombie leaders, and thus the mission was accomplished. 3 living soldiers appeared, gained new powers, and became the most perfect puppets. Not long after, they were then dispatched from Relaya to continue fighting alongside the other guild leaders. The other 6 presidents did not notice anything unusual at this time, so they did not suspect anything for the time being. And just as Nodoa had predicted, after being told that Sothos and the other 2 had been resurrected, the 6 of them became even more confident in their battle against the wind. They believe that as long as they can be resurrected without limit, it doesn't matter how they die, right? Meanwhile, in the underground world, Chen Feng looked up at the rock wall above where dust had fallen, feeling very anxious. He has now dispatched troops to the areas where the commotion is most intense to defend, intending to snipe the first few who come down. Although the practice of dispersing the main force seems very dangerous at present, it is a last resort. If they don't separate, one side might suddenly launch a particularly powerful attack, leaving him overwhelmed with defense. It's better to take a stand from the start and observe the situation. Certainly. Even so, Chen Feng was still limited in manpower. He could only defend the area where the noise first occurred, and he would have to find other ways to deal with the subsequent noises. With enemies coming from multiple directions, he had to choose the best course of action. Fortunately, at this time, news came from the allies of Sunset Kingdom that reinforcements were about to arrive. As Queen Elizabeth of the Sunset Kingdom recounts, more and more lords from other countries are now choosing to side with the Dragon Kingdom when the beautiful kingdom goes to war with the Dragon Kingdom. These lords also knew that if the Dragon Kingdom were wiped out by the United States, the balance of power in the Dark Domain would shift back to the United States. When everything returns to normal, those guys from America will definitely come knocking on our door demanding payment. When the situation changed at the exchange, quite a few lords from other countries openly challenged them. If China, the middleman and troublemaker, is kicked out of the game, then the United States might be the next target. Therefore, in order to maintain the current delicate situation among all parties, and also for the benefit of their own countries, many other lords have decided that they must help this time, regardless of what changes will occur in the entire Dark Domain after this war ends. But at least for now, many lords are happy to have the opportunity to strike at those Americans while they are in disarray. They had wanted to do this for a long time, but they hadn't had a good opportunity. Today, everyone is united by the wind of the Dragon Kingdom. This can be described as an unprecedented unity and a great opportunity. Elizabeth's message was relayed to Chen Feng through his friend list. After reading it, Chen Feng was quite pleased, thinking to himself that good things were finally coming his way. Judging from the current situation, more than 20 vassal states of varying sizes have joined their side, and this number continues to rise. What he needs to do now is hold out until these reinforcements arrive. Certainly, this will definitely take quite a while. Chen Feng was aware of this. So essentially, I still have to fight this battle alone, and I can't reach a point where I can completely relax. Just as I was thinking, he discovered this through visual sharing. In the distance, a section of rock wall had already been carved open by the beautiful Chinese people above, and a battlefield had been established. The guardians of that battlefield were the 2 angels, Kyle and Mona, whom he had sent there. Because the 2 angels could combine, Chen Feng specially arranged for them to fight together. Continuing to observe through visual sharing, it can be seen that 2 presidents of the United States are leading their troops in a full-scale attack on that battlefield, and their strength should not be underestimated. These 2 guild leaders each possess 3 units at the peak of the Grandmaster level, as well as 6 or 7 main combat forces whose strength has reached the mid to early Grandmaster level. Of course, they are not just these. There are many more reinforcements coming down from above, heading towards the entrance. As secondary combat forces, they should be prioritized for the 2 stronger guild leaders to arrive first. Even so, this kind of attack was more intense than the previous one involving Sothos and his 2 companions. The 2 angels watched the enemy army, already falling with sand in their wake, and prepared themselves for battle. If we say that with their current combat strength, it would actually be quite difficult for them to deal with so many master-level soldiers. But don't forget, one of their skills is combination. Once the combination is complete, these soldiers in front of us will be nothing more than toys. The 2 beautiful parliamentarians not far away were actually unaware of this. When they saw that their target consisted of only 2 angels, they burst into laughter. Haha, that's it. The 2 laughed, thinking to themselves that Feng was indeed too busy to be in 2 places at once. As long as the American troops split into multiple routes, they They will surely expose the weaknesses of these damned remnants of the Chinese nation, allowing them to break through layer by layer. Unexpectedly, just as they were getting excited, the two angels merged and became an even more terrifying and horrifying ultimate angel. When the commander-level aura was released in front of their troops were so frightened that they froze and dared not move. Only then did the two presidents realize that the information was wrong, but it was too late to run away. They're doomed. At the same time, on the other side of the victorious fighting Buddha, at this moment, the entire rock wall was trembling continuously. The great sage also intercepted an unlucky guild leader who had just come down and was about to execute him on the spot. The president, who was currently all alone, saw a commander-level soldier appear before him, and his expression changed instantly. He'd never heard of Feng having such a powerful unit. So the moment he saw the victorious fighting Buddha, he couldn't lift his leg. What's wrong with this? Are you kidding me? The president wanted to cry. It's not really his fault. When Sothos and his two companions were still alive, they only revealed information about the underworld to Nodowa. Nodowa, however, did not tell the other 6 presidents about this matter because of some unspeakable secrets in his heart. This also led to information discrepancies between the two parties. Now that the two armies have met, they are extremely hostile towards each other. A bloody massacre was inevitable. Chapter 130: My Sister's Reinforcements. At this point, everything seemed to be on the right track. However, through visual sharing, Chun Feng discovered that currently only 2 angels and the great sage are in an advantageous position. Lilith, Nyarlathotep, and Celia, on the other hand, are not having an easy time. First of all, they are currently facing all of the main forces of a guild leader. In other words, they need to fight against up to 10 Grandmaster-level units by themselves. 1 against 10, it sounds incredibly difficult, but Lily and Nyarlathotep are doing their best. But the one facing the most difficulties is undoubtedly the support-type Celia. At this moment, the elemental spirit Celia could only passively defend herself, but could not directly attack, because none of her skills could be used for offense. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for her. Chun Feng is seeing this and is anxious about it. If this continues, Celia's side will definitely be the first to give out, and then the army of the American nation will swarm down into the cave at that location. When the massive army presses in, even with tens of thousands of Shadow Legion soldiers, it will be difficult to stop them. Currently, the overall strength of his Shadow Legion is too low, so there is no chance for them to participate. He can only wait and see. Chun Feng wondered if he could only send them to reinforce Celia after the Great Sage and the others had finished dealing with things there. In this case, there might be too many variables. Sending other lords of the Dragon Kingdom, or even Jiao Ran, to provide reinforcements would be somewhat wasteful. This is, after all, a battle at the guild leader level, with both sides deploying their main combat forces, which is beyond the capacity of the current lords of the Dragon Kingdom to withstand. If the US had only sent a few small fry at the beginning, Chun Feng might have already mobilized everyone to wipe them out. But the US, the opposing side, also understands that the first batch of troops sent down must be the strongest main combat force, otherwise they would just be handing food to their opponent. So, he had no choice but to tell everyone to stay put for the time being to avoid causing even greater losses. Judging from the current situation, we may really have to rely on the Great Sage to finish the battle as soon as possible, and then quickly go to the elemental illusionary spirits for reinforcement. Dust and Wind thought to themselves. Just as his thoughts were racing, he discovered a small bubble appeared beside his throne. This is a very magical bubble, with iridescent colors all around, making it feel very beautiful and unreal. But, as the bubbles multiplied, he couldn't resist gently touching them with his hand. Only after popping a few of the air bubbles did he become certain that what was in front of him was not an illusion. These are all real things. The bubbles are real. So, where did these bubbles come from? As he pondered, he saw a message popped up on my virtual panel. It was a message from his sister, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Qin Xue then sent a message to her brother, looking very excited, and what she said was quite surprising. Brother, I recently found a lot of strange treasure chests while exploring the seabed, and a lot of weird things came out of them. These are some magical cards that can perform special effects, and I just wanted to give them to you. Oh, right, I found a support card among these cards. This card allows me to build a super large wormhole with the person who chooses to support me. So, brother, I might be able to come over to your place soon. At this time, the message from Qin Xue surprised Chun Feng, her older brother. What? My sister is actually coming over? Upon hearing this, he felt as if he were dreaming. But the next second, a door suddenly opened where the bubbles had gathered, and a girl walked out. Chen Feng looked closely and saw that it was his sister Chen Shui, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Chen Shui's cheeks were still youthful, but they suddenly turned rosy the moment she saw her brother, and then tears streamed down her face. She excitedly called out, "Brother," and then threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng instinctively hugged the girl's soft body, still unsure if it was real, only hearing the sobbing girl speak again. "Brother, I thought I'd never see you again. I missed you so much that I took the liberty of using that support card. I'm sorry. I really want to see you." The girl's cries reached Chen Feng's ears, making him, as her older brother, feel quite distressed. "It's all right, little sister. How could I blame you? By the way, your legs." Looking at the girl standing beside him, and her legs that could move on their own, Chen Feng was filled with mixed emotions. However, he realized that now was not the time to talk about these things. Although this is the day for a broken mirror to be mended, the timing is just not right. He had to get his sister to find a safe place to hide right away. "I'm sorry, little sister. I can't properly entertain you right now because..." Boom. Boom. Just then, there was a loud cracking sound from the rock wall above them. Chen Shui raised her head and could clearly sense the danger outside. She disregarded her brother's magnificent palace and said directly, "Brother, are you in some kind of danger? Why didn't you tell me? You've always been like this, always bearing everything alone." As the girl spoke, she gripped the boy's sleeve tightly, looking somewhat angry. Faced with this scene, Chen Feng was speechless for a moment. Yes, he has always shouldered everything on his own since he was a child, and he still does so now. But perhaps he forgot. My younger sister is now a lord with considerable combat power. He was just thinking about it. Chen Shui waved her right hand, causing the wormhole connecting the darkness and the ocean to expand rapidly, and then spoke. "Don't worry, brother. I won't hold you back this time. I came here using a support card, which just happens to be able to help you." As soon as the girl finished speaking, various light spots of different sizes suddenly shot out from the open wormhole, and then transformed into Sea King warriors. These warriors resided within a massive, impenetrable bubble filled with seawater. They include mermaids with long flowing hair, fully armed mermaid warriors, and all sorts of giant sea monsters. Those enormous sea kings shrunk their bodies because the palace of dust and wind could not contain their size. That concludes the discussion. Seeing all this, Chen Feng was quite incredulous at the combat power his sister possessed at that moment. What formidable combat power! Although many of these units are currently only around the diamond level, but at least 10 of the terrifying creatures belonging to the Sea King class are genuine Grandmaster level. What does it mean to have 10 Grandmaster level Sea Kings? Doesn't this mean that my sister is now comparable to one of the top 10 chairpersons in the United States? It's not necessarily true that it's better. Chapter 131, All-Out Attack. The sight of 10 master-level Sea Kings gathered before Chen Feng was quite awe-inspiring. The younger sister could also see the expression on her brother's face and gave him a slight reminder. "Brother, these Sea Kings are not my soldiers, but they are wild sea creatures that are willing to submit to me. My troops are actually those mermaids and war mermaids next to me. By the way, let's not talk about that now. It's so noisy outside. What's going on?" Chen Shui gave a brief introduction before asking her brother to join the battle. Chen Feng knew how big the commotion was outside, and that his younger sister was so clever that he couldn't keep it from her any longer. In addition, at this moment, he did need someone who could immediately join his ranks, so he directly described the general situation outside. After a brief exchange of about 10 seconds, the girl quickly understood. "So it was the people from America who wanted to oppose my brother in order to monopolize the hegemony of the dark domain. Ha, what a wolf in sheep's clothing." As the girl spoke, she directed her troops to move in the direction her brother had indicated. That direction was precisely where the support-type elemental spirit Syria was located. The moment these Sea Kings stepped out of the palace gates, their bodies suddenly grew enormous, and they drifted rapidly in a specific direction like an island. Below, when the lords of the Dragon Kingdom saw several towering mountains that blotted out the sun flying over their castles, they thought it was an attack by the enemy, the beautiful kingdom, and were so frightened that they stood frozen in place. But they breathed a sigh of relief when they discovered that these things were not actually hostile to them. Along the way, the Sea King's speed increased due to the super large bubbles surrounding it. Strangely enough, these bubbles, despite having rubbed and collided with the violently trembling rock wall above them multiple times, could not be destroyed, which seemed quite magical. Inside the palace, The younger sister was closing her eyes and concentrating, maneuvering the Sea Kings who had submitted to her to arrive at the battlefield at top speed. Seeing this, the older brother didn't want to disturb his younger sister. Dustwind had no choice but to use a combination of telepathy and visual communication to inform Celia, who was still struggling, to wait a little longer. Celia was overjoyed to see that her master had actually called for reinforcements. She dodged the attacks while defending herself, but the master-level troops who were still frantically besieging her showed no mercy. On the battlefield, amidst chaos, the beautiful parliamentarian, who thought she had the upper hand, was laughing heartily in the direction Celia had fled. Ha 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 ha. I've finally caught Feng's weakest unit. I'll teach you a lesson. My elite troops, kill her. The magistrate shouted, and his troops moved quickly, but the effect was not good. Time slips away quietly. Just as Celia was becoming increasingly exhausted, and this person thought victory was in the bag. From the darkness in the distance, several deafening roars of strange beasts echoed. The master-level units that were about to surround Sirius stopped and stood there dumbfounded. Not far away, a massive sea monster was sweeping towards them with overwhelming power. Exhausted from running around, Celia saw that reinforcements had finally arrived and knew that her support skills could finally be put to use, so she poured all her magical elements onto the group of Sea Kings. After being given support skills, the Sea Kings' overall combat power was enhanced again, and their size became even larger. The entire rock face and ground began to be compressed. To avoid their enormous size damaging the rock walls above and below, these Sea Kings had to transform into half-orc forms to fight. In an instant, the water sparkled. When these giants shrink in size, their combat power is further condensed, and with the support of Siria's auxiliary skills, several Sea Kings have even reached the late stage of the Grandmaster level. And all of this happened so fast that the beautiful parliamentary speaker seemed not to have reacted yet. However, when he saw his own troops wrestling with those transformed Sea Kings, he finally realized the truth. The other side has reinforcements. What's going on? And it's a marine creature? This is absolutely unprecedented. The chairman was dumbfounded again. He stood there, watching as the Sea King forcibly dragged his troops into the strange bubble to fight them. Within that bubble world, which resembled a small ocean, his troops suffered a significant reduction in combat effectiveness due to their inability to withstand the aquatic environment. Not only that, no matter how you attack it, you can't pop this bubble that's encasing the seawater. It's bizarrely unbelievable. In fact, this bubble is the effect of Chun Shue's special support card, and it cannot be destroyed by ordinary attack methods. So, with the enemy being stronger and us weaker, the president of the American country gradually found himself in a bitter struggle. The guy's expression changed from arrogance to terror, and he even had the urge to run away. But by the time he actually thought that way, he already had nowhere left to retreat. Seeing his troops suffer a crushing defeat, his retreat was also blocked by numerous Sea Kings. Celia smiled slightly amidst the Sea Kings, seemingly wanting to exact 1,000-fold revenge on the rude fellow. Shortly afterward, a violent scream rang out, signifying the ruthless defeat of yet another president of the United States. Inside the dusty palace. Now, watching their sister and their troops wipe out a troublesome enemy, the brother and sister clapped their hands in delight. The trouble with Celia has been resolved, but it's not time to let our guard down yet. They redeployed the troops that had just finished fighting to other directions to provide support, in order to resolve the crisis as quickly as possible. The elemental spirits and Sea Kings split into two groups, heading to support Naya and Lily, who were in dire need of help. Meanwhile, a large number of non-elite American troops were also descending upon the guild territory from other entrances that had been dug out. Taking advantage of the fact that the city wall he had built with the Heart of Stone was still intact, Chen Feng immediately dispatched the Shadow Legion and guild members' troops to the city wall's border for defense. Certainly, the younger sister's mermaid soldiers also came in handy at this time, heading to various places to provide support. After giving all these instructions, he turned his attention to the battlefield where Kyle and Mona were fighting. The two angels, in fact, have already accomplished their mission admirably. Having combined their forms, after becoming the ultimate angel Kana, they dealt with a bunch of master-level soldiers in just a few minutes, and personally killed 2 presidents of the beautiful country. Only, just as Sothos had done, the 2 guild leaders exploded the moment they were beheaded. Fortunately, neither of the 2 angels was injured. They disassembled after completing their mission. Furthermore, because each fusion consumes a huge amount of energy, Chen Feng has decided to let the two of them return to rest for the time being and does not intend to have them continue to fight. The two angels respectfully accepted the order and flew towards their master's palace. After directing all of this, Chen Feng then turned his gaze to the victorious fighting Buddha. He just remembered that the great sage seemed to only be dealing with one guild leader, which should have been a very easy task. But for some reason, there has been no news yet, so he decided to go and see for himself. Chapter 132, Unexpected Variables. Now, the lack of news from the great sage was causing Chen Feng great concern, so he decided to go and check on him himself. In an instant, with visual sharing, telepathy, and auditory sharing all activated, the mental landscape opens up dramatically. At that time, what came into view was a desolate darkness, with a beam of light shining down from the rock wall in the center. No need to think about it. That was the passage dug out by various branches of the American military. The great sage was still there at that time. His body was covered in blood, clearly indicating that he had just been through a major battle. Certainly, the blood on his body was not from the great sage's injuries, but rather from the self-destruction of the guild leader he had just fought. However, it seems that the fighting Buddha himself has achieved the final victory in this war. As for why, with the strength of a great sage commander, he did not dodge the self-destruct attack that seemed so easy to avoid. The reason was soon revealed through the gaze in front of him. Before them, a massive enemy force was invading. The great sage wielded his golden cudgel continuously, unleashing streams of demonic energy that transformed into fiery serpents, hindering the enemy's advance. But the current situation doesn't allow him to calmly face the soldiers below. From the direction of the cave entrance, an unfamiliar face descended from above, carrying a number of powerful soldiers. Through the great sage's gaze, Chen Feng discovered that in the dim light, this person's face was both unfamiliar and familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he finally remembered. The expression on this guy's face was very similar to the one he had seen on Sotho's and the others' chests. After this promotion, he instantly understood who that guy on the distant battlefield really was. It's him, Notoya? This guy actually came down in person? Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but say something. Unexpectedly, the current situation has forced that guy to come down in person. It seems that things have developed in a way that has exceeded his expectations. That's what I was thinking. Dust continued to scan through the perspective of his mind. He noticed, around Notoya, the strongest guild leader of that beautiful country, several other guild leaders who had previously died were now standing respectfully not far from him. These people had very uniform expressions, all of them looking loyal, and nothing else could be discerned. It was precisely this shared expression that made the perceptive Chen Feng sense a strange aura. He couldn't help but wonder if Sothos, who was standing to the side, was really still alive. If he were still alive, given his personality, he would probably be baring his teeth and shouting his name. But that guy now had a blank, lifeless face. This was the first time I'd ever seen such an expression on my face. Chen Feng was thinking about it. However, before he could sort out the general situation, on the other side of the battlefield, Notoya, with a gloomy expression, slowly landed and gradually approached the direction of the great sage. Feng, you deserve to die. With heavy steps, he stared intently at the victorious fighting Buddha not far above him. He grinned, revealing his silvery white teeth that were grinding together as he breathed heavily. Notoya is furious. Although his plan had been largely completed under the guidance of the wind, he was still surprised and unspeakably terrified by the efficiency of his mortal enemy. He could hardly believe it. How could the wind kill enemies so quickly? The several leaders he had just sent down were quickly wiped out by him, leaving them no way out. Although this was exactly what he wanted, as he wanted to use the wind to weaken the strength of these guild leaders, thereby triggering their acquisition of real, more powerful humanoid soldiers. But according to the original plan, this kid shouldn't be this fast, right? After all, the American troops he sent out were scattered in all directions. If Feng wanted to consider the overall situation, he would inevitably have to disperse his forces as well. But to my utter surprise, even after I had dispersed my forces against this damned guy, he was still so resilient. This wind-type unit is simply a monster. Notoya originally intended to wait for the guild leaders to scout ahead and find the location guarded by the strongest monkey, Feng, before going down himself to deal with it. As long as he can keep the monkey in check, the other leaders can easily deal with the remaining troops. Unexpectedly, according to the latest intelligence, currently, several of Feng's master-level units are actually fighting against the entire main combat force of their guild leader on their own. In other words, is it possible for one of Feng's Grandmaster level units to be so exaggerated as to be able to defeat 10 of his own guild leader's Grandmaster level units? Who would have thought of that? So Nodowa admitted that despite all his calculations, he hadn't anticipated that Feng was a freak. Even so, this news is still not the most sensational. The most shocking thing is that 2 of that guy's angels can even combine. Once 2 Grandmaster level angels combine, they become commander level. When Nodowa received the news in his palace, he was completely dumbfounded. Left with no other choice, he had to quickly reconstruct the hearts of the 2 deceased guild leaders, turning them into zombie puppets to continue fighting for him, and accelerating his journey to the underworld. That's right. Nodowa's descent into the underworld was out of necessity, as the situation had begun to spiral out of his control. If we don't come down and stop this crazy Chinese man, everything we have will soon be destroyed. But just as he was rushing to the underground, 2 more guild leaders were killed. One is the guild leader who claims to have captured Feng Ruanshizi, and the other is the guild leader on his side who was mercilessly beheaded by that monkey in the sky. The former was attacked by a sudden and powerful reinforcement, while the latter was simply outmatched. When Nodowa finally arrived, he had no choice but to detonate the corpses of the 2 guild leaders to vent his anger. That concludes the discussion. He currently has only 2 remaining presidents who are still alive. One is fighting a dragon in the distance. The other one is currently engaged in a life-or-death struggle with a witch who can tear through space. Even though the remaining 2 are currently outnumbered, bad news continues to pour in. His last 2 presidents seem to have been routed by the reinforcements that had arrived by the wind, and were about to follow in the footsteps of the other presidents, so they had no choice but to keep fleeing. This nearly drove Nodowa to the brink of collapse. Although he did hope that these pawn-like subordinates would die as soon as possible so that they could become his most loyal zombie servants. But what's hateful is that these pawns failed to complete the tasks he assigned before they died, and were even slaughtered by those he once looked down upon. It's utterly pathetic. That's why Nodowa's face is now filled with murderous intent. He looked at the monkeys in the sky, and his originally pale face instantly turned red with anger. Chapter 133 Female Insect Queen. As the overlord of the Dark Domain, this was the first time he had ever lost his composure like this. Nodowa admitted that his scheme had failed miserably this time, and he had lost face quite a bit. But since that's the case, he has to win back the face he's lost. Otherwise, wouldn't the title of Overlord of the Dark Domain become a laughingstock? In the dim light, at a not-so-spacious high place, the victorious fighting Buddha also sensed the layers of killing intent emanating from the people below, and thus prepared for battle. The reason he didn't report it immediately after eliminating his master's enemies was because he sensed more powerful auras approaching. It was during the moment when he was holding his breath that the body of the beautiful parliamentary president, whom he had just beheaded and who was lying not far away, suddenly exploded. Because he sensed that there was another being of the same leadership level locking onto him. The great sage was momentarily stunned, so he couldn't avoid the sudden explosion of corpses. Fortunately, the aftershocks from the corpse of a grandmaster were not enough to pose a significant threat to his commander-level body. At most, they would leave behind some dirty, smelly fragments of internal organs and filthy blood. But, having suffered this ordeal, the great sage knew in his heart that what he was facing now was just a small appetizer before the final battle. What truly posed a threat to him had just descended from the cave entrance above the rock wall. An even more powerful aura of pressure swept in, coming from the direction where Nanotoa was. However, the great sage still stood tall in the air, riding his somersault cloud, showing no intention of retreating. Although he knew he was facing a formidable enemy, he would never back down. Meanwhile, Chen Feng also checked the situation over there through visual sharing, keeping a close eye on the every move of the most powerful president of the United States, who was already furious. It was only in the moment their eyes met. There was no pre-battle pleasantries between the 2 sides. They went straight into the battle. Nodowa's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, the puppet leaders standing behind him quickly scattered, including Sothos, all rushing towards the far reaches of the underworld. Furthermore, the non-elite troops that kept descending through the cave entrance in the rock wall followed several guild leaders as they walked along the edge of the city wall constructed by the Heart of Stone, seemingly trying to avoid the gaze of the victorious fighting Buddha in the sky, so as to find a corner to break out of the Dragon Kingdom's main camp inside. But how could Chen Feng, whose vision was in sync with that of the great sage and who was watching everything, give them such an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The instant Notoya gave the order, he also made the great sage use his abilities. An invisible barrier was instantly unfurled by magic. The soldiers and guild leaders, led by the great sage on his left, suddenly crashed into an invisible wall and fell flat on their faces. But those remnants of the American regime on the right side managed to break through before the invisible wall appeared, thanks to the obstruction of their own reinforcements. Needless to say, the one who helped them break free from their constraints was Notoya. Or perhaps it's his hidden unit. Notoya, naturally, wouldn't stand idly by and watch his enemy ruin his plans, so he intervened and interrupted the great sage's spellcasting. What he used to interrupt the great sage was an octopus, a monster with a dark green body, covered in wrinkles and bumps, with many slimy tentacles on its lower limbs, a strange upper body, and a relatively small overall size. The octopus was right below the Monkey King, and because of its small size, it was not easily noticed, making it difficult to guess how it appeared. This item seems to be able to conceal one's presence. But when this thing attacks a person, the power it displays in that instant is already a terrifying commander-level power. Chen Feng also sensed a crisis while the victorious fighting Buddha was casting a spell. Certainly, the great sage himself also sensed it. When the victorious fighting Buddha sensed a powerful attack coming from below, he abruptly retracted his outstretched right hand, interrupting his spell of drawing a circle on the ground as a prison. And the great sage used his flash skill to teleport more than 10 meters from his original position, thus completely avoiding the opponent's attack. When the surprise attack was completely evaded, Chen Feng finally looked up in the direction of the great sage's gaze. To their upper right, the rock wall was splattered with a huge amount of green corrosive slime, with a few drops dripping down from time to time. These liquids have a strong dissolving power, seemingly capable of completely destroying anything they touch. So, the rock wall, which was already trembling, was further weakened by the special corrosive attack, and large amounts of rock began to fall down as liquid. Seeing this, the great sage could only dodge the falling object first, and also evade the attack from the strange octopus below. Through the shared vision, Chen Feng gazed at the troublesome monster below and knew that this must be Notoya's strongest unit. That's definitely the strength of a commander. He was certain. Although the monster's attacks seemed to be relatively simple at present, its highly corrosive solution should not be underestimated. That concludes the discussion. When two equally matched units clash, it should have been an exceptionally fierce battle. However, because the great sage was concerned about the soldiers rushing towards their territory on the right and wanted to pursue them, he did not have time to attack the green-haired tentacle octopus below. But the tentacle monster and Notoya don't need to worry about all that. They then pursued relentlessly, and the situation seemed to have reached a stalemate for a moment. Notoya, the strongest in the country, laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with himself as he saw the monkey above him struggling to survive. Wind, you are ultimately incapable of handling great responsibilities as a mere soldier. My queen insect will soon be able to kill you. As he spoke, he followed the tentacle octopus in front of him, chasing after the monkey not far away. Wherever the two sides went, the surrounding area was corroded by a special green liquid, and the scene looked shocking. The corrosive power of this stuff was so strong that even Chen Feng felt a sense of unease. Because, when the walls built by the Heart of Stone crumbled instantly by this object, he knew something terrible was about to happen. No, we can't let this guy spray that corrosive slime anymore. Great sage, let's find a way to deal with that guy first. Inside the castle, Chen Feng quickly changed his mind. He gave the order for the victorious fighting Buddha to charge at the disgusting tentacle monster below. Notoya, who was in the midst of his pursuit, saw the monkey in the sky change course, and the smile on his lips vanished instantly. Damn it, Feng, don't you care about the lives of your members? Notoya spoke as if trying to stir up the thoughts of his trusted enemy, but at that moment he suddenly caught sight of a scene. All I could see was his guild leader's servants, now turned into zombies, and other soldiers suddenly stopped ahead for some unknown reason. Not only that, even the Queen Relia, the leader-level insect queen closest to him, was sending him dangerous messages. Things took a sudden turn. I don't know why. What exactly happened ahead? Chapter 134, A Crushing Defeat. During those few seconds of pause, Notoya's brain also briefly stopped thinking. But as he remembered something, the answer in the distance came to mind. His army, which was breaking through the drawing a circle on the ground barrier, was suddenly attacked and surrounded by Feng's troops. Upon seeing this, his mind went blank, and he froze on the spot. What? The Wind's reinforcements have actually arrived? This also means that his last two presidents are dead. But how long has it been? From the time I came down until now, it's been no more than 15 minutes in total. Within those 15 minutes, not only did Feng's other main combat forces quickly wipe out their own men, but they also arrived here to provide support during this period. In other words, his two presidents were actually killed the very next second after he lost contact with them? Outrageous. Having learned everything, Nodowa stood still, gazing at the increasingly clear enemy forces in the distance, feeling a sense of resistance. Through the great sage's perspective, Qinfeng was pleasantly surprised to see Lily, Naya, and Celia appear in time. He hadn't expected his troops to be even more powerful and swift than he had anticipated. That support was incredibly fast and timely. Lily and her team not only fought against 10 opponents single-handedly, but also swiftly eliminated the enemy when reinforcements arrived, which is enough to prove their strong foundation and true strength. Now, the situation has turned around in an instant. When Qinfeng looked in the direction of Notoya, who had been so arrogant just moments before, he found that Notoya now had a bitter expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage as he stared at him. But it's no use keeping an eye on him now. When Lily and her friends arrived at the front line, the fighting had already begun, and the scene was incredibly bloody, like a living hell. Including the group of Sea Kings sent by his own sister Qin Shui, they had also routed the troops dispatched by the beautiful country. Gradually, the screams and sounds of fighting continued endlessly. The situation is turning in their favor. But Sothos and the others, who had been transformed into zombie puppets by Nodowa, still possessed some fighting power. As the original leaders, they were indeed quite strong, so they were still putting up a stubborn resistance. But when Lily and the others turned their attention to these puppet guild leaders, their days became much more difficult. After dealing with a large number of grunts, the Sea Kings, the Flame Ancestral Dragon, the Dimensional Witch, and the Elemental Phantoms all began to attack Sothos and his group, making the situation even more one-sided. A barrage of skills assaulted them, and even though these guys had been enhanced to become peak grandmasters, they still couldn't withstand such a fierce onslaught. Seeing this from afar, Nodowa was driven almost mad. He wanted the remaining troops and the zombie leader on the left to come over quickly, and also wanted the queen to go and support Sothos and the others, but he was ruthlessly blocked by Qinfeng. The victorious fighting Buddha stood before the strange tentacle creature like an unshakable mountain, staring at it with cold eyes. "Monster, your opponent is me. Take this from my old son Wukong's staff." Boom dash. The tip of the golden cudgel in the great sage's hand suddenly grew to the size of a melting pillar, and swiftly smashed down on the spot where the commander-level queen insect had been standing. But, despite being a small and agile queen, R'lyeh reacted extremely quickly and narrowly avoided the attack. Even though they escaped this calamity, the mother insect's movements were restricted, making it impossible for her to try to go and support Sothos and the others. Seeing the increasingly fierce battle in the distance, and trapped in place by the wind he once looked down on, Nodowa was on the verge of collapse. He was completely overwhelmed and frustrated by his repeated missteps. He gradually became unable to accept the changes and eventually broke down. Unfortunately, what truly drove him completely mad was yet to come. Just then, the noise from above the rock face became even more intense than before, but then it abruptly stopped. Notoya looked up and felt that the legions above him seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance and were no longer coming down to reinforce them, and he fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, his virtual panel sent a message. The little brother above has warned that his territory and the city of R'lyeh are under attack by a large number of lords from other countries. Now, the main fighting force of the city above Nodowa is depleted, as they have all been sent down to fight against Feng. Coincidentally, his plans have failed one by one, and time has been delayed again and again, which eventually led to the arrival of Feng's reinforcements, and then his base was raided. Nodowa is now numb, never expecting that the worst outcome he had never wanted to believe would actually happen. However, what he didn't expect was, the enemies above him are far more numerous than those below him. The number of lords from various countries who supported Feng and wanted to destroy his kingdom had now reached more than 50. Their forces varied in size and influence, but when combined, they were almost equivalent to the entire fighting force of the Dark Domain. So many people were secretly hoping for this day to come, and it all started because he wanted to kill a Chinese man. Notoya suddenly felt a little unsteady on his feet, but his pride as a strong man kept him breathing his last breath, preventing him from collapsing on the spot. He knew that he had to send some of his main fighting force back to the ground. Otherwise, the territory above would be quickly conquered by the lords of those other countries. Once his stronghold is captured, his demise in the underworld is only a matter of time. Therefore, the moment this thought arose, Relia, the strongest queen insect of Nodowa, quickly distanced herself from the monkey she was fighting, and then burrowed back down the rock wall above to the surface of the dark domain to launch a defensive counterattack. On the other side, behind Nodowa, originally, along the left side of the city wall built by the Heart of Stone, the other American zombie leaders who had just arrived to provide support were now also fleeing for their lives toward the exit above, hoping to command the remaining troops in their American territory. The main city above still has some troops and allies who have defected to the United States that can be commanded. It should still be possible to go back now. Notoya thought to himself that he also planned a tactical retreat, but little did he know that his pipe dream would not be so easily realized. Dust and wind caused the victorious fighting Buddha to brandish his golden cudgel, and he flashed to the cave entrance, unleashing a heaven and earth collapse attack. In an instant, the rocks collapsed, and the entire cave entrance was filled with jagged debris. The beautiful parliamentarians who were trying to escape to the top were knocked down with a stick and thrown back to the ground, each spitting out green blood and looking like they were on the verge of death. With just one strike, these so-called peak grandmasters were subdued on the spot by the victorious fighting Buddha. It's just a pity. In that split second, the great sage failed to stop the queen insect in time, and she escaped back to the beautiful country's base camp. But now, Nodowa's main fighting force has left, while he himself remains here. What this meant was self-evident to Chen Feng. Driven to the brink of despair, Nodowa, the strongest president of the United States, saw himself fall time and time again before Feng, who was originally just an ant, and the resentment that had been building up in his heart for a long time finally erupted. Feng, you forced me to this. Even if it costs me my life, I will twist your head off and chew it up. As they were talking, Notoya suddenly straightened up and roared to the sky, as if venting his emotions. Then, he raised his hand, and a large number of strange insects crawled out of his clothes. Chapter 135 Evil Creatures, Strange Fears. With a single gesture, countless insects instantly crawled out of Nodowa's sleeve and his entire body. These insects vary in appearance and have strange shapes, but they are all dark green or black. Some fly and some crawl, which is quite creepy. Moreover, these insects moved extremely fast, and their sheer number made it impossible for the great sage, high in the sky, to find a way to attack them. Almost in the blink of an eye, these insects then crawled into the bodies of the American soldiers who had not yet escaped, and merged with them. These troops include a large number of cannon fodder who are not yet elite main forces, as well as the dying zombie puppet leaders who have been knocked down by the fighting Buddha with one blow. As the insects crawled into their bodies and began to parasitize them, their bodies also raced uncontrollably toward Nodowa, who was located at their center. Seeing this, the great sage, who was high in the sky, tried to kill Notoya, who was standing in the center, with a single blow from his golden cudgel. At that moment, Nodowa's body instantly transformed into more insects that scattered and fled. Even its only head grew strange limbs and burrowed into the ground, creating a very bizarre scene. So when the stick struck the ground, a deep trench appeared instantly, accompanied by billowing dust, but the target vanished without a trace. Through visual sharing and the great sage's fiery eyes of truth, Chen Feng discovered that Nodowa's head was approaching the army of soldiers coming towards him in a strange, burrowing manner. In addition, his body, which had transformed into thousands of black insects, was now scattered and flying towards the battlefield on the right side of Lily, seemingly to join forces with the army there, to the right of where the great sage is located. Lilith, Nyarlathotep, Celia, and the Sea Kings had almost wiped out their enemies. Beneath their feet lay piles of corpses and rivers of foul-smelling blood, emanating an extremely unpleasant odor. Not only were the American soldiers almost completely wiped out, but even the presidents, such as Sothos, who had just been resurrected not long ago, were immediately beheaded and torn to pieces by Lily and her group. The green blood of Sothos and the other corpses flowed into the crimson sea of blood, appearing insignificant. Coincidentally, Dust Wind, who shared vision, keenly observed this at that moment. But he only glanced at it, and before he could think much about it, he saw the insects that Nodowa's body had transformed into quickly crawl into the various pieces of corpses in the sea of blood and merge with the corpses there. Gradually, The body parts that had been judged to be dead began to wriggle and crawl up like worms. The body parts kept wriggling, and when they got close, they stuck together, and the scarlet surface gradually began to change color. These body parts grew greener and greener until they turned dark green. Not only that, during the bonding process, the blood on the ground seemed to come alive and began to surge. Then, the stickiness became visibly greater and greater, and if you accidentally fell in, you would be trapped in it. Final. These revived blood cells staged an even more unbelievable miracle. They began to flow backwards, continuously merging into the massive body parts that had already gathered together, constantly fusing and growing stronger with it. Upon seeing this strange phenomenon, Chunfeng knew it was a trick by Notoya, so he ordered the Great Sage to use his abilities to attack the object. Upon receiving the order, the Great Sage acted swiftly. He swung the stick a few times, and the expansion of the thing slowed down, but it continued to accumulate tirelessly. Meanwhile, Lily and the other soldiers, who had sensed the danger, quickly jumped into the air and then unleashed various skills to attack the object. It was only through Lilith's flames, Nyarlathotep's spatial magic, the Sea King's waves, and Celia's elemental assistance that the disaster was temporarily halted. The situation appears to be under control, but the true core of this upheaval lies to the left of the Great Sage. After Nodoa's head burrowed into the ground, he fled in the direction to the left. On the left side of the city wall built by Heart of Stone, there are thousands of intact bodies of soldiers. After their bodies were invaded by those strange insects, their original appearance changed drastically. These soldiers were now covered with all sorts of extremely incongruous things. Some of them inexplicably have an extra hunched and strange head. Some suddenly became covered with eyes of all shapes and sizes. Some of them grew limbs of other creatures, such as grasshoppers, lizards, mice, mantises, and centipedes. The most chilling of all were those puppet leaders who had been manipulated and controlled by Nodoa earlier. Their bodies can no longer be described as human because they resemble aliens to an indescribable degree. Some of these creatures have heads that are as sharp and long as scythes, with two mouths on their front faces, teeth protruding, and long, forked tongues. Their overall shape resembles a half-crawling, crawling creature, looking like a demon from a religion, or perhaps an extremely incongruous heresy. Several other beautiful parliamentarians have also transformed into this kind of monster. When Chunfeng looked at them, he noticed that they were all different, but they were all shapes that were difficult to describe in words. In summary, such bizarre scenes, when viewed from the perspective of a normal person, inevitably evoke some fear. The same applies to dust and wind. However, he had a very strong mental fortitude, and he recovered from the shock of seeing these things in only a second or two. And the distant battlefield, clad in battle robes, covered in dried enemy blood, wielding the golden cudgel, and riding on auspicious clouds, the Great Sage was not afraid of such demons and evil spirits. The Great Sage has always possessed the ability to eliminate such monsters, and he treats all enemies equally without fear. In an instant, the golden cudgel in his hand grew so large that it could sweep across the entire battlefield, and then his aura was released. Monsters, take this from my old son Wukong's staff. Sweeping across the land with overwhelming force, a gust of wind accompanied the whistling of weapons. The Great Sage's golden cudgel, carrying layers of raging flames, was poised to annihilate the mutated enemy forces below. Underground. Those troops at the forefront continued towards Nodoa's rendezvous point and were the first to be swept away. Their bodies were instantly shattered by the violent impact of the golden cudgel. In the blink of an eye, the golden cudgel was bathed in blood, and corpses littered the ground. But just then, the zombie leader standing in the center of the army and the remaining legion members who had stopped moving suddenly burrowed into the ground. When the Great Sage's attack flattened half of the corpses, the remaining remnants had already fled to the ground several meters deep. This startled Chunfeng. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble violently, as if something was being stirred or fused together. With the Great Sage's fiery eyes and the detective's shared vision, Chunfeng discovered that the mutated soldiers were actually merging with Nodoa, who was hiding underground and only had one head left. Chapter 136 The Final Battle, the Colossal Behemoth. The ground began to tremble continuously, as if it had been given life and kept wriggling, followed by layers of cracks. The earth is shattering, and those monsters are merging with Nodoa's head. Dust, Wind, and Victorious Fighting Buddha, through the effect of their fiery eyes of truth, watched as the combined evil aura grew stronger and stronger. This must be one of that guy's unit skills. It looks really scary. Nodowa seems to have formed a special relationship with his unit, which has turned almost his entire body into a nest of that strange mother insect, and his physical structure has also changed accordingly. So, when a person tries to use the insects on their body to launch an attack, their body structure will instantly disintegrate, leaving only a head to retain consciousness. Even though the head is still there, it seems to have become the ovary of the mother insect. Because it's simply too horrifying for a normal person's brain to grow so many legs and even burrow into the ground. And the price of such changes to the body is a reduction in lifespan. With each disintegration of his body, Nodowa should be one step closer to death. This also explains why he said he would give up his lifespan and kill himself before he had made such a change. As Chen Feng thought this, he secretly thought that Notoya was a guy who would stop at nothing. It seems that these insects, including the previously seen commander-level tentacle queen insect, are indeed his troops. And the true fighting methods of these insects are now being revealed to him. Parasitic. Fit. On the battlefield, Dust and Wind still shared vision, staring solemnly at a giant, but not hand-like, hand that had already emerged from the ground. Is this the final form the enemy has shown on this trip? Nodowa wants to parasitize other units with the worms inside his body, and then merge with their heads? The idea of combining military branches with him to form a new type of combat power sounds disgusting. Just as I was thinking, the strange giant hand that was the first to emerge from the ground began to transform into tentacles and extend continuously, greedily absorbing the remains of the corpses that had just been crushed by the great sage. Nodowa is still fusing at this time. And at this moment, his true form broke through the ground and appeared before Chun Feng's eyes. It was a huge, indescribable monster, entirely dark green. Its form can no longer be described as human. At this point, Nodowa had completely merged with the heretics, forming something even more terrifying. He has a half-human torso and 8 spider-like legs. His left and right hands are disproportionately large, one being ridiculously huge while the other is tiny and shrunken. If you look closely at this thing's body, you can see that its muscles are covered with the heads of all kinds of soldiers, including those puppet leaders from the United States. Moreover, this monster also has a sharp head, similar to the main head, located directly above its body. But at this moment, the head blossomed like a flower bud, with layers of flesh revealing endless fangs, suddenly turning into a huge mouth. This object is not the head of this heretic. It wasn't until Chun Feng examined the alien's body structure more closely that he finally found the location of Nodowa's head. It turns out that this thing was actually half covered by the raised front leg at the navel area of the monster's abdomen. It's really hard to tell without careful observation. And at this time, the moment Nodowa completed the fusion, he refocused his gaze on the victorious fighting Buddha and slowly said, "Feng, you forced me to this. Today I will make you pay with your life." In the monster's abdominal cavity, Notoya's voice had become strange, mirroring his physical appearance, and he spoke hoarsely towards the direction of the great sage in the heavens. His thickest left hand, at this moment, rose up from the ground like the trunk of an old tree, swinging extremely long and awkwardly, lashing out towards the high sky, where the great sage was. The enormous arm, carrying the resentful howls of hundreds of soldiers' heads, roared in at an incredible speed. Seeing how fast this thing was, the great sage dared not linger and used flash to quickly evade the attack. Chun Feng watched this scene through visual sharing and was amazed at how Nodowa managed to raise an arm that was almost as big as his own body. However, it seems pointless to investigate these things now. The other end. Seeing that his clumsy attack had failed, Nodowa was in no hurry to attack again. He knew, with his current strength, he should be fully capable of dealing with that monkey in the sky. Because after the mother insect that was parasitized on his body absorbed and fused with a large number of soldiers, the strength of his current body has reached the level of a commander. That's not all. He was just a little short of reaching the mid-stage of leadership, or even higher. Once he completely integrates the tumor that other troops are currently restraining into his own body, everything will be accomplished. At that time, he will have fully evolved into a being who dominates the mid-stages and above. And that monkey seems to be only at the early stage of the rulership realm, which can be easily dealt with. Once this monkey is dead, Feng can easily deal with the other soldiers and kill them at will. And thinking of this, Notoya then began to show signs of anxiety. His massive arm slammed into the ground after missing its target, absorbing the remaining corpses of soldiers on the ground. Then, The giant hand began to retract into Nodoa's spider-like body, and thus transformed into a new form. An even more bizarre and powerful transformation of the opposite sex has been completed. Before Chen Feng could even get a full look at the guy through the great sage's perspective, the enormous monster had already leaped right in front of him. Suddenly, the view ahead turned completely dark, accompanied by a putrid stench and a howling wind. With his fiery eyes of truth activated, the victorious fighting Buddha quickly used flash to dodge when he sensed several huge, sharp, blade-like limbs attempting to kill him. This was extremely dangerous. The monster was using its speed to the fullest. But the great sage is no ordinary person. In a flash, he arrived at another open area. The great sage was also extremely surprised to see the alien creature that had missed its target and was now hiding on the dark rock wall. My lord, this guy seems to be at the mid-stage of the commander level. A telepathic message entered my mind. After hearing this, Chen Feng felt heavy-hearted. Really, Nodoa's strength increased dramatically after he transformed into an alien. While I was pondering this, both the leader and the soldier thought the alien would continue to attack them, but they saw it suddenly launch itself towards Lily and the others. Chapter 137 Adversity, Great Celestial Immortal Technique. This alien monster was rushing toward another tumor formed by the fusion of those insects, and its speed seemed to indicate that it had been planned in advance. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng was immediately startled. This guy's target is actually another alien. In midair, even during the final sprint, Nodoa couldn't resist taunting the monkeys behind him. Madness! Once I fully merge with the other alien, you will all die. As he spoke, his spider-like segmented legs transformed into a shape resembling a circular umbrella frame, aiming at another alien below with a devouring force. But from behind, the great sage's golden cudgel instantly lengthened, trying to catch up with the guy's speed and expose his exposed body and petal-like head to a fatal blow. In fact, the great sage did just that. With an even more immeasurable speed, the golden cudgel in his hand swiftly pierced through the entire body of Nodoa's center, and also subjected it to a violent internal shaking. However, this guy's speed was not slowed down by the obstruction of the victorious fighting Buddha behind him, and his body did not show any signs of dying or disintegrating due to being pierced. This made Chen Feng realize that Nodoa's main body was actually still the original head. If only a part of his body is destroyed, he can still regenerate. As expected, when this idea was first conceived, Nodoa, whose body was pierced by the barrel in the distance, spontaneously opened a gap, expelling the golden cudgel from his body and allowing the wounds on his body to heal rapidly. His scheme succeeded. Using the time it took to sprint, Nodoa crashed onto the tumor that was being relentlessly attacked by Lily and the others, then devoured and began to absorb and fuse with it. Lily and the others, who were closest to the other side, had already dodged when Nodoa charged towards them. Naya quickly opened a spatial portal, pulling all her teammates inside, and then moved them to a safe place to hide. However, this gave the two aliens a perfect opportunity to merge. Seeing the two creatures gradually merging into one, Chen Feng immediately ordered the great sage to make his move again. The Monkey King swung his golden cudgel continuously, carrying flames as it struck the surface of Nodoa. A series of smashing sounds came, and the alien below was smashed to pieces. But, even so, Nodoa is still merging, and his fusion speed is simply beyond human imagination. At that moment, just as the great sage swung his staff a few times, the surface of Nodoa began to harden continuously, eventually even withstanding the relentless onslaught of attacks. This guy's fusion level keeps increasing, and he's already developed defensive capabilities. A few more seconds passed, and the monster had already fused completely under Chen Feng's watchful eyes. Intense peristalsis continued to unfold. Nodoa's body shape has reversed once again. His hardened shell was still able to deform continuously at this moment, eventually transforming into a headless giant that resembled a human but was covered with heads all over its body. That's right. After a complete fusion, Nodoa's grotesque and distorted appearance has actually turned back into a human. Not only that, its main body, namely its head, was hidden within this enormous creature and was difficult to discern. Upon witnessing this scene, both Chen Feng and Desheng frowned slightly, knowing that the enemy before them had completely evolved into its complete form, making them even more difficult to deal with. Now, the aura emanating from this monster is that of a genuine mid-stage commander-level being, or even higher. Nodoa, knowing his plan had succeeded, became increasingly arrogant. He strode casually toward the great sage, causing the earth to tremble continuously. The chest, formed by numerous alien species, which is the location of the heart, and the head belonging to its original form, were also revealed at this moment. Wind, are you ready? Now, facing my fully formed self, your units have no chance of winning. I can kill whatever I see and devour it as part of my own power. You, your troops, and all the scum in my territory will become nourishment for me to become stronger. Prepare to die. As Nodoa's hoarse voice reached Chun Feng's mind, the former's enormous body was already charging towards them. A pair of arms covered with withered bones and skulls came together, bringing with them a tremendous gale as they slammed towards the place where the great sage was. The great sage dodged with a flash, narrowly escaping the attack. Boom dash. A tremendous roar, accompanied by the shattering of the heart of stone walls, destroyed everything in its vicinity. The giant hands moved incredibly fast, covering us in the blink of an eye. The great sage, who barely escaped the calamity, now felt immense pressure. But Notoya was surprised to find that his attack had failed to kill his target. He didn't expect. Even when his strength reached the mid-commander level, with significant improvements in speed and explosiveness, he still couldn't inflict substantial damage on the wind units. This monkey's reaction speed is absolutely terrifying. In that case, how about we try this trick again? Nodoa roared, and his two hands rapidly began to disintegrate, then transformed into thousands of winding snake fangs, striking towards the direction of the fighting Buddha. The snake's fangs descended like a violent storm. Faced with an encirclement of enemies, the great sage had no choice but to retreat step by step, constantly seeking better angles to evade. Chen Feng, who had witnessed everything, was also pondering a solution. He communicates with his unit through telepathy, constantly engaging in dialogue. Great sage, this guy is probably stronger than you right now. Why don't you draw his fire first, and I'll send 2 angels to support you. Chen Feng quickly devised a plan, hoping that the great sage would stall for time and place, while he instructed Nia Li to use spatial magic to teleport the already recovered Kyle and Mona to the battlefield to provide support. The combined power of the 2 angels is also at the commander level. With the great sage fighting alongside them, the current chances of winning the battle should be greatly increased. Only, while dodging the sea of snakes formed by Nodoa's palm, the great sage also gave his answer. My lord, it's not necessary for now. Since this monster is getting serious, then I, old son, must also show my true skills. What did you say? Even Chen Feng himself was surprised to hear his strongest unit say such a thing. Unexpected. It seems that the great sage is still holding back a trick up his sleeve. What's going on? The great sage had many skills back then. Could it be that one of those unused skills was his ultimate move? Does this mean that the victorious fighting Buddha has never even used his ultimate move yet? That's amazing. Chen Feng thought to himself, secretly shocked. And in the distance, on the other side, in the center of the battlefield, the great sage dodged and weaved like a ghost, avoiding the serpent monster's onslaught. Nodoa pounded the ground so hard it made it vibrate, but he couldn't damage his target in the slightest, which made him feel extremely embarrassed and furious. Why did this happen? I'm already at the mid-stage of the commander realm, so why can't I even encounter that monkey? Damn it, do you dare to fight me head-on? Boom boom boom. The sound continued unabated. The serpentine fangs, like vines, continued to lash out through the arms of the Nodoa giant. Below, it seemed they had overheard the guy's arrogant words. With a flash, the victorious fighting Buddha leaped into the air, and then his whole body shone with golden light, like a dazzling sun in the dark underground world. Those snake fangs that wanted to attack the great sage again were instantly annihilated and turned into dust upon approaching this light. Nodoa realized that the situation had suddenly changed, and his arrogant expression instantly turned into one of shock. What's this? As he spoke, he watched the golden light recede, and then saw the enemy appear before him in a new form. The great sage awakened, his original brown fur turned golden, and his aura completely overwhelmed his opponent. When it opened its eyes, its golden pupils seemed to pierce through everything and strike straight into the opponent's heart. You monster, watch closely. My old son's move is called the Great Celestial Immortal Technique. Chapter 138, Super Saiyan Monkey. The victorious fighting Buddha's voice was as loud as a bell, and his momentum was as great as a mighty warrior. His overall combat power continued to rise after he finished speaking, presenting an invincible and unmatched state. This is the benefit of his ultimate skill. Grand Celestial Immortal Technique, which, upon release, continuously enhances his overall attributes, including concentration, willpower, agility, defense, attack, and spirit. And at the very moment everything was completed, the great sage's form also underwent a complete transformation. His hair turned a dazzling golden color, inspiring fear in his enemies and radiating boundless energy and vitality. Inside the castle, through visual sharing, Chun Feng viewed the great sage's body, which shone with infinite possibilities, and thought to himself, "Is this the true strongest form of my soldier? What terrifying aura! It has already reached the mid-stage of the commander level and is still climbing." The color of this holy gold and its unparalleled domineering presence are completely different from its previous great sage appearance, as if it has been sublimated. And he looks like a super scion, no, a monkey. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? At this moment, Chun Feng was still excitedly talking to himself, while the disputes and battles on the battlefield had already begun. The victorious fighting Buddha stood atop his somersault cloud, which had transformed into holy gold, and swung his golden cudgel at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye before smashing it toward Nodoa's direction. Nodoa's hands are now completely destroyed, and his entire leg has completely lost its will after witnessing the evolution of the wind unit. He is still in shock and can't believe that the situation he thought he had in control has been reversed again. "Wind, you damned bastard. How so?" "Yeah." Notoya roared and howled, but instead fled in the opposite direction from the victorious fighting Buddha in front of him. But it's already too late to escape now. When it was too late, he had just turned around when he felt a fierce gust of wind attacking from behind. Then his entire body of 10,000 corpses, mutated and fused by the mother insect, was instantly destroyed by the immense brute force of the golden cudgel. Boom dash. A massive explosion swept through the underground world within a radius of 100 meters, led by the great sage. The sound was deafening, and the giant collapsed with a crash. With just one strike, the arrogant and beautiful president of the country had his entire lower body, including his legs and waist, severed by the golden cudgel, or rather, completely destroyed. Notoya's remaining upper body, now headless and without hands and feet, was pulled to the ground by gravity. With a loud boom, dust and sand swirled up from the ground, and the air was thick with the foul, bloody stench emanating from Nodoa. The tide has turned. Everything has collapsed like a house of cards, all within the span of a single round. It was only then that Nodoa realized that he was no match for the wind at all, not even from the beginning. He had been too arrogant, thinking that Feng was just a greenhorn who had just arrived in the dark domain, and that destroying him would be an easy task. However, he was wrong. It was completely wrong, utterly wrong. Perhaps he never even considered this from the beginning. Your opponent might not even be human. This guy is a monster. You can't judge him by human standards. Therefore, Nodoa has given up on fighting. He was hiding in his last remaining physical fortress, letting out soft, painful howls, his heart filled with the fear of his future death. Soon, the victorious fighting Buddha walked up to the giant tumor made up of countless corpses, pierced its body with his golden cudgel, and wanted to find his final enemy inside. Although Nodoa gave up the fight, he still did not give up hope of survival. His head kept moving back and forth inside the tumorous body to evade the great sage's attacks. At this moment, his giant body, which had lost its limbs, sprouted numerous soldier heads that spoke human language, wanting to negotiate with the enemy before him. "Feng, let's talk this out. How about the two of us team up? It's a real shame that we, with our combined strength, don't join forces. As long as we combine our swords, we will be invincible." "Oh, what alliance? Are you fucking kidding me?" At this time, Chun Feng, who heard these words through auditory sharing, almost burst out laughing, thinking that such a thing was utterly absurd. Does this guy not know how many of his fellow countrymen were harmed by the Dragon Kingdom when it was in the newbie zone? How dare he say such a thing now? I might consider it when you go to the underworld. Yes, your beautiful country should be called hell. Through various connections with the Great Sage, Chun Feng was able to get the Great Sage to say what he wanted to say from afar. Oh, the so-called strongest country, America, seems to be nothing special after all. Looking back now, I realize there was nothing to be afraid of since I didn't know your background back then. You bastard Feng. Hearing the insulting remarks from the monkey in front of him, Nodoa, hiding in the shadows, felt his head practically split open in horror. You deserve to die? Wind, you deserve to die. Wait, what are you going to do? So, with the sound of the golden cudgel being pulled away, Nodoa knew that the damned monkey was ready to kill him completely. Now that his power has waned, Feng no longer needs to linger, so he chooses to kill him to end it all. But, seeing that the situation had developed to this point, Nodoa no longer held back and unleashed his final attack. In an instant, his head began to move downwards, and his enormous body, formed from the fusion of his corpses, rapidly expanded at an extremely fast speed, as if about to produce an extremely powerful explosion. Everything hinges on a single thought. The Great Sage is now less than a meter away from this time bomb. Seeing this strange change in the object, he knows that the enemy intends to fight to the death. Now he had no choice but to quickly create distance. The Great Sage was forced to use flash to create distance between himself and the guy, and abandoned his impending fatal blow. The next second, an explosion so terrifying it defied description spread out instantly. Having taken refuge in a safe area, the Great Sage saw that the power of the explosion seemed poised to immediately engulf his master's territory, and had no choice but to activate, drawing a circle on the ground as a prison, to defend himself. In an instant, the entire underground world turned into a sea of corpses and blood. The invisible defensive barrier in front of the Great Sage was constantly being eroded by the dark green corrosive liquid, but fortunately, he was able to withstand the explosion of the mid-stage commander and thus intercepted it. In a moment, only after the storm subsided did the Great Sage withdraw his barrier and look up at the devastated world. Through the Great Sage's gaze, Chen Feng discovered that beyond the edge of his territory lay a large pit filled with a lot of viscous, putrid liquid, and even the rock wall above the underground world had been blasted open with a large hole. Chapter 139 Defeated Army Base. The large hole allowed a clear view of the sky above the dark domain's surface, directly confirming the power of the explosion just now. Chen Feng glanced at the cave entrance briefly before turning his gaze back to the deeper ravine below. This ravine is the last place where Nodoa remained. If it had exploded, it would probably have died inside too. After quickly communicating with the Great Sage. Now, the victorious fighting Buddha, using his somersault cloud, quickly arrived at the very center of the pit. After observing the situation for a while, Chen Feng discovered something very strange. In the very center of this enormous ravine, there was a hole just big enough for a person to squeeze into. This discovery, Chen Feng immediately realized what had happened. Damn it, that guy got away. How did he do that? Staring intently at the cave, Chen Feng had the Great Sage activate his fiery eyes of truth to scan it, only to find that there was no trace of Notoya left. This indirectly proves that the guy was no longer underground, but had left the place using special means after hiding. In this way, this guy most likely escaped using some kind of special card he had in his warehouse. This person really did have a trick up his sleeve. Dust and Wind speculate. He must have first caused the mass of corpses to explode violently in order to avoid the Great Sage's final blow. Then, the main brain hiding inside took the opportunity to dig a hole and escape underground. Finally, he used the card left in the warehouse to transfer it. This card should be able to enable him to teleport across a large area. It could be called an escape card. After all, Nodoa was the strongest in the United States and the former overlord of the Dark Domain. He must have had a lot of resources in his warehouse, and Chen Feng should have realized that he had such an escape method. But it's difficult to prevent cards from being activated, so this was an unavoidable minor mishap. Since that guy hasn't been completely eliminated, there's still a risk that he might make a comeback. Chen Feng wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party was now severely weakened to quickly eliminate them completely, leaving them no room to betray him. He guessed that even if Notoya had escaped the underworld, he would most likely be heading towards his headquarters, which was his own palace. As the strongest guild leader in the United States, this guy's palace must be built in the very center of his power, which is the legendary city of Relaya. Now, all Chen Feng needs to do is lead his brothers from the Dragon Kingdom to besiege the area above, and everything will become clear. Because the entire power of the United States is right above them. With this idea in mind, Chen Feng quickly put it into action. He instructed the people of the Dragon Kingdom to prepare themselves for a joint attack on the Dark Domain's homeland with his own troops. The United States' past oppression forced China to live in obscurity. This time, they will make those guys pay 100-fold. Dust Wind will lead the brothers of the Dragon Kingdom to destroy the city-states established by these damned guys, annihilate their empire, and overthrow their former royal power. The Dragon Kingdom lords who learned of this news through the guild channel were also thrilled and echoed the Wind God's guidance, quickly gathering their troops and setting off. Not long after, the underground forces have assembled. This includes Dust Wind's victorious fighting Buddha, Flame Ancestral Dragon, Angel of Good and Evil, Dimensional Witch, Elemental Illusionary Spirit, and tens of thousands of shadowy armies. In addition, there are the added combat power of his younger sister Chinchua, including mermaids, mermaid warriors, and sea kings. Finally, there are the military units of the many lords of the Dragon Kingdom. All forces were assembled at the bottom of that enormous sinkhole, and Naya opened a spatial passage leading upwards, allowing them to enter and travel to the more expansive battlefield above. The scale of this formation is unprecedented. Chen Feng witnessed all of this through the great sage at the front looking back, and thought to himself that it was truly gratifying that the people of the Dragon Kingdom had grown to such an extent without him even realizing it. Just as he was marveling at this, the main force had already arrived above, and fresh air was blowing in his face. This is a land engulfed in war, with ruined castles scattered everywhere. It wasn't until he saw the actual scene above that Chen Feng realized he had indeed landed under the US's lair. The area is surrounded by castles belonging to various lords, but those lords have vanished without a trace. Looking towards the center of these castles, 10 magnificent palaces stand there. At the very heart of those 10 palaces was another, even more magnificent building, perched atop a hillside. It was also a palace, but it was far more luxurious than the other 10 palaces. No need to think. That's Nodoa's lair. After settling in, Chen Feng and his army quickly began to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Now everyone is united in their determination to go to the very center of these castles and capture the leader of this troubled place. But at this moment, the enemy troops from the distant United States, whose movements were faintly visible, also discovered their presence. Although there were no enemies in the area where Chen Feng broke through, it doesn't mean that enemies didn't exist. The remaining fighting forces of the United States are currently engaged in battles with the lords of other countries on the outskirts of their territory, and the fighting has become extremely fierce. The other lords who came to support the Dragon Kingdom were still fighting hard on the outskirts of the beautiful kingdom. What has been hindering their progress is not just the small fry under Nodoa's command. It was that dark parasitic mother worm that Guy had just sent back to the surface to fight. The strongest queen insect of Nodoa, R'lyeh, was just like its master, constantly devouring the sacrificed units to strengthen itself, and then inflicting even heavier blows on its enemies. The lords of other countries still had enough troops at this time, but they lacked a commander-level main combat force, and were being tormented to death by the ever-growing queen beetle R'lyeh. This queen insect, named R'lyeh, has almost single-handedly protected the city of R'lyeh, which shares its name, and is determined to live and die with this city-state. Seeing that the mother worm, which was originally small and resembled an octopus, had now grown into a colossal creature by devouring too much flesh and blood, Chen Feng felt extremely heavy-hearted. He knew, if I don't deal with this monster first, it probably won't let me into the central palace so easily. The creature's tentacles are intertwined underground like a dark web. It must have noticed the commotion we made. And indeed, things turned out exactly as Chen Feng had predicted. The enormous queen insect, R'lyeh, actually turned its strange head and looked in this direction. And, as the monster moved, the other lords who were fighting it also witnessed the scene. They exclaimed in surprise, wondering why a new type of military force had appeared in the territory of the United States. Is this friend or foe? I heard that the wind in the Dragon Kingdom was discovered underground by the beautiful country. Could these be people from China? Surprisingly, the person they were trying to save seems to be all right now. And most importantly, how come there is a powerful commander among these military units and legions? Could this be a wind-type unit? Chapter 140, the Dharma Body and Heaven. What? Could those all be troops of the Dragon Kingdom's lords? Are you kidding me, guys? Did you see that? Among those military units, there were several powerful figures at the Grandmaster level. The most outrageous thing was that I seemed to see a monkey at the commander level. On the distant battlefield, the lords of other countries were discussing the scene in their vicinity. Some exclaimed in surprise, some were incredulous, and some were even dumbfounded. In short, these people had all sorts of expressions on their faces. At this moment, Chen Feng received confirmation from Elizabeth, an ally of the Sunset Kingdom, and was assured that his side was indeed the Dragon Kingdom army. After Elizabeth confirmed it, she was shocked once again and spread the news, causing the lords to explode for the second time. WTF? Oh, it really is wind. I was just joking. Does that guy really have such a powerful legion? I feel like my worldview is about to collapse. What kind of terrifying leveling speed is this? I heard that Nodoa, the strongest guild leader in the United States at the time, personally went down to capture Feng. Now, Feng's troops and the troops of other lords in the Dragon Kingdom seem to be safe and sound. Does this also mean? My goodness, did Feng manage to persuade all 10 presidents, including Nodoa, to quit all by himself? Very likely. Hiss dash. That kid is a monster. Amidst the flames of war, several lords from various countries, whose strength had reached the Grandmaster level, were currently on the battlefield, commanding their troops in combat, while discussing matters related to wind. The more they talked, the more outrageous and unbelievable it became. If things really turned out the way they think, that would be terrifying. This kid is already so strong. Their well-intentioned help now seems to have no practical significance, right? Not only that, faced with the current situation, they are becoming increasingly powerless. How so? They said they were gathering all the forces of the Dark Domain to provide support, but in the end, they slowly became the ones who dragged the team down. Feng, along with his fellow countrymen in the Dragon Kingdom, has long since silently endured everything. And look at their own side. It's a complete mess. The lords were shocked to realize that they had done nothing at all, and had helped nothing at all. No, perhaps. They've been guiding the leader-level Dark Queen Relia since just now, which can be considered as doing their utmost to help Feng. That should have been quite helpful. But now, they're almost at their breaking point. As the monster in front of them grew larger and larger, and its combat power became stronger and stronger, all the lords realized that if they dragged it out any longer, they would be doomed. They're going to be eaten by this monster. Boom dash. Boom dash. The earth trembled violently, and the mother insect Relia began to move. Dust and wind, still far away, saw through the great sage's shared vision that the situation there was not optimistic, and thus decided to set out quickly. He began to organize his forces and divide them into operational units. The victorious fighting Buddha and the 2 black and white angels each chose to fight against the queen insect that was a commander-level being. Meanwhile, Lilith, Nyarlathotep, Celia, and her sister's Sea King army led numerous other units, including the Shadow Army, to clear out the remaining debris on the battlefield. With a clear goal in mind, everyone began to take action, and very quickly. The mother insect Relia, located in the distance, saw another group of new beings approaching and raised its tentacles, which had spread underground, into the air to defend itself. However, this little bit of obstruction posed no obstacle whatsoever to Lily and the others, let alone the great sage who was already a leader and the 2 angels who had successfully merged. The 2 angels rapidly merged, quickly strengthening their combat power, especially since the great sage's grand celestial immortal technique had not yet been dispelled. They worked together, overcoming all obstacles, and finally arrived at the fierce battlefield, above the dark mother worm Relia. This queen insect was now almost the same size as the monsters in Ultraman fighting monsters. Any ordinary soldiers would just be easy prey. However, coincidentally, at this time, the great sage not only had the great celestial technique to strengthen himself, making his combat power completely comparable to this behemoth. Most importantly, he can also transform his own form, making his body enormous. And this move is called Dharma of Heaven and Earth. This move allows the victorious fighting Buddha to enlarge his body by tens or even hundreds of times without affecting his own strength. Because the underground world wasn't spacious enough back then, the great sage never had the chance to use this move. Now that the world is vast, he need not be restrained. The Dharma body and heaven unfolded instantly. A giant monkey resembling Ultraman appeared in the sight of the lords. As the tentacles of the mother worm Relia began to weaken and the terrifying reinforcements of the wind arrived, the fear of impending death that had gripped the other lords dissipated. Everyone watched as the monkey, whose footsteps shook the ground, engaged in a final battle with the mother insect Relia, experiencing for the first time just how powerful the wind soldiers truly were. In short, inhumanly strong. They're strong enough to take on the mother insect head-on, a creature that all of them combined couldn't defeat. That's not all. Now, this monkey soldier, covered in golden fur and resembling both a scion and an Ultraman, is accompanied by a black and white angel, also a commander-level soldier. 2 incredibly powerful beings simultaneously confronted this enormous monster that had initially appeared terrifying, instantly reversing the tide of the battle and rendering the mother worm monster utterly powerless, like a punching bag. The lords stared blankly at everything, completely dumbfounded. They discovered, even if they don't help those 2 commander-level soldiers now, The two of them seemed capable of dealing with the monster blocking their way. To put it bluntly, now, the existence of these lords is practically superfluous. Redundant. That's completely unnecessary. Soon, as time quietly passed, the strange, agonizing screams of the mother insect R'lyeh continued to echo. They gradually weakened from their initial intensity, eventually fading into utter despair, until finally, she breathed her last. Everyone witnessed a monster that seemed invincible being easily defeated by the wind-type soldiers, as if they were beating their own son. The shock they felt was beyond words. They could only silently witness this miracle, secretly thinking that choosing to come and help Wind was indeed a wise choice. Such a powerful lord, though it's unknown how he grew to such an exaggerated level. But being able to establish a good relationship with such a person would provide an extra layer of protection in the future. At least everyone knows that Feng is much easier to talk to than Notoya. Chapter 141 Victory Celebration Banquet. Feng is much easier to talk to than those American bastards. If I can help him through this difficult time, I might also benefit a lot in the future. All the lords were lost in their fantasies. While these people were having wild thoughts, Dust Wind's Great Sage and Angel Kana have already eliminated the strongest remaining forces of that beautiful country and are rushing towards the 10 palaces in the center of the many castle ruins. The lords of other countries were about to thank Feng and his two troop types when they saw that the two had already set off towards the center again, and they were taken aback. What are they trying to do? Etc. Isn't the place they went to the heart of America? Those 10 palaces. Is this a direct attack on Notowa's stronghold? The lords were alarmed, thinking to themselves that Feng was acting too swiftly and decisively, and that he intended to eliminate them completely. Now, the most troublesome tentacle monster in the American country has been dealt with by the wind units. So it seems that all Feng really needs to do next is take the heads of Notowa and all those beautiful parliamentary chairmen. And these bystanders only need to look on with anticipation to witness the fall of a new dynasty in the Dark Domain. Everything has settled down, and a new order is about to emerge in the entire Dark Domain. Not far away, having returned to his normal size, the victorious Fighting Buddha had almost reached the location of the 10 palaces and was wielding his golden cudgel continuously. But just then, a burst of extremely bright light swept in from the center. Then the palace at the very center suddenly rose into the air, carrying a portion of the land high into the sky, like an empty island. Seeing this situation, the great sage and the two angels who had already disintegrated tried to chase after them to stop them, but they were met with an irresistible force. When Shun Feng saw this scene in his palace, he realized something bad had happened. Broken. During the battle with the mother insect, Notowa must have been planning his escape, and now he's just got it all set. The way his palace is taking off looks a bit like my castle mobile card. Shun Feng felt it was somewhat of a coincidence at this point. Could it be that guy actually has a castle relocation card? Just like myself. Furthermore, the description of the card before its use and the current scene match perfectly. This is definitely the castle move card. I didn't expect this guy to have so many ways to escape. Through visual sharing, gazing at the palace of Notowa that had ascended to heaven and vanished, Shun Feng shook his head in the underground world. This outcome was truly unexpected by everyone. He truly never imagined that this so-called strongest country would one day be defeated by him and forced to flee in panic. His own castle movement card was originally prepared in case he couldn't beat Notowa, but now he didn't use it, while the opponent used it instead. Really? Oh well, the only pity is that this guy managed to keep his dog's life. Everything else is pretty satisfactory. Shun Feng could only sigh helplessly and told the victorious Fighting Buddha and the two angels to turn around and clean up the battlefield. Although the primary target has run away on his own, but that guy's great empire is now abandoned and left to be slaughtered. Once all of Notoya's remaining subordinates are wiped out, it's unlikely that he'll be able to make a comeback. The Shung and his companions quickly received the order and joined Lily and her group in battle. The lords and their troops on the surface of the Dark Domain, seeing that the Wind Army was still fighting bravely, could not just stand by and watch, and immediately joined in to help. At present, the biggest threat that had been blocking all of them was gone. They only needed to clear out the remaining small fry to finish the battle, so it certainly wouldn't be as difficult as before. So very quickly, with their efforts and the help of the wind, all the enemies in the territory of the American main camp were wiped out, leaving not a single survivor. The lords of the various kingdoms who had done all this felt that the resentment that had been building up in their hearts for so long had finally been released. Those lords from other countries who had been oppressed by the United States were now eager to have their troops trample every inch of American land in order to vent their frustrations. Certainly, after they had done all this, they did not forget to thank the wind that had created it all. Inside his palace, Chen Feng looked at the chat channel on the virtual panel. Many lords were praising everything he had accomplished, expressing their endless sincerity and gratitude. Now, the one with the most say in the Dark Domain should be the Dragon Kingdom, which it represents. This time, he showed everyone how the people of the Dragon Kingdom could rise from the ashes in dire straits, and also made the lords of other countries clearly realize the true strength of their Dragon Kingdom. This is the Dragon Kingdom that was once underestimated by many, and this is the Dragon Kingdom that was once ridiculed and mocked by the United States. Now, those who had mocked him were slaughtered like pigs, and those who had been pessimistic about him all admitted their blindness after realizing that the Dragon Kingdom had a godlike ruler, and they all chose to defect. Now, the situation in the Dark Domain is settled, and everything has been reshuffled. Everyone, all the lords, were cheering for this victory. They decided that after returning to their respective territories today, they would hold a grand celebration. And at this time, they all chose to extend a warm invitation to the wind to visit their territory. They will definitely treat this greatest contributor or hero who wiped out the beautiful country with the finest wine and delicacies. As for Chen Feng, he was somewhat surprised to see so many lords from different countries inviting him to visit them. He had indeed considered that something like this might happen after the war ended. Furthermore, his troops are now receiving a large amount of upgrade experience after continuous battles. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng's personal strength has now broken through to the Grandmaster level. And once an individual's strength reaches this level, it means that the Lord can break free from the restrictions of his earthbound spirit and go to the wider outside world outside his territory. This is also a symbol of becoming one of the strongest in the Dark Domain. Only the strong can roam freely across this vast land. Now Chen Feng has done it. Therefore, if Chen Feng were to attend the invitation from these lords, he would certainly be able to go. Only, now that the great battle has just ended, his troops and he himself need some time to recuperate. In addition, now that his younger sister has finally come all the way to his side, he, as her older brother, also wants to spend more time with this lovely girl. Chapter 142, A Pleasant Night. Now that the great battle is over, Chen Feng wants to use this time to recuperate and spend more time with his sister. Therefore, he bid farewell to the many lords who wanted to invite him as a guest, including Queen Elizabeth of the Sunset Kingdom, who was the first to extend a friendly gesture to him. Elizabeth was still planning to give Feng a proper welcome, and all the delicacies and wines had been prepared, but she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when the person she wanted to see didn't come. That's all. After learning the news from Feng's side, everyone had no choice but to return to their own territories and celebrate their victory for the time being. They are currently suffering heavy losses and urgently need a period of rest and recuperation after the victory celebration. After all, there are only about 10 days left until the final instance of the Dark Domain, Dark Tide. In 10 days, the true master of the Dark Domain may be born, and each of them actually harbors ambitions. Now, as the former strongest, Nodowa of the United States and the 9 guild leaders have all perished or fled. With a formidable enemy and everyone's hearts gone, the hope of competition was naturally rekindled. But, at this time, the defeat of the United States indirectly led to the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. This has left the lords in a very complicated state of mind. They were both excited and happy that the wind was now their hero, but also a little nervous that the wind was about to become their rival. In conclusion, for them, the wind can be described as a complex combination. Although we are friends now, we may inevitably become enemies in the future. Many lords, when they invited Feng to visit their territories, actually intended to treat him well this time, but the next time they met, they would be enemies. Some lords even selectively ignored the benefits Feng was currently bringing them, intending to set a trap to hunt down this seemingly threatening Dragon Kingdom lord. Faced with these two different ideas, Feng ultimately did not agree to either of their invitations, but instead chose to lead his army back to his own territory. This relieved both sides of the conflicting opinions, though it was unclear whether they felt nervous or regretful. In conclusion, even though everyone has different opinions about Feng and his country, Dragon Kingdom, they dare not show any disrespect immediately because of the outstanding performance of his troops and the army behind him. They could only watch and hope that the current atmosphere wouldn't be disrupted. We are currently communicating in a state of pseudo-alliance. and no one wants to break this hard-won peace. So let this peace continue until the dark tide truly begins. The underground world. Inside the palace located in the center of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. At this moment, Chen Feng and Qin Shui were standing together, the two siblings sharing their joy after the victory and some things that needed to be explained after the war. Brother, so much has happened in this dark domain. I never expected you beautiful Chinese people here to be so arrogant. In our ocean area, those guys from the US aren't actually that strong. I don't know why, but it seems like I can bully them. At this point, Qin Shui had already ordered her Sea King troops, along with her mermaid and war mermaid armies, to withdraw together with her brother's troops. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback as he listened to Qin Shui's account. Unexpectedly, the ocean area where my sister was located seemed much safer than my own. So that's probably why my younger sister is developing so well right now. The ocean area not only has fewer enemies, but also seems to be rich in resources. My sister has found countless treasure chests, while we only come across one every half day. By the way, little sister, you came to my side through the support card. Does that mean you'll have to return to the ocean soon? At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly remembered this matter, so he subconsciously asked about it. Qin Shui looked up at her brother and confirmed that it was true. Yes, brother. I'm only meeting you temporarily right now. I'll have to return to the ocean in about 2 hours. The girl then held her brother's hand, showing great reluctance to part. The two siblings were about to be separated again, and all the words they had to say were stuck in their throats, leaving them at a loss for what to say. After they embraced for a while, Chen Feng silently took out his territory movement card and solemnly said to his sister, Shui, wait for me to finish dealing with things in the dark domain. Then I'll go back to the ocean domain to find you. After showing his card, he explained the situation to his sister. Now, Chen Feng still needs to wait for the Dark Tide instance to arrive so he can compete for the position of Lord of the Dark Domain. Once he becomes the true ruler of the Dark Domain, he will go to the Ocean Domain to reunite with his sister. Thinking of this, Chen Feng also thought of another question. Shui, do you have similar events over there, like the ultimate dungeon in our Dark Domain, where people compete to become the ruler of a domain? Chen Feng suddenly asked a question that had been bothering him, and Qin Shui pondered for a moment before answering. I don't think it's happening on my end yet, or maybe I just haven't noticed. I'm not very clear on whether there are any dungeon messages like Ocean Frenzy. Brother, I'll check when I get back, and I'll let you know if I find anything. When the two talked about this topic, the atmosphere became a little heavy. Just then, a noise came from the palace gate. Both of them turned around and saw that it was their troops returning. Now, Qin Shui was very pleased that all of her troops had returned safely after the battle. But her gaze wasn't on her own unit. Instead, she turned to look at her brother's unit. His brother's main force had also returned and was at the forefront. Moreover, they all looked incredibly powerful, and their aura was enough to intimidate all beings of the same level. The most eye-catching one was the monkey that looked a lot like the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Of course, this was the great sage, but Qin Shui didn't realize it for a moment. But even a being as powerful as the great sage was filtered out by Qin Shui with just a glance. The girl is now looking at her brother's various alluring female soldiers. Chapter 143 Jealousy. The female soldiers in my brother's unit are all very beautiful, each with their own unique charm. They are all stunning beauties of different kinds. And these soldiers are also quite strong. You can tell they are all top performers in their respective ranks. They are confident, vibrant, and graceful, the perfect role models that every woman aspires to be. So, when Qin Shui saw these beautiful female soldiers, her first thought wasn't to marvel at their combat power, nor was it to wonder how her brother had managed to summon them. Instead, she was thinking about something else. Brother, you're a pervert. Why are there so many beautiful women in your military unit? You old pervert. Qin Shui watched the soldiers walking towards them, then pinched her brother's thigh tightly, causing Qin Feng to cry out in pain. Dust Wind, in pain, quickly explained. It's not that Schwer and the others evolved from the unit pool on their own. I can't control their gender either. I'm innocent. This wasn't my intention. Qin Feng was speechless when he saw his sister react so strongly at this moment. What's wrong with this little girl? Why is she suddenly so anxious? So what if I have a few more beautiful female soldiers as bodyguards? It shouldn't be like this, right? Besides, these units are all created by his god-level units themselves, and cannot be controlled manually, so everything is random when they are summoned. It can only be said that the unit pool likes to summon beautiful women for him, and he is just forced to accept this situation. And Not all the units I summon are female. Don't we also have the Shadow Legion and the victorious Fighting Buddha? Perhaps my younger sister's attention is too focused on Lily and her friends, which has led to this situation. Just as the two siblings were bickering, Lily, Nyarlathotep, Celia, and two angels, who were not far away, came to their master's side. They first respectfully greeted their master, and then curiously turned their gaze to the girl being held by her master. Seeing that everyone seemed very curious about his younger sister, Chen Feng hurriedly introduced Chun Shue's situation to them. This is my sister. My lord, so you have blood relatives after all? Hearing their master say this, Lily and the others looked at the girl in front of them with even more curiosity. Mona was the first to ask her question, followed by the others. My lord, you really do have a younger sister? Although it feels so incredible. Why do you all look so shocked? Seeing that several soldiers were asking him questions with curiosity and surprise, Chen Feng felt a little awkward. Why are they all reacting so strongly? All I have is a younger sister. Chun Shui was holding her brother, looking at the group of female soldiers in front of her with various postures, her little mouth pouting, very unhappy. Yes, my lord. Although we have forgotten some memories from very long ago. But I always feel that you masters seem. Among the various troop types, Naya slowly recounted her story to Chen Feng. As she got to the crucial point, she suddenly realized that what she was about to say might offend the girl in front of her, so she used telepathy to convey her next words. Master, don't you have a younger sister? Although I have forgotten the past, a strong premonition tells me that this did not happen. I didn't mean any harm, I was just curious. I apologize to my master. Naya Li's remaining words echoed in his mind. After listening, Chen Feng frowned and pondered for a moment. What Naya and the others said was definitely not meant to be malicious. They were probably just very curious. Since they are all curious, there must be a reason. First, these units all believe themselves to be like creator gods. This needs to be understood. Knowing this known fact, it's easy to understand why they believe they don't have a younger sister. Because God has always existed as an individual. At least God is like that. So when they heard that their God had suddenly had a younger sister, it would surprise them. Is that so? Is that right? Thinking about this, Chen Feng felt that his idea made a lot of sense. But, after a moment of mental contemplation, he thought of another possibility. Is it possible that he doesn't actually have a sister in the traditional sense? How to put it? Is it possible that my sister is not related to me by blood? Forehead. When Chen Feng had this idea, he was honestly quite startled. Looking at the girl he was still holding in his arms, he was reluctant to believe it was possible. But, since you've already mentioned your unit type, he then pondered some fragments of his past memories and discovered that there seemed to be some clues. First of all, when he and his sister were on Earth, his parents, who were still alive when he was very young, told him that his sister and he were both adopted from an orphanage. However, his parents later changed their story, saying that it was just a joke, and jokingly said that he was still young, but had a really good memory. And, as she grew older, Schwenner's appearance became more and more beautiful, with an ethereal beauty. Although Chen Feng himself has become even more handsome. However, there is absolutely no physical resemblance between them that suggests they are siblings. From childhood to now, Chen Feng has never really paid much attention to these strange questions. It wasn't until he arrived in this other world today, with a few reminders from the soldiers and careful thought on his own, that he discovered the clues. Just as I was thinking, Chen Shui was also secretly watching her brother and the silent soldiers around them, feeling very curious. Brother, what are you thinking about? By the way, why are you all looking at me like that? Chen Shui trembled as she looked at all the eyes that were focused on her. Although the female soldiers in my brother's unit didn't look at me with any malice. However, it also implies a strong interest in people. This interest had become so intense that Chen Shui mistakenly believed that these female soldiers were interested in her. I'm warning you, women shouldn't touch each other. I only want to be with my brother. Chen Shui suddenly said something surprising and hugged her brother, which pulled Chen Feng back from his thoughts. As soon as Chen Feng came to his senses, he had the answer to the question he had been thinking about. Please stop guessing, everyone. Shui is indeed my sister. Always has been. Chapter 144 Farewell. She is my sister. Chen Feng stated his intentions with absolute certainty, finally quelling the curiosity of the beautiful female soldiers present. Chen Shui stared at her brother, somewhat bewildered, trying to figure out what those words meant. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about now? Aren't I your sister? Are you so obsessed with pretty girls that you're blinded by them? I swear, no. I was actually telling those female soldiers that they weren't very clear about it. Oh, I see. Chun Shui pouted, and after a brief exchange, the two finally clarified the situation. After patting his younger sister's head, Dust and the girl began to wander around the palace, catching up on old times along the way. During this period, the soldiers stopped bothering the two. After confirming that the girl was indeed their master's blood relative, Lily and the others became very respectful. After taking their leave, they returned to the troop pool to rest and recuperate, quickly regaining their strength. Then, time passed quickly enough. Qin Shi should go back now. Arrive at the entrance to the bubble space next to the throne. Chen Feng stood still, watching Qin Shi prepare to enter the entrance with the mermaid army, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Although it was only a brief reunion, it was comforting to know that Qin Shi was doing well. Just as Qin Shi was about to enter the entrance, she suddenly turned around and hugged her brother, carefully kissing him on the cheek before reluctantly leaving. Chen Feng was suddenly kissed by his younger sister and was a little taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled broadly. This girl. Final. The passage connecting the dark domain and the ocean domain was completely closed, leaving no trace in the surrounding area, as if nothing had ever happened. Everything returned to calm, and everything seemed to be back on track. Dust Wind returned to his throne, knowing that a new struggle was about to begin. Next, he will focus on building up his forces and strengthening his own capabilities in order to prepare for the upcoming Dark Tide instance. If everything goes smoothly, I will be the actual ruler of the entire Dark Domain. In this way, he can allow the lords of the Dragon Kingdom to develop in peace here, or to march into the ocean with him. With this in mind, Chen Feng decided to let all the soldiers rest for the night and officially start work tomorrow. According to the time, it was now nighttime in the Dark Realm, and he planned to get some rest. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom lords not far from the territory were celebrating their victory with great fanfare, but Chen Feng had no intention of joining them. That makes sense. Since his strength level has significantly improved, he hasn't had a proper night's sleep in a very long time. He can hardly remember what it feels like to lie in bed and have a good night's sleep these days. So now, with such a good opportunity, how could I not go back and get some sleep? Lily and the other soldiers, realizing their master's intentions, quickly returned to their master's bedroom and tidied everything up perfectly. They learned that their master seemed to want to rest, which was rare for him, and they understood his feelings. These past few days have been incredibly busy. Even if the master were an omnipotent god, he might still feel tired at times. And as they finished tidying everything up while thinking about it, suddenly, the owner, who was about to enter the dormitory, suddenly stopped. Chen Feng was standing outside his room, staring at a message on the chat panel, somewhat shocked. He saw an astonishing message in the Dark Domain chat channel on the virtual panel. That was a name he absolutely did not want to see. Wait, is it him? Notoya. Is that guy still not giving up? When Chen Feng saw Notoya speaking with an extremely arrogant expression on the chat panel, he was stunned and his brows furrowed. This person was currently declaring war on all the lord states of the Dark Domain, seemingly with absolute confidence in himself. But wasn't he just fleeing in a sorry state? Why do you suddenly want to stir up trouble again? Has he lost his mind? Or is there another reason? Chen Feng pondered for a while, realizing that this person must be crazy to dare to be so arrogant and domineering. What happened next completely confirmed his guess. At this moment, Notoya, the guy who had just been utterly defeated, finally revealed his last Fong in the channel, saying, Notoya, beautiful country damn wind, don't think you've won. Notoya, beautiful country, as long as you remain in the Dark Domain, I will be the only master here. I will make you and all those who dare to oppose me pay the price. Notoya, beautiful country, I now hold the key to the Dark Tide dungeon, and I can open it ahead of time whenever I want. His words were astonishing. Now, faced with the sudden appearance of this nightmare that had haunted everyone in the Dark Domain, many lords who were still celebrating in their respective territories were caught off guard. But, as more and more people noticed something was off about the messages on the chat panel, they were all shocked. Sakura country, Hyuga steel plate. What the hell? How did you come back to life again? Korean, golden throat juice. Damn it, Dad. America is finished, it's fallen on hard times. We Koreans are already looking for a new dad. Notoya, get lost. Three kingdoms. Ding ding danda. Damn it, Notoya, you dare to claim that you are the master of the Dark Domain? Didn't you get a good beating from us? Or rather, from the Dragon Kingdom's wind? Rooster Kingdom, Dora Fargus. That's right. I advise you not to come back. If you dare to show your face in the Dark Domain, you'll be in big trouble. Desert Country, Shakriya Serkanda. Yes, you'll see if we beat you up or not. Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. Indeed, We have destroyed all your territory, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Have the guts to speak. Sunset Kingdom, Royaskull. Humph. You say you have the key to enter the Dark Tide instance? Who are you trying to fool? Sunset Kingdom. Elizabeth. Yes, we will no longer believe any of your nonsense, Nodowa. Your era of rule is over. Elizabeth, Sunset Kingdom. The Dark Realm is now in the era of another person. Chapter 145 Dark Tide. Your era is over. These words immediately caused a huge uproar in the chat channel. Elizabeth's declaration not only shocked the minds of the other lords present, but also enraged Notoya, who was already furious. Notoya was driven almost mad by the fact that so many people were refuting him, and some even openly declared that his era was over. Nodowa, beautiful country, damn it. I didn't expect you to be so insolent in front of me so soon after I left. Nodowa, beautiful country, if I had known you guys were such an arrogant bunch, I should have abandoned the pursuit of Dragon Country and dealt with you first. Notoya, beautiful country, one wrong step leads to another. If I had killed you all first, things might not have turned out this way. At this moment, Nodowa expressed his resentment and regret in the chat box. But the next second, he suddenly became a completely different person and burst into wild laughter. Nodowa, beautiful country, ha. But it doesn't matter, you're all going to hell now. Nodowa, beautiful country, whether you believe it or not, I have indeed obtained the key to open the Dark Tide dungeon, and I also know that the moment I open the dungeon will be your death day. Now, the former strongest guild leader of the United States issued an ultimatum to all the lords of the Dark Domain, seemingly betting everything on the unproven Dark Tide instance. Furthermore, he confidently claimed that as long as he opened that instance, the current situation in the Dark Domain would be reversed again, and the advantage would return to his side. What does this mean? The lords of the various countries said that the more they listened, the more confused they became, and the less they understood. Could this guy have really gone mad? Is he talking nonsense because he can't handle the blows he's been suffering? In that case, the Wind really is a villain. He actually drove the former king of the Dark Realm insane. Everyone had this seemingly reasonable idea. However, within the underground world, looking at the messages on his virtual panel, Shenfeng didn't believe that Notoya was lying. He said he found the key to the final instance of the Dark Realms, which is very likely true. The reason this guy dares to speak so arrogantly now is because he is the biggest beneficiary after the Dark Tide begins. As for why he was able to become the biggest beneficiary, Shenfeng had no clue for a while. But, just as he was about to give it serious thought, Notoya provided the answer directly. Nodowa, the United States, fine, you bunch of fools, I'll tell you the truth myself. Notoya, beautiful country, thanks to that guy Toafling. When I used the territory movement card to leave my original territory, I unexpectedly discovered that the key to the Dark Tide was buried under my palace. Nodowa, beautiful country, now I not only have the key, but also the door to that instance, the best of both worlds. At this time, as they were talking, the other lords, who had initially doubted this man's words, gradually became interested as they eavesdropped. However, seeing that Nodowa spoke slowly and deliberately, they couldn't help but ask him. Sakura country, Hyuga Steelplate. What rules? Tell me already. Damn it. You're pretending to know again, aren't you? Kimchi country, Golden Throat Juice. Damn it. Don't think we'll be afraid just because you act like you've got the upper hand. Your time is over. The two lords, who had once been lackeys of the United States, listened most attentively and were the most eager at this moment. Right now, they definitely hoped that everything Notoya said was nonsense. Only in this way can their hearts find peace. Otherwise, if everything that guy said is true, wouldn't they have to go back to being his dogs again? Pity. The reality was completely contrary to their expectations. Nodowa was now truly confident of victory and ruthlessly revealed the truth. Notoya, beautiful country, I'm sorry, you might be disappointed next. Nodowa, beautiful country, to be honest, although the winner of that instance will become the master of this dark realm, you'd never guess the actual rules. The lords of each country must participate in person. Understand? In person. Nodowa, beautiful country, I am about to open the gates of the Dark Tide and let you face the agony of death. At that time, all of you will go to this battlefield to fight, and you will not be able to bring individual units into the battlefield. Nodowa, the United States, did you understand, you fools? You can't bring any troops in. You can only rely on individual strength. Ah, Three Kingdoms, Ding Ding Dan, what? Desert country, Shakriya Sarkanda. This. Sakura country, Hyuga Steelplate. What? At this moment, when Nodowa spread this explosive news, everyone was stunned. What did this guy just say? In the final instance of the Dark Domain, participants are not allowed to bring their own troops into the battle? Is it only possible to rely on pure individual ability? Damn it. How are we supposed to play like this? They certainly couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Even if everything Notoya was saying was true, they absolutely refused to believe it. Because, in this world, the type of troops is the foundation of their status as lords, in their entirety. A lord without troops is nothing but a weakling. This is like a powerful lord who originally possessed SSS-level talent units. If you ask him to abandon his units and fight alone, he will immediately become no different from an ordinary person. So, if everything is really as Notoya said, then this battle for control of the Dark Domain will become exceptionally brutal. Are they going to participate or not? Without their own units, how can they possibly achieve victory? Are they going to fight each other hand-to-hand with their fists? Everyone fell silent at Notoya's words, and some even wanted to quickly deny the fact that there was no conclusion yet. But suddenly, in the center of each of their castles, a gate filled with deathly light suddenly appeared. The moment the door opened, their virtual panels all received the following notification. The Dark Tide Dungeon is now open. Chapter 146 Threat. The instance has been opened, but only the strong can live forever. All lords who wish to participate are requested to enter the Dark Gate before them to confirm their eligibility for entry. Note: only lords are allowed to enter this instance. Individual units cannot join the battlefield to fight alongside them. Now, when everyone saw these few lines of cold message notifications on their virtual panels, they all gasped in shock. Did I never expect that everything Notoya said would come true? Wrong. It should be said that what he said was the truth. Notoya felt a sense of relief after seeing everyone in the chat panel fall silent. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Since these guys don't believe it, we have to slap them in the face. Damn it, how could this happen? I suddenly don't want to participate anymore. In a moment, the lords of the Korean and Japanese kingdoms, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. They naturally looked constipated. If we're talking about the worst forces in the entire Dark Domain, these two countries are probably the only ones. They were the first vassal states targeted and controlled by the United States, and now that they had finally regained their freedom, they unexpectedly. Notoya said, once the Dark Tide Dungeon is activated, he will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. Looking back now, that statement is absolutely correct. This guy, who was originally the strongest president in the United States, had personal strength at the peak of the Grandmaster level. None of us have reached that level yet, but once we enter the instance, it will be immediately clear who is superior and who is inferior. So, they had originally planned to compete with their troops or participate in the struggle for sovereignty over the Dark Domain, but when they realized they needed to take the lead themselves, they all backed down. Okay, they really can't beat them. Is it too late to quit now? Damn it. On behalf of the Sakura Nation, I hereby announce our withdrawal. We are the land of kimchi. Quit. In a short time, two lords have already announced their withdrawal from the battle for supremacy on behalf of their factions in the chat panel. The other lords remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Notoya saw his two former subordinates immediately back down and sneered repeatedly. Humph. Two traitors, at least they know the pros and cons. But now, admitting defeat is useless. Once I return as the undisputed king of the Dark Domain after seizing power in the dungeon, the first people I'll wipe out are you two shameless opportunists. No, father. Please let us go. We know we were wrong, father. We are still your good sons. The two former lords, realizing that their father had murderous intentions towards them, were filled with remorse and immediately cowed out online. If only I had known. They shouldn't have turned against us so quickly in the first place. However, no one expected that Notoya, who had been beaten to a pulp by the wind, would launch a counterattack in less than half a day, and with an absolute advantage at that. This is so cool. What incredible luck this guy has. Why are the final dungeon key and gate to the Dark Realms located underground in his palace? Why don't countries like Japan, Sakura, and Kimchi have this kind of good luck? With the two withdrawing vassal states being sentenced to death by Noto. Now, after a long silence, the lords of other countries could no longer remain seated. Now that the truth has been revealed, they can no longer escape reality no matter how they try to deny it. The challenge everyone needs to face is finding a solution to this new crisis. First, a lord nation possessing a Grandmaster level expert would naturally not immediately choose to withdraw, like Korea and Japan. What they were really thinking was that they should still have room to fight back, so that they wouldn't be unable to defeat Notoya, who was currently in a semi-decadent state. According to rumors, the only remaining lord in the beautiful country is Nodowa. If they can eliminate him, everything will be fine. However, there seem to be no rules regarding the Dark Domain instance. Each major power can only send a limited number of lords to participate. So, what the lords of these powerful states who still retain a strong foundation are thinking right now is, could they perhaps stage a multi-against-few attack by sending a large number of reasonably powerful lords to assassinate Nodowa? As long as this guy is alone, it doesn't matter if he's stronger than the others. If one person can't beat them, then a group of people can, right? Elizabeth, Sunset Kingdom. On behalf of the Sunset Kingdom, I hereby announce our participation in the final war of the Dark Realm. Rooster Kingdom, Dora Fargus. Me too, we Rooster Kingdom will never back down. Russian Bear Country, Rochardovsky. Same as above, we, the Russian Bear Country, also have our own confidence. Chariot Nation, Shovel Yedru. The mere remnants of the beautiful nation are no longer as glorious as they once were. So what are they worth mentioning? Our Chariot Nation must participate. More and more representatives of the Lord States who believe they could fight or even rival Nodowa expressed their willingness to fight to the end and had absolute confidence in their own forces. But some vassal states, whose strength was neither particularly high nor low, seemed somewhat hesitant. They wanted to participate but were afraid of being wiped out, so they could only weakly mention it. Desert Country, Shakriya Sarkanda. We haven't decided yet. Asangwa, Dingdingdanda. Although our Asangwa is very strong, we will not compete with you. We will just go in for a visit. At this moment, the two powers, the Desert Kingdom and India, are somewhat cautious in their speech because their respective strengths are neither particularly high nor low. Although they are still stubbornly insisting on participating, they actually know that they will not be able to compete with others once they are inside. Since that's the case, so they can only play supporting roles, hoping to get lucky and snag something good in the dungeon. After all, although dungeons require a lot of individual skill, luck also plays a part. No one knows what they will face after entering the instance, so everything is still unknown. Even a slightly weaker lord has a slight possibility and opportunity. The two nations chose to participate, hoping for good fortune. They also deliberately avoided battles after entering the instance, hiding in a secret place, hoping to reap the benefits while the other nations fought each other. Certainly, this is only a possibility within a limited scope. But the temptation to become the ruler of the Dark Realm is simply too great. Even knowing there are tigers in the mountains, they still insist on going into the tiger's den. After the two forces in the middle to lower ranks spoke, more and more lords ranked lower in the rankings stopped hesitating and chose to join. Everyone wants to take a gamble. Maybe a bicycle can really turn into a motorcycle. But as they eagerly signed up, someone suddenly noticed a problem. Sakura Country, Huga's Steel Plate. Why haven't I heard the Lord of the Dragon Country say anything all this time? Chapter 147 Decision Making. Hey, why isn't the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom saying anything? What happened? At this time, a lord in the land of cherry blossoms discovered this problem and raised it. Upon hearing this, the lords of other countries also realized what was happening. Oh right, why aren't any of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom saying anything right now? Even Feng, among them, remained silent, as if unaware of what was happening in the chat channel. Is he asleep? Should someone go and remind him? Everyone was thinking the same thing, and they kept chiming in with their own comments. Meanwhile, Elizabeth of the Sunset Kingdom, as an ally who was among the first to join the Dragon Kingdom, kindly opened the virtual panel to give a reminder. She has a friend named Feng who happens to be able to offer some helpful tips. Now, such a big matter, if we don't say a word, the Dragon Kingdom will probably suffer. As Elizabeth was pondering this, she clicked on Feng's friend avatar, already preparing to send a message. But in that instant, she suddenly realized a problem. Wait, something's not right. Now, a passage leading to the Dark Tide dungeon has appeared in everyone's palace or castle, so there must be one on the other side of the wind as well. If that's the case, he must know about this matter, but he still chooses to remain silent. Could it be that something has happened over there? Feng might be dealing with some affairs in their Dragon Kingdom right now, or giving instructions, so he doesn't have time to discuss things with everyone in the chat channel? Maybe that's really the case. Thinking of this, Elizabeth silently closed her friend list, choosing to give Feng some quiet time and no longer disturb him. But other lords don't think that way now. When they saw that Feng hadn't appeared in public for half a day, they all began to speculate, and the more they speculated, the more outrageous their speculations became. Hey, do you guys think it's possible that Feng has chosen not to participate in this Dark Tide dungeon? Hey, you know what? It's actually possible. Oh my god, no wonder he hasn't said anything. He's just tacitly quitting. What a pity. Feng Zhen is a wise man who knows when to yield. He knows that his troops are very strong, but their combat effectiveness will drop significantly after they are gone. So he has chosen to protect himself by being pragmatic. Oh, is that so? That's right. That's what I think too. And I also think there's another possibility. Have you ever thought that the Dragon Kingdom, where Feng is located, is actually relatively weak in general, and he might be the only one who is abnormally strong? If the Dragon Kingdom really gets involved in this struggle, it'll be like Feng having to lead a bunch of average-strength people into battle. It's like getting free experience points delivered right to their doorstep. Yes, after all, without the military force, the Dragon Kingdom loses its biggest advantage and may become just like us, or even worse than us weaklings. It sounds like we've lost a competitor? Yay. Shoo, don't make a sound yet. Now, when everyone realized that the wind might not pose a threat to them, and they didn't even intend to participate in this instance, they were secretly delighted. I had witnessed the terrifying power of this Dragon Kingdom Lord's troops not long ago. If he were to bring his own troops, it would be a devastating blow to the others. This is great. Now no one can use unit types. Upon closer examination, this rule seems to favor the weak. Therefore, the more they thought about it, the happier they became, but they couldn't immediately express their cheers. After all, the wind has just liberated the Dark Realm, forging a new order. If they immediately changed their attitude, it would seem rather unkind. Of course, in this world filled with killing, morality and righteousness are worthless. This thing is a layer of paper covering the surface of a person's face. Everyone is fighting for their own interests. They are all skilled at disguising themselves as smiling tigers, but the time is not yet right for them to reveal their true colors. If the winds of power in the Dragon Kingdom weren't blowing right now, they might just turn their attention to killing the weaker Dragon Kingdom leaders in the next second. That's just how cruel reality is. Only Queen Elizabeth of the Sunset Kingdom, being young and inexperienced, still purely wanted to follow the trend and maintain the cooperative relationship. But in reality, the old guys behind this queen are all very shrewd. They actually hoped that Feng could withdraw from this Dark Tide instance. In this way, our queen will have a greater chance of seizing the throne of this region. Final, overt and covert speculations have unknowingly unfolded due to the existence of the copy. The entire chat channel in the Dark Domain was filled with a heavy atmosphere of tension. Nodoa saw that everyone was chatting enthusiastically and didn't bother to interrupt, remaining indifferent as if he were looking at a group of people who were about to die. But when he learned that Feng might not be able to attend this wonderful killing feast, he suddenly became a little anxious. Wind, you'd better come and die obediently, or when I become the Lord of the Dark Domain, you might not even have time to die. If you try to run away, I will make you wish you were dead. I'm going to peel off your skin layer by layer, sever your tendons, and stuff you into my biotank to turn you into a dog. Nodoa grew angrier and angrier, trying to coerce Feng into submission with the most vicious words. But unfortunately Feng wasn't looking at the chat channel and didn't want to pay any attention to him. But his words sent shivers down the spines of some of the other lords, who suddenly felt a strong urge to abandon their plans to enter the Dark Tide dungeon. Meanwhile, in the underground world, at this moment, Chen Feng has summoned all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom for an emergency meeting outside his palace. What he wanted to discuss now was none other than the matter that Notoya had just mentioned. Everything this person said is true. Therefore, I must now be on high alert. First of all, that guy is a genuine grandmaster at the peak. Although it is still unknown whether he can maintain the peak level of a grandmaster with only one head left, we cannot be complacent because of this. Secondly, Chen Feng himself had just broken through to the grandmaster level, and was still in the early stage of the grandmaster level, which was quite a distance from Notoya. If he were to go to the instance without any troops, he would indeed be in great danger. Not to mention the lords of the Dragon Kingdom present. They are even more. So, the reason Dustwind summoned everyone here is that he hopes you will no longer have to venture into that place. He didn't want all these people present to have sacrificed themselves in vain. But, although he had told everyone not to risk their lives, they still couldn't refuse his hospitality. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom raised their arms and shouted at this moment. As long as Lord Wind God is determined to go to the dungeon to compete for the strongest position, they are willing to fight together to the very end. Chapter 148, The Lonely Warrior. Lord Wind God, we are willing to fight to the very end for you. With just one command from you, everyone will follow you into the battlefield instance to fight. At this time, in the underground world, within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Chen Feng looked helplessly at his compatriots who were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The words he wanted to say came together, and he was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and say something out of desperation. "Didn't I tell you not to go? Listen to me. That's too dangerous." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. After a short while, people began to speak up. "But if we don't go, and Nodoa becomes the strongest in the dark domain, we'll be doomed." "Yes, Lord Wind God. We would rather die a heroic death on the battlefield than stay cowardly in our lair and wait to be killed. We will never yield. We must fight to the very end against America's mortal enemy." The crowd was in a frenzy. These Dragon Kingdom lords remain in high spirits. They knew that if they didn't resist, they would ultimately face certain death. If that's the case, why be timid and fearful of your own life? Seeing that everyone was in such high spirits, Chen Feng understood their current mood. But in reality, they really didn't need to go to such a dangerous place to their deaths. First of all, the lords may not know that they actually have a territory movement card in their warehouse. If Chen Feng wanted, he could move his palace out of the dark domain, allowing the Dragon Kingdom lords to escape this undeserved calamity. But he is now unwilling to implement this desperate plan so quickly. He must go to participate in the final instance of this dark realm, Dark Tide. However, in his hesitation, he did not want everyone to follow him, as that would be tantamount to going to their deaths. To put it bluntly, if he were the only one going in, he probably would only need to take care of himself. However, if everyone comes together, not only will it fail to create a sense of community, but the large number of people may also make it difficult to manage, leading to many unnecessary problems. To this end, after a long silence, Chen Feng came up with an idea. He gestured for Vice President Jia Ran to come forward from among the crowd, then slowly handed her a card and said, "Jia Ran, listen to me. I don't want you to die for me. This is a territory movement card that I obtained by chance. I'm giving it to you. If anything happens to me in the dungeon, activate this card quickly so I can return to my palace and take you away. However, this is a last resort, and it is the only means I can currently use. So don't worry, at least I won't die, and neither will you. I can manage this trip by myself, so you don't need to worry about it." After Chen Feng finished speaking, Jia Ran solemnly accepted the small card. Only, Jia Ran's expression at this moment was not only filled with surprise, but also gradually evolved into shock. The girl was not reassured by the president's words. On the contrary, she felt that this matter was a bit too crazy. "My lord, you've chosen to go alone? That won't do. Although you currently have means to protect yourself, fighting alone may inevitably lead to some unforeseen events. No, let me go with you." As Jia Ran spoke, she quickly drew closer to Chen Feng to express her determination. It's a pity. Chen Feng's attitude was resolute, giving the girl no chance whatsoever. "I am the president. Obey my orders." The plan may sound crazy, but it's actually the best option right now. "Jia Ran, if even you go, who will take care of the other Dragon Kingdom lords here? If someone takes advantage of me to invade the underworld, we'll have to rely on you to keep things in order." "That's enough. I don't want to say any more." After uttering this last sentence, Chen Feng walked straight to the throne in his palace, where there was a black door. Everyone felt bitter, but they just watched silently, all knowing what the Wind God was about to do. The adults would rather enter the dungeon alone to challenge Nodoa than let everyone else enter and become cannon fodder. Everyone knows that death is not a game, and no one wants to be the first to die in this cruel world. Fortunately, the master had left himself a way out, which dispelled everyone's determination to accompany him. But their fighting spirit has not diminished at all. Everyone knew that it was precisely because they were too weak that they were unable to help at this crucial moment. So, even if they give up following Lord Wind God into the dungeon, they will still work even harder in the underground world. They would not give up. They were determined to continue their troop training in the Tower of Trials, while the lords on the ground focused their attention on the Dark Tide dungeon. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom swore that they would achieve a leap forward in the strength of their troops before the lords of other nations returned from the instance. Moreover, they unconditionally chose to believe. Even if Lord Wind God goes to the dungeon alone, he still has a chance to seize the final throne. That concludes the discussion. Once everyone reached a consensus, they all dispersed to do what they could. Inside the palace, Chen Feng stood before his black gate, fully prepared. He would never back down. To do so would be tantamount to bowing down to Nodoa. So what if the chances are slim? No matter what, he will choose to fight with all his might to win it. As Chun Feng was thinking this, his expression was like that of a brave and fearless warrior, about to take his first step towards the gate. However, at this time, Lily and the others watched their master step into a strange door alone, and couldn't help but run over to ask him questions with some surprise. They had been resting by the troop pool with their eyes closed. The recent battle had depleted their energy, so after the battle, they had all entered a state of sitting still to seek the fastest recovery. They hadn't heard the noise from the outside world at all. What a coincidence. After Chun Feng finished explaining things outside, they woke up. Chun Feng, however, felt no emotion as he watched his soldiers slowly regain consciousness. He knew, since Lily and the others couldn't be of much help now, she hadn't planned to wake them up. Chapter 149, Innate Amplification. Right now, the most important thing for Lily and the others is probably to return to the Tower of Trials and start training as soon as possible. After all, while they were cultivating and leveling up, Chun Feng's own strength was also subtly improved. As he was thinking this, Chun Feng stopped in his tracks and decided to tell them his current thoughts so they could head towards the Tower of Trials. Only, when Lily and the others heard the whole story, they very angrily grabbed their owner's hand, pouted, and said, "Master, you acted far too impulsively. Even if you thought we couldn't help you in such a dangerous place, you should have told us first. Besides, how do you know we can't help? Is that right? Let us give you some gifts first, then you can set off. At that time, we will also go to the Tower of Trials and do our best to help you advance further." At this moment, Lilith, who had transformed into a young girl, along with Nyarlathotep, Celia, and other soldiers, gathered around their master, holding his hand and speaking to him with concern. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng also looked at them with curiosity, wondering what they were up to. Later, several girls conjured various things from their hands and presented them to him, and only then did he understand what was going on. "My lord, these are 3 dark orbs that have been hidden within me. I now bestow them upon you as auxiliary weapons for this journey." At this moment, the fallen angel Mona came to the front of Chun Feng and offered up the 3 dark orbs that had been conjured in her hand, slowly placing them into his hand. "These 3 dark orbs are my hidden weapons. The souls of every enemy I kill will be imprisoned within them as dark power and transformed into my strength. Now, this power is not to be underestimated. Coupled with the inherent strength of the orb itself, I believe it will make you even more invincible in battle." After Mona finished speaking, she withdrew with great sincerity. Dustwind carefully examined the 3 magic orbs, his heart filled with excitement. He was somewhat surprised that several military branches would lend him their core weapons at this time. This can indeed boost your combat power in a very short time. He was in such a hurry and was careless that he almost missed out on such a good thing. As Mona's signature weapon, this dark orb is completely different from weapons that ordinary people forge or find in the wild. The dark orb can continuously improve along with the wielder's strength, and among all weapons of the same level, its enhancement is the most terrifying. For example, right now, with Mona's permission, Chun Feng silently absorbed the 3 magic orbs into his body, and then began to feel his strength rapidly increasing in a short period of time. The magical energy he releases now is completely different from what it used to be, and it has transformed from its original pure white into dark power. Is this dark magic? Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat. In his excitement, a small, dark orb, resembling a third eye, grew from between his eyebrows, transforming into his third eye. The remaining 2 orbs appeared in his palms, looking like magical device slots capable of absorbing people's souls. Unbelievable. This is absolutely fantastic. As everything was completed, Chun Feng's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Unexpectedly, Mona's weapon could be integrated with him without any discomfort or rejection. Besides, seeing that everything was finished, the fallen angel spoke again. "My lord, you have now obtained all the power within the orb. I have sealed thousands of dead souls within each of the magic orbs. You should be able to sense a large amount of magic washing over your body, right? Please don't worry. You can release this immense energy as you wish. It will not have any effect on you." "Is that so? Excellent." Upon hearing the fallen angel's final addition, Chun Feng immediately nodded. Actually, he was eager to try out his newfound power, but worried about accidentally destroying his palace, so he held back. The palace was destroyed, and he had to spend money on building materials to rebuild it. But after hearing Mona say that, he realized that his personal information's magic attack attribute had indeed increased by nearly 4,000. This is terrifying. Is this the benefit of soul absorption? I never thought I'd be able to use it one day. As Chun Feng smiled and recounted his story, another soldier approached him. The Angel of Justice, Kyle, then handed his holy sword to its master and quickly explained its uses. My lord, this is my weapon, which I bestow upon you. This sword can be synchronized with your body, making it convenient for you to summon and use it at any time. Furthermore, you can now draw upon the power of light within the sword, and you can also transform your own magic into light magic. Of course, the greatest benefit of this sword is physical slashing. Magic is only used as an auxiliary. Very good. After hearing this, Chun Feng nodded and put the holy sword into his body. And as he finished doing all this, a golden light flashed in his pupils and then disappeared quietly. The two angels have finished their gifts. Now it's Naya's turn. The dimensional, which transformed the long whip in her hand into a bracelet and handed it to its owner. As the little girl's signature weapon, this item allows Chun Feng to open a spatial tunnel with a single thought, facilitating his attacks, evasions, and strategic relocations during battle. At this moment, Celia transformed the wooden staff in her hand into a similar wooden bracelet. This item grants Chun Feng a boost to all of her skills in battle, except for her ultimate skill, Resurrection. However, it has a mana cost limit and should be used with caution. Two more soldiers have finished their gifts. Next up is Liliko. As the first unit to follow Chun Feng, Lily is a dragon and does not usually need weapons to fight, so she was born without a personal weapon and could not give it to her master. But she possesses something that no other soldier type has, a magic core. As an item as vital as the heart of the dragon race, the magic core is essentially used to store more magical energy than other SSSR level units. There are 3 of these things on Lilith's body. Removing them all could be life-threatening, so Lilith could only give one to her master. Chun Feng, knowing the girl's feelings, accepted the gift without hesitation and learned its purpose after asking. Soon, he approached his troop pool, placed the magic core into the water, and silently observed. Only saw, the magic crystal core suddenly began to absorb a large amount of pool water, and then transformed into pure magical energy after it was full. The crystal core has been loaded, and everything is ready. Following Lily's instructions, Chun Feng pushed the object into his chest, merging it with his beating heart. Chapter 150 The Final Guarantee. After a powerful magic crystal core was injected into his heart, Chun Feng felt an inexhaustible surge of magic power flowing into his body, which made him feel excited and exhilarated. Energy, energy, energy. An endless surge of energy roars and boils. His body was burning, and his soul was blossoming. The magic crystal core is terrifying. Looking at the powerful energy ripples emanating from his body, Chun Feng spoke with great excitement. Now, he could clearly sense that his strength had greatly improved. That's right. After receiving multiple enhancements from various troop types, his physical strength has soared from the early stage of Grandmaster to the middle stage of Grandmaster, and he even has a vague feeling of being about to reach the peak of Grandmaster. What a terrifying increase. It's simply unimaginable. How difficult is it to advance to each stage and each star at the Grandmaster level? And dust and wind. He was able to reach such a level simply by obtaining weapons and other items from the various military branches. This is the terrifying potential of an SSSR level unit. No one else can obtain it, except for Chun Feng. So now, after receiving terrifying enhancements to a host of unit types including Lilith, Nyarlathotep, Celia, Kale, and Mona, filled with boundless power, Chun Feng felt confident that he could face Noto alone. Although his current strength is only at the mid-stage of Grandmaster. But the enhancer that gave him was a unit with godlike talent. So, even if it were just a matter of him skipping a small stage to kill the enemy, it wouldn't be impossible. With this in mind, he was filled with confidence and prepared to welcome all the vassal states, especially the beautiful nation of Notoya. Even now, so what if I go alone? Everyone is welcome to come and try, etc. My lord, don't forget me, old son. Please wait a moment. Just as Chun Feng turned around with great interest, looking at the dark door in front of him and about to step in, a voice from behind called out to him. He bypassed the female soldiers, including Lily, and then discovered that the victorious fighting Buddha was right beside him, though he was being blocked by the women. The great sage had just been resting by the troop pool with his eyes closed when he woke up and saw his master talking to several other servants. He stood there curiously listening until he saw everyone take out their respective signature weapons, at which point he understood what had happened. Now, since his master needed help so much, he naturally wanted to do his part. On the other end, Chen Feng looked at the devout great sage and smiled somewhat awkwardly but politely. He almost forgot that the great sage hadn't given him any buffs yet, and now he felt really embarrassed. Lily and her friends had circled around him, and because they had circled him, he hadn't noticed the victorious fighting Buddha's presence. However, these are all minor details. What Chen Feng wants to know most right now is what the great sage, who is the strongest commander, will give him. Could it be that? Thinking about it, a gust of dust appeared, and the great sage conjured a needle from his hand. The needle then grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into the shape of the golden cudgel. My lord, this is my most powerful weapon, the golden cudgel. Please accept it. This thing can subdue demons, exorcise monsters, subdue the heavens, and shake the earth. It is almost omnipotent. If it were your weapon, it would surely make you invincible in the battles to come. Hiss dash. This. Looking at the magic staff that the great sage handed over with both hands, Chen Feng pondered for a moment, his mind shifting between different ideas. He was thinking, if I were to accept the great sage's most powerful main weapon, does that mean his other plan will fail? I wanted the great sage and all the other soldiers to go to the Tower of Trials to level up. If the great sage, the strongest being, lost his golden cudgel, would his fighting power be greatly reduced? It should be noted that as the strongest unit at the commander level, his mission is to lead other units in training at the trial grounds. If he becomes weak, will he still have any protection when facing enemies? As for Lily and her companions, being under protection, it was not difficult for them to bring back main weapons and such. But even Sun Wukong, who was protecting them, has lost his weapon, so everyone is in danger in the trial grounds. However, compared to the danger faced by the great sage and his companions, it seems like things are quite dangerous on my side too. Once inside the trial grounds, the lords will inevitably fight to the death, resulting in rivers of blood. So, should we reclaim the golden cudgel or not? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more hesitant he became. The victorious fighting Buddha, seeing through his master's thoughts, respectfully said, My lord, there's no need to worry. I, old son, am invincible. Even without the golden cudgel, I can still wreak havoc in the Tower of Trials and protect your safety. You can rest assured. That's great, I believe you. With the great sage's confident words, Chen Feng's wavering heart finally settled down, and he confidently accepted this strongest weapon. Now, with the blessing of the great sage's golden cudgel, Chen Feng felt confident that he could kill anyone who came his way. Nodoa thinks he's invincible because everyone else has no units? Little did they know. Underestimating your opponent will only lead to your demise. Last time we killed this guy and only left him with his head. It seems he hasn't changed his ways. Since that's the case, then this time, I will make sure this person disappears from this world completely. Not a single remnant of the American remnants should be left alive. Bold words, full of lofty ambitions. With a large number of chips in his hand, Chen Feng could already foresee what would happen next. Yes, just when he thought everything was completely prepared, the great sage's words surprised him once again. My lord, there is actually one more magical treasure that I have not yet given to you. Please wait a moment. Oh, what did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng turned around and looked at the sincere, victorious fighting Buddha. At this moment, he was somewhat surprised. There's more. He was startled. He truly hadn't expected the great sage to have something to give away. There's another magical treasure being given as a gift. What could it be? Besides the golden cudgel, what other magical weapons might he possess? Somersault Cloud? Could the Somersault Cloud also be a magical artifact? But I remember that the Somersault Cloud was one of Wukong's spells, and it can't be called a magic weapon. So, after a moment's thought, the great sage immediately gave the answer. Chapter 151 Soul Lotus. Only saw. The great sage briefly communicated with Lily and the other soldiers, after which each soldier handed him a hair. After obtaining the hair from other soldiers, the great sage held it between his fingertips and blew on it gently. The hair seemed to be infused with magic, shimmering with faint lights of various colors. After completing this step, the great sage then plucked out a few more hairs from his head and repeated the action, thus completing the task. My lord, this is the last magical artifact I bestow upon you. Please take a look. The great sage noticed the hair in his hand, and even after a moment of observation, he still seemed slightly puzzled. This is hair. 2 questions. He took the hair. Then, after examining it carefully in his hand, he still seemed clueless. Seeing his master's expression, The great sage quickly explained. My lord, this is one of my old son's supernatural powers, called the technique of hair transformation. This spell can collect a living being's hair, which I then infuse with magic and transform into a guard with ultimate combat power. Once these guards are summoned, each of them will possess the strength of an early-stage grandmaster, enabling them to lend you a helping hand at crucial moments. But you need to be aware that these soldiers made of hair only exist for a limited time, about 2 hours. Please use them at the right time. As Dashing spoke, he gestured to his master to transplant the hair onto his head while continuing his explanation. Chen Feng tried to do it, and then saw that the hair strands of various colors were indeed successfully implanted. This struck him as quite interesting. I see. So, when I want to use these hairs, I just need to pluck them out, right? At that time, these hairs will become the same as Lily and the others, possessing the same abilities, and all will be at the Grandmaster level. But there will be a time limit? Yes, my lord, you are absolutely right. After hearing his master's feedback, the victorious Fighting Buddha respectfully agreed and said that this was the magical weapon he would give him as a final gift. Although this technique is one of his spells, it can be cast when it is not his own person, and it is quite powerful. So, calling this spell a magic weapon wouldn't be unreasonable. Anyway, the meaning can't be wrong. After hearing the great sage's confirmation, Chen Feng felt more confident and prepared to step into the dark gate. But suddenly, he stopped again at this moment and turned to look behind him. Behind, Lily and the other soldiers were also looking at their master. Their worried expressions gradually turned into stunned silence, not knowing what had happened. They were truly surprised when their master suddenly turned around, because they hadn't called out to their master just now. So, now it's the owner who wants to turn back? Looking at the soldiers silently watching over him, especially seeing Lily secretly wiping away her tears, Chen Feng suddenly felt a pang of sadness, yet also a bit amused. At this moment, Lily scolded him playfully, her face blushing. Hey, master, did you do this on purpose? You know people feel sorry for you, so why did you deliberately turn away? No, it really isn't. Seeing that everyone seemed to have misunderstood something, Chen Feng quickly explained. I just suddenly remembered something, so... As he was speaking, he turned around and walked towards his own unit pool. The soldiers followed their master's gaze and seemed to understand what the matter was. Turn out to be, is the master summoning a new one? That's right. Now, Chen Feng received a message notification from the virtual panel, indicating that his troop pool had enough water to summon a brand new troop. This caused him to pull back the foot he had just stepped through the door to darkness. Now that he can summon a completely new type of unit, he must do so first. Let's not talk about anything else. With an additional unit type, he can level up faster. If the troops are leveling up in the Tower of Trials, then it can only benefit him. As he thought about it, the pool of troop types in front of Chen Feng was already shimmering and shining. He should have noticed earlier, when he was loading energy into the magic crystal core, that the troop pool already had enough water stored in it. However, he focused all his attention on the crystal core. Now, gazing at the rippling water, his joy was beyond words. With a flick of the wrist, the virtual panel reappeared. Looking at the confirmation notification that he hadn't seen in a long time, Chen Feng smiled slightly. Your God-tier unit pool is ready. Shall you start breeding units now? Whether? Yes. At a command, fingers lightly touched the panel. As the dust rose, the pool of soldiers, which sculpted its own statue, began to emit a dazzling glow, and then the water boiled and froze. Lily and the others following behind also closed their eyes, waiting together for their master's new guards to arrive. Soon, when the light faded away, a brand new unit appeared. Looking around, a familiar figure appeared in front of Chen Feng. When this familiar figure bowed respectfully to him, he finally realized who it was and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, he really wanted to describe what this type of soldier looked like, but he just couldn't find the words. It's not because this soldier's appearance is particularly stunning, nor because their appearance is particularly ordinary. Rather, it's because this soldier looks exactly like him. They are exactly the same. Wait, what's going on? Looking at this soldier, Chen Feng held back for a long time before finally uttering these words. The appearance of this new type of soldier was undoubtedly the most shocking thing for him. Just looking at its appearance is enough to arouse a lot of curiosity. How did I suddenly appear in this unit pool? For a moment, Chen Feng even wondered if he might also be a soldier. But, only after seeing this self in front of him transform into a phantom of a young girl did he realize that this was a real soldier, not a clone of himself. This girl also has her own true appearance, And what is revealed at this moment is a shadow as white as the moon, with long, pale silver hair and her seemingly insubstantial body floating in the air. As the white moonlight surrounding her receded, the girl spoke in a very respectful tone towards Chen Feng. Master, I am the spirit Blossom Laruin, summoned by your call. Please accept me. The girl's voice was ethereal, carrying a sense of loneliness, and she bowed after speaking. After she finished speaking, Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 152 Ghost Lady. Why do I feel so cold? Chen Feng looked at his new recruit, who was like a ghost, and felt a chill run down his spine. The surrounding air suddenly turned cold, making him feel somewhat disoriented. Could this girl named Lao Yuan be a ghost maiden, with an aura of Yin energy emanating from her? Thinking, Chen Feng looked up and suddenly saw the ghost woman floating towards him and then attaching herself to his body. This caught Chen Feng off guard once again, leaving him completely bewildered. Wait, what are you doing? How did you manage to get inside my body without my permission? Feeling a chill run through my body, Chen Feng found himself unexpectedly comfortable. What's with the feeling of it feels a little good? But, as the first time being with a young girl. No, this must be the first time that a female ghost has forcibly possessed him. He still felt somewhat terrified. But, Laren was unharmed after attaching herself to him, and began to speak slowly in an ethereal tone. I'm sorry, Master. I was forced to not have a chance to explain to you earlier. Actually, I can't exist in this form for too long, since I'm just a soul and need to attach myself to someone else to survive. You don't need to worry, I won't cause any harm to your body. On the contrary, I can help you with many things. Lao Yuan spoke very sincerely, like a child who had done something wrong, appearing somewhat frightened. But, Chen Feng simply smiled slightly, showing no intention of blaming her. However, everything that had just happened was so sudden that he couldn't help but express his surprise. He absolutely trusts his own troops unconditionally. Furthermore, once he got used to the feeling of being one with his unit, he immediately felt at ease. Laren is right. When she merged with him, he could clearly feel a strange potential being activated in his body. The surging energy roared and surged throughout his body, giving him the feeling of having his Ren and Du meridians opened up. This feeling is hard to describe. To put it simply, he was enhanced. While Chen Feng was overjoyed, a strange thought also arose in his mind. He now shares a body with Laruin. What if this little girl thoroughly investigates every inch of my body? Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But, seeing that Lao Yuan didn't have any particularly obvious reaction, he finally felt relieved. Without my permission, this girl probably wouldn't look at it randomly. Don't look at that randomly. Cough cough. He cleared his throat. Chen Feng cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts and focused on the important matter at hand. Now that the summoning of the new unit is complete, we should check her skills and attributes before sending her to the Tower of Trials with Lily and the others to level up. So, open the message panel. Soon, Lao Yuan's detailed information was then displayed before Chen Feng. Nickname, Spirit Blossom Laruin. Gender, female. Race, Netherworld clan. Potential, SSSR, God level, unique. Current level, early stage of Grandmaster. Physical attack, 0. Magic attack, 9,000. Mental attack, accompanying the possessed. True damage, 999. Defense. Agility, 999. Mental strength, 600. Loyalty, max, always loyal. Skills, synchronization, passive, ascension, non-attribute, domination, spirit, enchantment, spirit plus magic, nether lotus, magic plus spirit plus reality. Not long. After reading the detailed attribute descriptions, Chen Feng discovered that Lao Yuan was different from other unit types. First, her physical attack was an unprecedented 0. This means that Laruin attacks others almost entirely without relying on her own hands. Secondly, Lao Yuan has 2 new attack types that are not available to other god tier units. One is psychological attack. The other is a true damage attack. I have seen true damage before. When Mona and Kale merge into Kale, their attacks deal true damage. This was the first time Chen Feng had ever heard of psychological attacks. Perhaps this has a lot to do with the fact that Lao Yuan is a spirit ghost without a physical body. After getting a general idea, Chen Feng turned his attention to the skills of this new soldier. Her passive skill, synchronization, is a skill that can only be used when attached to another person. This skill ensures that Laruin's soul is maintained and can greatly enhance the power of the possessed. For example, right now, With the girl's possession and the boost from other troop types, Chun Feng's strength soared from the early stage of Grandmaster to the peak of Grandmaster. Continue. The girl's first skill, Ascension, is a skill without any attributes. Its function is similar to her passive skill, both of which enhance the strength of the possessed person. Only, the passive skill provides a direct boost, while the first skill offers a more significant potential boost. The general meaning is, the girl can make Chun Feng's talent reach the SSSR level, which is similar to a soldier class, or even surpass it. Generally speaking, lords, as a special entity, can train their bodies like soldiers, but they do not possess any specific talents. In other words, a lord is generally unable to defeat a unit of the same level when fighting against another unit. Unless you learn some incredibly powerful skill, or like Chen Feng now, you have an SSSR level unit sharing talent that greatly enhances your attributes. And this needs to be noted. This synchro attribute can only be used on Chen Feng himself. It is ineffective if it is attached to Lily or the others. In other words, Lao Yuan was born to be attached to her master. With her around, Chen Feng could become the first lord with an SSSR level talent, or even higher. After reading the introduction of the second skill, Chen Feng finally realized the true power of this new soldier. His current personal attribute panel has been greatly improved due to his SSSR plus level talent, resulting in an extreme boost to physical, magical, mental, defensive, and agility attributes. Not only that, he even discovered, my attacks seem to inflict a tiny amount of true damage. Chapter 153 Special Case. His attacks can now inflict true damage? What does that mean? No matter how strong the enemy's armor or magic resistance is, he can break through their defenses, which is so satisfying. Now, he essentially possesses the abilities that Mona and Kale, the two angels, could only have after their fusion. However, the two angels can only sustain true damage for a few minutes at most. As long as Lao Yuan is still attached to him, he can release and use it without limit. Marvelous. After excitedly exclaiming this, Chen Feng continued to examine the girl's other skills. We've already looked at the passive skill and the first skill, so now let's move on to the second skill. Lalu's second skill, Domination, can revive the undead within a kilometer radius who have recently died, allowing them to serve in place of their possessed ones. Although these undead have lost their peak combat power in life, they still retain some specific attack capabilities as undead, such as mental attacks. Some particularly powerful undead can even use both physical and magical attacks after being controlled. So, these two skills are equally powerful. If used properly, Chen Feng can almost organize a massive undead army on the spot, which will undoubtedly play a crucial role in this Darktide dungeon. After seeing the second skill, Chen Feng felt that Lao Yuan was already powerful enough. But his third skill brought him endless surprises. These three skills are called Spirit Attachment, which can force other units, or rather, other lords' non-spirited melee weapons, to be imbued with spirits. What does this mean? Basically, it's about giving other people's melee weapons a sense of self, and making them completely obedient to Chen Feng and Lao Yuan. This is equivalent to Chen Feng being able to disarm others during battle and then use their weapons for his own purposes. That's absolutely insane. Imagine this. When your opponent is wielding what they believe to be an incredibly powerful weapon and is about to kill you, you suddenly discover that this weapon has betrayed you. So, what kind of expression will your opponent have? Shock, surprise, fear, dread, or simply dumbfounded? In short, their expressions are sure to be hilarious. Chen Feng thought to himself that he was quite satisfied with these three skills. Lao Yuan truly lives up to her SSSR level status. Her innate skills are so powerful that others can't even imagine them. That concludes the discussion. All the tips and tricks have now been introduced. Next up is the most important and grandest move. Larune's ultimate ability is called Phantom Lotus, which allows everything associated with her to deal true damage, making it a support-type skill. For example, right now, there's her master, Chen Feng, whom she's possessing, and the undead army she might control later, even the weapons she manages. When she activates her ultimate skill, these things will inflict incredibly powerful magic, mental, and true damage on enemies. This move can be described as a super large AoE skill with an unimaginable coverage area. Lalu's ability to make hundreds, even thousands, of combatants unleash true damage attacks is just that outrageous. Only, this ultimate move also has its corresponding drawbacks, namely, the more things this skill amplifies, the more dispersed its power becomes, and the lower the damage it can increase. But, if we think about it the other way around, actually, If this ultimate move is used on only one person, its effect will be condensed to the extreme, making that single object the strongest. If Spirit Blossom Laroon chooses to give it all to her master, then any casual attack from Dustwind could deal massive amounts of true damage, making it entirely possible to ignore the enemy's armor and magic resistance. Moreover, this Soul Lotus is not only about true damage, it also includes mental and magical attributes. Let's leave magic attacks aside for now. The mere mention of this psychological attack is enough to warrant a thorough investigation. You should know, Shenfeng's strongest asset right now is his mental power. Among all human lords, if his mental strength is second, no one would dare to claim to be first. He even felt ashamed to say that he was in the top 10. Shenfeng's mental strength is far superior to others. Even his god-level troops would give way to him when faced with his mental strength. They were incomparable. Therefore, it is conceivable, when Shenfeng uses his exaggerated mental power to attack his enemies, how brutally they will be slaughtered. After careful observation, that concludes the discussion. I've seen all of Laru's skills. Dustwind was delighted, and also really liked this cute little creature that existed as a ghost. When he was looking at the skill descriptions, he had already automatically imagined himself fighting alongside Laoyuan. However, when the excitement subsides, Shenfeng then realized that he seemed unable to bring troops into the Dark Tide dungeon battlefield. Hiss dash. I almost forgot about that. Shaking his head helplessly, Shenfeng gazed at the dark gate not far ahead, feeling only regret. That's enough. My current combat strength is sufficient to allow me to roam the battlefield. Laoyuan, attach yourself to Lily and the others for now. I need to go on a long trip to take care of some things. As Shenfeng spoke, Lily and the other soldiers standing to the side respectfully made way for him, allowing him to walk towards the center of the dungeon gate. Laoyuan didn't understand what her master meant, and didn't know where her master was going, so she didn't come down for a long time. However, even so, Shenfeng was too lazy to explain. In any case, when he steps through that door, the door will give the girl its answer. When I step through the door, you will be forcibly separated from me. Remember to go to the Tower of Trials with Lily and the others to level up. After all, you're only at the early stage of Grandmaster, and you need to become much stronger. Etc. Shenfeng was halfway through his sentence, with half his body already inside the gate, when he suddenly discovered a strange problem. How come Laoyuan wasn't ostracized? He was surprised. And inside the body, the soul girl remained puzzled. Master, is this what you mean? I really wish I hadn't been ostracized. Rear. Seeing this, Lily and the others realized something was wrong and stepped forward. Master, you're lying, right? We can go in, can't we? Sisters, let's go. The dragon maid shouted, her previously unhappy expression instantly turning into a beaming smile. She charged straight at the dark door in front of her, only to crash into the entrance with a bang, crying out in pain. Other units, including the two angels, the little lowly Naya, the support Celia, and the strongest great sage, all tried but failed. They were all blocked outside this dark gate, except for Laren within Shenfeng's body, who could pass through freely. What exactly happened? Chapter 154 Vulnerabilities. So what exactly happened? Shenfeng tried to walk out of the door again and then back in. After going back and forth like this, he discovered Laoyuan remained firmly inside her body, motionless, as if nothing had ever happened. This is really strange. Could this be some kind of bug? Dustwind felt helpless, yet also somewhat excited. If I can now lead a unit to the final instance battlefield, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to others. To make sure that the bug he was thinking of had actually occurred, Shenfeng even went back to check the detailed rules and information of the Dark Tide dungeon that had just been transmitted from his virtual panel, and found that there was indeed one rule that he had overlooked. No lord may bring individual units into the instance to fight. Right. That's right. This is the rule. Now, after reviewing it again, Shenfeng finally discovered the clues within the rules. This rule states that you cannot bring individual units into dungeon battles. But it didn't say that you can't bring non-individual units along. Isn't Laoyuan now a unit that doesn't exist as an individual entity? That was unexpected. Shenfeng laughed. He guessed that it was probably because units like Laoyuan were almost impossible to exist, so even the dungeon didn't expect this to happen. After all, even though his shadowy legion was just a phantom, it was still an individual entity, so it was impossible for them to enter. Colorin is an illusion, but not quite an illusion. She's a spirit that needs to attach itself to others to survive. Therefore, She was mistakenly identified as not being a soldier and infiltrated the ranks. Thinking of this, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. If that's the case, then even better. This wasn't a bug in the dungeon where he was supposed to get a free kill. The dungeon let him in on its own, and he didn't do anything. It's all right, Celia. Since you're allowed in, come with me. As Chen Feng spoke, he took a large step into the doorway. The girl inside her body echoed this sentiment, feeling very happy inside. It is my greatest honor to be able to help you, master. Wait for me. Wah, I want to go up and help too, why? Behind. As she watched her master and the girl inside her slowly disappear into the dark gate, Lily cried with snot and tears streaming down her face. Her head, with its dragon horns, kept ramming against the slowly closing door, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get into the world inside. Okay, Lily, stop bumping into things. Even if you smash your head open, you still can't get inside to help your master. Celia, Naya, and several other soldiers pulled the dragon made from behind, trying to calm her down. The great sage then used his somersault cloud to ride the clouds and leave the palace, leaving behind a message. Sigh, I'm off to the trial grounds now. You guys keep chatting. Hey, what? Hearing the great sage's words, the women finally pulled themselves out of their gloomy mood. Yes, their master had given them a task, to go to the trial grounds to level up. As long as they continue to grow stronger, their masters on the other side of the battlefield will also benefit accordingly. So, isn't this also a form of helping? Upon learning of their mission, the female soldiers quickly rose to their feet. Naya opened a spatial portal, and they vanished from the spot. The underground world. A long period of peace is about to begin. Now, almost all the strongest lords in the entire Dark Domain have gone to the Dark Tide dungeon to fight. And inside the gate, another world. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to find the world before him shrouded in darkness. His body was now floating in a void, and he didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt that the place was empty. How did I fall asleep? Where am I? Is this the final instance of the Dark Realm? Could it be that the slaughter has already begun? He spoke with some doubt in this desolate place, and his voice did not echo in the air, indicating that this place was not a narrow space, but an empty and vast one. It was pitch black here, and even with Chen Feng's eyes focused so intently, he couldn't see anything that might exist in the distance. So, this also led him to feel as if there was nothing around him, and that there was no living person except himself. He tried calling out, but no one responded for a long time. However, at this time, the virtual panel suddenly opened, and 2 messages appeared inside. After examining the situation, Chen Feng finally understood what was going on. You are currently in the final waiting area before entering the instance. The Dark Tide dungeon will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself and your faction. So it's a waiting area. Seeing the latest news on the virtual panel, Chen Feng felt much relieved. But he then realized, my virtual panel has nothing but a special chat box. This chat box is a specially created chat box, specifically for the lords who have participated in this instance war, to facilitate friendly communication among them. When Chen Feng first discovered this thing, he was naturally very curious and clicked in to take a look. When he clicked in, the first thing you see is the specific information about the various lords who participated in this instance. You have been detected as the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Data on all lords from various kingdoms currently participating in this instance is being compiled for you. 1. Number of participants from the Tank Nation, 3139. 2. Number of participants from Russia, 2126. 3. Number of participants from Sunset Country, 1978. 4. Number of participants from the Rooster Country, 1532. 5. 6. 7. 22. Number of participants from the Desert Country, 666. 23. Number of participants from India, 555. The number of participants from the various lord states was increasing rapidly before Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng carefully calculated it, and his eyebrows twitched. It's estimated that between 10,000 and 20,000 lords will participate in this instance simultaneously. This is already equivalent to a small-scale war, and its situation should not be underestimated. And Chen Feng only noticed this after all the participants from all the lord states had finished loading. Now, it's quite embarrassing that he ranked last, coming in last place. And the reason for all of this is nothing more than this. It's simply because he's the only one from the Dragon Kingdom that he represents who's participating so far. Chapter 155, A Deadly Joke. And at this time, in these last 5 minutes, everyone was looking at the rankings of the lords who participated in the battle. Some people, who were just bored out of their minds, kept scrolling down. They became more and more excited as they scrolled through the chat, and then couldn't help but say something in a specific chat channel. Ah, Three Kingdoms. Ding ding danda. Huh. I thought everyone was joking that the Dragon Kingdom wasn't coming to visit, and it turned out to be true. Ah sangwa. Ding ding danda. Has everyone noticed? The Dragon Kingdom really didn't send anyone over. Now, one of the lords in India couldn't hold back any longer. His comment in the chat channel quickly attracted everyone's attention. Rooster Country, Dora Fargas. You know what, it's true. Desert Kingdom, Shakriya Surkanda. Great, we have one less competitor. To be honest, I was quite afraid that the wind would bring the entire Dragon Kingdom to fight us to the death. Sunset Kingdom, Roya Skull. Alas, it's a pity. Although the Dragon Kingdom is our ally, we don't want to meet on the battlefield. Fortunately, Feng withdrew voluntarily, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to bear to do so, and it would have been difficult to explain to the queen. As they were talking, the lords, who lacked the patience to look through the entire ranking list, all shook their heads. They sighed outwardly, but were secretly delighted. The absence of wind is such a wonderful thing. But, however, there were a few extremely patient people who specifically scrolled to the bottom of the rankings and finally discovered some clues. Sakura Country, Hyuga Steelplate. Baka, stop making fun of me. Kaze participated in the dungeon, but he came alone, so he was ranked last. Noodle Country, Labrashi. Oh my god, what did you say, son? Kimchi Country, Golden Throat. Haha, sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. The lord of a certain country noticed something amiss at this moment and couldn't help but burst out laughing. They are Kimchi and Cherry Blossoms, respectively. These two guys originally didn't plan to participate in this instance. But, ever since Nodoa of the United States issued a death warrant for them, they had no choice but to forcibly join the war. There's nothing I can do. Since staying in the dark domain would mean certain death anyway, I might as well come and join the battle. So, they immediately joined in, all smiles and eagerness. Those who were already ranked low felt their chances of success were slim after they entered the competition. But unexpectedly, at that moment, hope miraculously appeared. The wind from the Dragon Kingdom actually participated in this instance war alone. Isn't this just plain suicide? What could he possibly do here all by himself? Are you crazy? You need to know. Even though South Korea and Japan were bullied by the United States, they still sent more than 100 lords to participate in the war. Just how arrogant is this guy, daring to ignore so many lords and come up alone to play individual battle? Does he think too highly of himself, believing he can fight against thousands or even tens of thousands single-handedly? So, the lords of Korea and Japan grew increasingly angry as they thought about it, but they also realized that this was a golden opportunity. Is there any possibility? If they manage to remove the wind's head after the Dark Tide dungeon later, then Lord Nodoa of the beautiful country will forgive them and not hold them accountable for their past actions. Now, Notoya arguably holds absolute power, at least for these two weaker vassal states. Rather than completely offending the former boss, instead of making amends, it might be better to eliminate the enemy the boss hates most in advance. That might be the best course of action. Thinking about it that way, both countries secretly harbored murderous intent towards wind, gradually formulating their next plans. Without any units, the wind element will be very easy to kill. This is an established fact that all vassal states have tacitly accepted. At this moment, just when these two countries were indulging in unrealistic fantasies. In the chat channel, after receiving the tips from these two countries, the lords of other countries all curiously scrolled to the bottom of the leaderboard to take a look. And as expected, everything was just as the lords of the two countries, Kimchi Country and Cherry Blossom Country, had said. Feng actually participated in this instance, and he did it all by himself. Everyone was shocked. They had no idea what Feng was trying to do. Russian Bear Country, Rochardovsky, is this guy crazy? He really came all by himself? Sunset Country, Roya Skull. Could his teammates still be behind him? Three Kingdoms, Ding Ding Danda, impossible. We're about to enter the battlefield in 1 minute. It's too late to get in now. Three Kingdoms, Ding Ding Danda. You should know that when people enter the dungeon gate, they will be unconscious for a period of time. If you enter now and the battle happens to start, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will enter the battlefield in an unconscious state. Desert Kingdom, Shakriya Surkanda. TSK, they've gone mad. They've really gone mad. Beautiful country, Nodoa, wind, since you've come here so sincerely to die, I have no choice but to accept it without ceremony. Buzz Dash. On the other side, As Chen Feng gazed at the mocking comments on the chat panel amidst the endless darkness, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind. He knew that the countdown had ended and everyone would be heading to the final instance. Dustwind will make those other lords who mocked him pay the price. These guys will soon find out that those few careless words will become their epitaph. His eyes gleamed, and he moved with lightning speed. Soon, Chen Feng felt his feet touch solid ground. I opened my eyes, and the view in front of me suddenly opened up. This is a desolate forest, filled with an eerie atmosphere. Looking up, the sky was gloomy. The limited light barely penetrated the earth, enough to keep one from losing one's sense of direction. Is this desolate scene the final form of this dark domain instance? Dust and wind murmured to themselves, their hearts already fully prepared. Now, regardless of the external environment, the battle has begun. As long as he sees an enemy, kill them one by one, or kill them all if a group comes. Just as I was thinking, a notification appears in the message panel. The slaughter begins now. A total of 22,121 lords were detected participating in this event. Note, once you enter the instance, there will be no faction distinctions. Everyone is both the hunter and the prey. You can choose to cooperate or you can choose to split up, but in the end there will only be one winner. The scene for this episode is Lost in the Wilderness. The second map can only be unlocked when 10,000 of the 20,000 lords present die. Chapter 156 Lost in the Wilderness. That concludes the explanation of the rules for dungeons. After carefully reading it once, Chen Feng nodded slightly, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. I see. It really is a system of killing without distinguishing between friend and foe. This makes things easier for me, he said. He was already having other plans in mind. Those lords from other countries genuinely believed that having more people meant greater security, but they selectively ignored one thing. The ultimate ownership of the dark domain has always belonged to one person, not to any particular faction or lord state. Since everyone's goal is the same. In the end, internal strife is inevitable. The allure of the Lord of Darkness is so great that it can turn former brothers into enemies, a weakness of human nature that cannot be avoided. Everyone is selfish. In this cruel world, no one is willing to sacrifice their own life for the sake of others unless it involves the collective interest. For example, if a faction collectively falls into despair, they may launch a desperate counterattack, even sacrificing their lives one after another. But if everyone in a certain faction realizes that they may become the strongest, they will inevitably develop selfishness and a competitive mentality. As long as people are not driven to desperation, they will prioritize their own interests, and that is what Chen Feng is trying to express. And he guessed correctly. At this time, after learning about these rules of the game, the other lords began to have their own ulterior motives. The major powers and vassal states looked at each other at their respective landing sites, their eyes darting around nervously. They were all thinking, why are the rules of this final instance of the dark domain different from what they imagined? These people originally thought that when the dungeon appeared, they could rely on their superior numbers to overcome all obstacles. At worst, they can bully some weaker lords first, letting the stronger ones fight amongst themselves. But when the rule was announced, they were completely dumbfounded. First, there is only one true ruler of the Dark Realm. It is one person, not a group of people or a certain force. The moment this message appeared, their mindset had already changed, but no one dared to make a sound. This matter should not be discussed in person. Speaking out will only bring trouble upon yourself. But that's not the point. Even though everyone has their own ulterior motives, they still treat each other as one of their own. It's too early to draw conclusions about who the Lord of the Dark Realm is. Only by eliminating all the lords of other countries can the conflict eventually escalate to an internal struggle. So, there's no need for a split right now. However, the rules of this instance do not stop there. What truly devastated the lords was this second rule. At present, there were approximately 20,000 lords participating in this battle. These 20,000 people were all assigned to a map called Lost Forest. Now, here's the important part. This second rule. They actually have to fight among their 20,000 lords until 10,000 are left before the next instance can be unlocked. What does that mean? Regardless of which faction is present, if the remaining lords number less than 10,000, no one can advance any further. You need to know, those particularly powerful vassal states all sent 2,000 or 3,000 lords to participate in the war. Just consider the top 5 vassal states in terms of population. Their lords, when added together, numbered 10,000, even exceeding a certain number. If these 5 major powers all want to proceed to the second checkpoint without sacrificing their own people, so what will they do? They would inevitably kill all the lords of other weaker nations first, in order to ensure that their own interests were protected. Upon realizing this, the lords of the small kingdoms suddenly understood that they had been thoroughly deceived. They're just throwing their lives away by coming in here. They thought they could watch the snipe and the clam fight while they reaped the benefits, but in the end, they became the first victims. Especially the countries of kimchi and cherry blossoms. Some of them have already started crying. A super useless country like theirs, which only sent 100 lords to participate, would probably be trampled into a pile of tomato sauce by a powerful country with thousands of lords. It's like they're just playing around. Daddy, what do we do? We're going to die. At this moment, in a desolate forest, Rikuwa Steelplate and his other teammates stood together, trembling, pessimistically discussing the current situation. Many people were so nervous that they couldn't speak, and the bleak surroundings made them tremble uncontrollably. But some Japanese people, at this point, are not the kind of people who are just waiting to die. They came up with an idea that ignited a spark of hope in everyone present. Baka, how can we just wait to die in a place like this? Although our chances of winning are slim right now, isn't there someone whose chances are even slimmer than ours? Don't forget, everyone, that kid Phone is all alone. We just need to find the wind when other, more powerful lords discover us. If we kill him, perhaps our Sakura kingdom will gain Lord Nodoa's favor, and he will protect us? A lord from the Sakura kingdom convened a meeting to discuss the matter in detail, which prompted others to raise questions. Wait, Nodoa seems to be a person too. Isn't he the same as Phone? How can he protect us? You idiot, how dare you talk like that? Don't you know what kind of soldiers the great man is? How did he become our leader back then? Oh, right. You mean the adults took it? That's it. As long as we kill Phone, with the master's protection, it won't be impossible for us to break through to the second level. What happens after the second level? What to do? Let's figure out how to survive to the second level first, you pig-nosed idiot. If you ask again, I'll commit seppuku. Private Marseille, I'm sorry. Soon. After this group of Sakura girls loudly plotted. They all focused their attention on Phone from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, a lord from the Sakura Kingdom even sacrificed his family heirloom, the invisibility card, which he had treasured for a long time. This card can cover lords within a specific range, putting them into an invisible state and completely concealing their figure and aura, but it has a time limit. This thing was just the right size to accommodate all 100 lords of the Sakura Kingdom, so they could use it to do important things. If we take it out again later, I guess we won't need it anymore. Because if they were discovered by another country now, they would surely die. Now that it's in use, it can both avoid being tracked by others and autonomously search for the wind's location. Isn't that wonderful? Chapter 157 Suicide Squad. A death squad. At this moment, seeing their teammates reveal their family heirlooms, the other Sakura members stopped hiding theirs and also brought out their own legacy treasures. Damn it, it's time to bring out my movement speed boost card. Well, since that's the case, I guess I'll have to pull out my range search card. Alright, take out my all-purpose food card too. When you're hungry, just eat your own poop, and my card will turn your poop into delicious food. Baka, I ate the neighbor's food. Get out of here. A private Marseille. A private Marseille. That's all. These lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom embarked on a journey to search for the wind. On the other side, at this moment, Chun Feng was walking carefully on the road, looking at the scenery around him with great seriousness. He was observing. Observe the surroundings for any signs of enemy activity. Now, it is indeed much more convenient for him to act alone. But, similarly, one should be careful not to encounter particularly powerful vassal states. At present, his plan was to first eliminate the weaker lords, then gradually expand his power, and finally challenge the stronger lords. So how can one improve their skills? This brings us to Laoyuan within my body. As long as Chun Feng kills his opponent face to face, then Laoyuan can extract the soul of the corpse on the spot and turn it into a puppet warrior in her hands. And the higher the combat power of a deceased soul in life, the stronger his spirit will be after death. With the help of the dead, Chun Feng will be able to challenge even stronger enemies. Not only that, he also needs to collect weapons from the enemy. That is also an immediate fighting force. These combatants are completely at your command, making them far more effective than real people. Unlike the lords of other nations, the undead did not have to cooperate while worrying about the division of spoils after victory. Thinking about it, Chen Feng wished that an enemy would come and be delivered to his mouth right now. Ideally, it would be a group of several hundred people, which would make it easier for him to get things done. Ha ha. Yoshi. I see him. He's right ahead. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Chen Feng pricked up his ears and heard someone talking not far away. He looked up and saw a group of lords who had recovered from their invisibility state. These lords were none other than the little cherry blossoms from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who had been eyeing him earlier. Thanks to the various family heirlooms they possessed, they finally found their target just as their invisibility was about to disappear. As for why they were so certain that the person in front of them was the one they were looking for, the reason is because above the heads of people not far away, there was a line of information. Lord, Wind, Dragon Kingdom. That's right. On each person's head, they all have this line of markings to identify them. This thing doesn't usually exist in the Dark Domain. However, this instance world created by the Dark Domain has special markings and instructions. This could be considered a characteristic of dungeons. They deliberately labeled their respective factions to better instill opposition and bloodshed. In this way, even if enemies meet, there's no need to verify the other's identity before taking action. They can simply start killing. Thinking about it, these hundreds of lords from the Sakura Kingdom truly felt that heaven was helping them, and they were practically drooling as they looked at the opposite side. Unexpected. They really encountered such incredible luck. Bypassing all the powerful nations, they also managed to find their most desired target. Look at Feng now. He's not wearing any gear, looks lazy, and wears a strange mask, pretending to be mysterious. But the name above his head had already given away his identity. Upon seeing this, the little cherry blossoms burst into laughter, as if they were staring at a lamb to the slaughter, all eager to try their luck. Yoshi, Yoshi. Flower girl, not Wind. You, just surrender obediently, or we'll make sure you die a horrible death. If you don't obey, you'll die. Okay, understand? Ahead. Several lords from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom gradually approached this side, uttering threatening words. Chen Feng glanced at it and was speechless. He looked at these guys and almost laughed. Only 100 people? Not enough for me to kill. I stood silently in place. Chen Feng muttered to himself, feeling a little regretful as he watched the group of guys approaching. Actually, when I saw these guys arrive, he could have put on his true martial god Fengxian set immediately. But after thinking about it, I suddenly felt that it wasn't necessary. With just a few moves, wouldn't these little bastards in front of me be reduced to ashes? Let's look at the strongest one among them. He's probably only at the early stage of Grandmaster. What can we use to fight him? So be it. He then kept the suit stored in his storage ring. And on the other side, among the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a few with ears like mice overheard Chen Feng's mutterings and roared angrily. That bastard Bakayaru actually said that there are only so many of us, not enough for him to kill. He's absolutely lawless. This kid must be desperate to die? Everyone, get him. One of the lords stirred up the atmosphere in the crowd, and the other Sakura girls rushed forward like a suicide squad. But in Chen Feng's eyes, these guys were no different from a suicide squad. Facing the 100 or so people in front of him, he smiled coldly, and the third dark eye between his brows opened, exuding a chilling aura. The aura of a grandmaster at the peak was released instantly, intimidating the entire audience. The group of Sakura Kingdom lords who were sprinting were all dumbfounded and fell down one after another. They lay face down on the ground like dogs, staring wide-eyed at the masked boy not far away. Fear, shock, disbelief. Kasob Tarat, Peak Master. Baba Bega. You're not kidding me, are you? Now, these lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom suddenly realized something was wrong and were so frightened they almost wet themselves. This kid actually has the strength of a peak grandmaster? Monster? Is he a monster? Oh no. He always was. Only. Everyone initially thought that only his unit was like that. But I never expected today. That's it. You are not worthy of my personal attention. Far away, the dust and wind remained cold. He raised his hand in the air, and the weapons in the hands of the Japanese soldiers instantly broke free, as if they had gained sentience and were strengthened. With a whoosh sound, the weapon floated in the air, then turned and stabbed towards its former master. Its speed was so fast that many people couldn't even react in time. Ah dash! Ah dash! Ah dash! In an instant, screams rose and fell. Many lords were killed on the spot. They died incredibly quickly, as if their souls had been stolen by a weapon piercing their chests. The few remaining Sakura girls who managed to catch the attack, before they could recover from their shock, witnessed an even more horrifying scene. Their former teammates have been resurrected as undead. Chapter 158 Soul Eater. Hee dash. The laughter of the undead echoed in the ears of the remaining lords of the Sakura Kingdom, sending chills down their spines and making them tremble all over. This. The biting cold rendered them speechless. They simply resisted everything in front of them instinctively. Their last instinct was to resist, but it was all in vain. The third eye formed from the dark orb of dust instantly released dark energy, which attached itself to the undead, greatly enhancing their strength. These undead spirits appeared even more malevolent and terrifying, and with their numerical advantage, they instantly surrounded the remaining Japanese people. These last few cherry blossoms were now not only without weapons, but also had to attack the undead with their bare hands, which had no physical form. They were in despair. You are an evil god. You are a demon. They screamed in agony, the pain of being pierced through the chest by a ghost spreading throughout their bodies. Even their spirits trembled. The undead's attack method was very simple. They would pass through the enemy's body and devour their soul, thus weakening their spirit, paralyzing their body, and causing them to lose their ability to fight. These few Sakura girls, who had absolutely no combat experience and had never fought against undead before, died tragically at the hands of the 100 undead. But there are exceptions, though. The last and strongest Sakura, who is at the early stage of Grandmaster level, is still struggling to hold on. He is still persisting so far. Shinfeng glanced at the scene and saw that someone was still alive, which gave him a rather complicated feeling. Please let me go. I am willing to serve you like a slave and pledge my life to you. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. I'd be your dog. Please don't kill me. Mimi. More than 100 dead souls were entangled within. The little cherry blossom, named Hikawa Steel Plate, was desperately pleading with its last bit of strength. It looked like it was about to die. Dust Wind slowly approached, raised his hand, and released a dark ray that pierced through the man's chest without him uttering a single word. It's pointless to have someone like that as a lackey. It would be better to kill him. But this person ultimately forced him to take matters into his own hands to resolve the issue, which greatly displeased him. The undead are just undead after all, and they are not as terrifying as real combat power. It seems I need to gather more to form a stronger fighting force. As Shinfeng spoke, he looked into the distance. In the distance, there was an even more vast and boundless black forest. Only smoke filled the air, trees lay fallen, and the sounds of battle echoed through the sky. Upon hearing, seeing, and thinking, Shinfeng realized that two powerful lords were already engaged in a fierce battle there. Generally speaking, he didn't want to get involved in this situation. But after thinking it over, he decided to take the risk anyway. At this moment, when the enemy was locked in a fierce battle, the opportunity was truly rare. It's rare for a fisherman to benefit from a fight between a snipe and a clam, and such situations often come with a certain degree of danger. Shinfeng is now the one who can afford it. As for what he wanted to do in the past, there's no need to elaborate. That is to collect the souls of the dead. The battle raged in the distance. The number of lords killed or wounded must be countless. If he could control the souls of all the dead lords, he would be able to quickly build his own army. And that will be an undead army that is immortal and indestructible. Thinking about it, Dustwind's figure was like a phantom as he leaped into the air. In my hands, the bracelet, formed from the weapon given to her by Naya, shimmered with a dim light. A spatial tunnel unfolded beneath their feet. He slipped inside, and soon disappeared from the spot. Distance. The sounds of fighting continued, deafeningly loud. This is a contest between the Tank Nation and the Bear Nation. Given the large number of people on both sides, it was inevitable that they would run into each other. Original. The leaders of both sides were thinking the same thing. They first want to find some relatively weak countries, cleaned up those guys first, and then made plans for what to do next. But man proposes, God disposes. They ultimately overlooked a cruel truth. Small countries would generally discover such an extremely large lord's army first, and then deliberately avoid it. In this way, these numerous lord states could only eventually encounter beings of similarly large numbers, like the one they were facing now. This encounter left both major powers in a rather awkward position. After all, both armies are extremely powerful. Even if one wins the final battle, the other will be severely weakened. But if we don't fight, our side will look like cowards, and our morale will definitely suffer a great loss. Left with no other choice, a major war was forced to break out. Kill them. A generous gift has been revealed. In the crowd, the shouts of battle were deafening. A massive army of lords, composed of non-elite troops, is wielding weapons, clad in armor, and standing firmly on the ground, fighting a bloody battle. Those who are 10% stronger than them fight in the sky, wielding magical energy and physical sword energy. These people, some rely on their own weapons to fly. Some learned a special move and rode the wind away. They are both leaders on their respective sides, and each of them is at least at the early stage of Grandmaster level. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to fly so high. These people, as the pillars of strength for all the lords below, always use deadly moves in every battle against their enemies. If they are even slightly careless and the enemy seizes the opportunity to counterattack, it will affect the entire situation. Because now, they were not only fighting for themselves, but also to hold up the situation for their brothers below. If, despite being their strongest fighting force, they were suppressed by the opposing side, then the morale of the troops below will surely be dampened. Once this happens, the situation will quickly collapse and become irreversible. So, every Grandmaster level expert flying in the sky dared not be negligent and fought back with all their might. The desolate forest, now stained with blood, was already awash in darkness. Such a desolate scene naturally attracted the attention of other lords who happened to be nearby. They are all relatively small countries. This group of people secretly set up camp on a hillside, in a deserted forest, or in a pile of tall grass with jagged rocks, several kilometers away from the battlefield. And these guys were secretly relieved that they hadn't gotten involved in the war. In a war of such terrifying scale, once they are drawn in, they will be utterly crushed in the next second, without even a chance to retaliate. But, since they weren't involved, they naturally wanted to see who would emerge victorious in this battle. Chapter 159, The Arrival of the Undead Overlord. Actually, they can accept it no matter who it ends up with. The fewer opponents they have, the happier they are. Damn it, this must be the Tank Nation, which ranks first in population, fighting against the Bear Nation, which ranks second. On a mountain somewhere, hidden in the forest, the Koreans chatted quietly, their cold sweat dripping down their backs as they gazed at the distant battlefield. I never expected that these two superpowers would be the first to start fighting. This is wonderful. If they both fight to the death, wouldn't we be able to easily advance to the second level? A few young Siba people were talking when they suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling that they were really lucky. Hee hee woohoo. Oh yeah. That's awesome, haha. Yes. We thought a small country like ours was doomed, but the two strongest ones started fighting first. Do you think if all two of their vassal states, each with a population of over 1,000, were to perish, wouldn't we be essentially winning by default? Shiba, do you need to tell me? Just watch carefully. The lords of the Korean nation became increasingly happy as they chatted, even planning to sneak over and collect the spoils after the enemy was completely wiped out. Getting free gear is so awesome. Not only that, they also wanted to invite their good brothers, or rather, their comrades in arms, to come along. That is the land of cherry blossoms. Several Koreans opened their virtual chat windows, wanting to invite Sakura over via private message. But, when they discovered that the cherry blossom avatars were all gray, they sensed something was amiss. My family. It seems our brothers have all been wiped out. As one of the kimchi-loving people spoke, the others opened their virtual panels to confirm, only to find that their good brothers were indeed all gone. This caused them great grief. If brothers in misfortune are dead, how can they confide in each other? Shiba woo woo woo. How could they die so quickly? We were supposed to gang up on that kid Feng together. Alas, what a pity. In that case, this task will have to be completed by us. The guys from South Korea were talking about how they planned to set off after the war in the distance ended. Now, if we rashly reveal our location, we might get caught up in this seemingly hopeless battle. Therefore, they definitely won't come out. And, even if there were other lords watching them, surely those people wouldn't rashly reveal their location? No one would dare do that, given the terrifying situation. Only a madman would. They chatted quietly. These little kimchi continued to observe the movements in the distance. They watched intently. But unexpectedly, suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Shiba ointment. What is that? Several young men pointed in one direction, while shaking their teammates with their other hands to look over, shouting Shiba in shock. This action naturally drew the attention of the other young kimchi enthusiasts. They turned their eyes, looked up, were stunned, and then were shocked. To confirm whether the illusion was caused by the distance being too far, they rubbed their eyes repeatedly to make sure they weren't seeing things. Did you all see that? The corpse that had been lying on the ground has stood up again. Oh my god, Mom, I'm so scared. Don't hug me, Siba. I'm your father. Roll. The little Kimchi huddled together, stunned by the scene in the distance. What's going on over there? The corpse came back to life. Whose general is this, so brave? Why can corpses be resurrected? The little Kimchi looked at each other, and at this point, they couldn't even call out Shiba anymore. They just kept staring blankly. However, because their line of sight was too far, they ultimately misjudged the situation. Actually, those who come back to life are not corpses, but souls. This thing is the soul of those who have died, summoned by someone and released from their bodies. Dust and Wind had already arrived at the battlefield by this time. He stood on the outskirts amidst the smoke of battle, frantically collecting the souls of the dead, thoroughly enjoying himself. Because he was acting alone, no one noticed him for a while. The generals of the Bear Nation and the Chariot Nation were still fighting bloody battles for their respective powers. How could they possibly notice that someone was secretly doing bad things in the corner? And that is, until hundreds and thousands of undead armies appeared on the battlefield where their two armies clashed. They were then shocked to realize that a very serious change had occurred on the battlefield. All the lords, while fighting bloody battles, were also distracted by the sight of the undead army emitting cackling laughter in the distance. Those who dared to be distracted were instantly beheaded by the enemy's broadswords, showing no mercy. But, after the beheading, a ghostly spirit inexplicably emerged from the body of the beheaded man. This scene terrified the lord who was about to behead them. Another burst of cold, mocking laughter echoed across the battlefield. The souls of the dead roam freely among the fiercely fighting lords, devouring their spirits and souls to strengthen themselves. Above the sky, both countries' top combat forces, having realized something was amiss, ceased their operations. They stared in horror at the horrific scene below. Shit. Enemy attack. Wait, the undead. Is this a former teammate? Above, the main combat forces were speechless with shock when they saw their teammates attacking all the lords below in an unruly manner in their undead form. They initially thought, this is a special battlefield effect in the Dark Domain dungeon, which causes teammates to turn into undead after they die and attack everyone. But unexpectedly, next, one person among these dead completely changed their perspective. Dust and Wind rose with him, carefree and unrestrained, surrounded by countless dead souls, making him appear as the master of the battlefield. He was wearing the true martial god Fengxian set, and his third eye between his brows slowly opened. Dark energy enveloped his entire body, making him appear invincible. The core combat forces of the two great powers turned even more grim upon seeing this unfamiliar lord suddenly appear. When they saw the name written above the man's head, they felt like they were dreaming and couldn't believe it. My hair. It's you. How could it be you, Feng? The supreme rulers of the Chariot Nation and the Bear Nation, upon recognizing who it was, were completely unwilling to believe the reality before them. The great battle here. The person who can make them all stop. It was actually Wind, who went to the Dark Domain instance alone. You little brat, these undead. Several supreme lords in the sky broke out in a cold sweat, and their words began to tremble. Looking at everything before them, they felt as if their brains were lacking oxygen and they couldn't breathe. Shouldn't this kid be very weak without his unit? Originally, both major powers were thinking. If they encountered Feng, despite past ties, they would kill him outright if it came to their own interests. Will I meet him? That's almost impossible. This kid is all alone. He should probably avoid them. At that time, with all the powerful nations locked in a fierce struggle for the title of Lord of the Dark Realm, Wind, he was just a fleeting passerby. But now, when their two countries were at war, they thought no one would dare to provoke them. The most unexpected guy appeared. Chapter 160 Heroes and Demons. Once Feng appeared, the strength he displayed exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, it not only possesses an unfathomable and terrifying aura, but it can also control the spirits of the dead and use them for its own purposes. It seems this person is a monster himself. No wonder they dared to come to the instance alone. Their nations should have anticipated this long ago. The most powerful lords looked at the second enemy not far away and felt a chill in their hearts. Chen Feng, looking at the large army, remained calm and composed, and only said one sentence. It's okay, keep playing. I happen to want to join the battle as well. You. Those supreme beings who heard this were speechless. They wanted to say, you, a mere commoner, dare to oppose our army of thousands. But, when they saw, surrounded by countless departed souls, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. That's not something you should say. Saying it could cause big trouble. Aren't we allies? Sudden. The strongest individuals in the Russian Bear Kingdom were quick-witted, wanting to seize this opportunity to win over Feng and eliminate the Chariot Kingdom in one fell swoop. After all, as a former partner in the attack on America, Feng should remember their past friendship, right? Even if such feelings don't actually exist. Because, during the war with the United States at that time, in reality, these Lord States were ultimately of no help. They only managed to escape danger after the wind stormed up from the underworld. Ultimately, they weren't of much help back then. So, after the Russians finished speaking, they were very uneasy. Next door, the Chariot Nation was very unhappy to see that those damned guys on the enemy side were secretly recruiting people. They quickly turned around, forced a smile as they looked in the direction of the wind, but it looked more like a cry than a smile, before they managed to squeeze out a few nice words. We won't discuss how you just turned our lord into a ghost. Now, if you join forces with us and wipe out the Russian Bear country on the other side, we can forgive and forget everything that happened before. How? Let bygones be bygones. So, you actually still want to take action, right? After listening quietly to both sides' statements, Chen Feng did not immediately express a clear opinion, but instead made his own judgment after remaining silent. Sorry, you are both potential threats. I will not take sides. If you want to fight, I'm happy to oblige. His words were startling, and the lords of both the Chariot Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom looked solemn as he finished speaking. But, even as the hostility between the two sides gradually grew, Chen Feng remained undaunted. These two guys, don't be fooled by their current appearance of, we are actually still allies. In reality, he already regarded all the vassal states as enemies. The words they spoke were actually meant for the ghosts. If you are truly soft-hearted and listen to this, then, the next second, when you let your guard down, they will instantly snap your neck. On this battlefield, only the ruthless survive to the end. Being soft-hearted is the greatest cruelty you can inflict on yourself. Chen Feng understood the principle of, if the enemy doesn't die, I will die very well. So, in the lull between the two armies, when all reconciliation was impossible, he quickly summoned his undead army and charged down at the thousands of people below. As for himself, he remained alone in the heavens, facing off against the powerful beings above. Seeing that the situation could no longer be reconciled, the many powerful nations of the Chariot Nation and the Bear Nation came up with a solution. Suddenly, both sides turned to look at each other in the sky, and a tacit understanding appeared in their eyes without a word. That's right. At this time, the tank and the Russian Bear have actually come up with the idea of joining forces. They exchanged glances, then turned back in unison, as if silently mocking the wind. Good. Since you won't cooperate with us, then the two of us will have no choice but to kill you together. Fuck. You ignorant fool. You're ungrateful for being given face. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Actually, we've wanted to get rid of you for a long time. Once you die, your troops will suffer a decline in strength due to the loss of their master. At that time, without the protection of you and your troops, those Chinese will be slaughtered in no time. A supreme leader of a tank nation smiled sinisterly, believing that Feng was now doomed. Does this kid really think he can gain an advantage in a battle between two armies? Although, this person's sorcery involving the dead is indeed very powerful. But, after careful observation by these few top experts, they discovered this sorcery will only cause mental weakness in the lords below and is not enough to inflict fatal damage on them. Furthermore, their two armies only need to unite now. How is Feng going to fight thousands of them all by himself? So, it's perfectly fine to make bold statements now and reveal your true thoughts to Feng. They have always been critical of the rapidly developing Dragon Kingdom. Now is the perfect opportunity to completely tear off the mask of civility, so everyone will stop pretending. On the other side, seeing that these guys had chosen to join forces to resist after being pushed to the brink, Chen Feng smiled to himself. This result was entirely within his expectations. However, what angered him was the strongest of these lord nations, the moment they decided to unite, made a harsh statement, saying they would make sure that not a single Chinese person would be left to disappear from the dark domain. Where do you get the courage? Now, his rhetorical question caused an uproar among the other party. Where do we get our courage? Why don't you ask yourself? Call out Dash. A chariot lord was about to refute Chen Feng's words when a dark ray pierced his chest, causing him to fall instantly into the sea of people below. The other supreme lords were all speechless upon seeing this. Oh, by the way, what's this kid's strength again? It seems to be the peak of the Grandmaster level. This kid released the aura of a peak grandmaster not long ago, and because he withdrew it instantly, they mistakenly thought they were hallucinating. The result is true. At that moment, the situation changed in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Dustwind had already extracted the soul of the Grandmaster-level lord who had died below and used it for his own battle. Not only that, with a slight lift of his finger, all the weapons on the battlefield swayed in response to his thought. These weapons ascended, rotated, and stood upright, ultimately forming a 10,000 swords returning to their origin formation. The warriors of the chariot and the strongmen of the Bear Kingdom, witnessing such a shocking scene, were unsure whether it was a spell of the wind or an effect inherent to the Dark Domain dungeon. Why can weapons fly on their own? How is this possible? Chapter 161: The Demon That Came Stepping from the Ground. Everything was so surreal, it felt like a dream. And below, those already weakened lords were terrified when they saw their weapons rising into the sky, and they didn't dare to breathe loudly. The weapon went into the sky. Did their weapons go up into the sky? All the lords looked at the dense raindrops in the sky and felt that some fatal disaster was about to happen. Their view was completely obscured by the floating weapons, and they had no idea what was happening on the battlefield in the sky. And in the sky, Dustwind stood alone, riding the wind, like an unparalleled powerhouse who roamed the world. With a flick of his finger, he could end the lives of thousands of enemy soldiers. You say my undead army can't harm the enemy? I could wipe out everyone below with just one finger. As he spoke, he looked towards the lords in the distance, also in the sky, as if whispering a warning from the King of Hell. The strongest warriors of both the chariot and the bear were sweating profusely as they witnessed the situation turn around in an instant. They couldn't imagine what this kid would do next. Why? This guy can also manipulate other people's weapons for his own use? Is he a god from the other world? Can he control both the undead and wield weapons? Who exactly is this person? He no longer looks like a human. The lords thought to themselves that their opponents were like gods. This child possesses methods that are far too extraordinary. This is a power that no lord could possibly control. If he were to stab his own friendly troops below at that moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone will die. They will become his ghosts. We absolutely must not let him do that. Stop this guy? He's trying to kill everyone down below. The two powerful lords roared wildly, unleashing their strongest divine skills and releasing all the special cards they had hidden in their hands. Now, everyone has only one goal. That is, stop this demon king from the Dragon Kingdom. This kid is already capable of turning the tide of the entire battle single-handedly, even sweeping across the entire battlefield. This is absolutely terrifying. Therefore he must die. He has to die. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Remote. In the seemingly quiet hillsides and grassy areas, the lords of all the small countries were closely watching this war, which could be described as unprecedented in history. Only, as they watched, they became increasingly confused about the situation on the other side of the battlefield. Ashabasumita. There are more and more zombies on the other side of the battlefield. What's going on? Among the tour groups from South Korea, a few young rascals gathered together, carefully observing the situation in the distance, while eating the roast meat they had brought from the castle. They were clearly indifferent to the situation. But, as the situation became clearer, they finally glimpsed that the zombies in the distance were not zombies at all, but ghosts in the truest sense. So many ghosts, carrying immense force, constantly traversed the battlefield below, emitting terrifying laughter. Not long ago, the battle cries of bloodshed on the battlefield had completely disappeared. All that could be heard was the wailing of ghosts. This left the few little devils in South Korea completely baffled. What happened to the lord over there? Could they have been scared out of their wits by these ghosts? Or should we just eat it directly? Haha, look at those lords, they're such wimps. Exactly, they're so lame. I'm so brave. The little kimchi were gloating, wishing the ghost would kill all the lords of the Chariot Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. They laughed so hard they slapped their thighs, as if they were setting off firecrackers at their ancestral graves during the Qingming festival. Joy, happiness, and delight. But, when they learn that those ghosts are the army of wind, their expressions will surely be even more interesting. Unfortunately, they are unaware of this now. But what happens next? When these young kimchi farmers saw thousands of weapons converging in the sky, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Etc. How did the weapon fly up on its own? These cold weapons are all converging on a single point. Damn it, there looks like someone in the middle. As they were talking, only then did the little kimchi glimpse the presence of a special entity on the battlefield. That guy looks like a person. This person neither stands on the left, adjacent to the Chariot Nation, nor on the right, bordering the Bear Nation. He stood between the two forces, seemingly an outsider in this war. A third-party force? Could those undead be this man's subordinates? Is he the Lord of the Undead? Wait, this guy can also manipulate other people's melee weapons. Oh my god, could this be a dungeon boss? So there's a boss in the dungeon. We're all doomed now. No, that's not the boss, that's a person. It's a person. What? At this moment, all the little kimchi stopped eating the pork leg in their hands and dared not eat anymore. They observed carefully and then discovered. Turn out to be. The distant battlefield isn't haunted by a dungeon boss, but by a single person. They must have seen correctly. That thing flying up there is definitely a person. This person is controlling the undead fighting below and the weapons converging above. That's amazing. What kind of demonic magic is this? It's absolutely terrifying. Could Shiba be our Lord Nodowa? It seems that the skill used by adults isn't like that. Then who could he be? The little kimchi kids lay on the ground observing, discussing it while muttering Shiba over and over. Suddenly, weapons rained down from the sky in the distance, creating a scene like a torrential downpour of thunder, leaving no time to dodge. Those small countries watching from the sidelines, including South Korea, felt as if they were being attacked when they saw this scene. They covered their heads, dared not breathe, and their eyes narrowed. Fortunately, this was just a fantasy. They are fine. But something happened on the distant battlefield. An unexpected event occurred. So many weapons raining down from the sky. Those lords below have absolutely no chance of survival. Whose extraordinary abilities are these that allow them to suppress two powerful nations single-handedly? If the other party is indeed a lord, then it will be the most terrifying joke that other small countries have ever heard in their lives. But it seems that this is indeed the case. Anyway, the Koreans saw it with their own eyes and thought the same thing. Original. They should have been pleased to see the heavy losses suffered by the armies of the Chariot Nation and the Bear Nation. But the scene of carnage before them made them anything but happy. A demon has descended upon this flock of lambs. Chapter 162 Fear. A demon has descended upon the world. The demon king has descended, and all living beings are condemned to death. This demon had already annihilated the two powerful lords they considered invincible right before their eyes. How can they be happy about this? Won't we be the next ones to die, bastard? One of the younger kimchi members spoke up, trembling all over, which prompted the other younger kimchi members to start reflecting. Should we make a run for it? Someone proposed a solution, which was subsequently approved unanimously. That's right, let's run. Otherwise, if the undead army finds us, we're all doomed. It's better to slip away now, even if we get discovered by the surrounding minor factions, than to be haunted by those ghosts. We have absolutely no chance of winning against ghosts. Run! The little kimchi members reached a consensus and then set off for the mountains behind them. They thought that once they got over the mountain in front of them, they would be temporarily out of danger. At that time, they just need to find a safe place to hide and wait for others to kill each other. The little kimchi kids had pretty high hopes. But at this moment, on the other side of the mountain, a violent commotion, like an earthquake, suddenly erupted. The tremors knocked these little kimchi plants to the ground, where they lay on the hillside, unable to stand up. They looked up in horror at the sudden turn of events on the mountainside, their hearts filled with dread. A monster covered in various human remains suddenly appeared before them, shrouding the entire mountain. It was a gigantic alien creature resembling Cthulhu, its terrifying body obscuring half the sky, its power overwhelming. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the little kimchi were completely at a loss for what to do. They just kept trembling, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. You monster! There's a monster! The colossal object in the sky was getting closer and closer. The shaking of the mountains grew increasingly intense. Gazing at the nightmarish monster composed of various human remains. It wasn't just the little kimchi that was wailing. Other nearby forces were also terrified. They couldn't escape. Their instinctive fear made them unable to move. The terrifying pressure emanating from the monster left them with nothing but despair. Left with no other choice. These minor lords could only watch helplessly as the monster crossed the mountains and approached them step by step. Because the little kimchi were closest to it, they gradually began to see the monster's physical appearance. This is an indescribable existence. Although they couldn't find the head of the thing for the time being due to limited visibility. But the other heads that grow all over this monster are enough to make one's scalp crawl. After careful examination, the little kimchi members discovered a common feature among the human heads scattered all over the monster's body. That is, they all seemed to be lords from the Kingdom of Sunset. Wait, isn't that one of the 12 dukes of Sunset Kingdom? He's dead. A small kimchi plant, lying on the hillside, stared at a head on the monster's body and shouted incredulously. The head of Historia, hailed as the second goddess of the sunset, is also here. I never imagined that even she would die. This monster actually devoured so many powerful figures from the Sunset Kingdom. Unable to move or escape, the little kimchi pods could only tremble and chat quietly, awaiting their death. But when they discovered, most of the lord corpses on that monster came from the time of the Sunset Kingdom, and for a moment they forgot their own existence. As the Lord Nation with the third largest number of participants in this Dark Tide dungeon, Sunset Kingdom's strength is naturally not to be underestimated. According to rumors, except for Queen Elizabeth, who did not attend in person, the vast majority of the top combat forces from their Sunset Kingdom participated. In this way, now let's look at the present. So many corpses of the lords of the Sunset Kingdom are gathered here. It's hard not to imagine that this symbolizes the complete annihilation of the third major power by this monster. But how long has this instance been open? If Elizabeth, who is far away in the Dark Realm, knew this, I wonder what she would think. Wouldn't that drive you crazy? It seems that Sunset Kingdom's plan to seize control of the Dark Domain has now failed. The few young kimchi enthusiasts, pondering this, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. But suddenly, several people shouted at the monster, as if they had recognized its identity and were extremely excited. Lord Notoya. Sir, please stop. We are your underlings. Please spare us. A few small kimchi plants stood there praying to the sky, while the remaining small kimchi plants immediately realized what was going on. Turned out to be. So this is Lord Notoya? How could he have become so huge? Unbelievable. Could it be? Is this the behemoth that my teammates mentioned earlier, that adults can use that in dungeons? No wonder. He was once the strongest overlord of the Dark Domain. Lord Notoya really had a trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so arrogant before entering the instance. No one expected this. He really could bring that thing in. Top of the hillside. The alien that had been obscuring half the sky actually stopped because of Little Pickle's desperate pleas, as if it had heard the noise below, which was quite unbelievable. When the little kimchi saw the monster stop, their faces, which had been frozen in terror, froze in disbelief. No way. Did the adults really let them go? They thought they were doomed. Adults really do cherish old friendships. Upon seeing this, the Lord of the Korean Peninsula was naturally overjoyed. Not long after, within that colossal creature, a fleshy tumor differentiated and transformed into the shape of a human, walking towards one of the small kimchi. When the little kimchi saw someone approaching him, he nervously looked up and found a familiar figure, but it wasn't Notoya. Lord Sisothos? It's you? The little kimchi opened its eyes wide and said something. The visitor was none other than Sothos, one of the former top 10 presidents of the United States. Little kimchi naturally dared not neglect this person's appearance. But he looked at the adult with a mind full of questions. This person never appeared during the Dark Domain battlefield. Why has he suddenly appeared now, and has already merged with Lord Notoya? He thought to himself, I won't try to understand it thoroughly. At this moment, the man beside him, Sothos, didn't give him time to think and spoke directly. Humph, traitors. Tell me, where is the wind? Sothos spoke coldly, his tone like that of a robot. The closest little kimchi dared not be negligent. When he heard the adult speak, he quickly replied and pointed to the battlefield in the distance, where thick smoke was billowing. My lord, I don't know. But you can go and see the battlefield over there. 2 great nations are fighting. Oh no, it should be the 3 great powers. Chapter 163 Meeting an Old Enemy Again. I didn't know, I'm really sorry. But you can go and see the battlefield over there. The little kimchi spoke tremblingly, clearly feeling utterly helpless. He dared not lie to this official's face, and could only rely on instinct to reveal his true thoughts. I really don't know where the wind is now. I didn't expect Lord Sothos to ask such a question. It seems so. Several high-ranking officials from the beautiful country are now searching for the whereabouts of this Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, what's happening far away should pique the interest of these adults, or rather, this enormous monster. The little kimchi kids just hoped that once the adults got distracted by the situation on the other side of the battlefield, they would leave these few good-for-nothings alone. They are being too naive. At this moment, Sothos's empty eyes gained a hint of ruthlessness. After realizing that these ants couldn't give him the answer he wanted, he transformed one hand into a vine to bind people, and threw the nearest lord of the Korean nation into the body of the monster behind him. The two quickly merged, accompanied by a violent scream. The other lords of the Kimchi Kingdom, who were lying on the ground, also roared madly upon hearing the heart-wrenching screams, trying to move their bodies and flee. Sothos did not give chase, but instead returned to the monster's body. He vanished without a trace. But, at that moment, however, came Nodoa's laughter. Oomph, trying to escape? Countless giant pythons, formed from fleshy tumors, rushed down the hillside, frantically tearing and chewing up the bodies of these little kimchi. Until, after these little kimchi completely merged with the monster then slowly crawled toward other places where lords were hidden. Along the way, those vulnerable lords who were discovered were all killed and devoured by the monsters through various means without any resistance, and were completely integrated into their ranks. And the direction this monster was heading was precisely the battlefield where Chen Feng was in the distance. It seems to be very interested in what's happening on the other side of the battlefield. Furthermore, it developed a strong urge to devour the countless corpses over there, on the other side of the battlefield. At that moment, Chen Feng released the netherworld black flame he had learned earlier, attaching it to thousands of sharp weapons. Then, with a slight flick of his finger, countless sharp weapons fell from the sky like meteors. Below, the enemy was pierced by swords and fire, burning continuously, turning into a ghost, dying a gruesome death, with blood splattering everywhere. Those Russian bears and the mighty chariot nation in the sky, seeing that this guy Feng had finally succeeded, felt both grief and fear. Damn it! I clearly used the forced displacement card to send him away, so why is he back in the blink of an eye? One of the strongest warriors from the Tank Nation said in disbelief. He witnessed firsthand how, after he sent the wind away, the guy reappeared in the same spot after opening a spatial gate, leaving him deeply shocked. Could this kid possibly possess such terrifying spatial power? He's a monster. Beside me, the other supreme expert was also shocked at this moment, and said in disbelief. I clearly used a magic weakening card, sacrificing all my own magical energy to reduce this kid's magical power by 80%, so why was he still able to kill 3 of us in a row? A powerful lord from the Bear Kingdom spoke weakly, having witnessed firsthand how, even after he had reduced the wind's magic, the wind was still able to casually kill 3 of his own men right before his eyes. Is this guy a human? No. He is no longer human. He's a boss. Thinking about it, the powerful lords retreated step by step, their hearts filled with no will to fight as they looked at the undead that had gathered below. We have to run. This kid is unbeatable. Chen Feng glared coldly at the lords who were already planning to flee. Trying to run? With a wave of his hand, the angelic holy sword, brimming with the power of light, flew out of his grasp. Then, the dark orb in the palm of his other hand also burst forth with powerful dark energy. Light and darkness were unleashed simultaneously, catching the lords who attempted to escape completely off guard. The power of a grandmaster at its peak instantly pierced through the entire chests of these lords from behind. Those lords who were hit had no chance of survival and died on the spot. The remaining powerful individuals, who had once again narrowly escaped death, listened in terror to the screams behind them. They dared to glance back, only to find that besides the army of thousands of undead, they could not see the shadow of the person they longed to see. Hee, look over there, I'm in front of you. At this moment, Chen Feng unfolded the bracelet in his hand, and the spatial power given to him by Nayali instantly bloomed, allowing him to move over a large area in a short period of time, thus arriving in front of these lords. When the lords saw the wind appear before them, and behind them an endless army of undead, they cried out in despair, knowing that they were doomed. Feng, what we said back then was just a moment of impulse. Please don't kill us. We know we were wrong. Please give us a chance. Whatever happens, happens. We wish to follow you for all eternity. Too late. Looking at the pleas of these last few supreme experts, Chen Feng didn't bother to listen at all. His expression remained as cold as a blade, and the holy sword in his hand, which had been turned back, was already blazing with light. Die. The words left the mouth. And at this time, he discovered, further behind the undead army, a colossal object, resembling a wall between heaven and earth, was slowly approaching him. Chen Feng was stunned. Wherever this thing passes, the earth is whipped up by gusts of sand and dust, obscuring its original appearance. But, Just by looking at the shadows and the gray haze, Chen Feng could sense an unprecedented and powerful threat. One side, those powerful nations of the tank and the bear saw that Feng seemed to be looking into the distance and thought that their opportunity had come. They didn't care what was behind them and fled in different directions. Damn it! Where do you think you're going? Chen Feng was furious to see that his momentary lapse in attention had caused these guys to scatter and flee like rats. But these guys are ultimately wasting their time. They are still doomed. As long as there is no one whose absolute strength cannot overwhelm him, Chen Feng has countless ways to hunt down enemies who are trying to escape. Only saw. He used his hands to pluck out several strands of hair of different colors from his head, and then used his bracelet to open several spatial tunnels to send the hair into them. Not long after, those who were fleeing then saw a Grandmaster-level being who didn't look like a lord suddenly appear in front of them and attack them. They were shocked and instinctively exclaimed, "Special Forces! It's that monkey! Divine Dragon! Angel! Isn't this Feng's unit? Why was he able to bring troops in?" Heart-wrenching screams echoed in the air. Those lords who attempted to escape were all caught off guard and killed by the great sage, who was transformed from a single hair, and Lily and others. That concludes the discussion. Tanks and the Russian Bear Nation. The powerful figures of these two largest vassal states were all dead. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals also became the souls of Chen Feng's men, fighting for him. Chen Feng didn't want to use such a ruthless killing move on these guys, but some of them said things they shouldn't have. So what's next? Having accomplished all of this, Chen Feng spoke calmly. He was only relieved, but he hadn't completely let his guard down. Looking at the enormous creature approaching from afar, he decided to lead the conjured Lily and the other soldiers to investigate. Chapter 164 The Great Battle is imminent. Chen Feng gazed at the enormous object in the distance, thinking that he should go and check what was going on there. The biggest threat right now is this super entity that's like a dungeon boss. And, through the monster's enormous body, Chen Feng also thought of a special person. That is, Nodowa, a remnant from the beautiful country. This guy is still alive to this day. I just don't know what connection exists between him and this monster whose true form is nowhere to be found. Nodowa's unit should be that parasitic motherworm. This insect strengthens itself by devouring the flesh and blood of others, eventually growing into a monster. So now it seems that it really resembles the posture that this colossal creature of mountains and seas should have. And then I thought of this. The dust and wind couldn't help but be somewhat wary. Could it be that guy also brought his own troops into the dungeon? This is the only explanation. Only then can we conclude that this monster is Nodowa. Once you start thinking that way, Chen Feng also knew that what he was about to face was not some so-called dungeon boss, but a real person, an enemy, or rather a monster, that he had long wanted to kill. Most importantly, this monster has become even more powerful than before. Nodowa didn't know how many dungeon lords he had devoured to grow into such a terrifying size. Could it be him? As Chen Feng piloted Kyle's holy sword of light, a terrifying possibility came to mind. Nodowa, logically speaking, shouldn't be coming this way for me. He doesn't know I'm here yet, so he's probably heading for that pile of corpses below. As he spoke, Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the giant creature ahead was indeed Nodowa. This guy wants to devour the corpses of the lords he just killed on the battlefield between the chariots and the Russian Bear Kingdom, in order to strengthen himself. And this is precisely the characteristic that the parasite bestowed upon that guy. If this guy were to merge thousands of corpses back into his tumor-like body, who knows what terrifying power he would evolve into. So, Chen Feng must stop this guy before he gets stronger. Otherwise, this will become an increasingly formidable opponent. At present, as we get closer to that guy Nodowa, Chen Feng gradually and clearly sensed a powerful aura that was no less formidable than his own circulating within him. This is why he didn't use Naya's spatial power to directly teleport to the monster, but instead chose to fly on his sword and approach it little by little. Getting too close could easily lead to being caught in a trap. Only by approaching little by little can one have the option to advance or retreat. Time passed. Just as the dust storm was gradually approaching, the threatening aura grew increasingly terrifying and intense. The monster that Nodowa had transformed into seemed to have stopped its advance at this moment. This person has arrived at the battlefield littered with corpses and is devouring them frantically. And it was at this moment that he discovered the thousands of undead soldiers surrounding him and became very interested in them. A ghost? Whose subordinate is this? Or a special creature from the instance? Now, At the top of the enormous body, a human face emerged from the pile of flesh, looking down at the earth below. He was Notoya. Now, while Nodowa was busy cleaning up the battlefield, he curiously stared at the army of undead beside the piles of corpses. Just as he was getting curious, these undead armies launched a full-scale attack on him in an instant. Thousands of eerie heh-heh laughs pierced through his body, giving him a tremendous mental shock. He was shocked to realize that he wanted to use the python that his physical body had transformed into to attack, but the opponent was a ghost, and no matter how he attacked, it was useless. Not only that, just as Nodowa was distracted by attacking these things, the distant sky, several figures then appeared and flew towards his location at an extremely fast speed. That was a lord and his various troops. Notoya gritted his teeth, looked around, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "Is it the wind? How did this kid manage to bring a military unit in here?" At this time, looking at the familiar symbol on the head of the person not far away, Nodowa knew at a glance who the newcomer was. This person was none other than the culprit who had repeatedly thwarted his plans, Foam. And now, this guy not only came to us himself, and most importantly, this guy actually brought his troops with him? What's going on? Regarding this situation, Notoya was utterly shocked. He could hardly believe it. So, this led him to focus all his attention on the soldiers around him after glancing at Foam. Not far away, Dust and Wind had already arrived on the battlefield. He frowned slightly as he gazed at Nodowa, who had completely transformed into a monster and devoured all the corpses of the lords below. Not good. This guy finally succeeded. Nodowa was many times larger than when it was in the underground world. Judging from the current situation, he is even stronger than when we last met. During the last showdown, this guy's strength is already at the commander level. I wonder how much progress he's made this time. Currently, he is still at the peak of the grandmaster level. Thinking of this, Qin Fengming's face remained expressionless, but the halo of Naya in her hand was already faintly shining, in preparation for any eventuality. On the other side, before his enemy could speak, Nodowa spoke first. "You've come. Kid, I really didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to come and die. Although I don't know how you summoned your troops, with your current combat strength, you are no longer a threat to me." As they were talking, Notoya unleashed an indescribable and terrifying aura, instantly making it difficult for people to breathe. Chun Feng carefully sensed the oppressive aura, his brows furrowed, and he was horrified. "That's strong. Peak commander level. So, the gap in strength between me and him has widened to this extent? Presumably, this power at the pinnacle of dominance was obtained by Nodowa from absorbing the corpses of those lords. You little brat, aren't you shocked? Don't worry, I won't run away this time. You're the one who should be running away. No, perhaps you don't even have the right to run away from me right now." At this time, seeing the cold expression on Feng's face, a hint of surprise finally appeared. Nodowa's head, hidden among thousands of other heads, laughed heartily. Then, the other heads joined him in wild laughter, creating a terrifying scene resembling a ghost abyss. Chapter 165 Soul Emperor. Ha ha ha. Notoya laughed wildly, completely disregarding the enemy before him. According to his estimate, the wind now is definitely no match for me. As for the soldiers of the wind, according to his perception, they seem to be slightly weaker than when he encountered them in the underground world. Especially that monkey. He could no longer sense his former commander-level strength. What's going on? Could it be? Haha, I get it. Your unit is probably all paper tigers, right? These military units are all fake. Although I don't know how you created them, I have already seen through your trick. It's just a scare tactic. Not only that, your troops may be fake, but my troops are real. Laozi's Void Mother Worm, as a non-individual unit parasitizing me, is a real combat force that I personally brought with me. That's why I said that once you ants enter the instance, you will all become my prisoners. No one can take the position of Lord of the Dark Realm from me. You and those fools are not worthy of being called. Now, Nodowa spoke of the current situation, hoping to make Feng realize his current predicament and thus accept the blow. And as he spoke, he laughed and mocked, his laughter extremely unpleasant. Chun Feng's forehead veins bulged as he shook his head and directly rebuked the enormous creature. "Are you laughing?" As soon as he said that, instantly, the entire battlefield fell silent. It wasn't until a little while later that Nodowa spoke. Are you crazy? At a time like this, you still dare to argue with me? Look at the difference between you and me now. Do you know why I didn't kill you immediately? Because you're like a fly now. I can sweat you to death with a single slap. I'm letting you fly a little longer out of pity, Notoya said. His enormous, tumor-like body began to evolve, gradually transforming into the appearance of a human. And this human version of the Cthulhu monster has now grown its own squid-like head. At the center of this head is the head of the only existing human being, which is Nodowa himself. Don't worry, I'll take you seriously. Now, I will unleash my strongest form to deliver a swift and decisive blow to you, you despicable bastard. Foam, you must understand that dying in a dungeon means certain death. After transforming, Nodowa spouted a bunch of nonsense again. Dust and wind, cold and aloof, grasped the essence of the matter and immediately countered with a question. So, if you die in this dungeon, you'll disappear completely, right? So what? Do you think you have a chance to beat me? Waste. If you kneel down and kowtow out to me 100 times right now, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Ugh. Nodowa had barely uttered his provocative words when Yuan Duanfeng flicked his finger lightly. Then, the land below. The previously calmed army of undead once again pierced through his body with unstoppable force. This immediately gave Nodowa a bad feeling. But before he could think further, the pain of his spirit being constantly gnawed away began to permeate his entire body, eventually settling in his brain and causing intense torment. The pain of this erosion of his willpower was even more intense than when he was first struck. Furthermore, Nodowa also discovered, when he was subjected to this shock, his originally boundless fighting power suddenly weakened. He possessed the formidable strength of a peak commander, yet he was unable to utilize it at this moment, tormented by the army of the undead and utterly demoralized. Damn it! Are all these undead troops your subordinates? How is that possible? Nodowa roared with all his might, feeling the pain from the deepest part of his soul, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the carefree figure in the distance. Unexpected. The one who was originally defined as the actual controller of the souls generated by the instance turned out to be his own greatest enemy. Can the wind control the souls of the dead? Does he possess sorcery? Or perhaps he is the Grim Reaper from the underworld. This is a power that should not be wielded by a human lord. The torment inflicted by the Netherworld army continues. At this moment, Chen Feng simply gazed quietly at Notoya, who had just been calling himself invincible, with a slight smile playing on his lips. Beside me, Lilith, Nyarlathotep, Kyle, Mona, Celia, and the fake form created by the great sage, seeing that the opportunity was ripe, chose to attack and eliminate the enemy in front of them. Although they are merely illusions created by the great sage using a single strand of hair, they still retain a portion of their own consciousness and are capable of analyzing the current situation on their own. And, as avatars, they can only exist for a very limited time. They must eliminate the enemies in front of them as soon as possible, otherwise the master will have to fight alone. Therefore, several troop types launched their attack instantly. Although their combat strength is not at its peak, as long as they fight with all their might, they can still inflict considerable damage on this enemy, whose appearance is not particularly tough. Seeing that the soldiers had made their move, Chen Feng knew he couldn't afford to be careless either. He knew the army of the dead may not be able to hold off Nodowa indefinitely. He also needs to quickly cut off this man's head. In my hands, the Archangel's holy sword shone brightly. Dust Wind combined the light power of the holy sword with the dark power of the 3 dark orbs, along with his own Netherworld Black Flame, Sirius support bracelet, and the true damage from Lala's ultimate. All these complex secondary skills have been combined and gathered together, converging into the holy sword in his hand. At last, energy has been fully gathered. Dust and wind roared in fury. A chaotic sword aura that shook the heavens, and the earth slashed toward Nodowa's location with an invincible force. Nodowa was still suffering from the horde of the dead at that time. He opened his eyes and saw another sword aura flying towards him, which made him laugh out loud in anger. OMG fuck. Foam, you insidious bastard. Do you think you can defeat me head-on with such opportunistic tactics? I am invincible in the face of absolute strength. Bring it on. Another roar. Notoya then unleashed a terrifying energy that sent all the surrounding enemies flying, including the undead, none of whom survived. Unfortunately, the sword energy unleashed by Chen Feng was completely unaffected, continuing its charge towards Nodowa's body at an almost unavoidable speed. Nodowa was somewhat surprised, but didn't care. I can see that your strength is only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. This is what you think, trying to scam me. Fuck. Watch me catch this with one hand. That's all I have to say. Seeing that they could not stop this seemingly ordinary sword energy, Nodowa then chose to tough it out. He gave a domineering shout, blocking the way with one hand, his imposing aura as unshakable as a mountain. But then, the chaotic sword energy pierced directly through his palm and rushed into his body. He was dumbfounded, stunned, shocked, and wanted to resist. But it was all too late. Chapter 166 One Sword Slays the Demon Lord. What? Nodowa let out a strange cry, followed by cracks, light bursting, and explosions all over his body. With a loud boom, his body, which resembled a colossal mountain or sea, exploded with a deafening roar. Blood and corpse energy exploded from the abdomen of the body, sending large chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Seeing that everything was done, Chunfeng activated the bracelet given to him by Nayali and disappeared into the space to wait for time to pass. A little while later, when he emerged from the space again, the battlefield here was a scene of blood flowing backwards, with the sky and earth turning a deep crimson. Oh, dead. Gazing upon this demonic form, Chunfeng frowned, slightly perplexed. Unexpectedly, Notoya's seemingly invincible physical body was blasted into a limp, lifeless pulp by his powerful attack. Didn't this guy claim to be the pinnacle of power, invincible, all-powerful, and capable of suppressing me with a single thought? What, that's it? That's a disaster. Is he here to be funny? A creature that breaks at the slightest touch dares to call itself the overlord of the dark domain. Little did you know, the true damage I inflicted on Laroon was specifically designed to slap the face of arrogant people like you. Dust Wind stood tall and straight, looking down at the chaotic sea of blood below, holding the holy sword at his feet, and descended towards the ground. Nodowa, perhaps because he had never witnessed the true power of real damage, paid the price for his arrogance. But actually, Chunfeng himself was also shocked by the terrifying damage, let alone enemies. Just now, even he hadn't expected it. He only needed to gather the power of a grandmaster to transform it into true damage and unleash it through Laoyuan to instantly annihilate the enemy. The opponent was at the peak of the commander level, and he was killed in one move? Given such a disparity in strength, is this a bit? While pondering, Chunfeng looked around and saw that Lily and the others' fake bodies had all disappeared, and only then did he feel a little sad. What a pity, although he had escaped the explosion. But several decoys were caught in the explosion before he could take any action. But now, the missions of the various military branches have been completed, so let them go with the wind. It's not that Lily and the others' true forms perished, so there's no need to worry too much. Master, be careful, there may be danger. Suddenly, Laoyuan suddenly spoke while Chunfeng was thinking, transmitting the information into his mind. Chunfeng's eyes flashed, and his attention instantly focused as he glanced down at the restless, surging sea of blood below. What did you say? He asked a question in return, and Laren quickly explained the crisis she felt. Both of them stared at the increasingly frenzied sea of corpses below, abruptly stopped their descent, and retreated upwards. This guy isn't dead. The holy sword, riding the dust and wind, continued to rise. As Chunfeng retreated, he observed the situation and realized that the crisis was not yet over. The blood sea is flowing backwards, an ominous sign. The demon is not dead. Nodowa is attempting to be resurrected. What kind of weird move is this? How can it get back up after I blasted it into a pulp? Holy sword of light, go! With his feet firmly planted on the holy sword, Chunfeng leaped into the air, and the holy sword flew out, crashing into the sea of blood below. At this moment, he naturally wanted to stop Nodowa's body from reuniting. Unfortunately, the target below was too large, and there were no fixed enemy positions to choose from. The holy sword was offered, causing a sea of blood to churn, but to no avail, and the journey was eventually completed. Seeing this, Chunfeng was helpless and could only watch. After a few seconds, the sea of blood, like a star being sucked up and reversed, quickly coalesced into a small tumor. This tumor is so condensed that it is completely unlike its former enormous size. Nodowa's body tore open from the tumor and emerged, reborn. He now resembles a normal-sized human, except that his skin is dark, wrinkled, twisted, and irregular all over. A monster with horns on its head and demonic wings on its back was born. Compared to its original enormous size, Nodowa is now more agile, yet its aura remains undiminished, likely due to the explosion that forced it to evolve into its complete form. This is the final form he can grow into after devouring the corpses of thousands of lords. All the flesh and blood were fried into a paste, and then, through a process of fusion, they finally formed a completely new and perfect body. Looking at this somewhat incredible scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. This guy's unit is indeed worthy of being an SSS-level unit. Even at this critical juncture, he was not completely killed, which is terrifying. Kid, what kind of move was that you just used? One sentence echoed throughout the battlefield. After being resurrected, Nodowa no longer thought of speaking rudely, but instead looked into the distance with its shrunken pupils and spoke out its doubts with a hint of fear. Yes, he was stunned by the beating. Or rather, they were afraid of being beaten. Just now, the wind's move was too terrifying. As a result, he experienced a heart-wrenching pain of disintegration. That feeling was like falling into the deepest hell, the pain penetrating to the very marrow, and 1,000 demons devouring the heart. As a leader at the peak of his power, no matter how arrogant he had been before, he dared not be too presumptuous in the face of the current situation. This kid's skills are simply unbelievable. Just now, that sword energy could ignore all of his physical defenses and put him on the verge of death in one move. It was simply too heaven-defying. My strength is as fragile as paper in the face of the wind. Damn it, kid, were you hiding your strength? In the air, Nodowa spread its wings, maintaining a certain distance from its opponent, and cautiously asked its question. No, it's just that you're too weak. With a flick of the wind, the holy sword prepared to strike again, causing the opposing demon to retreat repeatedly. Nodowa has now transformed into the form of a demon. But in his heart, the wind was the truly terrifying demon king. Now, he expended a great deal of energy to reshape his final form, which severely damaged his vitality. He not only lost the courage to confront the wind head-on, but also the means to do so. Despite his current appearance, Nodowa's strength is not diminished, and he may even be slightly stronger than before. But all of this was a facade created by him forcibly releasing his oppressive aura. He is now outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. It's not quite a candle flickering in the wind, but it's at least the last glimmer of hope. In his final form, the dark parasites within him can no longer absorb new corpses to make him stronger. But, in this final form, if he were to unleash his full potential, he would still be confident in engaging in a final, desperate battle with the wind. But that's all there is to it. If it were earlier, given Notoya's current state, he believed he could take down foam with a single finger. But it wasn't until that sword energy pierced his body. His mindset then underwent a subtle change. Chapter 167, Burning Away the Essence of Life. Notoya's current thought is that he must use all his strength to deal with this, otherwise he might really perish on the spot. Even though Feng is currently only at the peak of the Grandmaster level, we must not underestimate him. This person is not a normal person by nature. If you judge him from the perspective of a normal person, the result will inevitably be the same as before, being caught off guard by his sudden and unexpected move. I've been manipulated by this kid countless times. If this also fails, then all that awaits them is certain death. Notoya knew in his heart that this was his last life. His unit type was no longer sufficient to support his third resurrection, so he has been forced to the brink of despair, with nowhere left to retreat. Since that's the case, Nodowa is determined to put on the most serious attitude he has ever shown, and to exert the greatest power he has ever possessed, in a final battle against this most formidable enemy before him. In this final battle, who lives and who dies, who has the right to survive to the second level of the dungeon, depends entirely on their strength. Bring it on, he roared, unleashing his full power, and his energy exploded outwards, causing his combat strength to surge. The demon's wings flapped incessantly, then a second pair grew out, and the third pair transformed into 6 wings. The horns on his head continued to grow, and at that moment they emitted a magical light, and the pupils in his eyes disappeared, turning completely crimson. His muscles bulged with blood, and his skin grew dark brown scales that rippled outwards, creating a chilling scene. That concludes the discussion. Nodowa, now in its complete form, entered a berserk state, determined to exhaust all its inner essence in order to engage in a final battle with its greatest enemy. Humph, today it's either you or me who dies. Kill. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Completely driven mad, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Chen Feng was taken aback, realizing that this guy's aura had suddenly become terrifyingly powerful, and his speed was so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to catch it. He felt a chill in his heart. Just now, just as Nodowa went completely berserk, he also wanted to stop it. What can be done? The monster was in a berserk state, and a red protective shield surrounded its body, which his holy sword could not penetrate for the time being. After missing his first attack, Nodowa gave him no time to react with a second. His transformation was swift and complete. He vanished in a flash, completely corrupted by demonic power. Chen Feng had no choice but to activate the bracelet given to him by Nayali and escape into the space. The power of space is unleashed instantly. This time, he used the bracelet's most powerful instant escape technique, which could draw people into the space the instant it appeared. And when the dust and wind escape into it, where he had been standing, a demon, its claws striking empty air, glared angrily and roared to the sky. "Fuck you. Get out here." Nodowa roared, carrying boundless power, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the dust and wind hidden in the space could faintly hear this guy's roar through the space, which was truly terrifying. Through the unique, see-through properties of the Nayali space, he observed the development of the situation outside the battlefield from a safe area. And suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek. A scratch appeared, and bright red blood slowly slid down his cheek. That was the attack that Nodowa had just left behind. I didn't expect that even though my reaction speed is so fast, he still managed to scratch me. That guy is probably planning to fight me to the death, no matter what. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his strength to improve again in such a short period of time. Chen Feng continued to observe the outside world from within the space, wiping the blood from his face as he analyzed the current situation. Previously, this guy was already at the peak of the commander level, but now that he's entered berserk mode, his strength has reached an even higher level. Wouldn't that mean? Has his current strength reached the level of a commander? King level. The thought itself was truly frightening. Chen Feng frowned, realizing that what he had just dodged was very likely a fatal blow from a king-level expert. An attack of this level would probably be too much for any other Grandmaster-level lord to react to, except for himself. If Nodowa were to tear your head apart with a single claw, it would surely be shattered into pieces. Given his current strength, it would be easy to suffer a loss if one chose to confront him head-on. So, now, Chen Feng had no choice but to wait and see, not wanting to leave the space immediately and confront this crazed guy head-on. Even heroes need to be pragmatic. Going into a duel without distinguishing right from wrong and ending up dead, isn't that just plain stupid? And at this time, Chen Feng also discovered clues through careful observation. Notoya, that guy. The more he couldn't find himself, the more anxious he became. It seems that they are very careful about their sense of time. This fully illustrates. His current berserk state has a time limit. If the time comes, he may enter a state of prolonged weakness, loss of combat power, or even death. This person is fighting with the very essence of life, clearly showing a willingness to risk everything. It seems he was really terrified by my sword energy, hence his desperate efforts. Right now, it seems that all I need to do is stay in the space and quietly wait for this guy to run out of energy to win. But that's not my style. If I hide in the shadows, wouldn't I be considered a coward? Dust and Wind spoke quietly. He pondered. Is there any way to make myself stronger so that I can have a final showdown with that demon from the outside world and make it die in complete submission? What a coincidence. I was only halfway through thinking about it. Chen Feng felt his power expanding continuously, and he suddenly broke through the bottleneck, reaching another realm. He made a breakthrough at the last moment. Breakthrough to the early stage of the commander level. Feeling the changes in his body, he was pleasantly surprised. Unexpected. It is truly gratifying to be able to further enhance one's strength at such a crucial moment. This must be the result of Lily and her friends' hard work in the Tower of Trials. At first, when I was heading to the final instance of the Dark Realm, several troop types were also dispatched to the Tower of Trials for a bloody battle. Now, the effect has finally appeared. As the various troop types upgrade, they also share their experience with themselves. And finally, the early stages of his rule arrived. Chen Feng could clearly feel that his power had increased many times over compared to before. Now, I could kill the former Nodowa with a single punch, just like turning sand into dust. But that's not enough. At this moment, Nodowa's strength has also increased dramatically. I am ready to fight now, but there are still risks involved. What he needs to do is minimize the risks. So, he still craved power and hoped to become stronger. Dust and Wind were filled with thoughts. The soul Lotus Laoyuan within her sensed her master's intentions and offered her own plan. Chapter 168 on the verge of collapse. Master, I have a plan that can help you resolve this crisis. Now, Laren transmits her thoughts through telepathy. Upon hearing this, Feng immediately responded. What? Tell me about it. That's right, master. As someone who can summon the dead for you, I also have ways to turn those dead into your immediate combat power. All you need is a container to hold those souls of the dead. Oh, so, these undead can be converted into energy? Yes. In that case, after listening to what Lao Yuan said, Feng seemed to be deep in thought. He was thinking, now that these souls can be converted into energy, so all you need to do is find a container. Theoretically speaking, his body should also be considered a kind of container. But, as it stands now, these souls are being directly absorbed into one's body, which may cause some side effects. Lao Yuan also admitted it. So, the safest way. Now, using the 3 dark orbs given to him by Mona, he will absorb these souls and refine them through the orbs. This approach is feasible. As the master of the fallen angel, Feng knew everything about Mona's dark orb. After completing his idea, he quickly put it into practice. The bracelet given by Naali is activated. The space tunnel unfolds again. Outside, on the battlefield, Nodoa, now transformed into a demon, roared hysterically, wanting Feng to come out of there as soon as possible. Wind, you damned beast, come out here. I'm going to kill you. You coward, you wimp. Do you even deserve to be called my opponent? All they know is how to hide. Come out and face your death. Fuck. Damn it. The shouts were deafening. Nodoa's eyes were bloodshot. His dark brown face was already flushed red. His blood was burning, and the red veins hidden under his skin were faintly visible. Obviously, this guy's life is burning brightly. If this continues, we'll eventually run out of steam. If he was unable to completely extinguish the wind during this period, what awaited him was utter destruction. He will die? If this continues, we'll turn into a handful of dust. But he had no choice. This is his ultimate move. This skill will deplete all of your energy, mental strength, and life essence until everything ends. It cannot be stopped. Although during this period, his strength will reach a terrifying critical point. But after it's over, the body will dissipate on the spot, turning into ashes. How can one survive? Only now, in his prime, can he kill Feng. So, only when his near-certain death did a sliver of hope appear. Because, once Feng dies at his hands, he can attempt to transplant his brain into Feng's body, thus completing the final parasitism. This is the only means of survival he can currently pray for. Although the probability of failure is very high, he has no way out. Only by obtaining Feng's body can he continue to live. So, that's why he's so anxious right now. Come out. Come out. I'm going to kill you. Nodoa continued to roar wildly. He tore through the void with his claw, and the crimson energy that burst forth directly severed the surrounding mountains, even carving out several deep ravines into the earth. Terrifying. But what can be done? No matter how impotent and furious he became, the enemy in front of him never appeared. This caused his mental defenses to collapse on the spot, despite his invincible strength, and he even wanted to pray for the wind to come out and fight him again. Wind, please come out. Please let me kill you. In the very end, under immense pressure, Nodoa still broke down. His body hovered in the air, crying loudly like a helpless child. As a demon, he shouldn't be behaving in such a erratic manner. But the thought of facing death soon, he could no longer suppress his fear and burst into tears. Am I going to die? As the former strongest, the long-standing master of the Dark Domain, he possesses the strongest SSS level unit. He actually died. No. Nodoa sobbed, trying to suppress her emotions. No, that won't do. He needs to calm down. Think about whether there are any other ways to save your life. That coward Feng must have run away. Damn it. I need to find a body to infect first, or I'll die. Nodoa's gums trembled as he looked around, trying to find a lord still alive on this desolate battlefield, to cut off his head and take his body for himself. But, in this desolate area, even the corpses had long been devoured by him. So where would the living come from? This land has long been a living hell, filled with malevolent energy. Even if other lords happened to be passing by, whether nearby or far away, they would have long since fled. Aside from the wind, Nodoa may not be able to find another object to possess and parasitize now. No. Don't do this, I don't want to die. The oppressive aura of a king enveloped the entire battlefield. This man, transformed into a demon, was utterly helpless at this moment. Those who didn't know the situation might have thought he had suffered some great injustice. Nodoa looked down at the earth with a haggard expression. Although he was invincible in combat at this moment, his intelligence was crushed by the wind. That deep-seated despair and helplessness drove him crazy. How could that be? I should have expected that guy to run away. No. Nodowa roared, lowered his proud head, and his crimson eyes began to dim. However, at this time, he suddenly saw it. Below, on the earth, thousands of the dead await their orders. These armies of the underworld did not leave, but remained in place, which ignited a glimmer of hope in his heart. Wait, these things haven't left. Thinking of these undead souls who were the main fighting force of the wind, Nodowa was shocked to realize that the kid hadn't run away at all, but had been hiding in the shadows, spying all along. In this way, he still has a chance to live. Therefore, he, who had been pessimistic just moments before, suddenly broke into a smile, revealing his menacing fangs. Thank goodness you didn't leave. Come out quickly. Nodowa spoke with near madness. But then they discovered. Right before his eyes, the undead army was frantically absorbed by a spatial magnetic field like a black hole, and then they all disappeared. The spirits laughed merrily as they vanished without a trace, creating an incredibly eerie scene. You really were here. Get out here right now. At this moment, having witnessed all of this firsthand, Nodowa quickly realized, with a little thought, who was truly the mastermind behind it all. And he had just finished speaking. A figure immediately appeared from the portal. Chapter 169 Dragon Pearls. The one who came was Qinfeng. At this time, the aura emanating from Qinfeng was so powerful that it defied description. He had just absorbed thousands of undead soldiers into the 3 dark orbs, then converted them into energy within the orbs to continuously replenish himself. Now, through those armies of the undead, he felt that his strength was steadily increasing, and he had vaguely touched the threshold of the mid-stage of the commander level. Our current strength should be enough. He was talking to himself. He looked up at the demon not far away, and his aura spread outwards. In an instant, the 2 extremely powerful auras collided, creating a countercurrent of airflow between them. Nodowa stared at the pressure he had released, only to find that the boy opposite him had actually withstood it. The ecstatic expression on his face suddenly froze. Hiss. What's going on? Why is this guy's aura getting stronger again? Fuck, a mid-level commander. You damned beast. You were indeed hiding your strength earlier. No wonder it's become so difficult for me to kill you. Despicable scoundrel. Even so, you are still doomed. I'm a king-level player. Nodowa roared, his demonic claws transforming into sharp blades as he charged directly towards Qinfeng's location. Remote. Having undergone a transformation in his own strength, Qinfeng was naturally able to see this guy's every move. This demon's speed was once so fast that it was impossible to catch. But, now, as long as Qinfeng keeps a close eye on him, he can no longer hide his presence. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided. Nodowa's several deadly claw strikes were all blocked by the wind, and he was even caught by the wind with his bare hands, which surprised him greatly. He quickly dodged, and reached a safe spot in the distance to look out. Opposite, Feng didn't even draw his weapon. He stood calmly in the air, completely carefree. You think you can block my attack? Aren't you a commander-level officer? Nodowa opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise. He looked into the distance, then looked at his hand that had just been grabbed, feeling like he was dreaming. But Qinfeng simply smiled. Seeing that his opponent had lost his composure, he remained silent. That's right. He is now indeed at the commander level. However, this does not prevent him from defeating enemies of higher ranks. There are soldiers inside my body. Although, Nodowa also has it in his body. But his SSS level Dark Mother Worm is nowhere near as good as his SSSR level Soul Lotus Larun. The Dark Mother Worm can only enhance the host's physical strength, but cannot provide any internal improvement. The Larun within him not only helps him improve his physical strength, but also greatly alters his latent talents. Compared to Nodowa, who is outwardly strong but inwardly weak, Dustwind possesses a powerful SSSR level talent, almost like a military unit. With such a boost to his talent, his own strength will inevitably undergo a complete transformation. Even when facing opponents who are far stronger than him, he remains fearless. So, that's why Dustwind, who was only at the mid-stage of the commander level, or even before that, was able to catch a full-force attack from Nodowa, who was already at the early stage of the king level, with his bare hands. TSK, what a pity, it's still not enough. I twisted my slightly sore arm. Qinfeng said something briefly. Just now, he withstood Nodowa's attack almost unscathed. But Nodowa, who has transformed into a demon, possesses king-level strength that is no joke. He actually withstood that guy's full-force attack. At this moment, Chun Feng's hands were still slightly numb, clearly due to the lingering effects of the lingering force. One can imagine. If next, the guy on the other side continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, then you'll definitely be overwhelmed. It seems we can't confront this person head-on. He drew his holy sword. Dust and wind focused their gaze. Remote. Nodoa's eyes widened, and his body released a scarlet, violent energy. You're pretty tough, kid. I shouldn't have underestimated you. If that's the case, then I will kill them with all my might. And if I could obtain your body at that time, then ha ha ha. He burst into laughter. Two cross-shaped swords also materialized in Nodoa's hands. The blade was entirely crimson, like magma, radiating energy that was awe-inspiring. Die! A roar. He spread his demonic wings, and, pushing himself to the limit, charged toward the dust storm with incredible speed. Seeing that this guy's speed had increased again, and that his eyes could no longer keep up with him, Chen Feng, in desperation, used his domineering aura that he hadn't used in a long time. A powerful shout. Dust Wind emitted an invisible but powerful force field, which startled Nodoa, who was attacking him. Notoya suddenly felt his brain swaying, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, which terrified him. What kind of move is that? There was no time to think. He bit off a small section of his tongue mid-air, mustered his strength, and charged again. Chen Feng watched Notoya recover rapidly and realized that there was indeed a gap in strength between him and Notoya. His domineering aura could not directly knock him unconscious, so he had no choice but to continue fighting. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. The clash between the holy sword of light and the bloodthirsty demon blade echoed across the entire battlefield. Engrossed in the killing spree, Nodoa's eyes turned red, and he targeted his opponent's vital points every time. And the dust and wind, too, were no longer negligent at this time. The two armies clashed, sparks flying. In the blink of an eye. Despite the pressure, the dust storm did not retreat an inch. Although now he is able to confront strong enemies head-on. However, Nodoa's strength still prevented him from gaining an advantage in the duel, leaving him in a passive defensive posture. Hateful. You piece of trash, all you know is defense. Go to hell. Nodoa's anger rose as he saw that every one of his deadly attacks was blocked by the cunning wind. How could a powerful expert who has reached the king level be repeatedly blocked by a commander level guy? Moreover, the opponent was not at the peak of the commander level, but just a young upstart who had barely reached the mid-stage of the commander level. Die! Die! Go to hell! Boom, boom, boom dash. Swords clashed. The holy sword of light in Chun Feng's hand hummed loudly as it was struck. If this item were not the top-tier divine weapon that accompanied Kyle's birth, by now, they would probably have been reduced to dust by that guy Nodoa and wiped out on the spot. This cannot continue. I need to become stronger. Just a little bit short. I can retaliate immediately. Chen Feng thought to himself. At present, his strength is still insufficient. Further progress is needed. Just one step. He can then switch from offense to defense. Lily is also working hard to level up. But now, the situation in the dungeon battlefield changes too quickly. Even if your own troops kill monsters at lightning speed, the experience won't be shared with you in time. What should I do? Chen Feng stared intently at Notoya, constantly brandishing his sword and racking his brains for a solution. Just then, he saw it. On the front of Nodoa's chest were 9 small beads that resembled Dragon Balls, partially exposed. Each of these beads was once the head of one of the 10 presidents of the United States. Chen Feng recognized one of the faces on the spot. That was Sothos. Their own troops had broken Sothos's mask and seen his true face when they fought him. Unexpectedly, these dead people still reside within Nodoa's body, maintaining a symbiotic relationship with him. And dust and wind also discovered. Among these spheres, the souls of those association presidents seemed to still exist. Discover this. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. As he used the holy sword of light to deflect Nodoa's attack, the dark orb at the top of his head suddenly opened, swiftly tearing out the soul belonging to Sothos from Nodoa's body. Chapter 170, The Pure White Demon. Souls were torn apart, shackles were broken, and countless souls broke free along with Sothos's pull. Dust Wind Heavenly Eye unleashed a dark and evil light. After withstanding Nodoa's attack, he quickly withdrew his holy sword and opened a spatial tunnel to leave the battlefield. Only after retreating to a distance did he reappear, gazing at the land of countless dead souls, and reaching out to draw them into the dark orb in his hand. These souls, led by Sothos, all surged toward his palm, merging into the orb and becoming the source of new life. Looking at the continuous influx of new energy into his body, Chen Feng was overjoyed. Excellent, just as I predicted. His words, spoken with a smile, naturally aroused fear and utter confusion in Notoya across from him. How could this be? The Nodowa were dumbfounded as they stared at the Dragon Ball on their chest that had already dimmed. That is a symbol of Sothos becoming one with himself. Now, Sothos's head had become dull and lost its luster, which meant that the power that belonged to Sothos had been taken away by that guy Feng. Due to special circumstances, his parasitic mother worm gains so much power from devouring other lords that it divides that power into 9 parts. These 9 parts of power have now been entrusted to the 9 Congress leaders of the former American country for safekeeping. When he needs to use this energy, he can extract it directly from these heads that are being kept in his place. Now, he was engaged in a final battle with the wind, and his body was constantly mobilizing the energy contained within his 9 heads. But I never expected it. Suddenly, Feng pulled a very cunning and insidious trick, extracting the souls of all the lords from that head, including Sothos, causing one of his 9 Dragon Balls to dim. In an instant, Nodowa then felt a portion of his power draining away. At present, in the early stages of becoming a king, his strength began to show signs of instability. That's not all. He then discovered, within that originally dim bead, a large amount of the Lord's energy, having lost the control of his soul, began to go berserk. What followed was the breaking of the bead. The power that Nodowa had been perfectly controlling gradually became unbalanced, and it collapsed like a dam bursting. This energy quickly rushed into his heart, causing him to feel a piercing pain. Being powerful is certainly a good thing. However, an imbalance of power can lead to more harm than good. Notoya clutched his chest. He knew, if a portion of one's energy goes out of control, then the time it takes to maintain this peak state will be shortened. He was in a hurry. This strange move by the wind terrified him. This kid seems to really be able to control the dead. He deliberately kept his distance from the wind, thinking that he couldn't let this kid get close to him again. Just now, it must have been because I was too close to this guy that he succeeded. On the other side, having tasted the sweetness of success, Chen Feng was naturally not going to let go of this piece of fat meat in front of him. His strength has now been further enhanced because he has devoured a large number of the dead souls within Nodowa's body. Mid-stage commander level achieved. If I had known this would happen, why would I have wasted my time arguing with you? Give it to me. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng unleashed a dark orb, activating the power of soul devouring once more. The orbs of fallen angels were born for such occasions. Therefore, when it comes to absorbing souls, Nodowa's approval is not needed at all. Ouch! That hurts. You brat, what are you doing? Seeing that another Dragon Ball on his chest had dimmed, Nodowa became enraged. A large number of souls escaped from the body. These are the souls of the lords who were once devoured. Now, their separation from Nodowa caused the former's foundation to remain unstable, and its king-level strength continued to decline. Then, until the drained Dragon Ball shattered, Nodowa went mad once again. With 2 energies spiraling out of control, he had no mind to deal with his opponent. He needed to find a way to deal with his internal ailments first. Chen Feng absorbed another wave of abundant souls, and his strength continued to rise. Looking at Notoya, who was already overwhelmed and whose strength was gradually declining, he felt no pity. Your weaknesses are too obvious. Call out dash. With a flick of the wrist, a dark ray shot out from the dust. The ray pierced through Nodowa's chest on the spot, shattering one of his Dragon Balls once again, leaving him in a sorry state and in great pain. Now, Notoya has become a target, completely at the mercy of others. Dust Wind, on the other hand, ruthlessly harvested the souls on his body, his expression cold. No, this is not fair. You're a despicable person. You beast. Nodowa roared. He stared at his collapsing body, his mind going mad as well. He didn't want to be defeated so miserably by the person he hated. He is the king of the Dark Realm. He won't allow that. I am the king. The king cannot be humiliated. Fuck. A roar. Nodowa has gone completely mad. He risked everything, abandoned all hope, and entrusted his life entirely, intending to commit suicide against the wind. Only saw, at this moment, he forcibly detonated all the remaining Dragon Balls in his chest. A massive outflow of energy, surging uncontrollably and wildly. Nodowa was completely unable to control this level of energy. His brain lost its self-awareness under the impact, and he became a truly uncontrollable demon. Buzz dash. Buzz dash. Energy is surging. Then, his body exploded completely, becoming a pure, chaotic energy body. A body that retained the appearance of a demon, yet radiated pure white energy, was born. This body, constructed from pure energy, no longer belongs to the control of any living being. It has no self-awareness and exists purely for destruction. Chen Feng was horrified to see that No Toya had chosen this way to end his life and was willing to do anything to kill him. But, despite his astonishment, he didn't forget to quickly absorb the wandering souls to enhance his strength. Thousands of souls gathered, and the dust and wind seemed to descend like a king. His strength has finally reached the late stage of the commander level. Just then, that pure energy body has also completed its transformation. When it turned around and looked in the direction where Chen Feng was, Chen Feng felt an endless killing intent spreading. But, I'm not someone to be trifled with anymore. There were a large number of souls that had been extracted from Nodoa. His strength has reached a new level. Now, faced with this unconscious energy body, Chen Feng even felt that he could defeat them head-on. In an instant, in the brief moment of contemplation, that guy on the other side has already made his move. Chapter 171, The Second Day of the Barrier. Dust and wind reacted swiftly. The holy sword appeared in his hand, and his figure vanished from the spot. Bang 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 dash. Intense collisions echoed across the battlefield, their sounds rising and falling in waves. Two enormous energies interacted, but no one could be seen clashing within them, because the speeds at both ends are too rapid. So, at this moment, only endless ripples of energy and fleeting afterimages filled the air. As Chen Feng brandished his holy sword, creating numerous illusions, a smile appeared on his lips, and he felt excited. He seemed to have never experienced such an exhilarating battle before. Although, the opponent's strength is still the same as Nodoa's before, at the early stage of the king level, or even stronger. But with my current strength, I can still handle it with ease. This feeling of being evenly matched with strong opponents greatly benefited him in battle. That was awesome. Kill to your heart's content. The dust and wind know. The opponent was merely an energy entity without self-awareness, driven purely by instinctive bloodlust, so every attack it launched was extremely sharp. Under this offensive, he can achieve a significant improvement in his combat skills. So, this is why he felt so exhilarated in the battle. The enemy in front of him may seem like an enemy, but in his eyes he is both a teacher and a friend. It is teaching me combat skills I never knew before, a priceless treasure. As a combat novice with little practical experience, he was able to absorb many pure and ultimate attack techniques in this duel, which left a deep impression on him. Even though Chen Feng was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely from those extreme attacks in the early stages of the fight, he was happy with it. That's wonderful. He could feel himself constantly taking the opponent's moves and then unleashing them again. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Gradually, his offensive became increasingly fierce as his combat skills grew more and more refined. He stopped being hit by the opponent's attacks and stopped getting hurt. He became more and more relaxed and at ease until finally he had a smug expression and even launched a counterattack. He's about to begin. One sword, one flick, one slash, one vertical strike. Sword intent flows freely, traversing the battlefield. Chen Fengqing surpassed his predecessors and began to overwhelm his opponents with his killing spree, leaving them caught off guard. The energy bodies of a king in their early stages gradually became vulnerable in his presence. Very good. Continue. Chen Feng was still excitedly waving his sword. He had the upper hand, but suddenly felt pity and didn't want to kill the enemy in front of him immediately. That would be premature and a pity. He also wanted to learn more pure offensive techniques from this guy. He needs more. Is there anything else? Do you have any more? More. Not enough. The holy sword was wielded, and the opponent could not withstand it, being hit in vital points time and time again, but Chen Feng allowed him to escape each time. At last, Chen Feng even had to deliberately suppress his own offensive, instead giving the enemy in front of him an opportunity to try to attack him. Pity. A short while later, the energy body was completely exhausted and could no longer unleash its peak power, thus losing its value. Pity. A sigh. So be it. With a single swing of his sword, Chen Feng utterly ended this decaying life, bringing an end to everything concerning Nodoa. That concludes the discussion. The great battle has finally ended, and the story is drawing to a close. He won. Is it over yet? Gazing at the pure white ripples dissipating in the sky, Chen Feng took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. He seemed to have completed a long journey, and appeared somewhat tired at the moment of its end. The bleeding wounds on his body had now dried. It seems like it's time to relax a bit. But, he knew, all the toil is far from over. This is just the first level of the Dark Domain instance so far. The second stage hasn't even started yet. How can he let his guard down at this time? I just didn't expect that I would completely defeat the first challenge in Nodoa. I thought we would meet at the summit and fight to the death. It seems that reality doesn't always follow the script. After saying this, Chen Feng looked up at the sky. The sky remained as dark and gloomy as before, only now it carried an added sense of desolation. Lonely, lonely, lonely. This sense of desolation can only be brought about after a large number of lords have died. No way. In this cruel world, the fault lies not with people, but with God who sets all the rules. Dustwind had to keep going. He had no other choice. At this moment, it seems that the number of people has decreased to a certain level. A notification appeared in everyone's virtual panel. On the other side, the surviving lords of the small kingdoms were all incredulous when they saw that the conditions for triggering the second level had been met. What? The second level has begun? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't we small countries be the sacrifices? How did we even make it to the second level alive? That's incredible. The lords of these small countries were all discussing the matter in their hiding places, unable to believe what they were seeing. Upon arriving in the instance and learning the rules, they hurriedly found a seemingly safe place to hide. Joke. If they were to fight against major powers, they would surely face certain death. All they can hope for is to wait for other countries to kill each other, thus securing their own chance of survival. This is truly unexpected. Now, they've finally gotten their chance. They actually passed the first level without losing a single member of their own camp? They would find it hard to believe unless it actually happened. So, these small country lords can only speculate about the reasons behind this current situation. Could it be because all those powerful vassal states have been destroyed? Only when all the lordships with thousands of lords disappear will we have any chance of making it to the second level. So you mean our Sunset Kingdom? Inside a remote mountain cave, Elizabeth was discussing current affairs with a tall and slender female general. As the queen of Sunset Kingdom, she shouldn't have participated in this dungeon battle. But, in the end, she chose to secretly enter the instance without everyone's knowledge. The valiant female general beside her was her most loyal subordinate. Now, the two secretly infiltrated the Dark Domain instance without the knowledge of anyone in their country, and there was a reason for it. However, at present, their plans have been completely disrupted by the current situation. Our Sunset Kingdom, could it be entirely? Elizabeth, still a young girl, asked the female general beside her a question. The woman nodded slightly and said, pursing her lips, "Your Majesty, according to the latest news." According to eyewitnesses, this unexpected turn of events was initiated by the Russian and Indian states, and other countries joined in the process, but it is still unknown which countries they are. Finally, the battlefield returned to calm, the war ended, and it seemed that everyone was dead. A bold lord wandered around the area and discovered that this was not the case. There was a person who flew from the battlefield sky into the distance, and it seems that the lord's name is Feng. Chapter 172, the greatest emperor of all time. Feng, you mean? Elizabeth was very surprised. Upon hearing the name, the girl instinctively felt a surge of excitement. She was glad to hear that he was still alive, as he was her ally. But, when she realized that the wind had appeared on that battlefield, the excited expression on her face immediately disappeared. Was he from that battlefield? Yes, Your Majesty. The female general standing to the side respectfully agreed, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. Our Sunset Army may very well have participated in that war, but now it has been completely wiped out. You mean, the wind? How is that possible? The queen listened to the general's words with disbelief. The general's intention was self-evident. She was implying to herself, it is highly likely that Feng was the last survivor of this war. It is also very possible that he is the culprit. But, is this possible? The Sunset Nation plus the Tank Nation plus the Bear Nation. How could he, a mere lord of the Dragon Kingdom, possibly withstand a battle involving nearly 10,000 people? This is simply unbelievable. No, it won't. He probably won't break ties with me, and besides, he shouldn't have the power to do so. This is terrifying. Elizabeth clasped her hands together, gazing anxiously at the entrance to the cave where they were, as if in prayer. Seeing this, the female general beside him shook her head and sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, you are still too young, and do not know the dangers of the world. Now, the closest thing to the truth is right before our eyes, and we have no choice but to believe it. That Gai Feng is probably more than we think. But how could this be? This is something humans are not capable of doing. The two were talking inside the cave when the rules for the dungeon level on the virtual panel finally finished loading. On the other side, dust and wind flew on swords, traversing the battlefield and soaring into the distance. He could now sense a faint aura of a lord below, so he went to investigate. Now that he can directly find out the lord's country in the instance, finding his enemies is quite easy. He killed those who had spoken disrespectfully to the Dragon Kingdom. As for the authors who did not express their opinions, Qin Feng chose to let them go and let them fend for themselves. But his plan hadn't been in place for long when the second level of the dungeon opened. A tribute to all the surviving warriors of the Dark Realm. Now, you have passed the first test of killing. Now, even more arduous challenges await you. Go and explore. The path to becoming the Lord of the Dark Realm is destined to be filled with bloodshed, but this is also your choice. The news has spread. Qin Feng glanced at it, feeling nothing. Is killing really a choice we made ourselves? Thinking about it. Soon, a bright light emanated from his body, and he and the other surviving lords vanished from the spot. But when I opened my eyes, everything had changed dramatically. This is a spacious arena with only one stone-built platform. The area around the arena was completely empty. After a long time, the scene finally appeared. This is a world surrounded by ancient palaces. The surrounding buildings, amidst the dust and wind, were a feast for the eyes, yet they all felt strangely familiar. He felt that he had seen these buildings somewhere before, but they also seemed very unfamiliar. And at this time, a new message has arrived on the virtual panel. Here are the specific details for the second level. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second level of the dungeon. Here, you will face the original inhabitants of the Dark Domain and launch an attack against them. Although they do not actually exist, they can still take your lives. Tip: the more bosses you kill in the previous level, the more difficult the second level will be, and you may even have to carry the entire team alone. I wish you all a long and healthy life. That concludes the explanation of the rules. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. This second challenge requires you to fight against the former inhabitants of the Dark Domain. This means, aside from these newly arrived lords, other forces existed in the Dark Domain long ago. So, where are these people now? Are they still in the Dark Domain? Thinking to myself, the dust and wind were clueless. But this is not the main problem right now. The description of the second level of the dungeon states that the more enemies you kill in the first level, the more severe the challenge you will face in the second level. Isn't this obviously targeting me? Apart from myself, the lords who came to the second level were all from small countries. They spent almost the entire first stage hiding and did not participate in the fighting. In this way, the crisis of the second stage will all fall on our side, won't it? Is this instance of yours targeting me? Qin Feng snorted coldly, displeased but helpless. Not long after, on the arena, the sound of trampling earth grew louder as it approached. A towering figure appeared, leading a massive army that descended with overwhelming force. Looking at the army slowly materializing from the sky, Qin Feng sensed something was wrong after just one glance. Oh no, there are so many. He frowned, wondering what kind of army was standing before him. A sea of people. Is this about facing it all alone? Thinking about it, the figures of those armies solidified and began to take on concrete forms. A large army dressed in ancient armor, wielding various weapons, descended together around a giant chariot pulled by 9 dragons, displaying unparalleled majesty. Just by looking at it, Qin Feng could sense that the object being pulled by the 9 dragons must contain some mystery. And this is the scene now. In addition, there are the ancient palace buildings surrounding the arena. Qin Feng finally remembered why this familiar feeling existed. Wait, what's this? From ancient China? He finished speaking, his eyes filled with shock. Everything was too similar to the descriptions in the history books I had read. Soldiers in ancient armor, an immersive royal palace, and the 9-dragon palanquin, a symbol of imperial power. Could it be that I have traveled back in time to a certain dynasty in ancient times? Wrong. Right now, he's in the Dark Domain and the entire ancient desolate continent. Rather, it's more accurate to say that this is a monarch from some dynasty who has descended into this world. He, or they, are those lords who once resided in the Dark Realm, as described in the dungeon rules. Thinking of this, dust rose in the wind. Exactly. Directly ahead. When all the armies had arrived, the mysterious sedan chair atop the 9 dragons had its beaded curtain drawn back, revealing a powerful and imposing figure stepping out. The moment Qin Feng caught a glimpse of this person's face, his mindset underwent a tremendous change. His brows furrowed, and he subconsciously uttered the other person's name. This, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of all time. Chapter 173 Past Glory. Wait, Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng. Looking at this face that only existed in history books, Qin Feng was momentarily incredulous. To be honest, her appearance is quite different from that in the book. Before him stood Ingzheng, a man of imposing stature, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing an extraordinary appearance and the bearing of a great emperor. If it weren't for the fact that the first emperor had his own name on his head, Qin Feng might not have recognized him at first glance. On the other side, the first emperor, whose power was overwhelming, looked down at the people on the arena below, feeling quite annoyed. How dare you, a reckless fool, address me by my name? Kneel down. With a furious roar, his royal aura surged forth. Qin Feng frowned, but his body remained unmoved. Upon witnessing this scene, the first emperor became even more enraged. But he paused for a moment after seeing the nickname above the boy's head. From the Dragon Country? Wait, you're from China too? Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng, became suspicious. He looked down at the boy, and his attitude suddenly softened considerably. On the other side, Qin Feng had thought that an inevitable battle was about to begin, and he was prepared to fight to the death, but he was stunned by this question. What the hell? He was puzzled. So be it. Qin Feng had no choice but to suppress his displeasure for the time being, and said with a hint of impatience. Yes, that's me, so what? I come from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. I've finally met the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the young man speak, the first emperor was extremely excited. I ask you, when exactly did the Dragon Kingdom come into existence? I, the great emperor of all time, founded the Qin Empire, the first in the world, which has been passed down through generations. Why then has a Dragon Kingdom appeared? What exactly is the Dragon Kingdom, and why does it bear this name above my head? I am the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. How can I bear the name of another country? This is an insult to me. Qin Emperor Ingzheng roared and pointed to the top of his head. Qin Feng glanced over and found that it was indeed the case. Above Ingzheng's head, the inscription at this moment is not Great Qin Empire, but Dragon Kingdom. This made him, as an observer, want to laugh. But he held it in. Cough. The Qin dynasty perished thousands of years ago. Since you died. While the first emperor was bewildered, Qin Feng spoke calmly, his tone undisturbed. However, his words provoked extreme dissatisfaction from the other party. Presumptuous. To say that my Qin state is destroyed? That's utterly twisting the truth. The great Qin dynasty is protected by the ancestral dragon vein, ensuring its immortality for 10,000 years and its eternal existence. The empire I have created will rule the world 1,000 years from now. My people will support the Qin dynasty for generations to come, and its prosperity will endure forever. Even after my death, it will remain the same. Moreover, my death was merely an accident. However, by then, I had already entrusted a letter to my sewer, and he would take care of everything. Now I can rest assured that I have come into this world. But now you're saying that the Qin Empire has already been destroyed. That's absolutely impossible. The first emperor grew angrier as he spoke, but his voice gradually weakened. As Qin Feng watched, he felt a sense of sorrow at the scene before him, and spoke, completely shattering Ingzheng's illusions. If the Qin dynasty had not fallen, how could I have appeared? Besides, isn't the prominent Dragon Kingdom sign above your head enough to shatter that false illusion? You are no longer the ruler of a country. How dare you? Seeing his 1,000-year imperial dream shattered, the first emperor could no longer suppress the grief and anger in his heart. Qin Feng had been telling the truth all along, but he never expected that Ingzheng would remain so stubborn, which made him very unhappy. Although, the person before me is a very famous emperor in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. But, now that the two sides are facing each other with weapons, and are enemies, there is no question of sitting down to drink and talk. If you want war, then let's fight. I don't have time to waste on your nonsense. Bring it on. The holy sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand, his inner potential erupted, and his fighting spirit soared. The first emperor was filled with sorrow, and was still immersed in the fact that his empire had long since perished, unable to come to his senses for a moment. Oh well, boy, do you know what happened after the Qin dynasty was destroyed? I really want to know. Now, the first emperor's attitude towards the boy suddenly became more restrained. Perhaps after realizing that what he was so proud of no longer existed, his domineering aura faltered slightly. When the first emperor chose to come into this world, he was also summoned by a mysterious force. At that time, he traveled all over the country, searching desperately for an elixir of immortality that could grant him eternal life, but he never found it. At last, on the day when he was plagued by illness and nearing his end, a miraculous ray of dawn brought him into this world. He was reborn from this point on. Reborn on this continent, he displays his talents, conquers countless races, and continues to live like an emperor. But actually, over the years, what he cherishes most is his most prized masterpiece, the Qin Empire. During his time in the other world, he constantly thought of the great Qin dynasty and longed to receive any news about it. But this expectation ultimately brought endless blows. Now, this young man, who shared the same Dragon Kingdom label as himself, spoke of the grand scheme of things 1,000 years later, which deeply moved him. Although this young man is arrogant, his words do not seem to be false. The first emperor knew that he and this man were of the same clan, so he had mixed feelings. Having been in this strange world for so long, he was actually quite excited to see his compatriots again. The reason he rebuked the boy earlier was because the boy was an emperor and his status was different, which led to his arrogance. Generally speaking, anyone who dared to speak to him like that would have been beheaded on the spot. But the Qin Empire collapsed. So, even if the other party is of the same race, they are not one's own people. He no longer seemed to have the authority to behead him. Moreover, he still needs this young man to tell him more about the aftermath of the Qin dynasty. He wanted to know more. This boy is not only unable to kill himself, but also cannot be killed by him. Finally, after pondering for a moment, the first emperor smiled helplessly. Young man, perhaps we can talk. You are the first person who has made me unable to bring myself to kill you. Dust wind, ? At this time, the holy sword is in hand. Chen Feng looked at Qin Shi Huang Yingzhong, who had come with a fierce momentum, but suddenly changed his expression and was puzzled. What is this person doing? Isn't he the enemy in the second level? Why does it feel like they're negotiating with me now? Huh? Are you kidding me? Chen Feng was stunned. Seeing that the other party really didn't make a move, he was also being polite and didn't plan to attack first. Listen, kid. I am not an absolute tyrant. I am relatively reasonable. At this moment, Yingzhong revealed his true feelings and stood with his hands behind his back. Look at you. You are all alone now, facing my vast and elite army. How can you possibly defeat them? Let's make a bet. I have dispatched my own 9 purple gold dragons to deal with you alone. If you win, I will answer any questions you may have. But if I win, you will answer all my questions truthfully. Chapter 174, Purple Gold True Dragon. This. After listening to Yingzhang's speech, Chen Feng pondered deeply. What's the meaning? Do you expect me to fight against 9 purple gold dragons, all by myself? Is this reasonable? Are you sure you're not just blatantly trying to make me lose? Oh well, never mind. Anyway, the fact that the king of Qin didn't send out his entire army can be considered a good thing in a way. Okay, let's do it your way. After thinking it over, the dust and wind were cold, the holy sword in his hand shone brightly, and he moved as swiftly as a shadow. The king of Qin was slightly surprised that this young man dared to make a move, but he also showed admiration and said, "Very good, no one objects. You've got guts. But do you really think you can defeat my purple gold true dragon? You're being far too naive." Superior. At a command, Yingzhang's 9 purple gold dragons broke free from the shackles of the sedan chair and charged straight over. Chen Feng no longer concealed his strength, unleashing his full power and displaying the aura of a late-stage commander. The king of Qin was slightly surprised to sense this aura, but his expression quickly returned to normal. In the center of the arena, the two sides got into a full-blown fight, and the scene was intense. The purple gold dragon coiled around Chen Feng, enveloping him, leaving him with no way to escape. The dragon's breath scorched his body, making him feel as if he were in hell, causing him immense pain. The true martial god Fengxian set could not withstand the scorching flames of the true dragon and cracked open on its own, being destroyed on the spot. Feeling the armor crumble, Chen Feng felt a sharp pain as the flames began to engulf his body with even greater ferocity. He held on, refusing to utter a single word of pain, determined not to surrender. But the process of his skin gradually turning from red to charred black was so agonizing that it drove him crazy. These purple gold dragons are all king level in strength, terrifying beyond belief. Above, Ingzheng frowned as he gazed at the boy engulfed in the sea of fire and said softly, "Is this level of attack not enough? Although we both bear the name of the Dragon Kingdom, if your strength is only SOSO, I cannot acknowledge you. Are you dead? Why aren't you saying anything?" The King of Qin was speaking, but then he noticed a sudden change in the sea of fire below and stopped talking. At this moment, the arena is surrounded by 9 dragons. Dust and wind frantically absorb the raging flames spewed out by the purple gold dragon, taking them into their bodies. And his body, which had been charred black, was no longer harmed. New skin grew out, covered with dragon scales, like a fiery red lotus. What's going on? The change was sudden. At this moment, Ingzheng was utterly shocked and had no idea what had happened. His own purple gold dragon's flames were being consumed. "Hey, what are you doing?" More and more dragons were inexplicably disappearing, their breath seemingly coming from their mouths. The King of Qin was now truly certain. His attack was indeed swallowed up by that kid. Originally, he was still thinking, if this kid really can't hold on any longer, I'll stop. He still had something to ask. But this person is not only alive and well now, but also, it even devoured its own skills. "Boy, are you devouring my true dragon flames? Are you crazy? Once my true dragon flame enters your body, you will surely die." That's not right. What's going on? Purple gold true dragon, retreat. At this time, seeing its own dragon, it seemed to be giving experience points to the other side. Ingzheng quickly shut up and ordered his troops to retreat, withdrawing their attack. Center of the ring. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. He now resembled the dragon ancestor descending to earth, covered in crimson dragon scales, his eyes blazing like torches. He absorbed all the flames from the purple gold true dragon, which further enhanced his strength. That's right. Just now, he was absorbing those flames, just as the King of Qin had predicted. Then, just as he was suffering terribly from being burned by the flames, suddenly, his consciousness wavered, allowing the flames to invade his body. This startled Chen Feng. "I've been trying to resist, just to keep the flames from entering my body, but," thinking about it, he felt that something might really have happened to him. But suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. The flames that had invaded his body did not cause any real damage to his internal organs. In fact, they were being absorbed by something within his body. And this thing was the magic core that Lily had given him back then. This core, which is Lily's precious treasure, unexpectedly plays a huge role at this moment. The core absorbed all the originally blazing dragon flames, and then transformed them into energy that Chen Feng could use at will. And as more and more energy is absorbed, Chen Feng's strength is also increasing at a terrifying rate. He is constantly growing stronger by relying on the enemy's attacks. This is unprecedented. Not long after, relying on the power of the purple gold true dragon, not only did his charred skin fully recover, it even grew dragon scales, a feature unique to dragons, which shone brightly. Unbelievable. And it's all thanks to the treasure that Lily gave me back then. Without this core hidden in Chen Feng's heart, he might really have met with an accident here. Now, all is well, and all threats have been eliminated. Chen Feng stood on the arena, looking at the 9 true dragons staring intently at him, and smiled inwardly. "Honestly, it's truly shameless of you to use military units to attack me. However, it seems that's all there is to it. You little brat." Upon hearing this, Ingzheng initially felt guilty, then became furious. He did indeed propose an unequal contest. But this is also due to his pride. What if we only send out 1 purple gold dragon and lose? How could someone of his status and position be defeated by some unknown brat? The king is invincible. The king is invincible. Kid, you have no right to negotiate with me. And besides, this was your own choice. The outcome is still undecided. Ingzheng gave the order. The purple gold true dragon continues its attack. This time, the 9 true dragons transformed directly into raging flames, with golden and purple firelight reflecting off each other, creating a scene of unparalleled dominance. And gazing at the ever-changing true dragon, this time, Chen Feng no longer had a solemn expression, but was all smiles. He knew. Now, no matter how these things change, they can no longer harm their own bodies in the slightest. As the ancestral dragon, Lily possesses a magical core that can counter all dragon-related skills. Fire attribute skills, on the other hand, transcend all other attributes and can perfectly counter them. Even if the opponent's 9 purple gold dragons are all at or above the early stage of the king realm. Even so, it still couldn't escape Lily's absolute restraint as the ancestral dragon. That's a bloodline suppression that can almost ignore strength. It's completely unreasonable. So, when the purple gold dragon, transformed into raging flames, attacked him, Dust and Wind scoffed, activating Hungry Tiger pouncing on its prey mode, seizing an attacking dragon and giving it a good thrashing. He stopped acting and started eating. Opposite, Ing Zheng was dumbfounded when he saw his precious dragons being devoured by the boy in front of him. What are you doing? Hey kid, what are you doing? Stop right now. I command you to stop. Seeing that the purple gold true dragon, who was in the early stage of kingship, was being eaten beyond recognition, and that the other true dragons were helpless against that kid, Ing Zheng was devastated. However, what truly devastated him was yet to come. At this moment, as the boy chewed the dragon meat in his mouth, he couldn't help but say, the taste is passable, but edible. Chapter 175 The Emperor bows his head, dark past events. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng felt a deep sense of unease and bitterness. He's furious right now, but the kid in front of me is actually quite capable. If this continues, I'm bound to lose. A unit type that can defeat itself across ranks, and in this way at that. Ing Zheng offered himself up. Since arriving in this world, he had never seen such a powerful lord. He once thought that, at the same level of strength, he was invincible except for those few old guys. But, until he saw the boy in front of him, his mind changed. This person is the strongest lord of the same level that he has ever seen. There is none other than this. He has surpassed his former self. Although, Ing Zheng was not very willing to say that. I don't really want to admit it. But that's just how it is. This kid, it can be said that he has surpassed himself, as well as those old guys who have been fighting against him all along. This young man is so powerful that, as a lord, he can fight against his own 9 purple gold dragons single-handedly. This is the true symbol of strength. Sigh, never mind. Consider yourself cleared, kid. Now stop tearing at my purple gold true dragon. At this time, seeing that the situation was hopeless, Ing Zheng bit his lip and quickly spoke. Just as Qin Feng was about to devour a true dragon to nourish his body, he saw that the king of Qin suddenly wanted to surrender, and looked up and laughed. Huh? What did you say? If you're going to admit defeat, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. ABA. He finished speaking. Dust Wind grabbed the real dragon and continued eating. Soon, he had devoured a real dragon completely. Seeing this, the other 8 dragons dared not step forward, staring at their enemy as if they had seen a ghost. Ing Zheng stared at it, his heart filled with despair. He was secretly furious. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Can't you give him some face? As your senior and fellow clansman, why are you so disrespectful? Do you only feel satisfied when I say I'm surrendering? I warn you, don't get too out of line. Stop, for my sake. I will stop if you surrender. Ing Zheng had just spoken. Dust Wind immediately retorted. Boy, I've already approved of you. That's enough. What did you say? I didn't expect you to be so strong. I am indeed very strong. Get to the point. You come from the Dragon Kingdom, and so do I. No, I come from the Qin state. What are you talking about? What's the point? Okay, fine. I am no match for you. At this moment, Ing Zheng finally uttered the words he least wanted to say in a very awkward tone. But after he finished speaking, he felt a great weight lifted from his heart, and he felt very relieved. What happened? He seemed slightly puzzled. Perhaps it's because the young man in front of me is also from China? Thinking of this, Ing Zheng felt quite awkward about it. The words, Dragon Kingdom, that they proclaimed themselves no longer seemed so hateful. This kid's talent is terrifying, even more so than that of many of the old guys in the military. I can't even imagine it. This kid's unit is incredibly powerful. And if I could get this boy's help. So, in the divine realm, is it possible? Thinking about it, Ing Zheng suddenly felt that his act of admitting defeat just now was, well, acceptable? One side, seeing that the king of Qin had admitted defeat, Qin Feng finally stopped. TSK, I won. As agreed, you should tell me everything I want to know. He spoke. Looking at the other person's expression, he was solemn. Actually, Qin Feng hadn't expected this. I am now able to converse with my enemy in this way. Isn't this a dungeon? Shouldn't all enemies in a dungeon be completely defeated? Perhaps it's a coincidence that the other party is the king of Qin? Theoretically speaking, the two are from the same place. So, by sheer coincidence, the two sides shook hands and made peace? It's unclear whether this situation is due to the dungeon's arrangement or an unexpected incident. In summary, at this moment, Chen Feng had many questions he wanted to ask. For example, is the king of Qin before me real or fake? How exactly did he come into this world? Is he in the instance now? Or somewhere else? Besides the king of Qin, were there any other monarchs from different dynasties who also came to this world? After all, in the long history of China, Qin was not the only dynasty. Ing Zheng himself fantasized about unifying the world for all ages, but Chen Feng was not confused. He had read history books. That's not how it's written in the book. A little while later, dust and wind gather my thoughts. Because all the things he wanted to say were piled up, he suddenly didn't know where to begin. Ask whatever you wish. My time is limited. I will soon disappear. At this moment, Ing Zheng spoke first. After listening, Chen Feng had an idea. What does this mean? Boy, I am not here in my true form, but as a projection. As the previous ruler of the Dark Domain, I was summoned by the Heavenly Tao and invited to be the defender of the arena and to go into this instance to stop the challengers. I never expected to encounter you. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that we both have the words Dragon Kingdom above our heads, given my temper, you would never have had the chance to speak with me. As Ing Zheng spoke, he shook his head helplessly, seemingly regretting his defeat due to underestimating his opponent. In that case, he won't be able to ask any questions. This made him uncomfortable. Upon hearing the explosive news revealed by the king of Qin, Chen Feng felt his entire worldview expand instantly and quickly replied, "If you are not appearing in your true form, then where are you now?" How dare you speak like that, brat? Call me King Qin." During the conversation, Ing Zheng became somewhat displeased, corrected the young man's statement, and continued, "I come from the divine realm, one of the 12 domains of the ancient desolate continent. That is the ultimate destination for all lords. Only the strong can go there. As everyone knows, the 12 domains of this world are the Dark Domain, the Sky Domain, the Extreme Cold Domain, the Raging Flame Domain, the Poisonous Domain, the Abyss Domain, the Netherworld Domain, the Myriad Flowers Domain, the Void Domain, and finally, the God Domain. As far as I know, apart from the 2 special realms, the Divine Realm and the Void Realm, the other 10 realms are all ordinary realms. Generally speaking, these domains exist to accommodate new lords, so they are relatively safe. If you come to the Divine Realm, it's not that I look down on you, but you probably won't live more than 3 days. Sigh, never mind, there's no point in talking about this now. Back then, I was only able to go to the God Realm after I inherited the position of Lord of the Dark Domain. The world of gods is far too vast. Compared to the Dark Domain, the two are like islands compared to a continent, incomparable, etc. At this point, Qin Wang was interrupted by Chen Feng. "King Qin, you are currently in the Divine Realm, and were previously the Lord of the Dark Realm. So, is there any way to get to where you are?" Chen Feng suddenly asked a question, showing great curiosity about the Divine Realm. Ing Zheng looked at the young man and felt pleased to see that he was finally willing to address him respectfully. "Boy, once you become the Lord of the Dark Domain, the truth will be revealed." Chapter 176, The Land of the Gods, Utter Silence. He blurted out the words, looking down at the boy with a meaningful smile. "Is that so? And what about the Void Domain? What kind of place is that?" Seeing the King of Qin smile, Chen Feng did not react much. "Lord of the Dark Realm? That's something he'll get sooner or later." I have never been there either." Seeing that the young man's expression remained unchanged, the King of Qin raised an eyebrow and continued to answer. "I've only heard that the place there is bizarre and terrifying, with things that are hard to describe." "How bizarre and inhuman?" "I don't know. Ask me what I know, boy. You don't have much time." At that time, the two continued their conversation, and time flew by. Period. Through the King of Qin, Chen Feng learned many secrets about this world. But, in fact, most of these are general information about the 10 ordinary domains of the ancient wilderness continent. Information about the Void and the Divine Realm is extremely scarce, even though Ing Zheng himself resided in the realm of gods. However, the information he had access to was also extremely limited. Why? According to him, the realm of the gods is perilous and sparsely populated. Although the area is rich in resources, the lords seem to adhere to a universally accepted principle. That is, stay in your own territory and don't wander off. That's right. Since the first emperor ascended to the realm of gods, he has stayed, or rather almost exclusively, within his own territory, never leaving his home. He might go out, but only if he feels safe enough to go out that day or at a certain time. As for why they are so cautious, there is no other reason than this. based on information Ing Zheng had received in the Divine Realm chat channel over the years. According to legend, those who attempt to conquer the entire Divine Realm from their own territory will ultimately suffer an unknown blow. This kind of attack could come from a more powerful lord, an extremely ferocious sacred beast within the domain, or even the sanction of a god. In short, opinions vary widely. So, the Divine Realm is a beautiful place, yet one that no one dares to step outside of, a place that makes countless powerful beings bow down in defiance. Even someone like Ing Zheng, who was once an invincible force in the Dragon Kingdom civilization, had to compromise with unknown forces to save his life after arriving in the Divine Realm. He had stayed in this world for so long, but in the end, he only knew a handful of other lords. He referred to these people as old guys. When Chen Feng tried to ask for his full name, Ing Zheng refused. Kid, there are some things I think are better left unsaid. Knowing too much won't do you any good. The realm of gods is a dark forest where people fight each other. In order to survive, you sometimes need to ensure that the enemy's information is not exposed. Alas, how absurd. After saying this, the king of Qin sighed helplessly. Chen Feng's eye twitched slightly, and he asked in confusion, "Why do emperors always end up sighing in despair?" He asked. I felt it was wrong. A true king, having accomplished great feats, possesses an unyielding pride, and is worthy of being called the son of heaven. But now he always has his eyebrows down. Isn't that a bit? Seeing the boy's confusion, Ing Zheng was also annoyed and retorted. Hey kid, what do you know? There are just too many outstanding people in this world. In the realm of gods, everyone calls themselves an emperor, everyone proclaims themselves a king, and each lives alone in their own territory. If I could really conquer all those guys, I wouldn't have to be frowning all the time. To be honest, if I had known the survival pressure in this world was so great, wouldn't it have been better for me to have stayed in Qin and enjoyed the treatment of an emperor? To sneak into the imperial harem at night with 3,000 beauties, to enjoy endless delicacies by day, and to leisurely stroll through beautiful mountains and rivers. Wouldn't that be wonderful? All right, I think I was about to die back then. That's enough. Here, I have the opportunity to seek immortality, which can be considered a reward for my suffering. Snort. Ing Zheng stood on the sedan chair and talked to himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled gently. Gods, kings, emperors. Is it really that terrifying? Perhaps all fear and helplessness are simply due to the inadequacy of the parties involved. If I reach the realm of the gods, I am confident that I can conquer that land. He finished speaking. Chen Feng looked at Ing Zheng with confidence in his eyes. Ing Zheng glanced at it, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Overestimating one's abilities. I used to think the same way, but reality has worn me down. And you? He suddenly stopped talking at this point. After carefully examining the young man before him, Ing Zheng suddenly felt that what the boy said seemed credible. If it's this kid. With this kid's talent, perhaps? I'm asking you, is your unit type equipped with the highest level talent? A question was asked. Seeing that Ing Zheng changed the subject, Chen Feng squinted at him. You're half right. Not SSS. Could it be SS? You guessed a quarter right. What does this mean, S? It's off-center by 1/8. What's the meaning? When asked the final question, Ing Zheng was dumbfounded. His guesses were getting increasingly off-topic, seemingly drifting away from the correct answer. What exactly is this kid's troop talent? It can't possibly be lower than S rank, right? If it's below S level, then it's practically useless. Perhaps this person simply doesn't want to reveal it? Are they deliberately trying to confuse and mislead? Thinking of this, Ing Zheng shook his head helplessly. Never mind. I've told you roughly everything I know. Now, shall we talk about how this Dragon Kingdom came to be? At last, the conversation between the two sides came to an end. The king of Qin wanted to know the thing he most wanted to know at this time. Chen Feng, however, was not stingy and told everything he knew. This includes the history after the fall of Qin, the influence of Qin on later generations, and the rise, fall, and merger of other dynasties. Finally, the Dragon Kingdom was born. After listening, Ing Zheng was filled with many thoughts and emotions. Wow, what a magnificent and epic poem. Alas, indeed, the world, after a long period of division, tends to unite, and after a long period of unity, tends to divide. My dynastic achievements are but a few pages in the long river of history. But if future generations remember me, I can be at peace with that. The king of Qin looked up, and the 8 dragons returned to the foot of the sedan chair. He then led his army around. Their figures gradually blurred as they left the arena. Kid, time's up. I consider this a victory for you, without a fight. Since we are both citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, I naturally hope that you can inherit the position of Lord of Darkness. At that time, I will be waiting for your arrival in the vast and expansive realm of the Divine Realm. He finished speaking. The bustling traffic and crowds all disappeared from sight as the king of Qin vanished. Only the dust and wind remained standing still. He gazed at the empty, desolate arena and the fading distant view, feeling utterly bewildered. Is this the end? The second level of this dark domain instance is actually so easy? I rubbed my eyes. Dust and wind, exhaling. Everything returned to silence. As he frowned, he felt as if nothing had happened at all. It felt like a dream. And he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Chapter 177, The End of Darkness, the Coronation Ceremony. Everything seemed fake. Everything seemed real. Chen Feng stood there, reminiscing about what he had just seen, still feeling as if it were a dream. But soon, the message from the virtual panel immediately confirmed to him that everything that had just happened was real. Hint: the second stage of the Dark Domain dungeon has been cleared. Lord Feng from the Dragon Kingdom defeated the Lord of the Old Dark Domain. The third stage is about to begin. Please be prepared. The news has spread. Looking at his virtual panel, Chen Feng smiled slightly. The other lords, who were still in the second stage, were completely bewildered. They seemed a little puzzled. How did it end like this? So far, not a single enemy has appeared on the arena where I am. Unexpected. How could they win without even trying? Is this so great? The remaining lords began to smile broadly. The one who created all of this was actually the dried heir from the Dragon Kingdom? He alone. Is that all? He defeated the former master of the Dark Domain? Many lords felt a chill run down their spines upon thinking about this. Etc. Did the Dark Realm ever have a master? This completely overturned their understanding. If that's the case, so, where has that being that once ruled this land gone? I can't figure it out. While everyone was making wild guesses, their bodies shone with a beam of light. This is a guide from the instance, indicating that you are about to proceed to the third level of the instance. Perhaps, this third level is the final level of this dungeon. Who will become the Lord of the Dark Realm? The mystery is about to be solved. Buzz dash. The light spread completely. The remaining 10,000 lords, including Chen Feng, all arrived at a new place. This is a transparent space. Lords, open your eyes. The black clouds and mist made them feel as if they were walking on air. They looked around and found themselves surrounded by lords from various countries, a complex and diverse group. And now, they all stood together, forming a circle. In the center of the circle, there is an object, 200 meters away from them. That thing stood silently, motionless, right there in front of everyone. Everyone looked over, but none dared to step forward for a closer look. Because they had a general idea of what that thing meant. Soon, messages arrived on everyone's virtual panels, confirming their doubts. Hint: the battle for final power has begun. As you can see, the object before you now is the Heart of Darkness. Whoever possesses this item can directly become the king of the Dark Realm, becoming an unparalleled being among thousands. Glory, power, everything, all belong to the possessor of the Heart of Darkness. Now, all of you may make your move. Whoever seizes the Heart of Darkness first will become king. In the final stage, there are no rules. Killing is the best solution. The devastating news reached all the lords' virtual panels. Now, they all fell silent. The final battle, with no rules, where everyone is slaughtered. No matter who it is, we are all enemies when we meet. In other words, everyone present can only fight for themselves. After all, there is only one Heart of Darkness. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. The reason is very simple, but it was incredibly cruel. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at their former teammates, who were so close to them, with complicated expressions. Are you going to make a move now? They were still hesitating for a moment. The entire crowd fell silent for a short time, with no one making the first move. Because they know, even if I eliminate the weaker lords now, there will always be stronger ones to deal with me in the end. Here, only the strongest will survive to the end. And that supreme power is currently thinking about it. People then focus their attention on the person they want to see. That person quickly stepped out of the crowd, into the public eye, and slowly walked towards the Heart of Darkness. Chen Feng stood out from the crowd. He was wearing a suit of armor that he had taken from his storage ring, and he walked slowly toward his target. He didn't care about the people behind him, because he understands. Now, No one can threaten him to take what is rightfully his. The threat is long dead. Just as he was leaving. Rear. The crowd merely watched, not daring to approach, and sighed. Really, the wind appeared. As long as he is there, no one can compete for the title of Lord of the Dark Domain. This guy single-handedly took on the entire crisis for everyone during the second level. What kind of insane strength is this? If Feng were not the one to bear the pressure, I reckon everyone present will be instantly crushed by that second boss they haven't even seen yet. Everyone is filled with many thoughts and dares not say more. They now both hope to become the final Lord of Darkness, and, having realized that their previous idea was impossible, they now hope that the wind can become the one to replace them. The reason is nothing more than, if we're talking about the most convincing person present, it has to be Wind. He is undoubtedly the strongest among all people today. As long as he steps forward, no one dares to cause trouble. In this way, the potential large-scale battles will not occur. So, the lives of everyone present can be saved. This is arguably the most satisfying ending to date. That concludes everyone's thoughts. It no longer matters who is right and who is wrong. Faced with overwhelming power that they could not resist, they simply adopted a passive-aggressive approach, letting the wind walk straight into the heart of darkness without uttering a sound. Actually, there's another reason for their silence. That is, when they discovered that Nodoa had not reached the third level, they knew what to do next. Nodoa was most likely dried out by the wind. That's not all. Feng probably even participated in the Great War between the Russian Bear Country and the Tank Country. If he didn't participate, then why was he the only target in the second stage of the dungeon? You need to know. The rule for the second level is simply that whoever kills the most people in the first level will suffer the most from targeting, right? Now, how could the lords dare to step forward? If anyone provokes the enemy, they might wipe out your entire nation along with you. So, your silence is purely out of necessity. However, at this time, one person was an exception. Amidst a commotion and resistance, Queen Elizabeth from the Kingdom of Sunset emerged with red-rimmed eyes and shouted at the wind not far away. Wind, please stop. Chapter 178 Misunderstandings and Truth. You're not allowed to go any further. I have some questions for you. Elizabeth walked to the front of the crowd, her eyes red, and looked at the boy in front of her. Qin Feng turned around and saw a familiar face, which made him feel a chill. It's you? He stopped when he realized it was his ally Elizabeth. Since the person who spoke was his ally, Qin Feng could give the girl some face. The lords were somewhat incredulous to see that the arrogant young man before them had actually stopped because of a young girl's words. Forehead. It stopped? Unexpected. Now, the wind actually listens to others. Shouldn't he be the kind of cold-hearted person? Now, the opportunity to become the Lord of the Dark Realm is right in front of him. He has no reason to stop because of a girl's words. The Kingdom of Sunset and the Kingdom of Dragon are not particularly close friends, so whether or not this kind of face is given or not doesn't really matter. Moreover, the girl used that tone. Each of the lords pondered what Elizabeth was about to say. Now, what could she possibly have to say that made her dare to call out to Feng so recklessly? Did you really cause the wind? Everyone remained silent. Elizabeth finally spoke. She looked at the boy not far away and, with her still immature mind, spoke the words she most wanted to express. Aren't we allies? Why are you treating us like this? Now, I can hardly see any of my fellow countrymen from Sunset Kingdom here. They must all be dead. Why? Why are you so heartless? Why did you kill them? Hiss dash. Everyone gasped, as if the air had frozen. The girl uttered something astonishing. Elizabeth tearfully recounted her truest thoughts, and the lords who had been silently watching showed a variety of expressions, but most were shocked. Oh my God! What is this girl saying? She was actually condemning the wind for killing the people of Sunset Kingdom? Please, miss, this is a battlefield. Isn't it normal for people to die on the battlefield? If Feng doesn't intervene, then the Sunset Kingdom will surely put Feng to death as well. Now, you actually dare to confront him and demand an explanation? What if he kills us all later? You want to die, but we don't. Hey, stop talking. Shut up. In the crowd, many people were advising Elizabeth, fearing that the young girl might cause some terrible trouble. Even the only remaining female general from the Kingdom of Sunset, who had always been loyal to Elizabeth, was now pulling the girl's hand and backing away. Your Majesty, you are too reckless. I can't say any more. The crowd erupted in noise, and the scene descended into chaos. Qin Feng gazed at the panicked crowd and the helpless girl, but felt no emotion whatsoever. So that's what it is. I didn't hurt them, much less kill them with my own hands. The words just slipped out. At this time, To everyone's surprise, Chun Feng actually started explaining to the girl in front of him. Upon witnessing this scene, none of the lords dared to utter a word. Hiss. Surprisingly, the wind actually answered. And the answer was unexpected. How is this possible? In the second stage of the dungeon, you can withstand the entire attack by yourself. Isn't this just indirect proof? When Elizabeth saw the boy speak, she became even more agitated and immediately retorted with a question. Those around them felt their hearts race and wished they could find something to shut the young lady up. Oh my God. Please stop talking. If you keep saying that, we'll be buried with you in a bit. Never mind. Everything I said is true. I generally don't take the initiative to attack those who become allies with my Dragon Kingdom, unless they betray me. Elizabeth, you may not know this, but in the time you haven't noticed, some people in your Sunset Kingdom have been speaking ill of me. However, I have been holding back for your sake. Furthermore, when I last saw your Sunset Kingdom army, they had all been possessed by that guy Nodoa. Chun Feng stood still, looking at the isolated and helpless queen of Sunset Kingdom, and revealed all the truth he knew. In fact, from the moment I entered the instance, he indeed had no dealings with the people of Sunset Country. The last time we met was on Nodoa's monstrous body. On the other side, the other lords were shaken by these words, but still dared not speak. WTF, what? Are the lords of the Sunset Kingdom all in Nodoa? What does this mean? Many people don't understand. After some thought, some people came to a conclusion and came up with a possibility. I remember now. I once had the misfortune of seeing a colossal object that seemed to reach the heavens on the brink of death. The monster was covered in human corpses. I was too scared to see clearly at the time, but now that I think about it, it looks like Nodoa. Yes, I saw it too. It was a monster made up of human remains. Oh no, could it really have been Nodoa who did it? He killed almost everyone in the Sunset Kingdom, then collected their corpses and finally merged them with himself. I see. That makes sense. After all, that guy's troops are capable of doing this kind of thing, which seems to explain everything. Plus, the Sunset Kingdom previously allied with the Dragon Kingdom, which is tantamount to making enemies of the beautiful kingdom. Many lords gathered together to analyze the situation, and their voices were overheard by Elizabeth, who was standing to the side in a daze, leaving the young girl speechless. How could this be? The girl closed her eyes in despair, still unwilling to accept the fact that the matter had already been settled. Chun Feng finished explaining the situation. He glanced at the girl. He felt that he owed Elizabeth nothing more. That concludes the discussion. Dust Wind turned his head and resolutely came to the Heart of Darkness, slowly extending his left hand, waiting for the moment of coronation. All the lords bowed their heads at this moment, as if witnessing the birth of a new king at the moment of his coronation. Hands officially touching the Heart of Darkness. In an instant, the dark heart, resembling a precious jewel, transformed into a dark crown and slowly descended upon Chun Feng's head. Chun Feng felt that his strength had suddenly increased dramatically. He jumped from the late stage of the commander level to the mid stage of the king level. A surge of energy began to wash over his entire body, but his body greedily absorbed it as if it were insatiable. Not only that, now, after becoming the true ruler of the Dark Domain, he felt that he had also grasped all the power of the Dark Domain. The entire map of the region appeared clearly in Chun Feng's mind at this moment. He had his eyes glued to the treasure spots, resource points, special dungeon locations, and so on in the Dark Domain, and he had them all under his control. And, most importantly, he can clearly feel it now. He has the right to control all lords' lives that exist in the Dark Domain. He became a truly revered king, an irresistible god. Chapter 179 Memory Recall. At the moment of coronation, the aura of a king spread throughout the entire arena. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, the lords instinctively bowed their heads in worship. A new king has been born, and they have no choice but to submit. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. It's not too late to bow your head now. From then on, the Dragon Kingdom would be the strongest nation in the Dark Domain, and they could only serve as its vassals. But who could have imagined it? Once a weak nation looked down upon by everyone, now, with the strength of one person, it has turned the tide of the war in the entire Dark Domain. That guy Feng is unbelievably strong. He completely shattered the Lord's mentality, leaving them utterly convinced of his superiority. You need to know, this guy is now venturing into the Dark Realm instance, all by himself. He accomplished everything all by himself. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe you. All the lords were still in shock, and unable to recover. Even Elizabeth, at this moment, seemed to have resigned herself to her fate and lowered her head. She did not hate Chinfeng. However, after learning the truth, they found it somewhat difficult to accept. Has the once incomparably powerful Sunset Kingdom been destroyed just like that? Such an easy power was destroyed. Now, how can her kingdom, now only occupied by her and the female general, continue to survive? Thinking about it. Suddenly, at the center of the crowd ahead, a brilliant light shone. All eyes turned to that direction, and they discovered that the wind had somehow awakened something. Soon, their virtual panels all displayed the following message. Warning, the throne has been restored, and the instance will be closed soon. All survivors will gain the ability to rewind the battle. 2 brief messages were sent out, but they left everyone stunned. Let's revisit the battle. What is this? Does this mean they can now see what happened in the earlier levels of the game? Thinking of this, everyone was excited. Seeing the past is what they have always wanted. Previously, everyone hid in their chosen corners, unaware of what was happening on the battlefield. They arrived at the final stage in a daze, watching Feng be crowned king, completely bewildered. Now, the opportunity finally presented itself. How could they let them go? Without hesitation, all the lords chose to go back in time to see what had happened, including Elizabeth. Right now, she's the one who most wants to know the whole truth. Soon, with the consent of all parties, a large, imaginary screen appeared in front of them. Images flickered on the screen. That was everything that happened after everyone entered the dark domain. The image begins to focus. Then, the first thing that caught my eye was the wind. In the scene, the wind wanders alone in a desolate forest, looking incredibly carefree. Suddenly, a group of lords blocked his way. The visitor is the lord of the Cherry Blossom Country. They looked menacing and seemed intent on harming Feng, but Feng simply sneered and instantly killed everyone present. Upon witnessing this scene, the watching lords felt a chill run down their spines. Really, what the wind said was indeed true. He generally won't take action unless someone provokes him. And in the picture, the cherry blossoms across the way have no good relationship with the wind, and are even enemies. It was truly merciful of the wind to refrain from letting the other party make the first move. In the crowd, upon seeing this, Elizabeth trusted Feng's words even more. Immediately afterwards, the scene shown on the screen. This convinced Elizabeth completely. The fall of the Sunset Kingdom had nothing to do with the wind. At this moment, the scene shifts to a swamp. The army of the Sunset Kingdom was advancing slowly, huddled together, discussing battle plans. Upon witnessing this scene, Elizabeth's heart tightened, her fingers interlocking tightly, her heart filled with anguish. They've arrived. The footage of our own country has finally arrived. She looked up, her heart filled with sorrow. As expected, the land of the setting sun is not in harmony with the wind. So how exactly did they die? Is it really Nodoa? Thinking about it, sounds can be heard in the video. This sound startled all the lords who were still watching. Your Majesty, we now stand by your side. Please lead us to eradicate the winds of the Dragon Kingdom, seize the throne of the Dark King, and become the new master of the Sunset Kingdom. The throne changes hands, and the British Empire is reborn. In the grand procession of the Lord, several powerful lords of the Sunset Kingdom are supporting an old man, praising him as the new master of the Sunset Kingdom. The old man, seeing everyone's flattery, did not reject it, but instead laughed heartily. Haha, good, very good. Those who support me will all become my subjects. At that time, you will get the title, the benefits, and the beautiful women, everything. You will become the rulers, second only to the emperor, and above all others. When I become the king of darkness. The old man surrounded the crowd, promising them benefits, which made the lords extremely excited. You are the true hope of the Sunset Kingdom. Long live the king. Long live the king. At this time, the crowd was in a state of high spirits in the video, even assuming the Queen of Sunset Kingdom is still alive. These elders of the Sunset Kingdom have also shown very obvious signs of rebellion. They wanted to support an old man to become their new king. Moreover, he not only wants to become the master of the Sunset Kingdom, but also the master of the Dark Domain. His ambition is undeniably great. That's not all. This group of people has an additional goal. That is, on his path to becoming the Lord of the Dark Realm, he completely obliterated Feng, an ally whom Elizabeth had painstakingly won over. In their eyes, the wind is an obstacle that can be used and then killed. Keeping this person around could become a hidden danger in the future. So, it would be better to take advantage of this kid's solo journey to the Dark Domain and kill him under the cover of darkness to silence him. Anyway, when their Sunset Kingdom became the master of the Dark Domain, all wealth will surely be yours. At that time, the existence of wind. It's just an eyesore. Kill, kill, kill. The screen continuously played scenes from the Kingdom of Sunset, accompanied by deafening shouts of battle. These lords are like madmen. They've completely betrayed us. Elizabeth's ally. It's just a little girl being silly and messing around. Is such an inexperienced girl worthy of being the leader of their Sunset Kingdom? Bah, ridiculous. Upon arriving on the desolate ancient continent, all old systems must be broken. Once, the queen is indeed of incomparably noble lineage on earth, of royal blood. But now, everything has changed. In this new world, strength speaks volumes. The strong are respected, and the weak are relegated to the dust. The old rules should have been eliminated long ago. And at this moment, in the picture, an old man donned a yellow robe and was surrounded by people, becoming a king. He shouted, proclaiming that he would lead the Sunset Kingdom to a new peak. The third stage of the dungeon, the coronation grounds. All the surviving lords, watching this scene, had complex expressions and quietly turned to look at Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth of the Kingdom of Sunset. The young girl was pale and incredulous at everything she saw. Why is this happening? Del, my most trusted steward, why did you betray me? Why? Chapter 180 revealed. So the reason you wouldn't let me into the instance wasn't for my safety, but to seize power from me and even kill my allies. Now, knowing the whole truth, Elizabeth covered her face to hide her inner sorrow and silently sobbed in the crowd. When the truth was revealed, it was so cruel to the girl in front of him. Turned out to be. The people of Sunset Kingdom had long harbored thoughts of betraying her. Even in this final stage, she was still thinking about those heartless bastards. How ironic. The sound of weeping continued to reach everyone's ears. The female general from the Sunset Kingdom held the young girl and comforted her. It's all right, Your Majesty, you still have me. Comforting words reached my ears. As the only being in the Sunset Kingdom currently loyal to Elizabeth, the female general and her queen appeared utterly helpless at that moment. The other lords, witnessing this pitiful scene, all shook their heads and sighed. Well, I didn't expect that there would be signs of internal strife in the Sunset Kingdom so early, and the queen's power has been undermined. Actually, I can understand. In the ancient continent, the strong are respected, and it is indeed inappropriate to let an underage girl control the fate of her country. Shoo, they're right across the street. Keep your voice down. TSK Tisk, it's really outrageous, isn't it? All the powerful figures of Sunset Kingdom chose to betray the queen. That's just too much. Cough cough. The lords watching were all whispering among themselves. They were in a spectator's mood at the time, so they talked without any reservations. Aside from their initial shock, they remained calm regarding the situation in Sunset Kingdom. After all, this is not a matter concerning our own country. There's no need to worry too much. Just enjoy the show. Everyone was thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, as new images appeared, they continued to observe intently. Here it comes. The follow-up is here. Quickly take a look at how these traitors from Sunset Kingdom died. Kill. Within the frame, the army of the Lords of Sunset Kingdom continued their advance. They shouted and yelled, as if trying to attract the enemy's attention, without any fear. However, at this time, they are advancing through a swamp. The feeling of mud was getting stronger and stronger. This made the Lords of Sunset Kingdom realize that something was wrong. What's going on? Have we still not gotten out of the swamp after all this time? No, this isn't the exit of the swamp. The lords at the front had their feet sinking into the mud. This made them realize that the road ahead was not the way out. I've been endlessly wandering around this damn place. Because of the presence of fog. Therefore, the people of Sunset Kingdom have been wandering aimlessly, searching for a way out. But the swamp was vast and boundless, like a maze, and they couldn't find their way out no matter how they tried. So they took a different approach, trying to attract the attention of potential enemies by shouting frantically. In fact, their method did indeed succeed. Only, the enemies they attracted were. Fuck, what is that? At that moment, a strange cry appeared at the forefront of the Lord's army. Then, several screams of agony rang out. Several lords were dragged into the swampy mud by an unknown force. Amidst widespread chaos and disarray within the army, Dale, the old butler who was surrounded by people and treated like a king, stood in the center of the crowd and frowned. What happened? He asked in confusion, and someone rushed to his side to report. Your Majesty, there is something underground in the swamp. A monster is devouring our Lord. What did you say? The Lord who had just arrived had just finished speaking. Ahead, a monster covered in mud suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it devoured a large number of lords with unstoppable force. The troops of the Sunset Kingdom were like food on a plate in front of them, completely powerless to fight back. Off-screen, those who witnessed this scene held their breath as the monster appeared on screen and began to understand the truth of everything. It really was him. Isn't that Nodowa? He's really devouring these traitors from Sunset Kingdom. Unexpectedly, this guy had been hiding in the swamp all along, waiting for the big fish to arrive, and those idiots from Sunset Country have clearly taken the bait. TSK, 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 how pitiful. The onlookers, the lords, all chimed in with their opinions. But Elizabeth, seeing this, was no longer weeping as she had before. The girl seems much calmer now. Ever since she learned that the person she once trusted most had betrayed her, she seemed somewhat indifferent to the fate of those traitors. It's unclear whether this situation stems from her deep sorrow and numbness, or from her gradual transformation into a cold-blooded and heartless individual. In summary, Elizabeth's expression remained indifferent at this moment. The video continues to play. The muddy monster finally revealed its true form. This is an alien creature whose entire body is composed of the limbs of a lord. At the center of the alien, a face gradually took shape and revealed a greedy smile. I finally waited for this. They're from the Sunset Kingdom. That's wonderful. Today, I will make sure you all die without a burial place. The gradually emerging face immediately reminded the lords of Sunset Kingdom of the fear of being dominated by them. Nanatoya, how did you get here? Dale, Elizabeth's former butler, was shocked and could not believe that the monstrous being before him was Nodowa, Elizabeth's archenemy from the United States. Wasn't this guy already defeated by the wind? How can he still retain such strong fighting power? How did he, a lord, grow into such a terrifying form? Just as I was thinking. Ahead, a large number of Sunset Kingdom lords were once again devoured. As Nodowa enjoyed the delicious food in front of him, he patiently smiled and said to the old man not far away, "Are you surprised? I am the overlord of the Dark Realm. You don't actually think I would go into a dungeon alone to die, do you? Let me tell you, my unit is the SSS-level Dark Devouring Mother Worm. I can parasitize these queen insects on the Lord and then bring them into the dungeon. This is my inherent advantage. Now, you will soon become nourishment for my mother insect, and then become part of my body. Rest in peace." With a loud laugh, a large number of lords perished. Looking at Nodowa, whose body was becoming increasingly terrifying, King Dale trembled inwardly and ordered the powerful warriors around him to attack immediately. The most powerful lords from the Sunset Kingdom quickly obeyed, but it was all in vain. The current Nodowa is not something they can solve simply by taking action. Chapter 181, The Cowardly King. At that time, with the added bonus of troop type and the constant devouring of nearby lords, Nodowa's strength is such that he could easily kill a diamond-level player with a single slap. The lords of Sunset Kingdom present were only at the diamond or grandmaster level, and most of them had not even reached that level. So, just as they were about to make their move, tentacles suddenly emerged from the swamp and strangled their throats, making it difficult for them to breathe. And when they are under control, their hands, feet, and waist were gradually bound, and they were slowly sent into Nodowa's body, where they were mercilessly used as nourishment. King Dale, watching his capable henchmen being devoured by Nodowa like chicks, had lost all fighting spirit. His burning ambition to become the Lord of the Dark Domain was completely extinguished, and he immediately knelt down. Faced with the monster ahead, he chose to submit completely. "Notoya, spare my life. I surrender." A trembling voice left the Sunset Kingdom lords, who were still fighting to the death, dumbfounded. The men were dumbfounded to see their king surrender without a fight. In their dazed state, they were once again seized by Nodowa's tentacles and mercilessly devoured. See here. The remaining lords of Sunset Kingdom also lost their fighting spirit, and their army collapsed. Notoya, who was observing all the changes, held the people of Sunset Kingdom in contempt and regarded them all as worthless. Haha, that's it. A lord's army of several thousand men couldn't defeat me alone. What a bunch of useless dogs. If you hadn't had that kid from the Dragon Kingdom's help back then, you'd probably be even more vulnerable now, wouldn't you? If I had known then what I did, I shouldn't have attacked that kid first, but instead dealt with you bunch of useless pigs. Nodowa hurled insults. He devoured the delicious delicacies, while humiliating this group of incompetents. Upon hearing this, King Dale felt remorse. He is now mentally broken and hates Queen Elizabeth to the core. Elizabeth, it's all your fault. Why did you try to win that guy over in the first place? Why? Dale knelt on the ground, yet roared at the sky. He believes the culprit behind all this is that damned, inexperienced queen. The winds of the Dragon Kingdom have always had a grudge against Notoya of the beautiful country. When the queen tried to win him over, wasn't she just asking for trouble? He has no brains at all. Now, his own lord's army was mercilessly slaughtered by Notoya. No matter how you look at it, it was that woman's fault. Lord Notoya, you've been wronged. We have nothing to do with that guy Foam. It was all Elizabeth's decision. Actually, we all want to kill that guy Foam, just like you do. We really do. At this moment, Dale frantically explained to the monster in front of him, hoping to gain a sliver of hope for survival. But off-screen, the surviving lords were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. Well, what is this guy doing? He actually knelt down in front of Notoya, begging for mercy like a lapdog. Depend on. That's so despicable. And this guy dares to dream of becoming the master of the Dark Domain? With this, you dare to try and defeat the invincible wind? Funny. You couldn't even defeat Notoya, and you were even brutally killed by others. It's truly appalling. Everyone grinned, staring at the King Dale in the picture as if he were a clown. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, the girl remained expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever towards the horrific scene before her. She finally understood. Everything the wind says is true. Not only that, an even crueler truth was also revealed. All those he trusted betrayed him. How could she possibly feel compassion? Betrayal is a chilling thing. So much so that Elizabeth's stance began to shift towards Qinfeng's side. I'm sorry, wind. She finished speaking. I gaze earnestly in the direction the wind is blowing. But then we discovered. The boy had vanished without a trace, nowhere to be found. This left her slightly puzzled. Left with no other choice. She could only continue to watch the scene unfold in the virtual world alongside the others, observing how things were developing. In the picture, the process was incredibly fast. The false King Dale, after a series of futile pleas for mercy, was completely obliterated and became Notoya's meal. Who is Notoya? The former overlord of the Dark Domain. Faced with this piece of trash begging for mercy, he showed no mercy and killed him without hesitation. In his eyes, he would eliminate anything that was related to the wind without any conditions. Certainly, even those who have no connection to the wind cannot escape his clutches. Soon, the swamp was utterly silent. Sunset Kingdom, which had the third highest number of lords, completely disappeared from the competition for dungeons. Along with it came a colossal monster that seemed to reach the heavens. The monster climbed to a high vantage point and, using its massive body, emerged from the misty swamp. All the lords who were still watching the scene, after witnessing the entire process, fully understood the cause of the situation and were all looking forward to what Notoya would do after devouring the Sunset Kingdom. At this time, even Elizabeth, who appeared indifferent, was waiting for an answer that seemed to have no reason. The girl is praying. She longs for a hero to appear who can defeat this monster and finally fulfill her undying wish. Even if the entire nation of Sunset Kingdom is a traitor. But she still refused to watch these traitors attach themselves to a monster and accomplish the monster's final great feat. So it's you, Foam? Was it you who ended Notoya? The girl uttered the words in a prayer-like tone, looking towards the swamp where no one has long since disappeared. Elizabeth hoped that the wind would end all this sins. If the wind could kill Notoya, then the girl's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. From then on, she is willing to wholeheartedly serve the young man as her king. The screen continues to scroll. This monster kept moving, crossing mountains and wastelands, devouring countless lords, and growing stronger. Notoya's invincible power is gradually becoming apparent. See here. The surviving lords were extremely grateful. Fortunately, they found a place to hide early on, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. If you come out and see this thing, you will surely die. Look, there's a battlefield in the picture. A shout drew the attention of the crowd. Wait, isn't that where the Tank Nation and the Bear Nation fought? Everyone was surprised and continued watching the footage. They became excited when they saw the two armies clashing in the distance. Really, the two lords, ranked among the top 3 in terms of population, actually happened to meet and fight. If these two suckers fight, the result will be total annihilation. And this is also the main reason why all of you small and weak countries have been able to survive until now. As for what happened during that time, they had no idea. Now things are much better. A window to reveal the answer was presented to them. They must take a good look at what exactly happened back then. Do you think Nodowa went over there and wiped them all out? Yes, that's possible. After all, that monster is terrifying. At this point, a lord raised a question. However, he was quickly interrupted by others. No, look at the screen. How can there be spirits haunting the battlefield between two armies? These undead are all surrounding a boy. Chapter 182 Return. An army of the dead surrounds me. The person before them was like a king, shocking everyone on the battlefield. Now, not only the lords who were watching from the sidelines, but even the army in the scene was dumbfounded. The sudden emergence of so many ghostly forces is undoubtedly fatal to both the Russian bear and the Chariot Kingdom. When everyone discovered that the one who controlled the souls of the dead was actually Feng, they were even more unsettled. Is it the wind? It really is him. So he was on the battlefield back then. Did you all see that? The wind god can actually manipulate the souls of the dead. No wonder he dared to go into the dungeon alone. Everything is finally revealed. But I wonder how the wind god manages to control such a strange move. Among the lords watching the scene, everyone was whispering among themselves. They are now very curious about the methods of the wind. Even the way people refer to the wind has unconsciously changed. Wind god will be their new name for Qinfeng. They watched as the wind god bravely fought the enemy in the scene. One is deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. That's incredible. This is the absolute power and dominance of a strong man. In the picture, the Bear Kingdom and the Chariot Kingdom were at war when the wind god passed by and attempted to awaken the souls of the dead lords on the battlefield for his own use. But at that moment, his actions were discovered by both countries. The two arrogant nations, believing they could sweep the winds aside, attempted to join forces, only to be utterly defeated. The lords who witnessed this scene couldn't help but laugh. They showed no pity whatsoever. In fact, they were secretly relieved. Look, 2 more people who provoked the gods and got killed. But that's alright. If those 2 unlucky guys hadn't died, the remaining lords who went into hiding might not even be alive today. If Feng Shen hadn't sniped the Chariot and the Russian Bear Kingdom, perhaps after one of them wins, their next target will be the relatively weaker nations. This indirect thinking suggests that the wind god is actually the great benefactor of everyone present. Once you think about it this way, it seems like there's nothing wrong with it. And, in their hearts, there has always been a concept of admiring the strong. In a world where the strong are respected, is it wrong for them to admire the strong? No, it's not. So, the people present, watching the scene on the screen where Feng led a large number of undead and slaughtered 2 major countries, were all immersed in the action and their blood was boiling. But in the crowd, Elizabeth was not like that. The girl now only cares about the monster Nodowa, who has not yet arrived. She merely observed the situation of the 2 countries before her. Soon, these 2 countries were swiftly wiped out before everyone's eyes. Nodowa, a monster, was also discovered by the wind. The 2 sides met and immediately went to war. The battle was so fierce that the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. Final. Relying on his ability to control the souls of the dead, Feng directly stole a large number of the souls of the lords from Nodowa and found a way out. Even the lords who were watching also realized. The wind god not only possesses the ability to control the souls of the dead, he also possesses various unexpected supernatural abilities, such as manipulating space, controlling weapons, amplifying himself, and summoning troops. With so many amazing skills combined, the young man is almost invincible. Upon seeing this, the lord broke out in a cold sweat. They originally thought, the wind is just there to deliver food to the dungeon. The outcome was unexpected. The clowns are actually themselves? If we had known the wind would be this strong, none of us would have come into the dungeon to die. Everyone wept silently in their hearts. The scene continues. Final. The once invincible Nodowa fell before the wind god. This is even after he evolved into a king-level powerhouse. Even when fighting on the wind-leaping level, he remains formidable. On the battlefield, he was like a god descending. That concludes the discussion. Elizabeth's long-cherished wish has finally come true. As she watched Nodowa's body completely dissipate and the thousands of souls of the traitors of Sunset Kingdom be purified by the wind, she finally felt relieved. He gave a soft hum. The girl lay down, exhausted. The female general beside her supported her queen, remaining silent. Upon seeing this, the lord sighed and continued to watch the scene unfold. Soon, the scene has moved to the final level. But the final challenge, however, showed footage of everyone wandering alone in their respective arenas. The wind god that everyone wanted to see did not appear. Everyone was in a great hurry. They couldn't stand not seeing Fengshen showing off for 3 minutes. Time passed, until the very last second. Just when everyone thought the scene was about to end, the figure finally appeared. In the scene, the stars shifted and the constellations moved. The wind, alone, confronts 1,000 armies. The enemy leader resembled a monarch. My hair. OMG. Is it Qin Shi Huang? Several lords who had some knowledge of the history of the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed in surprise, while the others were dumbfounded. Huh? The King of Qin. Aren't those ancient figures? Haven't they long since vanished into the river of time? Why are you here? You were puzzled and filled with shock. But when they wanted to see more, pity. The video content has ended. The King of Qin, commanding his 8 true dragons, departed and disappeared from sight. Then the screen disappeared completely. As you all understand, the past has been fully recounted. Now, it's time for them to return to the Dark Realm. Too bad, I haven't finished watching it yet. Forget it, forget it. Wow, so strong. We have witnessed the birth of a legend. The numerous lords bowed their heads, gazing at the light emanating from their bodies, ready to serve their new king upon their return to the Dark Realm. The birth of the king will inevitably change the situation in the Dark Domain. What they have to do is submit. The light spreads, and the lords return. At this moment, Chen Feng also appeared after everyone had disappeared. He watched as everyone left, and then his own form began to dissipate. It's time to go back and see Lily and the others. I wonder if they're doing alright these past 2 days. Give back to our compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Now, he longs for his return. As long as he returns as the Lord of the Dark Realm, people will no longer have to live in the underground world. This is something he has always wanted to do. A burst of light flashed. As all the lords departed, dust wind followed. After a dizzying storm in the brain, open your eyes. Chen Feng returned to that familiar place. His palace. Looking around, everything was still so familiar. It felt like returning home, making the boy feel at ease. Only, as he looked back at his throne, dust and wind were detected. It looks like it's covered in a lot of dust. What's going on? Dust Wind ran his hand over the marks on the surface, his eyes half closed in confusion. He only stayed in the dungeon for about 2 days, so how come the throne is covered in such a thick layer of dust? That shouldn't be the case, right? Even though I'm not here, no one dares to sit in this spot, so it might get dusty. But isn't it a bit strange to accumulate so many at once? Could it be that a sandstorm has struck the Dark Realm? Chapter 183 New Crisis. Chen Feng considered this possibility, but he found it utterly absurd and laughable. That's a bit ridiculous. If there really is a sandstorm, it shouldn't affect the underground world. Furthermore, even if it affects them, the entire palace must have been buried by then. Oh right, where are Lily and the others? Surrounding all around. Dust and Wind noticed this at that moment. His own palace, its gates tightly shut. And almost all types of troops were not in the palace. Could it be that they've been in the trial grounds all along? I thought they would come back from time to time to replenish their energy. He recounted his own story. Dust and Wind thought to themselves, if Lily and the others had returned, as the dragon maid, she would have certainly cleaned the throne, which was covered in so much dust. Lily's main job in the castle is daily cleaning, and she has an unusual obsession with dirt. If the young girl had noticed that a certain area was unclean, she would have gone to great lengths to clean it, and the throne would not be in its current state of being covered in dust. If this situation has occurred, it can only mean that Lily has truly not returned during this period. Oh well. Chen Feng thought to himself that he had only spent 2 days in the dungeon. Lily and the others were probably eager to help me, so they were desperately leveling up in the Tower of Trials. Wrong. I just finished thinking about the above possibilities. Dust and Wind were detected. My own strength has actually stagnated. He's currently stuck at the mid-stage of the king level, with no further improvement in his strength. Logically speaking, if Lily and the others were leveling up inside the tower. So, even if the sharing of one's own experience is very slow, it won't come to the point of complete stagnation. The current situation likely indicates that your troops are not leveling up at all. So where did they go? What are they doing now? Chen Feng frowned in thought, and coupled with the strange situation on the throne, a bad premonition rose in his heart. He rushed towards the main hall gate. Open the palace gates. The sight before him shocked him. At this moment, as far as the eye can see, there are magnificent palaces everywhere. The castles of the various lords of the Dragon Kingdom underwent extremely luxurious upgrades within these 2 days. This left Chen Feng in disbelief. That's not all. The once desolate underground world was now wide open, with the rock walls that had covered it gone, replaced by a clearly visible sky. And the gloomy sky cleared, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight shone down, making the Dragon Kingdom's territory flourish with flowers and lush greenery. In Chen Feng's eyes, the whole world seemed as harmonious and beautiful as the Garden of Eden, and as peaceful and undisturbed as Utopia. What's going on? Having witnessed everything, he felt utterly bewildered. No way. Haven't seen you for 2 days. How did the people of the Dragon Kingdom develop this territory into this state? Isn't this happening too fast, a bit illogical? Logically speaking, it's impossible for humans to achieve such a feat in just 2 days. It would take at least several months to achieve this effect. Am I dreaming? He pinched his own face. The dust and wind became alert. Everything was real, so they had no choice but to give up. Could it be related to my becoming the Lord of the Dark Domain within the instance? He then proposed another hypothesis. This hypothesis is probably the best explanation for the current situation. Even so, Dustwind also needs to know what exactly happened during this time. He wanted to find a lord from the Dragon Kingdom to ask, but found that everyone seemed to have disappeared. This left him completely bewildered. Depend on. Where are they? How come people have disappeared too? Looking around, the magnificent palace and the street walkways were completely deserted. Although the building in front of me was conspicuous and not as dilapidated as a ghost town, it still made me feel uneasy. Sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly strange, Chen Feng remembered that he could check the situation through the chat box on the virtual panel. He figured that even if there was no one nearby, there should be people in the chat channel, right? Just now, so many lords returned with him. If even those people were to disappear now, that would really be a bit unreasonable. Open the virtual panel and enter the Dark Domain's chat channel. Now, Chen Feng finally saw a glimmer of hope. On the chat panel, he finally saw the lords he was chatting with. Most of these people are compatriots from China. Seeing this, Chen Feng finally felt relieved. But the next second, when he finally saw what everyone was talking about, he was shocked. Brothers, the east side is about to fall. Has the wind god not returned yet? I don't know, but we absolutely cannot let these guys into the adult's castle. Once they break in, the wind god will never be able to leave the instance again. What's going on? Upon seeing these messages, Chen Feng was filled with doubt. Based on the conversation among the companions, it can be inferred that they seem to be united in fighting against something. But that thing seems to be very powerful, making things very difficult for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. That concludes the discussion. The dust and wind clearly revealed the problem. With a leap, he summoned the holy sword and flew directly into the distance. Something must have happened outside. He must go there to provide reinforcements immediately. What exactly is it that makes everyone seem so wary? In the Dark Realm, what invincible enemy is there? At first, almost all the core combat forces of all the countries have come to the dungeon to compete for the position of Lord of the Dark Domain. Most of those who remain are elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. Apart from the Dragon Kingdom. According to the situation at the time, it is highly unlikely that any country can pose a threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Even if all those lords attacked together, it wouldn't work. Dust and Wind believed. During the period when I am not here, with Vice President Jiao Ran in charge, she is capable of leading the Dragon Kingdom to victory over anyone. And palaces are now everywhere. This also indirectly proves that the Dragon Kingdom did not have a bad time during these 2 days. Perhaps, is the threat not posed by the native forces of the Dark Domain? Chen Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. He has now flown out of the prosperous Dragon Kingdom territory on his sword and arrived at the land above the underground world. The scene above is vastly different from the scene below. Dust and wind swept across the land, revealing desolation and barrenness, with not a blade of grass growing and smoke rising everywhere. This desolate and dilapidated scene is astonishing, as if it had survived an epic war. It was once American territory, but now it's so desolate it's like a forbidden zone for the living. It's unbelievable. Upon opening the virtual control panel, Chen Feng discovered that the chat panel contained the latest news from the Dragon Kingdom. Watch out, someone's descending on the battlefield. It's the enemy. No, they are lords. Have the dungeon lords come out? Then wouldn't the Wind God be? Chapter 184 The Replicator. Could it be that Lord Wind God has returned as well? In the chat channel, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were all overjoyed when they reached this point. As Chen Feng watched all this, he became increasingly curious. He continued to check the chat panel as he flew. The lords were still exchanging words up there. Just now. But what they brought was bad news. Damn it. Those newly arrived lords seem to have fallen into enemy territory. They're going to get killed by those guys. What should we do? Forget it. We're too busy taking care of ourselves to worry about them. No. What if the adults also fallen over there? You mean, the Dragon Kingdom Lord's discussions were fully understood by Chen Feng at that time. After seeing these messages, Chen Feng deduced a very bad situation. The lords they're talking about are probably the group of people who came back to the Dark Domain with me. Now, I have returned to my castle, and those people once had their own territories, but now they are all in ruins. In other words, they have descended upon the ruins, and there exist other forces there that I am unaware of, forces that terrify my fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom? Have those forces already killed all the newly returned lords? In the self-narration, Dust and Wind were startled. The situation was becoming increasingly terrifying. You need to know, those who are able to venture into the Dark Domain dungeon to vie for the throne are already quite strong. If these people were instantly killed upon their return, which can only mean that the one who killed them will be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but worry about the safety of the various Dragon Kingdom lords. In a moment of desperation, he increased his speed to the maximum and sped off in the east. Based on what you all just said, the east is about to fall in defense, and I don't know if that's the case now. Given the critical situation, he had no choice but to go east to investigate first, leaving the rest of the area to be put on hold for the time being. The dust storm continued to accelerate. I wonder if it was because I was anxious. It seems he triggered a passive skill after becoming the Lord of the Dark Domain. Instant teleportation. In an instant, when Chen Feng's determination to move forward reached its peak, his body experienced a teleportation effect. That's right. He teleported. His body went directly to the battlefield he wanted to be on. This battlefield is desolate and ruined. Dust Wind, still somewhat bewildered from the great shift, looked slightly puzzled. Wait, did I teleport? What's going on? All right. I was in such a rush that I forgot about the spatial bracelet that Naya gave me. Did I trigger it? He glanced at his left hand. The light from the space bracelet was dim, as if it were asleep. Chen Feng was taken aback. Now, the space bracelet has run out of power and is unusable. He was unaware of it. So, what exactly happened with that teleportation? Could it be? Is it related to his becoming the Lord of the Dark Domain? Thinking it over, Chen Feng dismissed the idea. That's all. Who cares? Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Looking around, he surveyed the battlefield. Located high in the sky, it offers a wide field of vision. He finally discovered traces of human presence below. There are people here. Moreover, they are all lords of the Dragon Kingdom. All that could be seen was the desolate landscape. A group of lords clad in armor, wielding weapons, and leading their troops are battling against the endless, vast creatures below. These creatures are entirely black and shapeless, but when they see an opponent, they quickly transform into the shape of the opponent. They attack swiftly and nimbly, showing no mercy to the Dragon Kingdom lords, and are able to perfectly synchronize with the strength of the enemies they encounter, becoming stronger when facing stronger opponents and weaker when facing weaker ones. And these guys have an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even when facing an opponent of equal strength, these things can still win by sheer numbers, bringing the Dragon Kingdom's forces within the defensive line to the brink of collapse. Eastern Defense Line. The Dragon Kingdom lords who had been calling for support in the chat channel were retreating continuously, and it looked like they were about to give up. Large numbers of lords began to be swept up by those black monsters, crushed into mud, and died horribly. Less than a minute after the dust settled on the battlefield, I witnessed everything firsthand. My heart trembled, but even more so, I felt anger. Regardless of what this is, anyone who dares to offend the people of the Dragon Kingdom will be made to die without a burial place. A roar. Chen Feng unleashed a domineering aura mental attack, causing the entire battlefield to pause for a moment. The air was still, unaffected by the mental attack. The lords looked up and, seeing their king had returned, were filled with disbelief before cheering. Lord Wind God, the Lord has returned. Wait, are we dreaming? 2 months have passed, and the adults have actually returned. It's true? It's true, right? The lords looked up at the boy in the sky in disbelief, finding it all too incredible. Upon hearing their trembling words, Chen Feng was even more shocked. What did they just say? 2 months have passed. What does this mean? Could it be a tremor? At this moment, Only disbelief remained in Chun Feng's mind. Time seems to be different from what I remember. He remembered that he had only spent 2 days in the instance at most. How come 2 whole months have passed in the dark domain in the blink of an eye? You're not kidding, are you? Could it be? The timeline of the instance does not overlap with the timeline of the Dark Realm. Are the 2 worlds not time-oriented? Thinking about it. Facing the army below, Chun Feng unleashed all the skills at his disposal, launching a full-scale attack. These black, unidentified entities, capable of replicating everything about their opponents, were initially exposed and suffered heavy casualties. But then, when they locked onto their target in the sky, Chun Feng felt a sudden tightness all over his body, anticipating that something bad was about to happen. And as expected, among these black things, one quickly assimilated into his appearance. Not long after, a black version of the same dust wind appeared before its true form. Looking at myself, who looks exactly like this. Feel the familiar aura of the other person. Chun Feng felt a chill run down his spine, realizing with shock that this thing had actually copied his strength. What monster? He exclaimed in surprise and drew his holy sword. Meanwhile, the fake version of himself quickly ascended into the air, wielding an identical dark holy sword. The 2 immediately started fighting. The Dragon Kingdom lords below, seeing this scene, thought to themselves, "Our lord has returned, and his strength has leaped to such a level." But, judging from the current battle situation, it seems that having too high a combat power is not a good thing for you. Chapter 185 Extraterrestrial Enemy. Be careful, sir. That thing will completely replicate your strength and abilities. Below, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom quickly spoke up. They suffered terribly from this thing during that period. This thing came about strangely and can inexplicably copy the opponent's strength and skills, which is completely unreasonable. The stronger a person is, the more difficult it is to deal with this kind of thing. You are all afraid that the wind god's strength might actually limit his own abilities. In the sky. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng drew his holy sword. Opposite. The clone then performed the exact same action, swinging its sword at the same time. Try to copy my moves? Damn it. Bang dash. Bang dash. The 2 sides clashed, their swords flashing across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they fought fiercely and were evenly matched. But, as the original form, Chun Feng is ultimately superior. But he was still shocked. What exactly is this thing? It's far too bizarre. Below, the same thing, exactly the same as this one, was staring at Chun Feng, preparing to make a move. Seeing this, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom tried their best to stop them, but they eventually grew more and more exhausted with each battle. This cycle of one side gaining at the expense of the other is definitely not going to work. Looking at the battle situation, Chun Feng knew he couldn't delay any longer. He can't afford to waste time with these guys right now. Even if the opponent is very strong, he must end the battle quickly. That concludes the discussion. The boy's anger surged. The hidden power of the Lord of the Dark Realm was fully revealed at this moment. With a furious shout, Chun Feng's domineering and intimidating aura was unleashed. The fake body on the other side suddenly disintegrated at that moment. It crashed. And that's not all. The battlefield below. Those restless black creatures also crumbled and vanished at that moment. The battle situation took an absolutely stunning turn. The enemy vanished instantly. This completely stunned the Dragon Kingdom lords who had just been on the verge of death. They thought they were about to face another fierce battle, but they ended up winning. Wait, where are those guys? Turned to ashes? Is the battle over? Those who hadn't yet reacted collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, in disbelief at their narrow escape. And dust and wind. He stood there dumbfounded, startled by his own inexplicable ability. Yes, he had just had the idea of making all of these black things disappear. Then, these things really did disappear. It felt like a dream come true. Chun Feng had never seen such methods of killing enemies before, let alone experienced them himself. But that's exactly what happened. He really wiped out these monsters with ease. In the blink of an eye, all living beings perish. Is this the power of God? They gazed at the army of black mist that had been completely reduced to ashes. After a moment's thought, Chun Feng realized that everything seemed to follow a pattern. This ability to kill enemies with a single thought is likely directly related to his becoming the Lord of the Dark Domain. I remember when I inherited the position of Lord of the Dark Domain. The virtual panel explained that the Lord of the Domain could control the life and death of all living beings within the domain. But this ability is simply too overpowered. At first, Feng thought this might just be a tactic used against the lords within the domain. But I never expected it. Now, he could also annihilate these seemingly lifeless black creatures in an instant. The power of a domain lord is evident. In this way, the dust and wind are released from their burdens. Very good. He can now quickly eliminate enemies who appear out of nowhere and then find out the truth about everything that happened in between. Thinking, dust and wind, riding their swords, slowly landed before the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. All the lords present, having witnessed the miracle just now, bowed down and worshipped the wind god, who was as beautiful as a celestial being, shouting, "Long live the wind god." "My lord, you're finally back. The entire dark domain has changed dramatically." Hiss dash. Tell me in detail what went wrong. After landing, Feng reassured everyone and asked them to explain everything that had recently happened. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom, seeing that their lord seemed unaware of the situation, were slightly surprised, but quickly explained. "Sir, haven't you noticed anything? For the past 2 months, have you been staying in the Dark Domain instance? We've been waiting for you for so long. Recently, a large number of extraterrestrial enemies have suddenly appeared, completely disrupting our lives and even attempting to destroy us." At this time, a young woman with long, flowing hair stepped forward to explain. This person is none other than Jia Ran. 2 months later, the girl was still beautiful, but her pretty face looked haggard and she was a bit thinner than before. 2 months. Feng frowned as he listened to the girl's words. "I've only been in the instance for 2 days. 2 whole months have passed in the Dark Domain. What exactly happened during that time?" The boy's question surprised the surrounding lords. Both sides now have reasons to be surprised. But given the current situation, it's not appropriate to gossip too much. So everyone wisely waited for Jia Ran to explain. Jia Ran covered her mouth with her small hand, looking surprised, but quickly recovered. "How could this be? My lord, let me first tell you what happened in the Dark Domain while you were away. During your absence, our Dragon Kingdom has been living peacefully. The remaining people from other countries have not bothered us, and we have been developing rapidly in the underground world, including the Tower of Trials you discovered, plus other treasure locations. During this period, we gradually became one of the top forces in the Dark Domain. Everyone's troops have seen a leap in strength, and the castle has also been upgraded to a palace during this period. Later on, the lords of other countries had no choice but to submit to us, because our strength was simply too formidable. The core combat forces of other countries have all gone to the instance and have not returned for a long time, causing them to be in a state of panic and have no choice but to take the initiative to curry favor with us. Not only that, we received news a month ago that you, my lord, have successfully ascended to the throne of the Lord of the Dark Domain, so our troop talents have been greatly enhanced as members of your guild. With greater strength, you will naturally soar to even greater heights." And so, everyone grew rapidly without even realizing it, and the Dragon Kingdom continued to prosper. Unfortunately, this good fortune didn't last long. An attack by an extraterrestrial enemy has devastated the entire Dark Domain. Apart from our Dragon Kingdom, all the lords of other countries were unable to resist this force and perished. The incident happened just a few days ago. Those guys who claim to be from the Void Domain are saying they want to take over the position of Lord of the Dark Domain. According to them, the competition for sovereignty in the 10 ordinary domains is now open, and they have come here to seize the throne. However, it seems they overlooked the fact that the Dark Domain opened its instance ahead of schedule, and they arrived too late. But, unwilling to give up, they decided to destroy all the gates leading into the instance in order to prevent the birth of a new king. Destroying all the entrances to the instance will forcibly stop the instance process. At that time, you will be directly asked to leave the instance. So, these guys have practically destroyed the gates of all the other dungeon lords that have participated in the raid over the past few days. We made an estimate. Now perhaps only that door in your palace remains, undestroyed. Chapter 186 Exhausted. That main gate in your palace may very well be the last one. Jia Ran told Feng the truth, and the latter was shocked. Is this really true? As Feng reflected on everything that had just happened, and with the girl's explanation, he gradually grasped the truth of the matter. Turn out to be. During the time he entered the instance, 2 whole months have passed in the Dark Domain. Not only that, not long ago, a mysterious species from the Void has invaded. These guys claim that all 10 domains' sovereignty qualifications have been activated, and they are about to carry out their occupation plan, which will be implemented swiftly. Only, What those guys didn't expect was, this may be because the final copy of each domain opens at slightly different times. It could also be because Nodoa chose to open the Dark Domain instance ahead of schedule. Final. When those guys arrived in the Dark Domain, the instance of this domain has actually been open for some time now. Thinking of this, Dust and Wind probably thought so. The reason for this is that the opening times of the ultimate dungeons in each domain are different. In addition, Nodoa opened the dungeon ahead of time. In the end, the time in the Void Domain may also be different from that in the Ordinary Domain, which led to the calculation error. After all, the Dark Domain instance was opened a month ago. What have these guys been waiting for all this time, a month ago? Are they waiting for all the dungeons in all domains to be unlocked before taking action? If things in a certain area go beyond their expectations, these guys will choose to destroy the gate to the instance to prevent the birth of a new king. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom's entourage protected him in time, allowing Chen Feng to escape from the dungeon and successfully ascend to the next level. But Dustwind was also caught off guard. When I was in the dungeon, I realized that I was constantly facing life-threatening danger. It seems that staying inside the instance is much safer than being outside. President, the matter in the east has been resolved. You should go and check on the other places. After explaining the general situation, Jia Ran suggested that the adults go to other places to investigate. According to the girl, in the east, it is always the lords of the Dragon Kingdom who are fighting against those dark forces. And west, north, and south. Now, all of them are guarded by Chun Feng's own troops. That's right. During these 2 months, Dustwind's troops have grown into a terrifying force. Let's set aside Lily and her main combatants for now. The current army of shadowy figures is already terrifyingly powerful. Those shadow legions have been leveling up like crazy in the Tower of Trials for the past 2 months. Their strength increased rapidly, and each of them incredibly reached the diamond level. Even among these shadowy figures, hundreds have advanced to the Grandmaster level. 3 more have reached the Commander level. As commanders within the Shadow Legion, they have consistently led the Shadow Army in battles against enemies in the Void Realm. Jia Ran said this. Chen Feng felt very gratified. It seems so. The newbies he had summoned back then have grown into a mighty lion that can be called an army. Only, when he thought about this, he suddenly realized a fact. If a large number of Shadow Legion units leveled up so many times during this period, so I should be able to gain a lot of experience in the dungeon. Could it be a special mechanism of the dungeon that can sever or weaken the connection between the Lord and the troops within? That's all. Time is of the essence. I need to hurry to another battlefield to investigate. The moment Chen Feng had that thought, he vanished from the spot. Just as Jia Ran was about to say something more, she saw the president leave and sighed in her heart. Oh, sir. Actually, your branch of the military. As she spoke, the girl looked up at the sky, already sensing the wind god's sorrow and anger. Another battlefield. A dust storm appeared instantly. With his complete control over the map, he could clearly see the approximate location of the battlefield at that time, so his landing point was almost exactly where he was. And below, a large army of shadowy figures is fighting against other black creatures of the same color. These dark objects have now all transformed into the Shadow Legion, where the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. Just like the Eastern Theater Command, they were still able to overcome the enemy's overwhelming numbers even when facing such a large number of Shadow Legions. Sky, Dust, and Wind saw it. Behind the Shadow Legion, a stone sculpture depicting 2 angels. These 2 stone sculptures are so beautiful and lifelike, yet they appear so desolate when placed on the battlefield. They are Kyle and Mona. Seeing that the 2 soldiers he hadn't seen in a long time were meeting him in this way, Chen Feng was both puzzled and heartbroken. Why? How did my own troops end up like this? They seem to have long since exhausted their energy, choosing to turn into stone sculptures here and sleep eternally. Within the stone statue, only the faint signs of life, which only its master, Chen Feng, could sense, are preserved. This symbolizes that the lives of the 2 angels are like candles flickering in the wind, hanging by a thread. See here. The dust storm needs no delay. In the blink of an eye, all living beings perish. All the enemy's dark forces instantly turned to dust and ashes. It was the king of the dark realm punishing them. Seeing that the danger had passed, the shadowy legions looked up at the sky, knowing that their king had returned, and bowed their heads in silence. Ignoring the situation below, Chen Feng flashed away and disappeared from the spot. He will travel to 2 other battlefields to clean up the remnants of the void and rescue Lily and her companions from potential danger. As for Mona and Kyle, he had already sent the two back to the palace with his mind, so there was no need to worry about anything else. Not long after, the boy arrived at two other places. The battle situation here is roughly the same. This includes key units like Lilith. At this moment, they, like Mona and Kyle, have all turned into statues. Looking at this scene, dust and wind bring heartache. Enraged, he annihilated all the black things with a single thought and brought the soldiers, who had been turned into stone statues, back to the palace. Finally, the crisis was completely resolved. The Dark Realm has temporarily returned to tranquility. The boy, having accomplished everything, stood high in the sky and sighed. Fortunately, I successfully succeeded to the throne of the Dark Domain. Otherwise, in the current situation, he has no idea how to deal with it. Thinking about it, he was also very curious. How did these dark creatures from the void get here? He absolutely had to figure this out. But now is not the time to talk about these things. The most important thing now is to evacuate all the surviving Dragon Kingdom lords and send them back to the underworld to recuperate. The rest of the Shadow Legion also need to return quickly at this time. After finishing his work, Chen Feng led the statues of several different troop types to the troop pool, trying to find a way to revive them. Chapter 187, Devoting Oneself to the Cause. He must bring all the soldiers back to life. Now, back in his palace, Chen Feng gazed at the statues neatly arranged before him, feeling a mix of emotions, including endless sorrow. A little thought will make it clear. The reason why Lily and the others have become like this is because of this war. The war kept them busy, and they fought day and night until they were exhausted. To contend with an opponent who can replicate one's own strength is not something that can be done simply by talking about it. Not to mention, there is more than one such enemy. Several troop types, along with the Shadow Legion, guarded their positions day and night, unable to relax or leave. They know, once they leave, the battlefield will be breached and the Master's palace will be destroyed. As those who are absolutely loyal to the Lord, they would certainly not allow this situation to happen. They resisted fiercely, but eventually could not hold on any longer and could only turn into statues on the spot, waiting for a miracle to happen. And that miracle happened. Those who had lived up to their lord's expectations finally witnessed the return of Chen Feng. The king returns, wielding power, and facing formidable enemies. He reduces them to ashes in an instant, leaving no survivors and slaughtering them without mercy. It's time for the rescued units to awaken. According to the rules for using the unit pool, it exists as the most unique troop pool, possessing the highest level of SSSR rank. Dust Wind is now able to expend a large amount of water from the troop pool to revive Lily and the others who were on the verge of death. Only, the cost of reviving all units present at once would undoubtedly be enormous. Fortunately, over the past 2 months, the water level in the troop pool has been accumulating and has reached a terrifying depth, even to the point of, the unit pool was constantly being compressed again because it could not accommodate all units. The liquid in the pool was extremely thick at that moment, and every drop was a precious essence. These resources should be more than enough for the main troop types. So, regarding this point, at least we don't have to worry about dust and wind anymore. Thinking about it, he then set about working on this matter. Summoned the virtual panel, and after a series of quick operations, the pool water boils and surges outward. These colorful, radiant pools of water transformed into several surging snakes, pouring into the now motionless stone sculpture and merging with it. In an instant, several large stone carvings began to show signs of cracking. Stone chips kept falling off the surface of Lily and the others. Then, a complete, lifelike unit is revealed before the dust and wind. Looking at the revived troops, the boy's eyes stung slightly as he caught the slowly descending dragon maid. Lily lay in her owner's arms, feeling the familiar warmth. She opened her eyes, initially feeling a sense of disorientation, before gradually regaining consciousness. "Owner," she murmured softly. Upon realizing that the boy in front of her was her master, Lily burst into tears. Surrounded by warmth, the girl burst into tears, repeatedly calling out, "Master! Master! Master, I miss you so much. I thought I would never see you again. I'm here, don't cry." Stroking the girl's soft, fine hair, the gentle breeze soothes her, revealing tenderness. After wrapping the girl's body in a clean blanket, Dust Wind continued to catch the other soldiers who were successively revived. Naya, Celia, Kyle, and Mona were all embraced by the boy. These soldiers, one by one, showed surprise and an overwhelming joy, and soon they were all crying their eyes out. But, Even though everyone was very emotional, Dust and Wind, still try your best to comfort everyone. He understood. The resurrected units will be incapable of fighting for a period of time. They are like babies in swaddling clothes, needing care and protection. The female soldiers, who had received their master's favor, fell asleep peacefully and began their rapid recovery. This was a rare moment of complete rest for them, and they were only able to find peace after seeing their master. And the only unit that emerged from petrification on its own. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha respectfully bowed to his master and then sat down to rest. During the 2 months that they did not meet, the great sage's strength soared to the peak of the king realm. So when he was resurrected, his condition was still pretty good. In addition, it's not proper for 2 grown men to hug each other. Chen Feng didn't even have the face to hug the great sage. After doing all this, Chen Feng knew that he still had other things to finish. Now, let the newly resurrected units rest for a bit. After resting, he then inquired further about the ins and outs of the entire recent incident. Those dark objects from the void remain mysterious. Their leader is still unknown. Whether they have all been eliminated is still unknown. Based on recollection, Chen Feng had heard Yingjing talk about this when he was fighting against the king of Qin in the dungeon. He said that the void domain, along with the divine domain, has long been known as one of the 2 special domains, separate from the other 10 domains. And the king of Qin himself did not know what kind of beings the inhabitants of the void domain were, nor did he know how vast the land there was. He only briefly mentioned that the place was terrifying, with bizarre creatures that defied description. Now it seems that everything is true. After witnessing those black things with his own eyes, Chen Feng was not sure whether they were living beings. Are these things existing as military units, or some kind of non-human lords? Everything is still unknown. Looking back now, King Yingjing of Qin probably had even less information than his own side. See here. Chen Feng stopped thinking about it. He was about to set off to find any remaining lords who might still be alive. Whether they were those who had stayed in the dark domain before, or those who had just arrived. Save as many people as are still alive. Some of these people may know the secrets of the void domain, especially those who haven't been to the instance before. Although the chances of rescue are slim. But Chen Feng still wanted to give it a try. In an instant, one can teleport. The boy arrived at an open area. He looked around, and then closed his eyes. The power of the domain lord that he gradually mastered was released from within his heart. Instantaneously, his consciousness, starting from his body, began to scan the entire dark domain. About an hour later, the boy's mental control was finally complete. Because the dark domain is a vast area, Dustwind expended a great deal of mental energy in the search. If it weren't for the fact that his mental strength was already far superior to that of ordinary people. It seems this scan will take several days. But actually, the quick search did not bring him any benefit. Dust and wind were detected. At this moment, apart from the Dragon Kingdom, which was originally an underground world, the dark domain is almost completely devastated, and no living beings can be sensed at all. Even the beasts were all wiped out. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. There is a being in a very distant place, seemingly still alive. Chapter 188, I'll take care of you. There is still one vital sign, which is ongoing. Dust and Wind seized this crucial moment and quickly moved. In an instant, he arrived at the location of this area. This place is a desolate ruin. A young girl sat helplessly on the ground, holding a general covered in blood in her arms. The scene was tragic. It appears that the general is dead, and that he died protecting the girl. The girl in front of him was Elizabeth. Elizabeth, with her white hair, now had her stunning face covered in dust, and 2 clear tears streamed down her face, making her look like a Cinderella with a tear-stained face. Chen Feng slowly stepped forward, gazing at the scene before him, and could only sigh in his heart. It's you? The question brought the girl back to her senses. With a blank stare, Elizabeth turned to look at the boy who had approached her, as if she had lost her mind. Wind, what brings you here? Finn, she's dead. The last person from the Sunset Kingdom who accompanied me died protecting me. Sobbing, the girl silently repeated a few words, her sorrow evident. Seeing this, Chen Feng didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only say, "It's all right. You still have me. I'm your ally. I am here." He patted the girl's head. Chen Feng knew that this girl was kind-hearted and that he could accept her if she lost her place in the world. "Don't you hate me? I said so many hurtful things to you back then." The girl spoke timidly, quite surprised by Feng's attitude. She thought the boy would hold a grudge against her later on. "It's all because I said too many hurtful things." At first, when the memories return, the lords learn the whole truth. Elizabeth then had the idea of properly apologizing to the boy. She was willing to wholeheartedly serve the young man as king. Unfortunately, when I looked back then, the boy was no longer there. Now, I had just returned to the Dark Domain when I saw such a desolate scene. All their compatriots died, and their homes were reduced to ruins. Even the most loyal and last general of the Sunset Kingdom died trying to defend against the black creature. She has lost everything. He lost his home, his friends, his servants, and everything else. Why is this happening, Wind? Why has this land become like this? What exactly are those things? At that time, the girl's rhetorical question revealed her fear and confusion. Chen Feng simply watched quietly, and after a long while, he spoke. An extraterrestrial enemy. It's all right. I've already killed them all. Silence. A long time. Li Yisabai's constricted pupils finally returned to normal. Thanks. Thank you. I have lost everything. I am no longer a queen. I am just a person now. To pour out one's heart in tears. Holding the dead female general, Elizabeth collapsed in despair. Well, in this situation, Chen Feng felt pity and let out a sigh. He couldn't bear to see such an inexperienced girl have to endure so much after arriving in this strange world. It's all right, come with me. I will take care of you for the rest of my life. A kind word. Chen Feng helped the girl up. After using special powers to clean the girl's cheeks, he then carefully buried the female general, who had no vital signs, and took her away. Elizabeth did not resist. She simply hugged the boy and cried her heart out. She has lost everything. Now, following the trend is her best choice. She lost her home. The young man was willing to give her another home. I don't know why. Elizabeth thought so. Perhaps. The demon the Lord spoke of was actually a good person. If you treat him sincerely, he will never treat you unfairly. On the Wind, Elizabeth found the sense of security that she could only get from her parents when she was a child. Following the boy felt like coming home, a warm and comforting experience. She hadn't experienced this rare warmth since entering the desolate ancient continent. She suffers from all kinds of cold stares and torment every day. The indifference, falsehood, hypocrisy, and snobbery of those around her gradually numbed the girl's pure heart, leading her to choose to ignore it, close herself off, and pretend everything was all right. Now, a sincere young man made her feel the warmth of love again. She gradually fell asleep in the boy's arms, looking adorable, her heartbeat calm, like a kitten. Holding the girl in his arms, Chen Feng returned to the palace. After settling him in, he shook his head helplessly. Pity. The last surviving non-Dragon Kingdom lord was Elizabeth. In this way, it's estimated that information about the Void Domain will be impossible to obtain. When Chen Feng scanned the Dark Domain just now, he could no longer sense the presence of those black objects. This shows that those things have either already retreated or are all dead. To obtain more detailed information, we may have to venture into the Void Domain to find out. But how could that be? Going to the Void Domain now would be tantamount to courting death. There must be a powerful being there. This is not something Chen Feng should be concerned about right now. TSK-. In my anger, I forgot to leave anyone alive. That was my oversight. A word of self-reproach, and Chen Feng paced back and forth. He thought about it. Since we cannot find a breakthrough within our own domain, we can only start our investigation in other domains. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his virtual panel to check the messages in his current friends channel. Since entering the Dark Domain instance, he hasn't spoken to his sister Qinxue for 2 or 3 days. Not only that, this is only the time I spent in the instance. According to the original timeline of the Dark Domain, 2 months would have passed by now. Both the Ocean Domain and the Dark Domain are considered ordinary domains, so their concept of time should be the same. So, to be clear, the fact is, Chen Feng has not contacted his sister Qinxue for 2 months. 2 months is damn good. He spoke, sounding slightly nervous. Open the friend list with your sister. Now, dust and wind were detected. My sister has several unread messages from a few months ago. This was something he received shortly after returning to the Dark Domain. At first, inside the instance, he was completely unable to receive any information from the outside world. Before long, the message appeared before me. However, it was only a few sentences, very brief. However, it revealed a great deal of important information. Brother, are you there? You said you went into the Dark Realm instance and haven't returned yet after a month? Schwer misses you so much. Please don't let anything happen to you. Brother, my instance has also opened, and enemies from other domains have chosen to compete with us. Brother, we are surrounded by enemies at our rear. I have no other choice. If I die, please don't forget me. I love you. Now, cold words lay horizontally before my eyes. At first glance, Chun Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. Something really did happen over there. Chapter 189 Rescue Plan. The ocean area where my sister is located has indeed seen the appearance of extraterrestrial enemies, just like ours. Those creatures of the void realm, in the end. After saying this, Chun Feng felt anxious. Shuer should have entered the instance now, but I don't know what's going on. Fortunately, when the brother and sister first met, they exchanged a life card. These cards are intertwined, binding each other's lives. When faced with danger, the cards will change color. When faced with a life or death crisis, the cards will burn. When Chun Feng pulled out the card that belonged to his younger sister, the card was still a peaceful white for the time being. This means that the younger sister is currently doing well. But this thing can't completely put people at ease. You should know, when Chun Feng first entered the instance, he was almost completely cut off from all contact with the outside world. This is a problem he only discovered after he was released. Therefore, in contrast, who knows if my sister's entry into the dungeon will cause any discrepancies in the records of this life card. I have to get there as soon as possible. Chun Feng clenched his fists, making a silent resolution. Although at this moment, he has become the ruler of a region in the dark domain, with a bright future and boundless glory. But faced with his sister's life or death, he would rather give up this power. He is about to relinquish his near-invincible power in the dark domain and head to the ocean domain to start anew. Everything is reset to zero, but we will move forward without hesitation. But, before that, Chun Feng needs to strengthen his own abilities first. First, he opened his virtual panel and went to his personal information section. I haven't checked my information in a long time. Chun Feng actually has a lot of points, but he hasn't had time to use them to upgrade them. Soon, the screen unfolds, and a message appears. Name, Chun Feng. Personal level, LV48, 30W, 100W. Individual combat strength, mid-stage king. Personal skills, overbearing aura, intermediate, soul search, netherworld black flame. Lalu's possession skill, troop gifted treasure skill. Physical attack, 300,000, plus 9,000. Magic attack, 500,000, plus 10,000. True damage, 999, plus 0. Defense, 50W, plus 0. Agility, 9,999, plus 999. Mental strength, 1270, plus 600. Personal talent, SSSR, granted by Laoyuan. Available free points, 16666. Equipment, True Martial God Fengxian Set, destroyed. Card, Castle Moving Card. Gems, 99.99 white gems, 99.99 green gems, 5,000 blue gems, 500 purple gems. Units, Flame Ancestral Dragon, Holy Angel, Fallen Angel, Dimensional Witch, Victorious Fighting Buddha, Shadow Legion, Elemental Phantom, Soul Lotus. Now, looking at his drastically changed personal data, Chun Feng was filled with mixed emotions. A long time has passed. My level has reached 48, and even my gems have been filled to the maximum without me even noticing. He remembers. I have never possessed so many jewels before. Perhaps it's because the people of the Dragon Kingdom have been diligently gathering resources over the past 2 months, and they've been giving away what they've gained to themselves as part of their accumulated wealth. I really have to thank them. After understanding the current situation of the panel, first, Chun Feng removed the treasures belonging to the various military branches from his body and returned them to their rightful owners. Although these things can enhance my current strength, but, as the main combat weapon of the military units, returning them to them is the natural course of action. Thinking about it, several items then emerged from his body and flew toward the still sleeping Lily and the others. The magic core, void whip, elemental staff, dark orb, and holy sword of light have all returned to their places. With their own weapons, the soldiers' auras became more stable and stronger. No, perhaps, this is their true strength. This is the original form they were able to show. Chun Feng looked at the fully formed soldiers with satisfaction. Although his own strength had slightly decreased, he was not sad. He doesn't need to worry about such a trivial matter at all. But then, suddenly, Chun Feng discovered that his strength was slowly recovering. What's going on? Not only that, his body still retained the power of darkness, light, void, elements, and flames, which had never dissipated. In the distance, the feeling of dust and wind. It's as if my body has memorized the appearance of those divine weapons that have already left my body, and is trying to replicate one exactly, or indirectly obtain the abilities of those weapons. Not long after, Dustwind summoned a weapon of light from his hand, just like the holy sword of Kale. This isn't over yet. He can now even tear through the void with his bare hands and travel between planes without relying on the power of the Naali bracelet. That's incredible. Seeing everything happening inside his body, Chen Feng was overjoyed beyond words. He didn't know exactly why this was happening, but for him, this must be a fantastic thing. If this continues to develop. At that time, Chen Feng himself can master the power of all types of troops and become the strongest. Very good. Now, it's time to add points to my mental strength. After the joy, looking at the ridiculously large number of free attribute points. With a thought, Chen Feng focused all his energy on his mental power. Moment. His entire mind felt an incredible sense of clarity. Now, Chen Feng closed his eyes. He was able to see everything around him with incredible mental power, and even more meticulously. His eyes can see through objects to their essence. He could see the scenery beyond the walls of the main hall, and could see views several kilometers away. He can see the smallest particles in the air and the tens of thousands of microorganisms in a drop of water. He almost became a telescope or microscope, analyzing everything around him. This isn't over yet. His abilities are still improving. It is so powerful that it has a clear understanding of a living being's body, internal organs, energy flow, mental strength, and current emotions. This will play a very, very important role in his future battles. After such a significant improvement, Chen Feng originally thought that the amplification had ended. He misjudged the situation. Soon, a new message has appeared on the virtual panel. Dust and Wind were pleasantly surprised once again. Congratulations. Your mental strength attribute has broken through to 5,000 points. Your mental strength attribute has broken through to 10,000 points. Your mental strength attribute has broken through to 15,000 points. You are receiving the corresponding reward. Your domineering aura has advanced from intermediate to advanced, granting you even greater power and awe-inspiring presence. You have learned a new skill, Observation Haki. You have learned a new skill called Heavenly Thought Technique. Chapter 190 Heavenly Thought Technique. Only after all the above messages have been refreshed will the full benefits of the mental strength amplification be loaded. Chen Feng glanced at it, and his heart was undoubtedly filled with joy. For him, the more things or skills you acquire now, the better. He needs greater strength to conquer another perilous world. Not long after, the skill descriptions he had just acquired loaded, and he began to read them. The first thing that catches the eye is the introduction to strengthening Haki and how to use observation Haki. These two skills are quite easy to understand. One uses mental power to intimidate the enemy, and the other uses mental power to perceive the enemy's future attack methods. So, Chen Feng now focused his attention on the Heavenly Thought Technique, which interested him the most. This move was a skill he acquired after his mental strength broke through 15,000, so it should theoretically be a very powerful skill. And that is indeed the case. According to the introduction on the virtual panel, Chen Feng quickly understood the main abilities of this skill and how to use it. Heavenly Thought Technique Skill Introduction. This move is a special move that is only granted when one's spiritual power reaches a certain level, and it is unique. When a user learns this move, they can transform the spiritual power of all things in heaven and earth into their own power. Tip: if all spirits pray to you, the power of their prayers will gather around you, granting you the power of all beings in a short time, making you feel like a king. If your enemies harbor hatred towards you, you can also use their hatred to retaliate and turn their hatred into a factor that benefits you. The Heavenly Thought Technique is a technique that controls the thoughts of all living beings. It has many wonders and requires further exploration by the user. That concludes the general introduction. Message viewing. Chen Feng looked at the Heavenly Thought Technique and was amazed that it could bring him such powerful strength. He thought to himself that he had found a treasure. That's an amazing skill. If I can turn the enemy's hatred into power, wouldn't the more they hate me, the stronger I become? Thinking of this, he was already quite eager to try it out. But, in order to maximize their own advantages, Chen Feng still needs to wait for his troops and his brothers from the Dragon Kingdom to rest before taking any action. First, Jia Ran and the others have just finished a battle and must be exhausted. They need to recuperate. If I leave rashly at this time, what should I do if the people from the Void Domain reappear? In that case, wouldn't you all be killed by your own carelessness and negligence? Moreover, even if the brothers wanted to follow him to conquer the ocean, if they were not in good condition, it would be like herding ducks up a mountain, a thankless task. or even tantamount to throwing their lives away. After much deliberation, as the current center of power, Chen Feng must consider everything carefully. Wait another half day? Let's set off within half a day. A helpless sigh. He knew. Now, you brothers in the dark domain only have half a day to rest. He had to travel to the ocean area in half a day. It must have been tough on everyone. As they were talking, Chen Feng plans to upgrade everything that can be upgraded right now. 2 months passed quickly in this dark realm. Fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom, you have accumulated a great deal of materials to upgrade your troop pool and castle. It's more than enough. It would be a waste to leave it unused. Now that we have some time, we should make good use of it. Reopen the virtual panel. Chen Feng first approached the unit pool, and then the panel displayed a message about upgrading the super god level unit pool. Current building, SSSR God tier unit pool, unique. Current level, level 3. Effect, can summon units with initial levels ranging from diamond to commander, but with SSSR growth potential. Upgrade requirements. Player reaches level 35 plus 5,000 white orbs plus 2,000 green orbs plus 500 blue orbs plus 100 purple orbs. The system has detected that you are now eligible to upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade? Whether. Looking at the prompt, Chen Feng naturally chose yes. In an instant, white light burst forth. Just like the previous upgrades, only the light is even more dazzling. The entire troop pool was elevated once again under the illumination of the light. The sculptures are more exquisite, the pool water is clearer, everything is changing. Not long after, as the bright light faded, the new troop pool finally revealed itself. Chen Feng glanced at it, feeling both happy and somewhat regretful. What a pity. Nowadays, the water in the pool has been used to revive my main units, so I can't try to summon a new unit immediately using the upgraded pool. But, after glancing at the introduction of the new unit pool, dust and wind were detected. He was now able to summon troops of commander rank and above, which excited him greatly. Even, he might be able to summon Emperor level units above the King level from the current pool of God tier units. Emperor level, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Being able to summon an Emperor level unit would undoubtedly be of great help to me in the future. It's a pity. The higher the troop pool is upgraded, the more pool water needs to be accumulated. So, summoning an Emperor level being is likely a matter of time and probability. But having expectations is always a good thing. After completing the upgrade of the unit pool, next up is the final highlight. Dustwind is going to upgrade his castle. According to the description of the virtual panel, after this upgrade, your palace will undergo a tremendous change. This will be of great help to his conquest of the ocean. Return to the control panel to access the castle upgrade interface. In an instant, clear information about the castle was laid out before Chen Feng's eyes. The castle data is currently being updated. Your castle, Heavenly Palace. Territory level, level 4. Territory buildings, Super God tier troop pool, second troop pool, warehouse, advanced forge, super large city wall, miner's temple. Territory effects, none yet. Territory range, 5,000 meters. Current faction, Wind God Guild, guild leader. Territory upgrade. Personal level reached LV 40. Timber 80W, 80W, achieved. Stone 80W, 80W, achieved. Iron or 100,000, 100,000, achieved. Copper or 100,000, 100,000, achieved. Gold mine 10,000, 10,000, achieved. Drilling 3,000, 3,000, achieved. Kyanite 500, 500, achieved. Next tier, Mobile Sky Island, Forge Expansion, Island Shield, randomly obtain a special building. Chapter 191 The Temple of Containment. Soon, detailed information about his castle was laid out before him. Chen Feng glanced at it. After confirming that the materials were correct, he immediately implemented the upgrade. Clicked the Yes button, and the entire palace begins to glow. This time, it no longer trembles violently like before. But, what happened was even more shocking than the castle turning into a palace. Because, the moment Chen Feng stepped out of the palace gate, he discovered the entire palace, along with the land below it, was uprooted and floated up. Is this the upgraded Sky Island? With an excited tone, Chen Feng witnessed everything and saw the Sky Island take off completely, generating a layer of light as a new barrier. And in the distance, the massive city walls surrounding the territory began to crumble, symbolizing the completion of its mission. Now, looking down from the Sky Island, the view below is unobstructed. Dustwind felt very satisfied as he explored the new territory he could control with a thought. Although this upgrade didn't improve the palace's fundamental nature, its advantage lies in the fact that my palace can now be moved. Being able to fight freely while carrying territory is a huge advantage for both me and my troops. As long as Lily and the others don't stray too far from the unit pool, they can continuously recover their stamina and energy, allowing them to maintain peak condition at all times. As he spoke, Dust suddenly noticed the empty space on my own floating island, next to the miner's temple building that was once acquired. Then, suddenly another thing appeared. Huh? A new building. He was astonished. Oh right. The virtual panel just mentioned that I would get a random building after upgrading the palace. Could this be it? We quickly arrived next to the new building. Dust and wind were detected. This thing is currently in an initial state and needs to be awakened by itself to transform. This thing is a cube. When you get close to it, a selection box will appear. Shenfeng directly clicked on the Start Building option, because this is the only option you can select from this selection box. In an instant, the entire cube was deformed. The violent impact caused the dust and wind to make people squint slightly. About a minute later, this object has been completely deformed. The dust and wind blocked the dissipating gale, revealing its true form. This is something that resembles a gourd. Just by looking at its appearance, it's hard to guess what it's actually used for. But the introduction to the virtual panel will be sent later. That answered the question that had been bothering me. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new special building, the Temple of Containment. This building's function, it can pack buildings belonging to members of your guild into the gourd that houses the temple, allowing you to take those members anywhere. Moreover, you can shrink them down and take them out at any time, ready to take root anywhere. This temple can also package non-lord buildings, that is, wild buildings that may exist in the domain. Note, this temple can only accommodate lords whose territory level is lower than yours. Tip: this temple can be carried with you, making it convenient and quick. What? Shenfeng was shocked after reading the message. What a treasure this special building is. It's amazing. This thing can actually accommodate the territories of the lords in my guild and take them all away. Perfect timing. With a slight smile, Dust and Wind felt a surge of joy. Having this thing was undoubtedly a stroke of genius for his advance into the ocean domain. Previously, what Shenfeng was thinking about was, if you wish to take the lords of the Dragon Kingdom to a new place, he can only move himself first using the territory movement card, and then the lords can use the guild's follow the guild leader function to come over. Only, this plan has many flaws. For example, the palace that Dust Wind is currently in is movable, but the palaces of the lords will have to wait. They didn't upgrade, so they could only settle down in the ocean. This makes it easy for it to be surrounded and attacked by potential threats existing in the ocean. And now, with this gourd-shaped temple, Shenfeng could shrink everyone and put them inside, so they could move with him. In this way, when he needs help, everyone can appear in time. When he wants people to take refuge, he only needs a thought to include them. Beautiful, beautiful. This is an absolute battlefield artifact. Shenfeng grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, and couldn't wait to share the good news with everyone. But he now wants to do something else. This gourd seems to be able to absorb outdoor structures. I wonder if the trial tower I discovered back then counts. Dust and Wind thought to themselves. The most valuable treasure he discovered in the dark domain was the trial tower hidden in the trial grounds instance. Since this thing is a tower, it should be considered a wild building, right? If we could get our hands on this thing and take it with us, we'd be set for life. I don't know if Lily and the others have cleared the Tower of Trials yet. I guess they haven't. To abandon such an ultimate artifact for gaining experience, just because we're leaving the dark domain, would be a terrible waste. As Shenfeng spoke, he pursed his lips, clearly enamored with the pagoda. That's all. With the gourd in his hand, he instantly teleported to the trial grounds instance. Directly ahead, a tall tower stood prominently before him. Looking at this super big baby, Shenfeng squinted and smiled, saying with good intentions, "My dear, although you are just a mindless instance building, I am the first lord to discover and enter it. So, I should be considered your master, right? So come with me." At a command, the dust and wind awakened the temple of accumulation. At that moment, an extremely powerful suction force suddenly appeared at the mouth of the gourd. Instantly, the entire trial tower in front of them shrank rapidly, eventually becoming the shape of a marble, and slipped into the gourd. Shenfeng was overjoyed to have successfully completed everything. I never thought I'd actually get what I wanted most. If that's the case, why don't I take in a few more? As he spoke, he became bolder. Use the power of the Lord of the Dark Realm. Dust and Wind began a massive teleportation sweep across the entire domain. He tried to acquire all those buildings that were identified as wild architecture. Half a day has passed. The dust storm swept away the entire dark domain. He acquired all the usable and useful buildings in one fell swoop. Chapter 192, The Extraterrestrial World. His actions were swift and decisive. Dust and Wind returned, completely satisfied. The gourd is full of the buildings he already owns and wants. At this point, everything is ready. Half a day has passed. Open the virtual panel. Based on the current status of the chat channel. By this time, all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom have almost fully recovered. Perhaps it's because everyone's abilities have improved over these 2 months. With just a short rest, they can quickly regain their strength. And everyone seems to be in good shape right now. Dust and Wind were overjoyed. Since everyone seems to be alright, let's set off. A teleportation. Back to the palace. Chun Feng quickly relayed the message to everyone, and all the lords emerged from the main hall. They were shocked when they saw the flying castle in the sky. Upon hearing Lord Wind God's plan, they quickly became excited. What? Is your sister in trouble? Having always been protected by adults, they naturally couldn't just sit idly by. My lord, wherever you are, we will always follow you. Yes, we are willing to risk our lives for you. Without hesitation. Rush. The crowd was outraged. Looking at the excited crowd below, Chun Feng was also ignited by everyone's excitement. To be honest, he was genuinely touched by everyone's high morale. But, moved by the moment, when I glanced down at the crowd below, dust and wind were detected. Why are there so many more lords of the Dragon Kingdom than before? Among these people were many unfamiliar faces. Just now, after such a brutal war, why did the population of the Dragon Kingdom increase instead of decrease? As he watched, Chun Feng pondered. Suddenly he realized what was happening. Perhaps it's because, after not seeing them for 2 months, all the Dragon Kingdom lords who hadn't left the newbie zone have come out. Back when I first entered the Dark Domain instance, only a few fellow players from the newbie zone managed to get through it. Now that so much time has passed, it seems reasonable to have new faces. Thinking about it that way, these new faces appeared after that. Jia Ran, on the other hand, was responsible for recruiting them to join the group during her absence. Thinking about it, the boy smiled slightly and stopped worrying about it. He opened one hand, and the gourd-shaped temple began to function. In an instant, the palaces of the entire underground world began to shrink at a visible rate. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom then transformed into specks of light and followed their palaces into the gourd. Everything was so natural, with almost no special circumstances. The Dragon Kingdom's army is ready and waiting to set off. Dust and Wind returned the gourd to its original place before stepping into its palace. Inside the palace, the various military branches have now completed their rest and recuperation. They have a telepathic connection with their master. So, when Chun Feng conceived the idea of heading to the ocean, the other soldiers understood without saying a word. My lord, we are ready and await your command. The Archangel Kyle then stepped forward, brandishing his holy sword to indicate that he was ready. Chun Feng glanced at him and was pleasantly surprised to find that Kyle's strength had greatly increased. Is this a top-tier late-game player? Very good. He glanced at the soldiers present. The female soldiers in front of me have all reached the late stage of the king level strength. The Great Sage is at the peak of the king level, just one step away from advancing to the emperor level. These are the results of the training of several different military units during this period. In response to this, the boy was very satisfied. As you progress through the higher realms, leveling up becomes increasingly difficult. Even after becoming the Lord of the Dark Domain, Chun Feng's strength only increased from the late stage of the Commander realm to the mid-stage of the King realm. It goes without saying. Lily and her friends reached the late-game King rank in just over a month. That's an incredibly fast leveling speed. In this scenario, the Great Sage might defer to Lily and the others in the Tower of Trials, giving them the experience from each level first. But the girls were also very impressive, truly deserving of their SSSR level strongest talents. In a very short period of time, the gap that had once widened between them and the Great Sage was quickly closed by the girls. The major military branches are making rapid progress. Lao Yuan, inside Chun Feng's body, also gave her master a special reminder. My lord, my strength is currently on par with yours. I am now a king-level player, and I'm in the mid-stage of king level. In vivo, Lao Yuan spoke, and Chun Feng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Okay, I understand. Now, All of his troops have reached the king level, and even the great sage is on the verge of breaking through. The situation looks pretty good. Thinking about it, Chen Feng couldn't wait to pull out his territory movement card and prepare to set off. According to information later provided by Schwer, the coordinates of her location in the ocean should be. Awaken the card in your hand. At this moment, Chen Feng was talking to himself while entering the coordinates that his sister had given him. And at the moment the input is completed, his entire palace, along with the floating island below, vanished from the spot. Amidst the chaotic spatial turbulence, the noise was deafening. Chen Feng opened his eyes from a sudden dizziness and saw a colorful vortex of air currents in front of him. The powerful momentum propelled his palace forward continuously. If it weren't for the fact that the territory movement card has its own protective shield, and the Sky Island also has a protective barrier. The moment the dust and wind enter this spatial turbulence, the entire palace may be torn to shreds by the powerful spatial force. He was certain he would survive. However, the palace was constructed of ordinary materials and could not withstand this level of damage at all. Time passes. After a few minutes of waiting, ahead, turbulent light emerged. Suddenly, a tunnel was opened up. Dust Wind witnessed his Sky Island traversing, entering, and descending, finally arriving in a new world. Here, the sea is abundant, and the blue world is on full display. We've arrived at the ocean area. The moment it truly descended upon the ocean, the shield granted by the territory movement card has disappeared. The rear space tunnel is closed. The natural barriers of the floating island gradually evolved into a bubble, an indestructible bubble. This bubble isolated Dustwind's palace from the seawater that was so close at hand, preventing him from drowning directly in the sea. Although, he has now reached the level of a king, but he still needs to breathe. Only by mastering some special skill. Otherwise, the dust and wind would have to rely on this bubble indefinitely. Arrive. As soon as it arrived, he couldn't wait to observe his surroundings, hoping to see if his sister was nearby. Logically speaking, as long as you head to the coordinates provided by Schwer, you should be able to see her true form upon arrival. But now, everything I saw was devastated. Everything unique to the ocean was horribly destroyed. It's almost impossible to see any living creatures in the vicinity. Chapter 193 Vanished Hope. Everywhere you look, there is desolation. It's as if no life ever existed here. And the most fatal thing is, Dustwind discovered a ruined palace beneath the Sky Island. The palace is right before our eyes. If his field of vision hadn't been limited, he probably would have noticed it immediately. But discovering it earlier might cause even more inner turmoil. Before, it was already a ruin, and he simply refused to believe it. This thing appeared at the location where my sister was. How can I avoid giving people the wrong idea? Dust and Wind quickly descended to examine the details of the shattered palace. As he approached, a dark object gradually appeared in his field of vision. This thing again. This place has actually been invaded, damn it. The moment Chen Feng saw the dark object, he knew something was wrong. Broken. Those guys really did come. Those pests of the void domain. Below, the black creature is guarding a dungeon passage formed from blue tides amidst the palace ruins. When this thing saw a giant unidentified object approaching from above, it instinctively rushed up to check the situation. Seeing that this thing seemed to be guarding something, Chen Feng guessed that it might be the entrance to the ocean domain instance. This made him feel a little better from his pessimistic state of mind. If we assume that the ruins in front of us are my sister's palace, at least then, Schwer will be able to come out after entering the dungeon. I previously heard from my fellow countrymen that once the dungeon gate is destroyed, the lord inside will be trapped there forever. Now, I must kill or drive away the dark creature that's lingering by the dungeon entrance. I can't let it destroy the entrance. You beast! A furious shout. He saw that the dark object was now actively approaching him. Dustwind was somewhat surprised, and his whole body released a powerful aura. The black creature, which had just transformed into the shape of Dust and Wind, was suppressed by the powerful aura of the main body, and its arrogant arrogance vanished instantly. You are the Lord of the Dark Realm? How did you get here? Suddenly, the monster uttered a sentence in human language, which Chen Feng happened to overhear. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised to see that this thing could not only replicate him, but also the language of the Dragon Kingdom. So, you can actually speak? Get the hell over here. A furious shout. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng released dark energy that enveloped the object as easily as taking something from a baby. The black object that replicated his strength was now powerless to fight back and unable to move. This startled the black creature, which began to scream wildly. Chen Feng didn't care about the other party's roar at all. He just wanted to get things done quickly. Now, he finally understood how to fight this strange creature. First, this creature can copy your moves when you attack, in order to retaliate against you. If at first you just wanted to test its secrets. So, it will fight you more and more intensely, and eventually exhaust your strength. However, as long as you use all your strength from the start to kill or capture it, rendering it unable to move, then this guy can't fight back, his own space for movement is limited, and his copying ability can't be used. To put it bluntly, Dustwind is now winning by brute force. As the original entity, it is impossible for him to be weaker than the copy. In addition, there is a soldier within the body that can enhance strength. This is something the other side can't replicate at all. Soon, after being captured, the hatred generated by this thing flowed continuously into Chun Feng's hands, making him stronger and stronger. The heavenly mind technique, which he had just learned, was put to full use at this moment. Dustwind gripped the thing with even greater force in its dark hand. The unidentified creature from the void began to wail and scream, its expression one of extreme pain. Can't you talk? Tell me, did you destroy the palace below? Chun Feng's anger reached its peak, and he quickly pressed him for the question he most wanted to know. But then the other party suddenly fell silent. It was as if it had become mute again, refusing to utter a single word no matter how much pain it endured, as if afraid of violating some taboo. This black thing was incredibly stubborn. Chen Feng devised a plan. All right, I almost forgot. With narrowed eyes, he sneered and reached straight for the black object's forehead. Doesn't he still have a soul search technique he hasn't used yet? When I first learned this skill, I almost forgot about it because I didn't have many opportunities to use it. Soul search is a god-level skill that allows you to uncover someone's secrets. Now, all Chen Feng needs to do is place his hand on the head of the person he is controlling. So, the memories of the controlled person will be directly stolen by him. In an instant, with a wave of his hand, his palm was already inches away. But the captured black creature suddenly turned into a lump of paste-like mud from head to toe, and then exploded on the spot. The accident happened suddenly. Dust and wind retracted their hands to cover their faces. There was a loud boom. The enormous noise was shocking. The black thing simply vanished and died. In a moment, after recovering from his shock, Chen Feng looked at his unharmed body and thought to himself that it was treacherous. Fortunately, the actual damage caused by the explosion of this thing is not high. Never mind. Let's go down and see what's going on first. After this insignificant little incident, Chen Feng continued to manipulate the Sky Island with his thoughts, causing it to fall and stop in front of the ruins. Looking down at the horrific scene, he dived into the sea, donning a bubble shield around his body. Amidst endless rubble and broken walls, he swam forward and found a human fish scale. This made Chen Feng's heart ache even more. When they arrived at the entrance to the ocean domain instance, a hairpin that fell under the gate plunged Chen Fengxian into despair. Is this Schwenner's hair clip? Pick up the wet items that were already covered in sand from the ground. Chen Feng stared blankly at the light blue girl's item, his heart surging with emotions. That's right. This item was one of his younger sister Schwetter's personal belongings. As for why he was so certain, because this item was a birthday gift that Chen Feng personally gave to his younger sister on her birthday. My sister has always loved this hair clip and has almost never taken it off. But now, it has appeared here. So, the situation is already very clear. This is Qinshue's territory. These ruins were her palace. Now, looking at everything that had been completely changed, dust and wind were already filled with devastation. But at least he was thankful. My sister should still be inside the instance at this moment, and there is still hope for her survival. The probability of survival will inevitably decrease over time. It's inside. But Schwer, how can your brother rescue you? The sound of the tides echoed. Dust and wind looked up at the gate, unsure of what to do. He wanted to enter the instance and do everything in his power to find the girl's whereabouts. But his previous experience in the dark domain told him, once the instance is opened, outsiders cannot enter. Chapter 194, A Thread. How can I save you, sister? Lingering outside the gate, wandering in the dungeon in spirit, tears streamed down Chen Feng's face, symbolizing his inner turmoil. Above, the Sky Island's temple of containment shone brightly, and thousands of palaces descended in miniature form around it. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom, now restored to their normal human forms, arrived below along with their troops. Lilith, Kale, Mona, Celia, and other units also descended beneath the Sky Island, submitting to their master. They saw that the sea and land were ravaged, and their master was alone, grieving before a large gate. That sense of desolation was able to penetrate into their hearts, making them deeply feel the pain and experience boundless sorrow. My Lord, we are willing to annihilate those who deserve to die, until we cast them to the very depths of hell. The fallen angel Mona remained cold and determined to deal with those despicable fellows for her master. The same applies to the other troop types. Lily and the others wiped away their tears, their fists clenched, all of them angry at the Lord's grief. The surrounding Dragon Kingdom lords, seeing this scene of utter devastation, could not fully empathize with the wind god's sorrow, but they could roughly guess what had happened. Broken. The ruins here. Judging from the ruins, it looks like a palace. Could it be? The wind god's sister, as expected. Were they too late? The lords looked at the young man standing alone in front of the gate with complicated expressions, unsure of what words to use to comfort him. My lord, your sister should still be in the instance. We just don't know how we get in now. At this moment, Jia Ran, who had the quickest mind, stepped forward. She stepped forward and spoke of what Chen Feng was truly worried and thinking about, which made him turn to look at her. That's right, Schwer will be all right. However, the most important question right now is how to break through this dungeon gate. Reach out to touch the tidal vortex in front of you. Chen Feng felt a force of resistance returning to him, and then his body took 3 steps back. The dungeon gates are refusing him entry. As expected, it still doesn't work, he thought to himself. In the midst of trying, Jia Ren also stepped forward and touched the door, but to no avail. Even Lily and other soldiers felt sorry for them, and went forward to test the waters, only to retreat even further. How ironic that they have the ability to destroy this door in front of them, but they just can't get in no matter what. Could it be? Is everything going to go down the drain? Everyone came all this way with great effort, only to find that nothing could be accomplished. Seeing the boy's anxious and helpless expression, everyone else also became anxious. At this moment, they are all thinking about how to solve the problem. Some believe that it is now necessary to capture those dark creatures from the Void Realm, as there might be a way to enter the instance. But now, the surroundings are deserted, and not a single dark creature can be seen. I guess we've entered a dungeon. The only one Chen Feng encountered earlier might have been left behind to guard the gate. After some thought, you all failed to reach a conclusion. Even now, when Chen Feng reveals his identity as the Lord of the Dark Domain, it is all in vain and to no avail. Could it be? Is there really no other way? Everyone fell silent. Chen Feng's mood remained low. Unintentionally, he touched the tide gate with the hairpin that belonged to his sister. Instantly, the hairpin was being sucked into the powerful suction of the tidal gate. In the blink of an eye, everything happened too suddenly. Chen Feng quickly used all his strength to pull his hand and the hairpin out of it, still feeling lingering fear. And then, as you all witnessed this, a spark of hope ignited within you, and you cheered. Something has changed. My lord, this hairpin seems to allow you to enter. The lords noticed something amiss. As the one who arranged the marriage, Chen Feng understood this even better. Just now, his hand, holding the hairpin, was surprisingly accepted by the tidal gate. I see. No wonder I couldn't use my other hand earlier. It turns out I needed my sister's keepsake. As long as someone possesses the token of someone who has already entered, can a newcomer enter the instance? Very good. Overjoyed at quickly uncovering the truth, Chen Feng wanted to try entering the dungeon again with the hairpin. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly realized. Half of his body was stuck outside the door. What happened? Could it be that this can only be done through half of the body? A massive tear began to spread throughout his body. Chen Feng knew that if he continued to stand stuck in the middle of the gate, he would likely be torn in two, so he quickly came out. Looking at the hair clip that still remained in my hand. This time, he fell into deep thought again. Broken. This thing can only fit half of your body inside. How could this be? Seeing that things were not going well, those of us in the Dragon Kingdom back home are also deeply distressed by what we're seeing. They suggested that adults try wearing the hair clip on their heads. Although it was somewhat shameful, it was a last resort. Chen Feng would naturally try his best whenever he had the chance. He tried wearing the hair clip on his head, putting it in his pocket, and even tucking it into his clothes, but nothing worked. His body, first only his head could enter, then his thighs, and then half of his body. Each attempt failed. Lily and the others behind saw this and looked helpless. The same applies to the lords. Everyone thought they had found a great opportunity to exploit the bug. But now, it seems that this plan won't work. But we've finally found a way to force our way in. Therefore, we must think carefully about what else we can do based on this. Anything that Schwerer possesses should be able to bring us in. By the way, great sage, if I pull the thread off this hairpin, can you conjure up an identical hairpin or a glove? At this time, Chen Feng had a sudden inspiration and remembered the great sage, who seemed to be able to create a fake body using other people's hair. So, if we tear off a strip of the fabric material from this blue fabric bow hair clip, can we make more of it? As long as the plan is feasible, then everything else will fall into place naturally. Although this might damage items that Schwerer has always liked. But, as long as it can save his sister, he can give her the hair clip again. On the side, the great sage stepped forward, listened to his master's speech, his brows relaxed slightly, and then he smiled. He took a strand of blue thread, gently rubbed it, and confidently said, "My lord, you can rest assured. I can easily do such a simple thing. Not only that, I can also use this single thread to create anything in any shape, without you having to provide anything else." Chapter 195 The Power of God. The great sage spoke with unusual confidence. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was startled. Is that really true? Just one is enough? He retrieved the still intact hairpin from his hand and put it in his pocket. Listen to what the victorious fighting Buddha said. It seems that I don't need to destroy the hair clip to accomplish what I want to do, which is really necessary. In that case, let's begin. Let's try turning this thread into a glove first. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the order, the fine lines in the great sage's palm quickly transformed into a pair of blue gloves. After the gloves were finished, Chen Feng took them. But the great sage still retained a thin thread in his hand. He continued to change large quantities of the same gloves, which he then distributed to the Dragon Kingdom lords present, as well as their soldiers. These gloves come in a variety of styles and can be custom-made to fit different people's hands. Even the same applies to different types of troops. If a soldier cannot wear gloves, then the great sage becomes a bracelet with the same effect. During the time it took to distribute gloves at the rear, Chen Feng had already put on his gloves. He arrived at the entrance to the Tide Dungeon, stretched out his hands, and the entrance actually no longer resisted his entry. His entire body sank into it, until he disappeared. Outside world. The lords who were preparing were overjoyed to see that Lord Wind God had succeeded and were eager to try it themselves. However, at this time, Jia Ran, on the other hand, remained calm. She instructed the lords to leave some of them here to guard the area in case the Lord Sky Island was attacked. Upon hearing this, the lords felt it was polite and reluctantly nodded. Soon, after arranging the garrison personnel, Jia Ran then instructed the Dragon Kingdom lords who had entered to prepare. But the girl chose to stay outside. There is no other reason. Since the chairman is going there in person, I will definitely need to provide logistical support while I am away. Those lords who were allowed to enter stepped through the tidal gate the instant they put on their gloves. This time, they passed through very easily. This made them ecstatic. Not only that, those soldiers who were also given gloves managed to pass through the gate and successfully enter. This left the lords watching from the sidelines dumbfounded. What? Can the new units from the Ocean Domain dungeon really be added? Why couldn't they have succeeded in the Dark Domain back then? A large number of military units were seen entering the area. Lily and several of Dustwind's main combatants were extremely excited. Now, finally, I was able to help my master myself. How could they not be excited? Go, girls. With a dragon's roar, the dragon maid rushed in first, followed closely by the other girls. The great sage looked on, shook his head helplessly, and followed after them. Rear. The Shadow Legion, which also belonged to Chen Feng, stayed behind. As for why, when Chen Feng gathered everyone in the Dark Domain, he had already formulated a battle plan. If absolutely necessary, you may need to venture into particularly dangerous areas in the ocean, such as dungeons. So, the Shadow Legion will be stationed in the territory to prevent them from being attacked by others. Similarly, half of the Dragon Kingdom lords remained behind, which was something Chen Feng had already arranged for Jia Ran to do. Everything seemed to be arranged perfectly. Jia Ran turned around and quickly mobilized the lords to prepare a defensive posture around the Sky Island in preparation for a sneak attack by an enemy. The surrounding waters need to be thoroughly explored to see if there are any traces of those dark objects. And now, they must also guard this dungeon entrance. If this door is damaged, the consequences will be devastating. Once destroyed, Lord Wind God may be trapped in the instance for eternity, never finding peace. Nobody wants to see this happen. Inside the instance, Dust and Wind entered first. After seeing more and more lords joining from behind, everyone looked up at their surroundings. They found themselves in a mysterious, azure blue space. Here, their bodies can suspend in midair, as if they have lost gravity. There is no gravity, no exit. This place seems to be a closed space. Time slips away quietly. The space remains still. Is it stuck? In the crowd, a question arose, and everyone began to speculate. Some lords of the Dragon Kingdom believe that by following the adults through a bug in the dungeon, they may have encountered a backlash from the dungeon. Oh no, are we trapped here? Did you experience something similar when you were in the Dark Domain instance, sir? No. Chen Feng's answers to everyone's questions only heightened their tension. No way, we're not really stuck. Don't rush, let's take another look. To calm everyone down, Chen Feng still said a few words. But now, he was also looking around at the surroundings. Logically, a prompt should appear when entering the instance. But now half a day has passed, and there's nothing. Could it be that something went wrong because they entered after the instance was opened? The system detected an intruder and is about to enter self-destruct mode. Sudden, everyone's virtual panel received this message. Upon seeing this, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were completely stunned. What? Self-destruct mode? Is the dungeon about to explode? No, it's this place we're in that's about to explode. Oh. Wah, no way. Now, the moment the message notification appeared, everyone panicked. Chen Feng felt anxious as he looked at the news of the appeal. How could this be? Exclusion of outsiders? If this continues, everyone's lives may really be lost here. If that's the case, then I've become the culprit. His impulsive act led to everyone being buried with him, a sin of immense magnitude. Time is of the essence. The warnings from the virtual control panel are not to be taken lightly. The lives of thousands of lords were in his own hands. He has to find a way to resolve the current crisis. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. In his desperation, Chen Feng inadvertently revealed his crown as the Lord of the Dark Domain. A crown appeared on the boy's head. Instantly, the increasingly intense vibrations in this tidal space suddenly dissipated. Everything returned to calm, and even the entire space seemed to open up. The arrival of the esteemed Lord of the Dark Realm has been detected in the instance. The instance is currently matching him with his country. Our current faction, Dragon Kingdom. Arrangements are being made for the Dragon Kingdom instance battlefield. Please wait. At this time, the message has been sent out again on your virtual panels. This time, the attitude of the instance took a complete 180-degree turn, leaving everyone bewildered. The crisis was immediately resolved once the Lord revealed his identity as the Lord of the Dark Domain, etc. Then why didn't you let us in this trash dungeon just now? Groove. As everyone was thinking this, they were sucked in by a strong gust of air and then entered the real battlefield. Chapter 196 Divine Descent. A burst of light appeared before my eyes, and the scenes shifted and changed. Dust Wind and the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom have finally arrived on the battlefield in the ocean region, proving their efforts worthwhile. This is an underwater world where lords and troops can breathe freely. Deep and far below, there are thousands of buildings that lie silent on the seabed but are not dilapidated. These buildings are intricate and varied in height, making them dazzling and dizzying to look at. When they saw the buildings below, Chen Feng and many other Dragon Kingdom lords realized that they were falling into the battlefield from a great height. Below the battlefield, inside a certain building complex, a young girl is leading her troops, guiding many surviving people in a desperate escape. Behind them, a large number of dark objects were attacking them from behind with unstoppable force. Miss Chinxua, we have no other way out now. What to do? Ahead, a deep-sea fissure erupted, from which massive waves of heat surged upwards. Upon seeing this, the lords of the Dragon Kingdoms in the ocean regions felt despair. The girl named Chinxua was the same. She is Chen Feng's younger sister. Since entering the instance, the girl has been trying to lead the Dragon Kingdom lore to avoid those dark creatures. Meanwhile, the other countries where Zhou encountered monsters had all been ruthlessly annihilated under the girl's witness. Now, inside the instance, perhaps only the Dragon Kingdom is still struggling to survive. If it weren't for the correct decisions made by Chen Shui and the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, they wouldn't be alive today. Pity. Everything is about to be in vain. In the end, they were discovered by these dark figures. Many of their companions were killed during the escape. Now, even those who are still alive are being driven to the brink of despair. Ahead lies a scorching active volcano and an underwater rift valley. Crossing this place would be an insurmountable chasm. Behind them was a vast army of black creatures. Faced with such a predicament, it is almost despairing. Among all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, he possesses the strongest talent and troop type. At this moment, Chen Shui enjoys a high reputation and command authority in everyone's hearts. But, in this situation, she is truly powerless to change anything. The dark creature on the other side can perfectly replicate the strength of all unit types, making it almost impossible to resist. In addition, the enemy outnumbered them, making the battle increasingly disadvantageous for their side. Dust and Snow's mermaid army has been reduced to half its original size. Since sea monsters cannot be used as actual troops in dungeons, the girl's strength is greatly reduced. After going back and forth like this, the girl had no way to turn the tide. I'm sorry, everyone. Now, the girl lowered her head helplessly, pursed her lips, and felt dejected. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the girl with despair. Well, Miss Chinchua is under too much pressure. They shouldn't put so much pressure on a girl who isn't even an adult yet. It seems we're all going to bravely sacrifice ourselves here today. Helplessly, he looked at the rapidly approaching army of black creatures. Chen Shui and the others couldn't help but look towards the active volcano, thinking that since they were all going to die anyway, why not choose their own way to die? Just when everyone was realizing this, the girl looked helplessly at the deep sea and sky, tears streaming down her face as she prayed for her brother's well-being. Goodbye, brother. I hope you can live a good life. Schwer, I'm so sorry, I can never see you again. In a moment of sorrow, the girl almost closed her eyes. But at this time, she discovered something seemed to be falling from the sky. It was a group of shadows, rapidly descending towards this place. And as it gets closer and closer, the girl became alert. That looks like a group of lords. Above, Chen Feng adjusted his position and looked down at the building, feeling somewhat surprised. It seems like a coincidence that I ran into a large army of black creatures. And now, they seem to be hunting down the lord. This directly improved the boy's concentration. Now, Dustwind's mental strength is so formidable that he can use observation hockey to observe targets from a great distance. When he discovered that the lords below were indeed there, and that his sister was among them, he trembled with excitement. Schwer! A loud shout. Dustwind reacted quickly, ordering all the lords to adjust their positions and prepare to follow him into the acceleration state. Previously, the dust storm was indeed falling in a free-fall manner. But now, the moment he saw the girl, his entire body erupted with immense energy, fully demonstrating his king-level strength, his aura soaring like a rainbow. His body began to bubble up, generating thrust, and he sprinted at full speed. Rear. The lords also accelerated at this time, as did their troops. Lily and the others are now moving forward at an incredible speed, even more anxious than their master. The one who was most anxious was Niali. As a space-based unit. At this moment, Niali directly opened an enormous spatial tunnel, allowing her master and all the main combat forces to quickly arrive at the battlefield below. Below, Chen Shui stared at the shooting star that suddenly appeared and flickered in the sky, not understanding what was going on for a moment. But then, the advancing army of black creatures was suddenly attacked by a powerful void turbulence. The energy emitted by that void turbulence was terrifying, and it even created void tunnels. Several powerful soldiers emerged from the tunnel. As soon as these units appeared, they immediately unleashed their most dazzling and spectacular skills, turning everything around them upside down. The large number of black creatures, having originally replicated the strength of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom in the ocean domain, suddenly encountered a stronger opponent and were caught off guard, resulting in the immediate death or injury of most of them. In just one round, they were already severely damaged. Just as these guys finally realized what was happening and tried to devise a countermeasure to replicate the strength of their new opponent, they realized that the dust and wind didn't give them that chance at all. The young man instantly unleashed a powerful, high-level domineering aura, stunning the entire audience. These thugs suddenly felt a powerful mental suppression, their consciousness blurred, and their entire bodies were forced back to their original forms. They all returned to their original state. This turned out to be a lucky accident. Dustwind caught a glimpse of this scene on the battlefield and was shocked. Oh, by sheer chance, he seemed to have discovered a weakness of the creatures from the void. Original. He only intended to use his domineering aura to buy time, so that his main forces could quickly defeat the enemy and prevent those guys from replicating his strength. But, now, these thugs have become powerless simply because they are intimidated by my domineering aura, which is truly an unexpected surprise. Thinking about it, Dust and Wind unleashed their domineering power once again. At present, his domineering aura has been elevated to a high level, coupled with his abundant spiritual power. He can unleash a skill like this, which can intimidate the entire field, up to 10 times a day. On the battlefield, having endured 2 consecutive baptisms of overwhelming power, the black creatures were now completely limp and unable to even crawl. They lay on the ground like lumps of mud, waiting for their vicious victims to mercilessly strangle them. Chapter 197 Encounters and Situations. Soon, with the domineering support of Dust Wind and the super-strong combat power of all the troops, that seemingly invincible, dark army of creatures was instantly annihilated. Even before the other Dragon Kingdom lords from the Dark Domain could make a move, Chen Feng and his troops accomplished all of this. After doing all of this, before the boy could even feel happy, he quickly rushed towards the girl who was not far away. And watching the figure getting closer and closer, Qinshue stood there dumbfounded, thinking she was dreaming. The lords of those ocean regions even doubted whether there was something wrong with their eyes. Is everything before us real? Are they dead? Or is it just a hallucination in my mind? The army of black creatures disappeared in just a few minutes. That's too exaggerated. While you are all having wild thoughts, they saw a young man fly in and tightly embrace their revered Miss Qinshue. This scene shocked them even more. Chen Shui didn't realize that it was her brother who had saved her until she was being held by the boy in front of her. Brother, is that you? Is it really you? As the girl spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Although both sides were in the sea at this moment. But the tears, surprisingly, were not assimilated by the seawater and slowly fell downwards. Seeing the girl looking so wronged, Chen Feng felt a pang of pity and hugged her even tighter. It's all right, Shuer. It's your brother. He's fine now. No matter where you are, I will protect you and never let you suffer any harm or injustice. Comforting words soothed the soul. Qinshue cried loudly in her brother's arms, recounting the various blows and pressures she had recently suffered. Oh, brother, I thought I'd never see you again. I never expected you could travel to the ocean region and even enter the instance. Is this really true? As he spoke, the girl still couldn't believe what she was seeing. She felt the process was somewhat surreal and began to wonder if it was all just a dream. This caused the girl to tighten her grip on the boy's arms, as if she were afraid of losing everything she had. It's true. I have become the Lord of the Dark Realm, and as promised, I will definitely come to find you. Gently wipe away the tears from my sister's eyes. The girl hugged Chen Feng tightly, and knowing she was emotional, he tried to comfort her. Not far away, the Dragon Lord from the ocean region, who was stunned, finally came to his senses. They discovered Miss Qinshue seemed to have a close relationship with the young man in front of her, like siblings, and she suddenly became flustered. Good heavens! It turns out that Chen Shui has an even more powerful older brother who can single-handedly lead several types of soldiers to slaughter the almost invincible Black Army in front of her. This is incredible. And her brother seems to have become the Lord of the Dark Realm. That's awesome. Everyone originally thought that Miss Qinshue was already a lord in a class of her own. Unexpectedly, her brother is even more perverted than her. What kind of gods are these two? Just as the lords were lost in thought. Above, the other Dragon Kingdom lords who were heading towards the battlefield finally arrived. When they discovered that the people below were their own compatriots, they were overjoyed. It is undoubtedly a joyful thing to meet your brothers in another realm. The two quickly started chatting. The Lord of the Ocean Domain was shocked to discover why his brothers in the Dark Domain were so wealthy. And they discovered that it seems that everyone from the Dark Domain has a significantly higher level of military strength and individual power than those on their side. The Ocean Lord stared in astonishment, exclaiming with envy. After comforting his sister, Chen Feng started talking about what had happened in recent days. After a detailed discussion, he learned. The ocean area where my sister is located was opened shortly after the instance in my Dark Domain was opened. Then, a group of people claiming to be from the Void Domain quickly invaded their Ocean Domain. These creatures can replicate human appearance and strength, much like the situation in the Dark Domain. After killing all the lords they could find in the ocean, they forced the remaining lords to enter the instance. Left with no other choice. Everyone who witnessed the strength of these guys had no choice but to seek refuge in the dungeon. No one expected this. It's quite ironic that a copy that was originally intended to be dangerous has now become a place for them to escape. Even entering the dungeon doesn't allow them to live a comfortable life. As the price for relinquishing territory, those dark creatures quickly destroyed their castles or palaces, leaving only the gates to the dungeons. Certainly, those guys didn't do it out of kindness. Rather, it's because they also need to be included in the copy. These guys, who had already transformed into lords, entered the instance without any hindrance. In this way, having achieved their goal, they continued hunting down the remaining lords. The lords of many countries also died one after another during this period. The remaining lords had no choice but to find a secluded spot to hide. At first, this method worked quite well, but as time goes by, the search area for the black object gradually expanded. They couldn't hide their presence any longer. In the end, Qin Shi Huai had no choice but to lead the remaining people on an escape. They dodged and fled, using the various terrain features of the ocean as they went. Perhaps it was just good luck, as he escaped death several times. But this time, if the dust storm hadn't appeared in time, the girl might have actually died on the spot. That brings us to this point. Chen Feng had finally learned the whole truth. He stroked his sister's head, intending to first ensure her safe exit from the instance before figuring out how to resolve this problem from the Void Realm. Within the Lord's army, a young girl was watching the reunited siblings, her lips slightly pursed. Elizabeth stole glances at the scene of the Dragon Kingdom reuniting in the crowd, and her heart was filled with longing. She entered the instance after waking up, following Chen Feng. Then, due to her insistence, Chen Feng was ultimately unable to refuse and had no choice but to agree. Now, seeing the happy faces around her, she felt out of place and grieved alone. She lost her country and the people she could laugh and share joy with. If the wind hadn't saved her, she might have been buried in the earth long ago. Now, having arrived in the ocean region and hearing information from those around me, it seems that the Sunset Kingdom within the ocean region has also been completely wiped out. This made the girl appear so desolate amidst the laughter and joy. For a moment, she thought of death. Elizabeth felt that her life had lost its meaning. But when she thought of how Feng had saved her without holding a grudge, she hesitated. She thought she should repay the young man in front of her as much as she could before she decided to die. But suddenly, the hesitant girl saw, in the noisy, relaxed crowd, a lord who resembled a human was now approaching Feng, his appearance gradually becoming ferocious. Chapter 198 Sacrifice. A crisis is brewing. The wind seemed oblivious at that moment. The girl was anxious, but she realized that she was too far away to stop the mutating monster from getting closer, so she could only stand there and shout, "Wind, watch out! Enemy attack!" Not far away. Startled by the shout, Chen Feng suddenly looked up and saw that it was Elizabeth's voice, and was slightly puzzled. But when he finally realized that it was the enemy in front of him who was causing the girl's fear, the black creature, mutated from a Chinese person, realized its identity had been exposed when it saw its target staring at it. It recalled the memory of Chen Feng using special mental power to attack the entire field, and knew that it could no longer target the enemy. So be it. This exposed villain unleashed all its power and fury on Elizabeth, who had ruined its plans. Elizabeth was not too far away from it at this time. The black creature moved at top speed, its body transforming into a spear, aimed directly at Elizabeth's vitals. In the blink of an eye, all the lords reacted, but were at a loss for what to do. But by the time Chen Feng unleashed his domineering aura to suppress the spear, it was already too late. At this moment, the speed at which his domineering aura covered him could not catch up with the speed at which the black spear pierced through. A scream rang out, and blood gushed out with the seawater. Elizabeth stared blankly at her chest, where a spear had pierced through. Soon, she knelt weakly on the ground, and just as the domineering aura arrived and covered her body, the black spear gradually softened at her chest, turning into a pool of black liquid that merged into her body. The girl, already on the verge of death, had her wounds infected by this filthy substance, causing her consciousness to blur and her eyes to close. Elizabeth is dying. Amidst the flustered throngs of the many Dragon Kingdom lords, she lay sprawled out like an outcast Cinderella on the pale white sand. Chen Feng rushed forward to investigate and used his power of light to dispel and destroy the remaining black creature. He also sent the support-type unit Celia to heal the girl's body, as the situation was urgent. Syria, quickly think of a way to save her. The panicked shouts reached the ears of every Chinese person present. Everyone looked on with eager anticipation, hoping that the young girl in the prime of her life would not die. But, when Celia arrived before her master, glanced at the girl's injuries, and then covered the girl's entire body with healing magic, she sighed helplessly. "Master, she is lifeless. How could this be?" After listening to what the elemental spirit had to say, Chen Feng gently touched the girl's nose with his hand, but there was no reaction. In the ocean-themed dungeons, the Lord can convert seawater into air for breathing. Elizabeth, however, could not. So at this moment, the girl may have truly left. Fate is predetermined. Since even Celia couldn't be saved, Chen Feng could only sit slumped on the ground. Now, any attempt by him to perform artificial respiration would be futile. Doing this will only cause the girl's chest wound to bleed continuously, having the opposite effect. The chest pierced by the black object was so bad that even the elemental spirits could only forcibly stop the bleeding. It could not heal. This was quite strange. For a fleeting moment, Chen Feng even suspected that there might be some lingering evil spirits causing trouble inside. Even so, there was nothing he could do. When time is of the essence, the boy had no choice but to gamble, using Siria's ultimate move to save the girl. The elemental spirit's ultimate skill, equivalent replacement, can completely resurrect the dead, but at the cost of sacrificing the life of the user. But coincidentally, Dustwind's troop pool is a god-level troop pool, and the troops it produces are almost immortal. As long as the unit pool is full, he can revive dead units. Therefore, perhaps this method could be considered to save Elizabeth's already deceased life. When Chen Feng told Celia about this idea, Celia pursed her lips, feeling very guilty, and said that the skill was only applicable to her master and the servants her master possessed. The room fell silent upon hearing this. The various lords of the Dragon Kingdom had complex expressions: shock, regret, and helplessness. This was the first time they had heard that Lord Wind God's troops could even revive the dead. However, even such extraordinary methods have their limitations. Is this young girl, in the prime of her life, destined to die such a tragic death? Ah, girl from a foreign land, wandering and suffering alone, you must be tired too. Death was also a relief for her. May her soul find peace. Many lords in the crowd were already observing a moment of silence. Chen Feng held the girl's increasingly cold hand, gazing at her face that hadn't even had time to say goodbye, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yes, a young girl from a foreign land experiences hardship and displacement. Unexpected. The ally we just saved hastily departed. Actually, Chen Feng had always noticed the melancholy in the girl's eyes. He knew. A girl who follows someone who doesn't belong to her own country is destined for a tragic fate. Moreover, Elizabeth herself was a quiet and introverted person. Without careful observation, it is difficult to glimpse the inner world of this girl. She was just a young girl, but she lost everything. Betrayal by subordinates, the fall of the kingdom, the death of loyal soldiers, a solitary existence, and a lucid loneliness. Only those who have experienced it firsthand know how painful it is. Perhaps you still feel guilty about what happened back then, thinking I still hold a grudge. Actually, I never blamed you. I understand your heart for the country and the people. You are a qualified queen. Gently stroking the girl's cold cheek, Chen Feng sighed helplessly. This time, the girl died for him, which may be a kind of relief and liberation for him. A warm hand touched her cheek, and the dust and wind knew it was time for the girl to sleep forever. Goodbye, beautiful girl. Your life has vanished in this dark, sunless sea. All the lords closed their eyes and mourned for this lord who was not one of their own. At this moment, Chen Feng slowly stood up. But just as he let go, a tear slowly slid down Elizabeth's already closed eyes. These strange phenomena startled the boy, who thought Elizabeth was still alive and hurriedly asked Celia to check on her again. But suddenly, another unexpected event occurred. The girl's two clear tears gradually became cloudy, and thick, black liquid flowed from the corners of her eyes. Elizabeth, who was lying down, suddenly opened her eyes like a vengeful ghost. Her eyes were filled with deep darkness, with no whites visible, as if she were possessed by something dark. And the moment she opened her eyes, her body was slowly swallowed up by the sand beneath the feet of the lords, disappearing from sight. Immediately afterwards, extremely agitated noises began to appear around them, a kind of noise unique to the arrival of the black object. Oh no, they're here. Those guys have spotted us. Upon hearing this sound, the dragon lords of the ocean territories trembled, recalling the fear of being dominated by those dark creatures. Chen Feng, however, simply gazed solemnly at Elizabeth being swallowed by the sea sand. He desperately dug at the ground with his hands, but no matter what he did, he could no longer see the girl's figure. The lords began to panic when they saw that the wind god seemed completely unconcerned about the approaching threat. Sir, that girl is dead. Let's get out of here. Chapter 199 Strangers. Sir, she's dead. Let's run. There are a lot of dark objects ahead, several times more than before. Now, the lords felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed at the dense, black army to the west. In front of them lay the underwater trench, and behind them was the bloody scene where the black creature had once pursued them. If we don't flee eastward now, we may not have a better chance to evacuate. So many dark objects were approaching at the same time. Even though the wind god had just displayed his extraordinary abilities, he still couldn't suppress the instinctive fear of the lords, especially those lords who were originally from the ocean. In terms of both their own strength and the strength of their troops, they are significantly weaker than the Dragon Kingdom lords from the Dark Domain. When they were fighting against the Black Forces, they were very familiar with their cruel methods. Dismemberment, gnawing, chewing, and chopping until there was no complete corpse left. That's terrible. Those who were caught by the black creatures suffered terribly. Looking back now, the past is too painful to recall. They'd run if they could, hoping to avoid any further accidents. The Dragon Kingdom lord from the Dark Domain, seeing that everyone else was agitated, first glanced at where Qinfeng was. In their view, the Wind God currently holds supreme command authority, and it is up to him whether to stay or leave. But, if we're having a rational discussion, even from a distance, the dark objects opposite looked like a lot. Nobody wants to waste their life. Now that we've found the adult's sister, shouldn't we just hide for now? Just now. Although the adults launched a surprise attack, the results were remarkable. But now, the other side has clearly regrouped and come prepared. If we were to clash again, the opponent might be on guard, and the outcome wouldn't be as good as last time. So, in silence, everyone was waiting for an answer. Dustwind gazed toward the direction of the dark object in the distance, pondering something, and finally discovered a clue. You all retreat first, I'll go check it out. His command sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? How could anyone remain calm after hearing this? Why is the adult left behind alone? What? No, sir. This is too crazy. The enemy on the other side is an army of tens of thousands of black creatures. Let's call it quits. It's all right, I won't die. Faced with persuasion, Qinfeng stared intently ahead, as if his mind had made up its mind. The lords felt embarrassed to abandon their master, but they also felt it was unreasonable to stay, so they decided to take the master's sister and leave first. Chen Shui looked at her brother in disbelief and struggled to break free from everyone's restraints. Let me go? Let me go now. Brother, are you crazy? Come back here. Miss Schwer, please come with us first. The master has his own plan. Yes, we mortals cannot understand the thoughts of gods. Protecting our own lives is the greatest contribution we can make to you. Let's get back somewhere further away first. Getting close is too dangerous. As the lords fled with Qinshue, they tried to console themselves. Now it seems, they left with Lord Fengshen's sister, which lightened some of the burden on the adult's shoulders. At this moment, Qinfeng even opened a spatial tunnel for them to leave. After seeing the space tunnel, you all realized that your previous worries were actually unnecessary. Forehead. Oh right. For adults, spatial teleportation and escaping are child's play. So what were they so anxiously worried about just now? How careless of them. Mortals actually worry about the safety of gods. That's absolutely hilarious. Now you can leave with even more peace of mind. After completing the escape route, Qinfeng rushed in the opposite direction towards the black object. Lily and the others, as the main force of the boy, did not back down at this time. The generals followed their master and charged forward without hesitation. Ahead, the army of black creatures rushed in rapidly, heading straight for the direction where Qinfeng was. And at this time, suddenly, a lord covered in black patterns emerged from the sand below. Dustwind stopped when he saw that the lord had finally appeared. The boy looked closely. This person was none other than Elizabeth, who had just died. After Elizabeth disappeared underground, he used his superb observation haki to sense her whereabouts, which is why he charged towards the army of black creatures in the opposite direction. Now, the girl finally surfaced, and he wanted to figure out what had just happened. Why did Elizabeth come back to life? Could it be that they were being controlled by that dark creature using evil magic? Looking around, the girl who emerged from the sand at this moment had undergone a complete transformation. Her skin, which was already flawless, was now flowing with black blood, and the veins were clearly visible through her skin, like special talismans branded on it, making it extremely eerie. The girl's lips had turned from cherry red to black, and her once golden hair was now completely dyed black and bound together, forming long, thin, demonic snakes. Her eyes no longer sparkled with lively vitality. Instead, they were filled with an empty, lifeless stillness. Black, only black, a blackness filled with despair. Elizabeth has almost assimilated into those monsters that resemble black creatures. Or rather, Such a being was already residing within her. Why did this happen? Didn't my holy light energy completely annihilate that thing back then? Seeing the current situation, Chunfeng secretly regretted that he had been too lenient and missed the best opportunity to strangle the thing piercing the girl's chest. If he had used all his strength back then, Elizabeth's body would have been reduced to dust along with him. The boy couldn't bear to do it, thinking that the girl might still be saved, which ultimately led to the already dead Elizabeth being turned into a figurine by the black creature. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, just as Chunfeng frowned and stared intently, tens of thousands of dark creatures halted before the corrupted Elizabeth. Elizabeth, however, let out a sharp laugh that would never be heard from an introverted girl. That laugh was chilling and sent shivers down one's spine. Chunfeng also began to ignore the girl in front of him, because the person in front of him had become someone he didn't recognize at all. Such a beautiful body. I can hardly believe I could be reborn in a human body. At that time, Elizabeth trembled as she touched her already pale and cold cheeks with her hands covered in black veins. This action was quite anthropomorphic, causing Chunfeng to narrow his eyes and become serious. Who are you? Why are you trying to exterminate all the lords of the 10 domains? He spoke, but when asked, the other party ignored him completely and continued talking to himself. I thought there was no other way to be resurrected in this world, but now it seems there is another secret. And not 2, but 3. A cold, dismissive remark. At this time, Elizabeth finally lowered her proud head and began to look directly at the boy standing in the distance. Chapter 200 Lord of the 10 Domains. Her cold face was now devoid of any emotion. She was no longer the introverted and stubborn girl she once was. Within that cold body lurked a demon whose appearance was obscured, who eked out a living in place of the young girl. Chunfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light, but when he saw that the other party was finally looking at him, his anger was relieved. What nonsense are you spouting? Give me back this girl's body, or you'll pay the price. They pressured him with words. The boy was clearly serious at this moment. However, the other party was no ordinary person and completely disregarded Chunfeng's words. Are you threatening me? Ha, you overestimating yourself. A shrill female voice pierced through the eardrums. Elizabeth sneered, and with a single command, the entire army of black creatures behind her obeyed her orders, rushing towards Chunfeng's direction. Seeing this scene, Chunfeng was undoubtedly startled as well. Why is this black creature attached to another person able to command an army? Wasn't it one of the previous ones? How can they have such power? After thinking for a moment, Chunfeng was still clueless. But the approaching army will not wait for anyone. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lily and the other soldiers had already come to their master's side, ready to fight at any time. The black object ahead was aiming at the bodies of several different types of soldiers, and was beginning to simulate their forms. Amidst the crisis, how could Chunfeng possibly satisfy these guys? He unleashed his full domineering aura, his powerful mental energy instantly sweeping across the entire area, causing the black creatures that were about to approach to pause in their tracks. Then, their bodies began to uncontrollably liquefy into mud and fall to the ground. Elizabeth, with her black eyes, reacted in the same way as the group of black-clad figures. She clutched her head and wept bitterly, the faint black veins on her skin swelling continuously, and turbid black liquid flowed from her 7 orifices as if she were bleeding. Damn it! What kind of weird move is this? How can you use it so many times in a row? Such terrifying mental power is unprecedented. Her hoarse voice was filled with disbelief. It was a natural resistance from the depths of Elizabeth's heart to this kind of mental attack. These dark creatures, whose proud ability to replicate was completely ineffective under Chunfeng's mental pressure, found their inherent advantage utterly suppressed, rendering them utterly vulnerable. On the other side, seeing that his domineering aura remained as powerful as ever, Chunfeng simply smiled disdainfully. He thought that the other side's large-scale operation must mean they came prepared, but it turned out to be nothing more than the bravery of a common man. The boy waved his hand, signaling Lily and the other soldiers to attack immediately, intending to take advantage of the situation and eliminate these guys not far away. Taking a deep breath, Chunfeng wanted to calm the emptiness that came after releasing his domineering aura. Every time he uses this skill, his mental energy is rapidly depleted, and he needs to rest for several breaths. This could be considered a drawback of his domineering style, as he cannot unleash continuous attacks. If continuous release can be achieved, the dust storm may have already turned the enemy's tens of thousands of troops into a stagnant pool. So how could they be given a chance to breathe? But that makes sense. If one can unleash their domineering aura continuously, then this skill can be considered invincible. Not far away. At this moment, Elizabeth's body felt as if it were about to split apart. The dark object inside her body was severely stimulated by mental energy, and it seemed that it could no longer stay in this device. But it was also because of Elizabeth's body that some of its spiritual power was offset. The monster eventually recovered from the brink of collapse and quickly gathered the surrounding black matter, absorbing it as if it were replenishing its nutrients. Damn it! If I weren't so weak right now, and not yet used to this body, how could you have succeeded? A sentence slipped out. The black creature residing inside the girl's body was still being defiant. However, Chun Feng gleaned a very useful piece of information from it. You're incredibly weak? He spoke up, making the other person realize that they seemed to have let something slip. Elizabeth, now corrupted, gritted her teeth, turned her head, and snorted. However, even with this expression, it's clear to anyone with eyes that she's made a mistake. This army of thugs is now in a state of utter disarray. Rather than saying the girl was in a bad state, it would be more accurate to say that she encountered someone who was her natural counter. Lily and the other soldiers were already engaged in fierce fighting with the incapacitated black creatures. And behind the black object, the Dragon Kingdom guards who had just made a tactical retreat have led their troops out of the Void Tunnel. After entering the Void Dimension, they were placed there by Chun Feng to wait for an attack from both sides. Now that the situation is looking good, they naturally take action. As the saying goes, warfare employs deception. It goes without saying which is more effective, a reckless fool or a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Elizabeth, now corrupted by evil, grew increasingly anxious as the lords who had fled returned to fight. Damn brat, that's enough. Do you know who I am? How dare you mess with me? I advise you to stop. Oh, so who are you? Now, the two floated in the sea, facing each other. The shrill black voice suddenly fell silent, and after a long while spoke again. I come from the Void Domain. Those who mess with me will suffer the consequences. Let me tell you, these black things are just one of the abilities of my unit. You are not worthy to see my true self. If it weren't for the rumors that becoming the ruler of the 10 domains could fulfill that wish, I wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to break through the domain's forbidden spells and risk complete annihilation to return to the 10 domains. At that time, Elizabeth, now corrupted, recounts its origins. After listening, Chun Feng finally began to understand the origin and clues of everything. Sure enough, these black objects were likely just troops from some powerful figure in the Void Domain. However, neither its true form nor its actual troop entity ever personally descended. The Void Domain has a seal called Forbidden Spell that prevents powerful beings from other worlds from descending to the ordinary 10 domains of the 12 domains. So it seems, as special cases, the Void Realm and the Divine Realm should have special restrictions to prevent outsiders from entering and insiders from leaving. No wonder that when he was in the Dark Domain instance, King Yingzheng of Qin was deeply moved by his past memories. It was probably only after ascending to the Divine Realm that Yingzheng realized he could not return to the Dark Realm and could not become its ruler again, which caused him to often feel melancholy. Otherwise, this position wouldn't have fallen into Chun Feng's lap. My thoughts raced. After sorting through the general information revealed by the corrupted Elizabeth, Chun Feng asked another question. Hey, what do you get for becoming the ruler of the 10 domains? Tell me.